Chapter 1. Have I become a cannon fodder skeleton? Hey, why is this skeleton not moving? Hurry up and fight some monsters. A soft, sweet voice echoed beside me. Jiang Cheng groggily awoke, opening his eyes. Wait, where are my eyes? Why can't I lift my eyelids? Jiang Cheng quickly reached for his eyes, only to touch a hollow socket. What the hell? My eyes are gone. What's going on? The sound of his own joints cracking filled the air that he lifted his arm, only to find it was mere white bone. With no flesh or blood, his bony joints extended into a bone dagger. Looking down at his body, he exclaimed, "Where's my flesh? Damn it, where's my flesh?" A wave of dizziness washed over Jiang Cheng as he struggled to accept the reality. However, in that moment of disorientation, a stream of information suddenly flooded his consciousness. Congratulations, host, for successfully traversing into the game world and activating the divine evolution system. This system is designed to assist the host in infinite evolution. Loading host data. Loading 1. Loading 2. Data. Loading successful. The host's current identity is an ordinary skeleton summoned by the player, Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng. Please earn evolution points quickly to evolve, or you will cease to exist. Upon hearing the system's introduction, Jiang Cheng finally comprehended the situation he found himself in. I've crossed over into the game world of the Great Wilderness. I've turned into a skeleton. Am I just a skeleton summoned by a female player? And there's an evolution system? A minute later, Jiang Cheng moved past his initial confusion and gradually accepted the reality. With a resigned sigh, he reflected on his previous life. Before the crossover, he was an ordinary person, albeit a skilled gamer, celebrated as a master player. However, after suffering an injury at the age of 20, he fell into the depths of despair, eventually working as a substitute player in a gaming club. Unfortunately, exhaustion and late nights led to his untimely demise. Little did he expect that after crossing over, he would find himself in the game world of the Great Wilderness, transformed into a skeleton summoned by a necromancer player. Gazing at his skeletal frame, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. Without a physical body, only bones remained, and his eyes were non-existent. Every movement produced a cacophony of cracking sounds. Fate is truly capricious. I wonder how heartbroken my mother and sister would be if they knew I had died. Sighing softly, Jiang Cheng fell momentarily silent. Yet, in an instant, he lifted his spirits, feeling a sense of solace. Well, this could be considered a unique form of rebirth. I have, in a sense, died in that world. Since I'm here, I might as well see what the system can offer me. Name: Jiang Cheng, Level 1. Race: Undead Skeleton Affiliated Player, Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng. Health 100. Magic 0. Attack 2 Bone Dagger 3. Defense 1. Weapon: Bone Dagger. Evolution. Points 0. Enhancement points 100. Note: the host possesses a super evolution system, capable of defeating monsters to earn evolution points for advancement, with the direction of evolution determined by the host. Enhancement points. These can be used to strengthen equipment, which can be obtained by defeating elite-level monsters or higher. After reviewing his panel attributes, Jiang Cheng swiftly adjusted his mindset and began to strategize. The game had just entered its open beta phase, and a player named Dui Xiaomeng, a necromancer, had the ability to summon skeletons as a level 1 skill. She could conjure up to 10 skeletons to engage in battle, which was a distinct advantage of the necromancer class compared to others. However, that advantage belonged solely to Dui Xiaomeng and had no bearing on him. Once summoned, the skeletons were destined to be mere cannon fodder, expendable at any moment. Regardless of their demise, they could always be resummoned. But for Jiang Cheng, death could very well mean permanent loss. He could not afford such a gamble. Since he had been granted a second chance at life, along with an evolution system, he resolved that, even as a skeleton, he would strive to be the most formidable among them. To avoid the fate of being mere fodder, he needed to shed that identity. Though he had become a skeleton, he retained the exceptional operational awareness and experience from his previous gaming endeavors, augmented by the evolution system. What he lacked now was offensive capability. To forge a strong weapon, one must first be strong oneself. The initial attack power of the skeleton was disappointingly low. He decided to utilize his enhancement points. The system had generously provided him with 100 enhancement points at the outset, which he would not hesitate to use. To stand out among the 10 skeletal warriors, he needed a weapon of superior quality. Let's enhance the bone dagger. Enhancing the bone dagger requires 10 enhancement points. Commencing enhancement successful. The bone dagger is upgraded to a sturdy bone dagger. Weapon, sturdy bone dagger common. Attack power, 6. Description, the enhanced bone dagger has become significantly sturdier. Enhance again. Congratulations, you have spent 20 enhancement points. The sturdy bone dagger has been successfully enhanced to a sharp bone dagger. Congratulations, you have spent 50 enhancement points. The sharp bone dagger has been successfully enhanced to a rupturing bone dagger. Enhancement failed. Insufficient enhancement points remaining. A rupturing bone dagger? Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement and quickly examined the details. Item, rupturing bone dagger elite. Attack power, 15. Critical hit chance, increased by 5. Description, a bone dagger that has been enhanced, displaying remarkable ferocity, an elite quality weapon of a higher tier than common equipment, with a 5 increase in critical hit chance. This will certainly make monster hunting far more exhilarating. Jiang Cheng gripped the slightly heavier bone dagger in his hand, filled with eager anticipation. Shaking his head, he drew upon his past gaming experience to survey his surroundings, a habit cultivated over many years as a top-tier player. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds on the grassy terrain before him, a throng of skeletons was besieging a skeletal wolf, from which damage values of 1 and 2 were rising. Beside him, a charming girl was intently focused on him. What is wrong with this skeleton? Has it lost its mind? Why is its mouth moving as if it believes it can speak? And why does it keep staring at its own bone knife? Zhang Mengmeng waved her wooden staff and poked Jiang Cheng's spine. Curiosity etched on her face. Though she considered herself a somewhat seasoned gamer, she had never encountered such a peculiar situation before. While the other skeletons were engaged in battle with the skeletal wolves under her command, this particular skeleton remained fixated on its weapon, muttering to itself without producing any sound, seemingly lost in contemplation of existence. That wasn't the skeleton merely her summoned creature, devoid of consciousness? How could it ponder the meaning of life? Could it be that this skeleton was particularly fearful of death in its former life, hence its reluctance to engage in combat? Zhang Mengmeng found herself somewhat bewildered, however. When she followed Jiang Cheng's gaze to the bone knife in his hand, astonishment washed over her. Why does this knife feel different? She mused, scrutinizing it with suspicion. Yet, moments later, she shook her head, dismissing it as a mere illusion. But in the next instant, Jiang Cheng before her suddenly sprang into action, his skeletal figure moving languidly forward. Upon reaching the battlefield where the skeleton soldiers clashed with the skeletal wolves, he brought his knife down fiercely upon the neck of a skeletal wolf. Chapter 2. The Evolution begins. Crack. Critical hit. 57. A vivid crimson number floated into view, startling Zhang Mengmeng. The shattering bone blade triggered a critical strike, inflicting double damage. And the neck was deemed a vital attack point, resulting in triple damage. The skeletal wolf, with only 50 health points, was vanquished, even exceeding by an additional 7 points. Congratulations on defeating the skeletal wolf. You have gained 10 experience points and 10 evolution points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2, with 10 health, 1 attack, and 1 defense. To my astonishment, I can also earn experience, leveling up like a player. Evolution points can enhance oneself, while reinforcement points can strengthen weapons. Experience allows for leveling up akin to a player. This equates to 3 forms of enhancement. Although the increments are modest at first, this is merely the beginning. With each ascent to level 10, attribute points will multiply, and subsequent enhancements will increase significantly. His summoned creature is, astonishingly, more formidable than the player template. Thud. Another heavy slash descended, bolstered by the high attack of the shattering bone blade. 20 points of damage were inflicted, reducing the health of another skeletal wolf by a significant fraction. This time, there was no critical strike or vital hit, yet the ferocity remained unmatched. This scene startled Zhang Mengmeng once more. Goodness gracious, this skeleton is far too fierce. 1 strike resulted in a critical hit, dealing 57 points of damage, slaying a skeletal wolf. With another strike, a normal attack that did not trigger a critical hit or vital strike still managed to inflict 20 points of damage. Observing the other skeletons she summoned, their damage output was dismal. 1, -2, -1. It was utterly pitiful, almost unbearable to witness. Had this skeletal creature mutated? After playing games for so long, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. 57 points of damage. This surpassed the damage output of current warrior players by a factor of 10. His blade is truly extraordinary. Confounded, she hurriedly logged onto the game forum to consult player strategies. As a globally popular game, despite its recent launch, the forum was inundated with over 1,000 posts within the first 10 minutes. Yet, after searching extensively, Zhang Mengmeng could not find the information she sought. However, she did come across some speculation posts that vaguely suggested that in the game De Huang, anything is possible. What a frustratingly vague assertion. After perusing the posts, Zhang Mengmeng still found no answers to her inquiries. Yet, she was acutely aware that this skeleton had undoubtedly mutated, for it was not only its blade that was exceptional. Even its methods of slaying monsters were peculiar. Upon closely observing Jiang Cheng's method of defeating the skeletal wolves, she noticed that he consistently and intentionally aimed for the neck of the skeletal wolves. The neck is the Achilles heel of undead creatures. Striking it yields damage unlike any inflicted elsewhere. In Jiang Cheng, each attempt is made to sever the neck of the skeletal wolf, often landing more than 5 strikes out of 10. This success is largely due to the slow attack speed of the summoned skeletons. It is noteworthy that the skeletal wolf is considerably swifter than the skeletal soldiers. While a skeletal soldier may land a single blow, the skeletal wolf can unleash 2 bites in the same span. Typically, a skeletal soldier might fail to strike even once in 10 attempts. Yet Jiang Cheng consistently manages to hit approximately 5 times. This is no mere coincidence. This demonstrates the intelligence and combat experience of the skeletal soldier. 42. Snap. Congratulations. You have gained 10 evolution points. Congratulations, you have earned 10 experience points. Congratulations, your level has increased by 1, health 10, attack 1, defense 1. Another skeletal wolf has met its demise at his hands, bringing Jiang Cheng's total to 10 slain. His level has now ascended to 3. However, he refrains from further combat and retreats, for all the expendable skeleton soldiers fighting alongside him have perished. Some fell to the skeletal wolves, while others disintegrated as their summoning time expired. To his astonishment, Jiang Cheng discovers that he has not succumbed to the limitations of summoning time, indicating he has transcended the realm of ordinary summoned entities. Yet, his retreat is motivated by more than this revelation. He realizes his speed is woefully inadequate. It takes him a staggering 3 seconds to execute a single strike. Moments ago, he relied on the expendable skeletons for cover to slay the skeletal wolves. Now, with all his little, naive summoned skeletons gone, attempting to engage the skeletal wolves would be an exercise in futility. With low defenses, he risks being overwhelmed and ultimately perishing. After some contemplation, he checks his attributes, hoping for the possibility of evolution. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 3 race, undead skeleton, belonging player, a little naive, health, 120 magic, 0 attack, 4, bone blade 15, defense, 3 weapon, explosive bone blade, elite, evolution points, 100 enhancement points, 20 with 100 evolution points amassed. Evolution is now within reach. A wave of joy washes over Jiang Cheng, his gaze filled with anticipation as he wonders what will he evolve into. Chapter 3, Skeleton Swordsman. Swift Blade Technique. Congratulations on your successful evolution. Evolved into a skeleton swordsman. Health increased by 100 points, magic increased by 100 points, attack increased by 10 points. Defense increased by 5 points, agility increased by 10 points. Acquired the upgraded weapon of the skeleton swordsman, the Bone Blade Steel Sword. The Bone Sword has been detected as upgraded and has automatically transformed into the explosive Bone Blade Steel Sword. Gained a basic skill, Swift Blade. For the next evolution, 1,000 evolution points are required. A warm current flowed into Jiang Cheng's white skeletal body. Subsequently, the color of his bones shifted from the previous white to a dark white, appearing even more resilient. All attributes have been enhanced. Even agility has increased by 10 points. The explosive bone blade has upgraded, transforming from its previous grayish-white form into one that possesses a more metallic texture. Under the sun, it gleams with a metallic luster. Moreover, a new swordsmanship skill has been acquired. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 3. Race, first-tier skeleton swordsman. Player, a dauntingly cute one. Health, 220. Magic, 100. Attack, 14. Explosive bone blade steel sword, 30. Defense, 14. Agility, 10. Attack speed, 1 strike every 9 seconds. Movement speed, 1 step every 2 seconds. Weapon: explosive bone blade steel sword, elite. Skill: swift blade. Evolution points: 0. Enhancement points: 20. Swift blade. Level 1 consumes 10 magic points, increasing attack speed by 30 for 10 minutes. This is the first evolution, and the attributes have already strengthened so significantly. One cannot help but wonder what future evolutions will entail. Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of anticipation within. At this early stage of the game, where all players were only at level 1 or 2, he had already reached level 3, and his evolved attributes were extraordinarily formidable. Players must reach level 10 to undergo a job change, after which their overall attributes will experience a qualitative leap. Otherwise, in the early stages, they would only gain 10 health, a point of attack, and a point of defense per level, much like him. Furthermore, with the extremely low drop rates for equipment, players would likely endure such meager attributes until they reached around level 10. Before level 10, it was akin to a hellish mode. Yet he, at level 3, had already achieved attributes comparable to those of players who had undergone their job change at level 10. With the overall increase in attributes, both speed and defense had improved, making encounters with skeleton wolves much less arduous. The skeleton wolf's attack was merely 10 points, while his defense stood at 14 points, which could not even be breached. Even if surrounded, he felt untroubled. Moreover, his attack had now reached 44 points. Item: explosive bone blade steel sword, elite. Attack power: 30. Critical hit rate: 8. Description: a fortified infantry weapon, exceedingly formidable. The equipment is classified into 8 tiers: common, white, elite, blue, rare, purple, legendary, green, mythic, pink, epic, orange, divine, red, and supreme, golden shimmer. The explosive bone blade steel knife he possesses is merely an item of blue elite quality. However, in comparison to the current state where every player likely wields only a basic initial weapon, he could be considered quite affluent. Should he choose to detach this weapon from himself and put it up for auction, it could fetch no less than several thousand yuan. The game Great Wilderness was the focal point of study for all professional players in the gaming club he previously belonged to. Having participated in the internal testing of the club, he was acutely aware of the game's formidable difficulty and the rarity of loot drops. Moreover, elite equipment could only be obtained by defeating monsters of elite rank or higher. The challenge posed by elite monsters, merely half an hour after the game's launch, was insurmountable for most players. While countless players were frustrated, wielding their basic weapons and unable to inflict damage on monsters, possessing the explosive bone blade steel knife would undoubtedly place him significantly ahead of all others. Every gamer harbors the aspiration to dominate and be the center of attention. A step ahead translates to continual advancement. Thus, his estimate of several thousand yuan is quite conservative. If those affluent guilds were to learn of his possession, it might even sell for tens of thousands. Yet, at present, money holds little value for Jiang Cheng, and selling it would be out of the question. Furthermore, this weapon is one of the cornerstones of his current strength. After reviewing his own formidable attributes and those of the weapon, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of eagerness. Stepping forward, he approached the skeletal wolf. "Hey, I didn't call you over." "Dangerous," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, bewildered, as she watched Jiang Cheng, who had transformed from a white skeleton to a dark gray one, charging forward. Moments ago, she had been utterly oblivious to what was transpiring. Why had this skeleton not vanished with the end of the summoning time? Moreover, it seemed to have evolved. However, even with evolution, one should not be so reckless. If he were to be surrounded by the skeletal wolves, given his speed and defense, it would be remarkable if he were not overwhelmed. She was unable to view Jiang Cheng's attributes and was unaware of his profound transformation. Thus, she hurriedly recited an incantation. "Dark Lord, heed the call of your minions. Grant me the power of the undead." With a flick of her hand, 10 ordinary skeletal warriors materialized before her. In the next moment, she commanded these skeletal warriors to rush to Jiang Cheng's aid. "Little skeleton, you must not perish. My chance of having meat this month depends on you." Chapter 4. The astonished goddess Zhang Mengmeng. She embarked on this gaming venture not for amusement, but rather to secure her financial future. Despite her exquisite beauty, which places her in the realm of goddesses, her reality is far from idyllic. Her familial circumstances, while seemingly affluent, are marred by the early divorce of her parents. Currently residing with her biological father and stepmother, she experiences an unsettling shift in her stepmother's demeanor following the birth of her younger brother. Initially kind, her stepmother's true nature emerged, relegating Zhang Mengmeng to the status of an outsider in her own home. Any semblance of good fortune is bestowed upon her brother, with decisions revolving around his needs, rendering her as if she were a mere afterthought. Her female classmates, influenced by her beauty and familial connections, maintain a distinct distance from her, attributing her successes solely to her lineage and looks. After graduating high school at the tender age of 18, overwhelmed by this torment, she made the bold decision to drop out and seek employment, fortuitously landing a position at a cosmetics company. Aspiring to carve out her own identity and earn the respect of her parents and peers, she hoped to prove her worth. Regrettably, the company's manager was fixated solely on her appearance and physique, neglecting her professional capabilities. His intentions were clear as he sought to win her affection rather than recognize her talent. After 6 months of diligent effort, during which her exceptional skills were deliberately suppressed, she remained merely an ordinary employee. When she confronted the manager, he bluntly proposed that if she became his girlfriend, he would promote her to assistant manager. The sight of his toothy grin, reminiscent of a renowned Mediterranean tourist spot, filled her with revulsion. In a fit of anger, she hurled a cup at his face and resigned immediately, forgoing even her salary for that month. Her desire was to earn a living through her own merits, shunning the notion of being perceived as merely a pretty face or a seductress. However, this decision led her to a dire predicament where she could scarcely afford a meal. Thus, she turned to gaming, drawn by the unparalleled realism of the game de Huang, which promised abundant opportunities, with pre-ordered helmets reaching a staggering 70 billion players. Choosing the necromancer class stemmed from her research, which indicated that necromancer players could summon skeletons early on, alleviating the frustration of being unable to defeat monsters. Yet, reality dealt her a harsh blow. Upon entering the game, she discovered an overwhelming number of necromancer players, predominantly from studios, swarming the new player village, where monsters far outnumbered adventurers. After struggling for a considerable time, she failed to claim a single monster. Consequently, she found herself compelled to venture into the territory of level 3 monsters, the skeletal wolves. However, a new dilemma arose. Her level 1 skeleton warrior inflicted a mere 1 to 2 points of damage on the level 3 wolves after accounting for their defenses. It would take at least a minute to defeat a single wolf, and as she struggled, more wolves from the pack would inevitably join the fray. She had been wandering here for quite some time, failing to defeat a single skeletal wolf, not even gaining a level, nor acquiring any experience. Just moments ago, she was ready to abandon this wilderness area and return to the level 1 monster zone in hopes of better fortune. If it weren't for the appearance of this mutated skeleton from Jiang Cheng, she would have truly gained nothing since the game's launch, leaving her increasingly anxious and restless. Thus, upon witnessing Jiang Cheng bravely venture into the fray against the pack of skeletal wolves, her heart nearly leapt from her chest in fear. It was a rare glimmer of hope, and if Jiang Cheng were to perish, she could not bear to continue. She must ensure his survival at all costs. Please, please, hurry. Watching Jiang Cheng step into the attack range of the skeletal wolves, her heart shattered at the sight of 8 skeletal wolves poised to tear him apart. No, no, no. My precious skeleton, you must not die. Regrettably, the skeleton she had just summoned was far too slow to provide any assistance. Zhang Mengmeng, in desperation, contemplated rushing in to shield Jiang Cheng from harm, yet she was still over 5 meters away. There was simply no time. She could only watch helplessly as Jiang Cheng was beset by the 8 skeletal wolves, the damage numbers floating above him reading 1, 1. It was over. It was over. Her precious skeleton was doomed. The moment she witnessed Jiang Cheng being overwhelmed, she immediately foresaw his grim fate, her spirit plummeting into despair. After finally encountering a mutated skeleton, to have it perish due to her negligence. Ah, how utterly useless I am. Sobbing silently, Zhang Mengmeng crouched down. Her eyes reddened, but tearless. Although her gaming skills were lacking, she understood the principle that in a freshly launched game, being one step ahead meant being ahead at every turn. A skeleton of such extraordinary caliber would undoubtedly enable her to leave others far behind. Yet now, she had lost that advantage. This character might never rise again. Her gaming abilities were already subpar. Otherwise, she would not have chosen the necromancer class, which required little technical skill. If this skeleton were to die, Her dreams of making a name for herself and impressing everyone would shatter. Tomorrow, she would likely be reduced to eating dirt. Wait a moment. Zhang Mengmeng suddenly recalled the earlier scene, her mind racing. How could those skeletal wolves have only dealt such minimal damage? Quickly opening her eyes, she was taken aback to see that only a forced -1 damage was displayed above Jiang Cheng's head. What on earth? When did this skeleton's defense become so astonishing? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she once again checked the attributes of the skeletal wolves. Skeletal wolf, level 3 attack, 10 to 12 defense, 2 health, 50 skill. Bite description: skeletal wolves outside the necromancer village inherit the pack behavior from their former lives, displaying ferocity with average speed. They are indeed level 3 skeletal wolves. After confirming once more, she still found it hard to believe. The skeletal wolf is a level 3 wild creature, boasting an astounding attack power of 1,012 points. Yet, when striking the skeleton, it inflicts a mere 1 point of damage. Good heavens, what kind of defense is this? This skeleton is utterly outrageous. You are more formidable than I am. It is noteworthy that she is currently at level 3, with a pitiable defense of only 5 points, and that is while donning novice cloth armor. This skeleton, however, surpasses a defense of 12 points. It is utterly infuriating to be outmatched by a mere skeleton. Nevertheless, Zhang Mengmeng remains vigilant. Despite the high defense, Jiang Cheng's attack speed is too sluggish, making her vulnerable to being overwhelmed by the 8 skeletal wolves. 126. Your experience points have increased by 10. 82. Your experience points have increased by 10. 42. 126. Your experience points have increased by 10. Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 5. This skeleton must have transcended what on earth is happening. This skeleton seems to possess extraordinary prowess, even more formidable than my own. Zhang Mengmeng stared in astonishment as Jiang Cheng effortlessly dispatched 8 skeletal wolves, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. With her mouth agape, she watched as Jiang Cheng proceeded to confront another wave of skeletal wolves, still reeling from the spectacle she had just witnessed. Observing Jiang Cheng slicing through his foes with the ease of a master, as if wandering through an unchallenged realm of bones, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement with each notification of experience gained that echoed in the air. The next evolution required a daunting 1,000 evolution points, and it seemed that slaying skeletal wolves alone would take an eternity to amass. As Jiang Cheng surveyed his surroundings and noticed other players beginning to appear, he resolved to venture into the level 5 skeletal bear territory. Players struggling to find monsters in the level 1 wilds would inevitably flock here, hoping for a stroke of luck. It wouldn't be long before this area became overcrowded. With an increase in players came the potential for unforeseen complications. His secret must remain concealed for as long as possible. Human intentions are unpredictable. Who knows how this group of players might react upon noticing his exceptional abilities? Would they engage in open robbery, band together to attack, or even attempt to eliminate him? All scenarios were plausible. Although his strength surpassed that of the players by a significant margin, they were not mere wild monsters, seeing his high attack power. They would not foolishly stand by waiting to be struck. Given his current sluggish speed, the most likely outcome would be that he would fall victim to their kite tactics. If he were encircled by players, countering their assault would prove exceedingly difficult. Moreover, players possess the ability to resurrect infinitely upon death. If he attracted the ire of a large guild, his safety would be severely compromised. Furthermore, the experience gained from defeating skeletal wolves was dwindling as his level increased. Both experience points and evolution points diminished, now standing at a mere 8. Thus, seeking out the level 5 wilderness was indeed the wisest choice. Hey, where are you going? This place is fantastic. Why leave? Just as Zhang Mengmeng emerged from her moment of exhilaration, she noticed with dismay that Jiang Cheng had run off again. This skeleton had just displayed such steady prowess in combating monsters, single-handedly taking on 8 wolves. How could he abandon the perfect opportunity to harvest experience and steadily level up? My goodness, is he truly heading towards the skeletal bear territory? Surely, he's become overly ambitious. Who is the player here, him or me? I can't shake the feeling that I am the one merely summoned forth as a skeleton. Zhang Mengmeng found herself questioning her existence, momentarily disregarding her newly summoned skeleton. She followed Jiang Cheng toward the treacherous region of the level 5 skeletal bears, her eyes brimming with curiosity. watching him dispatch the obstructing skeletal wolves with precision. Her admiration mingled with apprehension. This skeleton was indeed becoming overly confident, having just vanquished the skeletal wolves. He was now setting his sights on the formidable level 5 skeletal bears. Is it not prudent to proceed steadily and cautiously? Why must one seek peril? I was mistaken. I should not have assumed you were afraid of death, and I apologize for that. Can we not simply develop at a measured pace? My dear brother, let us discuss this, I implore you. Zhang Mengmeng trailed behind Jiang Cheng, fists clenched, her face a portrait of desperation. There was a hint of grievance etched on her delicate features, as Jiang Cheng paid her no heed. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed through the air. A skeletal bear had discovered their presence. Skeletal bear, level 5 attack, 15, 30 defense, 5 health, 100 skill, roar. Description: a wild bear from the fierce bear mountain, transformed into a skeleton upon death, possessing immense strength, high attack, but slow attack speed. This is disastrous. How can the skeletal bear have such a high attack power? Along with 100 health? How can we possibly defeat it? Zhang Mengmeng hastily summoned 10 skeletal minions to shield them, but they were swiftly dispatched by the skeletal bear's might. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed, meticulously examining his attribute panel. Skill: Rapid Blade. Congratulations, you have spent 100 evolution points to upgrade the Rapid Blade skill to level 2. He had just discovered that evolution points could indeed be used to enhance skills. Skill: Rapid Blade, level 2, attack speed increased by 60, duration 10 minutes. Consumes 10 mana points. Excellent. The speed has been elevated from 30 to 60. Let us evolve it further. Congratulations. You have spent 200 evolution points to upgrade the Rapid Blade skill to level 3. The effects remain unchanged, yet the attack speed has surged to 90. At this point, he had expended all the evolution points he had just earned, but the results were gratifying. He was curious to see how quickly his attack speed would manifest. Jiang Cheng murmured to himself, activating the skill. Instantly, his attack speed reached 1.58 seconds per strike, which was indeed quite rapid. He ambled toward the skeletal bear. Roar. The skeletal bear emitted a low, menacing growl, seemingly a warning. You have been affected by the skeletal bear's roar. Your attack is reduced by 10. The roar has such an effect? Pondering this, Jiang Cheng slightly quickened his pace. In the next moment, as the skeletal bear raised a paw to strike him, Jiang Cheng deftly sidestepped and delivered a slash to the skeletal bear's hind leg joint. Crack. 39. The damage was minimal, yet his strike severed the skeletal bear's leg, rendering it unable to stand, causing it to topple towards its injured limb. As it began to fall to the right, Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity to raise his blade and sever its neck, cleaving the skeletal bear in two. Critical hit. Double damage. 78. Congratulations. You have gained 30 experience points and 30 evolution points. With the implementation of the Rapid Blade skill, the advantage of speed had come to fruition. He effortlessly dispatched the skeletal bear, leaving it lifeless upon the ground. Had he retained his previous speed, it would have been utterly impossible to achieve such a seamless and unscathed execution of the creature. As a game of complete realism, the Great Wilderness allows for an array of actions, unfettered by mere fixed movements. Players may opt for standard techniques, or, utilizing their own skills, replicate various maneuvers found in reality. Jiang Cheng, having once been a player of exceptional prowess, possessed the requisite skills and awareness. The skeletal bear moved at a lethargic pace, significantly slower than the skeletal wolf, and was not a creature that roamed in packs. With the speed afforded by his level 3 quick blade, he was more than capable of luring them out, employing precise leg-slicing techniques to eliminate each skeletal bear without incurring a scratch. Furthermore, the skeletal bears offered a substantial 30 evolution points in experience, enabling him to level up swiftly and accrue evolution points. Thus, Jiang Cheng commenced a textbook demonstration of monster luring and extermination, reveling in his slaughter. Zhang Mengmeng watched in awe, utterly astonished. This skeletal creature, this luring technique, was leagues beyond her own capabilities. No, it was light years ahead. His blade work, his speed, she felt entirely outclassed. This skeletal entity, without a doubt, had attained a higher form of existence. Chapter 6. A new hidden evolutionary direction. What on earth? How did he manage that? Zhang Mengmeng gazed in awe at Jiang Cheng's fluid and effortless execution as he dispatched the skeletal bear. She mimicked his movements with her hands, murmuring to herself, First, she would draw the skeletal bear's ire, waiting for it to rise upright, and at the moment it brought its massive paw down, she would evade. Then, she would strike its leg joint, incapacitating it, and once the skeletal bear collapsed, she would deliver a decisive blow to sever its head, triggering a critical attack. Is this even possible? What kind of divine maneuver is this? Previously, she had watched Jiang Cheng slice through the skeletal bears in Mengxiong Mountain as if they were mere vegetables, which sparked a daring thought within her. If Jiang Cheng could accomplish such feats with such ease, surely she could too. However, reality dealt her a crushing blow. While Jiang Cheng's techniques appeared straightforward, they were the result of extensive practice, coupled with his extraordinary reflexes and experience, which allowed him to execute them with such grace. The outcome of Zhang Mengmeng's attempts was thus: mind, I've learned. Eyes, I understand. Limbs, get lost. When it came to drawing aggro, she could not comprehend the skeletal bear's threat range, inadvertently attracting 3 of them and nearly being killed. After a struggle, she finally managed to lure just one. Filled with confidence in her newfound skills, she attempted to evade the skeletal bear's descending paw. In the next instant, she found herself hurled over 3 meters, landing painfully upon a rock, questioning her very existence. It was at that moment she realized the bitter truth. She was utterly inept, even lesser than a mere skeleton. For 3 hours, Zhang Mengmeng drifted through a haze of confusion, elation, and anxiety. By then, her level had risen to 7. She glanced at the leaderboard, far surpassing all other players. First place, level 7, a dull little Meng. Second place, level 6, Xia Dongli. Third place, level 5, Ingo Xianyu. Only players at level 5 or above could grace the leaderboard, and within 3.5 hours, merely 3 individuals had ascended beyond level 5. And she was in first place. Good heavens, my level has surpassed Xia Dongli, one of the 12 divine beings. Even now, she felt as though she were in a dream. Xia Dongli was a recognized gaming legend, heralded as one of the 12 gods of online gaming. Moreover, he was notoriously obsessed with leveling up. In his own words, in this life, I have wealth, companionship, skills, and strength. I possess everything yet feel not a trace of joy. Life is so mundane and dull that only leveling up can grant me a sense of fulfillment and excitement. This was a man who devoted himself entirely to leveling up, exhausting all resources, and conquering various gaming leaderboards. And she, an ordinary player, had surpassed him? If she were to share this with her friend currently immersed in the vast wilderness of the game, it would surely leave her utterly astounded. She was led to the pinnacle of the game by a skeleton, surpassing the level deity, Xia Dongli. As an ordinary player, this was something she had never even dared to dream of in the past. The 12 deities of the gaming world were figures she could only admire from afar. Yet now, she had left them in her wake. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Jiang Cheng as he vanquished the skeletal bear, her eyes brimming with admiration. She had now become a mere bystander, a passive player shouting 666 behind Jiang Cheng. Could this skeleton possibly be her idol Jiang Cheng reincarnated? How could his skills and techniques be so exceptional? Jiang Cheng had once been her idol. Zhang Mengmeng had always viewed him as the target she aspired to surpass. His prowess and operational awareness had once dominated various games, consistently appearing at the top of the leaderboard, earning him the title of the Latter Demon King. In the game Myth, with a 60% authenticity rate, he had single-handedly created 16 professions within 3 years, leveling them all to the maximum and subsequently claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. He had achieved a godlike status before the 12 deities of the gaming world. Had he not been framed and suffered a severe injury in an accident, the current 12 deities would have been his subordinates. Even now, her utmost admiration remained for the great Jiang Cheng. Unfortunately, just a week prior, tragic news had reached her. The fallen deity Jiang Cheng had succumbed to sudden death due to excessive late-night training. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Mengmeng had fallen into despair. She cried for 3 days and nights, unable to recover. Had it not been for the gnawing hunger, she might have needed a year or 2 to slowly forget. Alas, if only the great demon King Jiang could truly be reincarnated. Zhang Mengmeng looked at the solitary skeleton slaying monsters, her heart heavy with sadness. She knew full well that such a thing was impossible, but she could only entertain the thought in her mind. Who in the world could be so fortunate as to reincarnate into the game world after death, and coincidentally become a skeleton summoned by her? The very idea was absurd. Shaking her head, Zhang Mengmeng continued to focus intently on Jiang Cheng's maneuvers, her excitement growing with each passing moment. His godlike predictive ability, his extraordinary awareness, utterly eclipsed that Zhang Haoming. Zhang Haoming was a former high school classmate who had always prided himself on being a master, renowned at Tianhai High School for his exceptional gaming skills. She had witnessed Zhang Haoming's prowess firsthand. He had easily outclassed her by several streets. Yet now, she felt that compared to Jiang Cheng, Zhang Haoming was but a child. If Zhang Haoming were to encounter Jiang Cheng, he would likely kneel within 3 moves. So, what was the true origin of this skeleton? Zhang Mengmeng stared at Jiang Cheng in a daze. Level 7, experience reduced. It was time to change locations. With 2,000 evolution points accumulated, she decided to evolve first. After slaying a skeletal bear, Jiang Cheng began to pause in contemplation. He contemplated the expenditure of 1,000 evolution points. Considering the evolution options, skeletal heavy infantry, skeletal sword-wielding guardian, and skeletal assault guard. With the emergence of new evolutionary paths, Jiang Cheng's heart stirred as he focused intently. Evolution option 1, skeletal heavy infantry. Attribute increases, 500 health, 30 attack, 50 defense. Accompanying skills, blade awakening, hunt. Evolution option 2, skeletal sword-wielding guardian. Attribute increases, 300 health, 50 attack, 20 defense, 10 agility. Accompanying skills, swift blade technique, dual wielding. Evolution option 3, skeletal assault guard, hidden evolution path. Attribute increases, 300 health, 100 magic, 50 attack, 50 defense, 20 agility. Accompanying skills, assault armor, plunder. Could there truly be a hidden evolution path? Jiang Cheng's heart raced. This concealed option boasted significantly superior overall attributes compared to the previous 2, and the skills appeared to be remarkably formidable as well. Chapter 7, Evolution. The skeletal assault guardian, the path of hidden evolution, requires double the evolution points. Should one proceed with the evolution? The bones of Jiang Cheng creaked ominously under his grip. This was his habitual gesture. He would twist his wrist while contemplating. Yet in truth, it served as a moment of respite. However, after transforming into a skeleton, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. After a brief pause, he ultimately decided to pursue the hidden evolution path. The cost was secondary, strength was paramount. Evolution points could be acquired again, but the opportunity for hidden evolution might not present itself a second time. The game had only been live for 3.5 hours, and players were still at the nascent stages, battling monsters at the outskirts of the novice village. However, it would not be long before their progress caught up. Inevitably, there would come a day when he would clash with other players, and at that moment, the only safeguard for his life would be his absolute power. Thus, he must evolve in the direction of unparalleled strength, regardless of the cost. Perhaps, one day, when his prowess was formidable enough to transcend the rules, he could return to the real world. Anything was possible. He chose to evolve. Congratulations, you have spent 2,000 evolution points to evolve into the skeletal assault guardian. The evolution commenced, lasting 1 minute. In the astonished gaze of Zhang Mengmeng, a brilliant azure light suddenly surged into Jiang Cheng's skeletal form. Subsequently, his entire skeletal frame expanded at an astonishing rate, rising from a height of 158 meters to approximately 173 meters. The azure glow flickered across the surface of his skeletal body. From his hollow eye sockets, 2 flames reminiscent of ethereal fire suddenly erupted. Wow, my precious skeleton is evolving again. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. This was astonishingly swift. In such a short span, Jiang Cheng had evolved twice. His prior evolution had rendered his blade remarkably resilient, exuding a metallic sheen that spoke of its extraordinary nature. Indeed, it had been proven that Jiang Cheng's damage output was formidable, nearly overpowering the skeletal bear. A skeletal bear with 100 health points appeared flimsy as paper before him. This time, however, the blade seemed to have undergone minimal change. It was merely the skeleton that appeared significantly more robust. The once hollow eye sockets had transformed into 2 flames akin to soul fire. What abilities would he manifest through this evolution? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She could not see Jiang Cheng's attributes and was unaware of how monstrous they had become. All she knew was that during his first evolution, he had catapulted her to the top of the leaderboard, dispatching foes with the ease of slicing through vegetables. If such ferocity emerged from a single evolution, What might transpire with another? Surely, this skeleton would become extraordinary. It was likely that no one else had a summon as formidable as he. Despite a flicker of delight within her, she remained vigilant by Jiang Cheng's side, her delicate features betraying her wariness, apprehensive of any wild monsters that might suddenly appear. Evolution cannot be interrupted. She is determined to avoid any unforeseen events that might obstruct the path of Jiang Cheng's evolution. Yet, she continuously senses something amiss. After all, she is the genuine player, and it should be Jiang Cheng who protects her. Why has the situation reversed, with her now assuming the role of protector for Jiang Cheng? Who truly is the summoned entity? The evolution of the Skeletal Assault Guard has been successfully completed. Health increased by 300 points, magic by 100 points, attack by 50 points, defense by 50 points, and agility by 20 points. Accompanied by the evolutionary skills, assault, armor, and plunder. As the system's notification echoed, Jiang Cheng awakened, habitually opening his eyes. He expected to be bewildered once more. However, this time, he discerned something peculiar within his eye sockets that seemed to move. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to reach out and touch it, a delicate and charming face suddenly appeared before him. With perfect features and a fair, rosy complexion, she wore an endearing expression. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation, curiosity, and excitement as they gazed at him. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of his mistress, who was undeniably stunning. Although her demeanor was somewhat silly and adorably naive, her physique and grace were truly exceptional. If he were to assign a score, he would grant her a 99, withholding a single point merely to prevent her from becoming conceited. Regrettably, her intellect left much to be desired. She had previously attempted to learn his technique for slaying skeletal bears and nearly ended up at the revival point. Even now, there were likely remnants of the bloodstains left on her necromancer's robe from when the skeletal bear had sent her flying onto a sharp stone. Had it not been for his timely rescue, this adorable creature might have found herself resurrecting in the realm of the undead. In the vast wilderness of the gaming world, player death results in demotion and the loss of items. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng was oblivious to the fact that if this silly little one were to perish, he might also meet his demise. Thus, while battling monsters, he had to ensure that she did not inadvertently bring about her own destruction, which was quite taxing for him. Have you completed your evolution? Zhang Mengmeng beamed with a sweet smile. That's fantastic. What have you evolved into? Oh dear, it's so frustrating. I can't see your attributes. What a dreadful game this is. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Cheng could not help but smirk, revealing a knowing smile. Unfortunately, as a mere skeleton, his face consisted solely of cheekbones, rendering him incapable of expressing any emotion. Since he could neither speak nor communicate, Jiang Cheng contemplated that it would be best to refrain from any reaction and first examine his attributes post-evolution. He was quite eager to discover the new skills he had acquired. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 7 race, Skeleton Assault Guard, belonging player, a little adorable. Health: 520 magic, 200 attack, 64, explosive bone blade steel knife, 30, defense, 64 agility, 30, attack speed, 1 strike every 5 seconds, movement speed, 1 step every 2 seconds, weapon, explosive bone blade steel knife, elite, skills, assault armor, plunder. Quick blade, level 3, evolution points, 0 enhancement points, 3 remarkable indeed. Overall attributes have surged threefold. Health has reached an impressive 520 points, and defense stands at 64 points. This significantly enhances his safety while hunting monsters, rendering even the attacks of the skeleton bear ineffective against his defenses. The attack speed has now become 1 strike every 5 seconds. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng discovered an unexpected delight among the various attributes. This evolution did not overwrite his quick blade skill. This means he can still use evolution points to enhance quick blade, allowing for further acceleration. He felt an overwhelming urge to swiftly engage 2 skeleton bears to test his newfound prowess. Yet, he resolutely restrained himself and opted to first examine the utility of the assault armor. Chapter 8, Rare Level Skill, Assault Armor, Active, Level, Rare Overview. Upon activation, for a duration of 10 minutes, the user can transform their weapon form. At the current level, it can morph into the assault bone armor, enveloping the body and enhancing defense, 6, equivalent to 20% of the current weapon's attack power. The next transformation will be into a bow. Requirements: bone powder, a rare level skill, truly formidable. A flicker of joy surged through Jiang Cheng's heart. In the vast wilderness world, both skills and equipment possess levels, and unlike equipment, skills are categorized into 9 distinct ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, rare, legendary, mythical, epic, divine, and supreme. The assault armor, a skill that allows weapon transformation, is indeed a rare one. This is a significant gain. In the game, not only is the drop rate for equipment exceptionally low, but the drop rate for skill books is appallingly minimal. Equipment can drop from minor monsters, yet skill books are only likely to drop from bosses or during certain hidden quests, with an exceedingly low probability. The base value of a rare level skill is likely above several million yuan. Although this was a gift upon evolution, it does not diminish the elation swelling within him. Moreover, the ability to alter weapon forms with assault armor is like adding wings to a tiger for him. He was once hailed as the demon king of the ladder, renowned for sweeping through the ranks of all professions. Before the release of this game, there was another titled Myth, boasting 60% realism and a player base exceeding 5 billion. In the Myth game, unlike the vast wilderness, a player could create multiple characters. It offered 16 professions, allowing one to create up to 16 characters. He devoted 3 years, leveling all 16 to their maximum, achieving the pinnacle of the PvP ladder across all professions in Myth. His accounts bore the surname Jiang, Jiang Beiming, Jiang Beihai, Jiang Beikua, Jiang Beilon, Jiang Beichuan, Jiang Beihuang. Each became a true legend in the era of the Myth game. For him, mastery over any profession's weapon was a given. The rare level skill of assault armor in his hands could potentially unleash the prowess of legendary or even epic level skills. The next level of assault armor allows for the transformation into a bow, which would alleviate his fears of being kited by other players. His movement speed was rather sluggish, making him susceptible to being kited. With a bow in hand, given his archery skills combined with his current strength, while hitting a target at 100 paces might be ambitious, achieving perfect accuracy is certainly within reach. Then he contemplated plunder. The immense surprise from assault armor also sparked his anticipation for plunder. Skill: plunder, passive, level, advanced overview. Upon defeating an enemy unit, there is a 1 chance to seize their skill or talent, which can be upgraded using evolution points. This passive ability is remarkably powerful. A wave of delight washed over Jiang Cheng. Upon witnessing the instantaneous manifestation of this skill, he was inundated with myriad possibilities. By vanquishing his adversary, he could seize their skills and talents. In essence, should he covet the abilities of a particular creature, he could repeatedly slay that type until he acquired the desired skill or talent. For instance, if the skeletal bear possessed the skill of a roar and a talent characterized by resilience, he would relentlessly pursue its demise until he successfully appropriated both the roar and its formidable fortitude. This meant that he could potentially amass an infinite repertoire of skills and talents. Yet, the mere 1 probability proved to be quite disheartening. Nevertheless, he resolved to first test the efficacy of the skill while diligently accruing evolution points. Casting a glance at the visibly discontent Zhang Mengmeng, Jiang Cheng raised his bone knife and delivered a decisive blow. The skeleton is rebelling against its master. With a swift strike, he unleashed 64 points of base attack, augmented by an additional 30 points from the bone steel knife, totaling an impressive 94 attack power. Critical hit: 183. Congratulations, you have slain a skeletal bear, earning 22 experience points and 22 evolution points. With a single stroke, Jiang Cheng obliterated a skeletal bear that had just spawned behind Zhang Mengmeng, reducing its health to 0 in 1 fell swoop. He then maneuvered past Zhang Mengmeng, who was shielding her eyes, and ventured deeper into the menacing bear mountain. Drawing from his extensive gaming experience, he anticipated that such a singular type of creature would likely yield elite monsters. Since he was already present, he felt compelled to eliminate them and potentially acquire some gear to test whether he could equip it. However, throughout his journey thus far, he had not encountered a single piece of equipment. It seemed he would have to rely on first kills. You scare me to death," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, patting her chest as her heart raced. Just moments ago, she had feared that this skeletal creature, upon evolving, would deem her a burden and attempt to eliminate her. Terrified, she had covered her eyes, bracing for the impending doom. To her astonishment, a skeletal bear had spawned behind her. Hey, don't run off. Where are you going? Zhang Mengmeng trailed behind Jiang Cheng, peppering him with questions. Observing him manipulating the skeletal remains and steadily advancing towards the mountain's depths, she sensed that he was bound to execute some breathtaking maneuver. Brother, can we just level up here? Look at you, able to slay skeletal bears with a single strike. How fast would that be for leveling up, right? It's prudent to be cautious, even as a skeleton, don't you think? However, in response to Zhang Mengmeng's incessant chatter, Jiang Cheng remained focused on his quest, continuing to dispatch creatures without acknowledging her. He understood the urgency to strengthen himself for his own safety. After all, he was uncertain if he would be able to resurrect upon death, lacking any stakes in this gamble. With a decisive swing, Jiang Cheng struck down as a skeletal bear rose to its feet, landing a blow directly upon its neck. 267. A critical hit was triggered, compounded by the vulnerability of the neck, resulting in a triple critical strike. With a staggering damage of 267, the skeleton bear's health was utterly obliterated. Successfully acquiring the plunder talent, his maximum health increased by 20 points, alongside a defense boost of 1 point. The advantage of his stature became evident. Previously, at a height of 158 meters, he could only reach the shoulder of the skeleton bear when it stood upright. This prompted him to first sever the bear's legs. And once it collapsed, he would deftly dispatch its neck. However, after his evolution, he grew to a height of 173 meters, allowing him to reach the bear's neck with ease. Now, even without triggering a critical hit or employing a swift strike, his formidable attack of 94 points enabled him to deliver a lethal blow to the 100 health skeleton bear, simply by striking its neck for double damage. Furthermore, to his delight, the passive effect of plunder had indeed activated, proving to be extraordinarily powerful. Chapter 9. Evolutionary Assault Armor and Swift Blade. Although I did not acquire any skills, I successfully plundered a talent, which rewarded me with an astounding 20 health points and 1 point of defense. Players can only enhance their attributes through leveling up or consuming rare treasures that augment their stats. These treasures are exceedingly precious. For instance, a single Hunyuan fruit, which increases defense by just 1 point, costs at least 2 million renminbi and is often unavailable in the market. Such items are only affordable to the affluent. However, I can now directly seize them. It appears I can strategically target certain wild monsters to eliminate, thereby stealing their skills and talents to compensate for my shortcomings. With a resounding clash, my bone blade cleaved through the neck of a skeleton bear. 183. Congratulations on defeating the skeleton bear, earning 22 evolution points and experience. 183. 183. Given Jiang Cheng's current skill and awareness, dispatching the skeleton bear cost him minimal health. He couldn't be bothered to lure them one by one. After all, none could breach his defenses. Regardless of how many skeleton bears there were, he charged straight in. Like slicing through vegetables, he decimated the entire horde of skeleton bears on Bear Mountain. An hour later, congratulations on defeating the skeleton bear, earning 16 evolution points and 16 experience. Congratulations on leveling up, gaining 10 health, 1 attack, and 1 defense. Having ascended 2 levels, he was now at level 9, yet after an hour of slaughter, he had only accumulated 4,000 evolution points. The next level of evolution required 10,000 points, so it was time to hunt an elite and change locations. Upon reaching level 9, the experience and evolution points gained from each skeleton bear diminished to merely 16. Despite his efficiency skyrocketing, the substantial decrease in rewards left him quite displeased. Were it not for the teleportation feature being unavailable and all maps requiring personal traversal, he would have long since asked Zhang Mengmeng to relocate. Observing the elite skeleton bear with a blue name atop the mountain, Jiang Cheng concealed himself behind a massive boulder, preparing to confront the formidable foe. Skeleton bear leader, level 10, elite, health, 3,000 attack, 60 to 100 defense, 30 skills, bear roar, shockwave overview. The elite leader of Bear Mountain, possessing formidable attack prowess. With evolution points being scarce, I decided to prioritize evolving my skills. Although I could potentially outmaneuver and wear down this elite monster with my exceptional awareness, it seemed unnecessary. At the launch of the server, every moment counts. Crushing the competition is the key. I spent 1,000 evolution points to successfully evolve the assault armor, elevating its level to 2. I then expended 300 evolution points to enhance the Swift Blade skill to level 4. Subsequently, I utilized 500 evolution points to advance the Swift Blade skill to level 5. I continued to invest 600 and 800 evolution points, raising the Swift Blade to level 8. Rare skills require a staggering 1,000 points for the first upgrade and 2,000 for the second, tenfold more than the Swift Blade. The bow and arrows were sufficient for his use, prompting him to opt for the Swift Blade technique, which he evolved to level 8, expending a total of 900 evolution points, causing him a slight pang of regret. However, upon observing the evolution effects, he felt it was worth the investment. Assault Armor, Skill Level, Rare Current Level, 2 Skill Effect. Upon use, for 30 minutes, one can transform weapon forms, including skeletal armor and bow and arrows. Usage Effect, 60 of weapon attack power. Requirements, Bone Powder. Swift Blade, Skill Level. Common Current Level, 8 Skill Effect. Upon use, for 80 minutes. Attack speed is increased by 240. With such a staggering attack speed, he estimated his strike rate could reach approximately 1 blow every 0.8 seconds, with the duration extending from 30 minutes to 80 minutes. This was ample. In the vast expanse of the game world, it was not merely the attack speed displayed on the panel that mattered. It also depended on the player's inherent capabilities. For instance, if your panel attack speed is 0.1 seconds per strike, theoretically, you could achieve 10 strikes in a second. Yet, in reality, an average player might only manage 2 strikes in that same interval. Thus, merely stacking attack speed was futile. It had to be complemented by one skill. However, for Jiang Cheng, this was an entirely different matter. Previously, he had shattered world records in the mythical game world, achieving an astounding 13 strikes per second. To this day, no one has surpassed that feat. With the bow and sword weapon, coupled with such a high attack speed, he could execute his forceful battle technique. The forceful battle technique was an innovative PK strategy he had devised, which did not fall under the category of skills, but rather constituted a style of play. It has since been eagerly emulated by many gaming experts, with numerous large gaming clubs adopting this technique as a criterion for evaluating skilled players. Nowadays, one could hardly claim to be an expert without mastering this technique. The essence of the forceful battle technique lies in the ability to abruptly terminate spell casting during close-range combat and swiftly switch to a melee weapon, delivering substantial damage in an instant. For the physical swordsman class, this maneuver was nothing short of divine. Physical swordsmen relied on physical damage, yet many of their skills possessed control effects. While their magical damage might not be formidable, they had stunning capabilities. However, to maintain balance within the game, the spell casting time for physical swordsmen was extended, typically requiring around 2 seconds. This often left players feeling frustrated. In that span of 2 seconds, they could have landed 4 or 5 strikes, so why waste time on skills? Yet, with the forceful battle technique, one could abruptly end spell casting the moment the skill took effect. An interrupted casting would yield no damage, yet the stunning effect would still activate. Through this technique, the combat power of physical swordsmen could be enhanced several-fold. Subsequently, many players adopted this technique, applying it across various classes and furthering its legacy. However, this technique demands an exceptional proficiency in weapon switching, mastery of spellcasting, as well as acute awareness, control, intuition, and decisive execution, elements that are seldom possessed by individuals. It serves as a hallmark of a gaming virtuoso. As the originator of this technique, Jiang Cheng naturally wields it with extraordinary finesse, seamlessly transitioning between various spells and instantly switching weapons, leaving onlookers in awe. First, he must gather bone powder. Jiang Cheng drags the skeletal remains of a bear next to a large stone and begins to grind the bones with a bone knife. A particularly frustrating aspect of the assault armor is that it requires bone powder for activation. Without it, one cannot utilize the armor at all. Thus, he must painstakingly grind the bone powder. Zhang Mengmeng stands nearby, utterly bewildered. "Hey, skeletal big brother, what are you doing? Why the sudden urge to carve bones?" After witnessing Jiang Cheng's terrifying skills and damage output, her address for him has evolved from skeleton and big brother to skeletal big brother. However, she does not quite grasp what Jiang Cheng is doing, only knowing that he intends to defeat the elite skeletal bear. "Skeletal big brother, I recognize your exceptional skills. 1 strike, 1 kill, but we must not let it go to our heads, right? Observing Jiang Cheng's relentless ascent towards the mountaintop, her eyes fixed on the elite skeletal bear. She grows anxious. How about this? I've reached level 9. If I level up just once more, I will return to learn the skills at levels 5 and 10, Undead enhancement and summon skeleton archer. At that point, I can augment your attributes by 30%, and the archers can provide you with support. Shall we then proceed to vanquish the elite boss together? Chapter 10. The first kill of the elite skeleton bear leader. This skeletal gentleman is actually daring enough to challenge an elite creature. Pray tell. Even the most audacious of players would not exhibit such temerity. The current elite monsters possess attributes far superior to those of the players. Take this skeletal bear, for instance. With a health pool of 3,000 and a defense rating of 30, the pitiful 5 points of attack from her summoned skeletons are utterly insufficient to breach its defenses. Moreover, with such formidable attack power, a single strike from the bear would likely incapacitate our skeletal comrade, even if he were to evolve. Unless she were to reach level 10 and acquire the ability to summon skeletal archers, or should Jiang Cheng evolve into a skeletal archer himself, armed with a ranged weapon. It might take her half an hour to kite this elite bear to its demise. However, the thought of Jiang Cheng confronting a level 10 elite creature is rather daunting. She acknowledges that Jiang Cheng's skills surpass those of many renowned players she has encountered. Yet, even the 12 divine beings have not received any system announcements proclaiming their first kill of an elite creature. Could it be that this skeleton truly perceives itself as a formidable adversary? Suddenly, a bone was tossed at her feet, and a fleeting look of confusion crossed Zhang Mengmeng's delicate features. Skeletal brother, what is it that you wish for me to do? Upon hearing her, Jiang Cheng wielded a bone knife and began to grind the bone into powder, demonstrating for Zhang Mengmeng. You want me to assist you? Grind bones. Zhang Mengmeng's fair hands gestured, attempting to confirm her understanding. Jiang Cheng's skull nodded slightly. Oh my! Zhang Mengmeng suddenly leaped up in delight, startling Jiang Cheng, who felt a tremor in his arm, perplexed by her exuberance. You finally deigned to speak with me. Oh, I am so thrilled. Zhang Mengmeng grasped Jiang Cheng's arm, her face alight with joy. Previously, she had harbored doubts about whether Jiang Cheng had merely mutated physically, with his intellect remaining dormant. Thus, she had incessantly chattered at him, hoping to elicit a response. Yet, Jiang Cheng had shown little inclination to acknowledge her, leaving her rather exasperated. Now, witnessing his ability to communicate, she instantly cast aside any lingering displeasure. By nature, she was one who adapted to circumstances and held no grudges. So upon Jiang Cheng instructing her to grind the bone powder, she promptly began to do so with her own necromancer's staff. One end of her staff was quite sharp, suitable for grinding bones. However, she was considerably slower than Jiang Cheng. Skeletal brother, what are you preparing to do with this bone powder? Zhang Mengmeng could not contain her curiosity and inquired as she ground away. Yet, Jiang Cheng could not respond verbally and could only convey through action the significance of the bone powder. In the next moment, Jiang Cheng's bone knife unexpectedly transformed into a skeletal longbow. Immediately thereafter, a portion of the bone powder on the ground morphed into a skeletal arrow, knocked upon his newly formed longbow. In the instant when Zhang Mengmeng's jaw dropped in astonishment, a longbow made of bone was drawn taut, and an arrow was released with a swift whoosh. The arrow, propelled with great force, swiftly traversed the 80 meters separating it from the elite skeletal bear, striking its head with precision. 78. The skill Quick Blade activated, increasing attack speed by 240 for 80 minutes, bringing the firing rate down to 0. 7 seconds. Whoosh. Another arrow was loosed. 78. 78. 52. 52. The bone powder beneath Jiang Cheng's feet diminished visibly. Within a mere 7 seconds, he unleashed 10 arrows in rapid succession, scarcely wasting a moment in reloading. The elite skeletal bear's health plummeted by 600 points in an instant, leaving Zhang Mengmeng utterly astounded. At that moment, the elite skeletal bear remained bewildered, unaware of the source of the arrows, only able to wail in confusion. The distance of 80 meters was well within Jiang Cheng's range of enmity, and with unerring accuracy, he continued to shoot, while converting all bone powder into 20 bone arrows, which he secured at his waist, approaching the bear with each shot. It took the elite skeletal bear 20 seconds to finally detect Jiang Cheng's presence. Erupting into a fit of rage, with a thunderous roar, it slammed its paw into the ground, activating its skill shockwave. Boom. Countless shards of stone erupted into the air. Yet, to Zhang Mengmeng's disbelief, the elite skeletal bear did not rush to attack Jiang Cheng. Instead, it fled. What a fearsome creature this skeletal giant was. Zhang Mengmeng watched as Jiang Cheng nimbly pursued it, bow drawn, her heart racing with astonishment. The skeletal bear had evidently sensed its imminent escape, prompting Jiang Cheng to close the distance beforehand. Such awareness. Zhang Mengmeng felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her, deeply embarrassed. Moments ago, she had questioned Jiang Cheng's sanity for allowing the creature to spin in circles while he approached to shoot. Hadn't he that placed him in peril? Now, she recognized her own folly. Congratulations on defeating the skeletal bear leader, earning 1,000 experience points, and leveling up. System notification. You have slain the level 10 elite skeletal bear leader, becoming the first player among 10 billion in the entire server to defeat a level 10 elite boss. Increasing loot drop rates by 200. System notification. Congratulations on receiving the first kill reward of 10 gold coins. Shall this be announced server-wide? What? It has already fallen? Zhang Mengmeng was still reeling from the shock when she realized the elite skeletal bear had met its end. The first kill, 10 gold coins. This could easily fetch 100,000 yuan. Previously, Zhang Mengmeng had seen a post in the forum where someone was seeking to purchase gold coins, offering an astonishing rate of 10,000 RMB for a single coin. This world is certainly not devoid of wealthy individuals. It is merely her own lack of funds that confines her. During the initial stages of development, financial resources are most scarce. Potions require money. Acquiring gear demands funds. Repairing equipment incurs costs. Learning skills necessitates expenditure, and upgrading those skills is equally costly. Even the recruitment of members for large guilds requires monetary investment, not to mention the everyday expenses for sustenance. In the realm of the Great Wasteland, the drop rate for currency is appallingly low. Following Jiang Cheng, she has witnessed him vanquish at least 200 monsters, yet she has only managed to collect approximately 500 copper coins. With 100 copper equating to 1 silver and 100 silver to 1 gold coin, her earnings are paltry. This is particularly true considering she has benefited from Jiang Cheng's prowess without having to exert herself. The current players, with their limited capabilities, can only be imagined in their destitution. And now, astonishingly, she possesses a staggering fortune of 10 gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 RMB. How could this not fill her with joy? However, she does not intend to sell them for cash. She must reserve these funds to upgrade her necromantic enhancement skills, aiming to significantly bolster Jiang Cheng's strength. At this moment, Jiang Cheng is her trump card. Everything else pales in comparison. Zhang Mengmeng gazes at Jiang Cheng as he collects the spoils of battle, her eyes brimming with admiration. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng is also feeling a flicker of excitement. The elite skeletal bear leader has granted him 1,000 experience points, 1,000 evolution points, and 100 enhancement points. He can now enhance his weapon. Moreover, due to it being a first kill, the drop rate is an impressive 200, leaving a bounty of equipment, coins, and potions strewn across the ground. With the ground shimmering with blue light from the gear, Jiang Cheng suppresses his excitement and strides forward to gather the treasures. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng dashes over, her face alight with exhilaration. Skeleton Big Brother, I just leveled up, and I received 10 gold coins. I can now learn to summon skeletal archers. It's fantastic. By the way, Skeleton Big Brother, should I announce this to the world? Jiang Cheng, slightly at a loss for words, continues to collect his items. However, upon picking up a golden book, he suddenly halts, breathless. What is this? Chapter 11. The Bear's Suit and Mass Killing Skill. Oh, so much blue equipment. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement, yet she refrained from collecting them. The elite skeleton bear leader had been defeated by the skeleton Big Brother, so it was only fitting for him to allocate the spoils. However, why was the skeleton Big Brother holding a book? Is that a skill book? What extraordinary luck. Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face was alight with enthusiasm. Split, skill quality, advanced skill type, passive skill overview. When attacking, 5% of the damage will additionally split onto other enemies within a 1x1 meter radius, ignoring both defense and evasion. The split skill is a formidable tool for mass killings. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy. Though the skill's level was not high, its effect was undeniably potent. The split damage disregards defenses and evasion, making it exceptionally useful for melee combat. If the attack speed is sufficiently rapid, it could easily lead to mass extermination of monsters. While 5% damage may seem modest, unlike the plunder skill, this one can be upgraded using evolution points. If a player were to learn and upgrade it, they would need to consume another split skill book each time, and given the appallingly low drop rate of such books, it would be particularly costly. However, he was not bound by such limitations. He could utilize evolution points. Moreover, this skill imposes no class restrictions, allowing anyone to learn it. In the early game, such skills may seem lackluster, primarily due to their high cost, which most players cannot afford. Yet in the later stages, once upgraded, it would undoubtedly become a powerful asset. The only uncertainty remained. Could he learn it? Will I learn the split skill? Yes. A subtle movement flickered across Jiang Cheng's cheekbone. Learn. The learning of the split skill was successful. After instructing Zhang Mengmeng to collect all the equipment until nothing remained, Jiang Cheng hurriedly checked his attributes. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 10, experience, 510,000, race, skeleton assault guardian health, 630 mana, 330 attack, 75, explosive bone blade steel knife, 30, defense, 70 agility, 30, attack speed, 2. 5 seconds per strike, movement speed, 1 step every 1. 75 seconds, skills, assault armor, 2. Plunder, passive, quick strike, 8. Split, passive, 1. Evolution points, 1003. Enhancement points, 100. Upon reaching level 10, each subsequent attribute increased transformed into 100 points of health, 100 points of mana, 10 points of attack, and 5 points of defense. Compared to the attribute increases before reaching level 10, this was a tenfold enhancement, resulting in a significant overall boost to his attributes. Truly splendid. Once players attain level 10, they are eligible for a job change and may accept related quests. However, it seemed that only a certain naive character had just reached level 10. I wonder if I can change jobs? Where do I go for that? Jiang Cheng pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face. Nevertheless, even if he could not, it was of little concern. His evolution was far superior to a mere job change. First, he would focus on learning skills, and later he would return to rest and recuperate. Having reached level 10, the adorable little creature ought to return for a class change. Upon transitioning to a necromancer at this level, an additional powerful skill, the summon Undead Priest, becomes available. The Undead Priest serves as a supportive summon, its abilities enhancing the attack power and attack speed of the undead, which is immensely beneficial for Jiang Cheng. Furthermore, at level 5, undead players gain Undead Enhancement, and at level 10, they can summon skeleton archers, both of which expedite their leveling process. A return trip is necessary, spending 100 evolution points. He successfully upgraded the skill split to level 2. By expending 200 evolution points, a total of 600 evolution points was utilized, elevating Jiang Cheng's split skill to level 4. Split, skill quality, advanced. Skill type, passive. Skill effect, upon attacking, 9 of damage dealt will split among other enemies within a 1 by 1 meter radius, bypassing defenses and evasion. After reaching level 4, the effect proved significantly more pronounced. Although 9 damage still appears minimal, it offers potential for gradual enhancement. To learn skills, players require not only gold and level prerequisites, but also substantial experience points and skill points. Skills without a class necessitate an additional expenditure of a skill book. In contrast, he merely needs evolution points, rendering the process exceedingly advantageous. Upon completing the skill upgrade, Jiang Cheng reached out to Zhang Mengmeng to inquire about her equipment. Initially taken aback, Zhang Mengmeng had just warmed up the gear and was still caught in a state of excitement, feeling somewhat reluctant. The obsession many gamers have with their equipment rivals that of men's fascination with the female form. Numerous individuals have been known to exhaust their fortunes in pursuit of exceptional gear. Yet, without hesitation, Zhang Mengmeng handed over her equipment to Jiang Cheng, albeit with a trace of grievance evident on her delicate face. When she passed the items to him, she did so cautiously, fearful that Jiang Cheng might damage them, which made him feel a bit bashful. With determination, Jiang Cheng accepted the equipment and began to examine its attributes. Bear Claw Gauntlets, equipment quality, elite equipment requirement, level 10 attack power, 12 critical hit rate. 1. Bear Necklace, equipment quality, elite equipment requirement, Level 10 attack power, 12 critical hit rate. 1. Bear helmet, equipment quality, elite equipment requirement. Level 10 attack power, 2 defense, 10 set effect. Wearing the bear claw gauntlets and bear necklace activates the set effect, granting an additional 20 points to defense. All 3 pieces bore the name bear, forming a 3-piece set. Jiang Cheng felt a stir of excitement within. Moreover, there were no class restrictions associated with this equipment. Such gear is particularly coveted in the early stages, as players begin to transition to their respective classes around level 10. Many items then imposing class requirements. After considerable effort, having finally vanquished the formidable boss and joyfully collected the dropped equipment, one would expect to enhance their prowess. However, the reality was that the items belonged to other classes, rendering them utterly unusable. This was indeed a most frustrating predicament. The bear armor set, in contrast, posed no such concerns, as it could be donned by any class. Yet, for Jiang Cheng, it offered little practical benefit, given its meager attribute bonuses and the crucial fact that he could not utilize it. Although he could display the gear, provided he met the requisite level, it would not activate the equipment's effects. This feature was designed purely for aesthetic purposes in the marketplace, which held no value for him. After momentarily bewildering Zhang Mengmeng, Jiang Cheng began to prepare for enhancement. His recent conquest of the skeleton bear leader had granted him 100 enhancement points, which he would not squander. These points could not only fortify his weapons, but also augment any part of his body, increasing defense, attack speed, and movement speed. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng firmly believed that the strongest defense lies in offense. Thus, he opted to prioritize weapon enhancement, deferring the rest until his weapon was sufficiently upgraded. Shall he expend 100 enhancement points to reinforce the explosive bone blade steel knife? Indeed, enhance. Chapter 12. The ruinous blade of the shattered void. The enhancement was successful. The fractured bone blade steel knife has been upgraded to the ruinous blade of the shattered void. As the system notification echoed, a blood-red luminescence emanated from the bone knife on Jiang Cheng's right arm, where it connected to the bone of his arm. A crimson circle materialized. Subsequently, a slender blood channel extended along the metallic blade, reaching the tip, evoking a sense of dread. Ruinous blade of the shattered void, quality, rare attack, 60-80 critical hit rate, 15 ruin, critical damage 30 shattered void, ignores 10 points of opponent's defense upon attack. Powerful. Upon witnessing this new weapon, Jiang Cheng could not help but express genuine astonishment. Starting from rare-grade equipment, the attributes would randomly enhance certain characteristics. The Shattered Void and Ruin were examples of such attributes. Generally, rare-grade equipment would only possess one characteristic, while legendary grade would have 2, and mythical grade would have 3, and so forth. Yet, his weapon, merely rare grade, boasted 2 characteristics. It appeared that the enhanced items were indeed distinct from ordinary equipment. A thought sparked in Jiang Cheng's mind. With this knife and the splitting skill, his efficiency in monster hunting would at least double. It was time to head to the main city for his class change. Jiang Cheng made his way directly toward the stone forest. He was not returning to the Undead novice village, but rather to Furywind City, as the novice village lacked a class change NPC, rendering a return futile. The stone forest was an essential passage to the vast wasteland world, one of the 108 main cities. Furywind City, the wasteland game world, known as the Second World, operates on a unique time flow where 3 days in-game equate to merely 1 day in reality. Thus, approximately 75% of humanity has flocked to the wasteland game world, with player numbers soaring to over 6 billion, causing servers to be exceedingly congested. The Huaxiao region, being the most populous country in the world, boasts an astounding player count of 1.3 billion, constituting nearly 1/8 of the total. 108 main cities may barely suffice. However, this mattered little to Jiang Cheng. His journey to the stone forest was not only convenient, but also an opportunity for leveling up. The stone forest was home to level 15 stone golems, known for their formidable defense, reaching up to 30 points, akin to the elite skeletal bear leaders, making them quite challenging for average players at level 15, even fully equipped. Nevertheless, the stone golems possessed notably low attack power while providing significant experience, making them an excellent grinding location, provided one could breach their defenses. Evidently, armed with the ruinous blade of the Shattered Void, which boasted a total attack power of 135 and the ability to ignore 10 points of defense, Jiang Cheng was more than capable of slaying them. Dear skeletal brother, Do you no longer desire this equipment? Jiang Cheng paused, nodded, and then, under the astonished gaze of Zhang Mengmeng, continued his descent down the mountain. At that moment, a skeletal bear noticed him. Jiang Cheng swiftly brought his blade down. 556. The neck is a crucial point, inflicting double damage. When a critical hit is triggered, it escalates to triple. With the ruinous trait, critical damage increases by 30%, resulting in a staggering 3 times the damage. Coupled with the rift trait, which shatters armor, it reduces the skeletal bear's 5 points of defense to a -5, activating the Great Wilderness Game mechanism, which intensifies damage by an additional 10% when armor falls below -10. A critical hit of 3 for times dealt an astonishing 556 damage. Truly extraordinary. After vanquishing the skeletal bear, Jiang Cheng continued towards the stone forest to test the effects of fragmentation. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng remained oblivious to the spectacle, lost in the euphoria of acquiring new equipment. Even when she received the notification of the kill, she felt numb. After all, Jiang Cheng's formidable attack was something she had grown accustomed to, effortlessly slaying the skeletal bear with a single strike. She was merely donning the fierce bear set, her body mechanically following Jiang Cheng's lead. By the time she noticed the unusual surroundings, she had already arrived at the stone forest. Observing Jiang Cheng approaching a stone golem, Zhang Mengmeng hastily checked its attributes. Stone golem, level, 15 health, 500 attack, 115 defense, 30 skill, petrifying skin. Summary: a stone golem enveloped in rock, boasting exceptionally high health and defense. Upon defeat, experience and rewards are doubled. What? I can't believe it. Dear skeletal brother, what brings you here? This stone golem has such high defense, we cannot possibly harm it. Clang. Before Zhang Mengmeng could finish her sentence, Jiang Cheng had already charged at the stone golem, delivering a decisive blow. 230. Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 13. The power of split skills. 230 damage. My goodness. This stone golem possesses a defense of 30. How could this be? Oh, dear skeleton brother, are you truly defying the heavens? Must you strike me so harshly? My face aches. Zhang Mengmeng, as if awakening from a dream, wore an expression of utter disbelief. With her keen eyes, she noticed that the blade in Jiang Cheng's hand had transformed. It was blood-red, profound, and chilling, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Previously donned in her fierce bear armor, feeling somewhat complacent, she suddenly felt dejected. I am still the same useless person as before, with not a shred of change. Time has merely augmented my experience as a failure. High attack, elevated critical hit rate, formidable defense, and the ability to switch to bows. My heavens. Skeleton brother, what other capabilities do you possess that I am unaware of? Zhang Mengmeng gazed curiously at Jiang Cheng's slender silhouette. Clang, clang, clang. 117. 75. 45. Huh, what is happening? The damage has suddenly diminished, and the recoil from the blade has intensified, causing Jiang Cheng's arm to tingle. He swiftly discerned the issue. The stone golem's exterior had darkened. As if it were clad in a garment, its hardness augmented. Each strike no longer sent stone debris flying. Instead, sparks erupted with every blow. Petrified skin? A double defense? Remembering the stone golem's skill, Jiang Cheng suddenly comprehended. This skill is quite impressive. Perhaps I could seize it for my own use. 85. With a decisive slash, a critical hit, and the health bar reduced to 0, the stone golem was slain, rewarding him with 100 experience points and 100 evolution points, along with an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points for defeating it at a higher level. The experience from a single stone golem is 150 points, 5 times that of the skeletal bear. Moreover, it dropped a piece of basic equipment. White long boots, quality, ordinary level, 15 defense, 5 description, standard boots, nothing extraordinary. Indeed, double the experience and double the drop rate. This leveling up is truly exhilarating. However, that petrified skin is somewhat troublesome. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Cheng bent down to pick up the equipment and tossed it to Zhang Mengmeng. He did not continue to engage more monsters, but instead stood still, pondering for a moment. The petrified skin is a passive skill, activated only when the stone golem's health drops to a certain level. If I lure a few more, once I trigger their petrified skin, I can shift my focus to another, exploiting the split passive skill to disregard defense, combined with the shatter ability, which reduces defense by 10 points. allowing for greater damage than standard attacks. Having formed a plan, Jiang Cheng shook his body, producing a crackling sound, and slowly approached the dazed Zhang Mengmeng. After gesturing with his hands, he left her bewildered. Skeleton brother, what exactly do you want me to do? Zhang Mengmeng shrank her neck, her expression one of confusion, waiting for him to speak. Jiang Cheng sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness towards Zhang Mengmeng. This silly girl, undeniably beautiful and pleasing to the eye, with her flowing hair, large eyes, and delicate face, long legs, slender waist, and curvaceous figure, was lacking in intellect. His gestures were quite explicit, instructing her to drag the corpse of a skeletal bear for bone powder. He required it to lure monsters with his bow and arrows. With his expressive ability, any human should be able to comprehend his meaning. It could only be said that Zhang Mengmeng was somewhat peculiar. Forgive me, dear skeletal brother. Am I being too foolish and hindering your efforts? Zhang Mengmeng pouted, crossing her arms with a look of guilt and grievance. Jiang Cheng shrugged his shoulders and sighed once more. It seemed that in order to level up swiftly and escape the identity of a skeleton to return to reality, the communication barrier needed to be addressed. Furthermore, her skills required refinement. She needed guidance, as she was quite inexperienced. Returning to the Bear Mountain, Jiang Cheng dispatched several skeletal bears, dragging their corpses back and discarding them beside Zhang Mengmeng. It was only then that she reacted, commencing her logistical tasks. Bone powder. Oh dear, as the top player on the leaderboard, am I only suited to assist a skeleton in crafting bone powder? She jested. Yet a hint of relief graced her features. She feared being a burden, incapable of contributing and hindering Jiang Cheng's progress. Now that she had a task to perform, preventing her from feeling utterly useless, she was elated. In her eyes, being able to assist the skeletal brother in creating bone powder was a matter of great honor. However, what was the skeletal brother planning to do? She had observed Jiang Cheng defeating monsters earlier, though his efficiency was rather slow. The stone golems possessed high defense and substantial health, more than double that of other monsters of the same level, and when they reached half health, they would unleash a petrifying skill. Although the experience gained was substantial, the time expenditure was excessive. In truth, opting for different monsters would undoubtedly yield greater efficiency. Perhaps the skeletal brother deemed the stone golem's damage negligible and a non-threat to her, while also providing her with equipment. Zhang Mengmeng glanced at her white boots, a smile of happiness blooming on her face. The skeletal brother was indeed very kind. He would rather expend some time to equip her. She diligently worked on the bones in her hands, mused that if her demeanor were a touch warmer, it would be splendid. Clang, clang. In the distance, the stone forest erupted with a shower of stone shards. Jiang Cheng had already lured 4 stone golems, bravely enduring their assaults while vigorously striking back. With each strike, damage values floated above the heads of the 4 stone golems. -115, -15, -15, -15. Clang. -257, -30, -30, -30. A critical hit was triggered, and the damage surged, activating the petrifying skin of the stone golem before him. In an instant, Jiang Cheng encountered another stone golem, striking down with a blade. The petrified skin proved utterly ineffective against the passive skill of splitting. As he reduced the health of yet another golem to half and activated the petrified skin, he switched to attack a different stone golem. After cycling through a round, the first stone golem had perished. With a resounding thud, the golem was slain, bestowing upon him 100 experience points and 100 evolution points, along with an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points for achieving a higher level kill. Sustaining 3 hits, Jiang Cheng felt his bone knife shatter. He activated the assault armor, transforming it into a skeletal longbow, and aimed it at a nearby stone golem. Debris exploded from the golem's head as it approached Jiang Cheng in pain. Drawing the attention of 4 golems, he prepared for another assault. In that moment, his efficiency had tripled compared to before. Zhang Mengmeng watched in astonishment, bewildered by this unexpected strategy. Forgive me. I was merely being overly sentimental. It turns out the skeletal brother had long had a plan in mind. It was never about equipping me. Chapter 14, The Sword God. Xiechang Kong, the dark forest renowned as one of the 12 divine gods. The sword god Xiechang Kong sat upon a colossal black rock, engrossed in a video from days gone by. Surrounding him were dozens of elite players, who, instead of hastily pursuing advancement, chose to patiently linger by his side. It seemed that their ascent in the game paled in comparison to the presence of Jiang Cheng. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil. The surrounding monsters had been eradicated by a cadre of skilled players, leaving only the sounds of combat emanating from the video before Jiang Cheng. The great wilderness gaming world, often dubbed the Second World, was not merely a whimsical title. Within this realm, players could engage not only in leveling up and battling for equipment, but also partake in various entertainment mechanisms designed for life-oriented gamers. Watching videos was one such activity, albeit one that required a fee for access. However, for someone of Jiang Cheng's stature, such expenses were negligible. The video showcased a once popular game, Myth, featuring a formidable swordsman undertaking an ultimate challenge against the Dark Overlord. The swordsman's maneuvers were astoundingly precise, his footwork captivating, and his techniques hailed as textbook examples, strategies that had never been attempted by the billions of players worldwide. Single-handedly, he engaged the Dark Overlord. The video spanned an impressive 140 minutes, during which the swordsman sustained only a single instance of damage, incurred from the Overlord's unavoidable ultimate skill. Beyond that, he emerged unscathed, conquering the Dark Overlord alone, a feat once deemed impossible until he shattered such disbelief. As the video concluded, Jiang Cheng let out a wistful sigh, lost in contemplation. At that moment, a middle-aged player cloaked in a black robe approached him, observing that Jiang Cheng had finished watching the video. "Young master, you have viewed this video countless times, have you not? His battle techniques, forceful strike, sky connecting, void flash, annihilation tornado, divine shadow step. 14 divine skills. Have you not mastered them already?" Jiang Cheng, fiddling with the elite-grade longsword in his hands, wore a look of melancholy. He sighed softly. "Yes, I have learned them. However, I can never reach his level. Take his instant kill 12 swords. He has transcended the speed of 13 swords per second, while I have yet to surpass 11. These techniques remain intrinsically his, forever marked by his essence, perfectly suited to him." The middle-aged player's expression shifted earnestly. "Young master, do you aspire to break free from his constraints? To create your own divine techniques?" Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng replied, "It is not that simple. His acclaim as the eternal god is not solely due to his ability to forge unique techniques. I merely lament that I could not engage him in battle. I once fervently studied his skills. From the age of 15, I devoted 5 entire years to mastering all of his remarkable skills. On the day I turned 20, I finally succeeded. From that moment forth, I embarked on a fervent quest to trace his whereabouts. I held on to the hope of finding him, healing his wounds, and, on the day of his recovery, engaging in a friendly spar with him. To my dismay, the news I received was not of his revival, but rather of his demise." A hint of sorrow flickered in Jiang Cheng's eyes. He then shook his head with a wry smile, accepting the truth. Once a life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. My current adversaries are the other deities. Turning to the middle-aged player, he inquired, "Uncle Long, have you found any trace of the adorable little Meng?" "Not yet," came the reply, "but I have heard some superficial rumors suggesting that it may not be a prominent deity's alternate identity, but rather that of a novice undead player." "A novice player?" Jiang Cheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "With no assistance?" "Absolutely none," the middle-aged player affirmed with certainty. "How intriguing. If Xia Dongli were to learn that he enlisted the aid of 30 experts to level up, only to be outpaced by a beginner, would he not be infuriated to the point of spitting blood?" Jiang Cheng remarked with a faint smile. Chapter 15. A New Evolutionary Direction, the Stone Forest. At this moment, Jiang Cheng was taking a respite in the Stone Forest, allowing for the cooldown of his skills. The Quick Blade skill had a mere 80 minutes of duration, while the Assault Armor lasted only 30 minutes. Once the Assault Armor had expired, he relied on maneuvering and luring monsters to achieve his kills. This method, while effective, proved slightly less efficient than utilizing a bow to entice foes. Unfortunately, the cooldown period for both the Assault Armor and Quick Blade was 2 hours. Rest was imperative. Moreover, he had already cleared and refreshed the Stone Forest 3 times. The ground was strewn with the corpses of stone golems, and no monsters remained. Thankfully, after over an hour of relentless combat, combined with the waiting time for respawns, he had managed to defeat an average of 1 stone golem every 6 seconds, yielding substantial rewards. Experience gained totaled 130,000. The same was true for evolution points. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 14. Experience 31. 588 40 000. Race. Skeletal Assault Guard Health. 1. 0 30 Magic. 730 Attack. 115. Boneblade Steel Knife of Ruination 60. Defense. 90 Agility. 30. Attack Speed. 2. 5 seconds per strike. Movement Speed. 1 step every 1. 75 seconds. Skills. Assault Armor. 2. Plunder. Passive. Quick Blade. 8. Split. Passive. 4. Evolution Points. 131. 588. Enhancement Points. 0. He had leveled up 4 times. With health and magic each increasing by 400, attack by 40 points, and defense by 20 points. Other attributes remained relatively unchanged, and regretfully, he had not acquired the Petrified Skin skill. Throughout this endeavor, he had not paused his evolution until the cooldown of Quick Blade was complete, and the Stone Forest was devoid of monsters. With 130,000 evolution points at his disposal, he was now poised for evolution. Each evolution brought with it a sense of anticipation. The allure of the unknown was always captivating. The exhilarating sensation of growing stronger was undeniably addictive. Once again, he ventured to the Fierce Bear Mountain to slay a few skeletal bears, handing them to the dazed Zhang Mengmeng. Jiang Cheng gestured before her. This time, Zhang Mengmeng finally comprehended his intent. With eyes filled with utmost admiration, she tirelessly ground the bone powder. The bone powder could be stored in Zhang Mengmeng's inventory, whereas Jiang Cheng lacked such a feature and thus had to use it as he went, making her assistance invaluable. I require evolution. This time, it may take a while. Please summon a few skeletons to guard. Jiang Cheng indicated with a series of hand gestures. I understand, she replied, though internally she felt a surge of exasperation, questioning her own comprehension. Do I truly understand? Well, it seems I do not. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the fair visage of Zhang Mengmeng, yet fearing that Jiang Cheng might perceive her as inept, she could only acquiesce. Jiang Cheng sighed in resignation. He could certainly discern that this naive girl had not truly comprehended, but was merely anxious about his reproach, which compelled her to comply hastily. Thus, he gestured once more, taking the staff from Zhang Mengmeng's hands, mimicking her movements to summon the skeletal warriors. He opened and closed his jaw, raised the staff in his right hand, and performed the summoning gesture. Upon completing this sequence, Jiang Cheng shrugged and inquired if she understood. Oh, I see. Skeleton Big Brother. You want me to summon the skeletons to assist me in bone carving, right? Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face brightened with joy, eager to seize Jiang Cheng's staff and commence the summoning. However, sensing a slight disquiet in Jiang Cheng's expression, she hesitated, withdrawing her small head and gazing at him cautiously. Jiang Cheng, on the other hand, could only press his forehead, inwardly lamenting the difficulties he faced. Returning the staff to Zhang Mengmeng, he instructed her to summon the skeletons, subsequently retreating into a cave nestled within a stone peak. He guided her meticulously, positioning the skeletons in a fan shape within the cavern before initiating the evolution process. Remarkably, it took Zhang Mengmeng 10 minutes to grasp this modest technique. Upon completion, her petite face radiated astonishment, as if to exclaim, "Is there such a skill for summoners?" To this, Jiang Cheng could only respond with exasperation. His caution stemmed from the fact that he had encountered several undead players battling monsters in the Bear Mountain. Unlike wild monsters, players do not remain fixed in one location. Although their levels may be low, some intrepid individuals often venture into the Stone Forest in search of fortune. Evolution must not be interrupted. Prudence is paramount. This evolution required 10,000 evolution points, targeting the Skeletal Assault Captain or the Skeletal Lance Captain, with a hidden evolutionary direction towards the Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain. Chapter 16. The evolution of the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. Given the existence of a concealed evolutionary path, Jiang Cheng was certainly not one to let the opportunity slip away. After all, it represented a double portion of evolution points. With his current tally standing at 130,000, the additional 20,000 was of no concern. Upon successfully selecting the hidden evolutionary direction, the system prompted him. This evolution requires 30,000 evolution points. Will you proceed? Threefold. A tremor flickered at the corner of Jiang Cheng's mouth. Would the next evolution yield quadruple points? If the system maintained its usual patterns, the subsequent evolution would demand 100,000 evolution points. translating to a staggering 400,000 for a fourfold return. Indeed, the system was far from innocent. All were unscrupulous merchants, deserving of execution. However, he mused, evolution points were earned precisely for expenditure. Congratulations, you have spent 30,000 evolution points to evolve into the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. The evolution will take 10 minutes. Commencing evolution now. After the system's announcement, Jiang Cheng succumbed to a deep slumber, the blue flames in his eyes gradually extinguishing. He was enveloped in a crimson haze. Meanwhile, Zhang Mengmeng stood at the cave entrance, peering through the gaps of the skeleton, observing Jiang Cheng's actions. As she witnessed Jiang Cheng's transformation into a blood-soaked figure, realization dawned upon her. My goodness, the big brother skeleton has evolved again. No wonder she had been summoned to guard him. With a newfound comprehension, Zhang Mengmeng set down her staff, resting her chin on her palm, her curiosity intensifying as she gazed at Jiang Cheng. What manner of being was this big brother skeleton? His combat techniques were seasoned and composed, as if ingrained in his very bones. His awareness and reflexes were remarkably acute. Each time she observed Jiang Cheng's peculiar movements, she assumed he was merely floundering. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered that every maneuver he executed yielded unexpectedly advantageous outcomes. It was well known that skeletons moved at a sluggish pace. After striking an enemy, evading retaliation from wild creatures was a formidable challenge. Yet, Jiang Cheng's erratic steps consistently allowed him to deftly evade the attacks of rock creatures, leaving them momentarily bewildered and sustaining minimal damage. Had it not been for his skeletal form, which limited his potential, perhaps his skills would be even more formidable, capable of dispatching 4 rock creatures without sustaining a scratch. Zhang Mengmeng felt an odd familiarity with his footwork. Suddenly, she recalled a divine technique pioneered by her idol, the shadow step. A method of movement that allowed one to remain ever elusive, striking with precision while maneuvering to obscure the enemy's line of sight. This technique, she had only witnessed her idol employ in videos. In the game, her own abilities were far from sufficient to encounter such a legendary figure. Yet, the way the big brother skeleton utilized this technique seemed to diverge from her idol's execution, leaving her uncertain as to whether this was indeed the shadow step. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that Jiang Cheng was no ordinary individual. A flicker of hope sparked within her. Could she possibly learn such a skill? However, after a fleeting moment, she shook her head once more. Her classmate, Zhang Haoming, was renowned at school as a formidable player, yet after years of indulging in games, he had only managed to grasp a meager level of skill, which he could employ only on rare occasions. Never mind. As she pondered, her consciousness suddenly plunged into darkness. It was over. Zhang Mengmeng's heart raced. That notification sound meant the helmet had lost power. It was the end. The end. My skeletal big brother. After removing the helmet, Zhang Mengmeng immediately let out a piercing scream. Landlady, help. What are you shouting about? The dilapidated security door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged woman, plump and ample. Have you paid the rent? What about the utilities? Aye. Zhang Mengmeng instantly wilted. Gurgle, her stomach suddenly rumbled. At that moment, she realized that not only was she starving in the game, but it seemed she hadn't eaten in reality for quite some time. I've cut off the water and electricity. You can settle those after you pay the rent. Bang! The door slammed shut, and the figure of the hefty landlady vanished from the room, leaving Zhang Mengmeng feeling despondent. She held no grievances. Although the landlady's tone was harsh and she appeared intimidating, in truth, she was quite kind-hearted and often lent her a helping hand. After some contemplation, she decided to call her best friend to borrow some money. Picking up her battered phone, which had served her for over 5 years, she endured several freezes and unbearable lag before finally connecting the call. Hello, Xiang, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? What are you doing? Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks flushed crimson. And nothing much, just tell me what you need. Rest assured, you know me. I am extremely nice. I would never refuse anyone. I certainly know you're a good person. After all, you are my best friend. So, here's the thing I want to borrow. Beep, beep, beep. The call abruptly ended. Zhang Mengmeng. After a long pause, a scream erupted from her bedroom. Damn you, Xiang. I'll never speak to you again. This is it. Zhang Mengmeng, fuming with indignation, glared wide-eyed, nearly choking on her rage. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach protested again in hunger. Zhang Mengmeng felt utterly desolate. Ding dong. Mobile 10086 reminds you that your account has a debt of 30 yuan and has activated a suspension service. Please pay within 24 hours to avoid unnecessary communication issues. Given your frequent defaults, we are offering you a special promotion. Recharge 50 and receive an additional 30. Available only once, so don't miss out. Zhang Mengmeng. Oh my, this is so difficult. Am I short just 30 yuan? I'm actually lacking 50. Zhang Mengmeng pouted, her expression one of displeasure. Yet she found herself with no viable solutions. Return to that house. She was unwilling. Did she sell the equipment from the game? She felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Jiang Cheng. After all her possessions were earned through their joint efforts. Selling them would betray Jiang Cheng's trust. Moreover, the power was out. What should she do? Zhang Mengmeng was filled with frustration. Drip, tap, tap, tap. The only appliance in her bedroom, an old fan, suddenly made a sputtering noise, and the electricity was restored. Today was the final day. If she failed to pay the rent, that wretched girl would be thrown out. Outside her bedroom door, the landlord's angry voice echoed, reminding her to join for dinner later, as there were leftovers aplenty. Despite the landlord's harsh tone, warmth filled Zhang Mengmeng's heart, and a radiant smile graced her face. Indeed, the landlord was tough on the outside but soft on the inside. It seemed she needed to consult with her skeletal companion, or else. A fleeting shadow crossed Zhang Mengmeng's face. After rushing to the sink and gulping down some tap water, she donned the gaming helmet she had scavenged from a flea market and entered the virtual realm. At this moment, within the game, barely half a minute had passed, and Jiang Cheng remained unresponsive. However, she noticed that her character's various life indicators, including hunger and thirst levels, had risen alarmingly high, triggering alarms. In fact, 3 hours prior, she had been on the brink. Her helmet was a second-hand artifact. Unlike others that came with essential supplies, she had come across some water sources on her journey, but fearing it would delay Jiang Cheng, she held her silence. She did not understand why Jiang Cheng was so fervently battling monsters. All she knew was that she could not allow him to perceive her as a burden. So she persevered until now. At this moment, overwhelmed by hunger, the alarm blared, activating the dizziness mechanism, granting a 20-minute offline recovery period. Zhang Mengmeng fainted before Jiang Cheng. 9 minutes later, in the hollow sockets of Jiang Cheng's skull, 2 blue flames suddenly transformed into a crimson hue, igniting with fervor. The entire skeletal frame morphed into a bloody shade, exuding a scarlet aura. Evolution was a success. Chapter 17, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. Crimson 7 kills. Congratulations on evolving into the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. You have acquired the Blood Soldier of the Skeleton Captain. It has been detected that you already possess the Bone Blade Steel Knife of the Annihilation Rift, which is now upgraded to the Blood Prison Soldier of the Annihilation Rift. You have gained the skills of the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, and Crimson 7 kills. Your health and mana have increased by 500, while your attack and defense have risen by 50 points, and your strength and agility have also been augmented by 50 points. After the system prompt, blood-red flames suddenly surged from the hollow sockets of Jiang Cheng's eyes, their hue becoming even more vibrant than before. His vision began to shift, revealing the surrounding black hole scene before him. After confirming there was no danger, he meticulously examined the changes in his own body. His entire skeletal structure had transformed from a dark gray to a blood-red hue, as if he had just crawled out of a mountain of corpses, evoking a sense of dread. Upon closer inspection, there were faint, barely perceptible blood flames clinging to the surface of his skeleton. Sharp bone spurs had sprouted at various joints of his limbs. In his hand, the bone blade steel knife had morphed from a metallic sheen to a blood-colored bone knife. The blade emanated a chilling aura, and like his skeletal frame, it was also adorned with wisps of blood flames. Moreover, on his shoulder bones, there appeared a crimson cloak. This cloak was not a true cloak in the conventional sense. It seemed to have grown from his very skeleton, becoming a part of his body. Jiang Cheng was unsure of its purpose. Experimentally, he gave the cloak a slight flick, and instantly, the blood prison soldier in his hand vanished. With another shake of the cloak, a weapon enveloped in blood flames reappeared in his grasp. This cloak was, astonishingly, a sheath. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy. Such a sheath was indeed unexpected, It was unlikely anyone would anticipate a cloak to serve such a purpose. If he were to suddenly draw a weapon from the cloak, it would surely catch others off guard, making it difficult for them to react in time. He pondered whether he could also store bone arrows within it. Acting on impulse, he picked up a bone arrow from the ground and placed it inside. As anticipated, the arrow truly disappeared from his hand. This was a remarkable convenience. Previously, when utilizing the assault armor, the inability to carry bone powder on his person made using bow and arrow forms quite troublesome. He had to meticulously convert bone powder into bone arrows in advance, affixing them to his ribs, with a maximum capacity of only 20. Each time he did so, it felt as if his skeleton were being pierced by a myriad of arrows, which was rather comical. A little adorable creature had stifled laughter on several occasions because of this. Now, this issue had been flawlessly resolved. He then turned his attention back to his attributes. Name, Jiang Cheng. Level, 14. Experience, 31, 588 40 000. Race, Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton. Captain. Health, 1, 530 Magic, 1. 230 Attack, 165, Strength Enhanced Attack, 50, Blood Abyss Soldier of Ruin, 90, Defense, 140 Strength, 50, Increases attack by 50, Agility, 80, Attack Speed, 2, 5 seconds per strike. Movement Speed, 1 step every 5 seconds. Active Skills, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 1, Assault Armor, 2, Quick Blade, 8, Passive Skills, Crimson 7 Kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Split, 4, Evolution Points, 101, 588 Enhancement Points, 0, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Skill Quality, Rare Skill Effect, upon activation, for 30 minutes. Increases attack power by 30 and attack speed by 30. Crimson 7 Kills, Skill Quality, Rare Skill Effect, Passive Effect with a 5 chance to trigger a lethal effect. Stealing 0, one of the target's current total health. Overall attributes surpass those of a level 14 player equipped with a full set of legendary profession gear by approximately 5-fold. Additionally, possessing 2 rare skills is remarkable. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy within his heart. With such attributes, he undoubtedly stands leagues ahead of the first-place player among his peers. Coupled with an impressive array of skills, it is nothing short of extraordinary. The 2 rare skills are exceedingly potent. Although the enhancements from Bloodthirsty Frenzy are modest, their effects can be compounded with Quick Blade and can be evolved using evolution points. Crimson 7 Kills, however, is a formidable skill for defeating bosses. True bosses possess health that exceeds elite monsters by at least 10-fold, and even with high attack power, it takes considerable time to vanquish them. In his past encounters with the ultimate boss, despite ranking 10th in the server for attack power, it took him over 2 hours to secure victory. Yet with Crimson 7 Kills, this time can be drastically reduced to 1 hour, though seemingly a mere 0.1. The health of ultimate bosses is measured in the hundreds of millions. When facing such a foe, a successful trigger of Crimson 7 Kills could translate into a staggering 100 billion health points lost in a single strike. Furthermore, there are various special bosses such as dungeon bosses, guild bosses, challenge bosses, and world bosses, all boasting health in the hundreds of millions. While the skill may appear insignificant in the early stages, it will undoubtedly serve as a supreme weapon in the later game. Jiang Cheng then turned his attention to the attributes of the Blood Abyss Soldier. Chapter 18 here. Has someone been cleared out? How could this be possible? Blood Prison of the Ruined Sky Soldier. Quality, Rare Attack Power, 90190 Critical Hit Rate, 15 Ruin, Critical Damage 30 Split Sky, ignores 10 points of opponent's armor when attacking. Blood Prison, triggers tearing damage upon attack, inflicting a bleeding status that reduces 20 health per second for 60 seconds, with a chance to cause severe injury. Reducing the opponent's movement speed by 20. The damage increased by 30 points, adding a feature of Blood Prison. Jiang Cheng, upon reading this, felt a stir within him. This bleeding effect is remarkably potent in the early stages, causing a loss of 1200 health in a minute, surpassing the total health of many wild monsters at this stage. Most importantly, the severe injury status can diminish movement speed. Excellent. Let us begin to enhance the skill. Jiang Cheng gazed at the remaining evolution points, preparing to commence skill evolution. However, he sensed something amiss. Each time he completed an evolution, the little adorable creature would excitedly circle around him, yet this time, there was no reaction. Jiang Cheng felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. Upon rising, Jiang Cheng finally realized that this silly little creature had actually fainted. With his extensive gaming experience, he immediately thought of the stun mechanism. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief, observing the little creature's cracked lips and pale complexion. Jiang Cheng understood that it had been a while since she last replenished her hunger and thirst. The fact that she had reached a state of fainting indicated that she had been quite hungry for 4 hours. Yet she remained silent and diligently ground bone powder for him. He couldn't help but admire her endurance. She must also be a stubborn individual. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng crouched down and lifted her gently. The little creature's body was incredibly soft, resting in his arms, her cascading hair flowing over his hands, her complexion devoid of color. Jiang Cheng did not linger, directly placing her in the stone cave, allowing the skeleton to continue its watch, and set off to find water and food for her. However, just as he departed, a group of 5 players appeared amidst the rocky forest. A player wielding a massive iron sword led the way, followed by 4 female undead players draped in spectral robes, all strikingly beautiful. At this moment, the 4 undead players gazed at the swordsman with unwavering admiration, for this player was a substitute member of the Mountain River Club. The Mountain River Club is one of the top 10 gaming clubs in the Dragon Kingdom. Within the club resides one of the 12 deities, known as the Fist Sect Zhunshanha, ranked 7th among the top clubs. The swordsman, nicknamed Swallowing the World, had been fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple by the Fist Sect 3 months ago due to his remarkable talent. Thus, these 4 undead female players held immense reverence for Swallowing the World. A deity, to be taken as a disciple by the Fist Sect, must be extraordinarily fortunate, right? Fortunate? At this remark, Swallowing the World reined in his proud smile, inwardly cursing vehemently. Fortunate my foot. Those who can be referred to as the 12 divine beings are certainly not ordinary individuals. For the past 3 months, he has been living in a veritable hell. With daily training sessions exceeding 18 hours, he has devoted 3 entire months to mastering a single step. Each day within the mythical realm, he has accompanied a wild creature. Enduring a frustratingly stagnant perspective, he was on the verge of nausea. It was not until 3 months had elapsed that his master, a grandmaster of boxing, revealed to him that what he had been learning was the shadow step. What? He was actually learning the shadow step of the fallen deity, the great demon King Jiang. In that moment, he fainted from sheer elation. However, upon awakening, he found himself beset by 3 wild creatures. His boxing master informed him that after 3 months, he hadn't even breached the threshold of mastery. At that point, he felt a deep despair. To truly master the shadow step, he would have to confront 100 rapid stingers, enduring their stings without faltering even once in the span of an hour. Could this possibly be humanly achievable? He was utterly devastated. Had it not been for the early launch of the Great Wilderness game, he might have required an additional 2 to 3 years of training to achieve any semblance of success. Yet, upon entering the game, he discovered that the effort of those 3 months had not been in vain. Merely showcasing a fraction of his skill elicited a response from the 4 maidens akin to having received an adrenaline rush, proclaiming him a deity. Upon learning he was a disciple of the boxing sect, they revered him as a true god. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. By the way, great deity, what brings us to this stone forest? Dark Fragrance Guild's undead player, Dark Fragrance Yuan, gazed around the stone forest in confusion. I brought you here to level up. Of course. My master informed me that there exists a creature known as the Stone Man. During the initial testing phase, this was where he leveled up. And one must possess over 60 points of attack to venture here. Qi Tunshin proudly declared, striding confidently deeper into the stone forest. Wow, the boxing sect's great deity even participated in the internal testing? The gazes of the 4 maidens brimmed with admiration. Indeed, I recall my master mentioning that he encountered a peerless master here and engaged in a fierce battle. Peerless master? Could it be one of the other 12 divine beings? Great deity, please regale us with the details of that encounter. We adore hearing such tales of divine gossip. Dark Fragrance, Shuaing, eagerly tugged at Qi Tunshin, her excitement palpable. The others joined in, bombarding Qi Tunshin with questions, leaving him quite pleased. However, Dark Fragrance Yuan stood upon a pile of rubble, furrowing her brow in hesitation. Great deity, it seems there are no creatures here? That cannot be. My master would never deceive me. Qi Tunshin's gaze shifted from dark fragrance Shuang's figure to the stone forest. Suddenly, he was struck dumb. Oh no! This place has been cleared? How could this be possible? Chapter 19. Battling the blood skeleton. A sudden chill swept through the air, ruffling the hair of Chituan Tiantian. Gazing at the desolate stone forest, he noticed the 4 undead maidens were caught in the wind, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. Well, this might be a game bug, he chuckled, desperately wanting to conceal the truth. Yet, deep down, he understood all too well that in the vast expanse of this game, bugs were an impossibility. The current situation could only imply that another player had cleared this area. His master had once informed him that the stone forest respawned approximately 258 monsters every half hour. The 12 divine beings were exceptionally skilled. Even without mechanical calculations, they could accurately estimate data, and thus he had no reason to doubt his master's words. This meant that the player responsible must have eliminated all 258 monsters within a mere half hour to produce such a scenario. On average, that's roughly 1 every 56 seconds. Goodness, even with my master's current equipment, such a feat seems unattainable, Chituan Tiantian thought, his mind reeling in disbelief. Could it be that the god of levels, Xia Dongli, had arrived? He shook his head, dismissing the notion. Xia Dongli had chosen the mage profession, and this location was far too distant from the mage's novice village for him to venture here. He was likely engaged with a large guild, perhaps returning for supplies. If they returned, he would invoke his master's name to assert some authority. Resolute, Chituan Tiantian addressed the 4 maidens. This area must be monopolized by a dominant guild. Let us wait here. My master holds some prestige within the domination guild. After a brief pause, he continued, if they arrive, I will mention my master's name and request they grant us a space to level up. Upon hearing this, the 4 maidens gasped in astonishment. Wow, great deity. You are incredible. The Domination Guild ranks among the top 20 in the nation. Their leader is a scion of the esteemed Lu Group, a company worth billions. You truly are remarkable, knowing the leader of such a prestigious guild. Chituan Tiantian grinned broadly. Need I say more? Just consider who my master is, one of the 12 divine beings of the entire online gaming realm. Then let us wait here. I am eager to see what the legendary Domination Guild looks like, murmured Anxiang Shuang, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. The group began to rest in place, anticipating the respawn of the stone golems. A minute later, Anxiang Shuang accidentally stumbled upon numerous scattered skeleton frames within a stone cave. Instantly, a thought sparked within her. In the great wilderness game, countless hidden relics existed, and within them, treasures awaited. Divine artifacts, rare materials, skill books, pet eggs, and even hidden bosses could be concealed within. Driven by curiosity, she ventured into the dark cavern, unnoticed by the others. Ah, there stands a young lady, and my goodness, her beauty is simply breathtaking. Through the light streaming in from outside, and Xiang Shu-ing first glimpses a petite figure, exquisitely contoured and possessing a remarkable silhouette that momentarily makes her feel inadequate. Upon catching sight of the young lady's delicate, rosy visage, she finds herself at a loss for words. Even as a woman herself, she feels a flutter of admiration. Could she be a fallen NPC? In the vast wilderness of this game, to preserve the player's immersion, the mechanism displaying health bars and player names has been abolished, emphasizing realism above all. Only when in a team, guild, or among friends can one choose to reveal their name and health status. Thus, and Xiang Shu-ing remains unaware that this charming young lady is none other than the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. Upon observing the girl's enchanting features and graceful form, her initial thought is that she must surely be an NPC. After all, how could a woman of such extraordinary beauty exist in reality? Is she deceased? And Xiang Shu-ing gently prods the young lady, scrutinizing her closely. Wow, does she emit a blue glow? This must be elite equipment. Gazing at the bare-headed helmet glowing above the young lady's head, and Xiang Shu-ing's heart skips a beat. After a careful examination, she is even more astonished. This NPC is adorned with a complete set of gear. The helmet, gauntlets, necklace, boots, and belt, aside from the weapon and clothing being basic, all are of high level. Although only 3 pieces are blue, the design resembles a cohesive ensemble. This NPC is extravagantly equipped. Suddenly, a thought flashes through her mind. If she were to strip this equipment away, Selling it for hundreds of thousands would be effortless, wouldn't it? Even if she chose not to sell, she could don the gear herself, take a photograph, and post it on the forum, likely inciting envy and jealousy among a multitude of players. It's worth noting that since the server opened, she has invested 10 hours of gameplay without even catching a glimpse of decent gear, still wielding her initial staff and robe. Most players, aside from a handful of guild elites, find themselves in similar circumstances. Even a level 5 whiteboard gauntlet has been listed for 5,000 RMB, illustrating the scarcity of quality items. It's clear that this equipment is worth far more than mere hundreds of thousands. Alas, why can't I strip it off? And Xiang Shuing attempts to do so, but discovers it is utterly impossible, leaving her perplexed. Just then, a sudden chorus of excited voices erupts from outside the cave. Master, monsters are spawning. Come quick. Why is there only a skeletal figure with bloodied hues? The group finds themselves disappointed as they do not encounter the players from the Dominance Guild as anticipated. Meanwhile, at a distance under the stone peak, a skeleton ablaze with crimson flames approaches them. Chapter 20. What just happened? Shuang, where have you been? Hurry out. The monsters have spawned. Anxiang Yuan's voice startled Anxiang Shuang. Glancing at the equipment adorning the adorable little Meng, a twinge of reluctance flickered in her gaze. However, in order to protect this secret, she resolved to find an excuse after the monsters were cleared, sneaking away on her own. She quickly emerged from the cave, only to encounter Anxiang Yuan, who had been searching for her. What are you doing here? Nothing. I was just taking a break. Anxiang Shuang's face flushed with embarrassment. Hurry over. A particularly handsome blood skeleton has spawned over there. The Great Master suspects it might be a hidden boss, and we need to cooperate with him. A hidden boss? Anxiang Shuang's brow furrowed, her heart racing with urgency. This place was indeed extraordinary, boasting relics and hidden bosses alike. Upon arriving in front of the stone peak with Anxiang Yuan, Anxiang Shuang immediately laid eyes on the hidden boss they had mentioned. Cold, profound, and bloodthirsty. This was Anxiang Shuang's first impression of Jiang Cheng. The hollow, blood-red eyes blazed with a fierce fire, and its skeletal form appeared as though it had just emerged from a blood pool, striking terror in the hearts of onlookers. At its joints, inverted bone spikes glimmered with a chilling blood light, and a blood-colored cloak billowed behind it, swirling in the wind and transforming into phantoms of crimson shadows. Wow, why do I think this hidden boss is so striking? Anxiang Shuang couldn't help but exclaim. Do you think so too? Anxiang Yuan cast her a curious glance. You too? The two exchanged looks, each detecting a hint of admiration in the other's eyes. But why does it hold a bamboo tube and some fruit? Perhaps it's a peculiar quirk of the hidden boss. Returning to the team, Qitu and Tianxia felt a surge of joy. With 4 necromancers and this high-level swordsman boasting an attack of 60 points, they were confident they could defeat the blood skeleton. Each of you summoned 10 skeleton soldiers. I will direct you. Form 9 at a time and surround it to draw aggro, leaving the remaining positions for me to deal damage. Due to game mechanics, a humanoid unit could only be surrounded by 10 humanoid units. Hence, Qitu and Tianxia planned to employ a rotating strategy to whittle down Jiang Cheng's health. The hidden boss can drop skill books and rare equipment. Stay alert. Buyer, you summon first, followed by Yenner, Shuang, and Yuan. Stagger the timing. We cannot allow the skeletons to vanish simultaneously, or it will heal. As Qitu and Tianxia commanded, he edged closer to Jiang Cheng. Wow, the Great Master knows so much. No wonder he is a disciple of the Fist sect. I had no idea there were such techniques for summoning skeletons. If it drops skill books and rare equipment, wow, that could be a windfall. Following the Great Master truly feels fortuitous. Shadow Binger and Yenner conversed, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Oh, that blood skeleton seems to be approaching us. Dark Xiang, inherently cautious and more observant than her companions, had been closely monitoring the blood skeleton since the moment Qi Tun Tianxia had taken command. Approaching? That cannot be, typically. Even a hidden boss has its own territory and does not venture beyond its designated range. Just as Qi Tun Tianxia spoke, Jiang Cheng had traversed the distance from 500 meters away to a mere 50 meters in the blink of an eye, while he was deeply engrossed in strategizing. Suddenly, Qi Tun Shan he felt a stinging heat flush across his face. At this stage, even a formidable hidden boss cannot possibly possess an activity range of over 500 meters. Noting the slight skepticism in the gazes of the women, Chi Tun Tian Xia's expression soured. Do not mind me. Binger, summon your minions. Understood, Shadow Binger replied obediently. Although Chi Tun Tian Xia had misjudged once more, the girls harbored unwavering confidence in him, as he was a disciple of a great master. Lord of the Undead, through the bond of summoning, grant me the power of the Undead. As Jiang Cheng drew within 40 meters of them, Shadow Binger raised her staff, causing the ground to tremble as 10 skeletal remains emerged. Gradually, they were drawn together by an unseen force, forming 10 rudimentary skeleton soldiers. Binger, let the skeletons engage the boss while I distract him. All right, Shadow Binger chirped playfully, a hint of pride gracing her features. She commanded the skeletons to amble toward Jiang Cheng, her heart brimming with anticipation. For any gamer, the prospect of encountering a boss was a thrilling affair. Bosses represented coveted equipment, skill books, gold coins, a sense of achievement, or even a direct correlation to real money. Additionally, there were the envious gazes of friends and classmates. So much could be gained from such encounters. The exhilarating thrill of stealthily defeating a boss only to unveil a legendary item was an indescribable source of accomplishment. The women, being ordinary people, were no exception to this excitement. Moreover, this was a hidden boss with a higher drop rate than the average. Spread out in a fan shape, maintain a 90-degree angle, and leave a space for me, Chi Tun Tian Xia instructed, sword in hand, as they drew closer. At this moment, he and the 10 skeletons were a mere 10 meters from Jiang Cheng. Calculating the distance in his mind, Chi Tun Tian Xia was poised to encircle Jiang Cheng. This type of skeleton boss evidently lacked area of effect skills, so he had no fear of sustaining damage. 9 meters. 8 meters. 1 meter. Surround him. With a commanding shout, Chi Tun Tian Xia quickly repositioned himself. The massive iron sword in his grasp had been waiting in readiness, prepared to strike down as soon as the first skeleton drew the boss's ire. But in the next instant, as the bloodied skeleton brandished its cloak, a crimson-hued bone dagger struck down upon the first skeletal soldier. Minus 1054. Minus 128. Minus 128. Minus 128. 10 vivid crimson damage notifications erupted instantaneously. Bang, 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 bang. In a fleeting moment, before the bloodied skeleton, 9 skeletal soldiers, each with a mere 100 points of health, simultaneously succumbed to 0 health, emitting a cacophony of sounds. The ground was strewn with shattered bones. Chi Tun Tian Xia, possessing a level 10 status and a health pool of 235, was fortunate to have not been directly hit. He had merely been caught in the ripple effect and thus survived. Yet, he found himself momentarily stunned. What in the world was that damage? Once he regained his composure, instinctively he began to retreat, his pace faltering. The swordsman's basic skill, Gale Step, activated, enhancing his movement speed by 50%. In the blink of an eye, he demonstrated the essential qualities of a skilled player, a missed strike and a swift retreat. However, before he could take 2 steps, he realized that the bloodied skeleton had already anticipated his escape route, positioning itself directly in his path. Subsequently, a dazzling flash of blood-red light streaked past, searing into his eyes, causing him to instinctively close them. Minus 485. Under the astonished gazes of the women nearby, Chi Tun Tian Xia was obliterated into light. At the Mountain River Club, an 18-year-old youth abruptly awoke from a luxurious nutrient pod, rising with a start to remove his helmet. On his handsome visage, a look of incredulity spread across his features. What had just transpired? That move? Could it be? Chapter 21. Skills reach maximum level. Triggering unknown evolution directions, the tone of QTNTN, she was tinged with uncertainty, for the situation was indeed rather astonishing. The Divine Shadow Blade Flash was an unequivocal divine technique. The Great Wilderness represented an upgraded version of mythology within the game. The algorithm for light and shadow reflection effects was extraordinarily complex, deviating significantly from reality. One could scarcely perceive the weapon's reflection. Relying solely on instinct for judgment, this mechanism was instituted to prevent the chaotic interplay of equipment light and shadow effects from disrupting player perception. When illuminated, a weapon radiates billions of scattered points, unable to converge. Yet there exists one singular focal point that shines with exceptional brilliance. Should this focal point strike the human eye, it would instinctively cause the individual to shut their eyes. In a static scenario, one could experiment and discern the location of this blade's focal point after a period of contemplation. However, to harness this focal point to incapacitate an opponent's vision amidst the tumult of combat required an extraordinary level of mastery, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary expert. Among the 100 billion players in the game, it was estimated that fewer than 100 could truly master the blade flash. The reason it was deemed a divine skill lay in its potential to leverage the weapon's reflective properties to blind an adversary instantaneously during PvP encounters. In the Duel of Masters, a mere moment of blindness could determine the victor or vanquished. The fusion of blade flash with the vanishing perspective of the divine shadow step rendered the experience akin to battling a specter, where one could scarcely grasp the presence of their opponent. All that was visible were swirling lights and shadows. Before one could even engage, they might find themselves defeated, truly a superlative divine skill. Thus, one might ponder, how could a mere skeleton wield the divine shadow blade flash? QTNTN, she felt a surge of frustration, utterly bewildered by the circumstances. Moreover, how could this skeleton possess such formidable attack power? Coupled with a range-splitting effect, the memory of Jiang Cheng effortlessly dispatching 10 skeletal warriors with over 1,000 points of damage, leading to the demise of all other skeletons, sent a chill down QTNTN's spine. Was it not absurd to encounter a level 15 wilderness area harboring a level 50 hidden boss? Once again, he had misjudged the situation, feeling utterly humiliated. No, this bizarre occurrence necessitated notifying my master. Upon slaying the player QTNTN, a plundering effect was triggered, acquiring the skill Gale Step. Jiang Cheng felt a spark of realization. He had not anticipated that defeating a player could also activate the plundering effect. This was an unexpected delight. It appeared that while killing players did not yield evolution points, it could indeed allow for the acquisition of skills. This introduced an intriguing prospect. Potentially, one could rely on player kills to assemble an extreme skill array. In the game, to maintain balance among players, many potent skills could not be learned concurrently. Within the mage class, there existed 4 control skills, making it the profession with the most control abilities in the great wilderness. He, perhaps, could plunder all control skills from every class, achieving the legendary effect of incapacitating foes to the point of death, or seize all summoning abilities, calling forth a legion of minions. The thought alone is terrifying. Various extreme skill combinations began to coalesce in Jiang Cheng's mind, planting a seed of ambition within him. Wind Step, skill quality, ordinary current level, 1 skill effect, consumes 50 mana, increases movement speed by 8, lasts for 30 seconds, cooldown time of 60 seconds. This skill of the swordsman is somewhat lackluster. Wind Step is a skill accessible to swordsman players before their job advancement, yet post-advancement, it becomes rather insignificant. However, for someone capable of evolution like him, perhaps leveling it to 10 might hold some merit. After effortlessly dispatching 4 dazed undead maidens, Jiang Cheng, slightly regretting his inability to acquire the skeleton summoning skill, approached a cute little creature. He poured water from a bamboo tube into her pallid lips. Subsequently, he began upgrading his skills while waiting for her to awaken. Congratulations. You have spent 100 evolution points, successfully upgraded Wind Step to level 2. Congratulations. You have spent 200 evolution points. Congratulations. You have spent 1,000 evolution points, successfully upgraded Wind Step to level 10, triggering a breakthrough evolution. The direction of skill enhancement is unknown, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 100 reinforcement points to proceed. Breakthrough evolution? Skills can actually be enhanced? Jiang Cheng's heart leaped with joy. Ordinary skills max out at level 10, legendary skills at level 20, and supreme skills can reach level 30. Given this scenario, he could potentially enhance indefinitely. Yet, breakthroughs necessitate reinforcement points. It seems he must venture forth to earn those. Feeling slightly anxious, he allocated his remaining evolution points to upgrade all skills that could still be enhanced to their maximum potential. At level 10, Wind Step's movement speed increased from 8 to 80. The Quick Blade skill, at level 10, surged from 240 to 300 attack speed. The Split skill's effect rose from 9 to 15. Assault armor was upgraded to level 3, granting him an additional weapon, the spear. Bloodthirsty Frenzy was enhanced to level 6, escalating its attack and attack speed from 30 to 90. Thus, he still had 17 250 evolution points remaining. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng began to stir awake. She appeared somewhat bewildered, first glancing at her disheveled attire, then casting a dubious look at Jiang Cheng, who stood guard at the cave entrance. Could this skeletal big brother have? Zhang Mengmeng's face flushed slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing her awaken, Jiang Cheng raised his arm, which emitted a series of clicks, signaling her to follow him in slaying monsters and testing his latest skills. Chapter 22, The Hidden Boss. Dear Skeleton Brother. As Jiang Cheng was about to leave, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly grew anxious. She found herself in a dire predicament, and if she did not devise a solution soon, she would likely face ruin. There was no time to discuss the game. Upon hearing her, Jiang Cheng paused his steps and turned back to await her request. That is, could I possibly sell some gold? I haven't eaten for a day. I just want to sell one. Zhang Mengmeng extended a finger in front of Jiang Cheng, pouting as she spoke. Just one, please. Is that acceptable? After uttering these words, she averted her gaze, afraid of Jiang Cheng's potential rejection. Sell gold? Jiang Cheng cast her a surprised glance. With her breathtaking beauty, exquisite features, and alluring figure, such a girl would undoubtedly be considered a goddess in reality, pursued by countless admirers. How could she be so impoverished as to resort to selling gold? This situation was indeed somewhat difficult to articulate. Noticing her timid demeanor, peeking at him yet not daring to meet his gaze, Jiang Cheng found it amusing and could only nod in agreement. Instantly, Zhang Mengmeng leaped up in delight, planting a kiss on Jiang Cheng's skeletal face, exclaiming, "Yay, you're the best, dear skeleton brother." Jiang Cheng was left speechless. This girl must be a bit. His cheekbones tingled from her touch, leaving him rather bemused. Never mind, fortifying himself was of utmost importance. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng realized something was amiss, her face flushing a deep crimson. What did I just do? That seemed to be someone's first kiss. My first kiss was given to the skeleton brother. Zhang Mengmeng stood frozen in place, her pretty face a mask of confusion. Did I really just kiss a skeleton? Wouldn't he think I am particularly frivolous, would he? Oh dear, why am I having such strange thoughts? He is merely a character in the game. We cannot be together, can we? Oh dear, what am I even thinking? Isn't my idol the formidable Jiang? What am I doing right now? Zhang Mengmeng's heart was in turmoil, feeling somewhat guilty towards her idol. And now she couldn't even bear to look at Jiang Cheng. Gurgle. At that moment, her stomach audibly reminded her of its presence. Ultimately, her hunger overcame her modesty, and Zhang Mengmeng hurried to log into the forum, preparing to find someone to sell her gold to. Suddenly, 3 stone golems appeared around Jiang Cheng. With a flourish of his cloak, the blood-prisoned soldier materialized in his right hand, and with a swift strike, a resounding explosion echoed. With an attack power of 305, a critical hit was triggered, penetrating armor by 10 points. And a 30 critical damage bonus manifested as a blood-red number above the golem's head. 570. The stone golem, with 500 health points, did not even activate its petrified skin and was instantly reduced to nothing more than countless fragments scattered across the ground. Upon vanquishing the stone golem, one is rewarded with 80 experience points and evolution points. Furthermore, by defeating a higher-level foe, an additional 20 experience points and evolution points are acquired. The damage inflicted is sufficient to trigger a critical hit, capable of annihilating the target instantly. In contrast to the previous necessity of alternating attacks, he now finds it entirely feasible to abandon the former strategy. He can simply charge forward without hesitation. With a decisive strike of -295, Jiang Cheng swiftly slashed at another golem. Although this blow did not trigger a critical hit, it nonetheless activated the golem's petrifying skin. Concurrently, the blood prison effect from the blood prison soldier was unleashed, causing damage indicators of -20, -20 to appear above the golem's head. The tearing effect of the blood prison inflicts status damage, which bypasses defense and skill calculations, unless the target possesses tearing resistance. Otherwise, no reduction applies. This effect endures for 60 seconds, dealing 20 damage per second, culminating in a total of 1200 damage, while the stone golem possesses only 500 health. There was no need for him to wait for the petrifying skin to dissipate. With a single slash, he could simply await the influx of experience and evolution points. Thus, Jiang Cheng took a decisive step forward, delivering a strike to each stone golem he encountered. With his skill, he was adept enough to strike once and advance a step, rendering the golems unable to perceive him. Consequently, 5 minutes later, all 258 freshly spawned stone golems succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Jiang Cheng's blood prison effect. Upon slaying the stone golems, he accrued 80 experience points and evolution points, alongside an additional 20 experience points and evolution points for defeating higher-level foes. His level ascended to 15, with health and magic increasing by 100 points, attack by 10 points, and defense by 5 points. Countless notifications of experience gains echoed in Jiang Cheng's mind. Occasionally, simultaneous notifications of 30 stone golems meeting their demise would appear. After dispatching this wave, he reached level 15, amassing 25,800 evolution points, totaling 36,000 evolution points. However, his other skills had yet to be tested, as the stone golems were no longer present. With 25 minutes remaining until the next wave would spawn, Jiang Cheng found himself lacking the patience to wait. Meanwhile, as Zhang Mengmeng sold her gold for 30,000 coins, joyfully paying her rent to the landlady and enjoying a meal at her place, she logged back in, only to be utterly bewildered. Am I level 15? What on earth? It's only been the time it takes to have a meal. Brother Skeleton, what have you done? This is faster than a rocket. Jiang Cheng, observing her astonished expression, found it rather amusing. Just as he was about to take her to battle a boss, a colossal stone golem suddenly spawned in the monster stone forest. Mountain moving troll, level 20, hidden boss, health 150,000 attack, 300 to 500 defense, 50 to 100 skills, grievance, mountain stomp, rock throw. Overview. The hidden boss of the monster stone forest, said to have been a herb-gathering youth who, after inadvertently falling into a petrifying pool, transformed into a stone demon, harboring animosity towards humankind, with a drop rate of 200. The enhancement points have been secured. After observing the attributes of the hidden boss, Jiang Cheng smiled faintly, thinking it would also be an excellent opportunity to practice his new weapons and skills. He extended his hand towards the dazed Zhang Mengmeng, requesting some bone powder. Chapter 23. Seizing the opportunity to strike hidden bosses in the vast wilderness are exceedingly rare. Not only are they scarce, but they also possess specific storylines and have a chance to drop the coveted transfer scrolls for hidden classes. In this desolate expanse, hidden classes are few and singular in nature. Thus, hidden bosses are undoubtedly the most formidable adversaries that one cannot afford to overlook. Without further contemplation, Jiang Cheng sprang into action. Other players, upon witnessing the formidable health, attack, and defense stats, would likely hesitate in trepidation. However, with his current skills and attributes, he was capable of unleashing a tenth of his former glory, rendering him fully capable of facing this challenge alone. As the adorably naive Zhang Mengmeng handed him the bone powder, Jiang Cheng activated his strong assault armor, allowing him to switch weapons freely for 30 minutes. Bloodthirsty Frenzy heightened his attack and attack speed by an impressive 90. With the Quick Blade skill, his attack speed surged by 300. The Gale Step skill further enhanced his movement speed by 80. With all active skills engaged, Jiang Cheng's attack speed increased to an astounding 390, delivering a strike every 0.3 seconds. His movement speed escalated from 1.75 seconds per step to 1.4 seconds, while his attack power soared by 90, reaching an impressive 579. While the vast majority of players boast mere dozens of attack points, he had already achieved 579. As Jiang Cheng approached the stone giant, the creature, towering at 30 meters, sensed his presence early on. The colossal being seized a stone peak with both hands, forcefully wrenching it free and scattering debris across the ground. The stone forest was the giant's domain, replete with stone formations, providing ample ammunition for its devastating projectile abilities. Raising the sharp peak high above its head, the stone giant hurled it towards the approaching Jiang Cheng amidst Zhang Mengmeng's startled cries. Whoosh! The stone, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtled towards Jiang Cheng, covering the distance of 100 meters in an instant. Be careful, big brother. Zhang Mengmeng gasped, her heart racing. Should the stone giant's attack connect, the skeletal figure would surely be obliterated on the spot. Thud! The sharp stone crashed down, creating a massive crater in the ground. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Mengmeng, who had anticipated Jiang Cheng's demise, was astounded to witness a crimson figure emerge, his cloak billowing as he wielded a blood-red spear that whistled through the air. Boom! Countless scattered fragments were sent flying by his spinning spear, disintegrating into a fine dust that rained down like stone confetti. Zhang Mengmeng, breathless and shaken, patted her chest, collapsing to the ground. Roar! The stone giant, infuriated by the ineffectiveness of its assault, took a step back, its powerful hands once more straining against the stone peak behind it. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng deftly sidestepped the massive boulder, his body already closing in on the stone giant. As the stone giant moved a massive boulder, Jiang Cheng found himself a mere 20 meters away from it. Weapon switch. Bow and arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a firing speed of 0.3 seconds, Jiang Cheng unleashed 3 bone arrows in a single second, striking the stone giant's head, heart, and abdomen, causing 3 clouds of debris to erupt. 1,737, 527, 1,054, 20. The blood hell effect activated, inflicting a deduction of 20 health points per second. After the initial 3 probing arrows, Jiang Cheng discerned the vital points. The head and heart were crucial, while the abdomen was less significant. However, the stone giant towered at 30 meters, making it impossible to reach the vital areas with melee weapons. As Jiang Cheng deftly maneuvered to the left, he continued to fire arrows at the heart of the stone giant, rapidly analyzing the situation. To slay the stone giant with arrows alone, he would require at least 150 arrows. Clearly, he was lacking, and melee combat would be inevitable. 1,054, 1,739, 1,746. Damage numbers erupted above the stone giant's head, and within 10 seconds, 30 arrows struck the same spot on its heart, reducing its health by a staggering 33,585. In an instant, a fifth of its health vanished. Zhang Mengmeng, watching from a distance with her heart racing, covered her mouth in disbelief. The skeletal elder brother had grown stronger. It was utterly terrifying. Was this truly a hidden boss? Before the skeletal elder brother, it seemed akin to a mere minion. Roar! The stone giant, feeling the pain, finally uprooted a small stone peak, channeling all its might to hurl it at Jiang Cheng. This time, it was determined to eliminate this wretched foe. Faced with the incoming boulder, Jiang Cheng smiled inwardly, remaining unfazed. His bow continued to unleash a barrage of bone arrows, forming a relentless stream aimed at the stone giant. Just as the massive stone approached him within 3 inches, he sidestepped to the left. At the moment the last arrow was loosed, his longbow transformed into a blood-red spear, lightly pressing against one edge of the boulder. As the immense force surged through his hands, one of the 14 divine techniques, the force-borrowing flash kill, was activated, utilizing the incoming force before it fully enveloped him. He deftly retreated to the left, evading the damage. The instant he moved out of the boulder's harm, boom, the blood-red spear in his grasp spun, sending fragments of the ground flying. He had harnessed a portion of the boulder's force, propelling himself 10 steps away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bow and spear switched. 3 more arrows were released. 1,776, 1,110, 1,117. At this moment, the stone giant was left with 90,000 health points. Meanwhile, 2 unexpected guests had arrived in the stone forest. A man with a buzz cut, adorned with golden gauntlets, stood behind Zhang Mengmeng, accompanied by a female swordsman wielding a formidable greatsword. He scrutinized Jiang Cheng with a discerning gaze. Today marks the Dragon Boat Festival. May everyone enjoy a joyous celebration. Chapter 24. The first kill of the hidden boss master. The hidden boss. The female swordsman exclaimed, her gaze shimmering with excitement. The hidden boss is a remarkable feature of the Great Wilderness game. Each hidden boss is accompanied by a unique storyline. Upon defeat, they not only drop precious items such as equipment and skill books, but also have a chance to yield class change quest books and an array of bizarre items. Thus, upon encountering the stone giant, the female swordsman felt a surge of exhilaration. Yet the man before her remained unperturbed. "It's not mine," he replied in an utterly calm tone, his eyes devoid of excitement or fervor. Instead, he was intently observing a blood skeleton, lost in thought. The female swordsman fell silent, but as a realization dawned on her, the thrill on her face swiftly dissipated. She obediently positioned herself behind the man, no longer daring to mention the hidden boss. Forceful tactics? Leveraging momentum for a swift kill? Shadow step? The man mused, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched Jiang Cheng, his fists clenched tightly in anticipation. The battle between Jiang Cheng and the stone giant had intensified, with the latter's health plummeting to half under the overwhelming damage dealt by Jiang Cheng's arrows. However, Jiang Cheng keenly sensed a presence nearby. As a skeleton, he had developed a heightened sensitivity to living beings. Yet, merely sensing was insufficient, for the man was still 300 meters away. His awareness stemmed from the absolute intuition cultivated during his time as a god-tier player. Someone was watching him. Using the boulders hurled by the stone giant to retreat a dozen steps, Jiang Cheng turned back, locking eyes with the figure 300 meters away. The man had a clean-cut hairstyle, golden gauntlets, and a muscular physique that exuded a fierce aura, instantly captivating anyone who laid eyes upon him. Even the strikingly beautiful female swordsman behind him paled in comparison to the fiery crimson flames that danced in Jiang Cheng's gaze, fixated solely on this individual. This was the essence of a peerless master. A smile crept across Jiang Cheng's face as he recognized the newcomer, allowing his tension to ease. Transforming his bow into a weapon of blood, he unleashed his assault on the stone giant. With a resounding thud, the blade, the preeminent weapon among all arms, struck down heavily. The blood-red arc of the blade glimmered as it severed through the air, dealing -507 damage. In the same fluid motion, he had already maneuvered to the rear of the stone giant, delivering another strike. -507. Positioned behind the stone giant, he struck once more. -507. The stone giant roared in fury, yet it failed to perceive the agile figure evading its grasp, spinning in place as it bellowed in confusion. The hidden boss possessed a modicum of intelligence, not merely a mindless creature adhering to game mechanics, yet the unfolding events transcended its understanding. It remained oblivious to the unfolding events, acutely aware only of the relentless pain beneath its feet. Enraged, it could only roar incessantly. The thunderous voice of the stone-throwing giant echoed, clear enough for a man and a woman, 300 meters away, to hear distinctly. "Master, why is this blood skeleton?" "Do not inquire, just observe." The man raised his hand. "Oh." The female swordsman promptly fell silent, though her heart brimmed with astonishment. She simply could not fathom how a blood skeleton could possess skills superior to her own, honed over 5 arduous years. It was utterly outrageous. Had the game designers lost their senses to create such a formidable boss? Were they not satisfied with the challenges faced by players? This was simply outrageous. Was this a manifestation of the grotesque twists of human nature, or a decline in morality? The cacophony of the battle between Jiang Cheng and the stone-throwing giant was too pronounced to escape the notice of the surrounding players. Whispers began to circulate, and players flocked toward the rocky forest. Leading the charge was the president of the Dominance Guild, who arrived with 100 or so followers. "President, this is the place. I just heard a girl from the Dark Fragrance Guild mention a hidden boss here, a blood skeleton, incredibly powerful." "I have heard it," Dominance responded, his attention drawn to the distant rumble. "First, let's secure the perimeter. We shall claim this venue." "Understood." A veteran player from the Dominance Guild was filled with elation. This was the first hidden boss discovered in the entire server. Whoever claimed it would gain immense prestige. A server-wide announcement would elevate the guild's reputation significantly. With increased fame for the guild, its members would naturally enjoy greater privileges. "Have you heard? Everyone, stay alert and clear the area." "Wait." Dominance suddenly changed his expression, as he seemed to recognize a familiar figure. "What is wrong? What is happening, President? How should I know?" Perhaps he encountered an acquaintance? An acquaintance? Several leading players exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Dominance approach a man and a woman hiding behind the stone peaks, their confusion deepening. In truth, Dominance himself felt a twinge of unease. He had not anticipated encountering this individual here. Punch. Dominance was interrupted as the man in golden gauntlets spoke. "Kindly escort the unrelated players away." The man in the golden gauntlets suddenly turned, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Instantly, Dominance felt a shiver run through him. A fleeting struggle flickered across his face, but after a moment's deliberation, he made his decision. He instructed his subordinate, Xiao Tian, clear the surrounding players. The veteran players of the Dominance Guild remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. Why is the usually domineering president so respectful in front of the man adorned with golden gauntlets? Did a single statement render their president speechless? They even sensed a hint of trepidation emanating from him. As they speculated in their minds, they executed the command to dominate the world, driving away the nearby players who had come to witness the spectacle, all the while grumbling about that man. Who on earth is he? And who is battling the boss inside? They are engaged in combat while we, the dominators of the World Guild, are left to guard? This individual is astonishingly impressive. Boom. 1176. Another strike landed, triggering a critical hit. At this moment, the battering troll was reduced to a mere 10,003 health points, less than 1/10 of its full strength. Jiang Cheng had managed to bring this hidden boss to such a state in under a minute and a half. Zhang Mengmeng, 100 meters away, was filled with exhilaration, her heart racing wildly. It's about to explode. Perhaps in less than 20 seconds, the Skeleton Brother will vanquish it. The Skeleton Brother is nothing short of divine, capable of single-handedly taking down a hidden boss. He is simply too formidable. Zhang Mengmeng's hands trembled with excitement. However, what puzzled her was the utter absence of players despite the commotion. Although she considered herself only a semi-experienced player, she understood that players typically flock to such events. With so much happening, it was inexplicable that they wouldn't rush over. It was truly strange. Confusion was etched across Zhang Mengmeng's delicate features. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the hidden boss, the battering troll. You have gained 20,000 experience points and received a first kill reward of 20 gold coins. As the first player in the entire server to slay a hidden boss, would you like to announce it server-wide? Chapter 25. The Evolving Skeleton Warhorse with a resounding crash. The colossal stone troll collapsed to the ground, sending a myriad of fragments scattering in all directions. Subsequently, an array of items emanating a green glow alongside 3 blue glimmers lay strewn across the earth. Equipment, silver coins, special items, and potions blanketed the ground, presenting a dazzling spectacle. Congratulations on vanquishing the stone troll. You have gained 20,000 experience points, 20,000 evolution points, and 400 enhancement points. Only 400 enhancement points? Upon witnessing the meager tally of enhancement points after defeating the stone troll, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. It appeared that acquiring enhancement points was significantly more challenging than earning evolution points. A level 20 hidden boss yielded merely 400 enhancement points. One could only surmise that other bosses were likely more impoverished. Let me inspect the spoils. Perhaps there is something of use. Jiang Cheng, with a body creaking like a rusty hinge, began to rummage through the debris, disregarding the equipment as it was beyond his current capacity. It was the skill books he yearned for most. With a 200 drop rate, Jiang Cheng was uncertain about what precisely had dropped. However, he soon noticed an intriguing object in the upper right corner and hastened toward it to collect it. You have picked up the Skeleton Warhorse Token 1. A Skeleton Warhorse Token? Jiang Cheng gazed at the white token resting in his skeletal hand, a flicker of interest igniting within him. Skeleton Warhorse Token Quality, Common Level, 1 Special Item, a token that can summon a skeleton warhorse. Reciting the incantation allows the summoning of a single skeleton warhorse. Usable only once. What a worthless item, Jiang Cheng mused. He recalled encountering similar summoning tokens during the beta test, albeit with different designs. The game boasted a plethora of peculiar summoning tokens, including those for mythical beasts such as dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, giants, tree spirits, and fairies. Yet, he understood well that the creatures summoned by such tokens possessed exceedingly poor attributes, dying at the slightest touch, rendering them mere decorative trinkets. Typically, they served to impress other players in town. However, their value was considerable, as no player could resist the allure of showing off. Yet to rely on summoned creatures for combat was tantamount to inviting disaster. Only those with an excess of wealth would entertain such fanciful notions. Could it be evolved? Jiang Cheng suddenly pondered this question. 6-pointed ghost pattern of the Underworld, sea of bones, heed my command, and descend from the abyss. Gazing intently at the inscription on the token, Jiang Cheng recited the incantation in his mind. As he uttered the spell, a skeleton warhorse, fully composed of bones, gradually arose from the infinite sea of bones within the Underworld. Soon after, a formation materialized beneath its 4 sturdy hooves. With a whoosh, before Jiang Cheng stood a skeletal warhorse, its entire form a chilling white, with remarkably robust legs, clearly indicating that it had once been a magnificent steed in life. However, the attributes are rather difficult to articulate. Skeletal steed, quality, ordinary, health, 1 defense, 0 movement speed, 10 overview, a decorative skeletal steed, which cannot be revived after death. Truly subpar, Jiang Cheng mused. Evolution requires 10,000 evolution points. Shall it be evolved? Jiang Cheng, curious, decided to experiment and was pleasantly surprised to find it indeed feasible. Since that was the case, he was unperturbed by the acquisition of multiple steeds. The speed of the horses far surpassed that of the players, especially when galloping. Having a horse provided him with an additional means of survival. Furthermore, weapons such as spears and sabers wielded while mounted granted speed bonuses, resulting in explosive damage calculated based on velocity after a charge. The disparity between knights with and without steeds was monumental. Although he effortlessly dispatched the hidden boss, it was merely the onset of the game, and a level 20 hidden boss was hardly a challenge. Moreover, the stone-throwing troll's sluggishness made the encounter trivial. Many bosses, however, were not only exceedingly swift but also possessed damage ranges that were inescapable, with invulnerability, instant kills, immunity to crowd control, and other formidable talents that rendered them particularly daunting. He was still a considerable distance from invincibility. Bosses would drop enhancement points, and it was inevitable that he would have to contend with various bosses in the future. With but 1 life to spare, he could not afford to gamble. Thus, even the slightest increase in strength mattered immensely. The evolution points were no longer obtainable. Spending 10,000 evolution points, the skeletal steed successfully evolved, becoming the Skeletal Warhorse. Skeletal Warhorse, quality, ordinary health, 300 defense, 5 movement speed, 20 overview, an ordinary skeletal warhorse, which cannot be revived after death. The improvement was minimal. Onward he pressed. Spending 15,000 evolution points, he evolved the Skeletal Galloper. Spending 20,000 evolution points, the evolution of the Skeletal Thoroughbred was successful, enhancing its quality. Skeletal Thoroughbred quality, elite health, 1000 defense, 20 movement speed, 50 skill, leaping. Overview, the pinnacle among steeds. Remarkably swift, capable of leaping 10 meters, and cannot be revived after death. A splendid acquisition. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy within. Riding the Skeletal Thoroughbred, traversing the map with a cute little companion would undoubtedly expedite his journey. Chapter 26, Concealed Profession. The Necromancer's promotion scroll let us depart. The man with the golden gauntlets, concealed behind the stone peak, spoke softly. He cast a lingering glance at Jiang Cheng before departing without a trace of reluctance, leaving the female swordsman in a daze. Master, is this it? Are we leaving just like that? She was overwhelmed by the dazzling array of equipment that had nearly blinded her. Just moments ago, she had glimpsed a piece of gear glowing in green. Green, a color that signifies legendary equipment, surpassing even the rarest purple tier. She was currently devoid of any gear, while others had already acquired legendary items. Given her master's prowess, seizing such an item should not have posed a significant challenge. Why then, did he choose to leave? The man in golden gauntlets seemed to perceive her confusion and paused. Yunxiang, you must understand that the true strength of a god-tier player lies not in their equipment. With the same gear, if you can unleash its full potential, a god-tier player can maximize it to 500% effectiveness, or even beyond. I see. Though not fully comprehending, Yunxiang nodded in agreement. Perhaps this was the chasm between her and her master. Despite being hailed as the successor to the Fist sect at the Shana Club, she was acutely aware that her technical skills might not even measure up to a fraction of her master's. But master, shouldn't we have engaged in a spar with such a formidable opponent? Her master, Jin Shanha, one of the 12 divine gods, was renowned for his insatiable desire to spar. Why had he altered his approach today? Jin Shanha halted, glancing at the golden growth gauntlets gifted to him since birth, and shook his head. Now is not the time for encounters. Not the time for encounters? Oh, very well. Yunxiang acquiesced, albeit perplexed by her master's thoughts. Nevertheless, she was profoundly astonished. How peculiar it was that a blood skeleton could wield such divine skills. The finesse displayed while single-handedly confronting a level 20 hidden boss left her awestruck. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Even with her current abilities, she could not aspire to such heights. By the heavens, What sort of monstrous entity has the game designers conjured? By the way, Master, could that blood skeleton have been a hidden boss? Were we just witnessing a clash between two hidden bosses? A faint smile graced Jinshanha's lips as he responded enigmatically, "In time, you shall come to understand." As her master continued to withhold answers, Yunxiang fell silent. Upon their exit, they encountered Duba Tianxia and his guild of seasoned players. With the guild token yet to be released and lacking a guild chat channel, Duba Tianxia found commanding his team somewhat challenging, evident by the fatigue etched on his face. However, upon spotting Jinshanha and Yunxiang, his weariness dissipated as he approached with a smile. "Great Fist Sect Master, have you triumphed over the boss?" Jinshanha nodded. "Disperse now. I shall remember this favor." Without further ado, he led Yunxiang away. Such an attitude, though undeniably reprehensible, was met with an unexpected glimmer of excitement on the face of the dominator of the world. The Grandmaster of Fist Sect owed him a favor. This favor would undeniably play a crucial role once the guild wars commenced, elevating his guild to new heights. However, the dominator of the world was particularly curious about whom the Grandmaster of Fist Sect and Sword Hero Yun were guarding while battling the boss. He was eager to rush in and investigate. To have the Grandmaster of Fist Sect personally intervene in protection was surely not a trivial matter. "Oh, big brother Skeleton, you are truly remarkable. My heavens, I admire you so much," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her delicate hands gesturing animatedly as her graceful figure trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. "Wow, big brother Skeleton, how did you evade the boulders just now while simultaneously retreating and spinning your spear? Absolutely stunning. And this horse, wow, so impressive." These pieces of equipment, Zhang Mengmeng chattered incessantly, but towards the end, she suddenly appeared a bit bashful. Jiang Cheng extended his right hand, signaling her to hurry and collect them, lest they vanish. Unfortunately, Zhang Mengmeng's comprehension seemed to challenge Jiang Cheng's understanding yet again. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a tad curious, not really wanting these items," she said, taking a step back, seemingly concerned that Jiang Cheng might misconstrue her intentions. Jiang Cheng was left with no choice but to personally gather the items, inspecting each one before tossing them to her. However, he first took a moment to examine them. Robes of Misery, quality, elite level, 15 defense, 1530 set effect, wearing the Robes of Misery, Gauntlets of Misery, Staff of Misery. Helmet of Misery and Boots of Misery activates 100 life, 50 attack points, 50 spell damage, and the curse skill. Boots of Misery, quality, elite level, 15 defense, 1010 movement speed, 10 set effect, wearing the Robes of Misery, Gauntlets of Misery, Staff of Misery, Helmet of Misery. And Boots of Misery activates 100 life, 50 attack points, 50 spell damage, and the curse skill. Shoes of Speed, quality, elite level, 15 movement speed, 50. None of these three blue items sparked much surprise for Jiang Cheng, and two of them even occupied the same equipment slot. However, he was startled to discover a green gem. Heart of Misery, quality, legendary traits, no level or class restrictions. Overview: when embedded in a weapon, it grants the Misery trait, reducing the enemy's attack and defense by 10. A splendid item indeed. He wondered if his weapon could utilize it. Yet, as his weapon currently lacked sockets, it was of no use to him. After handing the Heart of Misery to Zhang Mengmeng, Jiang Cheng gestured for her to take good care of it. Uncertain whether this adorable creature comprehended the situation, she simply nodded vigorously. Jiang Cheng could only resign himself to fate. Subsequently, nothing of value manifested, merely potions and coins. However, an inconspicuous document captured his attention. Letter from the Necromancer. Overview: a special item that, upon use, grants access to the hidden class and initiates the Necromancer's advancement quest. This endearing creature was finally on the cusp of becoming stronger. A gentle smile graced Jiang Cheng's lips. At level 10, Undead players could only transition into two classes, Undead Summoner and Necromancer, both possessing attributes akin to other classes. In contrast, hidden classes boasted double attribute increases with each level, rendering them significantly more potent than their conventional counterparts. Furthermore, the Necromancer represented a fusion of the Undead Summoner and Necromancer. This letter was worth at least 50 million. Wow. Is this mine? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her excitement propelling her into the air. So can I use it? Jiang Cheng nodded, refraining from further comment. This delightful creature was due for an enhancement. Otherwise, should she perish, he might also face disintegration, resulting in an irreplaceable loss. Wow, I've received a quest. This quest even offers hidden rewards, 2 5-star gem sockets, and a book of unclassed skills. 2 5-star gem sockets? Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. His luck was indeed extraordinary. It seemed imperative to complete the quest without delay. Jiang Cheng mounted his skeletal steed and extended his hand towards the bashful Zhang Mengmeng. Chapter 27. The Gloomy Swamp, Skill Breakthrough. May I mount? Upon receiving the blood-red handbone from Jiang Cheng, Zhang Mengmeng lowered her head. Feeling a blend of shyness, excitement, and anticipation, riding alongside the skeletal brother on a single steed would surely necessitate. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet, fearing that Jiang Cheng might perceive her as a hindrance, she endeavored to suppress her bashfulness and gently extended her hand. A chilling sensation emanated from Jiang Cheng's handbone. In the next instant, a startled gasp escaped Zhang Mengmeng's lips as she felt herself being yanked upward. Soaring onto the horse, the surrounding scenery rapidly receded. Her flowing dark hair was momentarily obscured by her delicate features, only to be swept aside by the rushing wind. Seated upon the warhorse, she embraced Jiang Cheng tightly, pressing against his back, her heart racing wildly. Thus, a skeleton, a maiden, and a horse galloped through the bizarre rock formations, heading towards the task's trigger point in the level 25 wild region of the Gloomy Swamp. Along the way, they encountered players from the Unrivaled Guild, drawn by curiosity to witness the spectacle, igniting a chorus of astonished exclamations. What on earth did I just see? Am I imagining things? Did I truly witness a skeleton riding a horse with a girl? The undead players rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Such a magnificent skeletal steed. How is it possible that someone already possesses a mount at this stage? Here I am, a proud knight, unable to even acquire a donkey, while they have such a steed. Goodness, a skeleton accompanied by a goddess. This is simply too exhilarating. Am I to live a life inferior to that of a skeleton? A throng of players cast envious glances at Jiang Cheng's silhouette atop the skeletal steed. A skeletal warhorse? Blood skeleton? An undead female player? Unrivaled narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a long while. Could the renowned master of the Fist sect be personally guarding the top-ranked undead player? Shaking his head, Unrivaled dismissed this notion. It was unlikely that a player of such stature would be a lone wanderer without a substantial backing. Suddenly, a blood-red spear was poised on the left side of the skeletal warhorse, charging through the winds until they emerged from the bizarre rock formations and arrived at the Gloomy Swamp, encountering a throng of level 20 swamp undead. The skeletal warhorse's skill activated. Leap. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the steed kicked up a flurry of fallen leaves, soaring high into the air under Jiang Cheng's command. Amidst the black flames of the swamp undead's gaze, the blood-red spear, held aloft on the skeletal warhorse, pierced through their hearts with the force of an unrelenting charge. With a 150 speed boost from the charge, the velocity surged to 1.5 times. The downward speed added another 30, resulting in a total of 1.8 times. A critical hit targeting the heart yielded a staggering 3.8 times damage. With the shattering trait, an additional 30 critical hit damage ensued. The lance, wielded atop a steed, bestows a remarkable 40 damage enhancement, inflicting a staggering 4.5 times the damage. Minus 2,795, minus 2,178, minus 1,179. Slaying the level 20 swamp undead grants 150 experience points and evolution points, while defeating a higher level foe rewards an additional 50 experience points and evolution points. In an instant, he pierced through 3 swamp undead, each with a mere 1,000 health. Gathering them together, the crimson lance was grasped by Jiang Cheng, spinning and swirling in his hands. Thrust, jab, parry, bang, bang, bang. Without the charge speed bonus, the swamp undead exhibited formidable defenses, resulting in a swift decline in damage. Minus 780, minus 768, minus 764. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng remained undaunted. With a 40 damage bonus from riding, the 1,000 health swamp undead could be vanquished with just 2 strikes. Swamp undead race, undead level, 20 health, 1,000 attack, 90, 137 defense, 40, 50 skills, swamp poison fog, water crossing talent, Poisoning overview. Humans who perished in the dark swamp, consumed by resentment at the moment of their death, rise again to harbor a deep-seated hatred for mankind, wandering the edges of the murky swamp in search of adventurers to slay. Their skills and talents are rather lackluster. This is not an ideal place for leveling up. A thought crossed Jiang Cheng's mind, and with little sentimentality, he resolved to eliminate this group of swamp undead. After acquiring approximately 5,000 evolution points, he continued his journey northward. "Oh, big brother skeleton, you are truly magnificent. Riding this horse is exhilarating," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, clutching Jiang Cheng tightly as she sat atop the skeletal steed, her heart racing. Leaning against Jiang Cheng's blood-red cloak, she observed him effortlessly dispatching the wilderness foes, a sense of security washing over her. She felt as though she were favored by the heavens. How else could she have summoned a divine skeleton like Big Brother Skeleton? The only regret was that Big Brother Skeleton's form was rather rigid. As the steed galloped, the jolting caused her chest to ache. In the midst of Zhang Mengmeng's whimsical musings, Jiang Cheng suddenly halted before a patch of swamp. The air was thick with pungent swamp gas. Although he lacked a nose, his olfactory senses were still intact. He furrowed his brow. Bone. Crimson flames flared in his eyes as he scrutinized his surroundings. A sense of caution creeping into his heart. He sensed that within the hazy swamp gas, something lurked in the shadows, observing him. "Let us search for the quest objective." Jiang Cheng gestured to Zhang Mengmeng with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng was still enraptured in her fantasies, oblivious to Jiang Cheng calling her. It was only when Jiang Cheng flicked his cloak that she abruptly came to her senses. Reflecting on her earlier daydreams, her face turned as crimson as a ripe apple. "Oh, big brother skeleton, over there? There lies a necromancer's altar, and the death mage Natalie is just beyond." This time, Zhang Mengmeng was not confused. She finally grasped Jiang Cheng's intent, establishing a semblance of understanding between them. However, Jiang Cheng did not advance immediately. Instead, he paused to enhance his skills. Since the necromancer was a hidden class, the quest for promotion was undoubtedly more challenging than that of ordinary professions. Within just half an hour, he had traversed the swamp's undead and accumulated 14,856 evolution points. Now, with 400 enhancement points obtained from the stone-throwing troll, he could attempt a skill breakthrough to discern any potential changes, thereby augmenting his strength for this mission and adding a layer of security. Furthermore, he felt a sense of anticipation regarding the skill breakthrough, what effects might emerge. After all, he had never encountered such phenomena in previous gaming experiences. Chapter 28. Skill Breakthrough, Fury Slash, Blood Red Surveying. The fully developed skills include Quick Blade, Gale Step, and Splitting. The attack speed enhancement of Quick Blade is 300. And even with an increase to 500, further enhancement seems unlikely. An attack speed of 0.3 seconds per strike is already nearing the limits of percentage augmentation. Without an increase in base attack speed, even a 500 boost would only reduce it to 0.28 seconds per strike, rendering it unworthy of the effort. As for Gale Step, it is currently not of pressing need due to the presence of the skeletal steed. Therefore, the only option left is to upgrade Splitting. At level 10, Splitting offers an additional 15 damage, which bypasses both defense and evasion. However, Jiang Cheng recently discovered that the Splitting effect did not trigger while attacking from horseback. It was only after switching to the Blood Abyss Soldier that the Splitting effect activated. This implies that Splitting can only be triggered while wielding a blade. One wonders if the breakthrough will address this limitation. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Jiang Cheng. After expending 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points, the evolution breakthrough of the Splitting skill was successful. Congratulations! The Splitting skill has advanced to level 11 and has acquired the upgraded skill, Fury Slash. Fury Slash? The very name has changed. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of curiosity and promptly examined the details. Fury Slash, quality, rare type, passive overview. When attacking, trigger an additional 16 damage. Distributed over a 2-meter area. The additional damage bypasses both defense and evasion, and passively increases attack power by 1. The damage has only increased from 15 to 16, which seems rather meager. However, the area of effect has expanded by 1 meter, essentially doubling it. This means that when battling stone golems, he could potentially split 8 of them at once. Moreover, the additional 1 attack power suggests that further upgrades may enhance his overall damage output. In the short term, the improvement may seem insignificant, yet in the grand scheme, it appears quite promising, especially with the skill quality having elevated. It seems that skill breakthroughs are indeed worthwhile. However, the scarcity of enhancement points poses a challenge. With only 300 enhancement points remaining and evolution points dwindling to just over 4,000, there are insufficient resources to further break through other skills. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's gaze shifted toward his blade and skeletal frame. His current attack damage was sufficient, prompting him to consider enhancing other attributes. The crimson flames of his eyes, nasal bone, hand bones, rib cage, leg bones, ear bones, and even, could the cloak also be enhanced? Upon experimentation, he discovered that indeed, it could be. The nasal bone enhances olfactory senses, hand bones augment attack speed and damage, leg bones boost movement speed, ear bones heighten auditory perception, and the cloak increases carrying capacity. Additionally, the skull fortifies cognitive reaction speed and casting speed. The outer skeletal structure enhances sensory perception and defense, while the vertebrae reinforce rigidity and resilience. From the skull to the toes, he could enhance 206 bones, each potentially yielding not just basic effects but also special enhancements. With determination, Jiang Cheng resolved to enhance his eyes first. The murky fog of the dark swamp obscured his vision, instilling a sense of concealed peril. He felt the urge to test the efficacy of his enhanced sight to pierce through this obscurity. Enhancing the blood-red eye required 100 enhancement points. Focusing on the improvement of directional vision, with a chance of manifesting new abilities. Should he proceed with the enhancement? Upon successful enhancement, his clarity of vision improved from 100 meters to 110 meters. Further enhancement of the blood-red eye demanded 200 enhancement points, aimed at advancing directional sight. With a possibility of progression, should he continue? With success, his clarity extended from 110 meters to 120 meters, and he achieved an advancement, acquiring the blood-red surveying eye. In that instant, amidst the blood-red flames in his eye sockets, a flicker of pure white flame emerged. Blood-red surveying eye, overview, possesses omniscience, capable of surveying enemy presence within a radius of 120 meters, disregarding obstacles. As the pure white flame manifested amidst the blood-red flames, all enemy units within a 120-meter radius became visible to him. Jiang Cheng's teeth clenched in realization. Indeed, there was something amiss. Chapter 29. Thousands of bloodsuckers, frantically leveling up. Plundering skills through the mist, Jiang Cheng beheld the blazing white flames in his eyes, revealing countless bloodsuckers clinging to the towering trees around him. A preliminary estimate suggested that within a radius of 120 meters, there were at least 10,000. Swamp bloodsucker, race, undead level, 15 health, 100 attack, 1 defense, 1 skills, bloodsucking, possession talent, rapid speed overview. These low-level undead bloodsuckers inhabit the swamp, possessing exceedingly low attack and defense capabilities. However, due to their diminutive size, they are incredibly difficult to detect within the mist. One must never underestimate their speed and blood-sucking ability. Given such numbers, had I charged in recklessly, being possessed by even a few hundred would have been disastrous. Even with a forced health deduction, the sheer volume of simultaneous attacks from these bloodsuckers would likely prove overwhelming. Indeed, enhancing my vision was a judicious choice. This ability to bypass obstructions and comprehensively survey enemy units was invaluable. Even if they hid within a cave, I could still discern their presence, rendering me largely impervious to ambushes. Coupled with my Fury Slash, which doubled my additional attack range, these bloodsuckers concealed in the mist posed little challenge. They could be cleared away in waves. Perhaps this place serves as an excellent locale for leveling up and acquiring skills. Descend now and close your eyes. Jiang Cheng instructed Zhang Mengmeng, gesturing with urgency. The crimson flames in his eyes flickered, signifying his request. Zhang Mengmeng appeared to understand, reluctantly dismounting from the skeletal steed. Her gaze fixed anxiously upon Jiang Cheng. Be careful, big brother skeleton. It feels eerie here, she cautioned, her large eyes scanning the surroundings. Sensing a chill that compelled her to hug her shoulders tightly, Jiang Cheng raised his hand, signaling that all was well. He subsequently stored the skeletal steed away with a command. With a flourish of his blood-red cloak, a streak of crimson light sliced through the tranquil, shadowy swamp. Crack, crack, crack. Jiang Cheng stepped forward, treading upon a few decaying leaves. In an instant, from the depths of the mist, hundreds of bloodsuckers surged forth from the trees and roots, intent on latching onto him to drain his blood and bone fluid. For anyone else, such a scenario would likely go unnoticed until it was too late, overwhelmed by the swarm of bloodsuckers. In that moment, panic would ensue, and attempts to clear them away would be futile. However, armed with the blood-red surveying eye, he harbored no such fears. Regardless of how dense the mist became, he could see the approaching bloodsuckers with perfect clarity. With 20 minutes remaining on the effect of his swift blade skill, Jiang Cheng was determined to strike. With a swift motion, his blood-red cloak billowed, and the blood-hell soldier materialized in his right hand, cleaving the first bloodsucker in two. 673. 101. 101. 101. As the first bloodsucker's damage manifested, the splitting effect was triggered. Within a span of 2 meters, over 100 bloodsuckers disintegrated into a puddle of slime. Slaying the swamp bloodsucker yielded 100 experience points and evolution points. In an instant, more than 100 bloodsuckers perished simultaneously, and Jiang Cheng swiftly amassed 10,000 evolution points and experience. It was utterly exhilarating. With a swift motion, the blood-hell soldier swung once more, delivering another decisive strike, and a flurry of crimson damage figures floated before him. 678. 102. 102. The plunder skill activated, seizing the talent of speed, granting an increase of 1 in agility. The plunder skill activated again, bestowing an additional boost to agility. The level-up notification chimed, elevating him to level 16, augmenting health and magic by 100 points, attack by 10, and defense by 5. As the number of monsters surged, the frequency of plunder skill activations escalated, continuously presenting success notifications. His level ascended once more, boosting agility by 3 points and increasing evolution points by over 30,000. This locale was a veritable paradise for leveling up, accumulating evolution points, and enhancing attributes at an astonishing pace. With determination, Jiang Cheng advanced another step, entering the aggro range of over 300 bloodsuckers, and executed a swift strike. 679. 102. 102. The plunder skill activated, successfully absorbing health. The long-awaited siphoning ability had finally arrived. Jiang Cheng smirked slightly, a sense of satisfaction warming his heart. Chapter 30. Dual First Place. A simple and adorable being among the myriad of passive skills, lifesteal stands out as an exceptionally potent means of sustaining oneself. For solitary players devoid of a priest to cast healing spells, lifesteal is undoubtedly a divine technique for soloing. Particularly, Jiang Cheng possesses the passive skill of Rage Slash, which excels in crowd control. Lifesteal quality, rare skill type, passive skill effect, converts 0.5 of inflicted damage into personal health. Stepping back 3 paces, Jiang Cheng examined the data regarding lifesteal, only to find it was rather underwhelming. He recalled that the lifesteal skill of the strength swordsman initially boasted a 5 conversion rate, yet this acquired skill merely offered 0.5, a staggering 10-fold discrepancy. This reduction was likely due to the excessive number of blood leeches, resulting in a diminished allocation of skill efficacy by the system. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Cheng decided not to dwell on it. As long as evolution was possible, no skill was truly worthless in his hands. After a breakthrough in advancement, it might even yield unexpected results, potentially surpassing the lifesteal of the strength swordsman. Expend 1,000 evolution points to successfully enhance lifesteal, raising its current level to 2. Spend 2,000 points. After utilizing 7,000 evolution points, lifesteal was successfully elevated to level 7. Lifesteal quality, rare skill type, passive skill level, 7 skill effect, converts 3.5 of damage into health restoration. After investing 36,000 evolution points and depleting his recently acquired reserves, the lifesteal skill finally demonstrated some efficacy. With a 3.5 lifesteal, he could now disregard the detrimental health deduction inflicted by blood leeches. Previously, he had been concerned that the forced health loss would overwhelm his ability to recover in a fleeting moment. Yet now, with lifesteal in effect, each strike could dispatch hundreds of blood leeches, potentially restoring more health than was lost. With a resounding thud, 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 Jiang Cheng stepped upon the corpses of the blood leeches and advanced once more to test the results. This time, instead of eliminating one foe at a time, he leapt 5 steps forward. Instantly, A swarm of blood leeches surged forth from the roots and branches, seemingly enveloping him, with an initial estimate of at least 1,000. Buzzing, one, one, one. The incessant sound of countless wings resonated around his ear, with hundreds of blood leeches clinging to him, causing numerous wounds to erupt upon his head. His health plummeted from 1730 to a third less, dropping to 1100, startling Zhang Mengmeng. But, in the next moment, whoosh, a flash of crimson blade light appeared, and the blood-prison soldier delivered a decisive strike. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as he struck the vital point of a blood leech. Critical hit. Vital attack. 1076. 172. 172. 37. 6. 6. As the 300 blood-sucking worms were annihilated in an instant, Zhang Mengmeng stood in stunned silence. Suddenly, a multitude of crimson recovery values emerged above Jiang Cheng's head, replenishing his health, instantly restored to full. Phew, this nearly frightened her to death. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest, exhaling a long breath, still shaken. Just moments ago, she had feared that the skeletal elder brother felt burdened by her presence and was prepared to sacrifice himself, leaving her behind. To her astonishment, the skeletal elder brother possessed the ability to leech life. Leeching? Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Jiang Cheng's heroic stance as he vanquished the blood-sucking worms. Momentarily lost in thought, did the skeletal elder brother evolve to possess life-draining powers? This was simply too astonishing. Zhang Mengmeng felt a bit bewildered. Every time she thought she had witnessed Jiang Cheng's limits, he would evolve yet again in the next moment. Jiang Cheng was perpetually growing stronger, consistently providing her with boundless surprises, and she was at a loss for words. No, I must also grow stronger. I cannot be a hindrance to the skeletal elder brother. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng clenched her small, delicate fists, determination flickering across her exquisite face. After donning the cursed robe and cursed boots gifted by Jiang Cheng, her attributes surged significantly. Overjoyed, she quickly checked her status. Little Cute Ming, class, necromancer level, 17 profession, unclassed health, 910 mana, 910 attack, 25, 135 spell attack, 1, 25, wooden staff 5, defense, 25, 95 skills, skeleton summoning, 1, weapon, wooden staff, white armor, cursed robe, blue helmet, mighty bear helmet, blue gauntlets, mighty bear gauntlets, blue boots, cursed boots, blue belt, white necklace, mighty bear necklace, blue ring, none bracelet, none medal, none title, fresh out of the woods. Goodness. Am I truly this powerful now? Zhang Mengmeng found herself momentarily dumbfounded. Not to mention her level, being at 17, especially when the level god, Xia Dongli, was only at 14, no one could surpass her at this moment. Given the skeletal elder brother's current monster-slaying speed, it seemed unlikely that anyone would surpass her in the near future. Although her health had not seen any enhancements, solely derived from her level, the attack. Oh my goodness. 135 in physical attack. Zhang Mengmeng hurriedly opened the attack leaderboard, discovering her name glaringly emblazoned in first place. That illustrious name, shimmering with golden radiance, dazzled her eyes. The second place belonged to the sword god, Xie Changkong, a warrior with an attack of 120. The third place was occupied by the fist sect Zhen Shana, a demon-slaying monk with an attack of 119. She did not bother to scrutinize the subsequent rankings. She was well aware that as a mage, her physical attack, bolstered by her equipment, had surpassed that of two formidable players. Following the game's launch, various rankings emerged. She quickly switched tabs to examine the other leaderboards. In defense, her score was a mere 95, still shy of the coveted 100, and thus she had not ascended. However, to her surprise, neither had other players. It appeared she was quite possibly the closest contender. As for the weapon leaderboard, she dismissed it, knowing her weapon was far from exemplary. The other rankings had yet to be activated, and after a brief glance, she decided to pause her exploration. Yet, to her astonishment, she discovered a selectable title in her title section, World's Number 1. Quality, Supreme Radiance Description, awarded to the player ranked first in the level leaderboard, lasting for 3 hours. With 1 hour and 59 minutes remaining. Attributes granted upon equipping, Luck 20, Attack 50, Defense 50, Critical Hit Probability 30. Proclaiming, beneath the heavens, I reign supreme. First, as swift as the wind, as elusive as a cloud. Who can keep pace with my divine presence? Wow, this title is truly remarkable, Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the accolade. Regrettably, it was only valid for 3 hours, and the rankings refreshed every 3 hours. If she failed to maintain her position, it would be revoked. Perhaps, once the skeletal elder brother could no longer evolve, she would be outpaced. Nonetheless, Zhang Mengmeng felt no profound regret. After all, she was not one to flaunt her achievements. Initially, her aim had merely been to earn some coin. She understood that her current success was entirely attributed to Jiang Cheng. Even if Jiang Cheng could no longer evolve, she would cherish him as her dearest friend for life. Congratulations on your level up. Health, 100, Magic, 100, Attack, 10, Spell, 1, Current level, 18. Well, it seemed I would not be shedding this title anytime soon. As per tradition, I once again implored the deities among us for 5-star reviews and encouragement for updates. Thank you. Chapter 31. The Frenzied Mage Guild in the Fallenwood Forest. Within the confines of an ant den, over 300 level 10 blood ants besieged 108 mage players, each of whom hovered around the same level. This group of players not only boasted elevated levels, significantly surpassing the commonplace 6 to 7 levels of ordinary players, but their skills were also remarkably formidable. Unperturbed by the relentless swarm of blood ants, they formed a powerful formation, taking turns to unleash explosive fire spells that decimated their foes. Prior to their onslaught, however, a mage clad in a blue robe would invariably be the first to cast an explosive fire spell. Only then would the remaining mages methodically release their skills. These 108 mages comprised the esteemed Mage Guild of the 12 Divine Gods, led by the illustrious Xia Dongli, renowned as his elite leveling team. The Frenzied Mage Guild had been recruited at a substantial salary by the Dongli Club, and each member was a master of the mage class. Sir, the Ant Den is a leveling sanctuary you discovered during the closed beta. The blood ants here possess low health, yet they swarm in great numbers, offering high experience. I dare say, within an hour, you could surpass the current rank of the player known as One Little Cute, reclaiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Behind Xia Dongli, a player in his 40s spoke with palpable excitement. Indeed, Xia Dongli, flanked by 2 beautiful mage companions, wore a confident smile. His Frenzied Mage Guild was composed entirely of top-tier experts, having previously shattered the leveling record upon the launch of the mythical new server. In just one day, he ascended to level 25, astonishing all players and earning the title of the undisputed #1 in levels. Subsequently, he maintained his position atop the leaderboard until the launch of the Great Wilderness game, never once being surpassed. It was a humiliation to find himself equaled by an anonymous player upon entering the Great Wilderness. I am currently at level 15, gaining approximately 1 level every half hour. What about One Little Cute? Xia Dongli inquired of his steward. Sir, there is no need to check. She has undoubtedly surpassed you. I observed her merely half an hour ago, and she was only at level 14. Given this short interval, it's certain she hasn't leveled up, the steward replied. And Xia Dongli nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have monitored her leveling speed, and I surmise she has likely hired a team of 30 to find an excellent spot for leveling. Squeezing the cheek of a beautiful player, who giggled in response, he continued, if I am not mistaken, she should be in the Boulder Forest. Sir, your foresight is indeed remarkable. The steward expressed his admiration. According to intelligence, One Little Cute was indeed leveling in the Boulder Forest, and furthermore what? Xia Dongli's smile turned slightly frosty. Do not keep me in suspense. The steward, suddenly flustered, stammered, yes, sir, you are right. According to reports, One Little Cute seems to have some connections with the guild dominance of the world. Dominance of the world? Xia Dongli's lips twitched slightly. Merely a guild ranked among the top 20 nationally. What strength could they possibly possess? Ah Fu, your intelligence gathering is rather inaccurate. The butler Ah Fu's expression shifted, revealing a look of panic on his face. Young master, enough. Xia Dongli interrupted his plea, indicating no intention of laying blame. You may leave. Yes, young master. As he dismissed the butler, a hint of amusement graced Xia Dongli's features. The esteemed master of the Chaotic Fist sect resorts to such petty tactics. Let me observe how you endeavor to support a novice with a 30-member leveling team, attempting to displace me from my position among the 12 deities. Now that my Mad Sorcerer Guild has been established, do you truly believe you can succeed? With a cold chuckle, Xia Dongli opened the leaderboard, eager to ascertain the level of the adorable little character, now stuck at a certain rank. As customary, I request a 5-star review and a nudge for updates. If we reach 500 reviews, an additional chapter will be added. I noted that we are currently at 430. Once we hit 500, I will certainly deliver on my promise. Chapter 32. Stunned. Xia Dongli, congratulations on your level up. Your current level is 16. Just as he was about to check the leaderboard, the system suddenly notified him of his ascension to level 16. A slight smile crept across Xia Dongli's lips. The Mad Sorcerers, with a single round of attacks, could eliminate around 60 blood ants, yielding 200 experience points per round. He could hardly believe that anyone could surpass his rate of advancement at such a level. This only bolstered his confidence further. Xia Dongli opened the leaderboard page, where the newly unveiled attack rankings appeared prominently at the top. Being a fresh addition, it was positioned ahead of others. Upon glancing at it, he was taken aback to find that the first place was occupied by a player named Adorable Little Mo132. He was momentarily stunned. A necromancer with physical attack prowess surpassing that of the flamboyant Xie Changkong. A playful smile graced Xia Dongli's face as he mused that Zinshan, the combat enthusiast, harbored considerable ambition. First, he dispatched a 30-person leveling team to bolster a newcomer in the Stone Forest, aiming to dethrone him from the top of the leaderboard. Now, he was amassing all equipment for this newcomer to usurp Xie Changkong's position on the attack rankings. Xia Dongli wondered how Xie Changkong would react upon witnessing this development. With an amused smile, he then explored the other rankings. After confirming there were no new contenders, he finally accessed the level leaderboard. At that moment, the leaderboard was refreshing. He felt a twinge of excitement. The sense of thwarting Zinshan's schemes was indeed gratifying. Since becoming one of the 12 deities, he had not experienced such a feeling in quite some time. However, he had relinquished the opportunity for a class change and hurriedly pursued leveling up for this very moment. Level 16, Xia Dongli, Mage, 2nd place. Second place? How could this be? Xia Dongli found it hard to believe, thinking that the leaderboard must be malfunctioning. He narrowed his eyes and checked again. 2nd place, Xia Dongli, Mage, level 16. 1st place, Adorable Little Mo, level 20. TW. 20? Xia Dongli's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression causing the 2 female players beside him to gasp in surprise. Gee, goddess, what's wrong? Since they had joined Xia Dongli, they had never seen him so flustered, and they were now filled with uncertainty. Everyone leave. Xia Dongli's expression darkened. He did not wish to reveal his current state, as it would tarnish his composure. The 2 female players, their faces paling with trepidation and uncertainty, hurriedly exited the ant cave, barely daring to utter a word for fear of offending him. Xia Dongli observed the Mad Sorcerers diligently unleashing their attacks, his experience points steadily increasing, yet his face betrayed no hint of joy. The disparity between levels 20 and 16 was vast, and he knew he could not catch up in the short term. The rankings have been updated, and it appears he has once again missed the opportunity to claim the title of the world's best. The Mountain River Club lacks such formidable energy. A leveling group of 30 individuals, with the current strength of players, cannot possibly level up at such a rapid pace. Top-tier experts are not as common as cabbages. Much like his Mad Mage Guild, which consists of 108 elite sorcerers, incurs monthly expenses in the millions. A typical organization simply cannot sustain such extravagant costs. Compared to the capital backing him, the Mountain River Club falls woefully short, making it evident that they would not expend such effort merely to annoy him. Who could possibly be so devoted to nurturing a newcomer into a position of prominence? Even my Mad Mage Guild pales in comparison? Thoughts swirled in Xia Dongli's mind. In the dim swamp, having vanquished the blood-sucking leeches and reached level 20, gaining an additional 10 points in agility and accumulating 370,000 evolution points. Jiang Cheng rode his skeletal steed through the murky marsh, accompanied by Zhang Mengmeng, as they ventured into the dark forest. Within the dark forest, a dilapidated and crumbling necromantic temple loomed before them. This forsaken place was devoid of life. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single specter in sight, rendering it eerily desolate. A foul stench of decaying corpses permeated the air, reminiscent of long-dead rodents. Invading Jiang Cheng and Zhang Mengmeng's nostrils, causing them to wrinkle their brows in disgust. Natalie should be inside. Let us proceed, Jiang Cheng said as he dismounted, gently leading the blushing Zhang Mengmeng by the hand, cautiously stepping on the blackened grass as they approached the temple. The crunch of gravel and grass echoed beneath their feet, interspersed with eerie calls from strange birds, creating an atmosphere of foreboding. Jiang Cheng remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings while holding Zhang Mengmeng's hand, prepared for any sudden threats. Suddenly, a black crow alighted on a white, broken column beside him. It tilted its small, inky head, its obsidian eyes gleaming with a chilling light as it curiously surveyed Jiang Cheng and Zhang Mengmeng. This blood skeleton was a type she had never encountered among the undead. Cold and eerie, it seemed to have just emerged from a blood pool, instilling a sense of dread. Moreover, the blood-red cloak draped about it hinted at something sinister. Intrigued, she pondered the presence of this blood skeleton. What could it want within her temple? Chapter 33, The Fusion of the Undead. Who is speaking? A hoarse voice echoed through the tranquil forest, startling Zhang Mengmeng, who quickly hid behind Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng had long since noticed Natalie. After all, with his blood-colored surveying eye, he could detect life forms within a radius of 120 meters. Moreover, having played games for many years, he was not surprised by a talking crow. However, what intrigued him was the apparent ability to communicate with this crow. Necromancer Natalie? Jiang Cheng attempted to convey this thought to the crow. Natalie's dark eyes flickered, and she exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Cheng, acknowledging his understanding of the language of the undead. Indeed, he was no ordinary soul. As soon as her words fell, the crow transformed into a swirl of black mist, gradually coalescing into a mysterious woman clad in a black robe. This temple has been untouched for a millennium. Speak, what brings you to my sanctuary? Natalie inquired, her gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Mengmeng, who was still hiding behind Jiang Cheng, wielding a black human skull staff, perhaps emboldened by Jiang Cheng's presence. Mengmeng handed her a note, stating, I am here to change to a special profession. Please take a look. Change professions? A sardonic smile graced Natalie's lips as she mocked. You wish to take a necromancer, despised by millions, as your mentor? Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback by this statement. What did it mean to be loathed by millions? A hint of melancholy crossed Natalie's expression as if recalling a painful memory. Yet, she refrained from elaborating further. You should leave. This path is beyond your capacity to bear. Reviving the dead is an act of great rebellion, and the path of necromancy is fraught with peril. You truly cannot withstand it. Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat disheartened. However, after glancing at Jiang Cheng, she suddenly steeled her resolve. The opportunity to grow stronger lay before her. If she faltered at merely a word, the skeleton big brother would surely look down upon her. She could not remain a burden to him, nor disappoint him. No matter how arduous the journey ahead, I am willing to proceed. Please grant me this chance. Natalie regarded her with unexpected surprise. The art of necromancy is shunned by society. You must understand that behind great power lies a solitude that spans millennia. I understand. A glimmer of determination flashed across Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face. The notion of eternal solitude sounded daunting, but she had the skeleton big brother to accompany her always. The term loneliness was not foreign to her. Having endured considerable solitude since birth, she believed in her abilities. Mere words will not suffice. You may speak again once you have passed my trials. Natalie's smile softened with a hint of approval. She then waved her black human skull staff gently. In an instant, the entire temple became enveloped in a powerful darkness. Rustle, rustle. From the ground beneath, thousands of skeletal hands erupted from the earth, breaking through the surface of the overgrown weeds. Immediately, thousands of skeletal remains emerged from the ground. With a series of cracking sounds, the bones shattered simultaneously, instantaneously transforming into dust that ascended toward the pinnacle of the temple. As time elapsed, the dust coalesced into a towering black skeleton, standing 100 meters tall. Its hollow eye sockets glimmered with two flames of darkness, while its surface exuded a sinister mist. Grasped in its hands was an enormous scythe, wreathed in black vapor, measuring an estimated 10 meters in length. This was the necromancer's fusion technique, capable of amalgamating countless undead at will. The skeleton I fused is what I have named the Skeletal Dragon General. Defeat it, and you shall become my disciple. Otherwise, it would be prudent to depart at once. Skeletal Dragon General, level, 30 health, 300,000 attack, 1,000 to 10,000 defense, 300,000 300 skills, rending slash, dragon soul strike, myriad division, blade drag, shadow strike. Talents, decomposition, transmutation. Overview. A skeletal dragon general formed from thousands of bones, possessing the absolute speed of shadow strike, which cannot be evaded. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback by such formidable attributes. To vanquish it seemed like a jest. 300 points of defense and 300,000 health meant she could strike for half a year without making a dent. The inescapable shadow strike further ensured there would be no avenue for retreat. I shall give it a try. Despite the impossibility of victory, she refused to relent. Moreover, she could not allow Jiang Cheng to face certain death. This time, she must take matters into her own hands. Lord of the Undead, heed the call of your servant and bestow upon me the power of the Undead. With a flourish of her staff, 10 skeletal warriors materialized before her. Obedient to her command, slowly advancing toward the skeletal dragon general. Whoosh! A flash of black light darted by, and the 10 skeletal warriors Zhang Mengmeng had just summoned disintegrated into dust, which ascended to augment the length of the skeletal dragon general's scythe. Zhang Mengmeng stood in stunned silence. Jiang Cheng, however, felt a spark of realization. If such a talent could be seized, the source of bone dust would be greatly simplified in the future. Furthermore, this necromancer's fusion technique was incredibly potent, capable of merging tens of thousands of skeletons into a higher form of existence. Indeed, the necromancers were extraordinary. Chapter 34, Natalie's Appreciation. The mysterious ancient tome, I shall make an attempt. The blood-red flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes coalesced as he cast a glance at Natalie, then positioned himself before Zhang Mengmeng. Given Zhang Mengmeng's current capabilities, confronting the skeletal dragon general would be akin to courting death. His hesitance to engage immediately stemmed from the observation that Natalie did not appear inclined to harm them. Otherwise, with her formidable power of several thousand levels, they would have perished long ago. You? Natalie remarked with surprise, eyeing Jiang Cheng. You do not seem to embody a master-servant dynamic, she continued. Are you perhaps a young couple? With a playful smile, Natalie commanded the skeletal dragon general, your identity piques my curiosity, yet with your strength, you likely cannot withstand a single strike. Clang. A faint sound erupted. One of the 14 divine techniques, borrowed momentum strike, was activated. Jiang Cheng swiftly retreated beneath the skeletal dragon general's blade, only sustaining a mere -1 damage, causing Natalie to raise an eyebrow in astonishment. Natalie was momentarily taken aback. She had just asserted that Jiang Cheng would not withstand a blow from the skeletal dragon general and was preparing to advise the general to cease his assault. However, the next moment, she found herself contradicted. What manner of technique is this? A strategic retreat? Having lived for a millennium, Natalie had never witnessed such an approach. Nor had anyone, with Jiang Cheng's current strength, managed to evade the skeletal dragon general's strike without losing a shred of vitality. No one dared to challenge the skeletal dragon general's blow at such a level of power. This skeletal being is rather peculiar. Swish, swish, swish. With the assault armor and gale steps activated, bloodthirsty frenzy, and the swift blade now cooled down, Jiang Cheng unleashed his full arsenal. The weapon in his hand transformed into a crimson longbow, and in the fleeting moment of retreat, he released 3 arrows in rapid succession. -117, -213, -121. The skeletal dragon general was struck in his heart, skull, and abdomen, each hit registering distinct damage. The skull was a critical target. Upon closing the distance, Jiang Cheng paused, his cloak fluttering, and loosed another 3 arrows. Yet this time, a massive broadsword intercepted the arrows mid-flight. -11, -11, -11, -20, -20. The trio of arrows struck only the broadsword of the skeletal dragon general, while a tearing damage icon appeared above his head. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a sound of weaponry dragging across the ground resonated, stirring Jiang Cheng's instincts. It was a dragging slash. A black light surged from the ground, rapidly approaching him. With a lateral shift of his left foot, Jiang Cheng did not retreat. Instead, he boldly advanced 3 steps forward. In the astonished gazes of Natalie and the skeletal dragon general, the 10-meter-long broadsword failed to strike Jiang Cheng and instead cleaved into a broken pillar. Boom. The white broken pillar was struck by the broadsword's immense force, sending countless fragments flying. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows were embedded in the skull of the skeletal dragon, igniting a furious rage within it. Had it truly missed its strike? And to be struck by 3 arrows? This accursed blood skeleton had dared to toy with him. Such humiliation was unprecedented in his life. He resolved to reclaim his honor. Just as he prepared to unleash a shadowy strike, he felt as if his very soul had been ensnared, rendering him immobile. In an instant, his consciousness was extinguished. With a thunderous crash, his colossal form shattered into a scattered array of bones. Cease this. To possess a guardian as wise and powerful as a skeleton speaks to your character. Consider this trial passed. Natalie cast a profound glance at Jiang Cheng before turning to Zhang Mengmeng, saying, "Follow me. Your abilities are lacking. You require specialized training." "Oh. I passed." Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily bewildered. It seemed she had done nothing at all. "Skeleton big brother, I succeeded." She joyfully dashed to Jiang Cheng, eagerly grasping his arm. "Thank you, skeleton big brother. I've realized you are the most precious treasure in my life. Thank you." Her voice trembled with excitement, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, nearly overcome with emotion. Moments ago, she had believed herself to be a failure, her spirit utterly deflated. Little did she expect that her skeleton big brother would rise to the occasion and vanquish the skeletal dragon. Caught between soaring highs and crushing lows, her emotions spiraled out of control. Observing this, Jiang Cheng was at a loss for words. After all, Zhang Mengmeng could not comprehend his silence. So, he merely allowed her to hold his hand, nodding in acknowledgement. "Let us not squander time," Natalie interjected with a hint of impatience. "All right, skeleton big brother. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will overcome any obstacle and grow stronger. I will not hold you back." Zhang Mengmeng raised her adorable little pink fist with determination before reluctantly releasing Jiang Cheng's hand. "Wait for me, skeleton big brother." Jiang Cheng nodded in response. As he watched her follow Natalie, glancing back every few steps with a timid air, he felt a subtle stirring in his heart. How shameful to be so endearing. With a sigh, Jiang Cheng prepared to level up, only to find that Natalie had inexplicably appeared before him. "Shall we converse?" "I am pressed for time," he replied, gesturing to indicate his busy schedule. "Your combat techniques are something I have not witnessed in a millennium," Natalie remarked, pulling out an ancient tome. "If you can reveal to me what that was, I shall gift you this ancient book." Ratings, dear readers, I implore you for a 5-star rating. It is crucial for the survival of this book. If you have yet to leave a review, please do so. Thank you. We solemnly pledge that for every additional 50 points, a new chapter will be added. Currently, there are 485 reviews. Should the number reach 525 today, an additional chapter will be provided. Chapter 35. The Black Grimoire of the Undead. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the ancient black scripture in Natalie's hand. The tome, adorned with a gilded edge and a dark, antiquated cover, exuded an air of opulence. A faint smile crept across Natalie's lips as she revealed, "This is the Black Grimoire of the Undead, capable of resurrecting the deceased and transforming them into loyal skeletal servants to fight for you. What do you think? Are you interested? Are you suggesting that any creature, once deceased, can be revived as a skeleton?" Jiang Cheng's curiosity piqued. If such miraculous powers truly existed, the grimoire would be nothing short of extraordinary. Could it be that after vanquishing a boss, he could resurrect it as a skeleton to serve him? And what if the revived skeleton could evolve? "Not quite," Natalie interjected, breaking Jiang Cheng's reverie. "The Black Grimoire can only resurrect beings that possess a skeletal structure. Those without bones cannot be revived." "That is still quite remarkable," Jiang Cheng mused, contemplating the worth of such a transaction. While few could master all 14 divine skills, many managed to grasp 1 or 2. He figured that if he did not make a trade now, Natalie might encounter other players later who would not possess his level of composure. "Do you wish for me to teach you?" Natalie asked earnestly. "What use would a necromancer have for such skills?" Jiang Cheng inquired with mild curiosity. "To avenge my enemies," Natalie replied candidly, revealing her intentions without reservation. Jiang Cheng noted her sincerity and, respecting her privacy, chose not to press further. Deal. Subsequently, within the temple, Jiang Cheng imparted to Natalie one of the 14 divine skills, the art of momentum strike. However, while he had taught her, mastering it would require prolonged practice. It was not something one could wield effortlessly. Moreover, merely being taught did not guarantee success. May I inquire about the origin of this spell? With a deepening understanding of the skill's formidable nature, Natalie's curiosity about Jiang Cheng's identity grew. The art of momentum strike allows one to seize the initiative. When faced with an incoming foe, you can use their force to evade, Jiang Cheng explained. But if one miscalculates the force, what difference is there from self-destruction? Only a madman or a devil would conceive such a notion. To evade and then counterattack in that fleeting moment of retreat. What astounding talent must one possess to create such a technique? What audacity drives one to undertake such a perilous maneuver? I devised it myself, Jiang Cheng responded calmly. You created it yourself? Natalie's expression was one of disbelief, her mind reeling. Could it be that he was once a sovereign of unparalleled might? Her intrigue deepened, and her heart raced with astonishment. After a millennium of achieving the exalted status of a supreme sorcerer, she had witnessed an abundance of prodigies. If this unparalleled technique was indeed conceived by Jiang Cheng, then he undoubtedly stood as the most extraordinary genius she had ever encountered. I once immersed myself in the essence of Tai Chi, grasping the profound principle of utilizing force against force. For an entire 3 months, I diligently practiced, honed, and experimented, integrating it into my combat endeavors. Reflecting on those days brought a wave of nostalgia to Jiang Cheng. The gaming realm was replete with 14 divine techniques: the law of annihilation, the half-step domain, the shadow blade slash, the forceful flash kill, and the 8 forces resonance, among others. Each technique he had created was etched in his memory with profound significance. Yet now, he had been reduced to a mere skeleton. There were several divine techniques that, with his current strength, he could not even employ. Only through continuous evolution could he hope to ascend to his former pinnacle. The essence of Tai Chi? A look of skepticism crossed Natalie's face, though she refrained from probing further, instead handing him the scripture in her hands. According to our agreement, I shall formally impart this necromantic tome to you. Very well. Jiang Cheng accepted the necromantic tome, his heart stirring with anticipation. It seemed he was destined to possess a sea of skeletons. If he could evolve further and combine it with the necromantic fusion technique learned by Dui Xiaomeng. How long would it take her? Natalie paused her actions, estimating around 3 days. Rest assured, I will ensure your girlfriend becomes a formidable necromancer. With that, I shall take my leave. I will return in 3 days. Jiang Cheng bid farewell to Natalie. Subsequently, he exited the necromancer's temple, intent on finding an elite monster to test the necromantic tome. To remain so composed before me, unaffected by my imposing presence. Ah, truly, she is a mysterious necromancer. Natalie cast a deep glance at Jiang Cheng. Chapter 36. The terrifying necromantic tome. As Jiang Cheng grasped the necromantic tome in his hands, he began to examine its attributes. Necromantic tome quality: life, 500 magic, 500 critical hit probability, 30 current soul power, 0 dark dread, inflicts 100 increased damage to dark creatures. Rebirth, upon slaying an enemy unit. There is a 0.1 chance to resurrect the deceased as a skeletal minion, with a possibility of inheriting the deceased's former talents and skills. Necromantic transformation consumes 1,000 points of soul power to transform the deceased into a skeletal minion, with a chance to inherit the deceased's former talents and skills. Overview: one of the 10 divine tomes of heaven and earth, possessing unfathomable powers. When placed in the inventory, it can absorb the soul power of living beings upon their demise. Upon reading the description of the necromantic tome, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy. While the enhancement to life and magic was not substantial, rendering the artifact less formidable, the 30 critical hit probability was indeed extraordinary. Combined with his blood prison soldier, he would possess a remarkable 45 critical hit chance. The dark dread ability inherently counters the undead, doubling the inflicted damage. The passive rebirth ability may seem lackluster with its mere 1 in 1,000 chance. However, the necromantic transformation is an active skill that merely consumes soul power. He could likely absorb soul power by defeating wild creatures, thus he had no intention of idling away time. With a command, the 6-pointed ghostly mark of the Underworld descended into the abyss. Placing the necromantic tome within the blood prison cloak, a token appeared in Jiang Cheng's hand. Summoning forth the skeletal steed. Mounting the steed, he capitalized on the duration of his full skills. Weapon switch: blood prison spear. In the dimly lit forest, Jiang Cheng rode the skeletal steed, galloping swiftly towards the level 30 wilderness, the skeletal tomb. Since acquiring the steed, traveling had become a trivial matter for him. Jiang Cheng could not help but marvel at the fortuitous enhancement of his mount. The vast expanse of the great wasteland world map was dotted with numerous wild creatures, relics, and natural treasures. However, without a teleportation array, players were compelled to explore on foot, painstakingly traversing the landscape. Moreover, they needed to carry ample potions and supplies to avoid the embarrassing predicament of running out of health and mana. After each exploration, the necessity to return for more potions slowed progress considerably. By the time they completed their explorations, many opportunities would likely have been seized by others. In contrast, Jiang Cheng could gallop freely, with the added benefit of a lifesteal skill to replenish his resources, an exhilarating experience indeed. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng halted his steed at the deserted periphery of the skeletal tomb. He discerned that indeed no players had left traces here, as graves surrounded him in abundance. The air was thick with swirling white mist, obscuring vision. A reckless advance could easily lead to falling into traps. Fortunately, he possessed the blood-red surveying eye, alleviating such concerns. Activating the blood-red surveying eye, Jiang Cheng discovered that various tombs were indeed haunted by a throng of skeletal minions, densely clustered together. Gravekeeper Archer level, 20 health, 1200 attack, 100-100 defense, 10 talent, mastery of archery, focus overview. The Gravekeeper Archer, stationed outside the skeletal tomb, possesses unparalleled archery skills. The area is teeming with archers. Without the blood-red surveying eye, one might be swiftly turned into a pincushion. Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of inspiration and drew forth his remaining 7 bone arrows. Switching his weapon to the bow to test whether he could activate the passive ability of the dark scripture of the Undead, Resurrection. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In rapid succession, 3 arrows were released, striking the heads of 3 Gravekeeper archers. Thud, thud, thud. 2,417. 2,414. 2,417. He felled the Gravekeeper archers, earning 200 experience points and evolution points with each kill. Now at level 20, his total attack reached 366. With critical hits and weak points considered, the damage multiplied to approximately 1207. However, with the dark intimidation effect of the dark scripture of the Undead, which doubled the damage, his total damage soared to 2,417. A swift execution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once again, 3 arrows flew, and yet another trio of archers fell, although the resurrection effect remained dormant. Following the demise of the 6 archers, 6 black orbs of light emerged, drifting slowly towards Jiang Cheng. Upon entering his body, the dark scripture of the Undead behind his cloak suddenly radiated with brilliance. Soul power, 1. Soul power, 1. He accumulated a total of 6 points of soul power. While Jiang Cheng was not surprised by this, he was astonished to discover that this soul power had an unexpected effect. In his attribute panel, his attack had inexplicably increased by 0.6. 1 point of soul power enhanced his attack by 0.1. As expected of one of the 10 great tomes, it was indeed formidable. Whoosh. The final arrow was released, embedding itself in the head of another Gravekeeper archer. 1,464. This time, there was no critical hit, only a double damage effect, thus failing to trigger the 3 times multiplier. However, with dark intimidation still in play, it was still a lethal strike. The resurrection effect activated, and he gained a loyal servant. Request for 5-star reviews and encouragement for updates. There will be another update shortly, along with a clarification on the rules for additional updates. If the number of ratings increases by 50, another update will follow. Each increment of 50 ratings counts for 1 additional update, calculated only for the day. Thank you. Currently at 550 reviews. When it reaches 600, there will be an additional update. Chapter 37. The evolution of the Gravekeeper Archer and the Destructive Archer triggered originally harboring little hope. Jiang Cheng found himself utterly astonished. A 1 in 1,000 chance had indeed manifested, a stroke of remarkable fortune. However, this was not the moment for idle contemplation. As his skeleton rose anew, preparing to stand, it was immediately pierced by a multitude of arrows, meeting its end in an instant. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng had successfully drawn the fire of his adversaries. With a firm grip on the horse's belly, he urged his skeletal steed forward, swiftly closing the distance to the Gravekeeper archers who were targeting his resurrected skeleton. In a mere 3 seconds, he covered the 50-meter stretch. Upon reaching the 7 Gravekeeper archers, Jiang Cheng dismounted with agility. His longbow transformed into a weapon of blood and vengeance, and he executed a decisive strike aimed at the head of the nearest archer. With a resounding thud, the powerful downward motion, augmented by his tremendous speed, cleaved the Gravekeeper archer in half along with its longbow. In an instant, the archer's bones shattered, scattering fragments in all directions. Damage dealt, 3,170. With the added velocity from his mount, this strike registered the highest damage output. 508. 508. 20. Within a 2-meter radius. Various colored damage values erupted from above the archer's head, red for critical damage, crimson for tearing damage, and white for speed-enhanced additional damage. With a swift horizontal slash, he severed another Gravekeeper archer at the waist. 2,147. 343. 343. Following this, a diagonal slash cleared the immediate vicinity of the remaining archer. Soul power increased by 9 points. Experience surged by 1,800, and evolution points also rose by 1,800. At this juncture, a multitude of archers within a 50-meter radius took notice of him, drawing their bows and unleashing a volley of arrows in his direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Cheng had already advanced, obstructing several lines of sight. However, with his current strength, he found it impossible to evade all projectiles using the shadow step. 10, 9, 11. In an instant, he lost 30 health points, yet he remained undeterred. Stepping forward once more onto the parched earth and executing another powerful strike. Rage / activated, lifesteal triggered, critical hit procured, and blood vengeance initiated. His health replenished, and after 3 strikes, the area before him was once again cleared. Jiang Cheng stood amidst the skeletal graveyard, treading upon countless scattered bone fragments, executing a series of swift kills against the encircling Gravekeeper archers. With lifesteal in effect, he had no fear of depleting his health. Half an hour later, he had vanquished over 800 archers, earning 160,000 evolution points, 820 soul power, and leveling up by 1 rank, carving his way into the inner sanctum of the graveyard. With a final blow, he dispatched the last archer, and suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! The passive resurrection effect has been triggered. You have obtained a loyal servant. As the sound of a prompt echoed, Jiang Cheng witnessed the once lifeless Gravekeeper archer gradually rise from the ground. Gravekeeper archer quality, ordinary level, 1 health, 100 defense, 1 talent, mastery of archery. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain. It appeared satisfactory, suggesting potential for evolution. Shall I expend 100 evolution points to evolve the Gravekeeper archer? Yes, Jiang Cheng affirmed with conviction. With the addition of his previous 370,000 evolution points, he now possessed a total of 530,000. He decided to reserve 400,000 for his own evolution, leaving 130,000 to test the might of the Gravekeeper archer. The evolution was successful, now at level 1. Congratulations. You have spent 200 evolution points to evolve the Gravekeeper archer. Congratulations. You have spent 300. Congratulations. You have spent 1,000 evolution points to evolve the Gravekeeper archer. The Gravekeeper archer successfully advanced to become the Gravekeeper marksman. Gravekeeper marksman quality, elite level, 10 health, 2. 000 attack, 50, 100, strength 50, defense, 20 strength, 50 skill, shock arrow talent, mastery of archery. Overview. Belongs to the Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain. Indeed, the advancement was remarkable, Jiang Cheng observed with satisfaction. Although it fell short compared to his own capabilities, it was economically advantageous. Evolving to level 10 only required 500 evolution points. It seemed the skeleton army held great promise for the future. Despite his formidable personal strength, the sheer number of players posed a challenge. He could contend with 100 or even 1,000 players, but facing 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 alone was an insurmountable task. No matter how high his defense, he would inevitably suffer damage. one spell from each player, and even the strongest would feel overwhelmed. However, with the skeleton army at his disposal, he would possess the confidence to confront countless players. He continued the evolution process, expending 2,000 evolution points. 10,000 evolution points later, the Gravekeeper Marksman successfully evolved into the Destruction Marksman. Destruction Marksman quality, rare health, 2,000 attack, 150, 200, strength bonus attack, 100, defense, 50 strength, 100 skills, shock arrow, destruction arrow. Talents, mastery of archery, power. Overview, belongs to the Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain. Indeed, the evolution seemed limitless. Its attributes nearly surpassed his own. Curious to test its power, Jiang Cheng's gaze fell upon a distant elite-level archer. He commanded the Destruction Marksman to unleash an arrow towards it. At this moment, a daring group of players approached the perimeter of the skeleton tomb. Among them was an internal tester, aware of the treasures hidden within a nearby underground crypt. As long as the Blood Raven boss on the third layer of the tomb is lured away, these treasures can be easily obtained. However, upon witnessing the scene of skeletal mounds scattered with bone dust, he was momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 38, 12 Legends, Xianyu and Qianchong Lang Great Deity. I assure you, I am not lying. No one has ever set foot here. Mr. Nameless gazed at the desolate skeleton graveyard before him, his expression a portrait of trepidation as he grappled with the unfolding mystery. He had brought Xianyu and Qianchong Lang to the skeletal tomb, intending to leverage their skills to evade the archers stationed at the perimeter. Xianyu and Qianchong Lang, both disciples of the 12 righteous gods and heirs to their legacies, one a protege of the Amei dagger and the other of Qianshan Shui, were his hopes for securing the coveted treasure. Yet, to his astonishment, it appeared that someone had already beaten him to the secret he held. Suddenly, a dagger pierced through his neck. 457. A critical hit. Targeting the vulnerable neck, Mr. Nameless disintegrated into light. Regardless of whether anyone had previously visited, his value had been exhausted. The spurt of fresh blood was expelled. Xianyu licked the dagger, a satisfied smile gracing his face. As one of the 12 righteous gods and the most favored disciple of the Amei dagger, he held a disdainful view of the inept. To him, a second-rate expert like Mr. Nameless was akin to mere fodder, unworthy of sharing in the treasure. Dog, spare the chatter. The evidence suggests that someone has indeed been here. Xianyu showed no discontent at the moniker dog. He remained crouched, gathering some bone powder for examination, unhurried, as they had likely not entered for long. At this juncture, which faction possessed the audacity to lead an expedition to cleanse the skeletal graveyard? The mists were dense. With archers clustered together, it would likely require the sacrifice of hundreds to push through. Qianchong Lang wore a solemn expression. Could it be the Holy Temple? The Holy Temple is the foremost guild in the Huaxiao region, a true behemoth with thousands of elite members and 1 million players. He speculated that only a top 10 guild would dare to expend such immense resources to flatten the skeletal tomb, with the Holy Temple being the most probable candidate. My master is acquainted with the third elder of the Holy Temple. They do not have such a mission. Xianyu dismissed Qianchong Lang's conjecture, proceeding cautiously forward. His nature was inherently prudent. During PK sessions, he particularly favored ambushes, accumulating a significant tally of kills, which earned him the title of Dog among players. He was often mentioned in the same breath as Jianing Yun and the legendary player Qianchong Lang, among the 12 minor deities. Possessing an insatiable curiosity towards the inexplicable, he meticulously examined the bones beneath his feet. Each bone bore the marks of blades, with 9 grave-guarding archers, 3 slain from fatal head wounds, while the others remained unscathed. How could this have been the work of a single individual? The pervasive white mist rendered reckless entry perilous, likely resulting in immediate demise from a hail of arrows. Who possessed the capability to eliminate all the archers? Xianyu's expression shifted. An unsettling feeling crept over him, sensing the strangeness of the surroundings. Dog, what are you doing? First, consider how to circumvent those guilds. Regardless of which guild it may be, an encounter would likely be unfavorable. Whoosh! A sudden sound of air being sliced through pierced the silence of the skeletal graveyard. Clink! Beside Qianchong Lang, a dagger collided with an arrow, resulting in a burst of energy. The arrow was severed by the dagger, plummeting to the parched earth, broken into 2 pieces. There is an archer. Fall back. Whoosh. Once more, the sound of slicing air echoed, and from the mist emerged an arrow engulfed in crimson flames. This arrow is extraordinary. Do not attempt to catch it head-on. Chapter 39. The Flash of Void. 275. Before Ingo Xianyu could finish speaking, Qian Chonglang's heart was struck by an arrow, a critical hit manifesting above his head. Immediately after, a thunderous explosion erupted from the arrows embedded in his body. 175. You have been affected by the destructive arrow. You are gravely injured, and your movement speed is reduced by 30 for 3 seconds. It's a boss. Qian Chonglang hastily retreated, glancing at his health, remaining at 105 from an initial 565, sweat breaking out all over him. As a disciple of the legendary Qian Shan Shui and renowned as one of the 12 legendary wave dogs, this was the first time he found himself in such a dire predicament. No, there is something peculiar about this archer. Xianyu instinctively blocked the next arrow from the destructive archer and utilized a universal skill, appraisal, to inspect the archer's attributes. This archer belongs to a faction, not a boss. Qian Chonglang downed 3 bottles of basic health potions, gradually regaining health while also examining the attributes of the destructive archer, only to be taken aback. The Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain? What in the world? Be careful. Qian Chonglang suddenly noticed, through the mist, a blood-red skeleton cloaked in a cape, wielding a long spear aimed at Xianyu. Alarmed, he instinctively called out a warning. Just what I was waiting for. Yet, Xianyu remained unfazed. As an assassin player, he was well-versed in the art of ambush and evasion, making both second nature to him. Besides, with his mastery of the techniques borrowed momentum and flash of void, how could he possibly fear a mere wild creature's ambush? With a swift twist of his dagger, he prepared to counterattack the Blood Abyss soldier from Jiang Cheng, intending to launch a preemptive strike and, in the moment of retreat, throw the dagger to inflict damage. However, in the next instant, a blinding flash of blade light pierced through the mist and struck his eyes. Oh no, that's the blade light slash. How is this possible? A skeleton wielding a second-tier divine skill. Bang! The blood-red blade light descended, shattering the assassin's protective skill, Shadow Cloak. Yet, Xianyu remained composed. One of the 14 divine skills, Flash of Void, was activated. The Flash of Void skill allows one to harness the protective skills inherent to every class. At the moment the energy shatters, the user can preemptively activate their class's displacement skill. This triggers the game's damage mitigation mechanism, nullifying all damage from that instance. When each class's protective skill breaks, there is a visual effect of energy dissipating. If the displacement skill is activated early, the blade slashes down, but the individual has already vanished, creating the illusion of a missed strike. Thus, it is aptly named the Flash of Void. Xianyu grinned, harnessing the energy from the shattering moment to execute the displacement skill that only level 10 assassins can learn, performing a sole roll that instantaneously negated Jiang Cheng's lethal strike, allowing him to swiftly evade the 1-meter attack radius of Jiang Cheng. Just as he was preparing to launch a counterattack, he suddenly realized that a crimson gunpoint had inexplicably pierced through him. Yet, he remained unfazed. Skeletons are among the lowest tier of the undead, and no matter how high their attack power, it could never surpass his own health. But in an instant, his health plummeted to 0. Xianyu was left dumbstruck. The blood prison long spear of Jiang Cheng was over a meter longer than the average weapon of the blood prison soldiers. How could the infernal dog Xianyu, retreating merely a meter, hope to escape the range of his assault? As Xianyu's eyes widened in disbelief, his body began to shatter and dissipate into light. Upon defeating the player Xianyu, the plundering skill was triggered, successfully stealing the stealth shield. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly, thinking, now I can utilize the empty side as well. He then turned his gaze towards the astonished Qian Chonglang. Chapter 40. The bewildered Qian Chonglang. The techniques of Kongjian Flash and Jiesher Flash Kill are fundamentally distinct. One is reactive and the other proactive. In the past, before he had devised the Kongjian Flash, the protective skills available to each profession were deemed rather futile, resulting in no players opting to learn them. Even upon reaching level 20, these skills merely offered a luminescent shield effect and a mere 8 damage reduction. Any attack would shatter the shield, rendering it utterly worthless. Investing significant experience points and monetary resources into upgrading such a lackluster skill was a sheer waste of time and funds. Only Jiang Cheng remained steadfast in his belief that no skill in the game could be truly worthless. It merely awaited discovery of its utility. Through diligent research, he identified a commonality among protective skills. They all exhibited a shattering effect upon being attacked. By harnessing this effect and employing a displacement skill in advance, one could activate the game's damage mitigation mechanism. However, this damage mitigation trigger allowed players a mere 0.1 seconds for reaction. One needed an extraordinarily precise awareness and foresight to activate the displacement skill exactly within that fleeting moment. Otherwise, it would lead to disastrous consequences. After a month of experimentation, he finally conceived the extraordinary technique known as Kongjian Flash. Upon utilizing it in the latter matches and achieving a remarkable 100 consecutive victories, ascending to the pinnacle of the ladder, this technique instantaneously captivated the entire server, marking yet another of his remarkable innovations. Consequently, protective skills became the subject of extensive study and practice among players, igniting a wave of interest. Regrettably, 99 of the players ultimately lamented the disheartening realization that this technique might elude their grasp for a lifetime. At present, Jiang Cheng lacked a corresponding displacement skill. Yet he could exploit a bug in the shinnying step to achieve the effects of Kongjian Flash. Wongo, are you dead yet? In the chat channel, Xinyu, recently resurrected, urgently messaged. If you're still alive, don't be reckless. Get out of there quickly. That skeleton's attack power is terrifying, and it can change its weapon forms. It's not merely a simple skeleton. As Xinyu's messages flooded in, Qianchonglang found himself somewhat bewildered. He had initially contemplated a contest of strength with that blood skeleton. However, just as he was about to make a move, a flurry of dazzling blades appeared before him, blinding him momentarily. The instant he regained his sight, an arrow struck directly at his heart. Observing the minuscule sliver of health remaining, he lamented, "My strength is simply inadequate." A solitary point of health, precisely measured, neither more nor less. At first, he dismissed it as mere coincidence, but after consuming several health potions, he was struck once more by an arrow, leaving him with but a single point of health. Thus, he sorrowfully concluded that the blood skeleton possessed an unnaturally precise and bizarre ability to calculate his health and the damage inflicted by its minions. Moreover, within this fog-laden environment, the blood skeleton remained utterly unfazed, rendering him defenseless against its relentless assault. After several attempts, he ultimately surrendered. Although he was dubbed a reckless wanderer, one must consider the context in which one acts recklessly. To be truly audacious, one must survive. Failing to do so merely results in a futile sacrifice. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Qian Chong, gazing at the blood skeleton before him, spoke with palpable exasperation. Despite the blood skeleton merely standing there, doing nothing, even refraining from aiming a weapon at him, he was acutely aware that any movement on his part would likely result in his demise. Sell some equipment. Jiang Cheng, a figure of authority, gestured for him to approach. The Tomb Guardian Archer had indeed dropped some equipment, yet his cloak could not be equipped. Wearing it conferred no beneficial attributes and hampered his speed, rendering it cumbersome. Thus, selling it for healing potions or gold seemed the wisest course of action. Naturally, Qian Chong was oblivious to Jiang Cheng's prior utterances, but he dared not flee and could only follow. His curiosity piqued. He wondered why this blood skeleton exhibited such peculiar behavior. However, upon witnessing a pile of gear amassed before a grave, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Did you kill all of these Tomb Guardian archers? Chapter 41. You cannot afford to offend this skeleton. His master was hailed as a legendary player, while he himself was recognized as a player of legend. The breadth of his knowledge and gaming experience was unparalleled by ordinary players. Here, each refresh yielded approximately over 800 archers, resetting every half hour. My goodness, just how monstrous are the attack and defense of this blood skeleton? As a legendary archer player, Qianchonglang was acutely aware of the sensation of being targeted by a throng of archers. How did he evade the concentrated fire without a stealth skill? A myriad of questions surfaced in his mind, igniting a growing curiosity in his gaze. Gold coins, blue potions, health potions, skill books, anything would suffice. Jiang Cheng produced a silver coin, placing it within the skeletal hand, subsequently switching the positions of the coin and his equipment. Upon surpassing the threshold of the angry slash skill, he discovered that leveling up also required currency, while health potions were intended for the destructive archers. The blue potions, however, were for his personal use. Though he possessed a lifesteal passive that rendered him unafraid of depleting health, his skills consumed a significant amount of mana, necessitating the replenishment with blue potions. You wish to trade with me? Qianchonglang was no naive fool. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng's actions, he instantly comprehended the implication. But alas, I cannot afford it. Observing the more than 10 pieces of level 20 equipment, Qianchonglang felt utterly speechless. At this stage, having only been a day since the server opened, players generally hovered around level 10, and even legendary players like himself were merely at level 13. Were it not for his confidence in his skills, he would not have ventured here. Level 20 basic equipment held little demand for the currently impoverished players, who were all preoccupied with purchasing potions and learning skills. To procure these level 20 items, he would require at least 3 days to convert them into something profitable. It simply wasn't worth it. The crux of the matter was that he lacked funds. His balance stood at a mere 78 copper coins. The silver coin in the blood skeleton's grasp was an unattainable treasure for him. Noticing his evident distress, Jiang Cheng extended 5 skeletal fingers, followed by another 5. Are you suggesting that if 1 is insufficient, 5 will do, and if 5 are inadequate, then 10? You want me to seek out the guild? Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmation. Aren't you afraid I might run away? Qianchonglang was clearly taken aback. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Because Qianchonglang's master, Qianshengsu, was once his own apprentice. Moreover, Qianchonglang was not only Qianshengsu's disciple, but also his cousin in reality. In the past, Qianchonglang frequently trailed behind him and Qianshengsu in-game, exclaiming 666 with enthusiasm. Jiang Cheng held a degree of trust in Qianchonglang's character, though he understood that some discipline was necessary. Before Qianchonglang, Jiang Cheng's skeletal hand began to shift constantly, performing various gestures. Only after Qianchonglang stood in stunned silence did he withdraw his hand. With a serious glance at Jiang Cheng, Qianchonglang nodded gravely. You are indeed a member of that guild? I understand. Why have you changed? Never mind. Rest assured, I shall procure these items for you. You require gold, health potions, and mana potions, correct? However, how can I reach you? I shall await your arrival. Jiang Cheng stood firm, his teeth gritted, and then stepped towards the elite archer. Qianchonglang gazed at Jiang Cheng's crimson cloak as it vanished into the white mist, momentarily immobilized. After collecting the equipment from the ground, he turned away from the skeletal graveyard. Where the hell are you, you dog? Why aren't you responding? I've summoned a group. Are you all right? Don't ask anymore. I've logged out, and don't come over. This person, even the skeletons cannot provoke. Qianchonglang uttered this falsehood in the chat channel, feeling a pang of melancholy afterward. Well, I should first consider which guild would be suitable to offload these items. He must not fail this task assigned by the enigmatic figure. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalled the foolish Qi Tun Tianxia. Before becoming the disciple of the Fist Sect's master, Qi Tun Tianxia had established a guild composed entirely of affluent players from the Huaxiao region. At this stage, to have the guild purchase such a large quantity of level 20 whiteboard equipment, the guild members' intelligence must not be exceedingly high. The members of Qi Tun Tianxia's guild were all wealthy, lacking in cleverness but abundant in funds, making them a fitting target. Now, will this elite archer trigger the resurrection passive? Could it add an elite archer to my skeletal army? Jiang Cheng mused as he observed the elite tomb-guarding archer. After vanquishing this elite archer, his own evolution would be imminent. The blood raven below presented a considerable challenge. Chapter 42. The Elite Tomb Guardian Archer. Elite Tomb Guardian Archer. Quality. Elite level. 25 health. 15,000 attack. 150, 300 defense. 90 skills. Slow arrow. Armor-piercing arrow talents. Strong strike. Archery mastery overview. A loyal protector of the blood crow, proficient in archery. In truth, Jiang Cheng was drawn to its skills, hoping to trigger the passive resurrection to gain an additional elite subordinate. However, his gathered soul power was merely 832 points, insufficient for an active resurrection. Moreover, there was a boss, the blood crow, which could activate resurrection. He would leave that to it. He decided to test the void flash himself. Jiang Cheng refrained from commanding the destruction archer to attack and chose to engage first. Whoosh. Armor-piercing arrow. A corrosive arrow shot forth from the mist. The sound of it slicing through the air resonated as it struck the gray light, cloaking Jiang Cheng. Clang. A faint sound akin to shattering glass echoed in his ears. The gray light surrounding him fractured. Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed as an old sensation surged within him. As the gray light neared complete dissolution, he deftly stepped back, positioning himself just outside the attack range of the elite Tomb Guardian archer. Boom! The armor-piercing arrow inexplicably vanished before him, inflicting 0 damage. The silver shield negated the arrow's effect, resulting in no harm and its immediate disappearance. Yet, a hint of displeasure flickered across Jiang Cheng's crimson cheekbones. His movement speed remained too sluggish, lacking a displacement skill. He could likely activate it only 3 times out of 10 attempts. He needed to swiftly reclaim his former peak. His peak performance, 13 blades per second, 12 spells in 1 staff, 13 shadows in a single step. 13 blades per second referred to achieving an attack speed of 13 strikes in 1 second. 12 spells in 1 staff indicated the capacity to cast 12 types of spells in a single incantation, a prerequisite for unleashing the Dragon Destruction Spiral. 13 shadows in a single step meant achieving a movement speed of approximately 0.5 seconds per step, resulting in the creation of 13 afterimages due to the rapidity of his motion. Now, he could hardly manage even a single step per second without employing the Gale Step. In the vast wilderness, reaching certain speed limits could yield unexpected results. Surpassing those limits brought even more terrifying effects. This applied to attack speed, movement speed, cognitive speed, and neural response speed, each possessing its own formidable might when maximized. Surpassing these thresholds was even more fearsome. His 14 divine skills were forged upon these limits, establishing his reign as a colossal figure within the ladder of power and the eternal pinnacle of the gaming realm. Thus far, no more than a handful of players across the entire server could fully master his 14 divine skills, let alone surpass him. Eliminate him, Jiang Cheng commanded the destruction archer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amidst the clashing sounds of arrows, Jiang Cheng skillfully maneuvered around the elite archers while simultaneously shielding the devastating archer from incoming projectiles. 1,120. 675. 20. 20. The defense was exceedingly high. It appeared that my offensive power was somewhat lacking. Observing the damage inflicted, Jiang Cheng furrowed his brow. Despite the enhancement of 82 points from soul power, bringing his attack to a total of 422, the elite archer's formidable defense significantly mitigated the damage. Even with a critical strike multiplier of 3, he could only deal 1120 damage. It was evident that he required an evolution, or perhaps he could obtain this elite archer. With the archer's armor-piercing arrows, the damage might increase substantially. With a resounding thud, 1170, the final blow struck, and the elite archer crumbled into a heap of bones, the ground shimmering with several gleaming lights. Congratulations on defeating the elite Tomb Guarding archer. You have gained 2,500 experience points, 2,500 evolution points, and 200 enhancement points. Resurrection triggered successfully. You have acquired a loyal servant. Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of joy. Chapter 43, Concealed Evolution Direction. Blood Prison Icebone Lieutenant. A skeletal figure emerged from the ground, transforming into an elite archer. Elite Tomb Guardian Archer. Quality: Elite level, 1 health, 1,000 attack, 50100 defense, 30 skills. Armor-piercing arrow, slow arrow talent, strong strike, archery mastery. Overview: belonging to the Blood Prison Assault Skeleton Captain. Perfectly inherits all attributes. Upon observing the attributes of the elite archer, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy. However, he refrained from immediate evolution, as his evolution points were limited. He understood that evolution must prioritize himself, with his subordinates serving merely as support. After defeating the Tomb Guardian elite, the mist before Jiang Cheng began to dissipate. Crack, crack, crack. A towering tomb surrounded by heaps of bones appeared before him. The entrance to the tomb slowly creaked open, echoing the sound of mechanisms being activated in the serene graveyard. The Tomb of the Blood Crow. Legend has it that the Blood Crow was a figure from a millennium ago, a general of the demon race renowned for his unparalleled archery and swordsmanship. He fought in 32 battles, claiming the lives of millions without a single defeat. Alas, he fell victim to a foolish king and was ultimately betrayed to his death. In death, his unquenched resentment, tainted by demonic energy, transformed him into the Blood Crow, hidden within the tomb. This Blood Crow possessed a particularly troublesome skill, a wide-ranging 18-shot barrage. It unleashed 7 waves of attacks, each wave spaced no more than 0.5 seconds apart, covering a vast area with exceptionally high damage. Given his current movement speed, even the Shadow Step would struggle to evade it. Jiang Cheng clenched his jaw. It was time to evolve himself. Evolution required 100,000 points, aiming for the Blood Prison Skeleton Captain or the Heavy Armored Skeleton Captain. The Concealed Evolution Path. Blood Prison Icebone Lieutenant required 400,000 points. Indeed, it was a staggering sum. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Cheng opted for the Concealed Evolution Path and commenced the process. Finding a secluded spot, he stationed the 2 archers to guard him and pressed confirm. Spending 400,000 evolution points, he selected the Concealed Evolution Path, successfully transforming into the Blood Prison Icebone Lieutenant, with an evolution duration of 20 minutes. As the words left his lips, a chilling aura began to emanate from the surface of his skeletal form, freezing the ground around him. Simultaneously, his body was enveloped in ice, commencing its metamorphosis. 19 minutes later, a party of 11 players arrived at the outskirts of the skeleton's grave. This is the place. Hurry up, we must not be discovered. At the periphery of the skeleton grave, Mr. Anonymous hastily led a team of 10 players. Previously slain, he was incensed by the actions of the underhanded dogs. Now, he resolved that even if he could not claim the treasure, he would at least vex them. Thus, he deceived a squad of elite players to venture here. This is a level 20 wild area, right? Bringing us here is tantamount to a death sentence. Chi Tun Tianxiao furrowed his brow. He brought along a group of inexperienced affluent individuals, initially intending for them to savor the essence of life. Yet, this nameless gentleman astonishingly led them to a leveling area suitable for level 20. To be precise, this is a level 30 training ground. But fear not. It has already been cleared by others, so there is nothing to worry about. The nameless man grinned widely, adding that there is only one boss here, whose attack speed is particularly slow and whose defenses are notably low, making it exceptionally easy to defeat. Together, we shall surely vanquish it. Upon hearing the word boss, the formidable figure known as Chi Tunshin furrowed his brows deeper. The mention of a boss conjured images of a blood-soaked silhouette, a skeletal horror that had significantly enlarged his psychological shadow. He was not eager to encounter it. However, the crucial point was that this place was teeming with skeletons. Could it be mere coincidence? Chi Tunshin shook his head. His master had warned him that the blood skeleton was a neutral boss that roamed randomly, instructing him to flee should he ever cross paths with it. Given the considerable distance from the Monster Stone Forest, it was unlikely that the blood skeleton could reach this location in less than 3 days. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Shaking his head, Chi Tunshin waved his hand, declaring to everyone that outside, we could hardly compete for a boss. Today, we could finally indulge in the thrill of defeating a boss. Here is the second update. Any suggestions are welcome. Chapter 44. Are these 2 archers different? Damn it. I spent 2 million this time and hired 300 men, all of whom perished, just to reach this wretched place. If I don't catch a glimpse of the boss, I'm doomed. Mo Aoyan raised his fist, his expression tinged with a hint of menace. Mr. Nameless' countenance shifted immediately, yet he maintained a smile. Fear not. I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, esteemed leaders. However, a flicker of disdain crossed his mind. This bunch of rich fools had nothing to offer beyond their wealth. Previously, when the cunning dog Xian Yu and the roguish dog, Qian Chong Lang, brought him along, only 3 had perished. Yet now, this group, having employed over 300, had all met their demise, with dozens from their own guild lost as well. They were nothing but a pack of trash. In truth, whether they could defeat the boss was of little consequence. What mattered most in life was the experience, the essence of existence. Mo Aoyan shrugged his shoulders, a melancholic expression adorning his face, his tone rather flamboyant. Let us move on. Enough of this nonsense. Chi Tun Tian, irritated by their incessant chatter, felt quite displeased. Each wilderness area had a distinct respawn time, yet most were around half an hour. Having cleared this area for so long, it was likely time for the monsters to respawn. It would be utterly frustrating to spend 2 million only to encounter no boss and get slain by minor creatures. Come on, I can hardly wait to see what the boss looks like. Damn it, the guild has monopolized everything outside. I can't see a thing. Indeed, this ridiculous game is far too punishing. There are no recharge channels. It's as if they're deliberately making it difficult for me. Aoyan. The group grumbled, subsequently cursing as they followed Mr. Nameless deeper into the skeleton tomb. Chi Tun Tian, where are you? Suddenly, a message notification popped up on Chi Tun Tian's friend interface. Lango, what does he want with me? Chi Tun Tian pondered, feeling suspicious. As a player of the 12 Legends, Lango had always looked down upon him, making it unlikely for him to reach out first. I'm in this cursed place called the Skeleton Tomb, accompanying the wealthy to experience life. The Skeleton Tomb? Is that the level 30 wilderness area? Why are you so astonished? It seems so, yes. Chi Tun Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Hurry back. Don't go seeking death. Seeking death? Huh. You needn't worry about that. We are a professional team. We won't perish. With that, he ended the conversation, promptly blocking the fellow. This Lango, thinking himself superior as a player of 12 Legends, looked down upon him. Did he think it permissible to slay monsters beyond their level or challenge the boss, flaunting his prowess? With a disdainful smile, Chi Tun Tian continued to follow Mr. Nameless. As he stepped onto a shattered skull, suddenly, two piercing sounds rang out. 357. 121. Mo Outyin was instantly struck by two arrows, vanishing in a flash. Damn! Didn't you say there were no minor creatures? Startled, Mo Outyin hurriedly retreated, his expression decidedly displeased. Quickly, raise the shield to block, cried the old shield bearer. Hurry! Summon your donkey mount to shield us from the arrows. The group fumbled in a state of chaos, and it took a moment for both Shield Outyin and Rider Outyin to react. One raised his shield while the other summoned his donkey, positioning it in front of the group. Armor-piercing arrow, shock arrow, destruction arrow, slow arrow, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Within 4 seconds, 4 arrows, each imbued with a distinct effect, hurtled toward them. Can we withstand this? Shield Outyin thought, reassured by his level 12 status as a shield warrior, clad in a full set of basic armor. With 500 health points and a formidable defense of 35. Surely, he could withstand the onslaught of a mere level 20 archer. With one hand gripping the shield, he retrieved a medium health potion capable of restoring 300 health, ready to consume at the moment his health dwindled. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 arrows struck the shield, resonating with metallic clashes. You are affected by the armor-piercing arrow. Your defense is reduced by 50 points for 10 seconds. You are affected by the destruction arrow. Due to armor piercing, damage is increased by 375 points, exploding after 1 second in a 3 by 3 meter radius. You are affected by the shock arrow. Your shield is shattered, negating 50 of damage reduction, and for the next 3 seconds, you will be stunned every 0.5 seconds. You are affected by the slow arrow. Your movement speed is reduced by 30. Good grief. An explosive arrow? A damage increase of 375? Quickly, Shield Outyin was about to urge his teammates hiding behind him to flee, but was suddenly incapacitated by the stunning effect. Then boom. The second phase of the destruction arrow detonated. A deafening roar echoed. Instantly, the 4 necromancers, each with 350 health points, along with the concentrated fire on Shield Outyin, were obliterated in a flash of light. In the process, a donkey was also taken away. The surviving members of the group, including Chi Tian Tian Tian, were left in stunned disbelief. What the hell? Do these 2 archers deal such explosive damage? And can they refresh their skills so rapidly? The Blood Abyss Assault Skeleton Captain? Chi Tian Tian Tian's expression changed as he suddenly realized something and glanced behind the 2 archers. Good grief, could that frozen block be? 3 updates delivered at midnight. Kindly leave a 5-star review. If the number of reviews reaches 725, an additional chapter will be added. Chapter 45. The Blood Prison and the Frozen Slaughter. The boss is encased in ice, presumably undergoing a mutation, devoid of any defensive capabilities, destined to endure our onslaught passively. Haha, it seems we are poised for the first kill. Old Knight, hasten forward and shield us. We must eliminate the archers first. Seeing the formidable Chi Outyin deep in thought, another foe fell to their demise, igniting a surge of excitement as commands were issued. A hint of exhilaration laced their tone. They still had 3 swordsmen, a knight, an ice archer, and 3 mages on their side. The graveyard archers would be rendered ineffective if the 3 swordsmen could close the distance. At that point, the blood skeleton boss would be at their mercy. All right, brothers, charge forth. This is our chance for the first kill. What manner of boss is this? We cannot discern any information. Never mind that. It is likely in the midst of mutation. Let us deal with the archers first. Understood. A subtle smile crept across Qi Aoyan's lips as he brandished his iron spear. The 5th level knight skill, Charge, was activated. Though he lacked a steed, his charge functioned as a pseudo-teleportation, maintaining commendable speed. Upon activation, Qi Aoyan found himself only 10 meters from the 2 graveyard archers. Whoosh! An arrow from the elite graveyard archer struck him, inflicting 122 points of damage. Gulping down a mid-tier health potion, Qi Aoyan deftly sidestepped the next arrow, stepping atop a skull. The archer class is often criticized for its arrows being blockable and lacking absolute tracking, allowing for evasion. Apart from their long range and high agility growth, they possess few advantages. Thus, in the vast wilderness, archers are relegated to a lesser status. Aside from a select few adept players, such as Qinshan Shui, the average player seldom opts for the archer class. The graveyard archers are no exception to this rule. Only 5 meters remain. Explosive Fireball. Explosive Fireball. Fireball. The mages trailing Qi Aoyan approached the 2 archers, entering the spell's effective range, and began unleashing their skills. 45, 48, 128. Without any spell defense, the 2 archers suffered greatly, their heads adorned with high damage numbers. Utilize single target fireballs. Do not cast explosive fireball. Oh, I comprehend. The 3 mages were now equally thrilled. The boss loomed before them, immobilized, and they were on the verge of securing their first kill. Having played the game for so long without claiming a single boss, their inner turmoil had been palpable. Whenever they ventured out, the most common remark they encountered was, "Is it merely a matter of wealth?" Lacking skill, technique, or awareness, they are nothing but affluent. Yet today, they would finally vanquish a boss to prove that they were not solely affluent. They could also conquer bosses. What are you doing? Awakening with a surge of indignation, Qi Tunshin's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Goodness, have these people been possessed by the Flathead Brother? How dare they challenge the boss without his command? Skeleton deity, is that something you can contend with? One strike from him could obliterate you. Leader, the boss is mutating. We must not move. This is a splendid opportunity for a first kill. We must act swiftly. Act. I shan't. Do you wish for me to descend further in levels? Everyone, return to me at once. Alas, Qi Tunshin's warning came too late. With a disdainful smirk, the arrogant Tian conjured a massive fireball, which crashed upon the icy expanse of Jiang Cheng, inflicting a damage of -1. Amidst the gasps of astonishment and terror from the onlookers, the ice began to crack and shatter. From the depths emerged a skeletal figure, adorned with blood-red jade, unfurling its crimson cloak. With a blood jade long sword, it struck the ground before them. Blood prison icebound slash. In an instant, 108 ice pillars manifested beneath the blood jade long sword, coalescing into a formidable wall of ice. Within moments, the 8 individuals were encased as frozen sculptures. Then, with a thunderous roar, the ice wall erupted, and the 108 ice pillars shattered explosively, reducing the 8 members of the Aoyan gang to mere motes of light. Chapter 46. I am truly struggling. At last, I have acquired an active damage skill. With a flourish of his blood-red cloak, Jiang Cheng stood poised, the chilling atmosphere before him still unyielding. The ground bore remnants of frozen shards, a testament to the recent skirmish. Scattered across the terrain lay the discarded equipment of the fallen, dull and lifeless, alongside a solitary skeleton. A flicker of surprise ignited within Jiang Cheng's fiery crimson eyes. He then perused his records. Could slaying players also trigger a resurrection passive? This piqued his interest. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the skeleton. Skeleton mage, quality, ordinary level, 1 health, 10 attack, 1 spell, 1 defense, 1 overview. Belonging to the blood prison's frozen bone general. Utterly worthless. Jiang Cheng could not help but voice his disdain. Pathetic. This evolution would likely yield no benefits. He lost interest and turned his attention to a distant adversary who still breathed. He resolved to eliminate him. Spare me, Skeleton Lord. I was wrong. The player, Qi Tunshin, observed Jiang Cheng's leisurely approach and chose not to flee, having witnessed the formidable 10-meter ice wall that had just been conjured. He felt an ominous certainty of his demise, especially with 2 archers lurking ominously nearby. The presence of such formidable minions only intensified his dread. Just then, Qian Chonglang hastened over, exclaiming, "Great one! This individual is the leader of the Outyin gang. He can purchase your equipment. Jiang Cheng ultimately refrained from striking, allowing Qi Tunshin to exhale in relief. However, he was simultaneously struck by curiosity. Qian Chonglang seemed to know the Skeleton Lord quite well. What was even more astonishing was that the Skeleton Lord appeared to comprehend human speech. Jiang Cheng decided to address the scattered white equipment strewn across the parched earth. The skeletal jaw opened and closed in vain, unable to articulate. What does that mean? Qi Tunshin stared blankly at Jiang Cheng, perplexed. Was he truly expected to reclaim his own equipment? A benevolent skeleton. Smack! Qian Chonglang delivered a sharp slap to Qi Tunshin's head, admonishing him. What are you thinking? Hurry and produce gold to buy those items. Purchase with gold? Qi Tunshin froze at the suggestion. Was this truly the protocol? Must he spend his own coins on equipment that had dropped from his own guild? I possess only 3 gold coins, a sum I painstakingly amassed for 30,000, and moreover, I have no use for these items. Smack! Qian Chonglang struck again. Keep what you can't use. Do you lack money? Qi Tunshin nodded, acknowledging his financial plight. Who among us does not struggle for coin in these early stages? Those 3 gold coins represented his hard-fought efforts. Yet, confronted with the chilling brilliance of Jiang Cheng's white flames, he shook his head, surrendering to fear. To navigate life with sincerity is to achieve a steadfastness akin to that of an old dog. Reluctantly, I traded 3 gold coins to Qian Chonglang, my countenance darkening with frustration. I resolved to return and extort a sum from that despicable group. After satiating my hunger, what was the purpose of battling the skeletal deity? I swiftly gathered the equipment strewn upon the ground into my inventory, eager to depart. I feared that lingering would deplete my finances further. Perhaps, spending to avert disaster could be deemed a satisfactory resolution, and I would simply flee upon encountering the blood skeleton in the future. Where are you going? There are still items here. Return and sell them to those affluent players. I shall come back later to collect my dues, Qian Chonglang stated, tossing 13 level 20 whiteboard items to the grief-stricken Qituan Tianxia. This is exceedingly difficult for me. Qituan Tianxia lamented, his expression a tapestry of melancholy hues, feeling exploited not only himself, but also dragging his guild members into the fray. I should not have ventured out today. Observing Qituan Tianxia's forlorn silhouette amidst the mist, Qian Chonglang could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Yet, he quickly redirected his gaze towards Jiang Cheng, sensing that it appeared to have grown stronger once more. Please leave a 5-star review. I urge you to support my endeavors, as my rating has plummeted to 9. 8. I wish to reclaim my former glory. Dear esteemed readers, do click the summary below. Chapter 47. New Weapon. The Wounds of Blood Hell's Extreme Ice at First Glance. Jiang Cheng now appeared to be enveloped in an aura of chilling desolation, akin to confronting the glacial depths of hell itself. Even with his resilient spirit, he felt a shiver run through him at the sight. The crimson flames flickering in his eyes were now accompanied by a ghostly blue flame, intertwining with the sanguine hues. His bones, once a deep blood red, now bore a subtle sheen of jade, as if lifeblood coursed through them. They resembled blood jade, under the moonlight. They would likely radiate an exquisite luminosity. The blood-red longsword in his grasp seemed almost sentient, with blood flowing through it, emanating an icy aura that quickened the heartbeat of anyone who dared to gaze upon it. Mysterious and frigid, his power had surely intensified beyond measure. How could such a transformation occur in such a brief span? His prowess eclipsed that of even the most seasoned players. An irresistible impulse to embrace his skeletal form surged within him. Master, here are 3 gold coins for you. Qian Chonglang extended 3 gold coins towards Jiang Cheng. The moment they touched Jiang Cheng's skeletal hand, an overwhelming chill surged forth, causing Qian Chonglang to flinch and his expression to shift. This frigid force was formidable enough to freeze a person solid. Perhaps, transforming into a skeleton could indeed render him even more formidable, a beneficial outcome for him. Qian Chonglang gazed at Jiang Cheng with a mix of reverence and astonishment. Jiang Cheng accepted the 3 gold coins but did not depart immediately. Instead, he tossed a silver coin back to him. Even as a skeleton, one must adhere to certain principles. Although he was acquainted with Qian Chonglang, the latter remained unaware of Jiang Cheng's true identity. To ensure Qian Chonglang's loyalty, it was essential to offer some incentives. For me? Jiang Cheng stared incredulously at the silver coin, but quickly accepted it without pretension. A single silver coin could fetch around 1,000 in the market. If one were in urgent need, the price could soar to 2,000. In the game, he would need to dedicate an entire day merely to accumulate enough gold. Indeed, the master is generous. From now on, I shall handle your equipment needs. In terms of connections, while I may not rival you, I possess a few. Jiang Cheng thumped his chest, pledging his unwavering support, feeling a renewed sense of motivation. It must be said, the skeletal master was remarkably magnanimous. If this continued, he could prioritize his equipment purchases in the future. Moreover, not only would he be free from concerns about gear, but he would also have a little extra coin. With the skeletal master's remarkable monster-slaying speed, teaming up with him would surely catapult him ahead, leaving the other 12 legends far behind. Filled with enthusiasm, Jiang Cheng departed, invigorated by Jiang Cheng's reward and even more passionate about the business of trading equipment. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng remained in place, taking a moment to recuperate and assess the changes brought about by his evolution. Name: Jiang Cheng. Level: 22. Experience: 1100-220000. Race: Blood Abyss Xianbing. Skeleton. Lieutenant. Health: 2830, increased by 500 from the necromancer's black scripture. Magic: 2530, increased by 500 from the necromancer's black scripture. Attack: 385, strength enhances attack by 150. Blood Abyss Extreme Ice Damage: 150, defense: 210, strength: 150, increases attack by 50, agility: 193, attack speed: 1 strike every 29 seconds, movement speed: 1 step every 3 seconds. Active skills: Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 6, Assault Armor, 3, Quick Blade, 10, Blood Abyss Ice Sealing Slash, 1. Hidden Shield, 1, Passive skills: Blood Red 7 kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Rage Slash, 1, Lifesteal, 3, Talents: Blood Red Surveying Eye, Frozen Bone Treasures, Necromancer's Black Scripture. Skeleton Warhorse Affiliates: Destruction Archer, Gravekeeper Elite Archer, Skeleton Mage. Evolution points: 37,000 enhancement points, 200 upon evolution. His health and magic each increased by 800 points. Attack rose by 150, defense by 50, and both strength and agility were augmented by 100 points. Although only one skill, Blood Abyss Ice Sealing Slash, was added, he gained an additional talent, Frozen Bone, and his weapon transformed into Blood Abyss Extreme Ice Damage. Chapter 48. The Frigid Wounds of Blood Prison's Extreme Ice. A Terrifying Affliction, Frozen Bones. Overview. The entire body transforms into frozen bones, unleashing a frigid assault upon enemy units within a 0.5 meter radius every 0.5 seconds, with an unending duration. Freezing. Each frigid assault accumulates a layer of deceleration effect, diminishing the enemy's attack and movement speed by 1. Upon stacking 10 layers, it inflicts a freezing effect, immobilizing the opponent for 0.5 seconds. This Frozen Bones ability is formidable. By stacking 10 layers of deceleration within a mere 5 seconds, one can freeze adversaries for half a second. While 0.5 seconds may seem trivial to average players, for skilled combatants, such a control effect can be the decisive factor in the outcome of a battle. The key is, this is a permanent passive talent. Extreme Ice Wounds of Blood Prison. Quality: Rare attack power, 150-150 critical hit rate, 20 devastation, critical damage increased by 50 armor piercing. Attacks ignore 20 points of the opponent's armor. Blood Prison. Attacks trigger tearing damage, inflicting a bleeding status that reduces health by 30 per second for 60 seconds, with a chance to cause severe injury, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 30. Ice Spirit. A 10 chance to trigger a slowing effect upon attack, decreasing the opponent's attack and movement speed by 30. Chilling Light. A 1 chance to activate the Ice Spirit effect, freezing enemy units for 0.5 seconds. This weapon is undeniably powerful. Jiang Cheng, grasping the extreme ice wounds of Blood Prison, felt a surge of excitement. Although the quality remained unchanged, the attack power increased by 60 points. The critical hit rate rose from 15 to 20, combined with the 30 from the Undead Black Scripture, culminating in a staggering 50 critical hit chance. The critical damage escalated from 30 to 50, and armor penetration increased by 10 points. The tearing damage of Blood Prison also saw enhancement. Most notably, an additional Ice Spirit trait was added, granting a 1 chance to freeze for 0.5 seconds. Compared to players wielding mere whiteboard weapons or the highest blue-tier weapons at this stage, he was indeed a paragon of opulence. A 5-trait rare weapon, the only one in the entire server. Moreover, at level 22, his attributes, when compared to those of a knight adorned in full legendary gear, placed him leagues ahead. With an attack power of 685, supplemented by an additional 82 from soul power, his total attack reached an impressive 767. A level 22 warrior, unless wielding a level 20 golden shining supreme artifact, could hardly contend with him. As the refresh occurred, he aimed to earn 1,000 soul power to vanquish the Blood Crow. No sooner had he spoken, the entire expanse of the skeletal graveyard refreshed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, over 100 hollow eyes fixed their gaze upon Jiang Cheng. Subsequently, bows were drawn, and more than 100 arrows surged toward him. Jiang Cheng, quick-witted and swift, summoned 3 subordinates back into the undead black scripture. Almost immediately, over 100 -1 damage indicators appeared above his head. Given his evolved defenses, these archers were incapable of penetrating his guard. With his high health and lifesteal abilities, a single strike could restore him completely, rendering him indifferent to further evasion. In the realm of bloodied ice, a single strike fell, inflicting a staggering -5,874 damage. The aftermath revealed -869, -869, and -30. The guardian archer of the tomb was vanquished, yielding 90 evolution points and experience. Critical hits, vital strikes, and a weapon's critical damage bonus of 50 combined with a 3/5-fold enhancement, alongside a 100 racial restraint against the undead, culminated in a 7-fold damage output, manifesting as an astounding 5,874 damage. The additional fury of the strike reached an impressive 869. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Cheng unleashed another blade strike. A resounding impact echoed as a vast expanse cleared before him. What previously demanded 3 strikes to dispatch 9 foes now required but 2. Countless experience notifications reverberated through the air, and within a mere 5 minutes, Jiang Cheng had decimated the over 800 archers freshly spawned from the skeletal necropolis, leaving only 30 remaining. These last few archers were merely kept as obstacles to thwart the entry of other players. The damage was overwhelming, rendering the freezing effects ineffective. It was time to seek the Blood Raven. Chapter 49, Blood Crow, I lack a subordinate like you. The heavy door creaked open once more, revealing the dimly lit expanse outside the tomb. Through the swirling clouds of dust, Jiang Cheng stepped into the sepulchre of the Blood Crow. Within the murky confines of the burial chamber, he found himself confronted by an exceedingly dark corridor, seemingly descending into an abyss. The air was thick with the scent of decaying ancient wood, enveloping the entire chamber in a foreboding gloom. It felt as though something might emerge from the depths of the corridor at any moment. Most players would likely lack the courage to venture forth in such a scenario. Yet, Jiang Cheng was undeterred, boldly striding down the passageway. As he traversed the pitch-black corridor, he occasionally trod upon skulls, heedless of the bones beneath his feet, shattering them with each step. He pressed onward, the rhythmic sounds echoing around him, resembling the scuttling of some unseen entity trailing closely behind. This noise was akin to a severed hand creeping at his heels, but Jiang Cheng feigned ignorance. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that a faint glimmer appeared before him. After enduring the interminable darkness, the sudden influx of light momentarily disoriented his eyes. The lurking creature, intent on ambushing him in this fleeting moment, was thwarted. Jiang Cheng was a skeleton. With a clang, he flicked his blood-red cloak. Turning swiftly, he delivered a decisive blow. A spray of crimson erupted before him, drenching him in its sanguinescence. Subsequently, the blood coalesced into the blood abyss extreme ice in his grasp. 11,756. A staggering amount of damage was inflicted. Having vanquished the blood hand of the tomb, he earned 500 evolution points and 500 experience. Ding! A melodious chime resonated from the ground. A gemstone? Jiang Cheng's interest peaked as he discovered a blood-red gem nestled within a fragment of bone. Bloodstone, overview. An inlay gem that enhances lifesteal by 1. Jiang Cheng casually tossed it into his cloak. Following his evolution, The carrying capacity of his cloak had increased. Previously, it could hold a maximum of 20 bone arrows. Now it could accommodate 30. Additionally, various special items and potions could be stowed within. This cloak effectively granted him an extra 30 slots in his inventory. The sole drawback was that it could not contain mundane items, such as equipment or skill books. Once he dealt with the Blood Crow, he intended to enhance his cloak, hoping for the emergence of special effects, and it was time to elevate his skills as well. As he traversed the corridor and entered the tomb of the Blood Crow, he was met with the sight of an ancient temple. The walls sprang to life as numerous oil lamps ignited. "How dare you sever my hand?" echoed a haunting voice within the dimly lit chamber. "You wretched skeleton, how dare you?" In a flurry, 108 arrows transformed into a torrential rain of projectiles, sweeping towards him, blanketing an area of approximately 10 meters around him. The unique skill of the Blood Crow, the thousand-fold arrow. In the past, Jiang Cheng would have had no choice but to evade this attack. However, having evolved, he no longer faced such distress. With a tug at his jawbone, the chilling strike of the Blood Prison Ice met the deluge of arrows. Blood Prison Icebound Slash. A horizontal cut. Jiang Cheng swiftly retreated a step, positioning himself behind an ice wall. Clink. 108 ice pillars rapidly crystallized, forming a formidable barrier before Jiang Cheng. Clink, 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 clink. 108 arrows struck the ice wall forged from these pillars, creating a cacophony of sounds. Then boom. The ice wall erupted, shattering every arrow into fragments. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had already caught sight of the Blood Crow standing before the circular tomb. Blood Crow quality, legendary level, 30 health, 3,000. 000 attack, 1,100, 1 defense, 200 skills, Blood Curse, Arcane Arrow, Thousandfold Arrow, Soul Roll, Blood Battle in all directions, Shadow Arrow Assault. Talent, Mastery of Archery, proficient in Blade Arts. Blood Devourer, Phantom Crow. Overview. A millennium ago, the heroic general of Atlantis, renowned for his exceptional archery and mastery of Blood Devourer, was wrongfully slain. His lingering resentment barred him from the Underworld, transforming him into the Blood Crow, a lingering curse for 1,000 years. Upon his demise, one might fall under his curse. It is not my desire to slay you. Rather, I am in need of a subordinate of your caliber. Chapter 50. What sorcery is this? Arrogant fool. The Blood Crow, clad in silver armor and shrouded in a crimson aura, stood before the circular tomb chamber, his blood-red longbow in hand. He regarded Jiang Cheng, this lowly skeleton, with utter disdain. How audacious it was for such a primitive being to attempt to recruit him as a subordinate. Suddenly, a blood-red light flickered in the dimly lit tomb, and a Blood Crow materialized behind Jiang Cheng, striking down with a blade. The Blood Crow's innate ability, Illusory Crow, allowed him to transform into a Blood Crow and slip into the sanguine light, enabling a surprise assault on his foes. However, the anticipated scene of splintered bones did not unfold. A flash of gray light swept past, causing the skeleton to vanish from his sight. In the next moment, 3 beams of dusky blade light pierced his crimson eyes, prompting him to momentarily shut them. Puff. 732. 30. You have been slowed. Your attack and movement speed are reduced by 30. You have suffered blood prison damage. Your movement speed is further diminished by 30. You have incurred tearing damage, losing 30 health per second. Your armor has decreased by 20 points. You are affected by a slowing effect, reducing your movement speed by 1. You have been afflicted by the Blood Color 7 Kill Deprivation effect, losing 30,000 health. Whoosh. Whoosh. 15. 5. Armor Piercing Arrow. Shockwave Arrow. Your armor is reduced by 50 points for 10 seconds. You are affected by a shockwave effect, stunning you every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. You are under the influence of 3 layers of slowing effects, currently reduced by 3. Barely engaged in combat. And without having drawn a single drop of blood from the skeleton, the Blood Crow was already overwhelmed by numerous debilitating statuses, leaving him utterly dazed. He felt his entire body becoming unresponsive, with a staggering reduction of 70 points to his armor. Various damage values continuously emerged above his head. Is this truly the lowest tier of skeletons? The Blood Crow was left in bewilderment. Clang. A blood-red cape swept past him. 1,756. Howl. The Blood Crow winced in pain, rolling back over 10 steps, his expression turning grave as he focused intently on Jiang Cheng. Only now, in the dim light, did he realize that this skeleton was extraordinary. Its bones were a vivid crimson, with blood seemingly coursing through them. The blade in its hand was equally remarkable, evoking a suffocating sensation upon sight. Have you been sent by the undead tyrant? Speak of it after death. With a swift motion, Jiang Cheng struck down, activating all his skills. In an instant, 3 skeletal arrows shot towards the blood crow's head at lightning speed. 1857. 1857. 1789. Damn it. You shall perish. The blood crow seethed with rage, a crimson figure appearing behind him, drawing back the longbow to launch an arrow at Jiang Cheng. Arrow Shadow Sky Strike. 18 blood-red arrows soared towards Jiang Cheng, relentlessly tracking his position. The shadow assault could pursue the opponent's silhouette, rendering escape utterly impossible. Earlier, Jiang Cheng had evaded his Mirage Crow talent. This time, he doubted Jiang Cheng would manage to evade again. Clang! Seizing the moment for a lethal strike, a crimson long blade materialized, intercepting the first arrow. A damage indicator of -1 appeared above Jiang Cheng's head. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng swiftly retreated, transforming the long blade in his grasp into a spear that whirled incessantly, creating an impenetrable barrier of attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Out of the 18 arrows, Jiang Cheng's spear deflected 16 with ease, leaving only 2 that inadvertently struck him. -723. -725. The powerful arrows impacted Jiang Cheng's bones, inflicting a mere 2 hits of approximately 723 damage. The blood crow widened its eyes in disbelief. What kind of divine technique was this? Chapter 51. The Woeful Blood Raven. The infuriated blood raven 18 arrows, each imbued with tracking capabilities, yet somehow they were all evaded. Furthermore, what sorcery is this? To be able to retreat by leveraging his own arrows, and during the retreat, to switch weapons and deflect arrows? A flicker of astonishment crossed the decayed visage of the blood raven. His skills, such as Arrow Shadow Assault and 1,000 Arrows, had lengthy cooldowns and could not be activated incessantly. Thus, he was left with no choice but to continually unleash ordinary arrows. Alas, this blood skeleton was exceedingly cunning, executing an array of bewildering maneuvers. Already slowed, the blood raven's attack speed and movement speed diminished significantly, rendering him unable to land hits. After a laborious effort, he finally struck once, believing he could wear down his opponent with such rhythm. Yet, in the next instant, 3 arrows flew forth, and that wretched skeleton had regained its vitality. Due to the continuous tearing effect, a -30 debuff hovered over him, preventing any healing. 1,000 arrows. Just as the blood raven teetered on the brink of madness, his 1,000 arrows and Arrow Shadow Assault finally cooled down. At that moment, the blood skeleton audaciously charged forward. Did it not realize its ultimate was on cooldown? A cold smirk spread across the blood raven's mind. Behind him, a crimson figure materialized, a multitude of arrows manifesting. He prepared for a ferocious volley, but in the next heartbeat, he was left dumbfounded. You are affected by a slowing effect, currently at level 10. You are frozen for 0.5 seconds. What the actual? Such a maneuver exists. The blood raven seethed with rage. Alas, he could only await the end of the freezing duration, and his 1,000 arrows had been repressed, unable to be unleashed. Arrow Shadow Assault. No matter. He still had tracking arrows at his disposal. At such a close distance, how could this blood skeleton possibly evade? Blood Prison Icebound Slash. An ice wall interposed itself between the skeleton and him. Boom. The ice wall and arrows erupted simultaneously, disintegrating into dust. The blood raven. The blood raven was left in shock. Half an hour later, he was tormented to the brink of despair. During this half hour, the blood skeleton incessantly repeated its tactics in their confrontation. Whenever his ultimate skill was on cooldown, it would engage him with a spear, maintaining a safe distance. Should he be unfortunate enough to be struck, the blood skeleton would switch to a longbow, shooting arrows to siphon his life force. Once the armor-piercing effect faded, it would summon 2 archers to rain arrows upon him. Just as he was consumed by fury and prepared to eliminate the 2 archers, they vanished without a trace, inciting the blood raven's wrath. And when his ultimate skill finally cooled down, the blood skeleton would invariably trigger the level 10 slowing effect just as he was about to unleash it, freezing him once more. For the first time, The Blood Raven pondered that perhaps his life had not been so bad after all. Despite being ensnared by treacherous ministers, at least no one has ridiculed him to this extent. He finds himself questioning the meaning of life and reminiscing about his past existence, though solitary. It was devoid of the blood-soaked skulls. A hum reverberates as the sanguine aura of the tomb surges violently from all directions into his being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He feels as though he is on the brink of death, yet that bloodied skull remains unperturbed. He is unwilling to accept this fate. Ah! Ha 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 ha! The blood crow emits a lamentable cry that grates on the teeth. What manner of cursed skeleton is this? I refuse to yield. The blood crow fixates intently on Jiang Cheng, a sinister glint flickering in its crimson eyes. Boom! The body of the blood crow exploded, scattering debris across the chamber, corroding a significant portion of the surrounding columns. Then, a resounding eruption. 2 emerald beams of light shimmered amidst a pile of items. Slaying the blood crow yields 300,000 experience points, 300,000 evolution points, and 1,300 enhancement points. You have been cursed by the blood crow and will now be observed by the tyrant of the blood abyss from the lost continent. Exercise extreme caution. Your level has increased to 23, with health and mana both augmented by 100, attack boosted by 10 points, and defense raised by 10 points. Soul power stands at 30 points. Mission accomplished. Jiang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Have I struck gold? Chapter 52, Hidden Quest. The Blood Raven. A hidden quest has been triggered. The Revenge of the Blood Raven. The Revenge of the Blood Raven is classified as an S-rank task. The Tyrant, to whom the Blood Raven was once loyal, has perished and transformed into the Skeleton King, reigning over the land of bones with an army of 300,000 skeletons. The Blood Raven swore vengeance upon the Skeleton King, secretly recruiting troops in the skeleton graveyard, betraying the Undead clan, and pledging allegiance to the Blood Prison Demon Lord, all while waiting for the opportune moment to exact revenge. Accepting the Blood Raven's revenge will place one in direct opposition to the level 300 legendary Skeleton King. Conversely, refusal will bring the attention of the level 3000 Blood Prison Demon Lord. Please choose wisely. Jiang Cheng habitually cracked the bones of his right hand, pondering for a moment. He chose to accept. Upon successfully accepting the Blood Raven's revenge, the task objective became clear: to eliminate the Skeleton King and his army of 300,000 skeletons. The rewards for this quest include the profound secret of the Blood Raven's 1000-fold archery and a mysterious legendary reward. After accepting the task, Jiang Cheng sensed that the feeling of being watched persisted. However, he was indifferent to it. Everything would be settled through strength. This was his nature. He never instigated trouble. Yet he was unafraid of it. He held his own absolute opinions on matters, never swaying with the crowd. When making decisions, he was always swift and resolute, never mired in indecision. Curious about his gains, Jiang Cheng moved forward with his creaking form. He first picked up 2 green glimmers. Blood Raven's Ambush Longbow quality, legendary level, 25 attack, 1001 agility, 50 critical hit rate, 5 ambush. When attacking, there is a 1 chance to transform into the Blood Raven and launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Blood Explosion. When attacking, there is a 1 chance to trigger a blood explosion, dealing damage in a 1 by 1 meter radius, with damage calculated as 256/30 of attack power. A legendary weapon, the very one wielded by the Blood Raven, has been dropped by him. If this were shared on the World Channel, it would likely cause a sensation, attracting countless requests for purchase. Given the current fervor of players, it could fetch at least 200 gold coins, approximately 20 million in total. However, compared to the Blood Prison's Icewound in his possession, it pales significantly. A level 25 legendary gear is hardly remarkable. Heart of the Blood Raven. Overview. A gem from the heart of the Blood Raven, which can be embedded in bows to grant the talent of archery mastery. Quality. Legendary. This is truly a valuable item. Archery Mastery increases the archer's normal attack power by 40 and grants an additional 15 points of accuracy. A 40 increase in normal attack power is formidable, especially when paired with the added accuracy. For an archer, the greatest fear lies in missing their shots, which has contributed to the profession's decline. However, with heightened accuracy, a rigid locking mechanism can be employed to prevent players from blocking arrows. Thus, accuracy is of paramount importance to an archer, even more so than agility. An archer begins with only 5 points of accuracy, gaining 1 additional point every 10 levels, underscoring the rarity and value of accuracy. It seems prudent to return and inquire with Natalie about the rewards for the class transfer quest. Even the arrows he released could still be deflected. Thus, the heart of the Blood Raven must be embedded. The reward for the class change quest consists of 2 5-star socketing stones, which will allow him to enhance his weapon. After tossing the heart of the Blood Raven into his cloak and slinging the Blood Raven bow over his shoulder, he continued to gather items. He found 3 gold coins, 12 potions, and 2 pieces of equipment, both purple rare items of a tier below green, along with 2 blue items. The blue ones were of little use, but the purple ones were indeed impressive. Staff of Blood Raven's Fury, quality, rare level, 25 spell attack, 80 to 100 constitution, 30 intelligence, 30 fury. Spell attacks gain the Fury effect, increasing damage by 15. Phantasm Raven. Spell attacks have a chance to gain the Phantasm Raven effect, allowing the user to transform into a Blood Raven to traverse obstacles and ambush enemy units. Robes of Blood Raven's Fury, quality, rare level, 25 defense, 30 spell defense, 30 fury. Spell attacks gain the Fury effect, increasing damage by 15. Blood Siphon. Spell attacks gain the Blood Siphon effect, reducing the opponent's mana by 1. These 2 items are well suited for a certain adorable little creature, and she would surely be delighted. A thought crossed Jiang Cheng's mind as he exited the tomb of the Blood Raven, summoning his skeletal steed and heading towards the dark forest. However, before departing, he expended 1,000 soul power to resurrect the Blood Raven. A new chapter is offered at midnight. With the number of ratings reaching 880, an additional chapter will be added upon request for 5-star evaluations. Thank you for your support. Chapter 53. Evolution. Galebone Blood Crow cackling echoed as countless blood bones gradually coalesced from the corpse of the Blood Crow. Having expended 1,000 soul power, the assembled blood skeleton rose to its feet. Would it perfectly inherit all the skills of the Blood Crow? Jiang Cheng curiously scrutinized the skeletal figure, his gaze tinged with anticipation. The blood-red bones of the Blood Crow skeleton resembled his form prior to the evolution of the Xianbing general, albeit slightly. In its grasp was a longbow, and at its waist hung a blood dagger still encased in its sheath. The crimson soul flame flickered in its eye sockets, burning steadily until it spotted Jiang Cheng, at which point it knelt in respect. Blood Crow pays homage to its master. Bone Blood Crow, level 1 quality, legendary health, 3,000 attack, 3,001 defense, 30-50 skills, 1,000 arrows, shadow arrow assault, arc blade, blood battle in all directions, soul roll. Talents, archery mastery, blood devour, swordsmanship proficiency, illusory crow. Overview, affiliated with the blood prison, Xianbing general. The legendary quality lacked only a blood curse. How delightful. Jiang Cheng marveled, eager to observe its growth. Having spent 1,000 evolution points, the evolution of the Bone Blood Crow was a success after expending 55,000 evolution points. He elevated the Blood Crow to level 10. With 100,000 evolution points remaining, Jiang Cheng once again examined the attributes of the Blood Crow. Galebone Blood Crow, level 10 quality, legendary health, 6,000 attack, 600,1000 defense, 601,000 skills, Gale Arrow, 1,000 arrows, shadow arrow assault, arc blade, blood battle in all directions. Soul roll. Talents, archery mastery, blood devour, swordsmanship proficiency, illusory crow. Overview, affiliated with the blood prison, Xianbing general. At level 1, it gained an additional 300 health, 30 attack, and 3 points of defense. At level 10, it acquired Gale Arrow. The legendary quality indeed proved formidable. Curious to test its might, Jiang Cheng paused during his journey and summoned the Galebone Blood Crow, venturing into a level 20 wilderness area known as Rabbit Grove. At present, Rabbit Grove had several players teaming up to hunt monsters, most of whom hovered around level 12. At this level, the rewards from Rabbit Grove were meager, as the agility of the magical soul rabbits and their evasive maneuvers surpassed that of ordinary wild creatures. These players were likely driven by necessity to venture here. Xiang. Pay close attention as I demonstrate the combat technique Forceful Strike, one crafted by that great deity. I have merely grasped a fragment of its essence, declared Sword Demon Hongshan, a gleam of pride flashing across his face. He hefted his plain greatsword and unleashed a leap strike upon a level 20 magical rabbit. Wow, merely having learned a fragment makes it so powerful. Brother Shan is truly remarkable. Soft Xiangxiang gazed at the soaring figure of sword demon Hong Shan, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, while her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Although she may not possess the striking beauty of Zhang Mengmeng, she adeptly capitalizes on her own strengths. Even in the realm of gaming, she manages to ally herself with a formidable expert who dominates the guild, effortlessly propelling her to level 10. In contrast, Zhang Mengmeng, lacking such support and given her skill level, would likely find herself at a mere level 5 in a game where players outnumber monsters. At level 5, a swordsman can learn the skill Swift Step, and upon reaching level 10, they can acquire Jump Slash, which, when transitioned into a strength swordsman, gains an additional area stun effect. Let me enlighten you. Xiangxiang, the distance and stun duration of a strength swordsman's Jump Slash are contingent upon the casting time, which necessitates a 2-second preparation. Ordinary players can only follow a step-by-step approach using an automatic mode, clicking buttons to activate skills, and will only leap after the 2 seconds have elapsed. By then, the monsters might have vanished from sight. As the sword demon Hong Shan leaped, he took the opportunity to explain to the gentle Xiangxiang. In the midst of his discourse, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a blood-red figure, causing his right hand to tremble violently. 880 comments have been noted, and additional chapters are being offered as gratitude to all. I humbly request, meanwhile, a 5-star rating to encourage further updates. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 54. The terrifying damage of 1,000 arrows. As the sword demon Hong Shan swung his blade down, he was fortunate that it did not veer off course. After stunning the soul rabbit, he casually cast a reconnaissance spell. Windborn Bone Blood Crow, level 10 overview, belonging to the Blood Prison Xianbing Bone Vice-General. To his surprise, it was merely a player's pet. His cousin, who boasted of conquering the world, had once advised that upon encountering a blood skeleton, one should not linger but flee at once. If escape were impossible, kneeling in supplication was the only recourse. Given that his cousin was a disciple of a renowned fighting sect, Hong Shan had no reason to doubt his words. Thankfully, it was not that blood skeleton. The sword demon felt a wave of relief. In the vast wilderness, there existed a bowman class known as the Dark Archer, which could learn the charm skill at level 10, enchanting wild creatures to become 1's pets. The soft and fragrant one behind him was indeed of this class. This blood crow was likely a worthless pet enchanted by a Dark Archer player, its low level clearly indicating its inferiority. Yet, the player's name was rather ridiculous. Blood Prison Xianbing Bone Vice-General. How pretentious. Hong Shan could not help but scoff. After glancing around and failing to spot the Dark Archer, he chose to pay it no further mind, continuing his explanations while slashing at the monsters. A skilled strength swordsman could, in automatic mode, switch weapons at the moment of a jump to interrupt casting, achieving a leap effect. Upon landing, although lacking damage, the stunning effect would still apply, effectively shortening preparation time by about 1 second. Top-tier strength swordsmen, like our guild's vice president, Blue Moon, could seamlessly alternate between manual and automatic modes. After casting automatically, he would instantly switch to manual, reducing preparation time by an impressive 1.5 seconds. My idol, the sword god Xie Kong, operated entirely in manual mode, casting without leaving any trace or preparation time. He could execute jump slashes within any skill, chaining them effortlessly with others. Truly extraordinary. When mentioning Xie Kong, the sword demon spoke with palpable excitement, revealing his deep admiration for the sword god. Wow, the sword god is that formidable. What level of player does that make you? Mountain brother? Soft Fragrance gazed at sword demon Hong Shan with admiration. Me? Hong Shan felt a swell of pride. As a member of the Hall of Fame in the dominant world guild, he certainly considered himself among the elite. Otherwise, how could he charm the ladies? You know I'm a Hall of Fame member, so of course, I'm a top-tier player. At that moment, he switched his sword to an unclassed katana, bringing it down upon the stunned soul rabbit. 39. Puff. 26. I must inform you, my dear Xiangxiang, that the legendary sword master Xie Kong is not the most formidable of all. The true master is the one who has created the divine technique. As the sword demon Hong Shan slashed away at monsters, he boasted to the soft Xiangxiang behind him, "You may not be familiar with the mythos, But that one, the power swordsman, is truly remarkable. He kills without ever needing to move. It's astonishing. Not moving? How could one slay without movement? Soft Xiangxiang clearly doubted his claims, perceiving Hongshan as merely boasting. To kill without moving? That sounds utterly ridiculous. With a swift stroke, the sword demon Hongshan switched to his primary weapon, a basic great sword, delivering blow after blow, each inflicting damage. 48. 45. Let me clarify. It's not that he doesn't move, but rather his speed is so unparalleled that it appears he is stationary while you have already perished, Hongshan countered, revealing his 15th divine technique, aptly named Absolute Static Slash. In the heat of battle, even the damage trigger mechanism cannot keep pace with the swiftness of his strike. The damage only manifests posthumously, an impressive feat indeed. Oh, if only I possessed such prowess, the 12 celestial deities would be mere juniors in comparison, Hongshan mused, surveying his own damage output with exasperation. 47. 127. The former indicated his damage against the soul rabbit, while the latter was the damage inflicted upon him. Clearly, they were not on the same level. After consuming 2 health potions, Hongshan contemplated, were it not for the sake of ostentation, I would never have been foolish enough to venture into such a forsaken place to slay monsters. Brother Sean, you seem to be on the brink of death. Not to worry, it's a trivial matter. As a power swordsman, my level 12 health is 400. I can endure. Oh, Brother Sean, it seems a red skeleton is approaching. What is that? It looks quite imposing. Suddenly, soft Xiangxiang's eyes sparkled as she caught sight of the blood crow. As in Dark Archer, she sought exceptional companions, and this blood crow appeared formidable. Perhaps she could claim it? Uft, it's merely a worthless creature, sword demon Hongshan scoffed. Xiangxiang, one must not judge solely by appearances. In the grand expanse of this game, skeletons are among the most basic of enemies. Despite its appealing name, I suspect its attack power is lacking. It may not even possess a skill. Ah, so that's how it is. I thought it was powerful, soft Xiangxiang lamented. But why is it leading a horde of monsters? Leading a horde? Perhaps that archer considers this creature too feeble and wishes for it to meet its demise. However, that player is foolish. How much health can a worthless creature have to attract so many? Before Hongshan could finish his sentence, the blood crow had summoned its minions, unleashing 1,000 arrows attack. Instantly, 108 arrows fanned out in a sweeping arc, targeting 38 soul rabbits. 1,000 arrows, with a 300 attack bonus. 1875. 3,850. 1875. Today, I present the first of 4 updates. I kindly request a 5-star review and your encouragement for further updates. Chapter 55. Blood Crow. A vast expanse of devastation unfolded instantaneously as the level 20 soul rabbit, with merely 600 health points, was obliterated under the onslaught of the blood crow's myriad arrows. 38 soul rabbits simultaneously emitted a lamenting cry, collapsing onto the grass, perishing on the spot. Such a spectacular scene startled all the players engaged in combat. What kind of damage is this? Unbelievable. Whose pet is this? One exclaimed, taken aback. Is it just me? Or am I hallucinating? A level 10 pet inflicting such high damage? Observing the paltry 50 points of damage he dealt, he couldn't help but shed tears of poverty. All pets are not created equal. The disparity is staggering. Minus 3,850. An arrow shot forth, striking the soul rabbit before the sword demon Hongshan, manifesting astonishing damage. While Hongshan required constant healing potions and time to shed aggro to slowly vanquish a soul rabbit, this one met its grim fate before him, felled by a single arrow released from someone else's pet. In fact, the soul rabbit's health was insufficient to withstand that damage. Sword demon Hongshan. Soft fragrance. After a prolonged silence, Hongshan remained at a loss for words, even beginning to question his very existence. Brother Sean, did you not say? This pet's attack power is lackluster and lacks any skills? Well, sword demon Hongshan stammered, momentarily speechless, his expression turning serious as he retracted his previous statement. Soft fragrance. Whose divine pet is this? Can someone please retrieve it? Are you aware of the concept of stealing monsters? Exactly. Is there no sense of decorum? We are all newcomers and ought to maintain a harmonious atmosphere while hunting. Your actions clearly violate the rules. Upon witnessing such terrifying damage, the players expressed their discontent. With the blood crow's immense damage, how could they continue battling monsters? Considering the novice protection mechanism in place before level 10, they felt emboldened. What could the owner of the Blood Crow do amidst so many players? Soft Fragrance even deliberately approached, cautiously employing a charm spell in an attempt to seize the Blood Crow. Witnessing this, the other archer players in nearby parties also grew bold. Previously, they had the desire but lacked the courage, yet now, emboldened by the audacity of a particularly bold player, they felt invincible. If they could capture this divine pet, it would be a monumental achievement. Leveling up would require no effort at all. But in the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, 3 arrows suddenly shot forth from the thicket. Minus 2,857, minus 2,896, minus 1,771. 3 damage values appeared above the heads of the players, not exceeding 0. 3 seconds apart. Soft Fragrance was left utterly astonished. And in the face of Sword Demon Hong Shan's bewilderment, she vanished into thin air. Hong Shan was unable to even attempt to stop her. Meanwhile, the archers from the other 2 squads vanished in a blinding light at the same moment, leaving all players in a state of shock. What is happening? How could he take lives? Where is the protective mechanism? Goodness, flee quickly. This damage is utterly catastrophic. Who can withstand such force? Why is the little one so formidable? And the master so fierce? I was mistaken. I should not have allowed Xiaoyu to seize the little one. Suddenly, a blood-red figure materialized behind a player, delivering a lethal strike. 3,215, 520, 570. The kill of the Divine Creation Master was executed, triggering a successful plunder, acquiring the talents of Power 2, Soul Power 3, and the effect of Anger/Split, instantly eliminating the 2 mage players nearby, who too vanished in a flash. Is this not merely a contest for monsters? Jiang Cheng stood firm, releasing 3 arrows that swiftly felled 3 fleeing players. The resurrection effect activated, granting him a loyal servant, merely attempting to seize the Blood Crow. Again, 3 arrows were unleashed, 3 beams of light flickering, and 3 players were obliterated. Within a minute, all 73 players in Rabbit Forest had been vanquished by Jiang Cheng. He gazed upon the clustered wild monsters in Rabbit Forest, baring his teeth. Blood Crow, eradicate them all, not a single one shall remain. Chapter 56 Lemon. I'm here to help you level up. What on earth is happening? I want to file a complaint. Why are there players able to breach the protective mechanisms and kill in the wild? Tianxiu, you fell too? How would I know? When you died, I was also swiftly annihilated. Did you see who it was? See what? All I saw was a flash of blood, and then I returned to the resurrection point. At the resurrection point in Angry Wind City, dozens of beams of light flickered, followed by a chorus of wails. Brother Shan, you died too? Soft Fragrance looked at the Sword Demon Hong Shan in disbelief, a hint of guilt crossing her face. Don't mention it. I've dropped back to level 11. It's utterly miserable. The Sword Demon Hong Shan sighed helplessly, casting a complex glance at Soft Fragrance. Soft Fragrance trembled slightly. That look clearly seemed to blame her. Brother Shan, it's just 1 level lost, right? You could ask the guild leader to take a team to eliminate that player. After Soft Fragrance spoke, she fixated on Hong Shan's expression, expecting him to be pleased with her suggestion. To her surprise, he stared at her as if she were foolish. Take a team to hunt him down? Hong Shan glanced at his empty right hand, nearly slapping this dim-witted woman. Did she think his losses weren't enough? Not only had he lost a level, but he had also lost the whiteboard greatsword he purchased for 100,000. Now she wanted him to lead the guild to their demise? While others might not have seen clearly, he certainly did. That was a blood skeleton. According to his cousin, this blood skeleton had slain 8 fully equipped players from the Proud Heaven gang with a single strike. Their guild mostly comprised players at level 10, many of whom lacked weapons. Facing the blood skeleton would be tantamount to seeking death. Hong Shan gazed at the group clamoring to avenge themselves against the blood skeleton, then turned away, leaving Soft Fragrance stunned. Frustrated, Soft Fragrance logged off, seeking a sense of superiority from Zhang Mengmeng. Removing her helmet, she dialed Zhang Mengmeng's number. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng had just logged off after completing her studies in necromancy fusion. Finding a moment, she had spent 5,000 to enroll in a sign language course and was currently learning the gestures. The gesture for 8 signified give, with fingers spread and palms facing upward, indicating send. The instructor at the podium patiently explained the sign language gestures, assisting them in their learning. Zhang Mengmeng was earnest in her studies. meticulously drawing each gesture and recording it in her notebook. I wonder if Big Brother Skeleton would be pleased to know I am learning sign language? Zhang Mengmeng thought eagerly. Despite the sign language course costing 5,000, Zhang Mengmeng, who had only earned 10,000, chose not to spend the money on improving her living conditions, but rather enrolled in the course without hesitation. Buzz. The old smartphone vibrated. Zhang Mengmeng picked it up to find it was her best friend. To her surprise, her close friend had the audacity to reach out to her. However, she had no intention of delaying her sign language class for this friend, so she hung up abruptly. When the phone rang again, she simply turned it off. After her class concluded, Zhang Mengmeng powered her phone back on, and after a brief wait, she discovered over 30 missed calls. She chose to disregard them. For some individuals, once she saw through their true nature, she preferred not to engage further. Nevertheless, as soon as she turned her phone on, another call from Ruan Xiangxiang came through. Zhang Mengmeng initially feared something was amiss and reluctantly answered the call. Mengmeng, I'm so sorry. I fainted yesterday and just woke up now. By the way, how much do you need to borrow? No need. I've already got it. Zhang Mengmeng replied, her tone somewhat frosty. Fainted? Who would believe that? Such a significant incident would surely necessitate a trip to the hospital. It's impossible she wouldn't have caught wind of it. It could only be an excuse from Ruan Xiangxiang, Zhang Mengmeng thought. Somewhat naive, yet not foolish enough to buy into such a ludicrous explanation. Great. That essay relief. I thought you were in trouble. By the way, are you playing that popular game, Great Wilderness? I've heard it's incredibly popular now, with online players exceeding 12 billion. My entire family is playing it. Oh, I'm playing it. What about it? What level are you at now? Mengmeng, let me tell you, I'm at level 10, no, level 9. I'm quite impressive. I even know a top player from a dominant guild. What is your in-game name? Hurry and log in so I can have him help us level up. My in-game name? Chapter 57. What is your friend's ID again? No need. I can manage without your assistance. My level is sufficiently high. Upon returning home, Zhang Mengmeng indulged in a light meal. Are you perhaps embarrassed due to your low level? Fear not. We are best friends. I would never mock you. Zhang Mengmeng wore a resigned expression. If she revealed that she had already reached level 25, her friend would likely doubt her. Puzzled by her friend's sudden enthusiasm, Zhang Mengmeng relented. Fine, I just completed my job change. Add me with the ID Dai Xiaomeng. With that, she ended the call, swallowed a few more bites of her flatbread, and logged into the game. She devised a strategy to dissuade Ruan Xiangxiang, making her understand that she did not require her guidance at all. Completed your job change? That must mean you're already at level 10? My friend truly enjoys putting on a facade. Ruan Xiangxiang scoffed internally, resolute that she must first reconcile with Brother Shan before meeting Zhang Mengmeng. Upon logging into the game, Ruan Xiangxiang, armed with her silver tongue, successfully persuaded the sword demon Hongshan to accompany her to the Dark Forest. In the Dark Forest, within the dilapidated temple, Natalie was brandishing a headstaff, summoning 3 skeletons from the depths of the earth. Necromancy is a fundamental skill of necromancers, enabling the reanimation of the deceased for combat, requiring immense necromantic power. The most crucial element of the necromantic fusion technique is mental strength, forcibly breaking down the summoned skeletons and intricately merging them. Like this, with a mere thought, Natalie transformed the 3 skeletons before her into bone dust, which gradually coalesced into a single skeleton wielding a spear. This new entity boasted double the attack and defense of the previous 3, along with 2 additional skills. I have imparted the fusion technique to you. Now, give it a try. Oh, all right. A hint of seriousness flickered across Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face as she retrieved her wooden staff and summoned 3 skeletons. Then, to Natalie's astonishment, she fused the 3 skeletons together. Natalie had allotted her 3 days for the job change, yet she accomplished it in just 1. Nevertheless, she chose not to depart immediately, instead continuing her practice in the Dark Forest, awaiting Jiang Cheng's return. 3 hours later, she received a friend request. Ruan Xiangxiang requests to add you as a friend. Accepted. Mengmeng, I've arrived. What on earth are you doing in this place for your job change? The area is crawling with level 20 monsters. Were it not for my boyfriend's ample company, I doubt I could have even entered. You're not deceiving me, are you? Wait for me. Zhang Mengmeng informed Natalie of her departure and stepped outside. Outside the ruined temple, Ruan Xiangxiang conversed with sword demon Hongshan and several players from the group Qi Tun Tian Xia, their tones laced with complaints. Cousin, your friend is quite impressive. Changing jobs in a place like this. Surely, it must be a hidden class? When did you make such an extraordinary friend? Chi Tun Tian Xia scrutinized sword demon Hong Shan with suspicion. About that, I'm not quite sure, he replied. The sword demon, Hong Shan, cast his gaze upon Ruan Xiangxiang. She, feeling a wave of embarrassment, could only shake her head apologetically. I'm sorry, Tianxia Gu Shan Gu. I had no idea she would tell such a lie. I truly appreciate you both accompanying me on this errand. Perhaps we should leave. Let us head to the tavern in Ragewind City, and I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. There's no rush. It's possible that she is indeed a hidden expert. Let us wait a moment. Chi Tun Tianxiao let out a helpless sigh. His gaze towards sword demon Hong Shan filled with annoyance. Though he voiced his thoughts to maintain camaraderie, he had already cursed Hong Shan several times in his mind. Wasting his leveling time to visit a friend in such a place? He must have been out of his mind to have accompanied Hong Shan on this journey. Forget it. Tianxia Gu Shan Gu, let us just go. To be honest, my friend has only been playing the game for about a year, and their skills are just slightly better than mine. Ruan Xiangxiang forced a smile. After all, she didn't have a friend as skilled as Hong Shan. What level could they possibly be? Probably not exceeding level 6. It was unlikely they came here to change classes. Level 6 can change classes? Your friend is quite impressive. What bad luck. Let us go. As soon as Ruan Xiangxiang finished speaking, several players from the Dominance Guild erupted in anger, cursing loudly before turning to leave. Their relationship with Sword Demon Hong Shan was merely casual, and they had no intention of considering his feelings. Seeing this, Chi Tun Tianxia shrugged helplessly. Cousin, I can't do anything about it. For the sake of a woman, you lost over a dozen players from the guild and created this mess. This is all on you. In the future, never mention that you know me. I cannot afford to lose face. Chi Tun Tianxia shot a disbelieving glare at Sword Demon Hong Shan before preparing to follow the others. Suddenly, a soft yet somewhat distant voice broke the tension. Xiangxiang. Your friend SID. What was it again? A character clad in a blue robe, known as a little cute, emerged from the dilapidated temple. Immediately, everyone except Ruan Xiangxiang halted in their tracks, their bodies trembling in astonishment. It wasn't he that little cute's appearance was extraordinarily beautiful. They had encountered many pretty faces before. Rather, it was the glowing characters hovering above little cute's head that left them in shock. Heaven. First. Xiangxiang, your friend SID. What was it again? Chapter 58. Did we not agree to be humble players together? Hey, a naive little Meng. Are you certain? Sword Demon Hong Shan inquired, casting a doubtful glance at the approaching figure of the naive little Meng. Well, she did indeed tell me that before. Could she be lying? The atmosphere was tense. Sword Demon Hong Shan. Lying? Those golden characters could not possibly deceive, could they? The Soul Golden. Radiant's supreme title across the entire server signifies unparalleled strength and prestige, emblazoned upon her forehead. How could it be fabricated? Are you sure your friend is merely an ordinary person? A flicker of suspicion crossed Sword Demon Hong Shan's face, for Zhang Mengmeng's beauty and charisma far surpassed that of Ruan Xiangxiang. It's true, Ruan Xiangxiang found herself at a loss for words, unable to continue. Although she was a novice in the game, witnessing the number one player and the exaggerated reactions of the crowd, she began to grasp the reality. Perhaps, Zhang Mengmeng had evolved into someone beyond her wildest imagination. She could no longer perceive Zhang Mengmeng through her previous lens. Her attitude in conversation required adjustment. Goodness, this is the true hidden expert. This individual, who transcended the 5th level of the God of Levels, leaving Xia Dongli far behind, was speculated to be a mysterious deity by countless forum users. Astonishingly, she is your friend. The shock on Chi Tun Tianxia's face was palpable. The expressions of the other members of the dominant guild mirrored his astonishment, their countenances shifting instantaneously. Hong Shan, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. I was a bit too hasty. From now on, you shall be the leader of our squad. Wherever you wish to go, we shall follow. Indeed, great leader, we humbly seek your guidance. Sword Demon Hong Shan was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom such a rapid turn of events. I have become the leader? These scoundrels who moments ago exhibited disdain have now transformed into sycophants. The power of being number one is truly formidable. Mengmeng, Ruan Xiangxiang, without waiting for Zhang Mengmeng to approach, eagerly went to greet her, her face adorned with a warm smile. You kept this from me for so long. We agreed to be humble players together, yet you secretly became the number one in the world. Upon saying this, she reached for her hand. Unfortunately, Zhang Mengmeng, caught off guard by this sudden shift, evaded her grasp. No, I merely practiced. It was just casual training. Originally, she intended to explain that she had only trained for a few days, achieving level 25 thanks to the contributions of the Skeleton brothers. However, realizing that this group would likely not believe her, she chose to forego further explanation. She merely wished to meet, and hoped Yuan Xiangxiang would refrain from insisting on helping her level up. The deity casually trained and ascended to the pinnacle of levels. Indeed, this is the realm of true masters. A true expert remains humble even while being number one. Sigh, when shall I attain such heights? Deity, I am Qi Tun Tianxia. I never anticipated meeting you under these circumstances. It is truly an honor. In a moment of boldness, Qi Tun Tianxia approached a member of the dominant guild, eager to extend a handshake to Zhang Mengmeng. His tone shifted to one of solemnity, for he understood the exalted status of the 12 deities in the vast wilderness. As a disciple of the boxing sect, he was acutely aware of their prominence. Wherever these divine beings roamed, they were venerated. Zhang Mengmeng, having surpassed Xia Dongli to claim the title of the world's foremost, was undoubtedly a concealed powerhouse. Cultivating a rapport with her would bring him nothing but advantages, and perhaps, in times of need, he could seek her assistance during arduous quests. However, Zhang Mengmeng declined Qi Tun Tianxia's handshake, feeling a sense of discomfort within. She could not quite fathom the reason behind her reluctance for others to make contact with her. Xiangxiang, you all should continue leveling up. I don't need to train for the time being, she stated coldly, maintaining her distance from Yuan Xiangxiang. In her moment of greatest need, Yuan Xiangxiang had chosen to abandon her, and thus, there was no longer a reason to cling to past affections. Though she appeared delicate, her spirit was resolute. Once she made a decision, there was little room for reconsideration. Her sincere heart was reserved solely for those who truly cared for her. Oh, very well then, Mengmeng, I apologize for what transpired earlier. Chapter 59. I never expected her to become a big shot upon witnessing Zhang Mengmeng's current state. Yuan Xiangxiang finally realized the magnitude of her loss, and her heart was overwhelmed with regret. Had she not sought to relish Zhang Mengmeng's misfortune and instead lent her some money, would she not be soaring to great heights now? Alas, she understood her friend's stubborn nature. Once a decision was made, it was as immovable as a mountain. Just like every decision she had made, dropping out of school, running away from home, this tenacious companion had never once looked back with remorse. Goodness, I actually encountered the hidden champion of the world today. This trip has not been in vain. A true big shot, not only possessing extraordinary beauty, but also an indomitable spirit. This temple is clearly extraordinary. I suspect that Hong Shan's girlfriend spoke the truth. Perhaps she relinquished leveling up due to transitioning to a hidden profession. A big shot is indeed a big shot. A member of the ruling faction spoke with fervent excitement, instantly resonating with the others who nodded in profound agreement. Only the sword demon Hong Shan gazed intently at Yuan Xiangxiang, inquiring, "What is your relationship with her?" His penetrating gaze held a world of intrigue. It wasn't just Hong Shan who noticed. The faction leader, Qi Tunshan, also sensed the chill in Zhang Mengmeng's demeanor towards Yuan Xiangxiang. Surely, you must have done something to cause her to distance herself from you. To have such a formidable friend, and yet fail to cherish her, what a pity. Truly a case of being blessed, yet ignorant of one's fortune, Qi Tunshan remarked, gesturing dismissively at the despondent Yuan Xiangxiang. I never anticipated she would become such a big shot, Yuan Xiangxiang thought fervently. However, how exactly did Zhang Mengmeng ascend to such heights? She had not engaged in leveling up, which seemed utterly perplexing. After several individuals departed with a crestfallen Yuan Xiangxiang, Zhang Mengmeng was preparing to return to the temple when she unexpectedly spotted a blood-red figure. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she dashed towards Jiang Cheng. Her azure robe billowed in the wind, and her hair danced with her swift movements. "Brother Skeleton, you have finally returned," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, grasping the skeletal hand of Shuiya with palpable excitement. However, Shuiya remained unfazed by Zhang Mengmeng's joy, instead kneeling before Jiang Cheng in a state of sheer panic. "My lord, it was not my intention to offend." He discerned the peculiar dynamic between the two, one human, one skeleton. Observing the dazed Zhang Mengmeng and the kneeling Shuya, Jiang Cheng raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. It's nothing. This does not concern you. Thank you, my lord. Shuya finally exhaled a sigh of relief, standing and swiftly distancing himself from Zhang Mengmeng. Did I do something wrong? Zhang Mengmeng was utterly bewildered, for Jiang Cheng and Shuya bore such a striking resemblance that she had failed to recognize the situation. Only after witnessing Shuya kneeling before Jiang Cheng did she realize her previous folly. Dear skeleton brother, I apologize for my earlier mistake. Zhang Mengmeng shrank her head slightly, her fingers fidgeting in embarrassment. How have you been progressing? Jiang Cheng gestured to her, though he did not anticipate Zhang Mengmeng would comprehend. What is skeleton brother saying again? Zhang Mengmeng looked utterly bewildered. Yet, in an instant, a spark of inspiration illuminated her face as she began to gesticulate animatedly before Jiang Cheng. I've got it. Skeleton brother, I have learned sign language. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, she fell silent and earnestly began to sign. Moments later, a beaming smile of joy and anticipation adorned her face as she gazed at Jiang Cheng, eagerly awaiting his praise. She resembled a 3-year-old child in her exuberance. However, after her fervent display, Jiang Cheng could only helplessly admit, you have indeed learned, but I, alas, am utterly lost. It seems even skeleton brother has his limitations. Zhang Mengmeng, rarely witnessing Jiang Cheng's embarrassment, burst into a giggle. No worries. I shall take it upon myself to teach skeleton brother sign language from now on. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment upon hearing her words and nodded in agreement. It was a rare moment to see a naive little one so considerate, and he felt a long-forgotten warmth in his heart, naturally unwilling to dismiss her kind intentions. Before this, however, he handed her the Blood Raven's wrath staff and robes he held in his hand. Unsurprisingly, donning this equipment would propel a naive little one back onto the weapon leaderboard. Chapter 60. The Gale of Evolution, the Lament of Extreme Ice. Wow. Is this truly for me? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, her disbelief palpable as she accepted the robe and staff. Almost immediately, a wave of astonishment washed over her. Oh my heavens! A purple, level 25 weapon. Is this really mine? She double-checked, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. During her breaks from practice, she often perused game forums, well aware of the significance of a purple weapon and attire. Up until now, not a single piece of purple equipment had graced the entire server, let alone the scarcity of blue elite gear. To think that the skeletal elder possessed 2 such items and so generously bestowed them upon her. In that moment, Zhang Mengmeng's heart brimmed with joy and a profound sense of happiness. Noticing Jiang Cheng nodding, she seized the weapon and attire, stealthily retreating to a corner to change. Yet, a sudden fear of appearing too rash and possibly miscommunicating her intentions to Jiang Cheng made her peek out from behind a stone pillar. I'm going to change my clothes. The skeletal elder mustn't peek. You must wait for me. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and gestured for her to proceed. Casting an offhand glance at Blood Crow, the latter seemed to sense something amiss and immediately grew anxious. My lord, I request to return to the Holy Land. Jiang Cheng nodded, casting him into the grim black scripture. This tome possessed an autonomous textual space, capable of containing resurrected skeletons. On its blank pages, the names and attributes of new subordinates would manifest, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Moreover, due to the soul power gradually restoring the magic points of Blood Crow and his ilk, they had come to regard the grim black scripture as their sanctuary, willingly seeking refuge within it. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Cheng examined Blood Crow's revenge quest. The level 300 Skeleton King wielded an absolute domain, granting him 10 seconds of invincibility. Within this time frame, a radius of 500 meters would suffer continuous damage of 5,000 hit points per second. With Jiang Cheng's current movement speed, escape was not an option, rendering his defeat virtually impossible. However, his army of 300,000 skeletons could certainly be summoned for assistance. Prior to his return to the temple, an unsettling sense of danger had pervaded him, dissipating only upon his arrival. If Jiang Cheng's suspicions were accurate, it was likely that the minions of the Blood Abyss Demon Lord had set their sights on him. Yet, with Natalie present in the temple, they dared not intrude. The situation would be far less certain outside its protective confines. Thus, strengthening his own capabilities remained paramount. Contemplating his 1,500 enhancement points, Jiang Cheng deliberated briefly. Spending 100 points, he successfully enhanced his leg bones, increasing his speed by 5. With an expenditure of 300 enhancement points, he succeeded in evolving his leg bones into Gale steps, achieving a remarkable speed of 130. Indeed, evolution had occurred. Even without employing Gale steps, he could now cover a step in a mere second. With the increase in movement speed, there has been a qualitative leap in his positioning during battles. Previously, although he could utilize the shadow step, there were moments of error, primarily due to insufficient speed. The shadow step requires one to anticipate the opponent's movements and preemptively position oneself outside their line of sight, making speed an indispensable asset. Now, with a pace of 1 step per second, and after employing the fully leveled Gale step, he can achieve an impressive rate of 0.8 seconds per step. To enhance the Blood Abyss's Cry of Extreme Ice, 500 enhancement points are required. Upon successful enhancement, the weapon ascends to a higher tier, obtaining the Cry of Extreme Ice. Cry of Extreme Ice, quality, legendary attack power, 250 critical hit rate, 30 destruction, critical damage 50 rift, attacks ignore 30 points of the opponent's armor. Blood Abyss, attacks trigger tearing damage, inflicting a bleeding state that reduces health by 50 per second for 60 seconds, with a chance to inflict severe injuries, reducing the opponent's movement speed by 30. Ice Spirit, a 15 chance to trigger a slowing effect upon attack, reducing the opponent's attack and movement speed by 50. Cold Light, a 3 chance to trigger the Ice Spirit effect, freezing enemy units for 1 second. Wail, a 1 chance to trigger the weapon's wail upon activation. Enemy units within a 3 by 3 meter radius are subjected to a confusion effect, rendering friend and foe indistinguishable for 2 seconds. Overall attributes are significantly enhanced, along with an added characteristic that renders this weapon truly formidable. A third update will be provided, and should the number of ratings reach 1020, an additional update will follow. Thank you. Chapter 61, Fusion Breakthrough Evolution. The onslaught approaches without delving into other attributes. The Blood Abyss now inflicts an additional 20 damage per second, capable of directly dispatching wild creatures with 300 health in a single strike. The Banshee trait, a passive area control feature, stands out as well. Unlike active traits that are limited by cooldowns, this passive trait offers a significantly heightened probability of activation as long as the attack speed remains sufficiently swift. With 400 enhancement points remaining, Jiang Cheng resolved to advance his Quick Blade skill. He spent 10,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points to successfully break through and evolve the Quick Blade skill. Upon detecting that Gale Step is a combinable skill, he pondered whether to trigger the fusion effect for evolution. The notion of fusion evolution momentarily startled him, yet it filled him with delight. Without hesitation, he opted for fusion, which required double the evolution and enhancement points. He confirmed the fusion, expending 40,000 evolution points and 400 enhancement points to initiate the skill fusion evolution. The fusion was successful, resulting in the acquisition of the advanced skill Gale Shadow Strike. Gale Shadow Strike, quality, legendary level, 1 passive, agility 50, movement speed 50 active, consumes 300 mana. Upon use, attack speed increases by 300 and movement speed by 100 for 10 minutes. Attacks have a 12 chance to trigger the shadow effect, granting an additional strike that deals 30 of the previous damage, ignoring the opponent's defense. This effect is formidable. Once activated, his movement speed should reach 1 step every 0.7 seconds. However, he lamented the limited duration of just 10 minutes. Contemplating further upgrades, he noted that enhancing would require 100,000 evolution points, 200 enhancement points, and 10 silver coins. It appeared his enhancement points had dwindled once more, so he resolved to evolve other skills instead. After expending 320,000 evolution points, he was left with 50,000 evolution points. Jiang Cheng upgraded the previously unenhanced assault armor to its maximum level, allowing for breakthrough evolution. He found it rather perplexing that the evolution points consumed for this rare skill were exceedingly high. Despite being merely a rare skill, the required evolution points continued to escalate alarmingly. Nevertheless, this diversification of weapon types brought him closer to restoring his mastery across all professions. Assault armor, quality, rare level, 10, ready for breakthrough evolution, skill overview. Consumes 300 mana. Upon use, for 30 minutes, one can freely switch between weapon forms: bloodbone armor, long spear, long bow, chain scythe, dual swords, staff, gauntlets, dagger, spell resistance armor, and glaive. The weapon's attack power is equivalent to 100 of the character's current attack, while the bloodbone armor offers 100 of the user's defense, and the spell resistance armor provides 100 points of spell defense. The spell resistance armor is particularly advantageous, as he finds himself lacking in magical defense. After reviewing the skill, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. With the acquisition of spell resistance, he finally gained a semblance of assurance in terms of magical defense. Concurrently, he evolved his lifesteal to its maximum level, achieving a 5 lifesteal effect, after which Jiang Cheng ceased further evolution, having exhausted both evolution and enhancement points. Quickly, this is the place. My tracking technique indicates that the target is his offspring. The aura of his baby has vanished within this dilapidated temple. It must be here. In the distance, 136 players clad in various basic gear were divided into 14 teams, each consisting of 10 individuals, marching towards the temple in a grand procession. Shinxiu, are you certain we can wear down that neutral boss? President, through my tracking, I discovered that this boss inflicts considerable damage but possesses no magical defense. Moreover, its movement speed is sluggish, and it lacks control skills, only able to launch a volley of 30 arrows at range, which are depleted after use. We currently have 40 knights to absorb its damage, while 76 mages will bombard it, supported by 20 priests for healing. Rest assured, our mages are equipped with level 10 basic weapons, dealing up to 50 points of spell damage. We will undoubtedly bring it down. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile knowingly. Yet another test stone had arrived. Chapter 62. Zhang Mengmeng's first battle. Who has come? Skeleton Big Brother? After adjusting her attire, Zhang Mengmeng stepped out from behind the broken pillar, clad in a red robe adorned with golden edges, and wielding a blood-red gemstone staff. She exuded an allure that even Jiang Cheng couldn't help but admire. Her beauty was undeniably striking. The color red, which typically eludes the grasp of most, was effortlessly donned by her, lending her an air of cold elegance. As long as she remained silent, no one would suspect her to be adorably naive. It's all right. I found some players to practice my new skills, Jiang Cheng remarked, shrugging his shoulders, not expecting her to grasp his words. Oh, is that so? Zhang Mengmeng feigned interest in her attributes, but upon receiving 2 messages, she leaped with delight. Wow, Skeleton Big Brother, I've made it onto 2 leaderboards. She had ascended to the weapon rankings and the spell attack rankings. Weapon rankings, first, a little naive. Weapon Blood Crow's Wrath Staff, Purple Rare, level 25 second. Sword God, Xie Changkong. Weapon, Madness Greatsword. Blue Elite, level 15 third. Endless Frost, Qianshan Shui. Weapon, Rapid Storm. Blue Elite, level 15. She had claimed the top spot on the weapon rankings, outpacing 2 formidable players, and moreover, her weapon's level surpassed theirs by 10 levels. The quality was also a tier higher, and her attributes had significantly improved. The reward for being first on the weapon rankings was a daily distribution of 10 enhancement stones of the current level, which could be used to strengthen her weapon. These purple tier enhancement stones held considerable value, each capable of fetching around 1 gold coin, equating to approximately 100,000 RMB at current market prices. However, Zhang Mengmeng was not greedy. Without hesitation, she produced the enhancement stones and offered them to Jiang Cheng. Here you go, Skeleton Big Brother. Jiang Cheng smiled appreciatively and accepted the 10 glowing purple stones without pretense. He needed to test whether these enhancement stones could strengthen his weapon. Insufficient material level for enhancement. Please use a legendary level legendary green stone for enhancement. It seemed feasible, but the stone's level was inadequate. Jiang Cheng pondered briefly, then returned the purple stones to a little naive. Subsequently, amidst her astonished gaze, he lifted her into his arms and dashed towards the broken pillar. Ah! Startled by the sudden embrace, Zhang Mengmeng gasped, her heart nearly halting, then raced wildly. Skeleton Big Brother, what are you doing? With her waist clasped in his arms, Zhang Mengmeng showed no intention of resisting, her face flushing a deep crimson. Up you go. Jiang Cheng hurled Zhang Mengmeng towards the broken pillar, gesturing a throat-cutting motion. He intended for her to confront the hundreds of players and attract their firepower. After all, even a skeleton could overlook certain moments. He could not always shield Zhang Mengmeng. she needed to grow. Moreover, he was curious to see if her skills had progressed. When she could no longer hold on, he would retrieve her with chains and scythes, then ascend himself. Zhang Mengmeng felt somewhat bewildered. Yet the cacophony of shouts and a flurry of spells soon roused her. Explosive flames. Explosive flames. Explosive flames. Gale arrows. 5, 5, 1. The players in the temple suddenly beheld a figure materializing atop the shattered column. Their previously taut nerves instantly heightened, and without further ado, they commenced a concentrated assault on Zhang Mengmeng. A staggering 78 damage points descended upon her, causing her to lose 352 health points in an instant. Yet, Zhang Mengmeng swiftly regained her composure. With her eyes narrowing, she raised her blood-red staff, invoking the decree of the abyssal god of the undead, and initiated the soul transformation. In that fleeting moment, 36 skeletons rose from all directions, startling the players of the Tianxiu Guild and inciting a tumultuous uproar. Chapter 63. Have we defeated the world's number one? What transpired? Did we truly vanquish an NPC? The members of the Tianxiu Guild were thrown into disarray as they beheld Zhang Mengmeng, adorned in a resplendent crimson robe trimmed with gold. They were momentarily taken aback, for Zhang Mengmeng had seized the title of the world's number one, leaving the players of Tianxiu Guild oblivious to the fact that she was, in fact, also a player. They presumed her to be an NPC, as at this stage, who else could possess such opulent gear? This NPC is extraordinarily alluring. Could that staff be of legendary quality? That robe appears to be quite extraordinary as well. I surmise it, too, is legendary. However, the defensive capabilities of this NPC are astonishingly high. President, shall we still attempt to subdue her? Observing the damage values floating above Zhang Mengmeng, all players were somewhat bewildered. In this round of concentrated fire, she had only lost a quarter of her health. Much of the damage was a forced -1, failing to inflict any real harm. Regardless, even if she is an NPC, we can still eliminate her. She has merely this amount of health left. After 3 more rounds, we shall finish her off. The president of Tianxiu, Zhao Huatianxiu, calmly issued the order, and instantly, all members invigorated, raising their staffs in unison. The skeletons were inconsequential with their meager damage. They could not slay a player. If we can destroy this NPC's equipment, we shall prosper. Zhao Huatianxiu gazed covetously at the staff in Zhang Mengmeng's grasp. The others shared his sentiments. This NPC, apart from her impressive gear, had a relatively low health pool. Just 3 more rounds, and she would surely be doomed. However, the next moment, they were astounded to witness Zhang Mengmeng swing her blood-red staff. Necromantic fusion technique. A powerful ripple emanated forth, and the 36 skeletons suddenly disintegrated into countless bone fragments. Under Zhang Mengmeng's command, they coalesced into a colossal skeleton, towering 10 meters high, wielding a gigantic scythe that absorbed all their damage. -30, -35, -11. Numerous damage values emerged above the enormous skeleton's head. Yet, to the astonishment of the Tianxiu Guild players, after 1 round of concentrated fire, having deducted 1152 health points from the colossal skeleton, they had only managed to reduce its total health by a mere 10th. What in the world is this skeleton? This attribute is utterly insane. How are we supposed to fight it? Hearing the complaints of his fellow guild members, Zhao Huatianxiu furrowed his brow and employed a reconnaissance skill on Zhang Mengmeng and the scythe-wielding skeleton. The opposing side had concealed their information, rendering it invisible. Scythe Skeleton Guardian Quality, Elite Level, 20 Health, 12,000 Attack, 10150 Defense, 50-50 Magical Defense, 30-30 Skills, Flying Scythe, Death Harvest. Overview, belongs to AI Xiaomeng. AI Xiaomeng. Zhao Huatianxiu's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly biting his own tongue in shock. The one ranked number 1 in the world? Gazing upon the white, broken pillar, the scythe-wielding skeletal guardian stood behind the somewhat flustered figure of the adorable little one. Zhao Huatianxiu found himself momentarily stunned. This was a significant misunderstanding. They had inadvertently ventured into the territory of the world's number 1 boss. It was no wonder such opulent equipment was at hand. He had just checked the leaderboard to confirm, and the adorable little one had ascended 2 more rankings. In hand was the top weapon on the leaderboard. A level 25 purple rare item, the Bloodcrow's Wrath Staff, the Reaper of Death. Before Zhao Huatianxiu could call for a pause, The scythe-wielding skeletal guardian had already unleashed his ultimate move, descending into the crowd and causing his massive scythe to whirl menacingly. Knights, raise your shields. Block it. All mages, focus fire on that NPC. At Zhao Huatianxiu's command, his expression hardened. Given the situation, the battle had commenced, leaving no room for retreat. Hand of the Abyss. With the soft, sultry voice of Zhang Mengmeng resounding, the blood-red staff waved, activating a level 25 skill. Beneath the temple's overgrown ground, 36 skeletal hands suddenly emerged, grasping the 36 mages poised to cast spells, interrupting their incantations. What on earth is this skill? Why can't I move? Chapter 64. The stunning blood-red scythe of Chain's 36 mages were ensnared as the skill effect of the abyssal hand activated. Within 3 seconds, the ensnared enemy units were afflicted with a silence effect, rendering them incapable of casting spells or moving, suffering from abyssal corruption every half-second, losing 50 health points. 50 minus 50. A plethora of damage values surged within the player group. Mages, being inherently frail, had only 350 health points at level 15, even when equipped. Witnessing their health diminish at a visible rate, the 36 mages were utterly astonished. Had it not been for the timely healing from the priests behind them, they would have certainly perished if one more skill from the mischievous little Meng had been unleashed. Was this a hidden class? Upon seeing the 36 mages ensnared, the renowned player Zhao Huatianxiu's eyes widened in astonishment. First in level, first in weaponry, first in spells, and was it truly a hidden class? Was there no respite? However, upon noticing that the health of the mischievous little Meng was also gradually depleting, reaching halfway, Zhao Huatianxiu finally exhaled in relief. Even the best in the world could not withstand being outnumbered. The animosity had been established. There was no need for mercy. Even if he wished to intervene, with the great player's temperament, a truce would likely not be entertained. 117, 105, 77. On the side of the Tianshi Guild, 3 knights fell victim to the scythe-wielding skeletal guards, unable to receive any healing from the priests, further exacerbating the player's anxiety. Focus all fire on the NPC. She is on the brink of death. If she falls, the skeleton will vanish. The legendary weapon is about to drop, one player exclaimed with excitement. However, with a soft command from Zhang Mengmeng, Bone Cloak, physical and magical defenses increased by 50 for 10 seconds. Countless bones enveloped Zhang Mengmeng's crimson robe. Subsequently, a wave of forced damage values erupted, leaving all mages of the Tianshi Guild momentarily stunned. Are you serious? This is utterly overpowered. What kind of skill is this? Can we truly defeat her? Stay calm. This skill likely won't last long. Don't give up. Focus on the skeleton. Zhao Huatianxiu's expression shifted as he quickly stabilized the morale of his team. 133 players swiftly responded, redirecting their attacks towards the scythe-wielding skeletal guards. Concurrently, some players initiated tentative attacks on the mischievous little Meng, testing whether her spell effects had diminished. At this moment, Zhang Mengmeng felt a twinge of anxiety within. After all, it was her first encounter with such a situation, and she had nearly been overwhelmed upon her arrival. Fortunately, the presence of Jiang Cheng behind her provided immense reassurance, allowing her to adjust her mindset in time. However, her skills were nearly exhausted. The formidable power of hidden class skills was accompanied by lengthy cooldown periods. In her quest to better support Jiang Cheng, she had invested all her gold into enhancing her auxiliary skills. She had not learned the skills of Death's Embrace and Necromantic Frenzy. Once the effect of the bone escape wore off, she would be vulnerable. 5. A burst of flame struck Zhang Mengmeng, and a damage number of 5 appeared above her head. After 10 seconds, the effect of the bone escape faded. Quickly, attack that NPC. Her skill effect is gone. Observing the unfolding situation with great anticipation, the onlooker commanded with delight. In an instant, all the mages ceased their actions, turned their focus, and prepared to unleash a fatal strike on Zhang Mengmeng. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 bloodbone arrows suddenly descended from the heavens. 1,175, 2,753, 1,759. The heads of the 3 mages were instantly pierced, vanishing in a flash of light. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all, the 3 bloodbone arrows split apart in a radiant glow, transforming into a blood-red scythe. Simultaneously, a blood-red chain materialized, connecting the handle of the scythe to Zhang Mengmeng. Taut and unyielding. Clang. The sound of the chain echoed in the minds of the players. Subsequently, the blood-red scythe was swung, moving to the left. Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, all 32 mages standing nearby were simultaneously cleaved by the blood-red scythe. 32 beams of deathly light erupted, leaving everyone in shock. Chapter 65. The Lament of the Scythe, a one-sided slaughter. 32 mages, vanquished in a single stroke. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Congratulations on defeating the player Fate's enlightenment, triggering the resurrection effect. You have acquired a loyal servant. Congratulations on defeating the player Fate's manipulation, activating the plunder skill, and seizing the talent of spell defense 1. Congratulations on defeating the player Fate's gateway, triggering the plunder effect. You have acquired the skill Explosive Flame. With a metallic clang, the brilliance faded, and the chain scythe swung back into the grasp of a blood-red figure. Subsequently, a cloak was flung aside, revealing a blood shadow that materialized within the vast temple. Just before the arrows could strike Zhang Mengmeng, the chain scythe transformed into a spear in an instant and began to whirl. Whoosh! Clang, clang, clang. The sound of whistling wind mingled with the clatter of metal. 16 arrows were deflected, with only one landing on the blood-red figure, inflicting a mere 1 damage, leaving all players momentarily stunned. In the next heartbeat, the spear morphed again into a spell-resistant armor, bestowing an additional magical barrier upon Jiang Cheng's blood skeleton. Almost immediately, 32 explosive flames descended upon him with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 1, 1. What the hell? Just a sliver of health, damn it. How on earth did I manage to kill this NPC, only for another monster to appear? This is outrageous. A single strike obliterated so many. What kind of damage is this? How did they perish so swiftly? As the battlefield cleared with the sudden elimination of 32 mages, bewilderment washed over the onlookers, a tempest of emotions swelling within. Smack! Fate's Celestial struck Fate's Divine on the head, exclaiming, "Didn't you say he had no spell defense? What is this?" I'm not sure either," Fate's Divine replied, bewildered. "But, don't worry, Guildmaster. Look, his health is low. Moreover, it must have a time limit, right? I hope what you say is true." Fate's Celestial's eyes narrowed as he issued a command. "This blood skeleton is far stronger than that NPC. They are not even in the same league. Everyone retreat. Wait for his defensive skills to dissipate. Do not engage directly. Mages and archers, continue your assault. Do not let him close in." Boom. No sooner had Fate's Celestial spoken than Jiang Cheng leaped down from the broken pillar. In that fleeting moment of descent, the spell-resistant armor within him swiftly disintegrated, coalescing into a blood-red, long-handled scythe in his grasp. With a subtle shift of his feet, he vanished from sight just as the magical bombardment struck the ground, appearing behind the skeletal guard of the scythe. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in all directions, dirt flying and weeds reduced to ash. Yet, the blood-red figure had seemingly vanished without a trace. Where's the boss? What is happening? There was no damage. Where did he go? The 36 knights, retreating, were engulfed in confusion. Soon after, a violent thumping resonated in their chests. The aged steeds beneath them began to grow restless. Yet, before them, aside from a scythe-wielding skeletal guardian slowly pursuing them, there was nothing else. Suddenly, a flash of crimson blade light erupted. The steeds of the 36 knights were momentarily mesmerized by the blinding blade, rearing up in fright, eager to flee. This was dire. That was a cleaving strike. Hold firm. The knights raised their shields, employing a synchronized skill to match their steeds' vitality, allowing them to withstand the onslaught. A blood-red figure darted by, and a massive blade struck the mount of the foremost knight. 3,875. A terrifying damage figure materialized before their eyes. Indeed, the shield could sacrifice mobility to mitigate 50% of the damage, and synchronizing the steed's health could grant an additional 1,000 health points. However, the cleaver possessed a mechanism known as Horse Cleave, which inflicted a 200% damage bonus to mounts and rendered the shield's 50% reduction null and void. Run. The boss's damage was overwhelmingly fierce. They stood no chance. It was impossible to counterattack. His movement speed was slow, and he lacked crowd control abilities. leaving them no option but to retreat. With a swish, the blood-red cleaver swung in Jiang Cheng's grasp, rising from below with explosive might. A knight's steed let out a wail, and both the knight and his mount were cleaved in two, vanishing in a burst of light. Suddenly, the massive cleaver in his hand trembled, emitting a mournful wail, triggering both freezing and lamenting effects. Within a 3-meter radius, four knights found themselves immobilized before the astonished gazes of Zhang Mengmeng and other players. Moments later, the ice shattered, and the four began to turn upon one another in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng surged forward, activating the Swift Wind Shadow Break. Chapter 66. This game is unplayable, oh no. He is chasing after me. Run, just run as far as you can. Zhao Tianxiu watched helplessly as several of his best-equipped knights fought amongst themselves, feeling an overwhelming urge to strangle Zhao Xinshu. Especially after witnessing the blood skeleton outrun them, he felt a strong desire to kick Zhao Xinshu back to the rear. Wasn't he promised that the skills wouldn't be controlled? Wasn't he assured that the movement speed would be slow? I can't control anything. The movement speed is anything but slow. Please, don't kill me. Thud. 3,754. 1,236. With a single stroke, both knight and steed were mercilessly dispatched. The effect of the shadow of the gale activated. The first strike glowed a deep crimson, while the subsequent blow revealed a golden spectral damage, followed by a white furious slash, a blue freezing -1 damage, a dark red tearing effect, and the black damage of the blood 7 kill. 7 damage values erupted above a guardian knight's head, leaving him in disbelief as he faced his demise. What the hell is this damage? Whoosh. Just as he uttered his last complaint, he disintegrated into light. Simultaneously, several knights nearby were also caught in the furious slash effect, each displaying multiple colors of damage before vanishing into light. Blood Prison Icebound Slash. Jiang Cheng swung his guandao downward, instantly conjuring 108 ice pillars, forming an ice wall. Boom. The ice wall shattered. 12 players fell victim to his might. The 2-meter-long guandao granted Blood Prison Icebound Slash an extended reach, obliterating the 12 players in an instant. Triggered Resurrection Effect. You gain a loyal servant. You have plundered the opponent's skills and obtained skill synchronization. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth at lightning speed, embedding themselves into the ground before Zhao Tianxiu, transforming into a blood-red scythe, which connected to Jiang Cheng's hand. In the astonished gazes of all, Jiang Cheng deftly flicked his wrist. Clink. The chains contracted, and his entire figure transformed into a red shadow in midair, blocking everyone's path. The scythe morphed into a staff, pressing down upon the crowd to test how much health could be drained without spell damage. Explosive flames. Explosive flames. Explosive flames. 11. 12. 12. 3 astonishing damage values emerged, leaving them momentarily stunned. My goodness, is this boss faltering? Everyone, don't run. Quickly, let us attack. This health drop surely indicates weakness. Let us overwhelm him. I must avenge myself. Let us take him down with relentless firepower. Upon witnessing this damage, several players were on the verge of tears. At last, the boss is finally weakening. Their springtime of victory was at hand. This wretched boss indeed had its vulnerabilities. However, in the next moment, Jiang Cheng transformed his staff into a long sword and struck down at the divine creation with a single blow. 2,122. Instant kill. 339. 339. The fury slash damage manifested, resulting in yet another wave of instant eliminations. Within a 2-meter radius, 7 or 8 players fell victim to Jiang Cheng's 2 devastating strikes. The damage inflicted upon Jiang Cheng consisted merely of forced health deductions. Even if a sorcerer managed to diminish Jiang Cheng's health, it would be of little consequence, for with each stroke, he could restore himself fully. What a troublesome boss this is. Splitting, siphoning, freezing, confusing, slowing, tearing, hindering, armor-piercing. What an array of effects. The weapon can be switched effortlessly, and his movement speed is astonishingly swift. This is utterly exasperating. Here us hoping for a 5th update. Let us see if we can achieve a 6th, esteemed readers. Please bestow a 5-star rating to encourage further updates. Thank you. Chapter 67. Merging with the skeleton minions, a sudden tremor coursed through the whale of ice, accompanied by a flash of blade light, triggering the whale's effect. As four knights galloped towards the narrow pillars at the temple's periphery, they were immediately stunned by Jiang Cheng's wail, leading to a fierce melee. The players behind them were left dumbfounded. What the hell? This boss can manipulate the terrain to block our path. Who in their right mind suggested we hunt this boss? I swear I'll dig up their 18th generation ancestors. The four knights, engaged in combat, effectively blocked the exit, trapping the remaining 40 or so players within the temple. On either side stood towering columns over 10 meters high. Retreat was the only option, or they were doomed. Fine, let's do this. If I must die, let it be with dignity. Chaotic divine elegance brandished an iron sword, leaping from the crowd, ready to face his fate. That's the spirit. Divine elegance. Wait for me. If we must perish, let it be with honor. Other players behind him raised their thumbs in admiration for divine elegance's bravery. Isn't this just a neutral boss? Who does it think it is? I refuse to believe that if I kneel before you, you would actually have the heart to kill me. Thud. In a shocking turn of events, chaotic divine elegance knelt before Jiang Cheng. The crowd gasped in disbelief. What the hell? Is this your so-called spirit? The remaining players held their foreheads in shame, utterly humiliated. Spare us, Great One. With a swift strike, Jiang Cheng dispatched chaotic divine elegance, triggering the plundering effect and acquiring the skill jump slash. Under the astonished gaze of divine elegance, Jiang Cheng sent him on his way. However, he was perplexed. Last time he killed divine elegance, he also triggered the plundering effect and seized 2 points of strength. How was it that it had succeeded again this time? This fellow seemed to be rather unfortunate. Perhaps he could keep an eye on him for future gains. Jiang Cheng paid little heed to the players behind him, unleashing Blood Crow and the destructive archers to begin clearing the area. A single volley from Blood Crow's 1,000 arrows unleashed a torrent of arrows, decimating the remaining players. Jiang Cheng's intent to test the power of his skills had been fulfilled. He had little interest in the few straggling players left. Rather than waste time and effort chasing them down, he preferred to enhance his own strength. Despite the ease with which he was dispatching players, it was merely because their equipment and skills were still lacking, resulting in minimal damage. In the later stages, many professional skills would incorporate true damage that disregards defenses and evasion. Even though true damage is challenging to enhance, if his health were insufficient, a concentrated assault from hundreds could bring him to his knees. Thus, strengthening his prowess was the true path to success. Gazing at the spoils strewn across the ground, Jiang Cheng beckoned to the dazed Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng climbed down from the broken pillar, her delicate, beautiful face still bearing an expression of disbelief. Although she held a modicum of confidence in Jiang Cheng, she could hardly fathom that he had single-handedly annihilated a player team of over 100. Moments ago, she was engulfed in trepidation, contemplating a leap into the abyss alongside Jiang Cheng. However, what transpired next transcended her comprehension. Her skeletal elder brother, a solitary figure, relentlessly pursued and vanquished over 100 players. In the past, she would have deemed this impossible. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before Zhang Mengmeng, fixating intently on Jiang Cheng. Your prowess has indeed grown. It is quite remarkable. Natalie observed Jiang Cheng, her heart slightly stirred. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. Is there an inexplicable force fixated upon you? Natalie inquired, her gaze probing. Can you sense it? Jiang Cheng, while gathering the fallen equipment and tallying his skill acquisitions, was momentarily taken aback by her words. Natalie affirmed with a nod, there are 2 jesters. Had it not been for my need to maintain peak condition to confront our adversaries, I would have gladly assisted you in dealing with them. How formidable are they? Slightly stronger than you, Natalie replied, her eyes narrowing with intent. The enhancement points are secured. Jiang Cheng felt a surge of determination. Allow me to prepare, and then I shall seek them out. By the way, could you assist me in merging these subordinates? Why not seek your little girlfriend instead? She has now become a competent necromancer. I must admit, her talent is rather impressive. Chapter 68. The Fusion of 5 Skeletons. Terrifying skeleton little girlfriend? Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. Although Natalie was a deity of magic, her personality was rather whimsical. All right, I shall seek her out, Jiang Cheng declared, approaching the adorable little one and releasing several skeletons. Let us give it a try. Zhang Mengmeng momentarily hesitated, but it was Natalie's reminder that brought her back to her senses. Oh, I understand now. I'll give it a shot, but I might not succeed. A hint of trepidation lingered in her voice as she feared that she might inadvertently obliterate Jiang Cheng's skeletons, leading him to deem her inept. Her cautious demeanor elicited a gentle smile from Natalie. "Disciple, what are you worried about? Your man desires skeletons. It's a simple task. Don't fret. If it fails, he can always resurrect them," Natalie quipped, her lips curling into a smirk before she vanished into the temple like a crow. What man?" Zhang Mengmeng's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily dazed as she glanced at Jiang Cheng. Seeing his expression remain unchanged, she breathed a sigh of relief. Cautiously grasping her staff, necromantic triune seal, death's fusion. As Zhang Mengmeng focused her energy into the 5 skeletal servants bestowed by Jiang Cheng, she uttered the incantation, her eyes narrowing in concentration. Gradually, the skeleton mage, skeleton swordsman, skeleton knight, skeleton archer, and skeleton priest disintegrated into a pile of bone powder, scattering onto the ground. At the top of her blood-red staff, the crimson gem gleamed brightly. In an instant, countless particles of bone powder rapidly converged towards the center. Simultaneously, the mental concentration techniques imparted by Natalie flashed in her mind. Now possessing a 3-tiered necromantic fusion technique, to achieve the ideal manifestation of the undead, one must locate its soul's flame at the moment of disintegration, extract its purest essence, and fuse them together. The flame of life is red. The flame of magic is blue, and the flame of attack is deep red. Zhang Mengmeng sought to merge the skills of the 5 skeletons, diligently searching for the blue flames of each to preserve their abilities. Ultimately, she expended all her magical energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. Yet she successfully fused the 5 skeletons into one. Ignoring the beads of sweat trickling down her body, she gazed at her creation with anticipation. Not too tall, nor too short, the skeletal figure stood slender and emaciated, gripping a long, narrow sword. Its blade adorned with numerous fine serrations that sent a chill down the spine of any who beheld it. Terrifying skeleton quality, elite level, 10 health, 600 magic, 200 attack, 1010 spell attack, 30 skills, blazing sword, guardian's blade, gale sword. Talent, mastery of swordsmanship. Summary, belongs to the Blood Prison's Frosted Bone Lieutenant. Why does it possess such attributes? Zhang Mengmeng felt utterly disheartened after reading it. The attributes were simply abysmal, utterly devoid of utility, and shattered at the slightest touch. She could hardly believe that after expending all her magical energy, she had conjured this wretched trinket. What if the skeletal elder brother was displeased with me? Zhang Mengmeng gazed intently at Jiang Cheng, fearful of witnessing disappointment etched upon his face. Yet, to her surprise, the skeletal elder brother appeared rather pleased. "Well done," Jiang Cheng remarked, his satisfaction evident as he scrutinized the horrifying skeleton's attributes. Instinctively, he reached out to pat the head of the adorable little creature. However, he swiftly withdrew his hand, lost momentarily in a swirl of memories. In his recollections, the little girl who had once followed him around, exuding exuberance, would always come forth to showcase her newfound skills, raising her tiny head to meet his gaze. Each time, Jiang Cheng would unconsciously pat her head and commend her with a simple, "Well done." However, the being before him did not seem to be her. It appeared he had acted rather impulsively. Noticing that the adorable little creature was still in a daze, Jiang Cheng finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps it was best to first advance and explore her growth. Chapter 69. Time to emerge. Zhang Mengmeng's fusion was quite unexpected for him. The terrifying skeleton appeared to be modeled after a swordsman, amalgamating elements of a mage, knight, and archer. Among the players, he had successfully resurrected 6 skeletons in total, 2 mages, 1 knight, a swordsman, an archer, and a priest. Notably, the knight, archer, mage, and priest possessed skills. The knight had a level 15 guardian skill, the archer wielded a level 15 gale arrow, and the mage commanded a level 10 explosive flame. The flame of fury likely stemmed from the fused explosive flame, while the sword of guardian derived from the guardian skill, and the sword of gale was a fusion of gale arrow. Observing Zhang Mengmeng achieve such results, Jiang Cheng felt a glimmer of hope for his future perfect skill combination. To evolve the terrifying skeleton required 1,000 evolution points. Should I proceed with the evolution? He pondered, only to find his evolution points were insufficient. With a slight pause, Jiang Cheng internally sighed in frustration. It appeared he needed to venture out to earn evolution points and simultaneously address potential threats. This time, he had acquired 3 skills: Leap Slash, Synchronization, and Explosive Flame. Leap Slash could compensate for his mobility deficiencies and mitigate fall damage. Synchronization would allow him to match his health with that of his skeletal steed. Explosive Flame could remedy his shortcomings in ranged area damage, providing him with more options against high physical defense creatures. The Blood Abyss Seal Slash had an excessively long cooldown, rendering it ineffective for clearing mobs. In contrast, Explosive Flame had a mere 1-second cooldown, though its magical attack posed a slight challenge. Here, Big Brother Skeleton, this is for you. My master asked me to give it to you, Zhang Mengmeng said shyly as she handed Jiang Cheng 3 items, 2 5-star socket stones, and an enigmatic stone. Job change reward? He recalled that it was likely 2 5-star socket stones and a book of non-class skills. Upon receiving the items, Jiang Cheng curiously examined them. Socket stone quality, 5-star overview, can be used to socket equipment with an 80 success rate. Phantom magic gem, quality, legendary overview, inlaid in a weapon, grants 100 magical damage. Such valuable items warmed Jiang Cheng's heart. Although Natalie was not particularly talkative, she was truly kind-hearted. She must have thought he lacked skills, hence her decision to assist him by providing the phantom magic gem. This kindness would be remembered. Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the temple, aware that Natalie was watching. He took out the previously acquired Bloodcrow Heart and Calamity Heart. The Calamity Heart reduced enemy units' attack and defense by 10, while the Bloodcrow Heart enhanced archery mastery by 40 damage and granted an additional 15 points in accuracy. With his legendary weapon capable of accommodating only 2 sockets, Jiang Cheng decisively chose the Bloodcrow Heart and the Phantom Magic Gem. With this choice, his magical attack and archery accuracy were substantially fortified. With the explosive flames at his disposal, his efficiency in slaying monsters from a distance has significantly increased. Creatures with formidable physical defenses and attacks, or those that are difficult to approach, can now be exterminated from afar. Let us proceed. It is time to emerge from the mountains. Upon sighting the adorable little Mei, who had already gathered the spoils of victory, Jiang Cheng summoned forth the skeletal steed, inviting her to perch upon his back as they sped towards the temple. There awaited 2 formidable bosses. In Angerwind City, the leader of Dominance, a male archer, engaged in negotiations within an inn. His demeanor was somewhat respectful, clearly indicating that the identity of his counterpart was no ordinary one. President Dominance, you aim to eradicate the level 30 Blood Abyss Demon Guardian, Alf, and the Blood Abyss Blade Guardian, Alman. It may prove challenging to enlist my masteress' aid, as she has not participated in a team for quite some time, Qian Chonglang remarked, taking a sip of his strong liquor, his tone tinged with regret. That is indeed a pity. However, does the god of waves have time to spare? Dominance smiled inwardly. He had never truly intended to recruit Qian Shangsu, for his true objective was Qian Chonglang. As for me, I do have a bit of time. However, where exactly is that boss capable of dropping the guild token you mentioned? Currently, it seems to be at the outskirts of the Dark Forest, though I am uncertain what the 2 bosses are up to there, shrouded in mystery. Chapter 70. If you can secure that individual, this operation will be assured at the outskirts of the shadowy forest. Qian Chonglang felt a stir within. It appeared that recent events had transpired there. Did the leader of Duba have knowledge of this? Duba Tiantian nodded. Are you referring to the obliteration of the Tianxiu Guild by the Blood Skeleton Legion? Rest assured. According to player analyses on the forum, this Blood Skeleton is a neutral boss. Typically, it will not initiate conflict unless provoked. We shall contend with our own bosses, and it shall not interfere. No, you misunderstand my intent. Qian Chonglang shook his head, placing a piece of beef into his mouth. He then shifted the conversation. How confident are you regarding this operation, President Duba? How confident? Duba Tiantian was momentarily taken aback. Facing 2 level 30 bosses, considering our current guild of merely 2,000 players, it presents a significant challenge. We've probed these 2 bosses several times, and they possess some rather vexing abilities. Alti has a corruption aura, inflicting 300 points of true damage per second to any player in proximity, while corroding 200 points of armor. No melee fighter can withstand that. Meanwhile, Alman has the ability to summon, calling forth 100 ghouls at once. Although these ghouls have low health and magical defense, their sheer numbers are overwhelming. Once Alman drops to half health, She will summon the ghouls and hide among them to call forth 20 evil spirit priests, rapidly restoring her health. Without exceptionally high magical damage players to restrain her, Almond is nearly invincible. If it were previously, we likely would not have had a chance. Duba Tiantian sighed in resignation, but then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. However, with the addition of Langshan, our odds have improved considerably. Duba Tiantian's tone was quite confident. Unfortunately, Qian Chonglang shook his head again. Do not overestimate my capabilities. I am only at level 18, and I have yet to master all my skills. How formidable could I possibly be? After sipping some water, he continued, if my master and the mage saint were to join forces, there might be a semblance of possibility. But alas, she is unlikely to intervene for such a trivial matter. Langshan lacks confidence as well. Duba Tiantian supported his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. After all, we have finally stumbled upon two bosses that may drop the guild token, inexplicably emerging from the blood abyss. This is a tremendous opportunity. Duba Tiantian was evidently reluctant to concede. A tremendous opportunity indeed, but it must be one we can seize. With such high damage from the two bosses, along with their summoning, healing, and corruption aura abilities, sending 2,000 men in would likely yield little success. Qian Chonglang continued, moreover, I believe that the boss capable of dropping the guild token is not solely under your scrutiny, correct? Duba Tiantian nodded, not hiding the truth. The 81st ranked Tianxiu Guild, the 752nd ranked Outyin Gang, and the 59th ranked Dark Fragrance Demon King Legion all seem to have shown interest. However, these guilds are far inferior to us at Duba. After the Tianxiu Guild was annihilated, the strength of their elite members has diminished significantly, rendering them no longer a threat. At this juncture, the tone of the dominator of the world bore a hint of schadenfreude, as he continued. Although the leader of the Proud Sky Gang possesses a formidable presence, and the guild is comprised of affluent players, their skills leave much to be desired. The only true threat lies with the Dark Fragrance Demon King Guild, whose members predominantly consist of mages, including skeletal mages, elemental mages, ice spirit mages, and blazing inferno mages. Upon hearing this, Qian Chonglang nodded in appreciation, expressing admiration for the dominator's adeptness in gathering intelligence and analytical prowess. It appeared that the president of the dominator had invested considerable effort, seemingly intent on securing victory. However, did you perhaps overlook one crucial element? If you are fortunate enough to enlist the participation of that particular individual, your endeavor this time should be assured of success. Chapter 71. Training a naive little cutie. Which one? The Tyrant of the World suddenly brightened. Could it be that Lang Qianchong could summon the Sage of Magic? The most effective means to counter these two formidable bosses would be area of effect spells. Among the 12 divine beings, the Sage of Magic, Lan Xingyue, is reputed to possess the ability to transform any single target spell into an area of effect spell. Once, she utilized a level 30 single target meteor strike to unleash the devastating effect of the level 80 area spell meteor shower, annihilating a small guild of 500 players, truly terrifying. Her obsession with the study of magic is unparalleled. She can evoke distinct effects from any spell in her grasp. In the realm of online gaming, only the deceased supreme god could rival her prowess in the mage class. Could Qianchong truly summon the Sage of Magic? Do not misunderstand. Sensing his thoughts, Qianchong interrupted. It is not the Sage of Magic, but rather that neutral boss. A neutral boss? The Tyrant of the World was momentarily taken aback. Are you referring to the blood skeleton? Can you really summon him? Langshan, such jest is futile. Although Qianchong is esteemed as one of the 12 legends, revered wherever he goes, surely he would not make such baseless claims. The blood skeleton can be summoned? Others may not, but I can, Qianchong replied with a mysterious smile. However, you should consider what reward you will offer once the task is accomplished. Can you genuinely summon him? The Tyrant of the World remained skeptical. While neutral bosses possess intelligence akin to NPCs, skeletons are among the lowest tier of neutral creatures. Can the blood skeleton even comprehend the words of players? Others may not, but I can, Qianchong asserted, patting his chest with unwavering confidence. You should start thinking about the reward. Wait a moment, Langshan. Even if you can summon him, it may be of little use. These two bosses have exceptionally high physical defenses and only take magical damage. The Tyrant of the World frowned, recalling what players from the Tianxiu Guild had mentioned, that the blood skeleton seemed to lack magical damage. Qianchong paused. a look of realization dawning upon him as he rubbed his forehead. I overlooked that, my apologies. With an awkward smile, he added, how about this? I will check if the Sage of Magic's disciple is available and, in the meantime, gather some assistance for you. Thank you very much. The Tyrant of the World's face brightened. Rest assured, the reward will certainly be worthy of Lang Shun. Then it is settled. I shall go find some individuals. With an apologetic remark, Jiang Cheng departed the tavern amidst the eager gazes of players wishing to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. Observing Jiang Cheng being pursued and besieged by a throng of fans, the Tyrant of the World couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, one of the 12 legends, not only possessing immense popularity and exceptional skill, but also adorned in the finest equipment. Just moments ago, he had noticed that Jiang Cheng was clad in nearly all level 15 gear, with several pieces even being blue quality. Only 2 days into the server launch, Jiang Cheng possesses such luxurious equipment, which truly indicates remarkable strength. However, it remains unclear where this Jiang Cheng acquired such gear. On a secluded path within the dark forest, Zhang Mengmeng is laboriously pulling a wooden cart, stepping with a mysterious rhythm as she ventures beyond the woods. Beside her stands Jiang Cheng, while Blood Crow and the terrifying skeleton sit atop the cart. Zhang Mengmeng strains with each step, leaving deep imprints in her wake. Yet, Jiang Cheng does not permit her to halt. His intention, of course, is to help her refine her steps and master the shadow step technique. He aspires to train this naive little girl into the 13th deity of the gaming realm. Chapter 72. Might I inquire if you have any tasks for me? Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, the character known as a dull little possesses an inner strength that belies her outward fragility. From her past choices, such as enduring thirst rather than drinking water, and her conversations with Natalie, it is evident to him that she harbors resilience. Perhaps she lacks innate talent, yet she embodies the virtues of diligence, patience, perseverance, and an earnest desire to learn, qualities that many lack. In her, Jiang Cheng perceives the reflection of Qinshan Shui. It is conceivable that one day, under his tutelage, this dull little could indeed evolve into the 13th divine being of the gaming realm. Ultimately, her progress hinges upon her own efforts. Jiang Cheng is not one to succumb to sentimentality. Creaking the wooden cart in the hands of the dull little emitted an unpleasing sound. Clad in a resplendent red and gold robe, she dragged 2 skeletons through the forest, accompanied by a skeletal overseer. Such an ensemble could hardly escape notice. A stunningly beautiful mage reduced to a mere cart puller, and the cargo being 2 skeletons, sparked the curiosity of countless players who speculated about the potential for hidden quests. Along the way, players approached to inquire about tasks. Might I inquire if you have any tasks for me? Greetings. Do you require assistance? Step aside, let me help. Do you need aid with the cart? Fair maiden, shall I assist you in vanquishing that wretched skeleton? Curious onlookers fixated on Jiang Cheng and the dull little, hoping to discern some clue about their peculiar arrangement. Alas, Zhang Mengmeng had neither the time nor inclination to engage with them. Wow, what a haughty NPC, completely disregarding us. Indeed, quite aloof. Yet her robe is exquisite, a deep crimson adorned with gold trim, likely of legendary quality. Here I am, struggling to acquire even a pair of plain boots, while this NPC flaunts such fine attire. Strange, why does that skeleton seem vaguely familiar? After an hour of travel, new players continued to join their ranks, whispering among themselves as they followed. Jiang Cheng did not shoo them away. Instead, he encouraged Zhang Mengmeng to face them with composure. For him, this was a trivial matter. In his past triumphs within the mythical game, he had captured the championship title in 3 consecutive global tournaments, drawing the attention of over 2 billion players. He maintained an air of nonchalance amidst the scrutiny. To be a master requires not only technical excellence, but also a steadfast mentality. During combat, failing to calmly analyze and anticipate an opponent's movements is a mark of inadequacy. Thus, he instructed the dull little to pull the cart, not only to practice her gait, but also to acclimate her to being in the spotlight and enhance her resilience under pressure. Clearly, she was performing admirably. Yet, seated atop the cart, the Blood Crow appeared distinctly anxious, for he found himself being pulled by his mistress. Was this not absurd? Observing the gaze of the master, it seems his days ahead may not be easy. Here we are. Jiang Cheng, with his long spear resting on the ground, directed a rather simple-minded companion. While honing both his resolve and steps, Jiang Cheng was also cultivating a rapport with this rather naive partner. In truth, he could have inscribed words upon the earth to communicate, yet he refrained from doing so. Writing in the dirt could never match the swiftness of gestures or spoken words. It was akin to his initial training with Qianshan Shui. As the training progressed, a mere lift of his hand or a fleeting glance would suffice for Qianshan Shui to instantly grasp his meaning. Jiang Cheng believed that this simple-minded companion could also achieve such understanding. Damn it, why are we foolishly following along? They have no intention of acknowledging us. Indeed, we've trailed like fools for so long, and they haven't even acknowledged our presence. Am I playing the game, or is the game playing me? I propose that we all unite to eliminate this NPC and seize her equipment. Listening to their discourse, Jiang Cheng felt a spark of inspiration. A target for practical training had emerged. Chapter 73. Confronting dual bosses, 3 explosive flames in an instant. Curse it. Do refrain from making hasty decisions. What if they are colossal beings capable of obliterating everything in their path? We would be doomed. Indeed. Look at that blood raven. Could it possibly belong to the Blood Prison's Icebone General? These could very well be his subordinates. A general holds significant power in the military. If you wish to perish, do so alone. Despite the restless stir among the players, the dissenting voices of a few dissuaded any rash actions. They were but a scattered group, lacking the cohesion to form a formidable force, and thus they began to disperse in disappointment. Jiang Cheng felt a pang of regret at their departure, yet he was not disheartened, for within the crimson gaze of the reconnaissance eye, he detected the approach of bosses. Boom! A colossal tree was effortlessly severed, and the players beneath it scarcely had time to flee before a devastating explosion claimed many lives in an instant. 3,537. 3,537. 300. 300. A deluge of damage figures erupted forth. Good heavens! 2 level 30 bosses. What the hell are these level 30 bosses doing here? Who summoned them? Are they courting death? By my ancestors. Who brought them here? Are you out of your mind? Who can contend with such bosses? The arrival of the 2 formidable bosses sent the players into a frenzy of despair and outrage. Blood Prison Blade Guardian Almond Quality. Rare level. 30 health. 3,000. 000 attack. 500. 500 defense. 500. 500 magical defense. 200 skills. Ghoul Summon. Malevolent Priest Summon. 1000 Will Slash. Blood Prison Blade Slash. Talent. Master of Blades. Rebirth. Overview. The lowest-ranking subordinate of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, tasked with gathering and relaying intelligence for the Blood Prison Army. Blood Prison Demon Guardian Alti Quality. Rare level. 30 health. 3,000 attack. 500. 500 defense. 500. 500 magical defense. 200 skills. Corrosive Aura, Frenzied Aura, Thorn Aura. Hand of the Blood Prison. Talent. Rebound. Overview. The lowest-ranking subordinate of the Blood Prison Demon Lord, responsible for the supplies of the Blood Prison Army. Upon assessing the attributes of the 2 bosses, the players' fury escalated. They ran while hurling curses. Curse it, if I find out who summoned them. I will beat you to a pulp. You won't be able to rise from your bed for a month. Run. 2 level 30 bosses, each with 500 defense. My attack is a mere 50 points. Who can possibly fight them? As the players fled, the 2 bosses turned their gaze towards Jiang Cheng. Blood Raven, you have betrayed the Demon Lord. You have become a fallen slave, bringing shame upon the Demon Lord. Alti swung his blade, cleaving another massive tree and crushing yet another group of players. Demon Lord? What on earth is happening? The Blood Raven rose from the wooden board, an expression of bewilderment on its face. After its reincarnation, its memories had vanished, leaving only a singular thought in its mind: to obey the commands of its master. Blood Raven found itself utterly perplexed by Alter's words. Come back with me to report to the Demon Lord. Upon uttering this, Alter summoned over 100 ghouls, surging forth towards Jiang City. In Jiang City, Zhang Mengmeng was instructed to set down the wooden cart and began to summon the undead, casting the necromantic enhancement spell that could only be learned at level 10. Under Jiang City's guidance, Zhang Mengmeng had utilized gold and experience to elevate the spell to level 10. This would increase the attack and spell attack power of its subordinates by 300 within a span of 10 minutes. The 2 sides were on the brink of battle, tension palpable in the air. Players who had retreated some distance also paused, gathering to watch the spectacle unfold. Damn, they came looking for that NPC. This is going to be quite a show. With such substantial health points on these two bosses, any female NPC facing them would likely meet a gruesome end. One could presume. Boom, boom, boom. 4,552. 4,552. 4,552. 3 explosive fireballs detonated amidst the horde of ghouls summoned by Altar. The ghouls, already diminutive in stature with a spell defense of 200, were struck by the explosive flames, which spread over a radius exceeding 30 meters. In an instant, the 60 ghouls at the forefront were reduced to charred puddles of blood, startling all who bore witness. Chapter 74. The Blood Prison's Hand That Astounds the Crowd. What sorcery is this? It resembles an explosive flame, yet isn't the range of such flames merely 3 meters? Why does his explosive fire appear to span several dozen meters? You must understand, he is an NPC. His skills are bound to be extraordinary. No, it must be that he unleashed 3 explosive flames simultaneously, resulting in such a remarkable effect. Nonsense. Why don't you attempt to release 3 explosive flames at once? Exactly. The cooldown for explosive flames is 1 second. Moreover, unleashing 3 skills within a single second is virtually unheard of in the realm of online gaming. A multitude of players watched in astonishment as Jiang Cheng's 3 explosive flames obliterated a vast area, their gasps echoing throughout. Simultaneously, they speculated on the reason behind the immense range of this blood skeleton's explosive flames. Jiang Cheng, however, paid no heed to their musings. His staff instantaneously transformed into a blood-red spear, which he hurled with all his might towards the blood-prisoned demon guardian. Whoosh! A stream of crimson light surged forth with a resounding whoosh, sweeping up countless fallen leaves in its wake as it raced towards the blood-prisoned demon guardian, leaving all in a state of shock. Was this blood skeleton daft? Had he truly thrown away his weapon, intending to confront the boss barehanded? Who knows? Perhaps it's merely a whimsical maneuver typical of NPCs. Overestimating oneself. The 3-meter-tall blood-prisoned demon guardian, with a jaded smile, swung his massive curved blade downwards with great force towards the spear. He scoffed inwardly, having initially believed this skeletal commander possessed some skill, only to discover he was merely a mindless fool. Wasn't he a weapon, the very foundation of one's combat prowess? To so casually discard it? Did he truly think such a simple thrust could vanquish him? Ridiculous. Yet, in the next moment, the mocking grin on the blood-prisoned demon guardian's face froze. Whoosh! Under the astonished gazes of the demon guardian and the assembled players, the spear suddenly transformed into 3 arrows, deftly circumventing the guardian's colossal scythe and embedding themselves into his heart. 2,121. 2,121. 2,121. 765. 50. 30,000. You have received residual damage. You have succumbed to the blood prison's tearing effect, losing 50 health points per second. Your defenses have decreased by 30 points due to armor penetration damage. You have suffered from the blood-red 7 kill deprivation effect, losing 30,000 health points. You have been afflicted by the blood prison's severe injury effect, reducing your movement speed by 30. You are affected by the ice soul slowing effect, which decreases both your movement and attack speed by 50. Blood Prison Demon Guardian. Players. Before the Blood Prison Demon Guardian could process the myriad notifications and the damage indicators appearing above him, he suddenly heard the mournful wail of a weapon, and a sense of dread washed over him. Subsequently, a blood-red scythe was inexplicably summoned, as a chain materialized in midair. The chain was then swung, slicing diagonally from left to right, descending towards his towering frame. 1,172. A low hum resonated as the effects of the wailing chaos took hold, rendering friend and foe indistinguishable for a brief span of 2 seconds. As the mournful wails echoed, the eyes of the Blood Abyss Guardian turned a vivid crimson. In that moment of shock, he struck down at the Blood Abyss Blade Guardian in a swift arc. 300. 300. Despite both possessing 500 in defense and attack, the damage dealt was minimal. However, the corrosive aura he emanated caused the Blood Abyss Blade Guardian to steadily lose health. Alti, what are you doing? Do you wish to betray the Demon Lord as well? The Blood Abyss Blade Guardian appeared utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Yet, moments later, she felt an ominous grip tighten around her throat. No, it's the hand of the Blood Abyss. Have you lost your mind? In the astonished gaze of hundreds of players, a colossal number materialized above the head of Blood Abyss Blade Guardian Alman, leaving all in sheer disbelief. 150,000. Chapter 75. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? My goodness, what has transpired? Why are the bosses turning against each other? Is this some sort of theatrical performance? This ability is astonishing, reducing half of my health in an instant. Players began to voice their confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden betrayal between the two bosses. I suspect that the blood skeleton is the culprit. His weapon is peculiar, wielding a scythe, a bow, and a long spear staff. Truly remarkable. Thank heavens I didn't engage that female NPC earlier. Otherwise, I would have already lost my health points. Upon witnessing the terrifying weapon of Jiang Cheng, the players collectively sighed in relief for having refrained from attacking. Truly, the blood skeleton is exceedingly formidable. Who am I? Where am I? What is my purpose? Following a brief moment of chaotic confusion, the Blood Abyss Demon Guardian regained consciousness. However, as he awakened, he found himself somewhat weakened, and his companion was in the process of summoning a spectral priest to restore his health. This scene left him quite bewildered. What has occurred? Has it not been long since Armin lost half of his health? What is going on? Armin, you? Boom, boom, boom. 4,412. 4,412. 4,412. 3 explosive flames struck Armin, and in an instant, they connected and spread outward. The spectral priest, who had just begun to manifest, was instantly reduced to a pool of blood, inciting Armin's fury. Summoning the spectral priest was her life-saving skill, which has a cooldown of 5 minutes. This means she is in peril. Alter, this is all you're doing. What have I done? Alter was taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. I haven't done anything. Take this. 1,000-wheel slash. Armin did not lose his composure. Instead, he turned and delivered a powerful strike toward Jiang Cheng, who was 30 meters away. What are you hesitating for? Quickly eliminate that blood skeleton. Oh right. Alter's expression hardened, and he quickly followed the trajectory of the 1,000-wheel slash, advancing toward Jiang Cheng. Stinking skeleton, perish. Blood Abyss Hand. Channeling his magical energy, Alter unleashed his Blood Abyss Hand from a distance of 10 meters away. However, contrary to his expectations, the atmosphere remained awkward, and the scene he envisioned, Jiang Cheng being grasped and losing half his health, did not materialize. He stood there in a daze. What am I doing? Where is my Blood Abyss Hand? Alter turned back in confusion to glance at Armin. The air suddenly fell silent. Ding! A soft sound echoed, the clash of weapons resonating. As the players and Alter anticipated that Jiang Cheng's slender form would be cleaved in two, the unexpected unfolded. The blood-red cloak behind Jiang Cheng suddenly swirled, transforming into a long spear that gently met the blade's aura of the 1,000-wheel slash with a deft resistance. Harnessing the momentum, he executed the technique known as borrowed force flash kill. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Jiang Cheng's figure swiftly retreated, and in that fleeting moment, he conveniently retracted the blood crow and the terrifying skeleton back into the necromantic black cannon. Following this, he grasped the slightly flustered Zhang Mengmeng and retreated 5 steps, halting just a half-meter away from the dissipating blade's aura. What on earth is happening here? This is one of the 14 divine techniques, borrowed force flash kill. Goodness, an NPC can wield divine techniques? Am I being played by the game administrator? Today's chapter has me utterly stumped. Chapter 76. Such a maneuver? You shall employ the necromantic fusion technique to restrain the Blood Abyss Sentinel while I deal with the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel. With a swift gesture, Jiang Cheng issued a command to Zhang Mengmeng, disregarding whether she comprehended it, and advanced towards the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel, Alman. The rapport was something that would naturally develop over time, and Jiang Cheng bore no resentment towards her potential missteps. Initially, as long as she did not create chaos, it would suffice as the best form of understanding. Whoosh! The spear was hurled with force, piercing through a grand tree above the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel, and subsequently transformed into a sickle, linking itself to him. As the sickle retracted, Jiang Cheng transformed into a shadow of blood, soaring towards the tree amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. With the chain sickle at his disposal, he no longer had to fret over a shortage of bone powder. For once the arrows were released, he could utilize the transforming sickle to retrieve them via the connecting chain. With this newfound possibility, an idea sparked. He wondered if the spear could also be manipulated in such a manner. To his surprise, upon experimentation, it indeed worked. Consequently, his weapon could now unleash its utmost potential. Crack, crack, crack. In midair, he transformed the chain sickle into a longbow, the bowstring resonating with sharp sounds as he drew it taut, and then, in one fluid motion, loosed 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The inertia from the draw still lingered, and Jiang Cheng summoned the Blood Crow, unleashing a flurry of arrows upon the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel from above. Instantly, a rain of arrows descended, intertwining with Jiang Cheng's 3 arrows, rendering them indistinguishable. The purpose of this maneuver was clear: to prevent his arrows from being intercepted. The Blood Crow's arrows inflicted physical damage, only dealing 600 points of damage against the Sentinel's formidable 500 defense, thus lacking significant impact. However, Jiang Cheng discovered that ever since he embedded the illusory demon gem, both his staff and other weapons bore additional magical damage. Coupled with his dark dread, the damage he could inflict was indeed remarkable. Therefore, his arrows could not be thwarted. Seeking destruction, the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel, with a chilling voice, swung her Blood Abyss Blade, instantly cleaving through a vast swath of arrows. Clang, clang, clang. Countless arrows were severed, plummeting into the mire. 112, 112, 112. Armor-piercing arrow. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Cheng unleashed the destructive archer from the tree, striking the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel amidst the torrential downpour of arrows. 4,412, 112, 112, 4,412, 4,412. You have been affected by the armor-piercing arrow effect. Defense reduced by 50 points. You are affected by the freeze effect, frozen for 1 second. You are affected by the slow effect, attack and movement speed reduced by 50. In an instant, the movements of the Blood Abyss Blade Sentinel slowed. Jiang Cheng then transformed the 3 arrows embedded in her into sickles, retrieving them. He subsequently reshaped his weapon back into a longbow, ready to unleash another volley. As the Blood Prison Blade Guard's attack and movement speed diminished, it became increasingly arduous to deflect the arrows of Jiang Cheng. Perched atop a great tree, Jiang Cheng relentlessly tormented the Blood Prison Blade Guard with explosive flames, arrows, and blood-red scythes. Each time the guard, wailing in anguish, approached Jiang Cheng and severed the tree upon which she clung. Jiang Cheng would retaliate by launching arrows and shifting to another tree. When she summoned ghouls, Jiang Cheng would unleash several explosive flames, obliterating a vast area. Devoid of magic power, the guard resorted to consuming magical potions, infuriating the Blood Prison Blade Guard to the point of spitting blood. She could hardly fathom that she would meet her demise at the hands of such a lowly skeleton. Witnessing Arthur ensnared by a clumsy little creature, unable to come to her aid, filled her with resentment. "Arthur, avenge me." With a sorrowful cry, Almond collapsed to the ground, sending leaves and dirt flying in all directions. The surrounding players stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by such an extraordinary turn of events in a boss fight. Chapter 77. If you can pick it up, it's yours. The weapons transformed with such ease, each change producing a remarkable effect that dazzled the senses and overwhelmed the spectators. The seamless coordination of various skills, the intricate combinations, the precise timing, and the deft maneuvers were nothing short of textbook excellence. This blood skeleton had utterly reshaped the perception of the players present. It was a display of brilliance, a breathtaking spectacle that sent shivers down their spines. Never had I imagined that a mere skeleton could exhibit such finesse. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I suddenly found this blood skeleton to be remarkably striking. Its little cape fluttered with such flair, it was simply magnificent. A female mage player gazed at Jiang Cheng with a hint of admiration, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "Goodness, you all have rather peculiar tastes, don't you? Just wait for me. My boyfriend only has one last shovel to finish, and then I'll join you." The skeleton that could switch weapons, flaunt its prowess, and vanquish bosses was certainly a prize worth coveting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows sliced through the air, and under the astonished gazes of the players, they pierced the Blood Prison Blade Guard directly. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Blood Prison Blade Guard, Almond. You have earned 30,000 evolution points, 30,000 experience points, and 1,500 enhancement points. Soul power, 15. Boom. The ground erupted in an instant, countless beams of light bursting forth. As hundreds of players gazed in awe, their eyes fixed on the ground. Few gamers can resist the allure of witnessing a boss drop loot in such a grand display. Thus, upon the death of the Blood Prison Blade Guard, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the players. Excitement, anticipation, and envy directed their gazes towards Jiang Cheng. It's dropped. It's dropped. Oh my, I see blue items. Blue is nothing. Look over there, purple gear. Rare equipment. No. Green items. Green gear has dropped. Oh my goodness. Legendary equipment. Hurry, let's grab it. As the myriad of lights flickered, the players could no longer contain their exhilaration and surged towards the spot where the boss had fallen. Many players, for the first time, felt their legs were too short. Sword fighters activated their gale steps, while knights summoned their steeds, charging forth without hesitation. Don't you dare take it. That's mine. Move aside. That's my green gear. Legendary, here I come. Boom, boom, boom. Ah. 3 waves of explosive flames, spanning 30 meters, erupted among the throng of players. 600, 585, 486, 488. Dozens of blue damage numbers flared up, instantly obliterating a large swath of players, sending 30 or more soaring into the sky. In that moment, the players rushing from behind halted in their tracks, their eyes wide with horror at the merciless blood skeleton, enduring the toil of battling the boss, while others eagerly shout in excitement as they collect the spoils. Jiang Cheng's cheekbone twitched slightly. Where in the world does such fortune arise? The time frame for equipment collection is a mere 3 minutes. Observing a throng of players, Jiang Cheng extended his right hand, gesturing invitingly as if to say, feel free to take what you can. Whatever you collect is yours. I happen to be in need of a few skeletal minions. Jiang Cheng soon realized that when he vanquished players, his soul power increased substantially. Typically, defeating a wild creature yielded merely 1 point, while a boss granted only 15. However, dispatching a player could net him 3 to 5 points of soul power. Moreover, the probability of resurrecting skeletal minions upon slaying a player was significantly higher than that of wild creatures. Thus, after making his gesture, Jiang Cheng seized a dark token and proceeded to assist a struggling little adorable creature, leaving the other players in a state of bewilderment. What could this mean? Today's 6th chapter, presenting the 4th installment. I kindly request your esteemed 5-star reviews and gentle nudges for updates. Thank you. Chapter 78, The Disciple of the Law Saint. The Law Demon within the peculiar rock formations 3,000 meters from the outskirts of the Dark Forest, the players of the Dominance Guild were assembling. Among the 2,000 players, approximately 1,800 had arrived, their faces predominantly adorned with expressions of exhilaration. Evidently, the prospect of encircling a boss filled them with excitement. As they eagerly prepared for the encounter, their anticipation palpable. It was clear that should the boss materialize before them, they would charge forth without hesitation. The leader of the guild, Dominance, felt a swell of satisfaction. It seemed that the cohesion and morale of his guild were indeed commendable. However, a furrow of concern crossed his brow as he gazed into the distance at the stone forest. Where was the legendary Qian Chonglang? President, has the wave god not yet arrived? Sword Demon Hongshan approached Dominance, his own face reflecting the thrill of the moment. He was in awe that Dominance could summon such a legendary player as Qian Chonglang. Though the 12 legends were slightly inferior to the 12 divine beings, they had earned the moniker of minor legends, each a figure of immense stature beyond reach for ordinary players. Just to catch a glimpse of them would be a tale to boast about for a decade. How could he not be exhilarated? He will be here soon. There's no need to rush. The 2 bosses are currently beyond the capability of anyone to challenge. Among the top 50 guilds in the Huaxiao region, ours is the only one near Ragewind City, Dominance replied with a confident smile. The other guilds were merely inconsequential minor factions, with only the Dark Fragrance Demon King Guild posing a slight threat. However, since the Dark Fragrance Demon King Guild lacked the capacity to invite a member from the 12 legends, they were hardly a concern. This time, the establishment of the guild would undoubtedly be a triumph for Dominance. Upon hearing this, Sword Demon Hongshan was filled with fervor and exclaimed, President, you are remarkable. However, I have heard that the Wave God has invited others as well. Who exactly are they? Please, no more riddles. Dominance smiled enigmatically. It should be the disciple of the Law Saint, the Law Demon. The Law Demon? Sword Demon Hongshan was once again taken aback. Incredible. With two legendary masters joining forces, who could possibly contest our claim to the leading position in the establishment of the guild? Dominance merely shook his head in silence. He possessed another ace up his sleeve. The Fist Sect Senshan. If Hongshan were to learn of this, he would likely be left utterly stunned. However, he had no intention of revealing this trump card just yet. He planned to unveil it during the guild's siege battle, demonstrating the true power of dominance to all. Here they come. As two figures emerged from the distant stone forest, the players of Dominance Guild erupted into cheers. Wave God! Wave God! My goodness! I am witnessing the legendary 12 legends today. No, 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 it's not just the Wave God. Look at the one beside him in the black robe, could it be? The Law Demon. The Law Demon. Incredible. Our president is truly remarkable. Both of these formidable beings have been summoned by the president. President, you are invincible. And, please join the team. Let us converse as we proceed. Amidst the fervent cheers of the players, hastily extended an invitation to the two. Promptly accepted, but, clad in a dark robe and wielding a black staff, raised his staff to halt. Let it be known, the spoils from this boss, aside from the guild token, shall belong solely to me. This proclamation immediately stirred up a considerable uproar. S' expression darkened as he cast an inquiring glance at, shrugged his shoulders, conveying his helplessness. I understand this deviates from our prior distribution method, but there is no alternative. He is the main force this time. If you are reluctant to comply, you cannot rescind the invitation, for he will not come in vain. The are both bosses with exceptionally low magical resistance, adept at summoning. Without high magical attack and area damage spells, they are nearly impervious to harm. Smirked slightly, declaring, I dare say that at this stage, aside from my master and myself, no one can contend with these two bosses. Now, let us not squander any more time. My presence here is not to indulge in your idle chatter. Chapter 79. Is someone battling the boss? How audacious. They arrive and demand all the spoils, treating us like mere pawns. After hearing the words of the sorcerer, the players from the Dominance Guild felt a twinge of discontent and began to murmur amongst themselves. However, they only dared to express their grievances in the privacy of their friend chat channels. Do not accuse me of being unsympathetic. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and there is little room for debate. Here are my attributes. Feel free to circulate them. If, after perusal, you still deem me unworthy, then depart on your own. I shall venture forth to slay alone. The sorcerer and his companions traversed the path to the dusky forest, unleashing their explosive flames to vanquish any creatures that obstructed their way, while simultaneously sharing their attributes in the team channel for all to scrutinize and disseminate. Upon hearing his announcement, the crowd eagerly began to share and examine the information. The 12 legends, attributes of the sorcerer. Such information is not readily accessible to the average player. Name, sorcerer, Storm of Fury race, human class, extreme flame mage level, 19 health points, 620 mana points, 1570 spell attack, 50120 defense, 2050 magic defense, 3040 weapon, black vine staff, level 15, blue armor, black vine robe, level 15, blue bracers, black vine bracers, level 15, blue boots, boots of swiftness, level 15, white necklace, none ring, none helmet, white helmet, level 15, white belt, level 15, white title, none medal, none active skills, fireball, 10, explosive flame, 10, grand fireball, 5, spell shield, 10, passive skills, spell will, 10, spell wave, 5, spell burn, 10. Upon revealing these attributes, the discontent of the crowd was swiftly quelled. To be fair, these attributes may not seem exceedingly high compared to their own. However, the significance lies in who wields them. In their hands, these attributes merely provide a slight increase in defense and spell attack, yielding an approximate doubling of their current effectiveness. Yet, in the hands of the sorcerer, the impact could be magnified tenfold, if not 20. If wielded by a spell saint, the results would be even more astonishing. Consequently, most chose to remain silent. A small faction of players, however, gravitated towards the more approachable Qian Chonglang, cheering exuberantly as they made their way to the dusky forest. 325, 311, 317. 3 explosive flames erupted, connecting to form a 15-meter wide area of devastation. annihilating 18 level 10 skeletal wolves. The sorcerer, leading the charge, once again demonstrated his unparalleled prowess, making it abundantly clear that none present could rival his might. Master, what is this skill? It resembles the explosive flame, yet seems somewhat different. The sword demon Hongshan approached him with a feigned smile, inquiring with obsequiousness. The mage cast a disdainful glance in his direction, replying, "This is the arcane link, capable of connecting explosive flames, transforming them into an area of effect spell, a trivial technique for a mage, hardly worthy of mention." Wow, so this is the arcane link. It's incredible. I heard this divine skill was created by the Sage of Magic, right? It's astonishing that 3 explosive flames can extend over 10 meters, truly formidable. Hongshan exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Master, can I learn it? You? The mage turned his head, casting a look at him. First and foremost, the arcane link is not an original creation of my master. It was developed after consulting a certain individual. Furthermore, to master the arcane link, one must reach a state of profound mental acuity, thoroughly comprehending this skill, interconnecting the points of magical connection between the 3 explosive flames to amplify their burst. This connection point is imperceptible to most individuals. Additionally, one must possess a casting speed of 3 zhang per second. Do you have weight? It seems someone is already battling the boss. The mage's eyes narrowed as he swiftly made his way towards the dark forest. Chapter 80 perhaps. They dare not collect it. What has transpired? Dominating the world narrowed his eyes and cast an inquiring glance at Jiang Cheng, who was encircled by players. He had not heard any commotion. Why did the mage claim someone was battling the boss? Someone is already engaged in combat with the boss. Jiang Chenglong's expression shifted slightly. You may not be aware, but the mage possesses exceptional hearing. He certainly speaks the truth. So miraculous? Dominating the world was momentarily taken aback, but then his expression softened. Even if someone were confronting the boss, there would be no need for such urgency, would there? Uncertain, let us investigate and ascertain the truth. Jiang Cheng maneuvered through the throng of players, his longbow drawn and arrow nocked, as he surged ahead, racing alongside the arrow. What kind of divine skill is this? Running so swiftly? Witnessing Jiang Chenglong's rapid retreat, sword demon Hongshan and the other players were left agape. This is a mere trick of archers, known as the spiral arrow. By harnessing the spiraling force of the released arrow, a small whirlwind is generated, combined with the archer's swift steps, which slightly enhances their speed. Take note and learn from it. Dominating the world sighed softly. This exemplifies the distinction between legendary players and ordinary ones. Any skill in their hands possesses extraordinary efficacy. Impressive. Sword demon Hongshan gave a thumbs up. Previously, I believed myself to be a skilled player, perhaps not far from the likes of them in the legendary tier. But now I realize I am nothing. Dominating the world, upon hearing his words, was somewhat speechless. The reason legends are deemed legendary is that it cannot be so simple. The disparity is palpable and difficult to bridge. Let us proceed and take a look. I suspect it is the Dark Fragrance Demon King's team that has gotten there first. This presents an opportunity to annihilate their elite squad, potentially compensating for the losses incurred in this operation. Dominating the world's lips curled slightly in a cold smirk as he gestured forward. Jiang Cheng followed the mage to a small hillock and noticed his figure trembling slightly under the blazing sun, arousing his curiosity. Approaching, Jiang Cheng observed a hint of excitement in the mage's gaze, which only deepened his intrigue. Having known the mage for so long, he had never witnessed such a glimmer of enthusiasm in him, save for when he encountered significant figures. Following the mage's line of sight, he peered down the hillside, and he too was rendered speechless. What does this mean? Someone has already slain the boss. How is that even possible? Jiang Chenglong's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the ground below, where several shimmering lights danced. Were those blue, purple, and green legendary gear? What is happening? Has someone defeated the boss but failed to collect the loot? How audacious! A surge of excitement washed over Jiang Cheng as he exclaimed, "Hey, you fool! Why are you dawdling here? Hurry and come down to collect the gear." With that, Jiang Cheng prepared to execute a roll and leap down, only to be halted by a firm hand. Do not act rashly. Have you not observed that among the 172 players situated 51.2 meters away, none have collected the equipment? 51.2 meters distant, and yet 172 players neglecting the green gear? Where, pray tell? Jiang Cheng finds this hard to believe. Although he is aware of the extraordinary acuity of FAMOS vision, hearing, and mental calculation, he cannot fathom that there exist players who are indifferent to equipment, leaving legendary items unattended. Shaking his head, Jiang Cheng activated a skill to enhance his vision twofold and gazed in the direction indicated by FAMO. To his astonishment, there indeed were players. What could this mean? Are they truly foolish enough to ignore the equipment? FAMO shook his head and turned his gaze towards the depths of the dense forest. Perhaps they are too fearful to collect it. Today's 6th update is delivered. I implore for encouragement and 5-star reviews. Thank you. Chapter 81. What on earth happened? Dare not to pick up? What a jest. What are players? They are immortal beings. In any case, dying merely results in a loss of a level. It is not uncommon to witness someone recklessly sacrificing themselves for a legendary piece of equipment or even for the mere acquisition of a potion. Players are a band of fearless lunatics. How could one possibly allow a legendary item to drop before them without daring to seize it? Observing their gear. It is mostly of inferior quality, yet they risk certain death for the chance to obtain a legendary item, which could yield profits in the tens of thousands. At this stage, such an item could fetch 1 or 2 million. Could it be that these players have lost their wits? Unless deterred by the 12 divine gods, it is inconceivable that they would remain indifferent. Wait, who exactly defeated this boss? Did you see clearly, Daigui? Jiang Cheng suddenly recalled this question, and his heart jolted in surprise. Fama smiled. 1. A remarkably skilled individual. Remarkably skilled? How skilled? Skilled enough to make them overlook a legendary item? Jiang Cheng gazed at him with suspicion before a thought struck him. Wait, are you suggesting that the Blood Abyss Blade Guardian was slain by a single person? Not by those players together? Huh, Fama scoffed. These 172 players do not possess such capabilities. 172 players cannot compare to one individual? Daigui, has your master arrived? Jiang Cheng's eyes widened, filled with a mix of bewilderment and disbelief. But isn't she in the Phoenix City of the 4 major cities? Not my master. She wouldn't take the time to come here for a single boss, Fama denied, then added, let us go. The Blood Abyss Demon Guardian is on the verge of death. Upon finishing his words, Fama glanced down, calculating briefly in his mind. At a height of 73 meters above ground, the landing would incur a loss of 132 health points, with a total of 72 cushioning points available, only 3 of which could connect. The landing would cost 13 health points, but it is feasible. Having completed his calculations, Fama leaped. Upon reaching a boulder, he unleashed a powerful fireball ahead, using its thrust to gently press his right foot against the stone. Boom. Debris fell as Fama descended once more, landing after 2 cushioning points, with a damage number of 13 appearing above his head. He then proceeded into the dark forest. Jiang Cheng watched from the hillside, shaking his head in amusement. Goodness, this show-off has begun to flaunt again. With a roll, he utilized the archer's soul roll skill to mitigate half the damage, landing on the grass with 66 points of damage appearing above him. He then made his way towards the dark forest. After they departed, the Independent Overlord Guild, comprising over 1,800 members, grandly arrived at the hillside and leapt down, each one voicing their grievances. The realism of this game can be quite vexing. Even a simple leap over a hill can result in a loss of health, wasting precious life potions. Enough of this. If you could master the technique of momentum cancellation, you would not be so exasperated. If only I possessed such skill, I would have long since secured my place in the Hall of Fame as a distinguished member. Observing the players in the guild's Hall of Fame gracefully execute their cancellation techniques as they leap down, one cannot help but feel a pang of envy. President, look, there he is. Sword Demon Hongshan has just leapt down, and after walking a short distance with dominance, he suddenly notices an array of brilliant lights in the distance, his face illuminating with excitement. Green legend, purple rare. Dominance's eyes also gleam with anticipation as his legs tremble slightly upon touching the grass, his heart racing with eagerness. The others are equally restless, itching to rush forward and seize the opportunity. However, just as Sword Demon Hongshan is about to advance, he is halted by an unsettling realization. It is peculiar that the gods of chaos and magic had passed by earlier and yet chose not to collect these treasures. Their whereabouts remain a mystery. What on earth has transpired? Today, I have delivered 6 updates, with the second one sent forth. I humbly seek your 5-star reviews to encourage further updates. Chapter 82. Confrontation with the sorcerer with merely half a minute remaining to collect the equipment. It seemed the players were too intimidated to approach. Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of helplessness. This group of players possessed an excessive amount of timidity, leaving legendary gear untouched. Raising his hand, Jiang Cheng signaled the adorable little Meng to hold on a moment longer, then navigated through several towering trees towards the location of the equipment. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones grinding echoed as Jiang Cheng closed in on the explosion site, now merely 10 meters away. The distant players could only watch silently, their eyes reflecting not only admiration but also a hint of reverence. The green legendary equipment, in a context where none existed across the entire server, was worth millions. Should he succeed in collecting it, his fortunes would undoubtedly soar. However, it was imperative to actually retrieve it first. A single skill could wipe out a multitude of players, leaving them without a chance to approach. Charging in would be sheer folly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 explosive fireballs detonated around Jiang Cheng. -57, -57, -54. 3 significant damage values materialized above his head, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The cascading explosive flames not only expanded the area of effect, but also elevated damage from 100 spell attack to an astonishing 150, inflicting 3 additional hits on a single target. If the spell attack were sufficiently high, such terrifying damage could instantaneously obliterate a full health, fragile mage. Yet, at the moment the explosive flames erupted, Jiang Cheng had already conjured his spell resistance armor. Consequently, the fiery blasts inflicted him with minimal damage. Instantly, the hidden sorcerer paused, casting a full-level reconnaissance spell towards Jiang Cheng. Blood Abyss Icebone Lieutenant, level 25 description. This NPC was indeed unfathomably powerful. Even with a full-level reconnaissance spell, no information could be gleaned. Xiaolang, let us join forces, the sorcerer commanded, waving his black staff as his robe billowed. Clang, clang, clang. No sooner had he spoken than 108 ice pillars materialized before the sorcerer, swiftly converging to encase him in ice. Blood Abyss Ice Seal Slash. The sorcerer's magical shield was instantly pierced by the ice pillars. However, he paid it no heed, and, before the shield faded, maneuvered to the left front. Void Flash. Shadow Step. Utilizing the effects of Void Flash and Shadow Step, the sorcerer vanished from Jiang Cheng's sight. Then, with a flick of his staff, he summoned 4 large fireballs, aligning them in a straight line, launching them towards Jiang Cheng. As the fireballs were about to impact Jiang Cheng's skeletal frame, they abruptly altered their trajectory, targeting his skull, ribcage, and leg bones. He aimed to exploit this momentary diversion to discern the vital weakness of this blood skeleton. Subsequently, he intended to employ spell will and spell fluctuation to amplify his damage, striving to secure a decisive strike in the next round. He had observed that Jiang Cheng's health was not substantial. With an increase in damage, he would be able to easily wear him down. However, while the Shadow Step may allow one to obscure their perspective, it is contingent upon the existence of a blind spot for each unit within the game. Once one steps into an opponent's blind spot, the adversary will lose sight of the target, thus enabling the Shadow Step to take effect. Yet, for Jiang Cheng, who possesses the blood-red eye of detection, the Shadow Step is rendered virtually ineffective. At that moment, as Jiang Cheng was about to activate the blood-red eye, he hesitated slightly upon recognizing his opponent, this trickster known as FAMO. A faint smile crossed Jiang Cheng's lips as he halted the activation of the blood-red eye. It had been quite some time since he had encountered a worthy adversary. Among the 12 legends, when it comes to innate talent, Qian Chongling ranks at the bottom, while FAMO stands at the pinnacle. Observing this young man, who had learned a few techniques from her, Jiang Cheng felt a sense of amusement. His magical resistance armor quickly transformed into a blood-red staff, which he grasped firmly. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted towards the 4 large fireballs positioned before him. The explosion, with a radius of 3 meters, precisely struck the mana connection points of the 4 fireballs. Following this, to the astonishment of all the players witnessing the event, the 4 large fireballs were interconnected by Jiang Cheng's explosive flames, morphing into a 7-meter area of effect skill that detonated upon Jiang Cheng himself. No blood was shed. When a player casts a skill upon themselves, a protective mechanism is triggered, rendering the action devoid of damage. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Cheng had transformed Fa Mo's 4 large fireballs into his own explosive flames. Consequently, this resulted in Jiang Cheng casting a skill upon himself, activating the protective mechanism of the game and incurring no harm whatsoever. This left the distant players in a state of bewilderment. Spell negated, Fa Mo's hand, gripping the Blackvine staff, trembled slightly. Today marks the 6th update, with this being the 3rd installment. I humbly request your encouragement for further updates and your esteemed 5-star reviews. Chapter 83. The Bewildered Sorcerer. No, spell negation requires a countering spell attribute. Just now, did the automatic protection mechanism activate? The sorcerer's expression shifted dramatically. It was spell deprivation. Spell deprivation is another skill inherent to the profession of a mage. Any skill from any class, when wielded by a legendary or mythical player, can be dissected into various formidable micromanipulation techniques. Among all professions, the mage is universally acknowledged as possessing the most techniques. The reason for this is none other than the existence of her master, the mad sorceress. In her pursuit to thoroughly comprehend the essence of magecraft, her master once personally offered herself, desiring to become that one-s woman. Though ultimately rejected, it is said that the two became intimately acquainted, often engaging in profound discussions regarding the intricacies of magic. Even after that one-s demise, her master has yet to embark on her own leveling journey, remaining in the city of the Phantom Phoenix, where even he cannot see her. The concept of spell connection points is a technique developed collaboratively by the 2 great masters. The myriad techniques that emerged from this include area connection, spell negation, spell deprivation, and the 3-second invincibility skill, the cataclysmic dragon vortex, all fundamentally rooted in spell connection and rapid casting. Spell deprivation allows one to utilize connection points to overlap and amplify the opponent's spells, transforming them into one's own abilities. An NPC, capable of executing a mage's micro-techniques? How absurd! The sorcerer found himself questioning the very nature of existence, exclaiming, "A rare curse." What on earth was the game administrator thinking? Allowing a neutral NPC to grasp mage combat techniques? In his moment of distraction, disaster struck. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted upon the sorcerer, inflicting a forced damage of -1. However, he had already executed a swift retreat, using the momentum to withdraw 3 meters, his swirling Blackvine staff now adorned with countless spiraling flames. "Take this." The sorcerer smirked, abruptly halting his staff, and in that instant of retreat, he conjured a fire dragon, thrusting it toward the direction of Jiang Cheng. The fire dragon shattered? Quite intriguing. Taking 3 strides, Jiang Cheng vanished from the sorcerer's line of sight, causing the fire dragon to lose its target. Subsequently, as the sorcerer lingered in a brief moment of contemplation, an explosion erupted behind him. Boom! The predicted trajectory struck precisely where the sorcerer was about to step. Witnessing the fiery explosion blaze behind him, he felt an overwhelming heat, yet he found himself unable to pivot and utilize the momentum to evade. The technique of leveraging momentum is not invincible. If one anticipates the opponent's retreat and strikes preemptively, the adversary cannot turn to counter. Unless they possess a shield skill to employ spatial blinking, they must endure the assault. The sorcerer evidently lacked such an option. He found himself with nowhere left to retreat. Struck by the explosive flames, a terrifying damage indicator appeared above his head. -619. Stop. Great one. Stop, stop, stop. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, Qian emerged, halting both the sorcerer and Jiang Cheng from unleashing their skills once more. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, esteemed one. It is all a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng paused in his actions, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He was fully aware that Qian was stealthily observing from behind, yet chose not to expose him. Moreover, he had no intention of eliminating the Mage of Law. In this world, while wealth was abundant, gifted players were a rarity. The Mage of Law was an exceptionally proud genius, the most promising candidate to succeed the 12 divine deities. Heights can be unbearably cold, and lacking rivals can lead to profound solitude over time. Otherwise, Jiang Cheng would not occupy himself with teaching disciples. The Mage of Law was a promising apprentice, and he envisioned nurturing a naive little one. Thus, he had no plans to end his life. As for the task of vanquishing that boss, let it be forgotten. Jiang Cheng gestured to Qian, who promptly understood. Seizing the still-dazed mage of law and accompanying him toward the blood prison demon guard to assist a naive little one in defeating the boss. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng approached the site of the grand explosion, amidst the throng of over 1,800 players from the Dominance Guild, diligently collecting and examining the scattered equipment. "President, it is that blood demon," exclaimed Hong Shan, the sword demon, trailing behind Dominance, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 84. The unidentified legendary gem blood demon, dominating the world, paused momentarily. Clad in a crimson cloak, adorned with blood jade bones, wielding a blood-red staff. He lacked only a skeletal steed and a beautiful companion. The weapon appeared somewhat unique, and the bones were even more translucent. It bore a resemblance to the blood skeleton encountered in the last encounter at the Monsterstone Forest. Could it be that the blood skeleton guarded by the Grand Master of the Fist sect was indeed this one? Dominating the world swiftly cast a reconnaissance spell. Unfortunately, it was merely a level 1 reconnaissance spell, yielding no information in return. Does anyone possess a max-level reconnaissance spell? None. Who would bother learning such trivialities? A level 1 spell suffices, and a level 10 spell only provides a couple more lines of information, which is utterly useless. With a resigned shake of his head and a sigh, Dominating the World concluded that the boss had already been slain by him. He wondered if the guild establishment order had dropped. Slain by the blood demon? Sword demon Hong Shan was momentarily taken aback. However, didn't the post from the Celestial Master state that he lacked magical damage? How could he have achieved such a feat? How would I know? Dominating the World replied with a hint of helplessness. Previously, he had analyzed with Qian Chonglang that this blood skeleton possessed no magical damage and could not possibly defeat 2 bosses, only to be faced with a stark contradiction. At this moment, he lacked the inclination to respond to Sword Demon Hong Shan's inquiries. So, what now? Sword Demon Hong Shan appeared somewhat dazed. Having assembled an impressive gathering of over 1,800 players, it seemed that the boss had already been dispatched. What a farce. It was only natural that this would incite outrage. President, what is going on? Are we still fighting? We still need to level up. Indeed, President, after all this time. We haven't even caught a glimpse of the boss. Are we still going to engage? Players from Dominating the World Guild began to voice their complaints. This boss should be dead, but isn't there still one here? If the guild establishment order hasn't dropped, we can still take down this one, proposed a knight player, which quickly garnered support from many others. Exactly, President. I have a feeling this is a hidden plot, aimed at prompting us to slay this blood skeleton. Perhaps defeating it will yield the guild establishment order. Defeating the blood skeleton? Yielding the guild establishment order? A spark ignited within Dominating the World as he surveyed the 1,800 complaining players. He felt a stir of excitement within. A voice echoed in his mind, persistently urging him, defeat it, defeat it, defeat it, and you shall become the president of the first established guild in the Huaxiao region. Slap. Dominating the World struck Sword Demon Hong Shan on the head. What are you talking about? The Law Demon and the Wave God have vanished. This situation is rather peculiar. We should locate the Wave God and the Law Demon first. Sword Demon Hong Shan. Why did you hit me? Did I say anything? I didn't say a word. Strange is strange, but why strike me? What have I done wrong? Sword Demon Hong Shan appeared utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what had transpired. The group awaited further instructions. Due to the prudence of the superior, they refrained from making hasty moves to dominate the realm, instead halting 30 meters away from Jiang Cheng. A group of players exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by their leader's actions. Yet they could only suppress their inquiries. Observing the blood skeletons diligently collecting the coveted equipment that made their mouths water, they inwardly lamented their predicament. Following a cowardly leader was indeed a considerable challenge. Socketing stones, unidentified legendary gems, under the hungry gazes of a pack of wolves, Jiang Cheng meticulously cleared the ground of equipment and potions. However, as they held the unidentified legendary gem in their hands, a flicker of intrigue stirred within them. Chapter 85. Strengthening the throat bone. What surprises await me with the unidentified gemstones? With a heart brimming with anticipation, Jiang Cheng stowed away his belongings and cast a cautious glance at the imposing figure of Dominance, shaking his head. He then made his way towards the blood prison demon guardian. To appraise equipment, one requires an appraiser, a profession that has yet to see any players capable of identifying legendary items, given that the game has only been live for 2 days. Jiang Cheng felt no remorse. After all, he had simply advanced too far ahead. President, shall we merely stand by and observe? What else can we do? Dominance's eyes narrowed. He yearned to engage. Yet the scattered players in the distance and the scene of the stone forest, along with the inexplicable disappearance of Qian Chonglang and FAMO, and the death of the boss, all served as stark reminders. This blood skeleton was formidable. Caution was imperative. Wait, I assent that dominance. Indeed, it is him. A friend of mine in their guild just messaged me. It's definitely them. Players who had lingered on the periphery, witnessing dominance lead over 800 members, were struck with astonishment at their hesitation to confront the blood skeleton. What on earth is this blood skeleton? Even the Dominance Guild, ranked 20th in Huaxia, dares not challenge it. Not to mention, did you not see that extreme flame mage? A first-rate expert, yet he barely managed a few moves against the blood skeleton. I recognize that extreme flame mage. He seems familiar, though I can't recall where I've seen him. This blood skeleton is too powerful. I believe without at least 200 level 30 players, there's no hope of defeating it. Let us retreat and focus on leveling up. Agreed, it seems futile. I too will return to level up. Farewell. Upon witnessing even the 20th ranked Dominance Guild refrain from challenging Jiang Cheng, the remaining players felt a pang of hopelessness and swiftly departed the dark forest, opting instead to level up. They secretly vowed to return once they reached level 30 to reclaim their honor at the hands of the blood skeleton. Meanwhile, the presence of FAMO and Qian Chonglang had significantly eased the burden on the adorable Dai Xiaomeng. However, she found herself pondering whether these two players were excessively powerful. Throughout the entire battle against the boss, they had not consumed a single healing potion. Moreover, the Blood Prison Demon Guardian was being toyed with under their relentless assault. Fool. This is an intelligent boss. Utilize coordinated attacks to manage aggro. FAMO nodded, maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Qian Chonglang, his staff weaving through the air as he unleashed a barrage of spells. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosive flames erupted upon the Blood Prison Demon Guardian. The creature, in pain, discarded the remnants of its scythe-bearing skeletal guard and brandished its curved blade, charging towards FAMO. In that instant, the Blood Prison Demon Guardian was consumed by fury. At this moment, the Blood Prison Demon Guard still had 15,000 health remaining. Damn reptile. The Blood Prison Demon Guard discarded the magic sorcerer and charged towards Qian Chonglang. You take the lead, but be wary of his blood prison hand. With a swift motion, Qian Chonglang readied his blue longbow, knocking 3 arrows and launching them into the sky. This act of projection was considerably more challenging than rapid fire. It served as a means for archers to control their damage and draw aggro. The timing of the arrow's descent could be precisely managed, allowing for strikes to vital areas such as the head, an exceedingly practical technique. However, Yiqiao de Meng observed with confusion, unable to grasp the rationale behind Qian Chonglang's actions. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon her. As the arrows landed atop the Blood Prison Demon Guard, the timing coincided perfectly with the moment the magic sorcerer unleashed 4 massive fireballs, just as the demon guard brought his blade down upon the sorcerer's head. The 3 projected arrows effectively redirected the demon guard's ire back towards them. This spectacle left Yiqiao de Meng in awe, exclaiming inwardly at such a maneuver. Skeleton Big Brother, who are these 2 skilled players? As Jiang Cheng approached, she could no longer contain her curiosity and posed her question. Jiang Cheng, however, could not afford to respond. His focus remained on vanquishing the Blood Prison Demon Guard and offloading some unnecessary equipment before proceeding to the territory of the Skeleton King to undertake quests and amass evolution points. Having dallied for so long, it was time to evolve into the next form. He knew that the Blood Prison Demon King would not easily overlook the demise of his minion. The next time a boss sought to hunt him down, given his current strength, he might not withstand the encounter. Moreover, as players continuously improved, he realized that to maintain his overwhelming advantage, he must stay ahead of them. Once the first player reached level 30, the game would unlock the guild creation feature. At that juncture, possessing a guild mode that would prevent friendly fire, along with a guild channel for voice commands and battle formations, would yield a significant advantage over the current guild strengths. He anticipated that managing such challenges would become increasingly demanding. Furthermore, upon reaching level 30, dungeon mode would become available, greatly enhancing rewards, experience gains, gem drop rates. and the likelihood of acquiring skill books and artifacts compared to wild encounters. Therefore, he would need to venture into the main city to embark on his dungeon journey. It was imperative to evolve and strengthen his capabilities as soon as possible. Additionally, the issue of communication needed addressing. While gestures and glances sufficed in battle, everyday conversations would undoubtedly be more convenient than sign language or writing on the ground. He contemplated reinforcing his vocal cords. Jiang Cheng's thoughts stirred with determination. Today marks the 6th update. I humbly request your 5-star reviews and encouragement for further updates. Thank you. Chapter 86, Evolution. The thought of the undead Jiang Cheng touched the bone of his throat, realizing it resembled a vertebra. He possessed no laryngeal bone. Somewhat astonished, he had to admit this truth. Indeed, he lacked a laryngeal bone. Thus, he pondered the prospect of enhancing his dental bones instead. To reinforce the dental bones required 100 enhancement points. Would he proceed? Upon spending 100 enhancement points, the reinforcement succeeded, augmenting his attack power by 10 and strength by 1. Investing 200 enhancement points yielded no further benefits. After expending 1,000 enhancement points, apart from an increase of 40 in attack and 10 in strength, no additional capabilities manifested. Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of disappointment. Since that avenue proved futile, he contemplated fortifying his skull, hoping to unlock a means of mental communication. To enhance the skull required 100 enhancement points. Should he proceed? The reinforcement succeeded, resulting in a casting speed of 0, 1 and a mental capacity of 1. Spending 200 enhancement points, the enhancement succeeded once more, elevating the casting speed to 0, 5 and mental capacity to 5. However, he found his enhancement points were insufficient. Suddenly, 3 arrows struck the head of the Blood Abyss Demon Guard, inflicting 3 terrifying damages: 2,117, 2,117, 2,118. In the bemused gazes of Qian Chonglang and FAMO, the Blood Abyss Demon Guard crashed to the ground, sending countless leaves and dirt flying, splattering Qian Chonglang with mud. Congratulations on defeating the Blood Abyss Demon Guard. You have earned 30,000 experience points, 30,000 evolution points, and 1,500 enhancement points. Jiang Cheng, indifferent to the accolades, continued to enhance his skull. After spending 300 enhancement points, the skull reinforcement succeeded, increasing casting speed to 3 and mental capacity to 20. Investing 400 enhancement points resulted in a successful mutation of the skull, evolving into the thought of the undead, with a casting speed of 10, mental capacity of 50, and magical power of 300. With the enhancement complete, Jiang Cheng sensed a notable shift in his mental acuity. His vision became remarkably clearer. Memories from his childhood, long forgotten, began to resurface with clarity. Even when he closed his eyes against the crimson flames, he could faintly perceive movements within a half-meter radius. Eagerly, Jiang Cheng examined the attributes of the thought of the undead. Thought of the undead, overview, consumes magical power to guide organisms within a 10-centimeter range, facilitating rudimentary mental communication and sensing movements within a half-meter radius. At last, communication was possible. A surge of joy filled Jiang Cheng's heart. Yet, the notion of a 10-centimeter range. Would he require a small, adorable creature to remain affixed to him daily? Drawing a small, bewildered creature closer, Jiang Cheng employed the communication ability of the thought of the undead to ask her a question. What did you learn just now? Zhang Mengmeng's expression was one of astonishment, her breath quickening, clearly still in a state of shock. Caught off guard by Jiang Cheng's close proximity, she gazed at the blazing crimson flames emanating from him, her heart racing uncontrollably. For a moment, she was oblivious to everything else. What had she learned? I have learned. As she spoke, Zhang Mengmeng fell into a daze. Big brother Skeleton, you can speak now? Her expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, soon replaced by exhilaration. Wonderful. Zhang Mengmeng grasped Jiang Cheng's arm, allowing the chilling aura to envelop her, her face alight with excitement. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the silence from Jiang Cheng left her feeling bewildered. Why have you stopped speaking, big brother Skeleton? Was that just my imagination? Come closer, Jiang Cheng urged, drawing her near once more. Today's 6th update, with the first installment presented. Additionally, I would like to recommend a friend's book, The System Made Me an NPC. Chapter 87. Wait, did you bring her to the #1 in the world? Zhang Mengmeng's breath caught, a wave of pressure constricting her chest. Perhaps it was due to being so close to Jiang Cheng that she felt a bit breathless. What is the skeleton big brother doing? There are people here. Yet, she still lowered her head, biting her lip, closing her eyes, and awaiting the inevitable moment. Her heart was a tumultuous mix of conflict and a hint of anticipation. What are you thinking? Observing the adorably foolish expression of the little one, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile, reaching out to pat her head. To his embarrassment, his fingers got tangled in her hair. The little one suddenly realized that Jiang Cheng was not about to kiss her, and she felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment. Ouch! That hurts. Just as Zhang Mengmeng prepared to turn away from Jiang Cheng, a sharp pain shot through her head. She squatted down, a soft whimper escaping her lips. Jiang Cheng looked at the strands of dark hair in his hand, feeling somewhat at a loss. Are you all right? He pondered, wondering how to return her hair to her. Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Mengmeng's delicate face twisted in pain. Yet she endured and reassured Jiang Cheng that she was okay. But skeleton big brother, next time, if you want to pat my head, could you? Please give me a heads up first. It really hurts a little. Sure. Jiang Cheng awkwardly flicked the hair from his hand, readily agreeing. So, now that the skeleton big brother can talk, does that mean I won't have to teach sign language anymore? Though she felt a tinge of joy at the prospect of Jiang Cheng being able to communicate with her, there was still a hint of melancholy in Zhang Mengmeng's heart as she stared at him blankly. Sign language could foster intimacy, but her thoughts drifted only to the skeleton deity, accomplished indeed. Before Jiang Cheng could finish his thought, Qian Chonglang approached, his expression one of bewilderment. The envy in Qian Chonglang's eyes was nearly palpable. A deity is indeed a deity. Not only is he remarkably skilled, able to experience varied lives, but even as a neutral boss, he still has stunning beauties by his side. The little one's beauty was such that even after spending every day with several lovely ladies, he was still awestruck upon seeing her. Especially her attire, combined with her personality, exuded a delightful contrast that was quite captivating. Never mind. The skeleton deity's woman should not be casually commented upon. Apart from the mage gear, gold, potions, and gems, sell everything else for me. Jiang Cheng communicated through gestures. All right. Qian Chonglang readily agreed, leaving the mage utterly baffled. He could not comprehend how this blood skeleton and Qian Chonglang were communicating. Moreover, why had the blood skeleton learned divine skills? Why did Qian Chonglang refer to him as the skeleton deity? And who was this figure clad in a red robe? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Let's team up and have them clear the gear, Jiang Cheng said as he pulled the little one closer and whispered in her ear. Oh, very well, I understand. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng sent a team invitation to the two. Notification, a certain Daxiaming invites you to join her team. Accept decline? A certain Daxiaming? Wait, are you the necromancer who ranks first on the leaderboard? Qian Chonglang and Famig exclaimed in unison. Impressive. Qian Chonglang gave Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. Is it you who brought her to the top of the leaderboard? Famig gazed at Jiang Cheng in astonishment, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. Chapter 88. The kingdom of the skeleton king the divine being effortlessly elevated a young lady to the pinnacle of the rankings. Were Xiaodongli to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng's nod, Qian Chonglang could not suppress a smirk of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, the mage of law regarded him with a newfound wariness. Such rapid progress in leveling up, relying on the area damage of explosive flames, surely your mana could not suffice. Earlier, that was not your full strength, was it? Needless to say, after assessing the equipment and potions, Qian Chonglang clapped the mage of law on the shoulder. The skeleton deity had once dispatched the foolish dog with a single strike. Even now, that foolish creature was likely questioning his existence. As Qian Chonglang spoke, he handed Jiang Cheng a curved blade and a token. Just over an hour prior, the skeleton deity had single-handedly decimated an elite team of over 100 from the Tianqiu Guild. How could that not be impressive? Disregarding the still processing mage of law, Qian Chonglang and Jiang Cheng began to collect their spoils. They found 12 gold coins, 15 intermediate magic potions, 7 pieces of blue equipment, 2 pieces of purple equipment, and this curved blade in Jiang Cheng's hands, along with the blood prison token. Jiang Cheng nodded, examining the curved blade. Bloodthirsty curved blade, quality, legendary level, 30 attack, 185 to 205 hit, 10 critical damage, 20 bloodthirst, One chance to trigger a bloodthirst effect upon attack, increasing attack speed by 10. Stackable up to 5 layers, lasting 30 seconds. Blood Prison triggers tearing damage upon attack, inflicting a bleeding state that reduces health by 20 per second for 60 seconds, with a chance to cause severe injury, reducing the target's movement speed by 20. Not bad, Jiang Cheng noted, feeling a tad underwhelmed. After all, it paled in comparison to his ice whale of sorrow. I'll sell it. Jiang Cheng tossed the curved blade to Qian Chonglang, leaving him momentarily stunned. Sell. Sell it. Divine Being, this is a legendary weapon, the only one in the entire server. And you intend to sell it just like that? Jiang Cheng nodded, and then tossed the Blood Crow's ambush longbow to him. If you desire it, you best gather funds quickly. Goodness. A legendary bow. As he grasped the ambush longbow, Qian Chonglang was left in awe, his face beaming with disbelief. I actually obtained a level 25 legendary bow? His incredulity soon gave way to excitement as he urgently pulled the bewildered mage of law along, sprinting toward Fury Wind City. Hurry up, you dolt. We need to go make some money. I must purchase this bow. As he watched Qian Chonglang drag the mage of law away, gradually disappearing into the crimson flames, Jiang Cheng addressed the adorable little one. Have them sell the equipment, and then come find me. I have matters to discuss. Oh, understood. The little one sent a message within the team. Qian Chonglang, received. Mage of Law, Rainstorm, I shall surely return to seek his guidance. Let us venture forth to the land of bones. Jiang Cheng summoned the skeletal steed, gently assisting a rather timid maiden onto its back. Ignoring her flushed countenance, he grasped the reins and set forth towards the land of bones. This realm, distinct from mere burial grounds, resembled a kingdom of the deceased, adorned with colossal animal skeletons that formed grand castles. The dark soil beneath was littered with the remains of countless human skeletons. Atop the castle, rows of skeletal archers stood in meticulous formation, their gaze fixed coldly upon Jiang Cheng and his skeletal mount. A siege, you say? How intriguing. Chapter 89. An unyielding adversary skeleton. Halt. From whence do you hail? What is your purpose here? A menacing skeleton, exuding an aura of darkness, stood at the heart of the bone castle, brandishing a black war blade and demanding answers with an imposing demeanor. Jiang Cheng reined in his steed, scrutinizing the creature's attributes. Black Shaman General quality, elite level, 30 health, 15,000 attack, 120, 150 defense, 2,020 skills. Black Shaman Blade Net. Blessing of the Blade Talent. Mastery of Swordsmanship Overview. The Gatekeeper of the Bone Kingdom, of modest rank. Upon reading this, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile knowingly. Turning to the adorably clueless Zhang Mengmeng, who had been wrapped around him, he instructed, "Release me for a moment. Cast your enhancement spell. Then merge your minions to draw fire." All right. Zhang Mengmeng obediently loosened her grip around Jiang Cheng's waist and leapt from the horse. With a flick of her staff, 36 skeletons erupted from the ground. This time, she did not chant a spell, demonstrating a significant improvement in her speed since their last encounter. While on horseback, Jiang Cheng had imparted a wealth of gaming knowledge and strategies to her, which she diligently committed to memory, intending to note them down upon logging off. However, now was not the time to disconnect, so she endeavored to implement what she had learned. The art of spell casting without incantation or silent casting was one of the techniques she attempted. Incantation-based spellcasting was the slowest method, typically employed by novices. Zhang Mengmeng needed to shed her identity as a novice in order to better coordinate with her skeletal allies. Necromantic Fusion. With a flourish, Zhang Mengmeng merged the 36 skeletons into a scythe-wielding skeletal guardian, directing it towards the gates of the bone castle. By the heavens, what is your purpose here? The Black Shaman General, feeling slighted by Jiang Cheng's disregard, demanded an answer. To slay you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows soared through the air, aimed directly at the Black Shaman General. You lowly skeleton, dare to provoke me? Seek your doom. Fire. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Black Shaman General pointed his blade at Jiang Cheng, commanding over 300 archers to unleash a volley in his direction while he himself retreated, attempting to evade the incoming arrows. But in the next moment, the arrows transformed into chained scythes, descending upon him with lethal intent. With an overall attack power of 885, bolstered by an additional 120 from soul power and a further 300 from Zhang Mengmeng's enhancement, the The total reached an astounding 305. The critical hit from the Whale of Icy Despair, with a 50 critical multiplier, 10 points of armor penetration, and a 10 damage increase, combined with the double effect of Dark Dread, added another 400 points of magical attack. The culmination of critical and vital damage resulted in a staggering 5 times critical hit damage. 396. 450. A terrifying amount of damage erupted forth, causing the Black Shaman General's health to plummet by 2/3 in an instant. By the heavens! The Black General trembled, on the verge of leaping from the skeletal castle in a frantic escape. However, he was horrified to discover that his speed had inexplicably diminished to a crawl, as if his entire skeletal form had been frozen in place. It was over. A chilling sound of chains echoed in his ears, sending a jolt of fear through his heart. Suddenly, a blood-red skeleton soared above him, deftly evading the rain of arrows, and retrieved its chained scythe. In the next moment, a crimson spear materialized in the blood skeleton's grasp, descending rapidly from the sky amidst the flames of terror reflected in his dark pupils. With a resounding impact, the spear, imbued with formidable force and enhanced speed, pierced through the Black General. The force was so overwhelming that his skeletal frame could not withstand it. As the spear penetrated him, he disintegrated instantaneously, scattering into countless fragments of bone. In that instant, all the archers guarding the gate were taken aback. By the heavens! A formidable foe has arrived. A skeleton. Chapter 90. I shall vanquish the general's boom. Before the gatekeepers had time to process the situation, a thunderous sound reverberated from the gates of the bone castle, drawing their attention. Suddenly, a 10-meter-tall skeleton wielding a massive scythe began to strike relentlessly at the door. The archers hastily nocked their arrows, preparing to unleash a rapid barrage against the scythe-bearing skeletal guardian. However, they overlooked the fact that Jiang Cheng was still atop the castle. Swish. -9,833. -2,003. -2,003. -50. A crimson flash sliced through the air, instantly decimating 7 gatekeeper archers within a 2-meter radius. Prior to this encounter, Jiang Cheng had invested his remaining 300 enhancement points, along with 4 silver coins and 30,000 evolution points, upgrading his Fury Slash to level 3. This bestowed him with a 3 attack boost and 18 split damage, with Fury Slash ignoring defenses and an additional 30 points of armor penetration. The resultant damage became exceedingly formidable, reaching 2,003 hit points. One strike was sufficient to annihilate 7 gatekeeper archers, each possessing merely 2,000 health points. By the time they regained their senses, Jiang Cheng had already dispatched a significant number of the gatekeeper archers, clearing a substantial area atop the bone castle. "Eliminate that bloodthirsty skeleton," commanded the deputy commander of the gatekeepers. Instantly, over 200 arrows rained down upon Jiang Cheng, inflicting a loss of 785 health points. Witnessing this, the archers felt a surge of relief and unleashed another volley. Yet, Jiang Cheng responded with a single slash, replenishing his health. "Deputy Commander, gatekeeper archers. Damn it, how can we guard this gate like this? Hurry and report to the commander," telling him that an army of 100,000 is attacking. With a wave of his bony hand, the skeletal deputy commanded a minion to deliver the message. The skeletal minion appeared momentarily bewildered. "Deputy Commander, isn't there only one opponent?" Thud. The deputy commander smacked the minion's skull, declaring, "This one alone is worth 100,000 soldiers. Go swiftly." Oh, understood. Swish. In front of the deputy commander, another strike cleared a vast area, scattering countless bones across the ground. By defeating the Black Sha archers of the Bone Kingdom, Jiang Cheng gained 300 evolution points, 300 experience points, 1 soul power, and an additional 50 experience points and 50 evolution points for slaying an enemy of a higher level. Triggered the plunder effect successfully, acquiring 2 agility. Triggered the resurrection effect, granting you a loyal servant. The Black Sha archers of the Bone Kingdom are level 30 wild creatures, categorizing them as enemies of a higher tier, yielding a total of 350 evolution points and experience. While this was beneficial for leveling up and accruing evolution points, his purpose for coming here was far more profound than merely this. The resurrection of skeletons, along with the completion of missions, constitutes his objective. The revenge mission of the Blood Raven entails the annihilation of 300,000 troops and the Skeleton King. Ultimately, this will yield the profound essence of the thousand-fold arrow, accompanied by a legendary hidden reward. However, this is merely the final reward. Throughout the mission, every time Jiang Cheng slays a commanding subordinate of the Skeleton King, he will receive a special reward. Confronting the Skeleton King's 300,000 strong army? Frankly speaking, Jiang Cheng lacks the capability. He is here to behead generals. Within the dark fortress of the Bone Castle, the Blackshaw leader reclines upon his throne, reveling in the performance of 12 Blackshaw warriors, showcasing their combat skills. Beneath the throne sits a prominent general of the Bone Kingdom, known as the Bloodshaw General. The Skeleton King commands 36 leaders, 9 of whom are Grand Generals, each overseeing a distinct type of troop, with their numbers determined by individual prowess. Today, the Blackshaw leader hosts the Bloodshaw General, intending to demonstrate the might of his Blackshaw army, hoping to persuade the Bloodshaw General to endorse a request for additional troops from the Skeleton King. General, what do you think of my Blackshaw warriors? They have been well trained, haven't they? Indeed, the Bloodshaw General nodded in satisfaction. Haha. It seems the General is quite impressed. To be frank, the Blackshaw warriors are merely the weakest among my ranks. The finest troops I have trained are the Blackshaw archers. The Blackshaw archers possess formidable strength. Each arrow they unleash can inflict terrifying damage. The Blackshaw leader thumped his chest, assuring the general, I can guarantee that as long as my Blackshaw archers guard a castle, no one shall breach it. Today at the 6th hour, the 5th installment has been delivered. I kindly request a 5-star rating to encourage further updates. Thank you. Chapter 91. Indeed. I have arrived, Commander. Trouble is brewing. A limping black archer hurriedly stumbled in. Upon seeing the Black Commander, he disregarded his broken leg and immediately knelt down. Commander, there are 100,000 troops besieging the city. What? 100,000 troops? The Black Commander, who had initially considered slapping the archer into silence, found himself collapsing onto his throne upon hearing the news. 100,000 troops against his mere 4,000 soldiers? Retreat was the only viable option. Calm yourself, Black. The Blood Commander suddenly interjected, providing a composed analysis. In this region, aside from the Troll Kingdom in the desert, we have no significant forces. The Troll Kingdom's army consists solely of trolls, who are massive but reproduce slowly, totaling just over 10,000. Where could this 100,000 come from? Indeed, the Black Commander realized, his gaze sharpening as he looked at the archer. Speak. Why did you exaggerate the military situation? Commander. It was the Vice Commander who instructed me to say so. There is indeed an invader outside the city, but it is merely a blood skeleton. Only a blood skeleton? A bone cup struck the archer's skull. Just a single blood skeleton has frightened you to this extent? You have utterly disgraced me. Someone, drag this fool out and let him be shot to death by arrows. The Black Commander's hand waved dismissively, his eyes filled with icy fury. This wretched archer had come to slap him in the face, just as the commander had assured his strength. Black, do not be hasty. Since there is mention of a blood skeleton, it cannot be entirely unfounded. Why not take a look? You always claim your black archers are formidable. Allow me to witness their prowess. Commander, it is merely a blood skeleton. How strong could it possibly be? It cannot even breach my black fortress. It cannot even approach the bone fortress outside. The Black Commander spoke with unwavering confidence, utterly dismissing the blood skeleton the archer mentioned. Commander, it has already entered. The archer kindly reminded. Preposterous. The bone fortress stands 30 meters tall. A blood skeleton can barely walk. How could it possibly scale a 30-meter wall? The Black Commander erupted in anger. Commander, it possesses a weapon that can transform at will, changing into a chain scythe to fly in, the archer reported. Upon hearing this, the Black Commander's hands trembled slightly, his expression darkening. He lifted a bone cup filled with blood and took a sip to steady himself. Even if it could enter, can it withstand the onslaught of the 372 black archers I have stationed at the bone fortress? A single volley would be enough to obliterate any skeleton. Commander, its defense and attack are exceedingly high, and it possesses a vampiric ability to restore its life. The Black Commander, gripping the blood-filled cup, shook his hand again. Nonsense. Are my gatekeepers merely decorative? The commander, the goalkeeper, has perished. The Black Fiend Commander expelled a mouthful of blood he had just consumed. What of it? I still possess 1,000 Black Fiend soldiers, and the Black Fiend guns will patrol the area. How can a mere blood skeleton possibly breach my 1,000-strong formation? Commander. The gun commander has also fallen. The archer reminded languidly. Stop your nonsense. The distance between the Bone Castle and the Black Fiend Castle is merely 5,000 meters. You cannot have reached me in under an hour. How could you possibly have witnessed him slaying my gun commander? The Black Fiend commander was increasingly incredulous. Commander, I was injured along the way, having my calf severed, and could only crawl slowly to deliver this news. It took me an hour and a half, and I witnessed him slaughtering his way in. Very well. The Black Fiend commander's expression was complex as he struck his throne with force. Even if he could slay my gun commander and soldiers, I still have heavy infantry. Commander, the heavy infantry commander has also perished. I still have the Royal Guard. Commander, the Royal Guard has also fallen. The Black Fiend commander halted abruptly, for the forces he had just mentioned comprised his entire military might. It seemed he had no other troops left. Stop your nonsense. According to your account, this blood skeleton has already arrived at my doorstep. With a resounding crash, a Black Fiend guard was hurled through the air, landing before the Black Fiend commander and the Blood Fiend commander, scattering countless wooden planks and subsequently transforming into a fragment of bone. All the skeletons within the fortress were momentarily stunned. Indeed, I have arrived. Chapter 92. Do not panic, damn it. You wretched cripple, could you not find someone else to relay the message? The Black Death commander's expression soured as he witnessed a skeletal figure clad in a blood-red cloak burst onto the scene. How could I have overlooked this? The archer, upon hearing these words, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, smacking his forehead in realization of his own folly. Cough. Although the Black Death commander possessed no blood within his bones, he nonetheless spat out a mouthful of old blood. By heavens, with such a soldier, how could the castle possibly withstand the siege? My sanity is crumbling. Do not panic, Black Death. This skeleton may excel in group combat, which is why it has made its way here. United, we shall surely overpower it. The Blood Death commander's calm analysis significantly improved the Black Death commander's demeanor. The Black Death commander's spirit reignited with determination. Indeed, witness the might of my Black Death's hand. A skeletal hand, shrouded in dark energy, swiftly extended to a length of 10 meters, aiming for Jiang Cheng, who was engaged in battle with the guards. Clang. A soft sound signaled the initiation of a swift strike. At the moment Jiang Cheng was propelled backward through the air, his weapon transformed into a longbow, releasing 3 arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 arrows struck the Black Death commander's skull, ribcage, and one found its mark on the Blood Death commander. Instantly, a flurry of notifications emerged. 2117. 1453. 50. 1. You have been afflicted by the armor-piercing effect. Defense reduced by 30 points. You have suffered the grievous injury effect. Movement speed decreased by 30. You have been affected by the tearing effect. Lose 50 health points per second, lasting 60 seconds. You are under the slowing effect. Attack speed and movement speed reduced by 50. You have been struck by the Blood 7 kill deprivation effect. Health reduced by 50, 000. You have been affected by the Frozen Soul effect, frozen for 1 second. The Blood Death commander was instantly encased in ice, a myriad of damage notifications appearing, leaving the entire skeleton in a state of bewilderment. Armor-piercing arrow, shock arrow, destruction arrow, blood prison hand. As the Blood Death commander found himself frozen, Jiang Cheng unleashed the Blood Raven, the destructive archer, and the Blood Prison Demon Guard, which he had resurrected using 2,000 soul power. The Blood Prison Demon Guard and the Blood Prison Blade Guard required 2,000 soul power for revival. At that moment, Jiang Cheng possessed just over 2,000. Thus, he could only choose the Blood Prison Demon Guard with the Blood Prison Hand. Now, he was eager to see whether the resurrected Blood Prison Demon Guard, utilizing the Blood Prison Hand, would retain the effect of having health points. Ding, ding, ding. 3 arrows struck the recently thawed Blood Death commander. 1. You have been affected by the armor-piercing effect. Defense reduced by 50 points. You have suffered the shock effect, stunned for 0. 5 seconds, every second for 3 seconds. You have been affected by the destruction arrow effect. It will explode after 1 second, with a range of 3 by 3 meters. You have been afflicted by the Blood Raven's blood-sucking effect. Attack and defense reduced by 3. You have been ensnared by the hand of Blood Prison, and in a mere second, you shall lose 10 of your life force. Blood Prison Commander, 400,000. In an instant, a tremendous damage output emerged. startling both the Blackshot commander and the Bloodshot commander. "Commander, did you not assert that his individual strength was lacking? This cannot be deemed lacking at all. This is extraordinary. I can barely move now. Do not panic." The Bloodshot commander raised his hand to thwart the intent to flee. Upon hearing this, the Blackshot commander felt a wave of calm wash over him. For whenever the Bloodshot commander uttered such words, it signified the presence of a solution. "Allow me to retreat first." The Bloodshot commander forcefully propelled the Blackshot commander behind him. Subsequently, the Blood Escape skill was activated, vanishing within the confines of the Blackshot castle, leaving the Blackshot commander in a state of utter bewilderment amidst the chaos of the castle. Today's 6th update, the first of many, is presented here. I seek a 5-star review and your encouragement for further updates. Chapter 93. The Earthly Evil Black Evil Rune. What in the world? The Black Evil was left utterly bewildered, commanding an entire legion of skeletons. Wasn't it agreed that they would collaborate and fight side by side? Didn't they assert that the opponent was incapable of facing them alone? What does it mean for you to flee alone? Don't you possess blood escape? Shouldn't you have taken me along? Clang, clang, clang. Blood prison ice seal slash. Before he could even lament, with a swing of the great blade, 108 ice pillars surged towards the Black Evil leader. As a chilling black flame enveloped him, he prepared to retreat swiftly, commanding his guards to attack. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found that the vast castle was devoid of even a shadow. Even the archer from moments ago had been reduced to mere bones. What in the world have I provoked? The Black Evil leader suddenly realized that even the color of his undergarments reflected his despair. After dedicating a decade to training over 4,000 elite soldiers, he had anticipated that this endeavor would elevate his status within the Bone Kingdom, only to be annihilated in a single day. Oh heavens! Why am I fated to suffer such misfortune? 3117. A damage notification emerged above his head. The Black Evil leader was taken aback. Such a meager attack from this skeleton? Was it merely an additional spell effect? A glimmer of hope ignited within him. With a life total of 4 million, the 3,000 damage dealt to him was inconsequential. "You insolent wretch! Dare to intimidate me, the commander! Just wait, I shall shatter your bones into dust." 50 minutes later. "Spare me, great one." The Black Evil leader knelt before the blood skeleton, gazing at his meager remaining 2,000 health, utterly crushed. Above him, damage notifications of 50 continued to appear, and soon, he would succumb to poison. Furthermore, a chilling aura enveloped him intermittently, each instance reducing his attack and movement speed by 1. After 10 occurrences, he would be frozen. Alas, there is no escaping death. You may now utter your last words. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. The Black Evil leader fell silent in despair. Moments later, observing his dwindling 1,500 life points, he finally wailed, "In my next life, let me never cross paths with that archer again." Puff. 1735. Slaying the Black Evil leader grants 40,000 experience points, 40,000 evolution points, and 2,000 enhancement points. The completion of the Bloodcrow's revenge task stands at 2. As a reward for the kill, he received an Earthly Evil Rune. The Earthly Evil Rune? Jiang Cheng felt a stir of interest as he picked up the black rune in his hand. Earthly Evil Black Evil Rune quality, legendary. Description: a rune imbued with dark mysteries, embedded within bones. When attacking, it has a 3 chance to inflict the blindness effect on enemy units, causing them to lose sight for 3 seconds, contingent upon the bone possessing a rune socket effect. Embedded within bones? Jiang Cheng's mind raced with possibilities. He possesses 206 bones, and the thought of embedding enhancements within each one fills Jiang Cheng with excitement. For if he could indeed accomplish this, his potential would be boundless. With a single strike, the effects would multiply, and once each effect reaches its pinnacle, it is likely that his adversaries would surrender without a fight. The bones, capable of being perforated, are intended to enable him to strengthen them for such enhancements. Presently, he has 2,000 enhancement points, making it the perfect opportunity to experiment. Spending 500 enhancement points, he successfully fortifies his skull, increasing casting speed by 5 and mental power by 50. With an additional expenditure of 600 enhancement points, he enhances the skull once more, achieving a casting speed of 6, maintaining mental power at 50, and creating 1 socket for embedding bone talismans. Indeed, it proves effective. After utilizing 1100 enhancement points, the desired outcome finally materializes. However, Jiang Cheng refrains from immediately embedding the Blackshaw talisman, as it does not possess significant effects. He contemplates attempting to defeat another leader to see if he might acquire different enhancements. Here concludes the second update, with a humble request for a 5-star rating and a gentle nudge for the next installment. Chapter 94. It seems I am still not strong enough. Jiang Cheng permitted a rather bewildered little Meng to enter, commencing the task of gathering the spoils of victory. Although she had grown somewhat desensitized to Jiang Cheng's formidable prowess, each battle left her grappling with disbelief. The skeletal elder brother was simply too powerful. A formidable army that defended a castle had been annihilated by him alone within a mere 2.5 hours. Mengmeng estimated that no one would believe such a tale if she shared it. Here, take this, Jiang Cheng said, handing her a wrist guard. The Blackshaw commander must have been impoverished in life, as not a single legendary item was dropped upon his demise. However, he did yield several rare purple items. Blackshaw boots, quality, rare level, 30 defense, 20-30 magical defense, 10-20 movement speed, 35 gust. While walking, it generates a wind current that increases movement speed by 10 for 10 seconds. Blackshaw ring, quality, rare level, 30 magical attack, 20-30 black blood. When casting a spell, there is a 1 chance to inflict 1000 damage to the opponent. Withering bracelet, quality, rare level, 30 magical attack, 20-30 withering. When casting a spell, there is a 3 chance to drain 100 mana points from the opponent. These 3 pieces of equipment were perfectly suited for little Meng. After clearing the battlefield of all spoils, Jiang Cheng began to tally his gains while awaiting the arrival of Qian Chonglang and FAMO. The total experience gained from clearing the Blackshaw castle amounted to 1.67 million, along with 1.67 million evolution points, 2,000 enhancement points, and a collection of 28 white and blue items. Among these were 5 purple items, 3 of which were fit for little Meng. Additionally, he earned 15 gold coins, constituting a significant fortune. With 1.67 million evolution points accrued, he still faced a considerable distance to reach the 4 million required for his next evolution. His level had just risen to 30 after vanquishing the Blackshaw commander. Curious about his attribute growth, Jiang Cheng pondered. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 30, experience, 40005 3000000. Race, Blood Prison Frostbone Deputy General Health, 3630, increased by 500 from the Undead Black Scripture. Magic, 3430. Increased by 500 from the Undead Black Scripture. Attack, 525, increased by 179 from Strength. Extreme Ice's Lament, 250, Soul Power Attack, 503, Magical Attack, 100100 Defense, 285 Magical Defense, 11 Strength, 179, Increased Attack by 179, Agility, 215, Attack Speed, 22 seconds per strike, Movement Speed, 1 step every 0.98 seconds. Movement speed, 185 active skills. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, 6. Assault Armor, 10. Gale Shadow Slash, 1. Blood Prison Frozen Strike, 1. Hidden Shield, 1. Jump Slash, 1. Synchronization, 1. Explosive Flame, 1. Passive Skills. Blood Red 7 kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Furious Slash, 3. Life Steal, 10. Talents, Blood Red Surveying Eye, Frozen Bone, Gale Footsteps, Bone Will. Treasures, Undead Black Sutra, Bone Horse, Blood Prison Command. Subordinates, Destructive Archers, Gravekeeper Elite Archers. Skeleton Sorcerers, Gale Skeleton Blood Crows, Skeleton Swordsmen, Skeleton Knights, Blood Prison Demonic Guards, Black Fiend Archers. A total of 58. Evolution Points, 1, 670, 050. Enhancement Points, 900. Soul Power, 5, 039. With his current attack power, attributes, and skills, even if players reach level 30 and don the complete set of legendary gear, they would still lag behind him by several folds. However, he possesses numerous vulnerabilities. For instance, his magical defense is lacking, his magical damage is insufficient. He has too few control skills, and his mobility skills are rather subpar. Moreover, his most significant flaw is that he cannot equip any gear. Compared to those level 100 bosses, his current attributes are utterly inadequate. At present, he can only manage to handle bosses of levels 40 to 50. Should he encounter a level 60 hidden boss, he would find himself in dire straits. Clearly, I am still not powerful enough. I should evolve my skills to see if I can trigger a fusion and then merge the skeletons. Jiang Cheng gazed at the corpse of the Black Fiend commander, silently invoking the active resurrection effect of the Undead Black Sutra. Chapter 95, Fusion Evolution, Legendary Skills, and the Art of Madness Escape with a cost of 4,000 soul power points. The resurrection of the Black Calamity commander was successful, as a skeletal figure enveloped in dark energy emerged from the ground. Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of joy in his heart. The Black Calamity commander had posed a slight challenge during their previous encounter, showcasing commendable skills. Black Calamity commander, level 1 quality, legendary health, 2, 500 attack, 150 defense, 150 spell defense, 150 skills. Hand of Black Calamity aura, Black Calamity flame talent, soaring morale, mastery and training. Soul of the Black Calamity overview. Belongs to the Blood Prison's Icebound Skeleton Vice General. This Black Calamity commander is a leader of troops, with the ability of soaring morale. He can enhance the attack power of all allied units within a 50-meter radius by 20. Mastery and training allows him to augment the skill damage of all allies within the same range by 20. The Soul of the Black Calamity increases the physical damage of all allies within 50 meters by 20. Jiang Cheng was in dire need of such a subordinate to assist him in leading his skeletal minions into battle. Once he developed a squad of elite skeletal troops, he would be well equipped to handle any situation with composure. He decided to evolve his skills and see if fusion was possible. Spending 55,000 evolution points successfully upgraded the Blood Prison's Icebound Slash to level 10. He then spent 500 evolution points to elevate the Jump Slash to level 10, another 500 for the Cloaking Shield to level 10, and the same amount for the Synchronization skill, bringing it to level 10. He further invested 500 evolution points to enhance the Explosive Flame to level 10 and 250 points to boost the Bloodthirsty Frenzy to level 10. The fusion evolution was triggered successfully, allowing for the fusion of Jump Slash and Blood Prison's Icebound Slash, requiring double the evolution and enhancement points, along with a single gold coin. Similarly, the fusion of Bloodthirsty Frenzy with Synchronization and Cloaking Shield necessitated 3 times the evolution and enhancement points, alongside 9 gold coins. It appeared that once the skill tier reached rare, gold coins became a requirement for fusion. Observing these demands, Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of contemplation. The skills obtained through evolution required gold, and the fusion process also necessitated gold. Perhaps his next personal evolution would similarly demand gold. Additionally, the skill acquisition for his adorable companion required gold, as did the purchase of potions. It seemed imperative to prioritize the accumulation of gold. Fortunately, he currently possessed over 50 gold coins, so he was not in immediate need. Fusion. While he still needed to utilize Jump Slash and Blood Prison's Icebound Slash separately for the time being, he decided to proceed with the fusion of the other 3 skills. Investing 180,000 evolution points, 900 enhancement points, and 9 coins, I successfully fused the Hidden Shield, Synchronized, and achieved the Bloodthirsty Frenzy evolution, acquiring the Frantic Escape technique. Frantic Escape, quality, legendary level, 1 passive, agility 50, health 500, defense 50, magic defense 50, and a 30 increase in attack speed. Active, consuming 300 mana upon activation. It grants a 0.5-second frantic shield. When attacked, it triggers a blink effect, allowing a movement of up to 5 meters. Following the blink, for the next 10 seconds, movement speed increases by 100 points, synchronously enhancing the mount's health and reducing damage by 10, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. The arrival of the second legendary skill brought a slight joy to Jiang Cheng's heart. The additional 50 points in magic defense somewhat compensated for his magical vulnerabilities. The increment in passive attributes was substantial, and he even gained a displacement skill. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Cheng called out, "Xiao Ming, please enhance the necromancy fusion technique and assist me in fusing the skeletons." Chapter 96, Evolution, the Dark Fiend Commander Little Meng. Zhang Mengmeng felt a surge of delight. The skeletal elder brother had unexpectedly called her by her nickname. However, What puzzled her immensely was why the skeletal elder brother always drew her close whenever he spoke. Each time caught her off guard. Although being near him provided a sense of security, it was undeniably quite embarrassing. Despite the rosy hue that adorned her cheeks, she deemed it essential to focus on the matter at hand. My skills are of little concern, skeletal elder brother. Don't you lack gold? I've noticed you consume it rather swiftly. I have an abundance here, all from first kill rewards. Over 100 coins here, take them. Seeing that Jiang Cheng seemed to be depleting his gold rapidly, Zhang Mengmeng, believing he was in dire need, unhesitatingly offered all her coins to him. It's all right. I'm not in immediate need of gold. You should keep it for now and learn the necromancy fusion technique. I need to fuse some elite skeletons. As Jiang Cheng watched Zhang Mengmeng push her coins towards him, a warmth spread through his heart. Though this naive little one might be somewhat inexperienced, she was genuinely considerate of others. Furthermore, he did not perceive her as a burden, for she possessed a remarkable sense of balance. Whenever he engaged in battle, she would find a safe spot to observe, absorbing his tactics and techniques while cheering him on. After he vanquished his foes, she would rush over to offer him magical potions, assisting in restoring his status. Even in the most arduous and monotonous leveling environments, she never uttered a single complaint. Such a character was admirable, hardworking, eager to learn, ambitious, and thoughtful of others. Jiang Cheng found their interactions quite pleasant. Moreover, this naive little one was not without her merits. She could fuse, enhance statuses, provide potions, and even serve as a mobile backpack. In the future, when he needed to enter the main city for appraisals or dungeons, he would require her player identity to gain entry. If in the wilderness, he would be unable to access the main city. Oh, all right then. Zhang Mengmeng pouted and retracted the coins into her bag. However, learning the necromancy fusion technique required substantial gold and experience, and she feared she might regress to level 28. Don't worry, with me around, what is there to fear about leveling up? Jiang Cheng replied, reaching out to pat her head. But he suddenly recalled the awkwardness of previously getting caught in her hair and withdrew his hand in disappointment. Indeed. All right, then I shall level up. A flicker of excitement passed across Zhang Mengmeng's charming face as she hurriedly departed from Jiang Cheng, fearing that lingering any longer would leave her too embarrassed. Jiang Cheng nodded and proceeded to enhance the Dark Fiend Commander and the Blood Abyss Demon Guardian. He spent 150,000 evolution points to successfully elevate the Dark Fiend Commander to level 30. He then expended 100,000 evolution points to elevate the Blood Abyss Demon Guardian to level 30 successfully. Lastly, he used 30,000 evolution points to elevate the Terrifying Skeleton to level 30 successfully. Black Shah's Soul Commander, Quality, Legendary Level, 30 Health, 15,000 Attack, 550, 600 Defense, 300, 300 Magic Defense, 300, 300 Skills, Soul Shock Hand, Soul Shock Aura, Soul Shock Fire, Black Shah's Soul Shock Talents, Surge of Morale, Mastery of Training, Mastery of Blades, Mastery of Archers, Mastery of Spearmen, Black Shah's Military Spirit. Cicada's Shedding Shell. Overview. This entity belongs to the Blood Prison's Xianbing Skeleton Vice Commander. Indeed, as a being of legendary caliber, its growth in attributes is astonishing. The Surge of Morale skill provides an additional 20 attack increase over the standard morale boost, culminating in a total of 40, with an extended range of 100 meters. Mastery of Training similarly extends to 100 meters, augmenting skill damage by 40. The proficiencies across 3 troop types also extend to 100 meters, each granting a 40 attack bonus. The Black Shah's military spirit remains unchanged, continuing to enhance physical damage by 20. The Cicada's Shedding Shell, within a 100-meter radius, can trigger a 10-second invisibility effect when allied health falls below 10, an undeniably formidable skill. In the next castle siege, the Black Shah commander could lead the charge. Chapter 97. The Black Evil Power Archer sets off to the next castle. What does my team still lack? The Blood Crow's attacks are quite formidable, and the 1,000 arrows can decimate groups of foes, while the Shadow Arrow Strike provides excellent single-target damage that can be cultivated further. With the Black Evil Commander in place, the Blood Crow's offensive capabilities are expected to be extraordinarily terrifying. The Blood Prison Demon Guard is notably powerful, particularly due to its Blood Prison Hand and various aura skills. The Black Evil Commander excels in team combat, delivering area damage while augmenting the attack power of daggers, bows, and guns by 40, an absolute trump card. When these effects are cumulatively stacked, they can achieve a permanent 100 damage boost. These are his three main forces. The horrifying skeleton, however, is rather underwhelming, lacking any truly impressive attributes. It appears he is still in need of a strong offensive, control-oriented, healing, and tank-type unit. Let us see if Xiao Meng can assist me in merging these units. Jiang Cheng conveyed his requirements to the somewhat dazed Xiao Meng and entrusted her with the 55 skeletons, excluding the three main forces. In the game, the Punch Master occupies the role of the highest physical damage dealer, so I require a particularly strong archer as well. You may use 5 Punch Masters and 1 top-tier Black Evil Archer as the primary focus for merging. The Ice Spirit Mage possesses the most control-oriented skills and boasts the highest mana growth. I notice there is one among them. Please examine the other skeletons for any with control effects and select accordingly. For the healing type, you can prioritize a knight with guardian skills, supplemented by 2 priests with different skill sets, and merged with 3 knights. As for the tank type, focus on the knight with the highest health, adding 4 knights and an archer with the piercing step for the merger. Jiang Cheng shared his analysis with Xiao Meng, who, initially bewildered, suddenly brightened with understanding. Big brother skeleton, you are so impressive. How come you seem to know everything? She gazed at Jiang Cheng with admiration, leaving him somewhat speechless. As this knowledge was merely basic game mechanics, let us proceed with the merging. Oh, all right, big brother skeleton. Zhang Mengmeng, brimming with excitement, found her happiest moments in serving Jiang Cheng. It was only in these moments that she felt a sense of purpose and her guilt would subside. But I only have 4 Punch Masters. Can I add a swordsman? Jiang Cheng nodded in affirmation. With this approval, Zhang Mengmeng's face lit up with excitement, and she promptly set to work. Watch my merging technique. With her spirits high, she embarked on her merging endeavor. As time passed, after consuming 30 bottles of intermediate magic potions, Zhang Mengmeng finally completed the merging for Jiang Cheng. He received it with satisfaction, eager to inspect the results. Black Evil Power Archer, Quality, Elite Level, 7 Attack, 180-180 Defense, 1530 Strength, 200 Skill, Penetrating Arrow. Talent, Mastery of Archery, Bone Shatter, Thunder Strike, Gale Pursuit, Earth Split. Overview, belonging to the Blood Prison's Xianbing Skeleton Deputy General. These 4 passive abilities are remarkably powerful. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The 4 talents are all active skills of the Fist Master: Bone Shatter Fist, Thunder Fist, Gale Pursuit, Earth Split Palm. Although they are ordinary skills, each not exceeding level 15, their fusion transforms them into passives. This implies that the Black Fiend's Divine Power Archer has a chance to trigger these passives with each arrow. Bone Shatter has a 10 chance to shatter the enemy's joints upon attack, unleashing double damage, which can stack with critical hits and vital damage, culminating in a staggering 4-fold damage. Thunder Fist has a 10 chance to inflict an electrifying effect, dealing an additional 400 points of electric damage with each attack over a duration of 10 seconds. Gale Pursuit triggers a combo effect with a 10 chance, dealing damage in 4 successive strikes. Earth Split has a 15 chance to create a fissure upon attack, slowing enemy units within a 3 by 3 meter area by 30 and inflicting an additional 80 of strength damage. With the Blood Crow and Divine Power providing dual output, coupled with the terrifying enhancements from the Black Fiend Commander, it is nearly sufficient. Jiang Cheng glanced at the other 4 abilities, noting their fusion was somewhat lacking, yet still formidable. The initial formation of the team was taking shape. After investing 350,000 evolution points to elevate them all to level 30, he set forth to the next castle. Chapter 98. A calm analysis by the Mage of Law. Is this the place? Indeed it is. Is it truly here? It truly is. The Mage of Law, Qian Chonglang, Qituan Tianxia, the sovereign of the realm, along with the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon Alliance, Anxiang Yulan, and the 6 members including Jianying Yunxiang, stood outside the Bone Castle, momentarily taken aback. I am certain that the adorable deity referred to this very location, Qian Chonglang asserted with unwavering conviction. However, the Mage of Law held a contrary view, resting his chin on his hand. I participated in the internal testing, he recounted. The perimeter of the Bone Castle is guarded by 372 Blackshaw archers and 1 Blackshaw gatekeeper. The Blackshaw archers are level 30 creatures with an attack power ranging between 130 to 150. Such offensive capability, in a single volley, is insurmountable at present. The Blackshaw Gatekeeper further enhances the archery attack by 10, achieving a range of 143 to 165. In one volley, even with a defense of 100, one would require approximately 606 health points to absorb the damage. Pray tell, who could withstand such a barrage now? I calculated the health of the skeleton. The esteemed one possesses around 130 health points. Unless he has 200 points of defense, it would be exceedingly difficult to surpass this challenge. Yet now, they have all perished. The Mage of Law's calm analysis left the other 5 in awe. Truly, the Mage of Law is remarkable. His mental arithmetic is indeed formidable. Chitu and Tianxia aptly praised him. So does this mean the skeleton deity is not present here? The sovereign of the realm felt a tinge of disappointment. Anxiang Yulan and Jianing Yunxiang shared similar sentiments, their faces reflecting a hint of despondency. The Mage of Law shook his head. To breach the Bone Castle was not beyond possibility, provided one comprehended the technique of magical sniping, executing skills from a distance of 200 meters to eliminate foes one by one. Yet, this would require at least an hour. The Mage of Law advanced towards the inner perimeter of the Bone Castle, retrieving his skeletal remains. By deducing the color of the corpse and the time of death, he estimated that the annihilation of the Blackshaw Castle took approximately 1 hour and 32 minutes. If one were to eliminate the outer archers in an hour, half an hour would be needed to clear the remaining creatures within the Blackshaw Castle. The Blackshaw Castle serves as a narrative setting in the Bone Kingdom, housing an additional 172 Blackshaw soldiers. The Mage of Law raised his head, lost in contemplation. Given the speed at which the skeleton deity vanquishes foes, it is implausible that he was responsible for the massacre. Rather, it must have been an army conducting a siege to achieve such swift efficiency in extermination. Furthermore, we parted ways with the skeleton deity merely 4 hours ago, and the distance between here and the Dark Forest is approximately 18,000 meters. Given the movement speed of the skeleton deity, it would be impossible for him to arrive in time, let alone have sufficient opportunity to lay waste to the castle. Thus, he cannot be here. Crack, crack, crack. Just as the Mage of Law finished speaking, an unexpected sound echoed from afar, accompanied by the light footfalls of someone treading upon the shattered stones. The sound of clattering bones is familiar to all. It is the distinctive noise made by skeletons as they tread. There is nothing particularly frightening about it, for even the most formidable of skeletons can be managed by their 6-member team. However, the expression of the mage shifted dramatically. This sound was not merely that of an ordinary skeleton walking. It was more intense and suggested a rapid movement. Surely, it must be a boss. As soon as the mage uttered this warning, the group was taken aback. They were in a level 40 wilderness area, and encountering a boss here would undoubtedly spell their defeat. Thus, they resolved to retreat from the confrontation. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Cheng and a rather adorable companion emerged from the castle, traversing the rubble. The 6 of them stood momentarily dumbfounded. Upon seeing the duo, the 5 cast skeptical glances at the mage. His analysis had been astute, yet it appeared that he had miscalculated completely. The mage was left speechless. Chapter 99. On-site equipment sale. You have arrived. Who might these individuals be? The character A Xiao Dy Xiao Meng stepped forward to greet the newcomers. However, she found it peculiar that the previously stoic man wielding a black staff had seemingly vanished. Although she considered herself a semi-experienced player, that was merely a self-affirmation. Beyond the 12 deities and the supreme god, she had not paid heed to the subsequent rise of prominent figures. Thus she was unfamiliar with FAMO, mistaking him for an ordinary skilled player. Oh, a Tiao Dy Xiaomeng. This is Jian Ing Yunxiang, the goddess you are aware of, right? Qian Chonglang said, pulling Yunxiang closer. She is akin to you, a gentle girl. A Yunxiang cast a sidelong glance at him. Who is a goddess? Never mind. Hello. I am Yunxiang. That is my in-game name and my real name as well. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Yunxiang sheathed her large sword into her backpack and shook hands with a Tiao Dy Xiaomeng. Oh, hello. I am a Tiao Dy Xiaomeng. You may call me Zhang Mengmeng. A Tiao Dy Xiaomeng shook hands with Yunxiang, her expression revealing little excitement. This surprised Qian Chonglang slightly. Thinking to himself that indeed, a true master possesses an extraordinary demeanor, remaining so composed even in the presence of a renowned player like Yunxiang. Jianing Yunxiang was the most popular figure in the 12 Legends. In terms of beauty, physique, and charisma, she was truly a rare gem, with skills second only to the formidable FAMO. She had represented the Shanhe Club in various competitions, consistently achieving commendable rankings. In the latest sword trial competition, absent the 12 deities, she secured the second place, solidifying her undeniable prowess. For every commercial event, she was invariably present, and in terms of popularity, she might even surpass the legendary Quanzong. One could liken her to an international superstar in the real entertainment industry, humorously dubbed the goddess of the gaming realm. Previously, when Yunxiang made an appearance, both in Xiang Yulan and others had been starry-eyed, clamoring for autographs and photographs, utterly ecstatic. Yet, unexpectedly, the previously obscure Tiao Dui, Xiao Ming maintained such composure in her presence. It could only be said that she is indeed a master at the pinnacle of the rankings. Greetings again, a Tiao Dui Xiao Ming. Qi Tun Tian Xia shook hands with a Tiao Dui Xiao Ming. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yunxiang S. Jr. I have come here to purchase equipment from a skeleton god. Purchasing equipment? A Tiao Dui Xiao Ming glanced at Jiang Cheng, who nodded in affirmation. And without further ado, she produced a dazzling array of shimmering equipment that overwhelmed the eyes of her companions. To accommodate the equipment for Jiang Cheng, she had expended 50 gold coins to expand her backpack to 1,000 slots. She had gathered everything from her previous monster hunts, thus presenting it now in a mountainous heap, initially estimated to be around 100 pieces. Within this realm, an array of white and blue gear, even rare equipment, dazzled the onlookers. Goodness! Oh, skeletal deity! Have you perhaps pilfered from the game administrator? The moment the 5 individuals laid eyes on the equipment, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Even the mage, shedding all sense of embarrassment, squeezed through the crowd. They had toiled relentlessly to acquire their gear, yet here were others clustered together with an abundance of it. The phrase comparison breeds despair echoed in their minds. A rare purple staff. The mage seized a staff from the assortment, caressing it with affection. A purple power ring for the warrior class. That's mine. That's mine. Yunxiang, amidst the myriad of equipment, immediately selected her desired item, her voice betraying her excitement, momentarily forgetting her long-cultivated composure. Alas, I fear my coins may be insufficient. Yunxiang pouted in distress. Not to worry, I Dazadi. Am willing to unconditionally gift you 30 coins to procure this equipment. The Dark Fragrance Demon King offers you 50 coins. Dark Fragrance Yulan cast a disdainful glance at Dazadi, clearly unimpressed by his stinginess. Sister, with me around, need you worry about funds? Qi Tunshan declared with grandiosity, rejecting both offers, while the others continued sifting through the treasures. Qian Chonglang and Jiang Cheng moved aside, handing over the coins they had previously sold to Jiang Cheng, voicing their curiosity. Deity, you cannot possibly tell me you cleared all of this on your own in just a few hours? Chapter 100. The skeleton deity takes flight. Jiang Cheng nodded, feeling there was nothing to conceal. I heard from the fool that there are 372 Blackshaw archers here, along with over 4,000 Blackshaw soldiers. Did you clear them out in just a few hours? Qian Chonglang found it utterly unbelievable. The speed at which monsters were slain surpassed that of a 500-member guild. The experience points must be skyrocketing at an astonishing rate, akin to riding a rocket, right? You must be cheating. It's terrifying. All right, deity, can you tell me? What level is she now? The leaderboard had yet to refresh, and Qian Chonglang asked out of sheer curiosity. 28. Jiang Cheng gestured nonchalantly. 28 levels. Qian Chonglang's eyes widened in astonishment. How long has it been? And she has already leveled up 3 times. He nearly clung to Jiang Cheng's leg, begging him to help level him up. Currently, he could only gain 1.5 levels in a day, and without dungeons, it was exceedingly difficult to advance. Indeed, this is truly a rocket-like pace. She surpassed Xia Dongli by 4 levels. With such a deity around, Xia Dongli will never reach the top of the leaderboard. He must be furious, haha. You seem a bit schadenfreude. Well, not entirely. I just really want to see Xia Dongli's expression when he fails, ha. This rich deity once boasted he would dominate the leaderboard for 1,000 years. Now, he has been slapped in the face, and it feels fantastic. Qian Chonglang's face radiated excitement, as if he himself had surpassed Xia Dongli. Jiang Cheng, however, felt somewhat perplexed. as he had no prior interaction with Xia Dongli, leaving him unaware of his character. Xia Dongli's character? Terrible, Qian Chonglang emphasized with conviction. If Xie Changkong is the true king of arrogance, then Xia Dongli is just a pretender, always posturing. The key is, aside from having a bit of money, he has no substantial achievements to speak of. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng suddenly understood. The 12 true gods were, in essence, recognized by players for their skills and accomplishments. Meanwhile, Xia Dongli relied on wealth, which indeed could provoke resentment. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng did not believe Xia Dongli was utterly devoid of merit. He likely concealed his true capabilities quite well. Only 132 gold coins? Jiang Cheng shifted his focus away from Xia Dongli and began organizing his own earnings. At this moment, gold coins and potions were the pressing matters he needed to address. Of course, that's not all, but I've exchanged the rest for potions. I'll hand them over to the adorable deity shortly. Nodding, Jiang Cheng then dropped a bombshell. Actually, if you wish to level up as well, you can follow me, but you must agree to one condition. Deity, I'm willing to cling to your leg for eternity. The moment Jiang Cheng finished speaking, Qian Chonglang immediately became overly excited and clung to Jiang Cheng's leg. The skeleton deity leading him to level up was a fortune that could not be sought in several lifetimes. Jiang Cheng attempted to shake him off several times, yet to no avail, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was well aware of this individual's tenacious nature, likening him to an indelible gum. Thus he chose to disregard the matter entirely. As for leveling up, a mere provision of gold coins would suffice. However, I require your assistance in training Xiao Meng. Not a problem. Ajk. Qian Chonglang promptly agreed without a second thought, rising immediately to assure, rest assured, Daigua and I shall transform the adorable Meng into an unparalleled master, even greater than my own mentor. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head, bemused by the boy's incessant bravado. The truth was undeniable. It was the skeleton master who annihilated the Blackshaw Castle. Daigua, does your face still ache? Qian Chonglang squeezed back into the crowd, uttering this remark, which instantly drew gasps of astonishment from all present. Simultaneously, a murderous glare fixed itself upon Qian Chonglang. FAMO, having borrowed money to acquire a new staff, coldly scrutinized him and sent a private message. Damn it. No one even mentioned this anymore. They were on the verge of forgetting. And yet you insist on slapping me in the face once more, don't you? Let us settle this with a life and death duel. Chapter 101. The Target. Bloodfiend Castle, what are you so excited about? I am merely offering you an opportunity to draw closer to the skeleton deity. You understand nothing. Qian Chonglang similarly sent a message in the private chat. Is your method simply to slap my face? How can it be considered a slap in the face? You must be unaware that the skeleton deity has promised to assist me in leveling up. Can you imagine the pace at which I would advance thereafter? Assisting you in leveling up? FAMO's expression shifted slightly. Even he could not deny that Jiang Cheng's efficiency in monster hunting was exceptional. One individual, excluding travel time, obliterated all 550 monsters within Bloodfiend Castle, including the boss. Such efficiency would surpass even that of his master. The speed of leveling would undoubtedly be terrifying. Previously, everyone was on an equal starting line. If Qian Chonglang's level were to suddenly soar, it would indeed be somewhat disconcerting. Once levels rise, the number of skills will increase, consequently expanding the array of techniques at one's disposal. This may be insignificant for casual players, but among experts, even the slightest difference can determine the outcome of a match. At that point, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to torment Qian Chonglang. Did he not mention taking me along? FAMO's tone abruptly shifted. Even he found it challenging to remain composed in the face of such temptation. No, Qian Chonglang replied with unwavering certainty. FAMO. Therefore, I intentionally stated those things to bridge the gap between you and the skeleton deity. Yet you dare to blame me? I was mistaken. FAMO rarely lowered his proud head. Nevertheless, he did not feel disheartened. Jiang Cheng's strength was indeed worthy of his respect. It was just unclear, who exactly was this individual? Was he truly merely a neutral NPC? Enough. The equipment has been purchased, now be gone. Upon witnessing that they had cleared out all of the adorably dazed Little Meng's equipment, Qian Chonglang issued an eviction order. They still had to level up afterward, and such matters must be conducted quietly. There was no room for distractions. Esteemed deities from all walks of life. May I linger at the back to assist and learn? Qi Tunshan shamelessly inquired. Du Ba Tianxia and in Xiang Yulan nodded in agreement. This place was a gathering of the titans of the gaming world, the god of waves, Famo, Jianing, and the number one in the world, each towering above the rest. Moreover, there was the most enigmatic skeleton deity, who single-handedly annihilated over 100 elite members of the Tianxiu Guild, defeating 2 formidable level 30 bosses, clearing an entire castle of over 4,000 monsters in just over an hour. This was undeniably a figure of legend. Allowing them to depart without further ado felt unsatisfactory. Even if they did not purchase equipment, merely engaging in conversation with such esteemed figures would be an honor. That brief interaction alone was enough for them to boast for years to come. I must consult the skeleton deity. Qian Chongling approached Jiang Cheng and inquired. Jiang Cheng was indifferent. He needed a market for his equipment, and collaborating with a major guild was the most effective means of distribution. Thus there was no need to refuse. Indeed, you are remarkably fortunate to encounter such a benevolent entity as the skeleton deity. It is assuredly splendid. How delightful this is. My heartfelt gratitude to the deity. A true master exudes an unparalleled grace. By the way, skeleton deity, where shall we venture next? The group was exceedingly exhilarated, their eyes shimmering with excitement as they promptly expressed their gratitude to Jiang Cheng. Upon hearing their words, Jiang Cheng contemplated for a moment and then spoke of the Bloodfiend Castle. Bloodfiend Castle? Is that not a level 35 wilderness area? The boss there is reportedly the level 50 Bloodfiend warlord. I recall hearing from a rather Navi individual that there are 6,000 wild beasts dwelling there. It is far superior to the Black Fiend Castle. Qian Chongling appeared somewhat speechless, suggesting, Deity, I dare say we may struggle to clear that area. No? No need for you to clear it. A team will assist us in the endeavor. Your sole responsibility is to train Little Meng. Chapter 102. The Inference Technique of the Blood Commander. Will there be a team to assist with the cleanup? What does that mean? Qian Chonglang expressed his confusion. Do we merely need to train the adorably naive deity? After he conveyed this sentiment to the others, their faces mirrored his bewilderment. The adorably naive deity is already a formidable figure. Do we truly need to train him? Surely, my novice skills do not warrant such a role. Blood Castle is a level 35 wilderness area, swarming with monsters, even more than Bone Castle. Can the skeleton deity withstand such a challenge? The skeleton deity declared that he would not intervene. Qian Chongling dropped yet another bombshell. Not intervene? The group was taken aback. If the skeleton deity won't take action, what hope do we have? Are we to sacrifice ourselves in vain? We had all hoped for the deity's involvement. Even if we couldn't conquer Blood Castle, we could at least witness his prowess in slaying monsters. Yet, you tell me he will not act? Is this some sort of jest? Who could possibly be more formidable than you? Had it not been for Jiang Cheng's impressive track record, they would have already considered retreating. Let us go. I trust the skeleton deity. Yun Xiang cast a deep glance at Jiang Cheng, who was engaged in an intimate conversation with an adorably naive sprite, her tone resolute. Regardless of others' beliefs, she held firm in her conviction. Well, if the sword hero has spoken, then let us depart. Sister, I concur as well. Yun Xiang's persuasive power was indeed remarkable. The moment she spoke, the others fell silent. They replenished their supplies, quenching their hunger and thirst, and with lingering doubts, they made their way toward Blood Castle. Within Blood Castle, the Blood Commander lay submerged in a pool of blood, recuperating his strength. After the blood escape, his power had dwindled by half, leaving him in a state of severe weakness, likely unable to contend even with the Black Commander. Fortunately, his life had been preserved. What a close call. That accursed blood skeleton is utterly monstrous. Recalling the moment he was ensnared by the hand of Blood Prison, the Blood Commander still felt a chill of apprehension. Commander, the Purple Commander requests an audience, stating there is an urgent matter to discuss. Just as he settled into the blood pool, a guard entered to deliver the message, and the Blood Commander exhibited signs of impatience. Refuse him, tell him to leave. But the Purple Commander insists it is of the utmost importance and insists I must persuade you. The Blood Commander's crimson soul flame flickered coldly. Yet he ultimately composed himself. Let him wait. Yes. The guard, visibly relieved, hurriedly departed to relay the message. The Blood Commander closed his eyes in contemplation. What could the Purple Commander possibly deem so urgent? The Purple Commander's castle is adjacent to the Black Commander's, their strengths comparable. Could he have heard about the downfall of the Black Castle? The Blood Commander's expression shifted slightly. If the Blood Skeleton had indeed destroyed the Black Castle, the most likely next target would be the Purple Castle. This damned situation. He wouldn't be inviting me to join the fray, would he? No, I must firmly decline. An hour later, as the Lord of Purple Death grew increasingly impatient, the Lord of Blood Death finally emerged from the Hall of Affairs, draped in a dark cloak. Lord, please save your subordinate. Upon seeing the Lord of Blood Death, the Lord of Purple Death immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face. I have just received news from a subordinate that the Lord of Black Death has been annihilated. Given that I, Purple Death, am the closest to Black Death, it is highly likely that I am the next target of the murderer, right here in my Purple Death Castle. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Blood Death raised his chin and regarded him with a calm demeanor. Do not panic. I believe the murderer is someone who enjoys a challenge and would likely find no interest in targets of the same caliber. The Lord of Blood Death spoke in a tone that even he himself found hard to believe, spouting nonsensical reassurances. The Lord of Purple Death was rendered speechless. Who would ever believe such words? Are you questioning my deductions? I assure you, my conclusions have always been 90% accurate. The Lord of Blood Death maintained an expression that suggested a lack of understanding, continuing to deflect. I dare say that this individual's next target is most likely my Blood Death Castle. Do you believe? Report. Outside the castle. Chapter 103. The Supreme Leader's astute predictions. Before the messenger could finish his report, the bloodthirsty leader, upon hearing the word report, instinctively recoiled, his skeletal arm trembling violently. A chill swept through him as he scrutinized the young soldier with a cold gaze. Even after confirming multiple times that the soldier was not an archer, his wariness remained unabated. It was only after the soldier completed his message that he exhaled a sigh of relief. Commander Blood, the leader of the Green Death seeks an audience outside the castle. Green Death? What could he want? Has he also caught wind of the situation? A flicker of delight passed across the cheekbones of the Purple Death. Green Death's arrival indicated the gravity of the matter. Thus, the bloodthirsty leader now had a pretext for requesting reinforcements. As for the bloodthirsty leader's deductive skills, he found them utterly unconvincing. Who would pass up an easy target to pursue a more formidable foe? Let him in, the bloodthirsty leader sighed in resignation. Why is it that everyone is flocking to me? Though they are all commanders under my jurisdiction, there is no need for such a stampede. Even that blood skeleton is a foe I cannot contend with. 10 minutes later, the leader of the Green Death entered. Draped in a cerulean battle robe and flanked by several loyal guards, visibly agitated. Commander, we are in grave danger. My subordinates report that the Black Death has been annihilated, allegedly by a lone blood skeleton who single-handedly decimated the entire stronghold. Purple Death, you are here too? It seems this situation is indeed dire. Purple Death nodded in solemn agreement. However, the bloodthirsty leader interjected, that blood skeleton will not assault our castle. Rather, it will direct its aggression towards me. This seems implausible. I cannot fathom a skeleton being foolish enough to. What is impossible? The bloodthirsty leader coldly interrupted their exchange. To be candid with you both, I have encountered that blood skeleton. It is arrogant and unruly, disdainful of attacking fortresses of equal standing. Based on my deductions, there is a 90% likelihood that the blood skeleton will target my blood castle. You may rest assured and return to your slumber. The notion that the leader had faced the blood skeleton and that it had a 90% chance of attacking Blood Castle left both men skeptical. Nevertheless, they recognized that the leader had effectively given them the dismissal and reluctantly retreated. Since the leader has stated such, it is assured that the blood skeleton will indeed assault Blood Castle. Does the leader require our troops to provide reinforcements? Purple Death inquired, feigning concern. There is no need. My blood castle can certainly withstand a single blood skeleton. Such a creature, I shall personally vanquish. You may depart. The bloodthirsty leader waved his hand dismissively, rejecting their offer for assistance. Absurd. If they were not to return and draw fire, how could he possibly find time to seek reinforcements from other leaders? Only by their return to the castle could the blood skeleton have a target, ensuring its safety. Since the Supreme Commander is so confident, both Zisha and Qingsha extend their heartfelt wishes for the commander to vanquish the skeletons. The two commanders, feeling a slight sense of relief, reluctantly retreated, carrying with them a lingering sense of doubt as they exited the castle. However, merely 10 minutes later, An archer rushed in with great urgency and immediately knelt before the bloodslaughter commander. "Commander, we face a dire situation. Skeletons are assaulting the castle." The bloodslaughter commander had just begun to summon his subordinates to prepare the horses and call for reinforcements when this news struck him like a bolt from the blue, draining the color from his face. What in the world? Darkness clouded his vision, and the commander's composure shattered as he shouted at the archer, "Hurry! Go fetch Zisha and Qingsha back." Just moments prior, as Qingsha and Zisha had mounted their horses and traveled a mere 50 meters away, the resounding sound of an attacking horn echoed from behind them at the bloodslaughter castle. They exchanged glances, their eyes drawn to the blood-red figure in the distance, and instinctively gave a thumbs up to the bloodslaughter commander. Indeed, the commander had foreseen this calamity. Not long ago, I harbored doubts about whether the commander was merely luring us back to draw fire. It appears I have misjudged him. Zisha could not help but place a hand to his forehead, a tinge of shame washing over him, feeling deeply remorseful for his prior skepticism. Truly, the commander regards his loyal subordinates as his own children. He is a paragon for us all. To minimize our losses, he has courageously taken on the blood skeletons himself, leaving me utterly humbled. Indeed, I, Zisha, stand here to apologize for my earlier rashness and to wish the commander a victorious campaign. With a deep bow towards Bloodslaughter Castle, Zisha shared a hearty laugh with Qingsha before they departed with renewed spirits. The commander is indeed not one to deceive me. Chapter 104. The terrifying team of Jiang Cheng arrives. The skeleton god. Have they gone to send a message? Shall we not take action? Listening to the horn's call echoing in the air, and observing the towering ranks of bloodfiend archers atop the castle, the few who once dominated the realm changed their expressions dramatically. This was a level 35 wild zone, and among them, aside from the rather naive Xiaoming, no one surpassed level 20. This was indeed a daunting challenge, being over 15 levels higher than the monsters they faced. Bloodfiend Archer, quality, elite level, 35 health, 2500 attack, 120 to 180 defense, 60 to 60 skills. Lifesteal Arrow, armor-piercing arrow talent, mastery of archery, strength overview. The guard archers of Bloodfiend Castle, possessing formidable offensive capabilities. The skeleton god noted that even a single ordinary Bloodfiend archer boasts an attack power of 180. Bloodfiend Castle is significantly larger than Bone Castle, housing around 879 archers, along with 12 level 36 gatekeepers and 1 level 38 Bloodfiend deputy general. The magic sorcerer took the lead in analysis. The outer castle of Bloodfiend stands 55 meters high, surrounded by inverted ivory spikes. To scale it without breaching the gates would cost a staggering 1175 health points, provided one could withstand the concentrated fire of the archers. The magic sorcerer shook his head. The range of a Bloodfiend archer is 157 meters. I can utilize magic to snipe. At my current distance of 159 meters from them, I can launch a counterattack. With a flourish of his purple staff, he conjured a series of fireballs. 7 magnificent fireballs formed a straight line, hurtling towards the archers outside the castle. The maximum range of these fireballs is 120 meters. Upon reaching this distance, their magical energy would deplete and fade away. To successfully snipe, I must connect these 7 fireballs, augmenting the foremost one progressively, just like this. As he spoke, his foremost fireball reached the 120-meter mark. Strangely, however, the remaining 6 fireballs had vanished entirely. Yet, the leading fireball swelled dramatically in size and accelerated. Boom. 438. The fireball detonated above a Bloodfiend archer, unleashing a terrifying amount of damage. The onlookers were taken aback. In awe, they exclaimed, "Incredible! Such damage from the god." Qi Tunshin and Anshan Yulan gave the magic sorcerer a thumbs up. The magic sorcerer merely shook his head, stating, "This damage is also due to the powerful weapons sold by the Skeleton Lord, which have amplified my output. In truth, employing this method to eliminate the castle's archers should not pose too much of a challenge. The crux of the matter lies in the immense consumption of magical energy. 7 fireballs require 420 points of mana, and after 6 waves, I would be out of mana. Furthermore, the wild monsters in the storyline possess intelligence. They would not simply stand idly by for an attack. Provoking them would lead to an offensive from the city, which harbors over 5,000 wild beasts. Once they swarm forth, no one would be able to withstand their onslaught. The Mage of Law concluded his statement and turned to Jiang Cheng, awaiting his response. Given their current strength, this was an insurmountable fortress, seemingly impregnable. He had enumerated all the challenges. Thus, how could this individual, who refrained from taking action, possibly conquer the city? The mage's gaze was tinged with skepticism, yet it also brimmed with anticipation. Not only was the mage watching Jiang Cheng, but others also cast their eyes upon him. All eager for his reply, Xiao Meng formed a team and commenced training. Jiang Cheng summoned the simple-minded Xiao Meng and spoke briefly before gesturing with his hand. In an instant, 22 skeletal minions appeared before the gathered crowd. The Blood Fiend Demon Guard, the Blood Raven of Fury, the Black Soul Archers, the Destruction Archers, and the Black Fiend Soul Commander. The Black Fiend Soul Commander's innate ability granted a 40 increase in attack power due to heightened morale. Mastery and training conferred a 40 boost to physical skills, while proficiency in archery provided a 40 enhancement to bow weapon damage. Additionally, the Black Fiend Military Soul granted a 20 increase in physical attack power. The Fury Blood Raven, evolved to level 30, boasted an attack power of 12,001, augmented by its talent, Master Archer, which granted a 60 increase in arrow attack power and an enhanced range of 100 meters. The cumulative effects of the other minions further amplified this, resulting in an astonishing 320 increase in attack power, culminating in a total of 38,401. Arrow Shadow Sky Strike. Under the focused gaze of several onlookers, 18 arrows were knocked on the Blood Raven's longbow and released, soaring into the sky. Aimed at a Blood Fiend Vice-General with 38,000 life points, racing towards it with incredible speed. Chapter 105, Instant. Annihilation. 3,750. 3,750. 3,750. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of arrows striking bone resonated through the air. A relentless stream of damage erupted from the head of the Blood Fiend General, each arrow striking within a mere 0.3 seconds of one another. The Blood Fiend General, with a health pool of 38,000, barely withstood 11 arrows before being instantaneously obliterated. The remaining 7 arrows soared through the sky, each seeking its target, and then descended upon the 7 Blood Fiend Archers. 3,957. 3,957. 3,957. The 7 Blood Fiend Archers, with a mere 2,500 health each, were swiftly rendered to dust, their vitality insufficient to withstand the assault. In the very moment the Blood Fiend General perished, the archers were instantaneously dispatched, reduced to 7 fragments of bone, leaving all witnesses in a state of shock. The killing of the Blood Fiend General yielded 1,800 experience points, and due to the extraordinary level of the defeat, an additional 1,600 experience points were awarded. Each Blood Fiend Archer slain granted 160 experience points, with the same bonus for overcoming the level disparity. A cascade of experience notifications erupted from the team. The members were momentarily entranced, their pupils dilating sharply. They exchanged bewildered glances, each finding a flicker of confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. What just transpired? Was it an illusion? Did I just witness the Blood Fiend General being annihilated? An illusion? The formidable Tianxia shook his head, staring at the Blood Crow for a moment. This was no mere illusion. The Blood Fiend General is dead. Is it truly so? Why does it feel somewhat surreal? The enigmatic Xiang Yulan rubbed her eyes, skepticism written all over her face. Indeed, the Blood Crow, fueled by wrath, possessed an attack power of 12,001, enhanced by a 60 proficiency bonus in archery, alongside a formidable innate talent granting a 20 boost to ranged attacks. The sorcerer, in a sudden flourish of his staff, began to analyze. The Black Fiend Commander's training expertise confers a 40 increase to physical damage, with another 40 from archery mastery, and a morale boost of 40 to physical skill damage, culminating in a 20 increase to physical attack from the Black Fiend's military spirit. The Knight's commanding aura also provides a 20 enhancement to physical attacks, while the Guardian Knight's divine aura adds yet another 20 boost. The potent blessings of the Holy Light Priest augment his attack power by 300, and with an additional 100 strength, yielding an extra 100 attack. Alongside the Blood Prison Mad Demon's Fury aura, which contributes 320 attack power, totaling a staggering 38,401 attack power. The Arrow Shadow Sky Strike unleashes 18 tracking arrows. delivering 100 attack damage until the target is vanquished. The Blood Fiend General's 38,000 health is insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Upon the conclusion of the sorcerer's words, his gaze sharpened, penetratingly fixed upon Jiang Cheng. The others were rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words, their astonishment directed solely at Jiang Cheng. Xiao Meng, the leader of the Dark Fragrance Demon King's team and a priestess, could engage in preliminary practice with him to acclimate. Ignoring their astonishment, Jiang Cheng began issuing instructions to the somewhat bewildered Xiao Meng. Zhang Mengmeng, snapping out of her shock, nodded in agreement and activated the Team Challenge button directed at the Dark Fragrance Yuan. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng commanded the Black Soul Archmage to initiate an assault. Chapter 106. A Step, 10 Arrows. Each arrow a lethal strike. The Black Soul Divine Archer, a formidable asset in his team, second only to the Blood Crow, was something Jiang Cheng had long detested. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At Jiang Cheng's command, the Black Soul Divine Archer stepped forward, triggering his swift assault. In an instant, four arrows soared from his ebony bow, striking a Blood Fury Archer. Minus 1,120. Minus 1,120. Minus 1,035. Minus 1,423. Though the Black Soul Divine Archer's attack power did not match Blood Crow's, even with a 220 attack bonus, he still managed to inflict a maximum damage of 1423. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to deal with the Blood Fury Archer. Most crucially, his speed was unparalleled. As one archer fell, another was met with a bone-crushing strike. Although the damage was not doubled, it still amounted to threefold. Minus 3,452. Another Blood Fury Archer was annihilated. Following this, the Divine Archer and Blood Crow unleashed their arrows in succession. With each step forward, a wave of enemies perished. The onlookers, overwhelmed by the spectacle, could only watch in awe. What an extraordinary display! What kind of monstrosities are summoned by the Skeleton Lord? Each arrow was lethal. Each step resulted in 10 strikes. It was no wonder the Skeleton Lord declared he need not intervene. Indeed, with Blood Crow and the Divine Archer, we could rest easy. The enchanting eyes of Dark Fragrance Orchid glimmered with astonishment. Her elder sister was indeed correct. With such a rapid monster-slaying pace, leveling up felt akin to riding a rocket. Just from this encounter, she had gained half of her experience and leveled up. Qi Tunshin marveled at his own level 16, astounded. He was aware that he had been competing for kills daily, depleting potions and making numerous enemies, yet he had barely managed to level up. Now, in mere seconds, he had achieved what had eluded him for so long. The speed of this advancement was simply astonishing. I had thought Blood Crow was already formidable. Little did I know there existed another equally potent ally. Qian Chonglang observed as the Divine Archer unleashed arrow after arrow, each triggering effects that left the Blood Fury Archers utterly defenseless, and he couldn't help but express his admiration. Divine One. This Blood Abyss Frenzied Guardian must be the Blood Abyss Guardian boss that I had previously encountered with Little Lang, right? Fa Mo's gaze narrowed as he regarded the 3-meter-tall Blood Fury Frenzied Guardian, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that the Skeleton Lord could resurrect a boss to fight on his behalf. Blood Abyss Guardian Althea? The others, hearing this, displayed expressions of surprise. They were well aware of the events in the Dark Forest and understood that the Blood Abyss Guardian was a level 30 boss. However, it was inconceivable that such a being had become a subordinate of a blood-soaked skeleton. This defied all logic. Could the skeleton deity truly resurrect the boss? Jiang Cheng nodded and gestured to Qian Chonglang, instructing him to be responsible for compiling the data on their level advancements. After they completed their upgrades, he reminded Qian to ensure that the Dark Fragrance Demon King would accept the challenge. Oh, I understand now, Qian Chonglang replied, having just snapped out of his astonishment. He cast a deep glance at the Blood Prison Mad Demon Guardian and continued, "You are to report your level data to me, and I will calculate the gold required for your experience point advancements. Should any of you find this compensated upgrade system unsatisfactory, you are free to leave. I shall not compel you to stay." Content, indeed. What a jest. With this rate of advancement, who would dare to express discontent? Qi Tun Tianxiao was the first to voice his agreement, his excitement palpable. The others quickly echoed his sentiments, with not a single dissenting voice among them. An all-boss assembly, facilitating their upgrades. Such a mode was nothing short of a coveted opportunity. Across the entire server, Aside from the skeleton deity, no one else could achieve such a feat. Those who refused this chance would be deemed foolish. Moreover, it appeared that this was not even the full extent of the skeleton deity's capabilities. It is worth noting that only 2 archers had thus far made their move among the 22 skeletons. Who knows what other formidable figures might be concealed within their ranks? The only downside to this arrangement, however, was the exorbitant cost involved. Chapter 107. Bloodthirsty Blade Warriors, the Skeleton Sovereign. Truly a monstrosity. Not only is he formidable, capable of withstanding and striking fiercely, but his skills surpass even those of the sorcerer. To my astonishment, this is not his ultimate form. He possesses an entourage of elite minions, akin to a formidable battalion of bosses. This is nothing short of invincibility. One can only imagine that by aligning with such a powerful team, their levels are destined to eclipse 99% of players across the realm. Surpassing the level of the divine being, Xia Dongli, is not beyond the realm of possibility. It's merely a matter of time. Moreover, as long as they are financially equipped, not only will they level up swiftly, but they will also have access to superior equipment for purchase. While others struggle to defeat a monster for a mere sliver of experience or a single potion, or engage in fierce battles over a piece of worthless gear, these individuals are already poised for ascension. With rapid leveling, constant equipment upgrades, and without lifting a finger, this experience is simply exhilarating. Dominating the world, dark fragrance of orchids, world-swallowing might, and 1,000 layers of waves, all wore expressions of excitement. Only the sorcerer bore a solemn countenance, harboring concerns in his heart. The wild beasts of Bloodthirsty Castle are no fools. They will not allow themselves to be mere targets. The gates are about to open. Indeed, scarcely had the sorcerer uttered these words when the ominous clattering echoed from the Bloodthirsty Castle, reverberating through the air. The sound of massive chains being drawn rang out, and a towering steel gate, 30 meters high, descended with a thunderous crash. With the gate's descent, a cacophony erupted, sending plumes of dust swirling into the air. The atmosphere was thick with debris, obscuring vision. Amidst the haze, a battalion of skeletal warriors clad in crimson armor, wielding heavy blades, charged forth. The synchronized sound of their footsteps resonated in the minds of all present, causing a collective shudder. Bloodthirsty Blade Warriors, quality, elite level, 38 health, 2888 attack, 120200 defense, 120200 magical defense, 50100 skill, shield break / talents, rending, splitting, shattering. Armor breaking description, the strongest elite soldiers within Bloodthirsty Castle. When the blade is drawn, corpses litter the ground. Good heavens! Such attributes, such armor, such synchronized marching. This is an absolute elite force. With such attack, defense, and talents, how can we possibly contend? Great Sovereign, we must flee. Enough of this sparring. World-swallowing might. Dominating the world, and dark fragrance of orchids exchanged glances at the attributes of the Bloodthirsty Blade Warriors, their expressions immediately darkening. Even 1,000 layers of waves, the sorcerer, and Cloud Dream bore looks of concern, their hearts weighed down by caution. The attributes of these blade warriors rival those of a level 15 elite boss. While they could easily handle a single level 15 elite boss, what lay before them was an entire battalion. The sorcerer, utilizing his extraordinary vision, acute hearing, and mental calculation abilities, along with his formidable analytical skills, deduced that the footsteps were approximately 132 meters away, with a decibel level of 99, and a vibration frequency of 1 kilohertz. The number of bloodthirsty blade soldiers was estimated to be around 821. Given their immense offensive capabilities and armor-piercing prowess, only the Blood Prison Mad Demon Guards and the Black Calamity Soul Commander could withstand their assault. The attack frequency of the Blood Crow is once every 0.8 seconds, while the Divine Archer strikes every 0.9 seconds, occasionally triggering attributes such as Swift Wind Pursuit, Shatter, and Thunderclap. Coupled with the devastating archers, they could potentially eliminate 3 blade soldiers within 3 seconds. Considering the movement speed of the blade soldiers, there remains approximately 120 seconds, granting your team roughly 2 minutes to inflict damage. Based on the probability of skill activation, it is estimated that around 150 blade soldiers could be vanquished. Should unforeseen circumstances not arise, in 2 minutes, if we have not departed, Apart from the Blood Prison Mad Demon Guards and the Black Calamity Soul Commander, who possess excessively high defenses and are unlikely to perish immediately, we will be confronted by over 600 fully armed blade soldiers, and it is likely that nearly everyone will perish. Upon hearing the sorcerer's words, several individuals were taken aback. All gazes converged upon the blood-red skeletal figure of Jiang Cheng, awaiting his retreat command. The sorcerer, however, observed the calm and composed Jiang Cheng, casting a glance at the blood crow within his team, his eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. How do you intend to break the deadlock, O skeletal overlord? Chapter 108. None of the great ones are normal. There's no need to break the situation. It's best to flee quickly. Qi Tun Tianxia felt a surge of urgency. After painstakingly leveling up twice and spending 10 gold coins, he certainly did not wish to die here and lose his progress, thus wasting his hard-earned gold. Calm down, junior brother. How can you become a master like this? Yin Xiang advised from the side. A true master, regardless of the circumstances, prioritizes tranquility over immediate strategizing. One must first regain composure. Drawing her great sword, Yin Xiang continued. In moments of chaos, the first instinct is often a primal response, resulting in reactions that are only half-formed. Only by swiftly calming oneself can one make the most prudent decision. With that, she positioned herself beside Jiang Cheng, standing as a supportive aid, poised for his command. Simultaneously, she arched her body, stepping back while firmly gripping her great sword, ready to react at any moment. Great One, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to command. Following suit, Famo and Qian Chonglang also took their places behind Jiang Cheng, prepared for action. A small, timid character named Ai Xiaomeng felt somewhat anxious but remained by Jiang Cheng's side, clutching her staff tightly, ready to unleash the abyssal hand upon the approaching foes. This display left Qi Tun Tianxia and his companions momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the disparity between legendary players and ordinary ones was profound. Though they were guild leaders, they still found themselves significantly outmatched by Famo and his ilk. This deficiency was not solely technical. Their mindset and composure were equally lacking. While they were caught in a web of uncertainty, their counterparts had already strategized their responses. One could discern from Jian Yunxiang's movements that she would respond instantly to Jiang Cheng's commands, regardless of whether he instructed them to advance or retreat. Do not concern yourselves, Jiang Cheng observed as Shuya and Shun Li Jianshi continued to eliminate the incoming foes from afar, his expression remaining unchanged. He instructed Ai Xiaomeng to persist in challenging in Xiang Yulan, while he himself took no action, merely waiting for the enemy's arrival. Oh, very well. Zhang Mengmeng voiced no objections and sent another challenge request to Xiang Yulan. This Xiang Yulan, hearing the whistling arrows and the distant sounds of footsteps and clashing armor, found herself momentarily dumbfounded. Is it truly permissible to engage in combat against hundreds of elite level 38 foes? Is this the mindset of a master? Will I suffer a heart attack? However, Famo, Qian Chonglang, and Yun Xiang nodded in agreement, signifying their approval, and Xiang Yulan was left speechless. Indeed, none of the great ones were normal resigned. She decided to take the plunge, for further refusal could very well provoke the displeasure of these esteemed figures. Should I agree? The worst outcome would merely be a demotion by one level, a far more favorable conclusion than enduring the disdain of the esteemed deity. Though I am but a humble priest, my sacred light can inflict damage upon undead players when not in a party setting, with a remarkable enhancement of 200. You must tread carefully. Despite a sense of trepidation, the delicate and graceful dark fragrance could only accept the situation with resignation. Arriving at a nearby patch of overgrown grass, the two transitioned into challenge mode, preparing for a standoff. Fool, who do you think will emerge victorious between the two? Inquired the curious Qian Chonglang. My focus lies more on how the skeletal overlord intends to turn the tide, mused the mage as he observed the approaching horde of foreign blades, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Indeed, it was not only he, even Yun Xiang and the formidable Qi Tun Tianxia, the trio that dominated the realm, had their gazes fixed upon Jiang Cheng. They had little interest in the antics of the simpleton duo. The swarming foreign blades were now a mere 10 meters away. It appeared that the skeletal overlord's entourage lacked formidable allies. What course of action would he choose? Chapter 109, another method? Only 9 meters remain. The sorcerer's eyes gleamed with intensity as he observed the team from Jiang City, meticulously calculating the distance. 8 meters. The others remained transfixed. Their gazes locked on the unfolding battle, paralyzed by uncertainty. The overwhelming aura radiating from the blood-slaughter stranger blade instilled a profound sense of dread. Whether they could return with rewards depended entirely on the skeleton deity. 7 meters. Suddenly, Blood Crow stepped forward from Jiang City's ranks, halting his barrage and taking 2 steps toward the stranger blade, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. What was he doing? Had he lost his mind? As an archer, was he not courting death by stepping forward at such a critical juncture? 5 meters. Ding. A challenge issued from a naive little one. Amidst the perplexed expressions of the onlookers, the sorcerer received a message that left him momentarily stunned. At such a critical moment, an ally challenging another ally? What manner of operation was this? Yet, without hesitation, he chose to accept. Ding. A glint of cold light flickered in the sorcerer's eyes, magnifying in an instant, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. Instinctively, he raised his staff to deflect the spear. Then, with a surge of mana, a massive fireball hurtled toward Jiang City. In a moment of collective astonishment, as they grappled with the sudden outbreak of infighting, Jiang City was struck by the fireball, followed by a flash of crimson light. The frenzied escape technique was triggered, activating a 5-meter teleportation. The red glow vanished. Jiang City's blood-red figure reappeared, having traversed past Blood Crow to stand merely 3 inches before the stranger blade. The spear in his hand descended, disintegrating mid-air into an anguished cry of extreme ice. Descending with lethal intent. Blood prison ice seal slash. Ding 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 ding. In an instant, 361 ice pillars coalesced horizontally, forming a 22-meter ice wall. Just as the 5 blades of the stranger blade were poised to strike Blood Crow, the ice wall emerged as a barrier before them. The foremost stranger blade, deprived of its target, crashed into the suddenly materialized ice wall. Bang 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 bang. The rearward stranger blades, momentarily directionless, collided as well, losing their balance. They toppled into a dark, chaotic heap against the ice wall. Boom. The 22-meter ice wall shattered. 7,553. 7,553. 7,553. With a single blood prison ice seal slash. 48 stranger blades were instantaneously reduced to mere bones, clearing a substantial area before Blood Crow. Now was the moment. Anticipating this, Blood Crow advanced a step, closing in on the amassed stranger blades. With a powerful sweep from right to left, he unleashed his longbow. 1,000 arrows. The skill 1,000 arrows. Although it enhances upon the Blood Crow reaching level 30, increases the number of arrows in each wave by 100, culminating in a total of 208 arrows per wave, summing to an impressive 624 arrows across 3 waves. However, the arrows are spread too widely, resulting in a diminished hit rate. When they scatter, their effectiveness is significantly compromised. Yet, should the adversaries cluster closely together, the ensuing damage would be nothing short of terrifying. In an instant, 3 waves of arrows, akin to celestial maidens scattering flowers, enveloped the vicinity of the Blood Crow, unleashing devastation upon the fallen unknown swordsman below. The sound of arrows piercing echoed. Thud, 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 thud. 3,227. 3,227. 3,227. In the first wave, all 208 clustered unknown swordsmen were struck and eliminated in a heartbeat. The second wave extended its reach, dispersing 208 arrows in all directions, resulting in 108 unknown swordsmen meeting their swift demise. The third wave unleashed 208 arrows in every direction, obliterating the remaining 172 unknown swordsmen lingering at the back. Upon slaying the blood fiend unknown swordsman, a reward of 180 experience points and evolution points was granted, with an additional 160 points awarded for the elite kill. The notifications of a substantial increase in experience and evolution points resonated in Jiang Cheng's mind. The Blood Prison Icebound Slash, combined with the Blood Crow's close-range 3rd-tier 1,000 arrows, maximized the skill's damage potential, annihilating 536 unknown swordsmen in a single moment. Leaving all in awe, yet Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. He patted the Blood Crow's shoulder, instructing the Blood Prison's maddened soldiers to eliminate the remaining unknown swordsmen. Subsequently, he approached the side of the dazed AI Zhang Mengmeng and Xiang Yulan, casting a glance at the entranced individuals. The expressions were as follows: swallowing the world, dominating the world. And Xiang Yulan, Thousand Wave, Law and Demon, Cloud Dream. Chapter 110. The Great One is truly great. What just happened? Upon witnessing Jiang Cheng instructing the naive little Ming on how to combat the dark fragrance orchid, Du Batian could no longer contain the questions swirling in his mind. The others also turned their gazes toward Famo, who at this moment held the most authority to speak. As for inquiring about the skeleton deity, forget it. They lacked the courage for such a bold move. The recent sequence of events, though perplexing to all, illuminated the profound gap between them and the deity. Yet, that gap was non-existent. They could not even begin to grasp the magnitude of his prowess. Famo sighed. Must you consult me on every matter? He too was somewhat bewildered. Hey, why did you suddenly engage in battle? Qian Chonglang expressed his confusion, recalling the chaotic flurry of actions that resulted in the demise of over 500 unfamiliar soldiers. He still could not comprehend what had transpired. I received a challenge notification from the naive little Meng and thought she had changed her mind to confront me, so I instinctively accepted, Famo slowly elucidated. To my astonishment, it was the skeleton lord who attacked me. Naturally, I could not remain passive and immediately countered. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Famo's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I understand now. Understand what? Qian Chonglang and the others stared at Famo, utterly baffled. What do you mean by understand? The reason the skeleton lord chose to attack me was to provoke a counterattack, thereby triggering that 5-meter teleportation skill. But why did he not target me directly? Why not the queen or anyone else? Qian Chonglang still did not grasp the situation. Famo shook his head, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he spoke mysteriously. What do you comprehend? Tell me, if the skeleton lord had attacked you, how would you have responded? He glanced around at the others. And you? If the naive little Meng challenged you, and then the skeleton lord charged in, what would be your reaction? I might kneel and beg for mercy. Chituan Tian replied timidly, eliciting scornful looks from the others. I would likely retreat, choosing to avoid confrontation and seek clarity afterward. Yinxiang pondered for a moment before responding with certainty. I understand now. Qian Chonglang surveyed the group. We all harbor a sense of awe towards the skeleton deity. If he chose to attack us, we would not retaliate, and thus, the teleportation skill could not be triggered. He pointed at Famo. Only this naive fool, with his persistent desire to challenge the skeleton deity, would dare to strike at him. Qian Chonglang clapped his hands excitedly, exclaiming, how long has the skeleton deity even been interacting with us? Yet he has already discerned our personalities. This is truly terrifying. Upon the utterance of these words, a palpable shift occurred among the crowd. Their gazes towards Jiang Cheng transformed into a blend of awe and reverence. The skeletal deity's uncanny ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of individuals was nothing short of terrifying. I found myself pondering a question. Just moments ago, the skeletal deity could have effortlessly initiated the ice wall beforehand. Why then did he allow the blood raven to advance, only to trigger a blink and subsequently conjure the ice wall? This seemed utterly superfluous. Dugu Bawang, slightly perplexed, inquired further. Subsequently, a multitude of eyes converged upon the mage. The mage, momentarily speechless, shook his head and elucidated. This pertains to certain game mechanics regarding aggro, as well as issues of visibility and timing. Do you know who the wild creatures in Blood Curse Castle had the greatest enmity towards just now? He surveyed the audience, observing their collective confusion, and broke into a smile. It was the Blood Raven. I had been closely monitoring who commanded these foreign blades, and eventually, I discerned that it was that deputy general atop the city wall. The Blood Raven swiftly eliminated one of the 3 deputy generals of Blood Curse Castle, causing the remaining 2 to harbor maximum hatred towards it. Had the skeletal overlord not utilized the Blood Raven to draw aggro, but rather sent any other individual, or even himself, forward, it would have been impossible to concentrate all the foreign blades into a singular point. The mage scanned the crowd once more and continued. In fact, did you notice that at the moment the Blood Raven advanced, the foreign blades shifted their formation into a fan shape, spreading out to surround the Blood Raven? Quite unfortunately, The Blood Raven's 1,000 heavy arrows also possesses a fan-shaped attack range. I trust this was not mere coincidence. Qian Zhonglong nodded in agreement, convinced that it was indeed a deliberate strategy by the skeletal deity. Precisely, the mage affirmed with satisfaction. If the Blood Raven's 1,000 heavy arrows were unleashed from a distance, dispersing in a fan-shape 5 meters out, targeting the square formation of foreign blades, I estimate it would be quite impressive to eliminate 100 of them. However, what if all the foreign blades were clustered together in a fan shape? Thus, we witnessed the spectacle just moments ago. The skeletal deity employed the Blood Raven to incite the foreign blades to form a fan-shaped array. Then, capitalizing on the timing of the blink, he instantaneously erected an ice wall, severing all aggro from the foreign blades, causing them to lose their targets in an instant, incapable of halting their advance, leading to a loss of balance. Consequently, they were all piled together, resulting in a single volley of 1,000 heavy arrows that obliterated 488 foreign blades. A collective gasp escaped the lips of those present as they absorbed this analysis, their admiration for Jiang Cheng reaching new heights. Chapter 111. The adorable deity cannot be so inept. Although I was still somewhat bewildered, there was little to say. It was undeniably impressive. Indeed, even the slightest maneuver by a master is beyond the reach of us mere mortals. Alas, when shall I attain such prowess? The disparity is evident. An inherent trait that cannot be altered. It is difficult to fathom why such a phenomenon occurs in one. Well, never mind. The solitary dominance of the world is quite perplexing. It is challenging to comprehend how a skeleton can possess such remarkable wisdom. My curiosity about the identity of the skeletal master continues to grow. FAMO cast a deep glance at Jiang Cheng before shifting his gaze to Qian Chonglang. He had an inkling that there was something amiss between the two. How could Qian Chonglang so precisely interpret the gestures of the skeletal master? Why are you staring at me like that? Qian Chonglang felt somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny and quickly changed the subject. With so many of the Moto soldiers dead, they were no longer a formidable force. As long as the skeletal deity's team received assistance in healing and maintained their supplies, they would face no significant challenges. The pace of their advancement was akin to a whirlwind. Others nodded in agreement, hastily reaching out to their friends to procure gold. At present, they lacked nothing but feared insufficient funds. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng exchanged a few words with Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming, instructing her to commence their duel. Naturally, he had only one directive for her: to unleash her potential freely. To become a master, one requires guidance, yet it is not a matter of complete reliance. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming must cultivate her own opinions, even if she errs. It is of little consequence as long as she can rectify her mistakes in a timely manner. Furthermore, he had already imparted several techniques related to the necromancer's craft to her. Spell delay and spell targeting were essential skills. If she utilized them well, defeating Xiang Yulan should pose no problem. Abyssal Hand. Holy Light. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming finally clashed with Xiang Yulan. A blade-like beam of golden light, radiating with divine brilliance, descended upon Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming. -117. Xiang Yulan felt a surge of delight. This damage was quite commendable. A mage typically possesses limited health, generally around 800 at most. A few more hits would suffice to deplete Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming's health. However, in the next moment, she was taken aback. 36 skeletal hands erupted from the earth, covering a radius of 10 meters. Had she not reacted swiftly, shifting her stance to evade between two skeletal hands, she would have faced dire consequences. Now, she was likely immobilized. This was evidently a large-scale control skill. Should she be ensnared, her demise would be inevitable. That was close. What kind of skill is this? Are hidden class abilities truly this formidable? Xiang Yulan found herself utterly speechless. Had it not been for the somewhat clumsy demeanor of the adorable little one, whose intentions were rather evident, she likely would not have evaded scrutiny. Just now, what skill was that? The ongoing battle had captured the attention of others, including Qian Chonglang, who turned to observe. The necromancer's abyssal hand, which could be learned at level 25, was capable of ensnaring up to 36 enemy units within a 10-meter radius, inflicting silence and immobilization, while eroding 50 life points every half-second. Suddenly, the magic practitioner spoke up to explain, suggesting that she must have leveled up, resulting in even greater damage. However, this skill had an excessively broad range and considerable intervals, making it challenging to control in the hands of a skilled opponent. Furthermore, this appeared to be her sole control skill, with an exceedingly long cooldown period, releasing it so early. The magic practitioner shook his head, clearly not optimistic about the adorable little one. The others, upon hearing his analysis, felt a tinge of disappointment. They had initially thought that the adorable little one was merely being modest, believing her strength to be formidable. Yet, in reality, she was quite lacking this awareness. It seemed she was destined to lose. The magic practitioner sighed. Not necessarily, for the necromancer also possessed the skill to summon the undead. In the mythological era, others had transitioned to this role, demonstrating considerable power. Yun Xiang, however, held a contrary opinion. Her words were not born of faith in the adorable little one's potential for a comeback, but rather a simple belief that someone who could stand alongside Jiang Cheng could not possibly be so inept. The others nodded in agreement, having witnessed Jiang Cheng's prowess. They too felt it was improbable for the adorable little deity to be so lacking in skill. Chapter 112. Did Dark Fragrance and Orchid actually lose? The Mage of Law shook her head. The necromancy spell could summon 20 skeletons at level 1, yet their sluggish speed rendered them incapable of keeping pace with the players. Dark Fragrance and Orchid could effortlessly maneuver and attack simultaneously, making the attempt futile. A true expert must possess acute combat awareness. If she could disrupt Dark Fragrance while casting her necromancy, the likelihood of success would undeniably increase. However, she had now forfeited her greatest advantage, without the Abyssal Hand. Relying solely on necromancy was a recipe for inevitable failure. You have received a level 5 Holy Blessing for 30 minutes. Gain a bonus of 150 spell damage and 50 spirit. You have received a level 5 Life Blessing for 30 minutes. Gain an increase of 200 to your maximum health, with a regeneration rate augmented by 10 points per second. After a tentative strike, Dark Fragrance and Orchid began to take the battle seriously. Her only offensive skill against the adorable little one was the Holy Light, necessitating that her health and damage be sufficiently formidable for a swift resolution. Holy Light. During her casting time, the adorable little one did not seize the opportunity to pursue, evidently lacking an understanding of controlling the rhythm of combat. This left Dark Fragrance astonished. Could the adorable master truly be such a novice? Minus 325. The Holy Light descended, revealing a substantial damage output. Yet this time, there was no trace of exhilaration on Dark Fragrance's face. Her Holy Light had struck a skeleton. In fact, long before Dark Fragrance initiated her buffing spell, the adorable little one had already employed the small trick taught by Jiang Cheng. Target selection and casting delay allowed the necromancer to pre-select the arrival location of the undead, summoning them within a designated range. The casting delay enabled her to time the spell's incantation perfectly. Holy Light was a single target spell, akin to archery, lacking absolute target locking. Once disrupted, it would lose its aim and strike another. Unless one possessed the genius of a Mage of Law, capable of immediate adaptation and remedy, the situation was dire. But Dark Fragrance, clearly, did not possess such prowess. Thus, as the Holy Light descended, the adorable little one completed her casting, and a skeleton emerged just in time to intercept the blow. Simultaneously, to the astonishment of all present, 35 skeletons suddenly erupted around Dark Fragrance, encircling her tightly and startling everyone. 10 of them brandished their bone blades, striking her in unison. In that moment of shock, as Dark Fragrance found herself unable to move, a flurry of damage indicators appeared. Minus 35, minus 32, minus 36, 280. In an instant, over 350 points of health vanished, causing Dark Fragrance to gasp in surprise as she hastily cast Holy Light upon herself. Subsequently, she was poised to dispel the swarm of skeletons with her purification spell. However, just as she was about to unleash her purifying magic upon the summoned creatures, she witnessed the 35 skeletons beside her rapidly disintegrate. They coalesced into a colossal scythe-wielding skeleton that materialized before her, brandishing its weapon with deadly intent. At that precise moment, the incantation of her purification spell was completed, striking the scythe skeleton. The priest's purification spell carried an astonishing 500 effectiveness against summoned entities, and it was of an area of effect nature, primarily based on her spell damage. With such a formidable enhancement, the resultant damage was indeed impressive. 855. A menacing figure loomed above the scythe skeleton, indicating the damage inflicted. Yet, with a staggering 11,000 hit points. The skeletal entity appeared more than capable of enduring the blow. As the scythe descended, a small, adorable figure had already swung her staff, casting a necromantic enhancement upon the scythe skeleton. This bestowed an additional 300 points of attack power and 300 points of spell damage, compounded with the skeleton's inherent strength. The strike, bolstered by the purification spell, ultimately drained the life force of the dark fragrance, leaving her health at 0. Dark fragrance had succumbed. A subtle shift in expression occurred among the onlookers, who then turned their gazes towards the mage. The mage remained silent. Chapter 113. Jiang Cheng takes action. Annihilating the Blood Fiend Castle, it would be wise for me to remain silent, the Mage of Law fervently exclaimed within. The delay in casting spells and the selection of spells are merely slight techniques employed by summoners. Generally, summoners can easily execute these maneuvers due to the limited number of creatures they summon. However, a certain Navi little one had summoned 36. One stood before him, while 35 encircled the graceful Yuxiang. This demanded precise mental allocation and selection capabilities. Initially, one would assume that a being with such limited awareness would struggle to accomplish this. Yet, he was swiftly proven wrong. The Mage of Law felt a surge of frustration, yet, out of pride, he stifled any urge to express it. It appeared that the Navi deity was no mere lightweight. Qi Tunshin raised a thumb in admiration. Indeed, those who could associate with him were unlikely to be lacking in skill. Yun Xiang cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Cheng. Congratulations to the Navi deity for the victory. Yulan, do not feel disheartened. Losing to the Navi deity is nothing to be ashamed of, Qi Chonglang interjected, striving to ease the atmosphere. I shan't feel disheartened. It is an honor to engage with the Navi deity. The outcome is not of great import. The graceful Yuxiang elegantly shook hands with the Navi little one. Might I add you as a friend? Should you wish to spar again in the future? I am always available. Certainly. Zhang Mengmeng was not one to be overly sentimental, promptly agreeing. Qi Tunshin and Duba Tianxiao exchanged knowing glances, their spirits lifted. What a profitable transaction. A single match could lead to friendship with the Navi deity. This was truly a bargain. The opportunity to befriend a deity of such stature was invaluable. Most importantly, the connection with the skeleton deity was extraordinary. If they could befriend the Navi little one, their position within the skeleton deity's ranks would likely be secured. It is crucial to recognize that if this information were to leak, the wealthy elite would undoubtedly scramble for it. Given their immense fortune, they would stop at nothing to secure their claim, leaving no room for others. Navi deity. Allow me to take the next match, Qi Tunshin eagerly volunteered. Very well, I too wish to test my mettle against a melee fighter, the Navi little one replied, glancing at Jiang Cheng, who nodded in agreement, prompting the duel to commence. Jiang Cheng, however, chose not to observe intently. Instead, he began to assess his evolution points balance. He currently possessed around 1 million evolution points, while the next hidden stage required 400,000. With this in mind, he resolved not to squander any more time. He was a man of unwavering purpose, fully aware of his desires and the steps he must take. With a system in place, continuous evolution would pave the way for him to reclaim his former glory. Perhaps he could even restore his physical form and return to reality. This was a cherished hope, and he diligently pursued this goal with unwavering determination. Evolution, fortification, and a return to the realm of reality constitute his ultimate aspiration. Thus, it is time for him to take action. His team operates with remarkable swiftness, exhibiting a perfect balance of offense, defense, and support. Should the priest find himself unable to heal in time, the injured skeleton triggers the Black Shot Commander's escape mechanism, cloaking himself for 10 seconds. This allows them to wait for the priest to regain his strength before rejoining the fray. His sole responsibility is to ensure that the priest and the support utilize their potions in a timely manner. Such a team indeed demonstrates impressive efficiency. However, in comparison to him, they still fall significantly short. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows are loosed from his bow, transforming midair into sides that embed themselves 3 inches deep into the walls of the Bloodshot Castle with a soft chime. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, a chain materializes in Jiang Cheng's grasp, held taut. In an instant, the chain retracts, and with a swift pull, the powerful inertia propels him into the air. heading towards the remaining 100 or so sword-wielding foes. The chain morphs in his hands into a formidable halberd, its crimson blade poised before him. Swish, 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 swish. An awe-inspiring red line slices through the air. The halberd becomes a streak of red, akin to a laser, beheading 42 sword-wielding adversaries engaged in battle with the Blood Prison's frenzied demon guards, all in one fell swoop. Minus 6,532. Minus 6,532. Minus 6,552. At that moment, all 42 foes fall victim to decapitation. Helmets soar into the air, their occupants' heads following suit, tracing a parabolic arc as they are launched into the distance. Clang, 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 clang. The helmets clatter onto the stone-paved ground, producing a symphony of metallic collisions. Within the helmets, bones shatter, scattering in all directions, creating a chaotic explosion of remains. Damn. Chapter 114. The era of instances and guilds is approaching. I shall refrain from elaborating on the extraordinary prowess displayed. Rather, I find myself pondering the sheer magnitude of the skeleton deity's assault. Earlier, he employed the ice wall skill, and I initially presumed that the terrifying damage was a result of skill enhancement. However, it now appears that the skill may not have conferred any augmentation whatsoever. A staggering 65-32 damage? Such devastation is beyond comprehension. I had previously believed that the deity could not vanquish the Blood Evil Castle, which was why he refrained from intervening. Now, I realize he simply lacked the motivation to engage. The onlookers expressed their astonishment, witnessing Jiang Cheng execute a series of swift strikes, resulting in the instantaneous demise of a multitude of foes. A chorus of notifications heralding experience gains resonated throughout the air, and as they beheld their experience points surge at an alarming rate, their astonishment deepened. Moreover, there were instances of split damage. Not to mention, the healing effects manifesting above his head indicated that he possessed life-steal abilities. Although his attack speed was not particularly rapid, at 2.12 seconds per strike, and his movement speed was somewhat sluggish at 0.95 seconds per step, the skill of arrow transformation into a chain scythe compensated magnificently. It appeared that he had yet to employ his status-enhancing skills. FAMO regarded Jiang Cheng with a mixture of intrigue and skepticism, struggling to fathom the depths of his power. His identity only heightened FAMO's curiosity. The formidable ability to read minds, coupled with skills such as mana connection and mana deprivation, demonstrated a meticulous control over magical manipulation. His adeptness at managing angles and aggro, along with his capacity for precise predictions and formidable combat awareness, allowed him to orchestrate the rhythm of battle with unparalleled finesse. He could dissect weapons and skills to an extraordinary degree, utilizing them with divine mastery. His understanding of various terrains and human inertia was almost grotesquely profound, enabling him to execute a plethora of astonishing maneuvers. This individual was undoubtedly far from ordinary. Thus far, FAMO surmised that he had merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg concerning Jiang Cheng's capabilities. Heaven knows what other secrets he might harbor. However, one question lingered in his mind. How would Jiang Cheng fare against his master? FAMO cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Cheng. To his astonishment, he had just leveled up. The leaderboard had refreshed, placing him at approximately 156, 575th, soaring from over 1 million to an impressive leap of 70 to 80,000 ranks. His tone resonated with incredulity, for he had never harbored lofty aspirations regarding the rankings, given his established capabilities. Yet now, with the skeleton deity in their midst, he felt a flicker of hope. The leaderboard had updated. Qian Chongling hurriedly checked his own level, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wait, I am already level 21. This is astonishingly swift." He eagerly scrutinized the rankings and found his position at 255th. Remarkable, a rise of over 2,000 ranks. Coming from a modest background, Qian Chongling was not one to obsess over rapid leveling, so his rank had consistently lingered in the 3,000 range, far overshadowed by those affluent players who employed experts to grind levels for them. He once believed he would remain in this predicament indefinitely, yet unexpectedly, after encountering Jiang Cheng, he ascended to the remarkable rank of 1255. "Fool, what is your level?" "Me? Level 22, around 400th place, I suppose," replied Famo with an air of calmness. His demeanor did not reflect dissatisfaction. Rather, he felt that with a deity like Jiang Cheng guiding them in their advancement, this was merely a routine occurrence. Impressive. Let me see how Xia Dongli is faring. Qian Chonglang first offered a thumbs up to Famo, then hastily checked on Xia Dongli's status. 26. It seems there hasn't been much progress. The adorable deity has reached level 29, one more level, and he will be the first player across the server to attain level 30. The era of dungeons and guilds is about to commence. Following Jiang Cheng into the Bloodslaughter Castle, Qian Chonglang observed his swift and decisive movements, pondering to himself, surely, the skeleton deity must have dropped a guild establishment order. Right? Will he establish a guild? No, I must cling tightly to this great deity. Chapter 115. The funeral of the supreme deity in a mere 1 hour and 30 minutes. Jiang Cheng had stormed into the Bloodslaughter Castle and reached the Bloodslaughter Hall, astonishing Yun Xiang and the others, as he had accomplished this feat 2 minutes faster than his previous endeavor at the Blackslaughter Castle. The Blackslaughter Castle harbored foes of a maximum level of 40, while the Bloodslaughter Castle boasted adversaries of up to level 50. The disparity in their might was indeed significant. Yet, Jiang Cheng had triumphed over them all. Of course, this victory was also attributed to the assistance of his skeletal team. Without their aid, it is doubtful he could have achieved such swiftness. Regrettably, the talent of the Blackslaughter Soul Commander only influenced his subordinates and did not augment Jiang Cheng's own capabilities. Otherwise, he might have dispatched them even more swiftly. Jiang Cheng let out a soft sigh and began to tally his gains. After vanquishing over 6,000 elite soldiers in Bloodslaughter Castle, he had amassed approximately 2.4 million evolution points, totaling around 3.49 million. He was still about 500,000 points short of his next evolution. He also earned 200 enhancement points due to the presence of several elite bosses within the castle. His level had increased by 1, granting him an additional 100 health points, 100 mana points, 10 points in attack, and 5 points in defense. As for gold, he had previously sold 178 pieces of equipment and earned another 180 from their upgrades. He decided to have a certain little creature, Dai Xiaoming, hold on to the equipment from Bloodslaughter Castle for now, as their high level rendered them unsellable at the moment. The dominators of the world were also hesitant to make an offer, since gold, the in-game currency, was likely to depreciate after a week once the market was flooded. He planned to sell it for a higher price later. For him, there was no need to exchange gold for real currency. Thus, the more gold he possessed, the better. Now, only the Bloodslaughter Commander remained unresolved. Where's the boss? It was peculiar. Famo, who had followed Jiang Cheng inside, was quite astonished. Despite the commotion surrounding Bloodslaughter Castle, the Bloodslaughter Commander had yet to make an appearance. Not only was he absent from the periphery, but he was also nowhere to be seen in his resting place, the Bloodslaughter Hall. The vast hall contained rows of weapon racks and some bony weapons, but at its center lay merely a heap of withered bones. For some reason, Jiang Cheng felt that the archer on the ground appeared to be dying with its eyes wide open. Qi Tun Tian Xia had been fixated on the fallen Bloodslaughter archer, surprised by the sight of its skull. It seemed there was a lingering spirit of obsession. Judging by the wound on its ribcage, it must have been slain from behind by a skeleton, perhaps caught off guard by its assailant, leading to its refusal to close its eyes in death. Famo crouched down, gently caressing the skeletal remains, calmly analyzing the situation. So, why was this archer murdered? Since there was no boss to contend with, they should tidy up and return to the main city to enter a dungeon. Jiang Cheng gestured to Qian Chonglang, who instantly grasped the implication. Enter the dungeon. These 3 words filled him with excitement. From level 20 to 1000, there exists a corresponding dungeon for every 5 levels. The experience points awarded for a first kill are calculated in the millions. Achieving a first kill at level 20 in the level 20 dungeon grants a staggering 2 million experience points. Additionally, there are various rare materials, exceptional equipment, enhancement stones, premium talismans, precious gems, extraordinary potions, rare treasures, and elite skill books, among others. Presently, a charming little character has reached level 30 and has made an announcement across the entire server. The dungeon locations in various main cities have become the focal point for all players. Numerous guilds have already inundated him with messages, inviting him to conquer the dungeons. Even the 6th-ranked Xiong Lu and the 8th-ranked Fa Shinji Yi from the Huaxiao region are persistently messaging him. However, Qian Chonglang has declined their offers. This decision is not solely due to the presence of the skeleton deity. There is a significant event taking place in the real world that he must attend. The supreme deity of the gaming realm, known as the Latter Demon King and the Grandmaster of all professions, Jiang Cheng, is being laid to rest today. It is said that virtually every prominent figure in the gaming community will be present to pay their respects. Chapter 116. A momentous day in the gaming world. What time is it now? Du Ba Tian inquired of Qi Tun Tian. What's the matter? Is there something of such importance that it surpasses leveling up alongside the skeleton deity? Qi Tun Tian, while sweeping through the Blood Fiend Palace in search of treasures, cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Today is the funeral of the supreme god and the Latter Demon King. Aren't you attending? Slap. I completely forgot. Jiang Diamo Wang is my idol. I had every intention of going. Qi Tun Tian smacked his forehead, feeling a twinge of regret for having overlooked this significant event. The funeral of the supreme god, a ceremony of such sanctity. The Great Wilderness Game even organized a server-wide mourning event, with billions of players participating simultaneously. How could he let such an occasion slip his mind? Naturally, since he lived near the hometown of the supreme god, he decided against mourning online and opted to attend in person. Isn't your idol your master? Yun Xiang suddenly approached, delivering a sharp remark that left him speechless. Well, my master is indeed my idol, but Jiang de Mo Wang is my ultimate idol. There's no conflict in that, is there? Qi Tun Tian replied earnestly, albeit nonsensically. TCH, master will take us there later. Let us first pay our respects to the skeleton deity. It would be impolite otherwise. All right, I understand. Not just Qi Tun Tian and his companion. Others also approached Jiang Cheng and Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng to bid farewell. Skeleton deity. We want to be heading to the dungeon for now. Today marks a momentous day in the gaming world, and regardless of what else may arise, I must attend. Qian Chonglang pulled FAMO to Jiang Cheng's side, bowing apologetically. A momentous day in the gaming world? Jiang Cheng pondered, somewhat perplexed. Observing Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng, she appeared to be hesitant to speak. Perhaps she intended to go as well? To be honest, she was merely a minor character in the gaming realm. What could possibly be happening that warranted her attendance? Actually, I won't hide it from the deity. Never mind. Perhaps the deity may not comprehend. I hope we can collaborate again next time. Du Ba Tian also approached Jiang Cheng, his expression somewhat peculiar after saying his farewells. After all, discussing real-world matters with an NPC felt rather awkward. Although this NPC was exceptionally intelligent, it was still not human. One by one, they bid farewell to Jiang Cheng and subsequently departed from the Blood Fiend Castle, logging off in Ragewind City. In an instant, the Blood Fiend Castle felt eerily desolate. Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng displayed little reaction, merely feeling a tinge of disappointment. For her, these individuals were merely friends, and naturally not as significant as Jiang Cheng. Xiaomeng, are you going too? Jiang Cheng inquired, leaning closer to Yiqiao Dai Xiaomeng, his face close to hers. Zhang Mengmeng hesitated, clearly wishing to attend as well, for he was indeed her idol. Perhaps, this would be her final opportunity to see him. If she missed this chance, it would never come again. However, she did not wish to go empty-handed. Brother Skeleton, may I sell some gold coins? Zhang Mengmeng inquired timidly, casting a nervous glance at Jiang Cheng. She intended to sell a portion of her gold to assist the mother of her idol. It had come to her attention that following her idol's demise, his mother had fallen ill, and only one daughter remained to care for her. Facing some difficulties in their daily life, Zhang Mengmeng contemplated contributing her modest support during this trying time. Yet, the notion of using the funds provided by the skeleton deity to aid her idol's mother left her feeling somewhat hesitant. She feared Jiang Cheng might decline her request. You may dispose of the gold coins as you wish. Although unsure of her intentions for the gold at this moment, Jiang Cheng discerned that this Navi girl likely came from modest means. He was not a miserly person and thus would not refuse her. Let us not have a repeat of last time when you fainted from hunger, Jiang Cheng jested as he summoned his skeletal steed. Mount up. I shall take you to Ragewind City and, along the way, slay some monsters to gain experience. Chapter 117, My Funeral? As Zhang Mengmeng had just agreed, she was suddenly taken aback as she soared onto the horse. Following the skeletal elder brother was indeed terrifying. Clutching tightly to Jiang Cheng's bony frame, her heart raced uncontrollably. Was there some significant event unfolding? Jiang Cheng galloped forward, wielding a blood-red spear that struck down the wild monsters along the way. It's just that. A friend of mine has passed away, and I must attend his funeral. Funeral? Jiang Cheng's spear abruptly halted, his thoughts gradually crystallizing. A funeral, such a momentous occasion in the realm of online gaming. Jiang Cheng suddenly began to comprehend. The fierce winds generated by their swift ride stirred the flames in his eye sockets, momentarily casting a somber atmosphere. Zhang Mengmeng, nestled against Jiang Cheng, sensed a change in him. It felt as though he had transformed into something forlorn, melancholic, and solitary. Why did her mere utterance evoke such emotions from the skeletal elder brother? The spear in his grasp seemed to swing with less vigor than before. She even witnessed a demonic patterned spider leap onto his head, leaving a clump of silk that was swept by the wind, yet he remained oblivious. This was clearly uncharacteristic of the skeletal elder brother's usual reflexes. Elder brother Skeleton, what troubles you? Did I say something amiss? Zhang Mengmeng softly inquired while delicately brushing the spider silk from his head. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a long pause, Jiang Cheng thrust his spear through a pouncing rake cat and suddenly spoke. Were you close to him? Zhang Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback. I don't have much of a relationship with him. We can only be considered acquaintances. He doesn't know me, but I know him. Sensing Jiang Cheng's emotions, she chose her words with care. He is a superstar in that field, known by many. I am merely one among countless others. Did you know? At 16, he secured the runner-up position in the sword testing competition. Later, he even defeated the renowned Seven Wonders and the top 10 masters, claiming 3 consecutive championships, becoming a figure of great renown in that era. As she spoke of her idol, excitement lit up her delicate features. Moreover, he set numerous world records and developed many extraordinary techniques, each a subject of study for everyone. Even his 3 disciples became particularly notable figures. One became one of the 12 divine gods, another the leader of the 10 villains, and the last a frequent contender for the top of the ladder rankings. Inheriting his records, he is the most formidable person I have ever encountered in my life. Zhang Mengmeng raised her small fist, exclaiming with enthusiasm, nearly tumbling off the horse. Fortunately, she managed to grasp onto Jiang Cheng in time. Otherwise, falling off the horse would have surely resulted in a disastrous tumble. Phew, that was close. Zhang Mengmeng patted her chest, exhaling a long breath, still shaken by the ordeal. However, what perplexed her was that the skeletal big brother seemed to have fallen silent once more. Could it be that he was upset? Skeletal big brother, what is the matter with you? Suddenly, with a decisive shot piercing through a level 20 spiked cat, the flames of soul fire in Jiang Cheng's eyes ignited fervently. During the swift journey, he had inadvertently vanquished numerous wild creatures. After 3 hours of relentless pursuit, his evolution points finally reached 4.01 million. The past was irretrievable. He could not alter what had transpired. All he could do now was to perpetually evolve. It's nothing. Here we are at Angry Wind City, Jiang Cheng remarked, gazing at the majestic city ahead with a sense of wonder. At that moment, a colossal image suddenly manifested in the sky, capturing the attention of all who beheld it. Chapter 118. Encountering the official. What is that? Has something significant occurred? Why the fuss? Today marks the funeral of the supreme deity, and the vast wilderness realm is simply conducting an online mourning ceremony. It should be commencing shortly. Truly, such exclamations of surprise reveal a lack of worldly experience. What are you staring at? Yes, I am addressing you, the stunning beauty. Do not presume that riding a skeletal steed grants you any form of distinction. A knight player, preparing to express his thoughts towards a certain adorable character, suddenly sensed an anomaly. Why is this enchanting lady mounted upon a skeletal horse? Aren't skeletal knights exclusively available for male players? Moreover, not only is she riding a skeletal steed, she is also cradling a blood skeleton. This peculiar combination left him utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, that blood skeleton is undeniably impressive. Mounted upon a bone-white horse, adorned with a crimson cloak, and embraced by a beautiful lady. Damn, he realized he was living a life inferior to that of a mere skeleton. In an instant, the knight player found himself questioning his existence, at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's arrival naturally stirred a wave of excitement. Numerous players cast astonished and envious glances in his direction. Jiang Cheng, having retracted his magnificent steed, maneuvered through the crowd of players and approached the city gates of Ragewind City alongside the adorable character. The two gatekeeping NPCs, wielding gleaming great swords, scrutinized both the adorable character and Jiang Cheng, their gazes imbued with a hint of scrutiny. With a decisive clang, the two swords crossed, blocking the path of the adorable character. Apologies, but please dismiss your summoned creature. Otherwise, entry into the city is prohibited. Huh. Zhang Mengmeng paused, her charming face displaying a look of confusion, as she had not anticipated such regulations. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. As this scene unfolded, other players halted their movements, turning their attention to Jiang Cheng and the adorable character, whispering among themselves. How can this beauty, clad in such exquisite attire, lack knowledge of this basic rule, bringing companions into the city? If that were permitted, Ragewind City would be overrun with skeletons. Indeed, it demonstrates a complete disregard for etiquette. Not necessarily. I recall that in previous mythological games, one could bring companions into the city. Nonsense. Even in the mythological era, no one could bring companions into the city unless they witnessed Xia Dongli entering with a pet. Exactly. Such privileges were exclusive to the unrivaled, the so-called Heavens First. Does this beauty presume herself to be Heavens First? Heavens First? A spark of realization flickered in Zhang Mengmeng's eyes. Jiang Cheng, standing behind her, offered a gentle reminder. Equip your title. Heavens First possesses numerous hidden privileges, the most renowned being the ability to encounter officials at the first level. In the main city, anyone holding an official position must exhibit utmost respect and exercise caution in their demeanor upon encountering the esteemed number one under heaven. Only certain specific NPCs are exempt from this privilege. For instance, the gatekeepers of the city must kneel in reverence when faced with the number one under heaven. Although Jiang Cheng had never held this title in his previous life, the numerous hidden privileges associated with it are widely known throughout the gaming community. This is precisely why many individuals invest considerable human resources, financial assets, and effort to attain the coveted title. It is also one of the reasons why Jiang Cheng strives diligently to level up. Without this title, he would be barred from entering the city. Ah, very well. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, Zhang Mengmeng dropped any pretense and promptly displayed the golden title of number one under heaven. In an instant, a profound silence enveloped the area outside the city gates. Chapter 118. Supreme Deity versus Silver Snow War God. With a resounding thud, the two gatekeeping NPCs instantly sheathed their weapons and knelt, their expressions filled with utmost reverence. My lord, you are the greatest in the realm and may enter the city. We implore you, please proceed, they said, their heads bowed, too fearful to meet her gaze, their bodies trembling slightly, hands gripping their weapons slick with perspiration. They were terrified that Zhang Mengmeng might unleash her wrath at any moment, jeopardizing their positions. Zhang Mengmeng, however, was lost in thought, slightly dazed. Why did their demeanor shift so dramatically upon her revealing her title? Was this transformation in attitude not a tad too swift? Moreover, this title of the greatest in the realm was rather convenient. No wonder the skeletal elder brother was so intent on leveling up. He truly understood everything and must have anticipated such an occurrence. With a look of admiration toward Jiang Cheng, she proceeded into the city. As she walked, players parted ways, their expressions a kaleidoscope of surprise, envy, respect, and astonishment. Goodness, this stunning beauty is actually the top of the level rankings, the adorable little Meng. She has surpassed Xia Dongli, a true powerhouse. We cannot afford to offend her. Let's make way. The top-tier figure on the leaderboard is from our Ragewind City? How impressive. We can finally boast about this. Slap. How could I have doubted the greatest in the realm? This is terrifying. Is this the aura of supremacy? Even the NPCs bow in deference? When will I ever achieve such greatness? The players lamented, trailing behind the adorable little Meng, creating a scene where the southern gate of Ragewind City became utterly congested, making movement nearly impossible. The adorable little Meng found herself trapped among the players, a perplexed expression adorning her face. What should we do, skeletal elder brother? She inquired. Jiang Cheng gazed skyward and shook his head. Just remove the title. It will be fine shortly. Remove it? How will that suffice? The players have already seen my title and recognized my identity. They certainly want to disperse, Zhang Mengmeng replied. bewildered and skeptical. But in the next moment, an image appeared in the sky. Throughout Ragewind City, aside from the bewildered NPCs, all players turned their gazes skyward in unison. Oh no, is it about to begin? Zhang Mengmeng finally comprehended the meaning behind Jiang Cheng's words. Compared to the supreme deity, who had made countless contributions to the gaming world, her title of the greatest in the realm truly paled in significance. Hastily, she removed her title, and seizing the moment while everyone was still in a daze, she entered the city and found an inn. After exchanging some silver coins, she bid Jiang Cheng farewell and logged off. Jiang Cheng, meanwhile, opened the wooden window in the inn's private room and joined the billions of players across the server in gazing at the sky. In the sky, darkness first enveloped the sun, shrouding the vast wilderness in an impenetrable gloom. Suddenly, a glimmer of starlight blossomed at the heart of the abyss. Then, the curtain was drawn back. The world illuminated abruptly. A fierce wind howled, stirring up clouds of dust, the sound echoing in the ears of the onlookers. A figure wielding a golden spear stood resolute in the desert, his golden robe billowing dramatically in the tempest. Accompanying him was another man, adorned in a silver battle robe and brandishing a silver spear, both emerging before the astonished crowd. The atmosphere erupted in fervor. This was the supreme deity, my idol. The weapon held by the supreme deity was none other than the champion's weapon from the sword trial tournament, the golden supreme dragon soul spear, absolutely magnificent. Moreover, the identity of the man with the silver spear was swiftly recognized by the crowd. He was one of the 12 divine beings, the silver snow war god, Zhao Bian. Yet, in the mythic era, there was no title such as divine being. I distinctly recall Zhao Bian being one of the 7 marvels, right? Indeed, a group of Na'vi souls, lacking discernment. This must be footage of the two battling in the arena, edited and presented by the officials. But if memory serves, they never confronted each other directly, did they? Goodness, could this be a clandestine duel between them? Has the gaming company kicked off with such explosive fervor? 10, 9, 8. The footage displayed the two standing oppositely in the desert. Above them, time was counting down. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, excitement and thrill illuminating their faces. After all, this was a rare and precious video that had never graced their eyes before. Moreover, it featured the supreme deity in a duel against Zhao Bian, hailed as the foremost knight. The spectacular showdown between two superlative deities had commenced. Chapter 120, Dragon Shadow Whirlwind Strike 3, 2, 1, clang. A resounding metallic collision echoed as two long spears clashed together, sending sparks flying in all directions. Subsequently, two figures were enveloped in swirling sands, rapidly retreating. Zhao Bian raised his right hand and halted his steps, stamping down on the desert, causing a flurry of yellow sand to erupt. The silvery spear in his hand spun rapidly behind him, gradually transforming into a dragon silhouette. The yellow sand beneath was instantly drawn into the vortex. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had just unleashed his charge skill, only to have it interrupted in an instant. His form was redirected by the suction of Zhao Bian's spear, altering his trajectory. Dragon Shadow Whirlwind Strike. With a rotational speed that transcended limits, it generated a powerful reverse suction, morphing into a dragon shadow vortex that drew the opponent closer for a lethal strike. It could also be employed to alter the opponent's position, effectively disrupting their displacement skills. What a bold move! Utilizing the 14 divine techniques, the Dragon Shadow Whirlwind Strike right from the onset. To unleash such a skill before the founder is akin to showing off one's skills in front of an expert. You wouldn't understand. If the Supreme God had charged in with that skill, the outcome would have been far worse. Indeed, Zhao Bian had no choice. Facing a Supreme God meant exerting every ounce of strength was imperative. How absurd. Might as well summon a horse. Is it truly that exaggerated? Ding. A flash of golden light shimmered, reflecting the sun's brilliance and piercing into Zhao Bian's eyes, prompting him to instinctively shut them. Clang. With formidable instinct, Zhao Bian blocked Jiang Cheng's level 40 skill, Crescent Spear. Yet, as he reopened his eyes, another golden light darted toward him. This time, however, Zhao Bian anticipated the approach, pivoting his form to evade the slicing blade with his back. Simultaneously, he thrust his silvery spear backward. Return Horse Spear. Ding. A soft chime resounded as the momentum triggered a swift kill, sending Jiang Cheng's form hurtling backward. His spear slipped from his grasp, swiftly penetrating the endless sands to arrive before Zhao Bayan. With a gesture of his right hand, a warhorse materialized beneath him, summoned forth. Jiang Cheng's entire being was lifted, now atop the steed. He activated the horse's skill, leaping into the air at the very moment Zhao Bayan deflected his spear. A man and his horse, separated by 7 paces, closed the distance in an instant. His right hand extended from the mount, grasping the golden spear that had soared skyward, and then, with the tip directed downward, unleashed the level 65 area damage skill, Thousand Shadows Cold Spear. The Knight class is renowned for its thick blood, high defenses, and numerous passive skills, with few active damage abilities. Upon reaching level 100, players possess merely 4 active damage skills, rendering them at a disadvantage in player versus player combat. Ordinary players choose the Knight class primarily to serve as a tank, drawing aggro and enhancing status effects. However, skilled players often wield these 4 active skills to dominate other professions in PvP battles. Among these abilities, the Thousand Shadows Cold Spear stands out as the one inflicting the highest damage. It can summon a long spear instantaneously, creating a fan-shaped shadow within a 3-meter radius, delivering 11 strikes to enemy units, each dealing damage equivalent to 400 of the user's attack power. Many believe that Zhao Bayan would either perish or suffer severe injuries this time. After all, the weapon wielded by Jiang Cheng possessed formidable damage. Being struck by 11 spear thrusts would certainly deplete a considerable portion of one's health, regardless of its initial magnitude. Yet, Zhao Bayan merely smirked slightly at the corner of his mouth. With his spear held horizontally, he calmly executed the borrowed force flash kill, preemptively positioning the spear's tip against the first shadow of the Thousand Shadows Cold Spear. A faint chime resonated as Zhao Bayan's form retreated rapidly, cutting through countless grains of sand. In the instant of his retreat, the spear slipped from his grasp, prepared to return the favor to Jiang Cheng as he descended. With a sudden halt, Zhao Bayan concluded the retreat effect of the borrowed force flash kill. His fingers spread wide, his right hand gestured downward, summoning a white steed to charge towards Jiang Cheng. However, in the next moment, a powerful suction force enveloped him, drawing Zhao Bayan forward against his will. The summoning ritual for the warhorse was abruptly interrupted. Immediately thereafter, a gust of wind howled past his ear, accompanied by a golden figure that brushed past him. The next instant, a chill ran down his spine as a golden spear tip pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. A spurt of crimson blood erupted before Zhao Bayan, splattering onto the ground. The Backhorse Spear, 11,171. Chapter 121. A new evolutionary method. That shot was simply breathtaking. However, why is it that I cannot comprehend their maneuvers at all? Yet, they appear exceedingly formidable. If ordinary players like us could easily grasp their techniques, would they still be deemed supreme gods? I can't shake the feeling that these two are rather pretentious. Watching them is a dizzying experience, their actions swift as tigers. Yet after all that commotion, they only managed to land a single hit. How utterly exasperating. TSK, if you don't understand, best remain silent. Between masters, everyone possesses divine skills, countering each other's moves, unlike us who merely flail about. Just wait and see. The knight struggles due to a lack of skills, but other classes could perform differently. In the scene, Zhao Bayan had not perished. After all, the arena balances the attributes of both sides. Each player boasts around 100,000 health points. And with over 10,000 damage dealt, it is impossible for a single shot to take someone down. The game's organizers merely edited this splendid moment for the enjoyment of all players during this memorial ceremony. Thus, in the next instant, the scene abruptly shifted to a snowy mountain setting. This time, it featured one of the 7 legendary figures from the mythological era, the Sword Emperor, facing off against the Supreme God. There was no countdown this time. As Zhao Bayan was just struck by a returning shot, blood splattered across the ground. The camera transitioned to a great sword cleaving down upon another swordsman. The Sword Emperor executed an aerial leap, causing a 0.2-second area stun, transitioning to a short sword, followed by a crosswise slash. As Jiang Cheng was caught in the stun, he unleashed a flurry of swordplay. The Sword Emperor's movements were seamless, displaying an exquisite mastery of his combo. In an instant, a blood-red cross struck Jiang Cheng. Then, the level 65 area skill, Blade Dance, was activated. The Sword Emperor's short sword moved at an astonishing speed, unleashing 32 waves of sword energy upon Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Jiang Cheng had just recovered from the 0.2-second stun and was immediately hit by this powerful attack. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. Minus 3,425. A torrent of damage numbers erupted, even though the arena balanced the health points. Jiang Cheng's health bar was swiftly depleted, leaving only 3 points remaining. There was merely a sliver of health left. Without a magnifying glass, one could hardly discern that minuscule amount. As the final wave of sword energy descended, should Jiang Cheng be struck, his demise would be unequivocal. Crikey, crikey! The supreme god is on the brink of defeat. A player exclaimed in astonishment. Don't be ridiculous. This match is for the championship of the second sword trial. And I've seen it before. The sword emperor lost. Crikey, the supreme god is down to 3 health points. A mere ranged skill could finish him off, right? Can he really lose? This must be a ruse. What ruse? In truth, the great demon King Jiang is deliberately allowing himself to be battered. He aims to lower his health to amplify his damage, and then strike back from the brink of death. Indeed, prior to the commencement of the match, a rather intriguing anecdote circulated regarding the Sword Emperor, who boasted of his ability to defeat the formidable Jiang Damo Wang within a mere 30 seconds. Provoked by his audacity, Jiang Damo Wang resolved to take action. What transpired thereafter? Oh. The tale unfolds with the Sword Emperor being astonishingly vanquished by Jiang Damo Wang in just 8 seconds. A feat that left the audience in awe and shattered the record for the swiftest elimination in a single match, etching his name into the annals of gaming history. In stark contrast, the Sword Emperor found himself branded with disgrace, leading him to vehemently declare his retirement from the online gaming realm, vowing never to engage in gaming again. Marvelous indeed, the supreme god demonstrated remarkable prowess, managing to retaliate with but a trifling 3 health points remaining. Such brilliance is simply unparalleled. As the player concluded his statement, the screen vividly displayed the scene of Jiang Cheng's miraculous counterattack, leaving all novice players in Ragewind City utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng had closed his window and commenced the process of evolution. This evolution demanded 1 million evolution points and 50 gold coins, offering a plethora of enhancement options for the host to freely choose from: devouring, transformation, and fusion. Chapter 122. The 3 hero templates of evolution. The morning ceremony weighed heavily on his heart, rendering him unable to continue watching. Attending one's own funeral feels, how shall I put it, quite peculiar. Beyond a sense of nostalgia for the past and a twinge of guilt towards his loved ones, he found himself devoid of any significant emotions. Throughout his life, he had been deeply entwined with the realm of gaming. When he was merely 9 years old, his father was tragically killed by a wealthy young man who had become obsessed with racing games. This incident led to his family receiving a compensation of 200,000. However, in its wake, his mother strictly forbade Jiang Cheng from engaging with any form of gaming. Yet, Jiang Cheng discovered that he possessed a remarkable talent for gaming, and his affection for it was undeniable. In a rebellious spirit, he dismissed his mother's warnings and resolutely pursued a career as a professional player. At the tender age of 10, he began playing various console games, eventually progressing to AR simulation games. For a decade, he immersed himself in a virtual game boasting a 60 realism factor, known as Myth. At 16, he covertly dropped out of school, concealing his actions from his mother and sister. Utilizing the modest earnings he garnered from gaming, he purchased a helmet interface device to embark on his journey as a professional player. In his inaugural year, he clinched the 2nd place in the sword trial competition. Over the next 3 years, he unearthed several secrets within the Myth game and used his winnings to travel far and wide, seeking the wisdom of martial arts masters and observing their techniques. Among his frequent visits was the boxing sect, one of the 12 true gods. After relentless study and practice, he amalgamated the insights he gained with his understanding of the game, ultimately creating the 14 divine skills, shattering numerous records, and securing a triumphant 3-time championship in the sword trial competition. He was immortalized in the annals of the gaming world, celebrated as the foremost figure of Myth. Alas, despite the glory that enveloped him, he was compelled to conceal his true identity in reality to spare his mother's feelings, living as an ordinary individual. Perhaps due to his extraordinary talent inciting envy, he unexpectedly met with a tragic accident. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that his limbs were shattered in multiple places, and his brain was afflicted with a hemorrhage pressing against his nerves. As surgery was not an option due to the location of the blood clot, he found himself bedridden, rendered powerless. Even as he spent the majority of his winnings on treatment, the pressure on his brain prevented any restoration of his former abilities. With his savings depleted, he was left with no choice but to become a coach. Yet, given his current state, no one believed he was the supreme deity of the gaming realm. Continually met with rejection, Jiang Cheng refused to beg for assistance, ultimately descending to the level of a mere trainer. Unexpectedly, fate dealt him a cruel hand, leading to his untimely demise, transforming him into a skeleton within the vast expanse of the great wasteland game, summoned forth by an adorably naive little creature. At times, Jiang Cheng mused whether it was the summoning of this endearing little being that inadvertently drew his soul to this realm, or if it was the machinations of the evolution system at play. The answer eluded him. Nevertheless, a simple and adorable being has granted him a chance at rebirth. Thus, Jiang Cheng harbors a sense of gratitude towards her, aspiring to train her as the 13th divine entity as a form of recompense. Of course, this desire also aligns with the inherent qualities of this charming little creature. Otherwise, such a notion would not have arisen within him. However, prior to pursuing this ambition, he must first ensure his own survival. The path of evolution presents 3 heroic templates to the host: Devour Evolution, Hero, the Reaper of the Undead, Illusion, Hero, the Lament of a Fallen Nation, Fusion Evolution, Hero, the Dragonblood Cataclysm Knight. Chapter 123. The Merits and Demerits of the 3 Great Heroes. Along with their background stories after reviewing the options presented by the 3 hero templates, Jiang Cheng was unexpectedly taken aback to find that there were background introductions accompanying each. It appeared that these heroes were indeed tangible entities within the game, potentially NPCs or bosses. Curiosity piqued, he delved into the details. The Reaper of Souls, Chirov. In life, he was merely an ordinary citizen of the Moon's spirit kingdom, characterized by a profound cowardice. During an ill-fated journey to Skeleton Island with his wife, they were ambushed by the Undead. In a bid to protect him, his wife tragically lost her life. Upon returning to the city, Chirov was met with derision from all, and unable to endure the torment, he eventually mustered the courage to return alone to Skeleton Island, vowing to avenge his deceased wife. Alas, his abilities were those of a mere mortal, and not only did he fail to exact revenge, but he was also slain on Skeleton Island, where the Undead feasted upon his remains. In death, Chirov unexpectedly received the infusion of power from the iron-blooded Demon King's trident, absorbing a fragment of formidable strength. Empowered, he annihilated the 3 million Undead on Skeleton Island and earned the fearful title of Reaper of Souls. The Grief of a Fallen Nation, by Zhang Tian. In life, he was a renowned general of the Lulan Kingdom. A grave miscalculation on his part led to the downfall of his nation at the hands of the Luling Kingdom. Ever since, Bai Zhan Tian has lived in a state of profound guilt, unable to withstand its weight. He single-handedly ventured into Luling, confronting an army of 100,000, slaying over 8,000 before ultimately perishing on the battlefield. In death, his guilt persisted, binding him to the ruins of the fallen Lulan Kingdom, where he could not escape. Anyone who dared to enter Lulan would fall victim to the dual hammers he had clutched in life. Consequently, Lulan became a forbidden ground for the living. Dragon's Blood Plague Knight, Ers. In life, he was a valiant knight of the Illusionary Palace. During a confrontation with a black dragon, he became tainted by its blood, unable to withstand the overwhelming power. His flesh disintegrated, transforming him into a death knight and leading to his utter downfall as he joined the Plague Army. This exposure to dragon blood bestowed upon Ers a rare lineage of the dragon race, with his steed morphing into a skeletal dragon, ultimately elevating him to the position of commander of the knightly forces within the Plague Army. All 3 heroes faced unfortunate fates, Jiang Cheng mused. However, this bore little significance for him. His sole task was to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of these 3 heroes. The Reaper of Souls inherited the trident of the iron-blooded Demon King. This weapon was difficult to evaluate, with the description merely indicating an absorption of a portion of its power. It was challenging to ascertain his true strength, and Chirov appeared to have relied solely on luck, lacking any intrinsic prowess. Pass. As for Baijan Tian, he was merely a general. Even with the audacity to face an army of 100,000 alone, they were still just ordinary soldiers. Furthermore, wielding dual hammers might enhance his capabilities in that regard, but this was at odds with Jiang Cheng's need for a well-rounded approach. Pass. Heirs, in life, was a phantom knight, and after death, he became the commander of the Cataclysm Legion. He possessed the bloodline of dragons, enabling him to transform horses into skeletal steeds. The introduction does not specify his weapon, yet it is undoubtedly formidable. The distinction between superiority and inferiority is quite apparent. The Dragonblood Cataclysm Knight stands as the mightiest. However, Jiang Cheng has always favored individuality, excelling in creation and learning, and he is averse to treading the worn paths of others. Is there a hidden evolutionary direction? With a spirit of experimentation, Jiang Cheng tentatively inquired. Chapter 124. The Creation Mode, Concealed Evolutionary Paths, and Character Evolution. In truth, Jiang Cheng's actions stemmed from a certain inevitability. He was summoned to the Skeleton Island to devour Che Erfu for the Reaper of Souls. The tragedy of a fallen nation compelled him to assume the legacy of the ancient kingdom of Lulan, transforming into its embodiment to establish a new realm. As for the Dragonblood Calamity Rider, the expectations were even more burdensome. He was required to persuade heirs to merge with him. Historically, Jiang Cheng had always preferred to persuade others through sheer force rather than eloquence. The notion of converting heirs posed an insurmountable challenge. Furthermore, due to the constraints imposed by a certain adorable creature being offline, his operational range was limited to a mere 3,000 meters, rendering these three conditions utterly absurd. Congratulations, host, for resisting temptation and triggering the creation mode, unveiling hidden evolutionary paths and character evolution. The character evolution mode allows the host the liberty to select his evolutionary direction. Note, the success rate of this evolution mode hinges on the quality of the materials collected by the host. Will you choose the character evolution path? Indeed, there exists a hidden evolutionary direction. A surge of joy surged through Jiang Cheng's heart upon hearing this. The freedom to select characteristics for evolution seemed tailor-made for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted for character evolution. Perhaps he could wait for the adorable creature to come online before seeking the Dragonblood Calamity Rider in the Land of Calamity. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng firmly believed that what suited him best was undeniably the most advantageous. Regardless of the Dragonblood Calamity Rider's might, it was ultimately better suited for others. Upon activating the evolutionary method, the character evolution was successful. Please select your evolutionary characteristics. This evolution offers 3,145 distinct characteristics from which the host may choose 5, directing the evolution accordingly. Once selected, changes cannot be made, and it will trigger a random evolution. In an instant, an overwhelming array of options appeared before Jiang Cheng, dazzling his senses. Attack, attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, area damage, control, debuffs, buffs, freezing, burning, tearing, lethality, armor penetration, curses, single target, life steal, sleep, slow, blindness, magic, life, regeneration. I choose attack, attack speed, movement speed, control, and debuff, Jiang Cheng declared, swiftly identifying the attributes he desired among the multitude of characteristics. His skills could be enhanced using evolution points, allowing him to compensate in other areas. The attributes he selected were widely recognized as the most challenging to elevate in the later stages of the game. Choosing attack power was imperative, as he could not rely solely on a weapon without equipping armor. Otherwise, he would inevitably lag behind players fully equipped. Although he could enhance his skeletal structure to increase attack power, it demanded an excessive amount of enhancement points. Thus, attack power was a non-negotiable selection. Movement speed and attack speed were also crucial to restoring his peak strength. In the later stages of the game, an agility score of 100 merely reduces attack speed and movement speed delays by a mere 0.1 seconds. Relying solely on skills and plundering agility requires a considerable amount of time to restore one's peak performance. The same holds true for control and debilitation. Acquiring such skills and treasures is particularly challenging. Thus, selecting these two options is certainly prudent. To successfully choose evolutionary traits, one must invest 4 times the evolution points and 4 times the gold. Congratulations on expending 4 million evolution points and 200 gold to successfully trigger trait evolution. The evolution focuses on attributes such as attack power, attack speed, movement speed, control, debilitation, and follows a random evolutionary template. The probability of successful evolution stands at 58, with the possibility to enhance this likelihood by adding corresponding materials. By incorporating the Blackshot Talisman and the Heart of Misery, the evolution probability increases by 25. The evolution process commences with a duration of 1 hour. Chapter 125. Journey to the Funeral in an Instant. The entire blood-red figure of Jiang Cheng began to undergo a rapid transformation. Surrounding the tavern, thick waves of ominous black mist suddenly surged towards it. Above, dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky. Were it not for the ongoing mourning ceremony organized by the game developers, this scene would undoubtedly have caused a tremendous uproar among the players. Within the tavern, the black mist poured into Jiang Cheng's blood jade form. In that moment, he was enveloped by a chilling black aura, and the soul fire in his eyes gradually morphed into a shadowy hue. Something seemed to writhe within his right shoulder and left arm, as if attempting to break free from his bones. In Tianhai City, Daimeng. I have arrived. Which floor are you on? Zhang Rui inquired over the phone as he stood in a dilapidated suburban community, seeking Zhang Mengmeng's location. He had heard that this Na-VE individual was looking to sell gold coins, and without hesitation, he seized the opportunity. The game had only been live for 3 days. While just a day had passed in reality, gold coins were currently a rare commodity. Although their value had depreciated slightly, the exchange rate remained a staggering 1 to 80,000. Even though their worth would gradually decline in the future, at present, they were undeniably a valuable currency. Possessing gold coins equated to having power. He could also afford to continue benefiting from the experience of the skeleton deity. Oh, I'm in building 22, on the 22nd floor. Wait a moment. I'll be right down. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. After ending the call, Zhang Rui turned to the cold-faced man beside him and remarked, Master, she's in building 22. The environment here is rather poor. It appears her living conditions are quite ordinary. Xiao Rui, gold coins have now depreciated to 80,000. But your family should not be lacking in funds, the man observed, casting a glance at him. Zhang Rui shivered momentarily, responding, Yes, Master, I understand. I will not meet her. Yun Xiang, you will go over with her later. Understood, Master. Yun Xiang nodded from the passenger seat, then rolled down the window, focusing intently on the stairwell of the 22nd floor, awaiting Zhang Mengmeng's arrival. At that moment, Zhang Mengmeng had just finished a bowl of instant noodles and casually changed into a yellow dress before descending. However, before she could greet Yun Xiang and the others, she unexpectedly bumped into Zhang Haoming, a familiar face from her former school. Currently, Zhang Haoming was flanked by 2 attractive ladies, but upon seeing Zhang Mengmeng, his eyes lit up. Hey, Zhang Mengmeng, do you live here? Zhang Mengmeng was equally surprised to encounter him, her expression revealing a hint of bewilderment. Zhang Haoming, known for his exceptional gaming skills, good looks, and charming wit, was highly sought after by many students, making him a popular figure at Tianhai High School. She had also heard that after graduation, he had joined a prestigious club as a professional player. Now, with the game Da Huang boasting 100 realism and the ability to extend time in the real world, it had swept the globe in an instant. Almost everyone had purchased a gaming helmet to immerse themselves in the experience. Major companies have begun to establish their own clubs, recruiting players to make their mark in the vast wilderness. Consequently, professional players have become the coveted targets of these companies, representing an exceedingly rare talent. Zhang Haoming's rise to become a professional player has evoked envy in countless individuals, making him an object of admiration among his classmates and even relatives. Recently, Wan Xiangxiang boldly claimed before Zhang Mengmeng that she intended to win his affection. However, Zhang Haoming showed little interest in her advances, thwarting her aspirations. This left Zhang Mengmeng somewhat puzzled. How could such a remarkable figure as Zhang Haoming find himself in her dilapidated neighborhood? With a sense of curiosity, Zhang Mengmeng nodded and greeted him, inquiring, I live here. What brings you to this place? To which Zhang Haoming replied with a hint of pride, Oh, my master mentioned he wanted to introduce me to some prominent figures in the online gaming world, and I thought I would pick up my girlfriend while I was at it. He then continued, By the way, I heard you are also playing in the wilderness. What level are you now? Since we are classmates, would you like me to assist you in leveling up? Upon hearing this, A hint of embarrassment colored Zhang Mengmeng's lovely face, as she wondered why these individuals were so keen on helping her level up. After all, in terms of leveling speed, no player could possibly surpass her skeletal elder brother, could they? Chapter 126. Not recognizing Lian Yin? Oh, no need. My level is quite high, and for the time being, I do not require assistance. Perhaps we can discuss it again in the future. Although Zhang Haoming relishes in ostentation, he possesses a commendable character. Thus, Zhang Mengmeng did not outright decline his offer. Is that so? Observing her response, Zhang Haoming did not press the matter further, as his words were merely a formality. Currently, he is a member of the Dream Pinnacle Club's competitive team, and with his rigorous training schedule, he hardly has the time to guide others. Despite Zhang Mengmeng's exceptional beauty, she lacks any significant prowess in gaming. We now reside in an era dominated by the Great Wilderness, where gaming experts have become a coveted rarity, fervently sought after by numerous companies, and admired by all. As a novice in gaming, Zhang Mengmeng's disparity in status is insurmountable. He certainly does not wish to jeopardize his own future by assisting her in leveling up. In truth, Zhang Haoming felt a sense of relief upon her refusal. However, since they had crossed paths, it would be impolite to disregard her entirely. Very well, perhaps another day you may seek me out, and I shall guide you. By the way, would you care to join me? Since you have taken up gaming, you should be somewhat acquainted with the prominent figures within the industry and their influence in the online gaming realm. Let me tell you, you may be unaware, but this upcoming funeral will gather various gaming deities. I have heard that even the renowned disciple of the 12 righteous gods, Yunyun, will be attending. Upon mentioning Yunyun, his tone became fervently animated, clearly a devoted fan. You cannot fathom it. Yunyun is the goddess of our 13 billion swordsman players. Not only myself, but even my master is utterly enamored by her. Ah, if only I could catch a glimpse of her at the funeral. Obtaining her autograph would be worth any sacrifice. Yunyun? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes widened in realization as she recalled the Yunyun who had greeted her earlier. Is she a disciple of the Fist sect? Is she quite famous? My word. Zhang Haoming shook his head in disbelief. You do not even know Yunyun? You've truly wasted half a year playing this game. He regarded Zhang Mengmeng with an expression of exasperation. The goddess Yunyun is a legendary figure from the Mountain River Club, and she secured second place in the final sword trial competition of the mythical game, the illustrious Yunyun of the 12 legends. And you remain oblivious? Never mind. It appears we have no common ground. I presume you do not recognize the supreme god either, so I shall refrain from inviting you. I must take my leave now. With that, Zhang Haoming embraced his two girlfriends and entered a BMW, leaving Zhang Mengmeng in silence. Zhang Mengmeng stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. It seemed she needed to urgently enhance her knowledge about the gaming world, lest she fail to recognize the deities in her presence. Furthermore, she had a lingering feeling that those named Famo and Qian Chong Lang were also rather distinguished experts, were they not? Adorable deity? A Rolls-Royce came to a halt before Zhang Mengmeng, and the window of the passenger seat rolled down. A somewhat aloof beauty called out to Zhang Mengmeng. Although Zhang Mengmeng recognized Yun Xiang, she felt a slight unease upon learning of Yun Xiang's identity. Dai Meng de Shun, please get in. Yun Xiang suddenly exited the passenger seat and opened the rear door for Zhang Mengmeng. Oh, thank you, she replied, climbing into the car. Though her demeanor was somewhat reserved, she managed to maintain her composure. Despite the shift in her mindset upon realizing Yun Xiang's status, her prolonged stay in Jiang Cheng had dulled her reactions. Wow, Haoming, look. Your classmate seems to have entered a Rolls-Royce. What? A Rolls-Royce? No way, you're imagining things. Zhang Haoming shook his head incredulously. Really, take a look for yourself. Moreover, it seems, that is your goddess. Your goddess is personally opening the door for your classmate. Chapter 127. Here I come overthinking. My goddess helps her open the car door. Zhang Haoming turned his head and followed the gaze of his girlfriend, only to be momentarily stunned. Goodness, surely there must be something wrong with my eyesight. Observing Yun Xiang assisting Zhang Mengmeng in closing the car door and taking her seat in the passenger side, Zhang Haoming began to question his existence. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced once more at the Rolls-Royce. However, at that moment, the luxury vehicle had already sped past him, vanishing towards the street. All right, it must have been last night's successes that led me to this illusion. Shaking his head, he retrieved the car keys and ushered the two women inside. The life of a professional gamer is indeed delightful. Even his choice of two girlfriends went unchallenged. These two ladies were utterly compliant with his wishes, and even when he declared that his heart belonged solely to his goddess, they seemed unfazed, though, perhaps, they weren't the sharpest tools in the shed. The goddess Yinxiang personally opening the door for Zhang Mengmeng? What a preposterous notion. There was no conceivable intersection between them. Time to leave, off to a funeral. At the Jiang clan hall in Qingshan town, a funeral was underway. The Jiang family was neither affluent nor had they produced any notable figures in the town. Yet, to the bewilderment of the local residents, hundreds of luxury vehicles were parked outside the hall: Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, McLarens, Ferraris, and other prestigious brands, all lined up in front of the venue. Even a Land Rover was considered rather subpar in comparison. Curiously, wasn't this small-town fellow working at a modest internet CAF during his lifetime? Why then, upon his demise, did so many prominent individuals gather? Who knows? Perhaps you should inquire with them. Forget it. I couldn't afford even a scratch on these cars. They were undoubtedly owned by formidable figures, and I wouldn't dare approach them. Outside the hall, a group of townsfolk engaged in fervent discussions, speculating on the purpose of these illustrious guests' arrival. Inside, many attendees had already begun conversing amongst themselves. Xia Dongli, what brings you here? Why abandon your rank progression to attend my master's funeral? How far along are you? Have you caught up to that dim-witted Xiaoming? A petite girl with a small ponytail, clad in mourning attire, approached Xia Dongli, offering him 3 incense sticks with a hint of malicious glee in her tone. Xia Dongli, taken aback by her question, paused, astonished that the foremost archer would show interest in ranking. His expression darkened slightly. It's nothing, just curious. But never mind, today is my master's significant day. Hurry up and bow. Qianshan Shui cast him a glance, sighing deeply, her voice tinged with sorrow. Qian Chonglang patted her shoulder from behind and sighed. Cousin, don't be too disheartened. Disheartened? What do I have to be disheartened about? That despicable scoundrel Wu Ti even confided in me after getting injured, indicating he never considered me his disciple. I'm not saddened at all, HM. As Qianshan Shui spoke, her eyes began to redden. Please pass me the incense. I need to use the restroom. Oh. Qian Chonglang took the incense from Qianshan Shui's trembling hands, watching her shivering silhouette, and couldn't help but sigh, knowing well that stubbornness often masks vulnerability. Turning back, he offered the 3 sticks of incense to the visitors before him, only to be met with 3 familiar faces. You all have come? Upon seeing Zhang Mengmeng and Yun Xiang, Qian Chonglang's spirits lifted instantly. Yes, I am here. Chapter 128. The ominous messenger of the mortal realm after completing their incense offerings. The 3 were assigned to table 3 by Qian Chonglang and began to indulge in the feast before them. Did Auntie collect the money? Qian Chonglang inquired, taking a bite of the braised pork while observing Zhang Mengmeng. Zhang Mengmeng carefully placed a slice of lotus root into her mouth and nodded. Initially, Auntie did not accept it. It was Yun Xiang who suggested I tell a little fib, claiming I was his ex-girlfriend and that he had left 5 million for me before departing. Only then did she reluctantly accept 1 million. Auntie is truly a good person. Indeed. Alas, what a pity. Never mind. Let's not dwell on it, Qian Chonglang replied, shaking his head to steer clear of the topic. By the way, Deming Deshun, are you not considering relocating? I inquired through some contacts, and it seems the building you reside in is quite dilapidated. If you do not move promptly, you might find yourself in danger. What? Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, taken aback. I had no idea. I suppose I should hastily find a new place to rent. My helmet also needs replacing. It's starting to short-circuit. I'll take you later. I still have some connections in Tianhai City, Zhang Rui offered. Thank you so much. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Zhang Mengmeng expressed her gratitude. But please don't call me Deming Deshun. I owe my current status to the guidance of the skeleton. Deshun. I'm merely a novice, utterly clueless. Understood, Deming Deshun, Zhang Rui concurred. In the future, I hope you might speak a few good words about me in front of Skeleton Deshun, so I won't be cast aside. I will certainly do that, Zhang Mengmeng assured him eagerly. Meanwhile, at table 12, a middle-aged man, accompanied by Zhang Haoming and his 2 girlfriends, approached Zhang Rui's table. Before proceeding, the middle-aged man pointed towards the first table at the banquet, cautioning Zhang Haoming, listen, do not provoke the people at table 1. Do you see that individual? That is the god of levels, Xia Dongli. And that enchanting figure beside him is Wan Jian Bing Shuang Qianshan Shui, and the one over there is the boxing sect master. These individuals are not only deities in the game, but also remarkable figures in reality. We cannot afford to associate with them. As the middle-aged man guided Zhang Haoming towards Zhang Rui's table, he continued, "It is crucial for one to possess self-awareness and know their place. The person I am introducing you to is our guild's leader, Zhang Xiao. Although our guild, Aotian Gang, holds an average rank in the game, Zhang Xiao is a disciple of the boxing sect master, and he is the closest person I know to the legendary Yunxiang Tianhou. If you can earn Zhang Xiao's approval and have him introduce you to Yunxiang Tianhou, it could open doors for you. Should you manage to gain her favor even slightly, your future will surely soar. As for whether you can seize that opportunity, that depends entirely on you." The middle-aged man then cast a glance at the two beautiful women beside Zhang Haoming. Zhang Haoming immediately understood, exchanging a knowing glance with him. Yes, thank you, boss. I shall certainly perform well." While nodding, Zhang Haoming was internally overwhelmed with excitement, especially upon catching sight of the striking silhouette of Yunxiang beside Zhang Rui. His exhilaration was such that his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. However, he found it somewhat puzzling that the figure in the yellow dress seemed strikingly familiar. "Young Master Zhang, allow me to introduce a promising talent," a middle-aged man said, pulling Zhang Haoming to stand before Zhang Rui with utmost respect. "Oh, it's old Mo. Who is this?" Zhang Rui inquired, glancing at the now dazed Zhang Haoming, his brow furrowing slightly. "Is this the newcomer you brought? He seems rather impolite. It would be best not to bring random individuals here in the future." The middle-aged man, referred to as Old Mo, suddenly appeared flustered. Casting a glance at the still-dazed Zhang Haoming, he felt an anger welling up within him. "Zhang Haoming, what on earth are you doing? Enough, hurry and leave. Can't you see we're dining?" Zhang Rui's gaze turned frosty. Very well, I apologize for disturbing young Master Zhang. I will take him away immediately." Returning to table 12, Old Mo looked at Zhang Haoming, who still hadn't snapped out of his stupor, and slammed his hand on the table. "What are you doing? You finally had the chance to approach a legendary figure, and look at what you've done. You've made a fool of me." Boss." The beautiful lady in the yellow dress beside young Master Zhang seemed to be my classmate. I thought I was mistaken, so I hesitated. "Your classmate?" Old Mo's face was filled with disbelief. "Please, do you truly think you have classmates who can sit at the same table as the likes of the God of Wave, Yunxiang? Why are you even in my club?" Zhang Haoming wore a bitter expression as he gazed at Zhang Mengmeng, who was laughing and chatting with Yunxiang. He sighed, "In truth, even now, I still can't quite believe it." In the game, the online memorial ceremony had concluded. All players, in that final moment, clasped their hands together, closed their eyes, and silently mourned for a minute. Then, a massive banner appeared in the sky. "May the Supreme God live forever in our hearts." Boom! A magnificent firework exploded, marking the end of the Supreme God's funeral. "May the Supreme God live forever in our hearts." At that moment, countless players opened their eyes, suppressing their excitement after watching the video, and shouted in unison. At this moment, the voices of hundreds of millions of players echoed thunderously throughout the game. Meanwhile, in the tavern, the black flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes began to flicker to life. Congratulations to the host for evolving into the harbinger of misfortune, the wings of calamity. Post-evolution attributes increased. Attack 200, strength 200, agility 300. Acquired the calamity weapon, the embrace of death. The host has been detected to possess the cry of extreme ice, now advancing to the ice calamity, blade of omen. The evolution has triggered the awakening of the secondary weapon, the catastrophe, wings of death. This evolution awakens two passive skills, Dark Curse and Dark Dawn, which require the completion of a quest for awakening. This also initiates the exclusive quest for the Harbinger of Omen. Chapter 129. The Ice Disaster, the Ominous Blade, exclusive mission of the Ominous Messenger. Born from calamity, you wander beyond the realm of order, neither human nor ghost, neither saint nor demon, unwelcomed by both heaven and hell. To awaken the power of the Ominous Messenger, you must slay the 7 angels of the cult, the demons of the 7 sins, and annihilate the Divine Gift Legion and the Calamity Legion. Upon reading the mission introduction, a chill enveloped Jiang Cheng's heart. It seemed he had ventured into perilous depths. With the Skeleton King preceding him and the Blood Prison Demon Lord behind, now there were also the cult, hell, divine gifts, and calamities to contend with. The foes were indeed numerous. Nevertheless, with a multitude of debts, one more or less mattered little. He would obliterate them all. The black soul flame in Jiang Cheng's eyes suddenly flared to life. Only with formidable adversaries could he be spurred to forge ahead, which, in essence, was a boon for him. He was never one to shy away from challenges. Thus there was no cause for indecision. He began to scrutinize the changes within himself. Raising his hand, he noticed that his bones had transformed from crimson to ebony. His entire being was enveloped in a dark flame, as if once touched by it, one would be reduced to ashes. Even he felt an indescribable aura emanating from his own form. While the bones of his right hand remained largely unchanged, the weapon upon it had undergone a profound metamorphosis. The chilling blade radiated a sinister black light. It possessed both the texture and luster of metal, resembling a black ice dagger. Measuring 1 meter and 3 centimeters in length, the blade had shifted from broad and thick to slender and delicate. Within the black ice dagger, something seemed to writhe, sealed away yet restless. Holding it, he felt an endless chill coursing through him. Ice Disaster, the ominous blade, quality, legendary attack power, 450 spell attack, 100 strength, 55 agility, 55 critical hit rate, 40 cold void. When attacking, shatters 50 points of the opponent's armor and increases critical damage by 80. Ice Whale. When attacking, there is a 9 chance to trigger the weapon's lament, inflicting bleeding, confusion, and slow states, reducing the opponent's attack power by 30 and movement speed by 30, with an indiscriminate enemy status lasting for 3 seconds. Chilling Soul. When attacking, there is a 9 chance to trigger a slow and freezing effect, decreasing the opponent's attack and movement speed by 30. Within 3 seconds, the freezing occurs every 0.5 seconds, lasting for 3 seconds. Ice Calamity. When attacking, there is a 2 chance to trigger an Ice Calamity, dealing area freeze damage equal to 300 of one's attack power within a 3 by 3 meter range. Inlaid. Heart of the Blood Crow, Phantom Demon Rune. Overview. The ominous blade, tainted by the aura of misfortune, brings doom upon contact. Powerful indeed, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. His attack power had surged from 250 to 450, with an overall enhancement in attributes. Even the characteristics had amalgamated and improved. The fusion of destruction and rift had manifested as cold void. The previous neglect of 30 armor and an enhancement of 50 critical damage has now transformed into a robust 50 armor and an impressive 80 critical damage. The realms of Blood Abyss and Wailing have melded into one, giving birth to a new entity known as Ice Whale. The former guaranteed tearing effect with a chance of inflicting severe wounds and a mere 1 probability of confusion has now evolved into a fixed 9 chance for slowing, bleeding, and confusion to manifest. The bleeding damage has escalated to a staggering 300 of one's own attack power, with a total attack power of 1509. This equates to a devastating 452 points of damage and 752 bleeding per second. Sustained over 3 seconds, this amounts to 2256. While this may yield a total damage output lower than the previous Blood Abyss tally of 3000, its explosive potential is far greater, and it continues to scale with the increase in attack power. Most crucially, the probability of confusion has surged from 1 to 9, and the duration has been extended by an additional second. Consequently, facing a dual boss lineup has become significantly more manageable. As for Cold Soul and Ice Calamity, there is little more to say. They are simply formidable. Little Meng should be returning soon, and it is time for me to venture into the dungeon to test the effects. Chapter 130, Secondary Weapon, Catastrophe, Wings of Death Rising. Jiang Cheng opened the doors and windows, casting a glance at the sky. At this moment, the darkness that once enveloped the heavens had dissipated, and a radiant sun now illuminated the expanse, casting down its sacred light. It was evident that the funeral had concluded, yet the people on the streets appeared reluctant to depart, still engaged in discussions about the visions they had witnessed earlier. Clang. Jiang Cheng paid little heed to the crowd. Instead, he moved his right hand to test his secondary weapon. Suddenly, a sword's resonance echoed, and from his right shoulder, a black sword wing materialized instantaneously. Catastrophe, Wings of Death. Secondary weapon, quality, rare attack, 100 strength, 10 agility, 10 harvest, triggers 3 of own health as true damage upon attack. Leap, grants brief flight for 60 seconds after use, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Not bad. Jiang Cheng felt a twinge of disappointment. The sword wing was composed of 3 black blades, each approximately 2 meters in length. With a mere flick of his right hand, it could burst forth from his shoulder blade. Besides the significant benefit of flight, it also inflicted true damage equivalent to 3 of Jiang Cheng's health, allowing for unexpected strikes against enemies from behind, an ideal tool for combating assassins. However, the attributes left much to be desired. Sigh. Jiang Cheng closed the window and raised his left hand, curious to discover its capabilities. He had sensed some transformation in his left hand during his previous evolution, but the specifics eluded him. Clang. As he tentatively raised his hand, the sword wing on his right shoulder suddenly retracted. This revealed another remarkable function of the Wings of Death. They could be transferred to his left hand, transforming into 3 exceptionally sharp blades. A spark of joy ignited within Jiang Cheng. He had not anticipated this functionality of the sword wing, marking a delightful surprise. With the emergence of this weapon, his total attack power surged by 110, combined with the 100 points from his soul power, reaching a formidable 1719. Name, Jiang Cheng level, 31. Experience, 405-3, 100. 000. Race, Wings of Catastrophe health, 4230, increased by 500 from the Necromancer's Tome. Mana, 3630, increased by 500 from the Necromancer's Tome. Attack, 725, Strength bonus, 444 points. Ice Calamity, Curse Blade, 450, Soul Power Attack, 100, Defense, 335 Spell Defense. 5151 Strength, 444, increases attack by 444 points. Agility, 580, Attack Speed, 1. 79 seconds per strike. Movement speed, 1 step every 0. 76 seconds. Movement speed, 185 active skills. Frenzied Escape LV1, Assault Armor LV10, Gale Shadow Strike LV1. Black Flame Eye Seal /LV10, Jump /LV10, Explosive Flame LV10 passive skills. Blood Red 7 kills, cannot be upgraded. Plunder, cannot be upgraded. Rage /LV3, Lifesteal LV10. Dark Dawn, Unawakened. Dark Curse, Unawakened. Talents, Eye of Black Ice Insight, Bone of Black Ice, Foot of Black Ice, Thought of Black Ice. Treasures, Undead Black Scripture, Skeletal Steed. Blood Prison Command. Affiliates, Destructive Archer, Wrathful Blood Raven, Blood Prison Frenzied Demon Guardian, Black Calamity, Soul Commander, Black Calamity, Divine Archer. Total of 21. Evolution points, 15. 350. Enhancement points, 1. 200 Soul Power, 1. 008. Have all talents changed? Jiang Cheng's mind stirred as he prepared to investigate further when, suddenly, a figure burst forth from beneath his feet. Ah, how painful. Zhang Mengmeng rubbed her head, crouching on the wooden board, her face contorted. At the same time, she looked up in astonishment at Jiang Cheng, exclaiming, You are Skeleton Big Brother? Chapter 131. Abyss of hellish depths, incomprehensible darkness enveloped the surroundings, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. Black flames flickered within the eye sockets, and the cape behind was transformed into a stark contrast of black and white, seemingly adorned with intricate patterns. The weapon in hand had also undergone a metamorphosis, elongating and becoming lighter, shifting from a sanguine hue to a more aesthetically pleasing shade of black. Zhang Mengmeng was instantly captivated. Had it not been for her current trepidation towards Jiang Cheng, she would have rushed forward to touch it. At that moment, merely casting a glance at Jiang Cheng made her heart race, as if an ominous event were imminent. Big Brother Skeleton, have you evolved again? Zhang Mengmeng's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. It had only been 3 days since the game launched, yet he had undergone such numerous evolutions, truly extraordinary. Jiang Cheng nodded and pulled her closer. You seem rather afraid of me? Zhang Mengmeng instinctively shrank her head, initially nodding, then quickly shaking her head as if to dismiss her fear. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Jiang Cheng remarked, Do not forget, I was summoned by you. Regardless of any attack, it poses no threat to you. Zhang Mengmeng paused momentarily before realizing, Oh right, it's me. She intended to assert her role as the master but hesitated, deftly changing the subject. By the way, Big Brother Skeleton, did you witness the funeral? I did. Jiang Cheng replied, turning his head and exhaling deeply. Ah, Big Brother Skeleton, you truly can see it. I heard that many cannot. Zhang Mengmeng gazed at Jiang Cheng with a mix of astonishment and skepticism. She felt that Jiang Cheng was rather exceptional in comparison. Although their relationship appeared subordinate in nature, Jiang Cheng had a movement limit of merely 2,000 meters once she logged off, unlike other players' summons, which would vanish unless stored with an NPC after logging off. Other players' summons were restricted to a 500-meter range, yet Jiang Cheng seemed boundless. Moreover, he could witness the morning ceremony. How extraordinary! She vaguely speculated if Big Brother Skeleton was perhaps an NPC portrayed by a real person. However, she quickly dismissed this notion, for the game company was governed by an omniscient AI. The upper management held limited authority, primarily overseeing event organization, thus leaving her to ponder the true nature of Big Brother Skeleton. After watching the video, how do you think Jiang Cheng's skills compare to yours? Zhang Mengmeng suddenly felt a surge of curiosity regarding this question. Me? Compare myself with Jiang Cheng? Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Did such a comparison even require deliberation? Yes. Big Brother Skeleton. He is the friend I mentioned. Isn't he impressive? As for those who have passed, I shall refrain from further commentary. Jiang Cheng spread his hands, his gaze somewhat peculiar. Ah, I see. Zhang Mengmeng's expression was tinged with a hint of disappointment. This question, it must not have originated from your own thoughts, correct? The spark of spirit in Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered brightly. Yes, indeed. The moment Zhang Mengmeng met Jiang Cheng's gaze, she immediately confessed that it was Qi Tiantianxia who prompted her to inquire. In truth, if given the chance, I would relish the opportunity to battle him, but alas, such a prospect is unattainable. Jiang Cheng felt a mix of emotions, both poignant and strange. The notion of fighting oneself was difficult to articulate. It simply felt odd. Not at all. I have heard that the game is soon to release a Supreme Deity commemorative dungeon, where the final boss will be. Zhang Mengmeng was filled with excitement. But after a moment, her mood shifted to one of disappointment. The difficulty of this dungeon is set at hellish abyss level. The Supreme Deity dungeon? The final boss is me? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's expression grew even more peculiar. They would designate me as the boss of a dungeon? Chapter 132. A dismal gaming experience. With a slight shake of his head, Jiang Cheng suppressed the peculiar thoughts that surfaced. He took the hand of the adorable little girl and exited the tavern, setting off towards the dungeon. The ominous messenger's exclusive quest was an ultimate task, rated at the epic level. Undertaking such a quest at this juncture would be tantamount to courting death. However, he also had a task to awaken dual passive abilities, which required him to vanquish the boss, the catastrophe which, in the level 30 dungeon, as well as the boss, the Spider Queen, in the level 40 dungeon. Upon completion, he would awaken the skills of Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, dual passive skills. These dual passive skills would provide him with two effects, akin to his Fury Slash, making their acquisition imperative. Wait a moment, Brother Skeleton, I need to purchase some food supplies and potions, she said, halting in her tracks. Under the watchful eyes of other players, she greeted the tavern owner. Beautiful lady, what can I get for you? Our sky blue 3 treasures, volcanic snow, and peerless duo are simply delightful and affordably priced, truly honest. The tavern owner, noticing the splendid attire of the little girl, enthusiastically promoted several expensive dishes. Boss, you should consider whether she can actually afford such luxurious fare. Pushing such costly dishes onto a lady is rather ruthless, one player remarked, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Indeed, with the current exchange rate of 1 silver to 800 coins, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to dine in reality with that amount? Another chimed in. At present, my entire fortune amounts to merely 5 silvers, which is already quite wealthy. Are you suggesting she forego potions and equipment repairs for such meals? The players in the tavern shared a hearty laugh, clearly familiar with the owner. How much for a portion? Zhang Mengmeng inquired, her breath slightly constrained, as the players' comments hinted at the exorbitant prices of the dishes. To be frank, during her time in the game over the last couple of days, she had subsisted on simple fare such as buns and pancakes, leading to a rather poor gaming experience. While she did not mind it too much, excessive consumption of such meager rations could lead to physical discomfort, compounded by their low satiety. However, should the prices be too steep, she would certainly refrain from purchasing, as it was Brother Skeleton's money, and she needed to be frugal. Not at all expensive, dear guest. The sky blue 3 treasures are 1 silver per portion. Volcanic snow is 2 silvers, and peerless duo is 5 silvers. Upon hearing the player's remarks, the tavern owner was taken aback, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Coupled with the expression of inquiry from the adorable little girl, he became increasingly convinced that she was short on funds. Consequently, his tone turned considerably more curt. That's rather pricey, Zhang Mengmeng stammered, stunned by the owner's descriptions. One portion of sky blue 3 treasures cost 1 silver. Enough to buy 10 portions in reality. This was nothing short of extortion. I'll provide you with a list. Jiang Cheng suddenly appeared behind her, gently reminding her. All right. Zhang Mengmeng nodded obediently. However, upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, her eyes widened in disbelief. Could this possibly be too expensive? Trust me, Jiang Cheng said, gently patting her fragrant shoulder. Well, all right then. Despite feeling a pang of regret over the gold coins, she acquiesced. Boss, I would like 10 portions of Tianqing Sambao, 5 of Volcano Snow, 12 of Hong Ying Dang 2, 3 bottles of wine, 5 bottles of Finjio, and 30 bottles of plain water. After making her order, Zhang Mengmeng engaged in a transaction with the tavern owner. Meanwhile, the owner, much like the surrounding players, stared in astonishment, utterly bewildered. The total cost amounted to 30 gold coins. This was the largest transaction he had ever conducted in the tavern. Even after the deal was completed, the tavern owner struggled to believe it, wondering if he was dreaming. Other players, witnessing Tiao Daiming's completed transaction, erupted in exclamations of surprise. Wow, how ruthless. A wealthy lady indeed. Spending 30 gold coins at once on a heap of useless food. What fortune. Truly, she is extraordinarily affluent. Damn, it makes me sick. I have to ponder for ages just to buy a bon, while she casually tosses down 30 gold coins, equivalent to 280,000 RMB. This is outrageous. The gaming experience is abysmal. Who said she was broke? This is far from being impoverished. It's simply extravagant beyond measure. Whenever I pause to reflect, I ponder the meaning of life. What compels me to engage in this game for the affluent? Players in the tavern cast envious, jealous glances at Tiao Daiming. Even the regular players working in the tavern could not contain their astonishment, their eyes gleaming with desire to befriend Tiao Daiming. In an instant, a multitude of friend requests flooded her interface. A throng surrounded her, leaving no room to breathe. Wealthy lady, do you need a leg pendant? One that can also dust itself off. Tycoon, please be my friend. I am an 18-level sword warrior with a blue weapon and an attack power of 180, an absolute powerhouse. Bringing me along will ensure your swift leveling. Ignore him, esteemed one. I am a level 20 mage with a spell attack of 120. Let me assist you in leveling up. Please add me as a friend. Could you all please give me some space? Zhang Mengmeng frowned, feeling rather speechless. This group was far too enthusiastic for her comfort. If not for the game's harassment prevention mechanism, she imagined they would have rushed over, clinging to her leg, pleading for her to befriend them. It's just adding a friend. It's not that significant, esteemed one. Suddenly, a sharp clang of a blade echoed throughout the tavern. A cold, black-bladed sword was pressed against the neck of a warrior player. Instantly, the tavern was enveloped in an icy silence. A shadowy figure materialized before Tiao Daiming, drawing the attention of everyone present. In the next moment, all the players instinctively shuddered, retreating voluntarily, unable to help but part ways for a small, adorable creature. Chapter 133. Selecting participants for the instance. What just transpired? Why do I feel as though I have journeyed to Antarctica? Antarctica? It feels as if I were just struck by a vehicle. My azure greatsword. Remarkably, it remains intact. Wasn't it just shattered? Until Jiang Cheng and Tiao Dai Xiaoming departed, the patrons of the tavern remained in a state of bewilderment. A shadowy figure loomed persistently in their minds. Profound, chilling, ominous. Over 200 players simultaneously conjured these 6 words in their thoughts. But wait, there was no black-cloaked skeleton just now, was there? Didn't you see it? How peculiar. Could it possess an invisibility spell? How did this skeleton gain entry? Wasn't it stated that summoned creatures were prohibited within the city? Could it be an NPC? The players in the tavern buzzed with speculation regarding Jiang Cheng's identity. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng and Tiao Dai Xiaoming had arrived at the instance location of Fury Wind City. Along the way, aside from some players marveling at Tiao Dai Xiaoming's beauty and coveting her gear, no one else obstructed their path. Jiang Cheng consequently discovered a hidden effect of the Wings of Calamity. As long as he trailed behind Tiao Dai Xiaoming's shadow, he could achieve a state of concealment. If one did not closely observe her shadow, it would be nearly impossible to notice. This discovery spared him from the embarrassment of being the center of attention. It must be said, It was an exceedingly practical feature. Big Brother Skeleton. Why purchase such expensive dishes and beverages? I truly believe they are exorbitantly priced. Upon reaching the instance location, Zhang Mengmeng suddenly regretted her earlier purchases. 30 gold coins amounted to 240,000. Though still depreciating, this ratio of 1 to 80,000 would still be quite easy to sell. 240,000. She could dine at a modest hotel in reality for decades with that sum. These dishes possess remarkable effects within the instance. You will understand shortly. Since De Huang is a game adapted from mythology, it not only enhances the game's realism, but also introduces numerous novel elements. The early instances remain unchanged from the myths. However, Jiang Cheng refrained from elaborating and instead surveyed the surrounding players, seeking companions for the instance. Instances are categorized into team instances, guild instances, and raid instances. The maximum limit for a team instance is 20 players. For a guild instance, it is 100. While a raid instance accommodates up to 1,000 participants. With no guild established, and thus no guild or raid instances available, they could only opt for a team instance. The minimum requirement to enter a team instance is a group of 10. Currently, leveling up demands 320,000 experience points. Relying solely on defeating wild monsters has become increasingly arduous. Instances not only offer an abundance of rare equipment and materials, but also yield substantial experience, making them the optimal choice for acquiring levels and items. Those from Chi Tun Tian were not present due to insufficient levels, and others seemed preoccupied, yet to log in. In the bustling city of Jiang Cheng, the player must select 9 suitable candidates from the throngs of adventurers to embark on the level 20 dungeon, the Goblin Pursuit. Naturally, he is reluctant to enter this dungeon, as it does not align with his current level. However, to unlock higher tiers, one must first conquer the preceding dungeons, leaving him with little choice. A level 20 priest is urgently sought, one who can quickly heal in battle, while others plead for teams and sponsorship, merely requesting the provision of potions. The Tianting Guild is recruiting 3 high-output mages, dismissing anyone with a spell attack below 100. A team of pure-strength swordsmen promises high damage output, ensuring a swift victory in the Goblin Pursuit. The shouts of players seeking to form groups echo in Jiang Cheng's mind. With him present, the team requires no additional damage dealers, only purifiers and holy light priests. Soon, he spots a pair of purifier sisters and 3 holy light priests. The dungeon, unlike the wild, requires not only sufficient attack power, but also a degree of coordination for certain challenges. If the team is composed solely of inexperienced players, success is unlikely. Xiaomeng, go and inquire with those 2 purifiers and the 3 holy light priests, inviting them to join our group. Chapter 134, The End. It's time to explode the team prompt. An anonymous player has invited you to join her team. Do you accept? An anonymous player? Who could it be? Qi Xiaobai and Nai Tiandi Nai Kong looked utterly perplexed. Only when they caught sight of Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming smiling at them did they realize the situation. Oh no. It's the feeling of infatuation. Goodness, is her beauty surpassing mine? Are her garments more exquisite? Is her staff even superior? This is outrageous. Upon encountering Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming, their reactions diverged. Qi Xiaobai's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her face, while Nai Tiandi Nai Kong's gaze was fixated on her equipment, eyes gleaming with admiration. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming felt somewhat awkward, as the 2 girls' stares seemed to carry an impure intent. Daring not to disclose her name, does she think she is the best in the world? Xiaobai, don't join. This could be a scam. Nai Tiandi Nai Kong cast a cautious glance at Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming. In the gaming realm, one encounters all sorts of players, and when some are dissatisfied with their gameplay, they resort to various tricks, including scamming. In the same dungeon, each player is permitted entry only 10 times daily. When some players are displeased, they may lurk in the dungeon, deceiving others into forming teams. Once inside, they might simply abandon the group, causing distress to others. Given the dungeon's formidable difficulty, every participant is crucial. Losing even one could lead to disastrous consequences. Thus, Nai Tiandi Nai Kong was highly suspicious that Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming was merely attempting to scam them. Otherwise, why would she refuse to reveal her name? Join. With such a beautiful lady, I care not for her name. She might truly be the best in the world. Then I'd be something special. Who would dare look down on me? Qi Xiaobai. Qi Xiaobai was unconcerned about the risks. To her, beauty was paramount. The best in the world? Dream on. Quickly retreat. Do not let beauty cloud your judgment. Little Nai, will you join? If you want tea, go team up with someone else. Do not disturb my world with this lady. As soon as Qi Xiaobai joined the team, she dashed to Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming's side, affectionately draping an arm around her shoulder, addressing her as sister. Nai Tiandi Nai Kong could only shake her head in disbelief. I truly can't deal with you. Fine, even if it's a scam, I'll accept it. At worst, I'll lose one dungeon entry. Qi Xiaobai has joined your team. Nai Tiandi Nai Kong has joined your team. Yurong Naida has joined your team. Diao Shui Duo He Ri Shui has joined your team. Wachao Xiongda has joined your team. Wanai Xiongda has joined your team. 36D de Zhu Shui has joined your team. One by one, the priests joined the team. Yi Tiao Dai Xiaoming's expression brightened with joy. Meanwhile, the other teammates were left utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Captain, why have you concealed your name? And why is our team composed entirely of priests? Indeed, is there no need for damage output? What kind of absurdity is this? Captain, do you fancy yourself a saint of magic, relying solely on your own power to inflict damage? Goodness, what a ridiculous team. This is madness, an entire roster of priests? It's terrifying, surely. Only a lunatic would assemble such a group. The goblin boss boasts a staggering 2 million health points. We must swiftly expel a few members and recruit some warriors. What on earth are we doing? The group was filled with complaints, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and frustration. We must retreat. Only a madman would form such a team. I had a feeling she was merely deceiving us. Xiaobai, you must exit immediately. Upon noticing that Yi Tiao Dui Xiao Meng remained indifferent, healing the heavens and the earth, a sense of urgency washed over everyone. She hastily clicked to leave the team. However, at that very moment, as the last priest joined the ranks, Yi Tiao Dui Xiao Meng, under Jiang Cheng's direction, plunged directly into the dungeon. Oh no, we are doomed. It's over. The group is going to collapse. Xiaobai, I warned you not to enter, but you refused to listen. Now, prepare to witness the chaos. She is about to flee. Chapter 135. The Goblin Pursuit Battle. What on earth is happening? How is it that a mere 10 individuals have initiated a raid? The last cleric, a milkless virgin, had just joined the party when he found himself thrust into the dungeon. He was utterly bewildered. In a 20-person dungeon, others would typically gather nearly 200 allies to tackle it. Yet here they were, embarking on a raid with just 10? Were they truly disregarding the grandeur of the goblins? Haha, are you stunned yet? But that is not all. Take a closer look at the composition of the party. The voluptuous figure, with a mischievous smile, regarded him. The party composition? The milkless virgin felt a twinge of confusion under the gaze of the voluptuous one. What was there to behold in the party's configuration? Surely it wouldn't consist of 10 clerics, would it? Uft, uft, uft. At this statement, everyone erupted in laughter. You truly are a genius. How did you manage to guess that? One person clapped him on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. The others joined in the raucous amusement. In that moment, the milkless virgin was left speechless. Wait, are you all serious? Seeing their earnest expressions, he began to waver in his certainty. Although such a scenario was utterly implausible, could it really be true? No way, you must be joking. 9 clerics and a single damage dealer? Captain, are you the reincarnation of the holy mage? As he scrutinized the party configuration, he was left in shock. Among the 9 clerics, there were 2 purifiers and 7 holy light clerics. Was the captain deprived of nourishment in his childhood? But the growth seemed rather unusual. This strategy is so ruthless, so merciless. With such a lineup, I doubt they can even surpass the first wave of 10 throwing goblins. How unfortunate. Yet again, I am wasting a chance to conquer a dungeon. 9 individuals stood on a wooden vessel named the Pursuer, incessantly critiquing a certain adorable creature. Meanwhile, this creature remained aloof, its expression void of any discernible emotion. Instead, it attentively listened as Jiang Cheng explained the dungeon strategy to it. The Goblin Pursuit battle is set against the backdrop of flamboyant goblins commandeering the Goblin King's vessel to seize the treasures of the Wood Kingdom, fleeing across the Bywood Sea. The objective of the dungeon is to catch up to the Goblin King's ship, defeat the flamboyant goblins, and reclaim the stolen treasures. As Jiang Cheng spoke, he consumed a wind elixir purchased by the adorable creature. This dungeon presents 4 significant challenges. First, our ship is sluggish, maintaining a maximum distance of merely 50 meters from the Goblin King's vessel, trailing behind it and kicking up dust. Moreover, the Goblin King's ship is equipped with 10 throwing goblins who will hurl incendiary bottles at us from the rear. If those bottles ignite and we do not extinguish the flames promptly, our vessel will be reduced to ashes. In order to unravel this conundrum, the majority of players opt for a composition of 5 mages, archers, and knights. The knights serve as shields, while the mages and archers swiftly eliminate the 10 throwing goblins. Among the 5 mages, one must be an ice spirit mage to ensure any potential fires are promptly extinguished, thereby preventing the ship from catching ablaze. A Navi little sprite nodded vigorously, only to shake its head in despair, pondering, but we lack an ice spirit mage. However, this was irrelevant. Jiang Cheng gazed at the Goblin King's ship looming before them, emerging from the shadow of the Navi little sprite. A 20-member team would hinder the ship's speed, while a 10-member crew, due to its reduced cargo, could enhance the vessel's velocity, maintaining a pursuit distance of 30 meters between our ship and the Goblin King. Moreover, my chain scythe has a maximum range of 30 meters. With that said, Jiang Cheng's frostbane, the ominous blade, suddenly transformed into a long black bow wreathed in dark flames. He loosed 3 arrows towards the stern of the goblin ship. Chapter 136. Can it truly soar? Little Milk, did you not claim she would flee? Yet, I see no sign of her running. Although Qi Xiaobai came to realize she had been deceived and felt a twinge of regret. The sight of the adorably dazed Xiao Meng not departing the instance as Milk had described sparked a flicker of hope within her. Surely, she could not genuinely believe that she could traverse this dungeon single-handedly. Milk and the others shared a sense of bewilderment. It's futile. We can't even conquer the first challenge. Look at us. We are all priests with no damage output. Indeed, the dungeon's monsters have high defenses and substantial health. 10 goblin throwers, each boasting 20,000 health. Can the captain possibly handle them alone? The imposing figure of 36D shook her head. It's in vain. Let us assume her damage is exceptional enough to vanquish 10 goblin throwers. It remains useless. The goblin throwers wield incendiary bottles, without an ice mage to extinguish the flames. By the time she dispatches 10 goblin throwers, our ship would have already succumbed to the fire. What then is the point? Then why linger here? We should swiftly exit the instance. Qi Xiaobai, unable to bear their incessant complaints while refusing to leave, retorted, "Ah, you are mistaken. Since we've come this far, why the haste to depart? Perhaps she possesses a superior strategy to navigate this predicament? Have you not noticed? With a crew of 10, the ship's speed appears to have increased. Look, we are drawing nearer to the Goblin King's vessel. What use is proximity if you cannot soar over? In truth, the ideal composition would be 1 ice mage, 4 elemental mages, 5 dark archers, 2 guardian knights, 3 dragon knights, 1 purifier, and 4 priests." With a triumphant smile, Yurong Nada declared, "This is the most efficient and stable formation, devised by the disciples of the supreme deity and the god of records, achieving the fastest completion time in the goblin chase, merely 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Afterward, Yurong Nada cast a glance at the adorably dazed Xiao Meng standing at the bow of the ship, asserting, "Dungeons rely on the strength of the team. Even if 10 individuals can hasten the vessel, what can one person accomplish? Even a sage could scarcely conquer the dungeon alone." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in profound agreement, their spirits dampened. Many believed their individual strength could defy the game's rules and forge miracles, yet in truth, such thoughts were mere self-deception. To breach the first challenge alone, one would need to possess the hidden class of Dragon Knight, and thus be able to fly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of 3 arrows slicing through the air suddenly resonated in the ears of the 9. They immediately turned their gaze toward the bow of the ship, witnessing 3 arrows, engulfed in black flames, striking the stern of the Goblin King's vessel with a resounding thud. Suddenly, a chain materialized at the bow of their ship, connecting to a scythe wielded by the Goblin King. As the crowd pondered this perplexing occurrence, the chain emitted a symphony of chimes. In an astonishing display, a skeletal figure cloaked in ebony appeared, its slender waist accentuated by the chain and scythe's momentum, propelling it skyward from the ship's bow. Meanwhile, 10 goblin throwers stationed at the stern of the Goblin King's vessel also spotted the pair. In an instant, 10 incendiary bottles, ablaze with fierce flames, were hurled into the air towards the duo. Gasps of alarm echoed from the onlookers, their hearts racing for the fragile figure. Just as the crowd anticipated that the airborne girl and skeleton would be struck by the fiery projectiles, resulting in certain doom, the black skeleton unexpectedly raised its right hand, and a dark sword-like wing sprouted from its shoulder. Goodness, it can truly fly? Incredible. Is this even possible? Chapter 137. The divine use of secondary weapons. Is this truly possible? Could it be that she only recruited 10 individuals because, after enhancing the ship's speed, she could soar through the air? The 36D, heavily endowed, cast a profound glance at the wooden vessel beneath her, filled with disbelief. How could such intricacies be calculated? If this were indeed the case, then this person must possess an unparalleled understanding of the dungeon. Surely, they are a master. Is it genuine? Could it possibly be a fluke? As the group observed a certain adorable figure deftly maneuvering in midair, evading the incessant assaults of 10 throwing goblins, they were left utterly astounded when she landed safely upon the Goblin King's ship. Goodness, you even predicted her ability to fly? Quickly, tell me when I will have a girlfriend. Also, enlighten us on whether we will succeed this time. Yes, do calculate which divine being she is. That's not what I do. Perhaps it was simply the black skeleton's preordained plan? With a shake of her head, the speaker remarked, in truth, her solitary endeavor holds little merit. The dungeon imposes a time constraint of 2 hours, with 10 throwing goblins, each boasting defenses and magical resistances around 50. Even if her damage output is exceptional, it would likely take her half an hour to overcome this initial hurdle. There are still 3 more levels ahead. With over 100 monsters, each possessing health exceeding 20,000, and the boss itself has 2 million health. How could she possibly manage? Clang! A sharp sound of a blade echoed across the goblin ship, abruptly interrupting her discourse. The black skeleton wielded a pitch-black long knife, striking down upon a throwing goblin's head. With a critical hit triggering double damage and a vital attack tripling the effect, the damage surged by 80%. While the goblin's armor was rendered ineffective due to the attack's penetration, a blow of 1819 attack power, enhanced by 8 times, descended upon the foe. 6,912. The skill Swift Wind Shadow Break activated, manifesting a residual shadow effect that negated the goblin's defenses, amplifying the damage by an additional 20%. 2,473. The chilling cry of ice rang out, causing a rending effect to ensue. 742. In a sudden turn, a secondary weapon appeared in her left hand, instantly dispelling the attack's paralysis, breaking through Jiang Cheng's mechanism of a fixed attack speed of 0. 3 seconds following Swift Wind Shadow Break. Just as the previous strike landed, a mere 0.1 seconds later, 3 sword wings plunged into the chest of the throwing goblin. Before anyone could fully comprehend the unfolding events, another damage value of 6,912 emerged, combining with the earlier damage output. 6,912. This time, the previously dormant ice disaster activated, and beneath the feet of 4 throwing goblins within a 3x3 meter radius, a block of ice materialized, erupting violently. Boom, 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 boom. 545, 545, 545, 545. 4 thrown goblins bore the brunt of simultaneous damage, manifesting a staggering 545 points. In that instant, the secondary weapon in Jiang Cheng's left hand abruptly vanished. Almost immediately, 3 2-meter-long sword wings erupted from his right shoulder, descending upon the hapless throwing goblin before him. The sword wings shattered the game's attack immobilization, striking the goblin's head a mere 0.1 seconds after the secondary weapon was retracted. A resounding minus 6,999 echoed as 6 damage values converged above the goblin's head, cascading upon one another. Boom. The throwing goblin, possessing 20,000 life points, met its demise in a mere 0.3 seconds, instantaneously vanquished by Jiang Cheng after he disrupted the attack immobilization with his secondary weapon. In that fleeting moment, the entire dungeon fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 138. Compulsory Sheathing of the Blade. Encountering a true master, alas. A mere swipe of 20,000 health points obliterated in an instant. The sensation of searing pain flushed across the face of the character, who dared not meet the gaze of others. Goodness, has he activated some form of cheat? With a single stroke, he vanquished a throwing goblin? The character with an innocent demeanor gasped in astonishment. Do not speak in haste. This game possesses no cheats. The character with the exaggerated proportions shook her head, stating, "You may not have noticed, but the damage displayed above the goblin's head is merely 6 999. What on earth? 6. 999? What unprecedented damage is this? My sacred purification, with a 500 bonus against summoned creatures, only inflicts around 600 points of damage. This is a staggering tenfold increase, if not more. Truly unfathomable. However, what do you mean by that? Indeed, if it is 6. 999, why did that goblin perish? Is this not indicative of cheating? The innocent character appeared utterly perplexed, a look of confusion adorning her face. Others echoed her sentiments, questioning why a goblin with 20,000 health would succumb to a mere 6. 999 damage. Surely, this is nonsensical? The character with the exaggerated proportions smirked slightly, shaking her head. If I am not mistaken, the issue lies with the weapon wielded by that black skeleton. Weapon? The crowd turned their attention to Jiang Cheng's hands. However, at that moment, Jiang Cheng had already relinquished his sword, resting it upon his right shoulder. This sparked further bewilderment among them. Observing their confused expressions, the character with the exaggerated proportions disdainfully shook her head and elaborated, in truth. You may be unaware that the game's physical damage mechanics activate the moment the blade makes contact with the opponent. The game developers, in pursuit of aesthetic appeal, have chosen to include a sheathing motion as a fixed element of the attack. The sequence consists of drawing the blade, striking the enemy, damage registration, sheathing, and resheathing. This forms a complete attack motion, and evading it is futile. This is what we refer to as attack rigidity. Previously, in the realm of mythology, one could maneuver while attacking. However, in this vast wilderness, such evasive techniques have been abolished, rendering it impossible to cancel an attack through movement. I suspect that the attack speed of this black skeleton has reached 0.3 seconds, likely utilizing some skill that enhances attack speed. Once the attack speed hits 0.3 seconds, the drawing action takes approximately 0.3 seconds, the striking action around 0.6 seconds, and the damage registration occurs in merely 0.01 seconds. Conversely, the sheathing and resheathing actions consume 0.2 seconds, which accounts for 2/3 of the entire attack duration. This sheathing and resheathing is, in essence, superfluous. The character with the exaggerated proportions lamented the developer's perverse sense of humor. Noticing the crowd captivated by her words, their expressions filled with admiration, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride and continued. If, at the very moment damage registers, one were to seamlessly switch weapons, the subsequent sheathing motion could be preemptively concluded. This subtle technique, once referred to as forced sheathing of the blade in mythical games, has a unique nuance. Each time a weapon is switched, a cooldown of 10 seconds is imposed, permitting its use only once within that interval. In the past, most players, myself included, found it sufficient to possess a decent weapon, hardly considering the switch to alternative arms. After a transition, the subsequent weapon's damage output is considerably diminished, rendering it impractical as the ensuing 10 seconds would witness a significant drop in inflicted harm. Consequently, this technique has been largely forgotten by the majority of players. However, the other weapon wielded by the black skeleton is capable of delivering equivalent damage. Thus, employing the forced sheathing technique becomes exceedingly gratifying for him. Although a cooldown of 10 seconds may still apply, the weapon's unique properties allow for a single sheath to unleash 3 consecutive strikes. Within each 10-second interval, he possesses the opportunity to execute 3 slashes in a mere 0.3 seconds. Upon concluding his remarks, 36D cast a deep gaze at the Goblin King's adorably naive companion, realizing that they had encountered a true master. This captain, capable of summoning such a companion, is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Chapter 139, an unconventional rapid assault. This indicates that within a mere 0.3 seconds, he executed 3 strikes, each inflicting a damage of 6,999. Due to the game's inability to display health values accurately, we only perceived a single damage instance. Indeed, that is precisely the case. The player known as 36D nodded sagely. Impressive. Wow, 36D, your analysis is remarkably clear, and having played mythology, it seems you are quite the expert. Nai Tian Nai D Nai Kong gazed at him with eyes brimming with admiration, her tone infused with excitement. The others echoed this sentiment. What they initially believed to be a gathering of novices had unexpectedly revealed a veteran player well-versed in the intricacies of mythology. A wave of astonishment washed over them. "Oh, I am merely someone who has played a few more years than others," 36D replied modestly, though inwardly he was elated. Yet, he recognized that in the presence of that individual, he was but a mere speck. In truth, it was the captain who bore the true weight of significance. What then? Was the origin of this black skeleton? Could it be summoned only by a hidden class? Could it be that our captain possesses the rare hidden class? Does this mean our current dungeon run is assured? Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong inquired eagerly. Initially feeling deceived, her frustration had transformed into exhilaration upon discovering that their captain was indeed a master of a hidden class. The others regarded him with expectant eyes. Winning a dungeon run effortlessly was an idea they had never contemplated, and the mere thought sent shivers of excitement through them. Moreover, their captain belonged to the elusive realm of hidden classes within the game. However, 36D doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Not necessarily. The game does not guarantee invincibility merely due to high damage. Without proper technique, one could easily be obliterated by a boss. Observing Jiang Cheng effortlessly dispatch 10 throwing goblins, 36D remarked cautiously, "To be honest, I'm more curious about how they plan to tackle the second stage." The first stage's throwing goblins, with their slow attack speed and low power, were simply a matter of time to defeat once engaged. But in the second stage, we face 100 fire goblins, who cast spells rapidly and inflict an additional burn damage of 100 per second. Moreover, the most critical obstacle is the 1 million health barrier obstructing our path. Only a pyromancer or elementalist, or those wielding fire attribute weapons, can inflict 500 fire damage on the wooden barrier. Other mage classes can only deal 100 damage. And with 1 million health, how long will that take? Without a knight to shield us in front and lacking magical attacks, we are left to strike the barrier with our staffs, unable to even approach it. Suddenly, the vessel carrying the 9 approached the Goblin King's ship, prompting a halt in their conversation. With expressions of skepticism and unease, they boarded the ship. The mechanism of the game dungeon dictates that one must merely endure the onslaught of the throwing goblins in the first stage, regardless of the circumstances in the second stage. The small boat must inevitably catch up to the Goblin King's vessel. Otherwise, the second stage cannot be initiated. The crux of the second stage lies in the wooden barrier, which boasts a staggering 1 million health points and possesses 200 points of physical defense. It is impervious to lifesteal effects and cannot be penetrated by armor-piercing attacks. Only fire-based spells inflict a 500 damage bonus upon it. Other classes struggle to deal any significant damage. Standing beside a somewhat naive character, Jiang Cheng gestures towards the wooden barrier as he elucidates its properties. The blazing goblin inflicts burn damage, which is not mitigated by defense. Even with my health intact and lacking any lifesteal, it is exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught at the barrier. Goblins are not classified as dark creatures and thus do not benefit from the double damage effect of dark intimidation. Although his attack power has significantly increased post-evolution, the absence of dark intimidation results in a notable reduction in his damage output. Yet, this perception is merely an illusion. He is acutely aware that should he engage with the Blood Fiend, he could potentially deal double the damage compared to before. Furthermore, this is strictly in relation to his own capabilities. In contrast to other players, who can only inflict 200 to 300 points of damage, his output is already extraordinary. Moreover, dungeons devoid of dark entities are indeed quite rare. In the next dungeon, he will be able to gauge his current maximum damage potential. What should we do? The naive character muses, finding the wooden barrier a formidable obstacle, perceiving this stage as a significant challenge. However, Jiang Cheng merely smirks, his teeth slightly bared as he twirls his sword S-wing. It's quite simple. We shall just fly over it. Is it really that easy? The naive character responds, clearly bewildered. Indeed, it is simple, yet that is my approach. Allow me to demonstrate an alternative, rapid strategy. Upon concluding his statement, Jiang Cheng transforms his weapon into a staff and extends his hand toward the naive character. I require 5 bottles of Fingio, 5 bottles of wine, and 10 bottles of magic potions. Chapter 140, An Unprecedented Strategy, Brother Skeleton. No wonder you sought to acquire these wines. Could they possess a unique purpose? A naive little creature gazed at Jiang Cheng with admiration, marveling at his foresight and strategic prowess, while eagerly anticipating his explanation. It is quite simple, Jiang Cheng elucidated. We shall concoct incendiary bottles, which will inflict burning damage upon the wooden barrier. Once the wooden barrier is ablaze, any subsequent attacks will be deemed fire-based. Having spoken, he hurled 3 flasks of Fingio and red wine towards the wooden barrier. Individually, the ignition points of these wines were notably high, rendering them difficult to ignite. However, when combined and struck by the explosive flames linked thrice by magic, a magnificent conflagration erupted within a 30-meter radius amidst the gasps of the onlookers. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 explosive flames ignited the alcohol-soaked wooden barrier instantaneously, unleashing a towering inferno that astonished all present. Behold the transformation. Jiang Cheng's staff morphed into a sleek black longbow, launching 3 arrows towards the barrier. The damage was astounding. Minus 45,872. Minus 45,872. Minus 45,872. With the added burning effect, any forthcoming attacks were automatically categorized as fire-based, receiving a remarkable 500 enhancement. Thanks to the Heart of the Blood Crow, which granted an additional 40 attack power, the arrows inflicted devastating damage upon the wooden barrier. As the damage numbers soared, the crowd was left in sheer disbelief. What in the world? Is this real? Did I just witness an arrow deal 45,872 damage? 3 arrows totaling over 130,000 health? This skeleton must be defying the heavens. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight before them. The elegant weaponry, the ability to seamlessly shift forms, and the outrageous attack power, complemented by a flowing cloak and wings, rendered this skeleton utterly magnificent. What kind of creature is this skeleton? What conditions must one meet to summon such a being? I have resolved to venture into the deep woods in search of hidden classes. This is utterly absurd. Having sensed something extraordinary about Jiang Cheng from the onset, the observers were now acutely aware that the flames surrounding this skeleton likely bore some special significance. If only I could possess such a skeleton. I can hardly fathom the possibilities. A few stood agape, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. One among them, however, noticed an anomaly. The damage of this black skeleton had not been so high previously. How could it have surged from 6999 to an astonishing 45,872? This was no ordinary occurrence. The illustrious 36D reflected on the previous actions in Jiang Cheng, and suddenly, a realization struck him. Those 2 bottles of liquor. Filled with elation, 36D understood that he had ingeniously utilized the explosive flames to ignite the alcohol, resulting in scorching damage. However, there was a discrepancy. These 2 types of liquor had high flash points, making it exceedingly difficult for the explosive flames to produce such towering flames even when combined. He shook his head, still puzzled. The others, having initially grasped his explanation, now found themselves engulfed in confusion. Could it be that they had devised their own technique? Such a method had never been witnessed before, and it was indeed remarkable. I believe that with this extraordinary individual among us, we might just break the record for the fastest completion of a level 20 dungeon. Let us hasten to offer our assistance and inquire further with this master. Chapter 141. Who says one cannot inflict area damage? Surely, the master does not require assistance, Qi Xiaobai timidly remarked. Why would he not? Retorted another. Over 100 fiery goblins. No matter how formidable the master is, without area damage, defeating them one by one would likely prove overwhelming. Indeed, the fiery goblins possess a burning status, inflicting terrifying true damage. We can assist the master with purification and healing, another chimed in. With differing opinions, they collectively approached a character named Little Meng. The Great Wilderness is an adaptation of a mythological game, with many dungeons remaining true to their original mythological narratives. Under the guidance of the experienced player 36D, they swiftly navigated past several minor mechanisms on the Goblin King's ship and arrived before Little Meng. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated as the wooden barrier shattered under the barrage of 8 arrows from Jiang Cheng, disintegrating into ash. Hundreds of fiery goblins surged forth like a floodgate burst, startling the newly arrived group. As they entered range, the horde of fiery goblins brandished their gnarled staffs, unleashing a torrent of fireballs towards Jiang Cheng. Xiaoming summoned the Undead, Abyssal Grip. Zhang Mengmeng nodded in acknowledgement. At Jiang Cheng's signal, she summoned 35 undead at pre-selected positions before him. Boom, boom, boom. A multitude of fireballs detonated before Jiang Cheng, obliterating the skeletons in front of him into a cloud of ash. Sparks mingled with shattered bones scattered in every direction, propelled by the explosive force of the fireballs. Simultaneously, Little Meng unleashed her abyssal grip. 36 tendrils ensnared the front row of 32 fiery goblins, perfectly timed as they had just raised their hands, ready to unleash another volley of fireballs. In an instant, the frontline goblins were firmly grasped by the abyssal grip, displaying damage values of -80, -80 above their heads. Seizing the opportunity while the 32 fiery goblins were momentarily silenced, Jiang Cheng hurled the remaining 2 bottles of wine into the air, followed by 3 explosive flames. Boom! For bottles shattered, showering the air with flaming liquid, igniting the 98 fiery goblins with a burning status. In truth, during this phase, it was unclear to anyone that not only the wooden barrier could be set ablaze, all fiery goblins in the second round could also be affected. However, to evenly disperse the liquid and apply it to each fiery goblin required precise calculation. Even Jiang Cheng managed to cover only 91, leaving over 10 goblins unscathed. Yet, it was sufficient. Boom! A fireball erupted upon Jiang Cheng. The frenzied escape triggered. Whoosh! A black light suddenly illuminated the eyes of everyone present. Thud! In the next moment, as the black light descended, damage values of -45,328 appeared. -45,328. In a mere 0.3 seconds, 3 fiery goblins, each possessing only a mere 10,000 health points, were instantaneously vanquished by a forceful strike. Simultaneously, the passive ability of Furious/activated, granting an 18 split effect along with a 3 increase in attack power, rendering evasion and defensive effects ineffective. Within a 2-meter radius, a flurry of damage figures erupted. 8,412, 8,412, 8,412. In an instant, 12 goblin corpses lay sprawled upon the wooden boards. 30 seconds later, all the fiery goblins in the second stage were mercilessly slaughtered by a single blow from Jiang Cheng's skeletal form. Those who had been ready to assist Jiang Cheng in purging the burning effects and to restore his health found their wands raised, frozen in astonishment at the spectacle before them. Chapter 142. The Secret to Success. I was astounded to witness the annihilation of 100 fiery goblins in a mere 30 seconds. Such prowess, akin to effortlessly slicing through vegetables, is truly remarkable. Who dares to claim that one lacks area damage? It is utterly insane. After witnessing this, I found my aspirations of seeking a hidden profession rekindled. After a brief moment of astonishment, my companions lowered their staffs, overwhelmed with admiration. I had already asserted that the great master required no assistance, yet they were skeptical. Qi Xiaobai pouted, exuding an air of pride. The existence of a hidden profession was confirmed without a doubt. Yu Rongnai's eyes widened in realization, disregarding Qi Xiaobai's smugness, and began to analyze. The 2 skills displayed by the captain are unattainable for an ordinary mage. Indeed, the vast area of control, coupled with silence and health-draining abilities, could only belong to a hidden profession. 36D nodded in agreement, pondering, I suspect that this black skeleton is not summoned, but rather a subordinate inherent to this hidden profession. The captain must have undertaken a concealed task requiring the defeat of a formidable boss. Hence this black skeleton was assigned to assist her. Indeed, it is entirely plausible, albeit extraordinarily bizarre. Thus, having concluded the analysis, the question arose, where does one undergo the transition to a hidden profession? Such an impressive skeleton, where does one acquire it? Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to conceal their reverence. Captain, Captain, Captain. The 9 of them gathered respectfully behind Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng, exclaiming in unison, Captain, you are incredible. I've never encountered someone as astonishing as you. I apologize for previously doubting your abilities. I was mistaken in my assumptions. Nai Tian Nai Di Nai Kong sincerely expressed regret upon witnessing the terrifying prowess of Yi Tiao Dai, Xiao Meng, and Jiang Cheng. The demeanor of these individuals had transformed entirely. In the realm of gaming, true masters are always regarded with respect and admiration, especially someone of Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng's stature. Captain, how on earth did you achieve this? I am utterly bewildered, beyond recognizing your brilliance. Could you perhaps elucidate? 36D inquired, curiosity evident in their gaze. Others, too, looked to Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming, eager for her response. However, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming turned her gaze towards Jiang Cheng. It's perfectly fine to share. Whether they learn or not depends on their innate talent. Jiang Cheng's spirit ignited with enthusiasm, ever open to the prospect of others learning from him, just as he was inspired by numerous videos of renowned gamers. Combining those insights with his martial arts understanding, he crafted his own 14 divine techniques. After their creation, countless players delved into their intricacies. However, in truth, only a handful possess complete mastery, perhaps fewer than 10 individuals. Mastery in technology is something that can evolve through diligent research and adaptation. With the multitude of people in the world, there exist countless geniuses. There will always be those with peculiar and unconventional ideas who seek to transform them into reality. Moreover, he requires such individuals to collaboratively create more techniques and enhance their own skills. Stagnation is not in his nature. The 14 divine skills, even with the addition of the absolute static slash, certainly do not mark the pinnacle of gaming prowess. After hearing this, the naive and innocent character expressed great admiration for Jiang Cheng's openness. While most would guard such techniques jealously, Jiang Cheng was refreshingly candid. Indeed, the skeleton brother is a remarkably magnanimous figure. Of course, she also understood that, even if Jiang Cheng remained silent, this group would eventually deduce the truth, albeit with a slight delay in time. Oh, so that's how it is? Not only do we need 5 bottles of Finjiu and wine, but we also require a magical connection, and it must be evenly distributed, sprinkled over each goblin? Upon her revelation, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Chapter 143, The Boss Approaches. Let us not dwell on it. The Mana Link, a technique second only to divine skills, is likely to be mastered by no more than 1,000 mages among the billions of mage players in the entire server. We are merely entertaining the thought. The sentiment expressed by 36D, overwhelmed by the enormity of the task, promptly extinguished any desire to learn it. The Mana Link aside, the requirement to evenly distribute wine across 100 goblins to achieve a burning effect is no small feat. I suspect that even a haphazard attempt might only ensnare 5 of them. Not to mention the cost. This Finjiu and wine are far beyond our means. With wine priced at 3 silver per bottle and Finjiu at 2 silver, a mere dungeon run would set us back 50 silver. The financial burden is simply too great. It is beyond my means, truly beyond my means. I cannot contend with the affluent. As it stands, my entire fortune amounts to merely 9 silver and 98 copper. To run a dungeon would mean financial ruin. As the conversation progressed, the group fell silent, their gazes filled with a mixture of admiration for Jiang Cheng's unparalleled skills and lamentation for the extravagant wealth of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, she too was feeling the pinch. However, Jiang Cheng's subsequent remarks swiftly quelled her discomfort. Those who lack the acumen to earn will invariably seek to conserve. Very well. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming resignedly accepted this perspective. Moving on to the third challenge, the task proved relatively simple, defeating 4 heavily armored goblins. Each possessed a daunting health pool of 100,000, yet with Jiang Cheng in their midst, the formidable foes were swiftly vanquished. Big shot. How do we tackle the final challenge against the armored goblins? 36D exclaimed with palpable excitement. Having glanced at the timer, less than 3 minutes had elapsed since they commenced the dungeon. The record set by the God of Records stood at 15 minutes and 33 seconds. This record had remained unbroken in the annals of mythology for over a year, yet he sensed that they were on the verge of shattering it today. Moreover, it was highly likely they would create an unparalleled miracle in the history of the Great Wilderness. Indeed, big shot. I have heard that the armored goblins will don the battle armor and wield the weapons they have pillaged. Within 3 minutes, their defense and attack power will reach 500. 500 attack and 500 defense. Utterly terrifying. I swear, I cannot breach their defenses. Your attack power must exceed 2,000, so I am not overly concerned. The issue lies with time. 36D mused. Time. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was there not still over an hour and 56 minutes remaining? Big shot. That is the completion time. The record-breaking time is 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Yu Rong Nai Da exclaimed with immense excitement. Could it be that you are not here to break the record? The others cast skeptical glances at Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming. Break the record? What record are we talking about? We merely came to run the dungeon. We had no intentions of breaking any records. Etiao Dui Xiao Meng was utterly taken aback. When had she ever suggested a desire to break a record? Alas, upon hearing this, several individuals fell into a profound silence. Perhaps this is the essence of a true master. Even a mere casual attempt at a quest can yield a record of 3 levels completed in just 3 minutes. No wonder the expert remains utterly unperturbed. It appears that breaking records was never on the agenda. One can only marvel at such prowess. What more could I possibly say? Brother Skeleton, how shall we tackle this challenge? Inquisitively, the naive little one clutched Jiang Cheng's dark cloak and presented him with 20 bottles of intermediate mana potions. Jiang Cheng accepted the potions, his teeth slightly bared. Once, there was a dragon knight who, in a moment of leisure, soared to the final stage. Curious to test his mettle against the boss, he later discovered that the ornate goblins would don their gear only after a span of 5 minutes. Yet, no one had ever breached the 3rd level within that 5-minute threshold. Thus, the truth remained concealed. The ornate goblin was, in fact, still in slumber, existing in a state devoid of armor. Moreover, unbeknownst to all, this pirate harbored an aversion to water. Chapter 144, The Sorrowful Goblin in Splendid Attire. Who is that tedious dragon knight? Inquired a curious little cute. Jiang Cheng sighed, somewhat exasperated by little cute's focus. The truth was, the monotonous dragon knight was none other than himself. However, he chose not to respond, deeming it a waste of time. Swish, swish, swish. 3 arrows were released almost simultaneously, striking the slumbering goblin in splendid attire. Subsequently, Jiang Cheng transformed his weapon, wielding the chain scythe with finesse. To everyone's astonishment, he effortlessly hurled the goblin, measuring about 1 meter in height, into the sea using the chain scythe. Splash! A colossal wave erupted. The goblin was jolted awake, terror evident in its eyes as it began to thrash violently. Minus 12,235. Minus 12,235. Minus 12,235. A barrage of damage erupted from the goblin's head, leaving everyone speechless. Goodness! As a pirate, this goblin is afraid of water? I must admit, I found it utterly hilarious. Who on earth conceived such a strategy? How delightfully mischievous. Swish, swish, swish. Minus 25,352. Minus 25,352. Minus 25,352. In its unarmored state, the goblin suffered an additional 50 points of damage, compounded by the weakened state triggered upon entering the water, resulting in a 300 increase in damage taken. Each arrow Jiang Cheng fired inflicted over 25,000 points of damage. The goblin possessed a skill that allowed it to leap onto the ship. However, since Jiang Cheng's evolution, both his attack power and weapon efficacy had vastly improved. Each time the goblin attempted to utilize its skill to ascend, it was met with a freezing effect, immobilized every 0.5 seconds. Then, with a plop, it fell back into the water. After 3 seconds, just as it began to recover and prepare to leap once more, the ice disaster triggered again. The combination of slow movement and the weakened state rendered the goblin's swimming speed agonizingly sluggish, making the use of its water leap skill exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, capable of retracting arrows with his scythe, faced no concerns about depleting his ammunition. Thus, for the next minute, including Little Cute, they experienced an unprecedentedly effortless encounter with the dungeon's boss. They simply glided across the surface of the water on the ship. All they could feel was utter bewilderment, having never imagined that a dungeon could be cleared in such a manner, nor that a boss could be defeated so easily. This was nothing short of a revelation, shattering all their preconceived notions about gaming. Today I discovered that miracles do exist in this world. Rather, it is my own inadequacy that obscures them. The notion of embracing greatness resonates with a previous remark, where the creation of miracles was dismissed as mere self-deception, leaving me feeling utterly ashamed. It is not that there are no miracle makers in this world. It is simply that such individuals do not include him. Before we formed a team with our illustrious captain, who could have anticipated that the goblin pursuit battle would involve such a strategy? This approach is nothing short of extraordinary. Watching the boss leap about like a frog, yet failing to reach us, nearly sent me into fits of laughter. Oh, Captain, who is this remarkable genius that conceived such an unconventional tactic? Indeed, Captain, From which forum did you glean this strategy? Even the boss is aware of its aversion to water. Everyone turned to a little naive one, while another little naive one felt somewhat helpless. For she believed that this was undoubtedly the brainchild of the elder skeleton. Yet sharing this belief with the group would surely lead to disbelief. Thus, the little naive one chose silence. Do not inquire further. Can we truly fathom the genius of our captain? Have you not noticed? Even if we were to cast the boss into the water, without the weapon of our skeletal ally, he would likely manage to leap out. It must be noted that this esteemed individual's weapon possesses attributes of freezing, tearing, slowing, and hindering, likely a legendary grade weapon. Knowing the strategy is one thing, but do we have the legendary weapon to prevent the boss from emerging? Let us instead anticipate what treasures this dungeon will yield. Moreover, consider how we shall respond to the impending barrage from those grand guilds when the world announcement is made. Upon utterance of this statement, the eyes of the group sparkled with excitement. After such a prolonged battle, it has only been mere minutes, and we are finally at this exhilarating juncture. Furthermore, they are on the brink of shattering the record for the fastest completion of the Goblin Pursuit battle in history. At that moment, it is likely that the entire server will be stirred. Ding! The elegant goblin has been slain, the Goblin Pursuit battle has been completed, experience points increased by 2 million, evolution points increased by 2 million, and enhancement points increased by 2,000. Chapter 145, World Announcement, a stir among all players in the recent Goblin Pursuit battle. The completion time was an astonishing 4 minutes and 12 seconds, earning a perfect SSS rating. Due to this exceptional score, the boss dropped a reward with a 300 drop rate. World Announcement, player A Demon from Ragewind City displayed remarkable resilience, boasting a 36D enhancement alongside Chi Xiaobai, who nurtures everything around. Others chimed in with playful banter about their prowess in the game, all leading to the monumental first kill of the level 20 Goblin Pursuit dungeon, achieved in a record time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds, thus temporarily claiming the world record and receiving an additional 5-fold experience bonus, along with 3 legendary enhancement stones. As this announcement echoed through the virtual realm, players across the vast expanse of the game erupted in disbelief. Was it merely an illusion? Someone completed the Goblin Pursuit in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? If given 40 minutes, I couldn't even finish it. Surely this must be a fabrication? Could the system be overloaded due to the influx of players? Completing the Goblin Pursuit in such a brief span? It seemed utterly ludicrous. What nonsense is this? Completing it in 4 minutes and 12 seconds? Even the record-holding team of elite players took 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Who could possibly finish in under 4 minutes? Such claims were nothing short of fantastical. Upon the announcement's release, the immediate reaction from the majority of players was skepticism. It was simply too implausible. Consequently, in a mere moment, the game's intelligence system was inundated with over 5 billion complaints. Had many players not engaged in an online mourning ceremony before logging off to calm their tumultuous emotions, the complaint count might have soared to 8 billion. In an instant, even the upper management was stirred by the commotion. However, they were powerless to intervene in the intelligence system's decisions and could only issue a statement, advising players to await a resolution to the complaints within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the 9 members within the dungeon found themselves in a state of bewilderment, not due to the generous drop rates or the broken record, but rather because, after reading the world announcement, they keenly realized that their captain was actually a demon. Wait, a demon? Isn't that the unparalleled powerhouse ranked first in levels? The one who surpassed the 12 divine beings? Furthermore, it appeared she also topped the weapon rankings. Our captain is such a formidable figure. No wonder her attire and weaponry seemed so exquisite. It was indeed the 25-level purple blood raven set. The petite mouth that claimed to nurture everything gasped in astonishment. Captain, you've hidden your true self from us for so long. Had we known you were such a colossal figure, we would have rushed to join your team at the very first opportunity. Indeed, it seems the grand figure has mischievously disguised herself as a novice. The gazes of the team members upon a demon turned fervent, nearly melting poor Zhang Mengmeng with their intensity. They urged one another not to dawdle and to swiftly utilize the pulling technique to draw their equipment onto the ship. Jiang Cheng paid no heed to their reactions and approached a certain adorable little one, offering a gentle reminder. The reason he sought to recruit 9 priests was that upon the demise of the boss, the loot would cascade into the sea. necessitating the priest's skill of pulling to retrieve the equipment. This ability, learned at level 15, allows the priests to reposition their allies in the front line. Yet, intriguingly, Jiang Cheng occasionally employed this skill to relocate items dropped amidst a horde of monsters. Such a tactic is known to only a select few players, likely kept secret by those in the know. The technique, however, proved to be remarkably straightforward. After Jiang Cheng had instructed the adorable little one, they grasped it swiftly. Yet, upon understanding, they found themselves in a state of bewildered amusement. Goodness, the pulling skill can also relocate equipment. How did I not think of that? Truly, a master is a master. Even without playing a priest, one could conceive such a tactic. Wow, I finally comprehend my role. Chapter 146. Greater Gains. What nonsense. To adventure alongside the esteemed captain in a dungeon is a blessing I could never aspire to attain in my lifetime. If given the chance, I would gladly gather equipment for the captain forever. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed one? With grace, I laid aside my dignity as a modest expert and began to flatter. Esteemed one, could you refrain from such distasteful behavior and focus on collecting the gear, please? 36D remarked disdainfully. I would willingly serve 2 lifetimes to collect equipment for you. Great one, could you not act like a decent person? Qi Xiaobai retorted, rolling her eyes as she approached Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng, linking arms with her. Esteemed one, from this day forth, I am yours to command. I shall do as you wish. Ugh, you are all insufferable. Let us hurry and see what treasures we've obtained. Great one, I ask for nothing more than to add you as a friend. Faced with the fervent attention of the 9, Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng felt somewhat embarrassed. She believed her strength was entirely due to the contributions of her brother, the skeleton. Burdened by her newfound fame, she felt a twinge of guilt. For her actual prowess was rather humble and unworthy of the title Great One. Please, do not speak so highly of me. This is all the result of my brother. The skeleton's brilliance. My part in this is negligible. Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng waved her hands dismissively, attributing the credit to Jiang Cheng. The esteemed one is merely being modest. We understand. Indeed, the Great One must be concerned about us divulging your secrets, hence your humility. Now, let us examine the equipment. I believe I saw some green gear earlier. Very well, let us inspect the equipment. Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng intended to clarify her thoughts, but Jiang Cheng halted her. Reluctantly, she followed them to view the gear. Great One, this success is entirely your doing. We shall merely glance at the equipment for our amusement. Suddenly, 36D made a surprising declaration that left everyone momentarily stunned. What gear dropped from the dungeon? The least of it is level 20. They also spotted some drilling stones and gems, and even a skill book. With a 300 drop rate and a record-breaking first kill, the quality of the loot was guaranteed to be exceptional. 36D's unexpected decision left the 8 in disbelief. Do not look at me like that. I know you are reluctant to part with the spoils of this dungeon, but I must ask, what effort did we truly contribute? 36D surveyed the group, and in that moment, several individuals lowered their heads in shame. Aside from picking up some gear, we essentially did nothing. Yet what have we gained? Can you fathom it? The group shook their heads, puzzled. Seeing their confusion, 36D scoffed lightly and continued. Each of us has received the 2 million experience points from the first kill. I trust you all have leveled up by 7 levels, yes? The group nodded in unison, beginning to grasp the significance of their shared experience. If it were not for the first kill, the maximum experience would merely amount to 400,000, allowing them to ascend perhaps 2 levels at best. However, due to their unprecedented achievement of the first kill, they shattered records and were bestowed with a remarkable 5-fold experience reward. 2 million experience points necessitate relentless efforts in the wild, battling monsters for no less than 5 continuous days. Furthermore, we have garnered an unimaginable level of fame. The enthusiastic 36D gestured passionately, elucidating that the mechanism of the dungeon stipulates that players exceeding the dungeon level by 15 cannot enter. Thus, the highest level permissible for the Goblin Pursuit mission is 35, with a record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. I firmly believe that even a coalition of 20 level 35 players could not hope to surpass this achievement. Henceforth, whenever someone ventures into this dungeon, our names will undoubtedly be immortalized in the annals of history. Do you comprehend the significance of this? It signifies that we shall be etched into the chronicles, attracting the attention of billions of players. Moreover, upon your exit, You will surely be sought after by numerous guilds, revered as esteemed guests. Have you ever contemplated the sensation of being adored by the elite of various guilds? Personally, I have never imagined such a scenario. In pursuit of first-hand information, their limits will undoubtedly transcend your wildest expectations, and then you shall truly understand the exhilaration of it all. Given the magnitude of your rewards, are you still not content? 36D regarded them with a hint of disdain, rendering them speechless. Subsequently, they came to understand and offered apologies to the somewhat bewildered Daxiaming, reluctantly presenting their gear. We apologize. Captain, we were blinded by greed. Forgive us. Smack. With a sense of humility, one of them chastised himself. I am sorry, esteemed one, I was wrong. The group collectively acknowledged their missteps, feeling profound remorse for their avarice. Jiang Cheng, however, remained unfazed, casting a knowing glance at 36D before addressing Daxiaming. This individual is rather commendable. You should add him as a friend. For the upcoming level 30 dungeon, we could form a party with him. First, assess his equipment, and we shall prepare accordingly. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Cheng took a skill book and 2 distinct gemstones, examining them closely. He also discovered that this time, a socketing stone had dropped, and with his primary weapon having transformed into a legendary tier, it could be socketed anew. Even his secondary weapon was eligible for socketing. He earned an additional 2,000 enhancement points and 20 million evolution points, enabling further enhancements. Chapter 147, the new passive, Heavy Strike Skill Book, Drilling Stone, Quality, 3 stars overview, can create sockets and equipment with a 30 success rate. Spell Gemstone Quality, Rare Overview, Embedded in Weapons, grants 50 points of spell attack. Magic Resistance Stone, Quality, Rare Overview, Embedded in Armor, increases spell defense by 50 points. Heavy Strike, Quality, Elite Category, Passive Overview. When attacking, there is a 3 chance to stun the enemy for 0.1 seconds, dealing damage equal to 1 of one's attack power. Is it truly necessary for me to gather all types of attack passive skills? Jiang Cheng mused. Currently, he possessed passive effects such as Tear, Freeze, Slow, Delay, Confusion, Armor Break, Ice Calamity, Split, Bloodletting, Life Steal, Cutting, and Black Icebone. Although the cutting effect was somewhat feeble, it was better than nothing. Moreover, he also had 2 dual passives, Dark Dawn and Dark Curse, which would likely bestow curse and blindness effects upon awakening. Now, with the addition of Heavy Strike, which could induce a stun, Jiang Cheng felt a tinge of pity for his adversaries. Should all these passives trigger simultaneously, witnessing a plethora of statuses above his head would likely lead them to utter despair. After learning Heavy Strike, Jiang Cheng expended 500 evolution points to elevate it directly to level 10. The probability increased from 3 to 8. The stun duration extended from 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, and the damage dealt rose from 1 to 6 of his attack power. Although the effect was not overwhelmingly potent, Jiang Cheng did not rush to enhance it further. He intended to first use the drilling stone on his secondary weapon. Given the low probability of creating sockets and the subpar gems obtained this time, he decided to embed them in his secondary weapon to bolster his spell damage. He also aimed to install the magic resistance stone in his skull to augment his spell defense. That weapon wielded by the skeletal overlord was simply magnificent. How he longed for a weapon of such caliber. Qi Xiaobai, watching Jiang Cheng fiddling with his Ice Calamity and Death's Wing, felt a pang of envy. Glancing at the plain level 20 white staff in his hand, his aspirations were swiftly dashed. There was no point in dreaming. That black ice was clearly legendary. And at this stage, only task NPCs could wield such weapons. It seemed the skeletal overlord possessed 2 of them, and moreover, could switch wing forms with his left hand, utterly stunning. Alas, how he wished he had a guardian NPC like that. A deep sense of regret washed over Qi Xiaobai. The others gazed at Jiang Cheng with envy, simultaneously speculating about his identity. I sensed that his cloak must serve some purpose. This black skeleton is undoubtedly an epic-level NPC. Indeed, have you not noticed the unique properties of his weapon? It can transform into a scythe, a bow, and a black dagger, with each attack inflicting additional statuses. Truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of a hidden class? Alas, what a pity. The hidden profession is exceedingly rare, obtainable only by defeating concealed bosses, and it requires immense luck. Never mind, let us simply engage in our own game. A few sighed, and for a moment, all that remained was envy. The dungeon countdown commenced. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. They emerged. The legendary figure had appeared. The unparalleled master who completed the dungeon in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. As they exited the dungeon, a dazzling multitude of radiant lights suddenly converged upon them. Ding, 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 ding. Ding dong. The Holy Lord requests to add you as a friend. The Wing of the Mage requests to add you as a friend. Dragon City requests to add you as a friend. An overwhelming torrent of friend requests inundated them, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Chapter 148 The Soul Mission. Due to the inability to send friend requests within the dungeon, a plethora of messages refreshed instantaneously upon their exit. The group stared at the red notification indicating an astonishing 8 new messages in the friend list, utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, over 50 million messages. This is simply outrageous. What on earth transpired to warrant such a commotion? A particularly bewildered player, known as Zhang Mengmeng, gazed at her staggering friend request count, which exceeded 300 million, feeling utterly speechless. While numerous friend requests had flooded in over the days, none had approached today's absurdity. Let us go. No time to hesitate, Jiang Cheng urged from behind Zhang Mengmeng. The dungeon was teeming with thousands of players, and being cornered would render escape impossible. Although there weren't many players who had just reached level 20, there was no shortage of those eager for excitement. If they did not leave promptly, their chances of escape would diminish drastically. Zhang Mengmeng, slightly dazed, quickly regained her composure, blocked the incoming messages, and made her way towards the center of Rage Wind City. Greetings, I am Mo Shinbing, the leader of the 19th ranked guild in the Huaxia region, the Martial Arts Divine Weapon Hall. Boss, I am the president of the 72nd ranked guild, Powerland. Boss, please don't leave. Consider our guild. Which player are you in this dungeon? Might you reveal your nickname? As Zhang Mengmeng navigated through the throngs of players, she felt increasingly uncomfortable. Thankfully, she had concealed her name, and the other 9 members of her party helped mitigate some of the attention. Furthermore, Jiang Cheng's ominous aura behind her instilled a sense of caution among the players, thus allowing her to finally break free from the crowd. Having finally emerged from the swarm, Zhang Mengmeng wiped the sweat from her brow. Oh dear, being a big shot isn't as easy as it seems. It seems you are not inherently inclined towards the limelight, Jiang Cheng remarked, shrugging. Look at 36D, they revel in this attention, whether you enjoy it or not. You must acclimate to being the center of attention, the subject of discussions. This will become your new normal. Jiang Cheng cautioned, with every action you take, while you reap the benefits, you must also bear the adverse consequences that accompany it. This is a fundamental lesson in becoming a master. Oh, I understand now. Big brother Skeleton. I will strive to adapt, Zhang Mengmeng declared, pouting and raising her tiny pink fist resolutely. So where to now? To accept a quest. Jiang Cheng directed her towards a quaint tavern, pointing at an NPC who was utterly inebriated, sporting a disheveled beard. This is Charlotte from Howley Street. You can accept a quest from him that will significantly enhance your abilities. Accept a quest? Zhang Mengmeng replied, slightly taken aback, surveying her surroundings. It's filthy, chaotic, and subpar. The air was saturated with a pungent odor of alcohol. The NPC known as Charlotte was currently slumped over the table, utterly unconscious. Ah, Skeleton brother. There seems to be hardly anyone around here. How did you discover this place and manage to accept a quest? A small, naive creature turned away, gazing curiously at the nearby Jiang Cheng. The enigma of Jiang Cheng perplexed her. It felt as if he possessed an understanding of everything. His formidable strength aside, he treated her with an unparalleled kindness, enveloping her in an unprecedented warmth. At times, she pondered whether Jiang Cheng was a celestial being sent to rescue her. A fallen angel, perhaps. After all, he did have wings. You need not concern yourself with that. This is a singular quest, and the reward is unique. Hurry and seize it before someone else does, Jiang Cheng replied with a shrug, exuding a sense of helplessness. The Great Wilderness game was originally a mythological adaptation, and the myths were merely a version tested by the game company. Many elements had remained unchanged. Furthermore, he had participated in the internal testing during his previous life. Understanding this was quite natural. A singular quest? The naive creature instantly grasped the significance, her face lighting up with an expression of sheer delight. Noticing that a dozen players in the tavern had begun to take an interest in her, As if they had seen through something, she hurriedly stepped forward. Chapter 149. The Dread of the Master Player. Hey, beautiful. It seems this NPC is the one we encountered first. The lance held by Black Dragon Python obstructed the path of a character named Jiang. Meanwhile, several players hastily gathered beside Charlotte, eager to inquire about the situation. Jiang felt a surge of urgency. This was an exclusive quest bestowed upon her by Skeleton Big Brother, a unique task within the entire server. If someone else seized the opportunity first, it would be lost forever. She simply could not let Skeleton Big Brother down. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully initiated a duel challenge within the city. Black Dragon Python was momentarily taken aback. Since all 6 of them were in a party, all 5 teammates were automatically included in the challenge. This meant that this beauty intended to take on all 6 of them. She dared to challenge them 1 against 6? Black Dragon Python and his companions laughed, abandoning their pursuit of Charlotte. Almost everyone understood that girls, generally disinterested in the game and lacking in-depth research, tended to be less skilled than their male counterparts. Not only would they struggle in a group fight, but even in one-on-one duels, defeat was often the outcome. And yet, this beauty was daring enough to challenge 6 brothers. Accept her challenge and let her understand the meaning of cruelty. Okay, Ajk. The group eagerly accepted the challenge. In the next moment, the scene shifted, excluding all scattered players from the surroundings. Hey, beautiful, don't say we're not giving you a chance. Abyssal Grasp. Before Black Dragon Python could finish his sentence, he silently calculated his position and cast the spell, ensnaring all 5 players with 36 Abyssal Grasp hands. Instantly, damage indicators of -80 appeared above their heads, rendering them forcibly silenced. Following this, Jiang raised her blood-red staff. Boom, boom, boom. In the bewildered moment of the 5 players, 36 skeletons erupted from the wooden floor of the tavern, descending upon them with relentless strikes. -35, -24, -19, -32. A deluge of damage numbers appeared above their heads. What the heck? So many skeletons. What is happening? The 6 were immobilized by the Abyssal Grasp, unable to move or speak, merely gazing at one another in confusion. However, they shared an unspoken understanding, all reading the word bewildered on each other's faces. The next emotion was one of panic. In-city duels could indeed lead to death. Although they would not lose equipment, they would suffer a loss of experience. Alas, they had no opportunity to plead for mercy. 3 seconds later, all 6 vanished in a flash of light beneath the onslaught of 36 skeletal blades. Upon returning to the resurrection point, the group stared at the kill notification in utter disbelief. Do you know who that person was just now? The number 1 on the leaderboard, Jiang. Damn, she's a super powerhouse. Recently, one individual achieved first place on the speed leaderboard for the Goblin Pursuit dungeon. Alas, it was mere chance that led to an encounter with a stunning beauty, who turned out to be an extraordinary powerhouse. After painstakingly reaching 19 levels with 85 experience, I have now lost a level. How frustrating. I can no longer attempt the dungeon. Let's not speak of it. Just look around and see who else has fallen. Once again, I must spend an entire day hunting wild monsters. Truly, these formidable players are merciless and ruthless. They initiate with a broad area control, summoning a multitude of skeletons. How utterly brutal. The group collectively felt a wave of despair, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. Beyond lamenting their misfortune, they hardly dared to seek vengeance. They couldn't even muster a harsh word to retaliate. Such is the intimidation of a master-level player. Ordinary players, lacking wealth, skill, strength, and connections, can only bemoan their ill fate when faced with such titans. In Angry Wind City, due to a character named Jiang breaking the record for the Goblin Pursuit, the presence of an elite player is palpable. One might inadvertently encounter a true powerhouse. The Black Dragon Python, with a serious demeanor, cautioned everyone to remain vigilant, avoiding any underhanded tactics, and to flee at the sight of any red-robed mage wielding a crimson staff. Inside the tavern, Jiang Cheng patted Jiang on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Xiaoming, you have made significant progress. However, the positioning for summoning skeletons still needs improvement, and your timing could be better. To master necromancy, the gaps between skeletons must not exceed 0.9 centimeters to effectively block all 10 directional positions, just as you did during your duel with Anshang Yulan, where you successfully limited your opponent's movement. If the positioning results in only blocking 6 to 8 positions, it grants the enemy an escape route. The interval between Abyssal Grasp and Necromancy should not exceed 0.5 seconds. Should you fail to secure the position, the skeletons must be summoned immediately to fill the gap. Additionally, the timing for the 10 skeletons to strike must be synchronized. You still have room for improvement, but this mastery does not come overnight. For now, go accept your quest, and later, I will teach you how to synchronize your summons. Oh, very well, Brother Skeleton. Daxiaming beamed with delight at Jiang Cheng's praise, her face radiant with joy, captivating the attention of the surrounding players. Chapter 150. The legendary skill enhancement scroll, incredible. 1 against 6, and she emerged victorious? This individual is truly formidable. Witnessing the duel in the tavern, the players were astonished to see only a single character, Yiqiao Dai Xiao Meng, still standing. Previously, none had anticipated her success, primarily due to her being a female player and the overwhelming odds against her. Yet, against all expectations, she triumphed. Instantly, the perception of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming shifted among the onlookers. However, there remained a few audacious players who, undeterred, attempted to engage with Charlotte right under Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's nose. Even after receiving her challenge invitation and witnessing her prowess, these players declined, leaving Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming in a state of confusion. There was no need for concern, as they lacked the requisite 10 portions of Fingio to undertake the unique quest. Observing that 7 or 8 players had gathered around Charlotte, trying to glean information, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming felt a wave of disappointment. Jiang Cheng, seeing her dismay, kindly shared some insights with her. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes brightened with understanding. So that was the case. Why didn't Big Brother Skeleton mention it sooner? I was worried sick just now. With a relieved sigh, she patted her chest. This is merely a test for you. Remember, do not let minor setbacks fluster you, Jiang Cheng encouraged, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Panic and anxiety can cloud your judgment during battles. You must learn to adjust in real time and not allow emotions to dominate your thoughts. As Jiang Cheng observed her graceful silhouette, a subtle smile crossed his lips. Yet, your journey is still long. Take your time. This scene reminded him of years past when a little girl trailed closely behind him. Qian Shanshui's temperament was the polar opposite of Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming's. She was composed in the face of challenges, decisive in her actions, and never hesitant. Cold and ruthless towards adversaries, she exuded an icy demeanor in front of others, revealing only her girlish side in his presence. Moreover, she was particularly affectionate, embodying a tough exterior with a gentle heart. In contrast, Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming possessed a soft exterior concealing a resilient spirit. No matter the circumstances, she faced them with optimism, demonstrating patience and a willingness to learn. Never overly reliant on others. Both girls were indeed promising, differing in character, yet united by a shared tenacity and perseverance. Jiang Cheng believed wholeheartedly that Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming would not disappoint him. Cultivating an unparalleled master was one of the few joys he found after ascending to the pinnacle of divinity. Often, witnessing his disciples evolve into extraordinary beings brought him a sense of accomplishment. Oh, I understand now. Thank you, Big Brother Skeleton. Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming exclaimed joyfully, turning to grasp Jiang Cheng's bony hand in gratitude, her spirits lifting like clouds parting to reveal a clear sky. Of course, there was another reason for her sudden turn. It was as if Jiang Cheng lingered too closely behind her, inducing a persistent itch in her neck and an unusual sensation within her heart. Yet, she dared not voice her feelings directly to Jiang Cheng, opting instead for this subtle means to alleviate her inner turmoil. How absurd. This NPC was utterly incapable of revealing anything. A throng of players surrounded Charlotte, pressing her with questions from every angle. After a prolonged period of fruitless inquiry, she remained unresponsive, causing the crowd to disperse in disappointment. Among them, a quirky little character, rather than rushing forward, slowly produced a bottle of Fingio and placed it upon Charlotte's dining table. The moment the bottle thudded down, Charlotte instantly awakened, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wine. There was wine. Casting a hesitant glance at the quirky little character, Charlotte ultimately succumbed to the allure of the Fingio, seizing the bottle and indulging in its contents. However, upon finishing, she did not exhibit any further actions, instead collapsing once more onto the table. The onlookers were left feeling disheartened. I thought this would trigger a hidden quest. Instead, it proved utterly futile. What a waste of my anticipation. With Finjio costing 2 silver pieces per bottle, one would need several days to earn enough, and now, having offered the beverage, they were left with nothing to show for it. What a loss. In the face of their schadenfreude, the quirky little character said nothing, merely placing another bottle on the table. With a thud, Charlotte awoke again and unhesitatingly began to drink. Gulp, gulp. Each time Charlotte drained a bottle and slumped onto the table, the quirky little character would present yet another. After consuming 10 bottles, Charlotte once more lay sprawled across the table. Just when the crowd assumed the quirky little character was merely seeking attention, Charlotte suddenly began to speak in delirium. Child. My child. That accursed disaster witch. Return my child. Congratulations. You have triggered the unique hidden quest. Rescue Charlotte's child. Quest rewards. Skill enhancement scrolls. Legendary. X5. Chapter 151. 1,000 Mountains of Frost and Snow. Alas. It has truly been triggered. Could it be real? Surely not. It is no fabrication. I am merely a casual player, having spent my time as a tavern attendant and engaged in conversation with Charlotte. Suddenly, a tavern worker spoke up, and I sensed that this NPC was extraordinary, harboring some secret. I thought there might be a quest at hand, so I discreetly exchanged some gold coins and purchased various wines to please him. And the outcome? All the players inquired in unison. What was the result? I spent 500,000 RMB to exchange for 5 gold coins, experimenting with different wines, only for him to remain utterly silent, leaving me at a significant loss. The tavern worker wore a look of utter disbelief, which elicited laughter from the others. Indeed, the misfortune rests with you. Haha, forgive my unrefined amusement. It appears this quest requires 10 bottles of Finjio, and one must continually pour it into him. Everyone hurried to procure Finjio to embark on the hidden quest. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed in a frenzy, fearing they would miss the opportunity. Gritting my teeth against the pain of loss, I purchased 10 portions of Finjio at the tavern, placing them on Charlotte's table. The result was predictable. To elaborate further would only bring tears. During that time, the price of Finjio surged for this very reason, leaving many players bewildered. Only those who witnessed a Navi little one receiving the hidden quest and frantically buying Finjio understood the gravity of the situation. It was a saga of blood and tears. Longing is a pain that breathes. Brother Skeleton, what is the use of the legendary skill enhancement scroll? A Navi little one exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement as she pursued Jiang Cheng down a bustling street in Furywind City. It can elevate your skills to legendary status, Jiang Cheng replied, listening to the vendor's calls while searching for his desired items. Wow, legendary level. The little one's excitement intensified. Can the brother skeleton use it? Upon learning the purpose of the skill enhancement scroll, Zhang Mengmeng immediately thought not of herself, but of Jiang Cheng. This warmed Jiang Cheng's heart slightly. This is of no use to me. Oh, then what skill should I enhance? That is for you to decide. I can only tell you that skills not at the legendary level can be transformed into legendary skills upon use. The number of scrolls required depends on the original skills level. For a common level skill, 3 are needed, and 1 additional for each level crossed. If the skill is already at the legendary level, using it will surpass its original limitations. For instance, if a skill can be raised to level 20 upon use, it could display as 201 with a transformative effect. Contemplate this carefully. Jiang Cheng refrained from making decisions for the Navi little one. Instead, he aimed to cultivate her ability to make choices and bear the consequences of her decisions. Rest assured, dear skeletal brother, I will certainly give it considerable thought. The naive little Ming nodded cheerfully and then, somewhat perplexed, inquired, by the way, why are we setting up a stall on this street? To procure some items. In preparation for the level 30 dungeon, came the response. Another one of those? The innocent little Ming cast a curious glance at Jiang Cheng. I suppose so, Jiang Cheng replied with a mysterious smile. In Clearwind City, where have you been wandering off to lately? Your gear is quite impressive. Has the legendary bow of level 25 already emerged? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows were released in unison, imbued with a chilling force, piercing directly above Qian Chonglong's head and ultimately defeating him. Upon seeing the 2-1 damage indicators hovering above him, Qian Chongling despondently withdrew from the team, sparring, and lamented. I purchased this from a mysterious big shot, but what use is it? Even if I toil through the dungeon, reaching level 25 and acquiring the legendary bow. I still cannot surpass you, my cousin. That's simply because you lack skill. When I suggested you stay by his side to learn, you squandered your time instead. Do you regret it now? Cousin, that was not idling. It was merely that I felt inadequate in comparison to you, so I chose to give up. Jiang Cheng replied helplessly. You mastered the same techniques in 10 days, while it took me 2 months, and even then, I am still clumsy. I cannot afford to lose face. However, I recently discovered a mysterious big shot. His skills are exceptional, and he is remarkably kind. I intend to study under him for a while. A mysterious big shot? Qian Shanxue, suppressing her icy demeanor, cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Cheng and scoffed. Who could possibly take an interest in you, a novice? Who, indeed, is blind enough to overlook your shortcomings? Chapter 152. Just come and see for yourself. Well, for now, I shall keep it a secret. Hee hee. Jiang Cheng displayed a sly demeanor. TCH, who cares? Anyone who fancies a lowly player like you probably lacks substantial skills. Qian Shanxue, disinterested, began to adjust the frost of 1,000 miles in her hands. The frost of 1,000 miles is a growth type. Exclusive subweapon meticulously crafted by the game company for the 12 Divine Gods players. Each Divine God possesses one. It is an undeniable honor. An equipment envied by billions of players. However, despite its aesthetically pleasing name, its attributes are rather mediocre. Moreover, to enhance this subweapon, one must collect various materials. Otherwise, this exclusive subweapon will become rather useless in the later stages of the game. I need to farm materials in the dungeon. Would you like to join me? Noticing Jiang Cheng's silence, Qian Shanxue extended the invitation. Me? I already have a team. The expert said he would take me around the level 30 dungeon. Jiang Cheng's abrupt refusal left Qian Shanxue quite astonished. In the past, you would pester me daily to take you into dungeons to learn a thing or two. Why the sudden change today? The level 30 disaster which dungeon requires the team leader to be level 30, with team members not differing by more than 5 levels. Now, aside from Dui Meng, who else is level 30? Qian Shanxue cast a peculiar glance at Jiang Cheng. You can't possibly be saying that this person taking you is Dui Meng, can you? Hee hee. Jiang Cheng chuckled. Cousin, you guessed it right. TCH. Stop talking nonsense. Qian Shanxue looked skeptical. As one of the 12 Divine Gods, she had encountered many skilled players, yet few commanded their respect. Only Dui Meng, with overwhelming prowess, had swept the leaderboards for levels and weapons, claiming the title of the world's best. She even set records in dungeons that left them incredulous. For minutes and 12 seconds to clear the goblin chase, they were also capable of miracles, yet they dared not claim they could achieve such a phenomenal record. Currently, although Jiang Cheng had seized the top spot on the weapon leaderboard, her record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds remained far more striking. She continued to be a beacon of attention. Furthermore, she achieved such a remarkable record while leading 9 priests. When the world announcement was made, no one believed it. Even Qian Shanxue was skeptical. However, the intelligence system later confirmed her dungeon record, silencing all player doubts. Thus, Dui Meng, this suddenly emerged legendary player, became the focal point of many skilled players and major guilds. Everyone found themselves engulfed in various speculations regarding her. Yet, regrettably, Dui Meng seemed disinclined to engage with others. She had scarcely added anyone as a friend, making it exceedingly difficult for them to learn more about her. Her cousin actually claimed to know her. Is he not merely jesting? Well, I speak the truth. In fact, she attended the master's funeral previously, but you, dear cousin, were too preoccupied with confronting Xia Dongli to have the opportunity to meet her. Jiang Cheng, with an expression of disbelief, was visibly displeased, as he was not one to feign. Are you serious? Is her skill truly remarkable? Qian Shanxue suddenly exhibited a flicker of interest. To her surprise, her cousin indeed knew the adorable Tiao. This presented a chance to learn more about her. Dear cousin, you have misunderstood her. Her skills are, in reality, so subpar that it defies imagination. Jiang Cheng's words rendered Qian Shanxue speechless. Skills so lacking that they are beyond comprehension? Yet she managed to reach level 30 and even set such a record in this dungeon? Xiaolang, have you lost your senses? Or do you believe I am incapable of wielding a bow? Qian Shanxue raised her frosty bow, aiming 5 glimmering arrows directly at Jiang Cheng's head. Dear cousin, please, do not act rashly. You have misunderstood. Jiang Cheng frightened, darted about in panic, but alas, he could not escape Qian Shanchue's relentless targeting. He could only plead for mercy. Cousin, I meant to say she is unskilled, but I never claimed her strength was lacking. Are you mocking me? No, absolutely not. If you wish to understand why not accompany me to see for yourself? They are about to enter the dungeon as well. Let us form a party. Chapter 153. Apologies, my master says you are unworthy. The esteemed leader of the Law God Wing, ranked 6th in the Huaxiao region's guild leaderboard, sent a message to the Law Demon. Regrettably, the Law Demon did not respond. However, the Law God Wing bore no resentment. After all, great beings often possess their own peculiarities. Although he founded the Law God Wing under his own name and once achieved the 6th position in the guild rankings, he was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and true deities. Despite the inclusion of Law God in his name, it was merely a moniker. In terms of skill, he could hardly compete with the Law Demon, having merely grazed the edges of the 1,000 waves. This time, he sought to invite the Law Saint out of seclusion, spurred by the recent acquisition of a newcomer. The new addition was a necromancer, one of 9 priests in an unprecedented formation that set a world record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. With this individual in their ranks, the Law God Wing believed they might shatter that remarkable record by enlisting the Law Saint's assistance. President, have you yet established contact with the Law Demon? The Tempest Wing stood at the entrance of the Angry Wind City dungeon, anxiously observing the throng of eager players. Those privy to first-hand information had already entered the dungeon, preparing to create a new record while they remained in anticipation. There's no rush. Our aim is merely second place. Such individuals will never amount to anything. My goal is to break the new record. The Law God Wing bore a confident smile. Yet, I recall that the Law Saint has not yet commenced leveling. The Tempest Wing interjected hesitantly. That is of no consequence. World records are worth the wait. I simply wish to greet the Law Saint and gauge her interest. If she is intrigued, what is there to fear about breaking the record? But I heard that Mo Shinbing has already enlisted the legendary Blood Xiaowu to challenge the record within the dungeon. Aren't you concerned they might succeed? The Law God Wing smiled slightly. Blood Xiaowu? She is transitioning into one of the 4 conventional classes, the Ghost Dance Berserker, isn't she? The Tempest Wing nodded. Once the dungeon commences, everyone's levels will rapidly ascend. Blood Xiaowu is already at level 26 and has learned the 25-level Ghost Energy Eruption. Her explosive power is undeniably formidable. I worry. There's nothing to worry about. What difference does it make if she can erupt with power? Among billions of players, if one speaks of the strongest in area attacks, who could rival the Law Saint, known as the God of Area Damage? The Law God Wing expressed disdain. Moreover, do you truly believe records are easily broken? Do not presume that mastering a few trivial techniques grants one the freedom to shatter records. If records were so simple to surpass, what need would there be for geniuses? I must concede that the individual who conceived this method to clear the dungeon is undoubtedly a prodigy. The Law God Wing sighed deeply, however. You must understand that in this world, everyone harbors their own ideas, and many possess remarkably brilliant thoughts. However, the more extraordinary and brilliant the idea, the more challenging it becomes to realize it. How many individuals in this world can truly bring such a notion to fruition with such perfection? With a soft sigh, the Angel of Law lamented, "What a pity we missed the opportunity to meet with the adorable Daxiaming. Otherwise, I would truly like to see what kind of being she is." The Demon of Law nodded in agreement, acknowledging the regret. According to the old bachelor, this Daxiaming possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to the rhythm of battle, which explains why she has attained the title of the world's best. Yet, upon reflection, I believe the crux of the matter lies in the difficulty of inviting the Saint of Law. Never mind, he has replied. The regret on the face of the Angel of Law was swiftly replaced by surprise as he eagerly checked the message. As long as they could connect with the Law Demon and invite the Law Saint, he was confident that the Angel of Law would undoubtedly break the record for the top position. At that moment, the name of the Angel of Law would forever be inscribed at the pinnacle of the Goblin Pursuit War. With this world record, his guild would surely attract more players to join. His guild would flourish and grow stronger, and he would ascend to an even grander stage. Law Demon, Heavy Rain, apologies, but my master says you are unworthy. Chapter 154. The misfortunate wings of the Mage God. The wings of the Mage God, filled with joy, were met with a disheartening outcome. At this moment, only 4 words echoed in his heart. Am I not beautiful? With a quivering voice, His inner turmoil was overwhelming, and the expanse of his psychological shadow had significantly expanded. This newly acquired emotional burden was ample enough for him to construct several psychological first aid stations. Nevertheless, he endured. If the mage saint was unattainable, there remained the mage demon. The mage demon was a master of data and, in terms of gaming prowess, ranked as the strongest among the 12 legends. Although securing the mage saint might render them incapable of claiming the top position in the server, enlisting the mage demon should sufficiently solidify their second-place standing. Though he could not aspire to the status of the mage saint, the mage demon was certainly within reach. With renewed confidence, the wings of the mage god sent forth another message. I apologize for the intrusion. Surely the mage saint is preoccupied with pressing matters. He began with a courteous remark, probing the situation. No, my master is merely resting. You need not overthink this nor feel disheartened. My master merely believes you are unworthy. Uft. The wings of the mage god internally spat out a mouthful of blood. Was this even human discourse? While outwardly encouraging him not to dwell on it, the underlying message was unmistakable. Never mind. He chose not to dwell on that topic further. I understand. It is only natural for the mage saint to have urgent matters. By the way, might the mage demon have some time available? Surely. The mage demon has seen the world announcement and is aware of the situation. I am well aware. Then the mage demon must understand our capabilities. We possess the first-hand information necessary to break the record. We only require your esteemed presence to create history together. Oh, I apologize. I do have a few matters to attend to today and may not be able to join. Is that so? May I inquire what the mage demon is occupied with? Is assistance required? The wings of the mage god felt a flicker of hope. Nothing of great significance. Just misplaced my house keys and need to have a duplicate made. My apologies. Misplaced. Oh, that is truly unfortunate. I shall not disturb you further. After the call ended, the countenance of the wings of the mage god darkened. How could the president of the 6th-ranked guild in Huaxia be so scorned by two individuals? He was not a fool and understood the implications of the mage demon's words. Was he deemed unworthy? Such humiliation. President, did you manage to reach the mage saint? What did they say? Tianma Yi, waiting anxiously nearby, could no longer contain her excitement upon seeing the wings of the mage god hang up. The expression on the wings of the mage god was grim. He replied, the mage saint is unwell and cannot come. And the mage demon? The mage demon mentioned he is leveling up in the catastrophic wilderness of Zhuke City and will not be able to come for the time being. Really? Tianma Yi clearly expressed disbelief. With the dungeon now available, the mage demon would venture into the wild to level up? Could it be that the instance runs have been exhausted? Of course, it is true. How could I possibly deceive you? Observing the expression of the celestial demon wing, the already irritable mage wing felt his pride insulted, igniting a surge of rage. If I were to deceive you, I would simply gift you the level 25 purple staff that I purchased for 20 million yesterday. Are you serious? The celestial demon wing gazed enviously at the staff in the hands of the mage wing. Although both were mages, he came from a less privileged background and had yet to attain financial independence. Thus, since yesterday, he had been fixated on the staff held by the mage wing, his eyes gleaming with desire. The mage wing was well aware of this, which prompted his extravagant vow. As the esteemed president of the 6th Guild in Huaxia, would it be necessary for me to deceive you? The mage wing looked at him with evident displeasure. How splendid that would be. Let us hasten the transaction. Hasten the transaction? What do you mean? The mage wing appeared bewildered. Who said I would gift it to you? It's nothing significant. Did you not mention that the mage would be leveling up in Zhuke City? Who might that be over there? Upon hearing this, the mage wing followed the gaze of the celestial demon wing towards the eastern edge of the instance, where a throng of fervent players surrounded a man, fervently chanting, Mage. Mage. The Mage Wing. Chapter 155. Can these individuals be summoned? Brother Skeleton, are we not adding anyone else? Zhang Mengmeng's voice was tinged with urgency as she concealed herself within the confines of an ornate European-style church in the dungeon. It had already been half an hour since they had entered. Upon hearing that the dungeon could unlock Brother Skeleton's dual passive skills, her mood had shifted to a state of slight impatience. Moreover, with 36D Great Water Injection in the team, although he remained silent, Zhang Mengmeng speculated that he must be feeling somewhat anxious as well. After all, every fleeting moment since the server launch was of immense value. There was no rush. Due to the presence of a unique quest, the difficulty of this dungeon would escalate to a challenging level, with all dungeon monsters experiencing a doubling of their attributes and the emergence of a hidden boss. Inside the church, Jiang Cheng was engaged in a silent standoff with the priest, while simultaneously explaining to a somewhat bewildered Zhang Mengmeng about the situation. With the dual boss configuration, not only would the number of monsters increase, but there would also be a time constraint of 10 minutes. Relying solely on my output for clearing might prove insufficient within the allocated time. I require several high-output, efficient experts. Before parting ways with Qian Chonglang, I had him contact 3 individuals, including a magic warrior, who should be arriving shortly. "Oh, I see," Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed, a realization dawning upon her. She then turned her gaze towards the priest and Jiang Cheng. Could you perhaps separate?" There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. Since she and Jiang Cheng had entered, the church's priest had persistently shadowed Jiang Cheng, and the two appeared to be at odds. "Child, this necromancer is perilous. He will bring you endless calamity." Priest Adam's eyes bore into Jiang Cheng, fearful that he would harm Zhang Mengmeng, intent on keeping Jiang Cheng and Zhang Meng apart. Zhang Mengmeng found herself at a loss. At times, NPCs being overly intelligent could be problematic. How was she to explain this situation? Moreover, she was puzzled as to why Jiang Cheng had brought her here. After all, as a necromancer, her very identity was at odds with a place like this church. Coming here was simply courting trouble, was it not? Let us disregard him. This old man has a kind heart. Although he possesses the most exceptional purification magic in the world, he bears no prejudice against the undead. I brought you here merely to familiarize you with him. You need not regard me with such suspicion. In time, you will understand, Jiang Cheng replied, retracting the soul fire that had been locked in confrontation with the priest, before instructing Zhang Meng to depart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng was utterly astonished, her gaze towards Adam filled with disbelief. This unassuming priest actually possessed the world's foremost purification magic? Such a title was not something to be taken lightly, as Jiang Cheng had suggested. This NPC might indeed possess significant stature. Declining Priest Adam's request, Zhang Mengmeng departed the church under his regretful gaze, joining Jiang Cheng to rendezvous with 36D Great Water Injection at the dungeon's entrance. Finally, you all have arrived. Let me tell you, great god, Rong Nida has revealed the secrets of the Goblin Pursuit battle to those major guilds. With a hint of indignation, 36D remarked. Now that group is clamoring to break the record. Look. He pointed to the circular screen on the ground displaying the rankings. His frustration intensified as he noted that the Martial Arts Divine Weapon Hall, accompanied by Yurong Nida and Xue Xiao Wu, had shattered the previous second-place record of 48 minutes and 32 seconds, achieving a remarkable time of 11 minutes and 34 seconds. "Master, are you not agitated?" he asked, taken aback by the indifferent demeanor of the seemingly oblivious Xiao Meng. "Oh, I find nothing to be upset about." They utilized these techniques and still only managed 11 minutes and 34 seconds. "They cannot surpass the record set by Skeleton Big Brother," she replied nonchalantly. "The current situation is merely due to their unfamiliarity with the strategies. Once they become accustomed, it will be a different story altogether. It is of no concern. Our purpose in entering the instance was never to break records," Zhang Mengmeng explained, her tone tinged with resignation. "Ah, I seem to have forgotten," 36D said, his expression one of exasperation. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a true expert. His own worries were unfounded. The elite had long since transcended the trivialities of a level 20 instance. While that group of guild members still pondered how to surpass the Goblin Chase record, the masters were likely preparing to conquer the level 30 instance record. "By the way, Master, when shall we venture into the level 30 instance?" he inquired. Skeleton Big Brother said we must wait for others. "Wait for whom?" he asked. "FAMO, Qian Chonglang, Yun Xiang, Fay Quang Tu, Lu Feng." Upon hearing these illustrious names, 36D was momentarily speechless, grappling with the realization that these legendary figures could indeed be summoned. Chapter 156, Strengthening Talents in the Face of Adversity. Dear adorable deity, the individuals you mentioned must merely share the same names, correct? The Mage of Storms, a disciple of the lawful saint, is celebrated as the foremost among the 12 legends and was the champion of the last sword trial tournament. The sword hero, Cloud Dream, a disciple of the Fist sect, ranks second among the 12 legends, a superstar of the Mountain River Club and the runner-up of the last sword trial tournament. Hailed as a goddess of the gaming realm, 1,000 Waves and 10,000 Frosts, at the bottom of the 12 legends, are regarded as the third prominent archer. Finishing 12th in the last sword trial tournament, the Lawless Fiend, a deceased disciple of the supreme deity, stands at the pinnacle of the 10 notorious villains, serving as the vice president of the Demon Hall Guild and secured third place in the third sword trial tournament. Blade Edge, one of the 7 prodigies of the mythical era, later became the third disciple of the supreme deity. Now he is the god of records, holding 782 records across the entire server of mythical, or rather, it is now 781. Can these 5 godlike figures be summoned at will? It is not merely a matter of possessing a guild, financial resources, or some degree of prowess. Without matching strength, one's approach would be met with indifference. Although the adorable deity, being the god of levels, may seem unattainable to ordinary players, among these heavyweight contenders, being ranked first on the leaderboard is, in fact, rather trivial. Furthermore, the technical prowess of the adorable deity and that black skeleton merely encompasses a few minor techniques. They can be considered first-class experts, yet they still fall short when compared to those who wield divine skills. Same name? It should not be the case. I have indeed encountered Cloud Dream, but the others remain unknown to me, as I am not particularly well-versed in this realm. The adorable deity harbors no secrets, though the mention of a 36D embellishment still carries a hint of skepticism. Nonetheless, he refrains from saying much. After all, the Mage of Storms is just over there. What if, by chance, the individual truly approaches? Though he holds little belief in it, offending the adorable deity is not an option. Silence proves to be the wisest choice. Brother Skeleton, 1,000 Waves mentioned that he is nearly there, currently outside the city. Jiang Cheng nodded, saying little more. Although he presented himself as a lesser character before 1,000 Waves, his alternate persona held considerable significance in the past. He was the sole leader of the Demon Hall Guild, which had only 10 members, daring to confront the then top-ranked Temple Guild head-on. He believes this identity should suffice for 1,000 Waves to secure his 2 disciples. With that in mind, he began to strengthen other aspects of his body. Following the Goblin Chase battle, his enhancement points reached 200. With over 2 million evolution points accumulated, he still has a long way to go before reaching the required 40 million for the next evolution. As the dungeons are now open, all players experience a meteoric rise in levels. Soon, guilds will begin to establish themselves one after another. In a guild mode where one need not fear inadvertently harming their comrades, a magnificent super guild emerges, providing collective enhancements and battlefield bonuses. The deterrent power of solitary players diminishes significantly. The time has come to test his strength. He would be naive to believe that these super guilds would never clash with him. The vast world of the wasteland is teeming with bosses, making it inevitable to encounter disputes over monster hunting. As long as he must venture forth to level up and battle bosses, conflicts with other players are unavoidable. Even in his former exalted status as a mythical deity, he frequently found himself at odds with those players or super guilds. One-on-one duels, team battles, guild wars, siege battles, and national conflicts were commonplace, though they may feign respect in his presence. Who can fathom their actions behind closed doors? Moreover, he harbored a suspicion that his accidents and sudden deaths bore a hint of conspiracy. Thus, he resolved to bolster his capabilities. Jiang Cheng rotated his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds, and fell into deep contemplation. While he lacked neither offensive power nor control, his magical attack and defense were woefully inadequate. A low magical attack rendered him helpless against certain bosses immune to physical damage, leaving him merely staring in frustration, much like the level 30 dungeon boss, the Calamity Sorceress. Although she possessed no physical immunity, her Calamity Reflection skill could retaliate against 50 of all physical damage dealt. The damage reflected ignored both defense and evasion, meaning the harm inflicted upon him far exceeded that which he dealt to the boss. Even arrows would suffer the same fate. Thus, enhancing these 2 aspects became an urgent priority. He decided to first examine the changes in his evolved talents before making any further decisions. Chapter 157. Although no one was invited, my master should be able to handle the 3 of them. Black Ice Thought. Ice attribute damage. 50 mental power. 50 casting speed. 3 overview. consumes 8 mana points to establish a telepathic connection with creatures within a 10-centimeter radius. Black Icebone, Ice Attribute Damage. 30 Overview. Transforming the body into black ice bones, it inflicts a chilling assault on enemy units within a 0.5-meter radius every 0.5 seconds, with a lasting effect of permanence. Freeze. Each chilling assault adds a layer of slow effect, reducing the enemy's attack and movement speed by 2. Upon accumulating 10 layers, it causes a freezing effect, immobilizing the target for 0.5 seconds. Black Ice Foot, Ice Attribute Damage. 30 Movement Speed. 135 Overview. Each movement increases speed by 1, and after accumulating 10 layers, grants an additional 10 points of movement speed. Black Ice Surveying Eye, Ice Attribute Damage. 20 Overview. Omniscient within a 130-meter range, piercing through fog and miasma. The overall ice attribute increased by 130? Jiang Cheng suddenly realized. No wonder the damage displayed during the ice disaster was somewhat heightened. Initially, he was a bit perplexed. It now appears that all his talents have been enhanced. However, the 130 ice attribute damage is fixed and can only be increased through enhancement points, which is quite frustrating. After spending 1,000 enhancement points, Black Ice Thought was successfully enhanced, increasing ice attribute damage by 20, mental power by 30, and casting speed by 1. After spending 2,000 enhancement points, Black Ice Thought was successfully enhanced again, raising ice attribute damage to 50, mental power to 100, and casting speed by 2. Black Ice Thought triggered a breakthrough evolution, transforming into Black Ice Faith. Black Ice Faith, Ice Attribute Damage. 120 mental power, 180 casting speed. 6 Overview. Consumes 5 mana points to establish a telepathic connection with creatures within a 10-centimeter radius. Eye of Faith. Consumes 300 mana points to condense the Eye of Black Ice Faith, inflicting 10,030 of personal spell damage on a single enemy unit while reducing their attack speed by 10. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Not bad. With 180 mental power, it equates to an increase of 180 in spell attack, along with an additional active skill. Although this skill is somewhat ostentatious and lacks practical utility, it is better than nothing. After successfully piercing the secondary weapon, he embedded a spell gem, adding another 50 points of spell damage. In total, he now possesses 330 points of spell attack damage, coupled with a necromantic enhancement skill from the adorable little one, which adds 300 points to both attack and spell attack. He now boasts a total of 630 points of spell attack. With 630 spell attack power, it is likely that current mage players would find it exceedingly difficult to match. The skull was embedded with a magic resistance gem, increasing spell defense by 50 points, along with an additional 100 points after the assault armor was transformed into spell-resistant armor. Thus, he now possesses 150 points of spell defense. It can be said that a comprehensive enhancement has been achieved, making it significantly easier to confront the Calamity Witch, the adorable deity, and the skeletal overlord. I am here. I am here. Just after Jiang Cheng completed his enhancements, the excited voice of Qian Chonglang suddenly resonated. Yet, in an instant, his tone shifted to one of profound disappointment. I am truly sorry, skeletal overlord. I was unable to invite those you requested, as they all lacked the time to come. However, Qian Chonglang let out a mischievous laugh and stepped aside, revealing Qian Shanxue behind him. I believe that with my master present, it is sufficient to match the strength of the three of them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng, who was about to switch his secondary weapon to his left hand, abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 158. I hear your skills are exceptional. Shall we spar? With cascading ice blue hair and skin as smooth as mutton fat, her petite figure remains as delicate as ever. Standing beside the towering Qian Chonglang, who measures a full height of 1.8 meters, she appears to be nearly 2 heads shorter. Even clad in ice blue battle boots, she only reaches his shoulder. Next to Qian Chonglang, she resembles not a cousin but rather a younger sister, perhaps 8 years his junior. Her large, bright eyes, filled with a scrutinizing gaze, are fixed intently upon him. At this moment, Jiang Cheng has not emerged from behind the timid little Meng, still concealed within her shadow. Previously, the significant enhancement of her attributes had gone unnoticed by him. Yet, Qian Shanxue possesses an uncanny ability to see through Jiang Cheng's disguise. Perhaps it is an innate instinct of an archer, Or perhaps she has discerned something more profound. From her expression, Jiang Cheng perceives a hint of something unusual. Qianshan Shui is the most diligent, obedient, and clingy among the 3 disciples he has taught. This little girl, once rejected from the national archery team due to her height, had turned to gaming as an outlet for her frustrations. In a fit of passion, she unleashed a flurry of arrows at a wild creature, capturing his attention. Despite her foul mood, Jiang Cheng noted that every arrow she loosed found its mark, indicating that her skills were unaffected by her emotions. Even at level 1, without having learned any skills, she could execute difficult techniques such as shooting curved arrows and simultaneous shots. Intrigued, Jiang Cheng created a low-level account to challenge her. To his embarrassment, he lost the match without employing any special techniques. However, undeterred by the defeat, he revealed his true identity and asked if she would consider becoming his disciple, delving into the art of archery together. Perhaps it was his sincerity and unabashed nature that moved her, for they quickly became inseparable as master and apprentice. From then on, he frequently accompanied Qianshan Shui in leveling up, defeating bosses, and imparting gaming strategies. He encouraged her not to abandon her dream of joining the national archery team. They trained side by side, engaged in guild duels, participated in competitions, and challenged formidable opponents, becoming the envy of many within the mythical realm of the game. After each session, they would retreat to their guild, close the doors softly, and discuss the techniques and strategies of the masters they admired. Their bond deepened over 3 years, evolving into a relationship that blended mentorship and friendship. Had it not been for the car accident that forced him to withdraw from the game, they might still be innovating new techniques together. He fondly recalls his favorite encouragement to her: "Do not lose heart. You will grow taller." Little did he expect that upon their reunion, she would still be the same petite girl, while he had transformed into a cold skeleton. Indeed, fate can be cruel. Jiang Cheng let out a soft sigh, his gaze fixated on the fierce flames of black ice burning in his eyes. He watched as Qianshan Shui approached him, taking delicate steps as she traversed through countless waves. "Greetings, I have heard of your remarkable skills. My disciples are no match for you. Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Qianshan Shui, adorned with a hint of benevolent smile, stood before Zhang Mengmeng, who was a head taller than her, extending her right hand. However, Zhang Mengmeng found it rather peculiar that Qianshan Shui's right hand bypassed her body and rested behind her. This left Zhang Mengmeng somewhat perplexed, unsure whether to turn around and shake her hand or to refrain from doing so, until a hand, emanating black flames, gripped Qianshan Shui's delicate little hand. Chapter 159, Your hand is quite cold. The moment the knuckles of her fingers brushed against that warm palm, she exclaimed, "Master, I have lost again. How infuriating. That little sprite dared to bully me. Master, please come out and teach her a lesson. Master, haha, Today I devised a new technique and managed to triumph over that little sprite. Master, am I not impressive? Why won't you come out and praise me? Master, I have delightful news to share. It seems I have grown just a little taller. Master, where have you gone? Can you not inform me? Master, do you know that you have been missing for 91 days, 12 hours, 32 minutes, and 41 seconds? I miss you so much." These words were the messages she left for him, a serendipitous encounter upon logging into her account 3 months after his accident. Has she truly grown taller? Jiang Cheng emerged from the shadow of a small, innocent figure and approached her, bending down to observe her icy blue hair. Instinctively, he extended his left hand, yearning to stroke her head. Yet, before his skeletal fingers could reach her silken strands, Qianshan Shui evaded his touch. Her delicate face was etched with astonishment, as if she were slightly resistant. Your hand is quite cold." Qianshan Shui withdrew from Jiang Cheng's grasp, gazing in surprise at her own frostbitten fingers. She then took 3 steps back, distancing herself further from him. Once steady, she tilted her small head, her expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion, fixated on Jiang Cheng. "For some reason you give me a yearning to be close to you. Could you enlighten me as to why?" Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback by her words. After a prolonged silence, he shook his head, glancing at his hand, enveloped in dark flames, before casting a fleeting look at Qianshan Shui's reddened hand. He sighed deeply, shifted his right foot, and took 3 steps forward, vanishing into the shadow of the innocent figure. "Little one, select your character and enter the instance." After a considerable pause, the innocent figure finally reacted. Ah, what just happened? She felt slightly bewildered, completely unaware of the events that had just transpired. Why did it seem as if the skeletal brother had some acquaintance with Qinshan Shui? She sensed an unusual emotion in Jiang Cheng's tone, but could not discern whether it was merely her imagination. Qinshan Shui. It's Qinshan Shui. The 12 divine spirits. Oh my. One of the 12 divine spirits, the heartless lowly. Before the innocent figure could fully absorb the gravity of the situation, a fervent uproar erupted in the instance. The 12 divine spirits. The chosen one among billions. Only 12 absolute god-tier players emerged from 100 billion. As the cheers erupted, the entire instance plunged into utter chaos. With the gaze of over 70,000 players converging upon the ice blue-haired Qinshan Shui, players surged towards Jiang City like a tidal wave. Even the previously sensational warlock was cast aside by the players. Meanwhile, 36D, overwhelmed with excitement, found himself at a loss for words. Not to mention legends. Was it true that even the legendary beings were coming? According to Qian Chonglang, a legendary deity was set to become his teammate. The thought of a legendary deity joining him sent 36D into a frenzy, his body trembling with exhilaration, his mind a blank slate, unable to even grasp his staff. Having played games for 4 to 5 years, 36D had never felt such a thrill as he did today. Qinshan Shui, the foremost disciple of the supreme god and one of the 12 deities, known by the title 10,000 Miles of Cold Frost, was revered as the premier archer. He had once triumphed alongside the supreme god and the sword god Xie Changkong against 361 elite players, emerging victorious. Defying all odds, he had brought honor to the archer class, once deemed obsolete and on the verge of cancellation by the game company, by securing 3rd place in the sword trial competition for 3 consecutive years. With his singular prowess, he demonstrated to all players that archers too could weave legends. The adorable and formidable deity truly was an extraordinary figure, even able to summon one of the 12 deities. It was said that the president of the martial arts divine armory, Mo Shenbing, ranked 19th in the Huaxia region's guilds, had made tremendous sacrifices and pleaded earnestly to enlist a blood-soaked dancer. The commotion that erupted when the dancer made her appearance in the dungeon was something that 36D vividly recalled. Subsequently, the warlock's arrival had drawn an astonishing influx of 30,000 players to join the fray. And now, Angerwind City was on the brink of explosion. Chapter 160, the all-star lineup, Qinshan Shui? Surely this is a jest? As Mo Shenbing prepared to enter the dungeon, he was taken aback by the commotion. He had expended a staggering 50 million to invite Shui Xiaowu, going so far as to personally visit and leverage connections to secure her presence. Who could possibly summon the likes of Qinshan Shui, an absolute titan among deities? Qinshan Shui? The eyes of the wing of the magic god narrowed. How did she arrive here? Who could have enticed her? Perhaps she had come on her own volition to tackle the dungeon? The wing of the demon god, gleefully eyeing the staff he had just acquired, nonchalantly remarked. While ordinary players may regard the 12 divine gods as untouchable and rarely encountered, for the vice president of the wing of the magic god, these figures indeed appeared formidable and elusive. However, their demeanor was comparatively composed, devoid of the fervor exhibited by regular players. What do you know? Every city harbors dungeons, and the 12 divine gods are firmly ensconced in the 4 major cities. What madness would compel Qinshan Shui to traverse such a distance to Ragewind City? The wing of the magic god pondered, speculating who had invited her to shatter the goblin pursuit record. She is merely a divine god. Why the excitement, President? Excitement? What am I excited about? Do I appear excited to you? As the illustrious president of the 6th guild in the Huaxia region, she is just a divine god. Notification: a certain Daxiaming invites you to join the disaster sorceress dungeon. Do you accept? The words of the wing of the magic god were abruptly halted, leaving him momentarily stunned. He then glanced at the team composition. 820 team leader, Daxiaming, level 31, necromancer. Team member, FAMO, Storm, level 26, Inferno Mage. Team member, Qian Chonglang, level 25, Divine Archer. Team member, Yun Xiang, level 25, Strength Swordsman. Team member, 36D Supercharged, level 27, Holy Light Priest. Team member, Shui Xiaowu, level 26, Ghost Dance Berserker. Team member, Wanli Hanshuang, Qinshan Shui, level 28, Icebound Marksman, Daxiaming, Famo, Qian Chonglang, Yin Xiang, Shui Xiaowu, Qian Shanxua. Goodness, an all-star lineup. The wing of the magic god smacked his thigh, leaping up with excitement, his lips trembling. By the heavens, you startled me. The wing of the demon god was nearly thrown into a panic by the wing of the magic god's outburst, almost discarding his staff. President, what madness is this? Did you not say you wouldn't be excited? What all-star lineup? Goodness. Daxiaming has invited me to join the team. With a crash, the wing of the demon god, startled, inadvertently hurled his staff, striking the wing of the magic god in the face. He then slapped the wing of the magic god's hand, interrupting his attempt to join the team. Yet, oblivious to the displeasure on the wing of the magic god's face, he continued to exclaim, President. Haha, I'm in the team. I'm in the team. Can you believe it? I'm actually part of the all-star roster. President, what is wrong with your complexion? As the wings of the god of law gazed menacingly at him, the wings of the demon king was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Thud! A staff of verdant ivy descended upon the head of the wings of the demon king, producing a dull thump. Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the other members, the wings of the god of law unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the wings of the demon king. You interrupted my attempt to add you to the party. Now, with the arrival of the god of war, it is full. They are no longer accepting members. Do you understand? Thud! Thud! Stop hitting me. President, cease your assault. I will withdraw from the party to allow you in. The wings of the demon king raised his hand to grasp the staff of the wings of the god of law, and upon expressing his intention to leave the party, the relentless beating finally ceased. That's more like it. Hurry and exit to let me in. Upon hearing the words of the wings of the demon king, the wings of the god of law finally exhaled in relief. Such a moment of glory, destined to be etched in history, could not possibly be sullied by the vice president's presence. This monumental record, the first of its kind across the entire server, should undoubtedly belong to him, the illustrious president. The thought that anyone entering the goblin pursuit would witness his resplendent golden name stirred excitement within the wings of the god of law. Oh, very well. I shall withdraw. Whoosh. Before the wings of the demon king could finish his sentence, he vanished in an instant before the wings of the god of law. The wings of the god of law. Chapter 161. I am the only novice in the entire team. President. President. What happened? Where's the vice president? The incessant inquiries from the members echoed in his ears, leaving the wing of the god of law at a loss for words. However, the curious members were undeterred by his silence, persistently pressing for answers. Seeing no other option, he could only helplessly raise his hand and declare, "Stop asking." The vice president was involved in a sudden car accident and has logged off to treat the entire village to a meal. A sudden car accident? What on earth? Yet the vice president was clearly still online, still in the dungeon state. How am I supposed to know? Whoosh whoosh. The sound of the wind howled, filling the ears of the 10 individuals. Before them, a storm of yellow sand swirled, transforming into a desert gale that lashed against them. Despite the blazing sun above, the 10, standing upon the scorching sands, suddenly felt a chill. The level 30 disaster dungeon featuring the female demon had arrived. Yawn. The wing of the demon of heaven was the first to yawn. Is it just my imagination, or is it really cold? Do I feel someone cursing at me? Yet he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Before him stood a star-studded lineup. The world's #1 adorable little fool, the frost of 10,000 miles, and the snow of 1,000 mountains. The disciple of the law sage, the blood little dance, the disciple of the fist sect, the cloud dream, and the disciple of frost of 10,000 miles, the 1,000 layers wave. Each one was an extraordinary figure. To join this illustrious group in a dungeon was akin to ancestral graves exuding green smoke. Little dance, what brings you to Fury Wind City? Cloud dream, did you not come as well? And you ask me? Actually, I was tricked here by my master, all because of that guy. Blood little dance flicked her wine-red hair, pointing at Emo Shinbing, her pretty face displaying displeasure. This is a bit awkward. Emo Shinbing felt somewhat embarrassed. This young lady was indeed a handful to cater to. They had agreed to break the Goblin Pursuit record together, yet upon Cloud Dream's invitation, she had joined this team without a moment's hesitation. Had he not joined as well, he would have lost out significantly. Brother Law Mage, Brother Wandering Dog, why are you also here? Blood Little Dance disregarded Emo Shunbing's exasperated expression and excitedly ran over to Law Mage and Thousand Layers Wave, grasping Thousand Layers Wave's hand. Little Dance, do you realize how much trouble you are causing? Do not call me by that nickname in front of others. Thousand Layers Wave shot a glare at Blood Little Dance. TCH, if you don't want me to call you that, then just don't be so fierce. Blood Little Dance shrugged off Thousand Layers Wave's hand and ran to Law Mage's side, acting all cute. Expecting Blood Little Dance to be put in her place before Law Mage, the 36D with an ample figure, the wing of the demon of heaven, and Emotion Bing were left utterly astonished. The rumored aloof and unmatched Law Mage, who wore a perpetually cold expression and seldom smiled at anyone, completely transformed in Blood Little Dance's presence. Not only did he engage in light-hearted banter with her, but their gestures were also affectionate, resembling a pair of lovebirds immersed in romance. Oh my goodness, I have struck gold this time. The legendary data sorcerer is actually involved with the illustrious Blood Little Dance. Indeed, it seems that among legendary players, there exists a web of connections. Being masters in their craft, they must frequently interact, which I find entirely reasonable. However, the revelation of Blood Little Dance's affair with the sorcerer has genuinely taken me by surprise. If this news were to break, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. As Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji found themselves walking together, they began to converse, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. The gossip among celebrities has always been a source of great intrigue. Any whisper of information is sure to spread like wildfire. Thus, the two widened their eyes, navigating between several prominent figures, eagerly hoping to uncover additional sensational news. In the dungeon, a minute of preparation time was granted. Within the 10-member team, Blood Little Dance and the sorcerer engaged in lively conversation. Meanwhile, Qian Chonglang and Qianshan Shui were deep in discussion, though Qianshan Shui's gaze frequently wandered toward Jiang Cheng. At this moment, none in the 10-member team felt the slightest pressure regarding the dungeon. After all, this could be considered an all-star lineup. Among the team, only the rather ordinary player, 36D, felt exceedingly awkward, trembling slightly. How did I, an ordinary player, accidentally stumble into an all-star team filled with experts? I am in utter dismay. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting assistance. Before he could finish his lamentations, an announcement echoed through the dungeon. Announcement. Due to the presence of hidden tasks, the difficulty level of this dungeon has been elevated to 40, with all dungeon monsters levels increased to 40 and all attributes doubled. Announcement. This dungeon is mandatory with a completion time of 8 minutes. Upon success, all participants will gain 1 level, and in the event of failure, all will lose a level and experience a decrease of 3 in all attributes. Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Chapter 162. The dungeon begins a forced dungeon? Completing a level 40 hard mode dungeon in just 8 minutes? What is happening? Did the adorable deity take on a hidden quest? Curious glances were directed towards the charming little one, who was part of the team. Since she was the leader, she must have some knowledge about it. Most of them were only around level 25, with such modest attack power and attributes. Dealing with level 40 dungeon monsters seemed an arduous task, likely resulting in minimal damage. Moreover, with the possibility of hidden quests and perhaps even a concealed boss, how could they possibly finish within 8 minutes? Such a formidable challenge seemed insurmountable. Thus, they placed their hopes squarely upon the adorable one. I apologize, but I truly did not anticipate this situation. However, I assure you that we can undoubtedly conquer this dungeon, she declared, her expression tinged with regret, yet her tone resolute. Years of camaraderie had instilled a profound trust in her regarding Jiang Cheng, as she believed he would not lead them astray. Well, I suppose I trust that the Great One must have foreseen this task and possesses a means to accomplish it, sighed Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji. The somewhat dismissive words of the adorable one diluted their excitement about joining the all-star team, akin to a cold splash of water that sent shivers down their spines. Failure in this dungeon would not only result in a level drop, but also a reduction of 3 in all attributes. Such harsh penalties had never been encountered in their gaming experiences. What terrifying task had the adorable one undertaken? The group exchanged glances in silence, transforming the previously vibrant atmosphere into a moment of heavy stillness. Cousin, how should we approach this battle? Qian Chonglang inquired, looking towards Qianshan Shui for a strategy. You mentioned earlier, who is he? Huh. Qian Chonglang was taken aback, puzzled by his cousin's apparent bewilderment. Was that even the question he had asked? Given the complexity of the dungeon, which could lead to significant penalties, how could she still be pondering other matters? He gives me a strangely familiar feeling. He is certainly not the person you described, Qianshan Shui reflected, recalling Jiang Cheng's earlier actions that felt somewhat amiss. The black skeleton, upon retreating from the adorable one's shadow, moved with heavy steps, seemingly imbued with a hint of melancholy. Casting another scrutinizing glance at the adorable one, Qianshan Shui's gaze held a touch of skepticism. Let us set those thoughts aside. We are relying on you, dear cousin, to devise a strategy for us. If we don't formulate one soon, we all risk losing levels. Levels mean little to me, Qianshan Shui replied nonchalantly. Well, that may be true for you, but it is quite significant for the rest of us. Qian Chonglang sighed, placing his hopes upon the esteemed Jiang Cheng, the disaster sorceress. Once a prodigious talent in magic, excelled in conjuring formidable disaster spells. In the presence of Jiang Cheng, the naive little Meng was being enlightened about the tale. Eventually, her mentor, recognizing her infatuation, exploited her to orchestrate calamities across various locales, inciting fear among humanity while she masqueraded as a savior, thus amassing tremendous wealth. However, the nefarious calamity sorceress was eventually apprehended by mankind, subjected to a trial by fire. In her final moments, she revealed the truth, yet tragically, no one believed her. After her demise, her spirit transformed into the genuine calamity sorceress, wreaking havoc in a realm beyond reach, becoming the current embodiment of despair. Little Meng. Can you guess who her mentor was? Jiang Cheng inquired. Little Meng paused, momentarily taken aback. Could it be Father Adam? Jiang Cheng, exasperated, merely sighed. Could it be Teacher Natalie? Or perhaps the village chief from the novice village? You might want to converse with them regarding the instance, Jiang Cheng interjected, raising his hands in resignation. Oh, very well, Little Meng conceded, slightly embarrassed, and asked, dear skeletal brother, am I perhaps too foolish? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Not at all. You are quite capable. You merely need to hone your critical thinking skills. Oh, that reassures me. Thank you, dear skeletal brother. Little Meng beamed, her face lighting up with excitement as she stepped forward to engage with the others. Yet, she found it peculiar that these individuals seemed to have fallen silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension. All eyes were fixed on Qianshan Shui's silhouette, awaiting her response. Qianshan Shui remained contemplative, her silence exuding a palpable aura that stifled the others. This phenomenon of presence was enigmatic. Little Meng wondered if it was merely her imagination or if the others were simply preoccupied with devising a solution. To her astonishment, she noticed the figure of 36D, tucked away within the crowd, seemingly trembling. Was the situation truly that terrifying? In this level 30 instance, the initial challenge presented an endless desert populated by 172 desert wolves, each with a health pool of 30,000, now doubled to 60,000, and their attack power surged to 400. Suddenly, the mage broke the stillness. We have only 10 seconds left on the timer. We must strategize promptly, lest we face dire consequences. Aside from the boss, the creatures in this instance are particularly vulnerable to physical attacks. Shui, Xiaolang, Xiaowu, and Xinbing are all physical classes. 36D, you are the sole healer here. Ensure you bolster their strength and monitor their health for timely divine healing. The desert wolves are pack hunters. Once they attack, none will escape, and they will ambush from within the sandstorm. I will engage them alongside Tianma's wings and the adorably naive deity to control their rear. This first challenge will be quite formidable. Let us all brace ourselves. The sorcerer withdrew his staff and, after issuing his commands and receiving nods of assent, began to focus and prepare himself. However, he found it somewhat peculiar that the skeletal overlord was not taking action. The sorcerer was indeed as captivating as ever. Blood Little Dance gazed adoringly at the profile of the sorcerer. Be cautious. Do not become so engrossed in defeating monsters that you neglect your positioning. You are the most likely to perish first, the sorcerer remarked without mercy, leaving Blood Little Dance feeling quite vexed. Humph, the sorcerer is underestimating me again. I will not be the first to fall. Here they come. Before Blood Little Dance could finish her sentence, the preparation time for the dungeon had concluded. In an instant, a vast swarm of shadows surged forth from the desert, sweeping across the landscape. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows imbued with the power of frost struck with precision at the right eyes of the foremost 5 desert wolves as they emerged. Thud, thud, thud. The 5 frost arrows pierced through the relentless sandstorm, impaling the right eyes of the 5 ferocious wolves, showering the ground with blood. 1,235, 1,235, 1,198, 1,198, 1,197. The anguished howls of the 5 desert wolves echoed in the distance as they suffered from triple critical strikes. In an instant, the 5 wolves in the front line were struck in their eyes by the 1,000 mountain snow. This triggered blindness, reducing their movement speed by 50, thereby obstructing the advancing horde of wolves from behind. In that moment, the expressions of Mo divine weapon and heavenly demon wings brightened with delight. The legendary deity was indeed formidable. To strike 5 wolves from 300 meters away, and with such precise aim at their eyeballs, this was an operation they had not even dared to imagine before. I will use my slowing technique to restrain the front line of 40, Little Wave and Little Rain. Block the left and right flanks to prevent them from breaking through. Chapter 163. Are you finally going to make a move? As the words fell, an ice blue longbow appeared on either side of Qian Shengsu, with 5 arrows aimed at 5 desert mad wolves. The interval between the two actions was no more than 0.2 seconds. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Thud, 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 thud. The 5 desert mad wolves were instantly pierced through their eyes by the 5 arrows, inflicting both blindness and a slowing effect, once again halting the onslaught of the dozen or so wolves behind them. Incredible. A bowman can forcibly retract their arrows? Is that even possible? Mo Shenbing could hardly believe it. The technique of forcibly retracting arrows is nearly insurmountable for archers. Although the archer class boasts infinite arrows without the need for mana, each shot requires the intricate movements of drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, and maintaining precision. The full sequence, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, aiming, releasing, and retracting, takes ordinary individuals at least a second or two, often resulting in an ineffective shot. Without accuracy or force, or if blocked, the shot is futile. This is one of the primary reasons why archers are often disparaged as a low-tier class by players. Most players, let alone switching between 2 bows, struggle to master even one. Thus, it is rare for archers to employ such a technique. Yet, Qian Shangsu executed the entire sequence in merely 0.2 seconds, as if aiming was unnecessary. Not only did she switch effortlessly, but she also released 5 arrows simultaneously. More astonishingly, amidst the swirling sands obscuring vision, at a distance of 300 meters, her 5 arrows struck precisely into the eyes of 5 desert mad wolves. Every shot found its mark. I had always thought I was quite skilled as an archer during the mythic days, believing I was not inferior to the great Qian Shangsu. Now, however, I realize I was but a fool. Tianma Ji watched Qian Shangsu's divine maneuvers in silence, deeply moved. With 280 meters remaining, Qian Shangsu unleashed another volley of 5 arrows, striking the right eyes of 5 desert mad wolves. Within 4 seconds, she had fired a staggering 48 arrows. The 40 mad wolves were all slowed for 3 seconds, moving in a sluggish line across the desert, obstructing the 132 wolves trailing behind, forcing them to eat dust in their wake. Whenever the slowing effect on a desert mad wolf faded, Qian Shangsu would immediately unleash another 5 arrows, reapplying the slowing status. Her actions were precise and decisive, devoid of hesitation. Her predictions were flawless, the rhythm impeccable. This is the realm of slowing effects. Astonishing. Truly, she is the foremost archer. If we had another sharpshooter of her caliber to target the wolves in the rear, we could easily kite this pack to their demise. Mo Shunbing and Tianma Ji exchanged glances, filled with admiration. Qian Shangsu is truly remarkable. A dazed and cute little Meng stared at Qian Shangsu in astonishment, her voice tinged with envy. Jiang Cheng smiled gently, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to witness the growth of the young girl. However, it is evident that a genius remains a genius. Even in the absence of his guidance, she can sustain her divine persona. She has matured and perhaps no longer requires his assistance. Conversely, the rather silly yet endearing apprentice before him poses quite a challenge. Sister Qianshan Shui, with your remarkable prowess, is it not unnecessary for Brother Skeleton to intervene? Not enough. Not enough. What is insufficient? The damage is inadequate. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng emerged from the shadow of a small, adorable figure. She could only restrain, with merely 8 minutes remaining. They might need 9 to complete this wave. Allow me. Clang. The sound of a sword echoed, momentarily halting Qinshan Shui's movements as her gaze slowly turned to Jiang Cheng. Are you finally going to take action? Chapter 164. Snowy Mountains. Can the ground drop star technique be unleashed? Xiao Ming, relay a message in the name of the captain. As Jiang Cheng glanced at his skill panel, he rotated his wrist thoughtfully, although he had devised a strategy before entering the dungeon. Witnessing the little girl's prowess suddenly inspired him to recall an alternative, rapid approach. This method would allow him to unleash damage without reservation. The Desert Wolf, possessing the desert reflective armor, could not reflect arrows, and its effectiveness was limited to a mere 20. However, its innate attack power was exceedingly high, coupled with the doubled effect of dark intimidation. If his attack speed were excessively swift, there was a possibility that his health of 330 might be obliterated by his own overwhelming damage. He would scarcely be able to regain life through vampiric effects. Instead, he would have to rely on consuming health potions to replenish his vitality, a process that would be utterly time-consuming. To unleash his maximum damage potential without reservations and achieve the utmost speed, he required a weapon. Should one inquire about his most adept weapon among the 48 varieties available, without a doubt, it would be the greatsword. Each weapon harbors its unique hidden attributes. For instance, the saber possesses a shield-breaking effect, the scythe imparts reduced life recovery, the spear offers mounted damage bonuses, and the twin swords grant enhanced attack speed. The greatsword, however, boasts the ability to induce ground-shattering levitation effects. Monsters or individuals in a state of levitation cannot trigger their passive abilities. With the exception of certain creatures immune to levitation, this holds true for the rest. In a legendary tale, he once wielded a level 1 greatsword as a max level Force swordsman, utilizing the expansive levitation effect of the Force swordsman's skills. He set a world record by effortlessly levitating 226 humanoid monsters, each possessing 20 passive skills, amidst 300-level beasts for 30 seconds without sustaining any damage. In that era, when a game company could alter game data, his actions compelled the developers to revoke all levitation effects of skills, causing a sensation across the entire server. Now, should players wish to elevate their adversaries, they can only rely on the ground-shattering levitation effects of greatswords and gauntlets, necessitating precise predictions of their opponent's landing points, ground impact duration, and the ensuing immobilization period. The range of the gauntlet's ground-shattering levitation is far too limited. Only the greatsword possesses the requisite range. With the greatsword and the bowman's crowd control projectile technique, he could disregard reflective effects and unleash his damage upon 172 desert wolves without hesitation. While he could achieve a kill in approximately 3 minutes with a coordinated effort, time was of the essence. This dungeon was pivotal for unlocking dual passive skills. This method could reduce the duration to merely 1 minute. To break through and evolve the assault armor, 550,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points are required. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Evolve. Spending 550,000 evolution points and 100 enhancement points, the breakthrough of the assault armor is successful. The skill has successfully evolved into the heavenly assault armor. The assault armor has ascended to legendary status, unlocking the weapon Warhammer, while the longbow's arrow capacity has increased by 30. Further enhancements continue. The weapon Han's sword has been unlocked, with the longbow's arrow capacity now at 30. The enhancements persist. The weapon Giant sword has been unlocked, with the longbow's arrow capacity now at 60. Here it comes. Heavenly assault armor, quality, legendary level, 3 additional effects. Weapon attack power increased by 30, armor defense power increased by 30, and arrow capacity set to 150. Overview. Consumes 500 magic points. Upon use, it allows for the transformation of weapon forms for 90 minutes, including black ice armor, long spear, longbow, chain scythe, twin swords, staff, gauntlets, dagger, spell resistance armor, broadsword, warhammer, Han's sword, and giant sword, with a cooldown period of 120 minutes. What? In the name of the captain? What does that mean? A somewhat bewildered little Meng did not comprehend Jiang Cheng's intentions. She inquired of Blood Xiao Wu regarding the combat style, the strength value, and whether it could withstand the heavenly strike. She also asked Qianshan Shui, if it is possible to unleash the Earth Explosion Star now. Chapter 165. Is it a one-push flow? Well, the timid little Meng hesitated slightly, but Jiang Cheng coldly interrupted her. To become a competent master, one must possess the requisite authority. A firm attitude is essential, without regard for their thoughts. This, very well. The timid little Meng nodded apprehensively. She took a deep breath, lightly coughed, cleared her throat, and mustered her courage. Xiao Wu, how much power do you have? What is your style? Do you wield a greatsword? Can you perform the stagnation of heaven? Qianshan Shui, at this stage, can you use the falling star? Emotion Bing, Yunxiang, what is your style? Having completed her questions in one breath, the little Meng's face flushed crimson, leaving others momentarily stunned. However, to her surprise, the responses to her inquiries were met with astonishment rather than rejection. My power is 150, specializing in ghost energy burst. And I have a great sword that I can switch to. I can perform stagnation of heaven, Xiao Wu replied. Yunxiang added, I focus on earthquake burst, emphasizing control and damage. Emotion Bing remarked, me too, but I'm not very proficient with stagnation of heaven. Qianshan Shui once again loosed 5 arrows, striking the pack of wolves and slowing their movement. However, a hint of confusion flickered in her gaze. Who exactly had spoken those words? The timid little Meng did not seem like the type to articulate such sentiments. The tone felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of. All right, Qianshan Shui, continue to control the speed of the wolves. When the time comes, I will give you the signal. Yunxiang, Xiao Wu, follow my lead. With those words, the little Meng charged forward into the swirling sands. Following closely behind was the crimson-haired Xiao Wu, who switched to her great sword, kicking up a cloud of yellow sand. Yunxiang wasted no time, breaking from the group and advancing towards the 172 desert wolves. What are they planning to do? Isn't it better to fight like this? Emotion Bing was somewhat dumbfounded, feeling as though he had been left behind. How would I know? The desert wolves have such high attack power and reflect damage. Are they really going into battle without a priest? Aren't they afraid of being countered? Seeing him glance over, Tian Moji looked equally perplexed at 36D de Zhu Shui. 36D de Zhu Shui replied, You don't need to look at me. I'm just here to watch. Famo narrowed his eyes, contemplating the trio's figures. Skeleton boss. Are they aiming for a one-push victory? With each of the 172 desert wolves possessing 60,000 health, 400 defense, and reflect damage, even with the skeleton boss's attack power, inflicting significant damage would be quite challenging. Moreover, there was a high risk of being killed by the reflect damage, and without a priest to heal. Relying on potions would disrupt the rhythm of battle. A one-push victory seemed improbable. Just as he prepared to analyze further, he suddenly became alert and promptly closed his mouth. He did not wish to be proven wrong again. The great deity of magic and sorcery. You speak of this skeletal figure. Is it the black skeleton? What kind of being is it? Is it formidable? The wing of the celestial demon, realizing its inactivity, yearned to find a purpose. The answer will unfold as you read further. The sorcerer, with a stern expression, raised a hand. Damn. The wing of the celestial demon muttered a curse inwardly. The others fell silent, their gazes now fixed upon the trio amidst the swirling sands. There remains a distance of 225 meters. 3, 2, 1. Little Meng, transmit a voice message to Qianshan Shui. Altitude 172 meters, arc 379, landing coordinates centered at the altar. 32, 93, 32, 95, 32, 98, 32, 101, 32, 103. Projection initiated. Chapter 166. Do not stare blankly upon finishing his words. Jiang Cheng transformed the weapon in his hand into a longbow, and the black flames in his eyes suddenly intensified. The height was 171 meters, the amplitude was 378, and the landing point was 32, 96. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 3 arrows were shot forth, soaring into the sky. What is this skeleton doing? Blood Xiao Wu, trailing behind Jiang Cheng, gazed at him with curiosity. Have you ever heard of falling stars from the earth? Yunxiang's eyes narrowed in focus. Falling stars from the earth? Are you suggesting that by predicting the landing points and enemy positions, one can simultaneously launch 10 arrows into the sky, relying on the 0.3 seconds of stiffness caused to monsters upon impact, resulting in a 3-second stun? Blood Xiaowu was slightly taken aback, pondering how Jiang Cheng's 3-arrow shot compared to Sister Shue's 5-shot barrage every second. Moreover, the desert wolves were still quite distant. Could he really inflict damage and cause a stun on 172 desert wolves through such a timed maneuver? But he was firing an excessive number of arrows, over 70 already, combined with Sister Shue's more than 100, making it over 200. How could one possibly predict the landing points of so many arrows without a hint of error? What if the arrows collided midair? Wouldn't that throw everything into chaos? Even if he could foresee the landing points of so many arrows, the 172 desert wolves were not his pets, and they wouldn't adhere to his plans, arriving at specific positions at specific times. Look, he has already started shooting from so far away. By the time the arrows land, those wolves will still be over 100 meters from us. Wouldn't they miss entirely? Blood Xiaowu's face was filled with disbelief, feeling that this order from the seemingly naive Xiao Meng was utterly nonsensical. And why was it this black skeleton that was shooting arrows? Where did this black skeleton even come from? I actually don't quite understand either. Perhaps he wants us to use the giant sword to achieve infinite levitation, directly immobilizing these wolves. Infinite levitation. Hasn't that concept been abolished by the game developers? The giant sword allows for levitation only once, lasting for a mere second. Using it again within that second is ineffective. Blood Xiaowu's expression was skeptical. Unless one can keep the enemy suspended in midair for a second before using the giant sword again, infinite levitation would be feasible. Thus, it requires the arrows to cause a 0.3-second stiffness effect to keep them suspended in the air. Are you suggesting that he intends to use falling stars from the earth to enable the two of us to levitate indefinitely with those 172 desert wolves? Blood Xiaowu stifled a laugh, almost bursting into laughter. It shouldn't be just the two of us. It should be 3. As Yin Xiang accompanied Jiang Cheng, she fiddled with the giant sword in her hands, choosing not to voice any further thoughts. She believed that this black skeleton should be capable of such a feat with only 10 meters left to the altar and the pack of wolves still 40 meters away. Jiang Cheng calculated the distance. It was time for them to accelerate. Xiao Meng, instruct the 1,000 mountain snow to cease her slowing effect. Hasten your pace to the desert altar. 7 meters. At this moment, the sky behind Jiang Cheng was filled with a multitude of arrows, descending in an orderly and dense manner towards the desert altar. Simultaneously, the pack of wolves, under the astonished gazes of all, suddenly surged forward towards Jiang Cheng and his companions. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The desert altar is within reach. The instant Jiang Cheng set foot upon the altar, 5 ferocious desert wolves leaped into the air, their massive jaws poised to strike. However, just inches away from Jiang Cheng, the first 5 frost arrows, launched earlier, descended upon them, freezing them mid-air. The 0.3-second immobilization triggered. In the next moment, 3 sword wings manifested from Jiang Cheng's right shoulder, sweeping towards the wolves. With a swift change of his left hand, another sweep of 3 sword wings followed. He retracted his blades, striking with the black ice in his grasp. In the span of 0.3 seconds, 3 slashes were executed. The 5 desert wolves suffered a total deduction of 36,000 health points. The ice calamity transformed into a colossal black ice sword, crashing down upon the altar where the 5 wolves stood. Boom. The floating effect activated. The giant sword struck. 3 strikes in 1 second. Critical hit. Double damage to vital areas. Ice calamity critical damage at 0.8 times. A harvest of 139 severed health points. Ice attribute damage dealt amounted to 200 points. Dark intimidation inflicted double damage. 12,953. 12,959. 12,988. Instant kill. Do not linger. Assist me in elevating the remaining wolves. Chapter 167 Heavens. How did he accomplish that? Goodness. How did she manage it? Such extraordinary computational ability. With so many arrows raining down from the sky. How could she calculate their trajectory with such precision, avoiding any collision and timing it perfectly? It is nothing short of miraculous. Is she floating? I'm coming. Shui Xiaowu, startled by the words from a dazed Xiao Meng, quickly snapped back to reality, her face still stinging from a recent blow. The pain from that strike. She covered her face, and as the 3 desert wolves were suspended in midair, she unleashed her level 25 skill, ghostly energy eruption. This skill increased her attack speed by 200. Each normal attack reduced the enemy's dark attribute resistance by 30 points, and after stacking this effect 10 times, it triggered the ghostly energy eruption, inflicting damage equal to 350 of her attack power. Boom. The colossal sword crashed onto the altar's bluestone floor, sending shards flying. The 3 desert wolves that had just landed were lifted into the air. At this moment, all class skills lost their ability to levitate. Only the force of the giant sword could achieve such an effect. Moreover, her strength had to exceed the monster's by at least 50% to trigger levitation. No wonder he had inquired about my strength. So that was the reason. Shui Xiaowu cast aside her earlier astonishment. As Jiang Cheng had just taken hold of her 3 wolves, she took 2 steps forward and struck down fiercely at the feet of the other 5 desert wolves pinned in midair. Boom. The ground shook once more, triggering the levitation effect. As she repositioned, a fleeting glance at the ground suddenly illuminated her understanding, leaving her aghast. The sand dissipates force. Had we attempted to use the ground-shaking levitation in the desert, it would have been utterly ineffective. Goodness, had he calculated all of this in advance? Waves of arrows descended, perfectly timed to land as the wolf pack arrived at that precise spot. It was as if the wolves were charging directly into the arrows themselves. It felt surreal, like a dream. Those unaware might think they had rehearsed this with the wolves, as if it were a performance. Boom. A giant sword suddenly came crashing down before Shui Xiaowu, startling her. Xiaowu, do not lose focus. If there are any issues, save them for after this challenge. Oh. In an instant, Shui Xiaowu regained her composure. As a legendary player, she was adept at seizing fleeting opportunities and adjusting her mindset accordingly. The 2 formidable women, Shui Xiaowu and Yun Xiang, were tasked with catching the levitation effect at the moment the arrows fell. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng was responsible for dealing damage. It took him 2 seconds to eliminate a single desert wolf. He had indeed not achieved infinite levitation, for it was unnecessary. He possesses the ability to unleash a devastating split effect, and when triggered alongside other freezing effects, he can promptly compensate. Moreover, Qianshan Shui can timely enhance his passive immobilization for an additional 0.3 seconds after the desert wolves are launched into the air by the colossal sword. Subsequently, the trio from Jiang Cheng would once again utilize the giant sword for elevation. Thus, the 3 appeared as though they were in a realm untouched by others, raining down a multitude of arrows, and at the 1 minute and 8 seconds mark, they annihilated all the desert wolves. When Jiang Cheng received the last 3 desert wolves from Shui Xiaowu, she was still somewhat incredulous. Turning back to glance at the altar littered with wolf carcasses, she felt a sense of bewilderment wash over her. Good heavens, what kind of damage is this? It's utterly unfathomable. What weapon does he wield? Is it a legend? Even legends are not this formidable. With transformations, deceleration, hindrance, armor penetration, it seems to possess every conceivable effect, rendering him invincible. He even has wings. And a cape. Oh, it seems to serve a purpose too. How ruthless. Following this battle, Shui Xiaowu suddenly found herself deeply intrigued by Jiang Cheng. Even her elder brother, the mage, seemed less appealing. Such precise calculations, aside from Xiaoyu, it appears, few possess this ability. And why? Was our synergy just now so remarkable? Qianshan Shui lowered the rapid storm in her hand, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Chapter 168. So, who exactly are you? Such an unspoken understanding is not something just anyone can achieve. Qianshan Shui's eyes were focused as she followed the excited Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji. 1 minute and 8 seconds to eliminate 172 desert mad wolves? It felt like a dream. How did you accomplish this? It was like watching a film. Those unaware might think you were allies of the wolves. I certainly could not conceive of such a strategy. The positioning was astutely calculated. The seamless integration of skills. The precise control of a 0.3 second stun. The preemptive engagement of ground-shaking levitation. Achieving a 2-second airborne effect. One can only say, are you not a master? Such skills, even if I were to master them, I doubt I could ever utilize them in my lifetime. Be more confident. Eliminate the word doubt. Imagine for a moment. Can you perfectly time each arrow's flight? Can you execute a rapid 5-arrow shot? Can you accurately predict the movements of a pack of wolves? Can you precisely gauge each wolf's landing point? Can you orchestrate the wolves to leap and be struck by arrows? Can you synchronize the levitation of 172 desert mad wolves? Can you slay a single desert mad wolf in 2 seconds? Do not entertain such thoughts. When we see this pack of wolves, it would be remarkable enough if 20 individuals could overcome them with collective skills. Such a transcendent display of skill, akin to celestial phenomena, may well be achievable only by these two. Mo Shunbing and Tianma Ji, their eyes filled with admiration, spoke with reverence. Meanwhile, Qian Chonglang, FAMO, and Qianshan Shui engaged in hushed whispers. Sister Shui, do you suspect his identity? What are your thoughts? FAMO pondered, resting his chin in contemplation. I am uncertain, but I am certain he is not that person. Qianshan Shui's eyes seemed to glisten with a hint of red, causing Qian Chonglang to express mild astonishment. Cousin, have you discerned something? Please do not keep it to yourself. He remains concealed. I am unsure unless he is compelled to reveal his full strength. Qianshan Shui raised her hand to silence him. Let us proceed to the second checkpoint. Do not waste time. The two nodded and quickly followed along with Yi Xiaoming and Shui Xiaowu. Wow, brother FAMO, did you see that? The skeleton, he was incredible. Shui Xiaowu could hardly contain her excitement as she approached FAMO. However, FAMO, currently disinterested, offered her no attention, which left her quite displeased. Humph. Does brother FAMO no longer care for me? When have I ever cared? FAMO responded, bewildered. Huh. Spare me. You must be enamored with Yun Xiang, you scoundrel. Shui Xiaowu shot a haughty glare at FAMO, leaving Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji in stunned silence. Alas, the private lives in your circle are indeed chaotic. The two exchanged glances between Yun Xiang and FAMO, attempting to uncover any hints of a romantic entanglement. Unfortunately, Yun Xiang merely shook his head with a wry smile and returned to Yi Xiaoming, humbly seeking her guidance. Great Skeleton, may I inquire about the recent incident? Why did those desert wolves leap one by one? I observed no obstacles beneath their feet. The desert wolf's skill, Bloodthirsty Gale, was softly remarked by the adorably Navi little one. Bloodthirsty Gale? The sorcerer suddenly quickened his pace to catch up. Are you suggesting that Snow's previous deceleration compelled them to utilize Bloodthirsty Gale? This skill grants a 200 increase in movement speed while simultaneously driving them into a frenzy. Eager to kill, hence their premature leap? The sorcerer regarded Jiang Cheng with skepticism. You calculated 172 landing points in advance, anticipated when the pack would accelerate, and discerned precisely when they would go berserk and leap. I just checked. Snow launched a total of 344 arrows, and you fired 150. Every shot fell perfectly in sync with your predicted timing and landing points, granting the desert wolves a mere 0.3 seconds of enhancement at the instant they leaped. Bear in mind, this is not merely 1 or 2 wolves, but rather 172. Your ability to conduct such precise and extensive calculations necessitates an extraordinarily high level of cognitive processing. I dare say, within the entire server, individuals possessing such capabilities do not exceed 5,000, and those who do are generally talents of the nation, unlikely to invest their focus in gaming. Even if they were to engage, they would lack the depth of game comprehension to achieve such mastery in a short span. Therefore, who exactly are you? Chapter 169. Find someone to force him to exert his full strength in the past 6 months. I have not collaborated with anyone as harmoniously as I did just now. No matter who else had teamed up with me, they could not have achieved that level of synergy, not even the little rascal. Who exactly are you? Qianshan Shui suddenly stepped forward, confronting Jiang Cheng from behind, her inquiry leaving the others utterly astonished. Wasn't he merely a skeleton? Who else could he possibly be? Why was the law magic master suddenly posing such questions? Wasn't he supposed to be addressing the adorable big shot? Just a moment ago, wasn't he at the adorable deity who was issuing commands? Had the law magic master mistaken his target? Wasn't he the black skeleton merely an NPC tasked with guarding the adorable little sister? Why did they question him like this? An NPC is not a player. Who else could he transform into? Could he be a game administrator in disguise? Shui Xiaowu, Mo Shenbing, Tianma Ji, and the group of 4, known as 36D, were somewhat perplexed. Who was this skeletal elder brother? Yitiao Daiming, upon hearing their words, was equally bewildered, her gaze shifting between uncertainty and suspicion as she looked at Jiang Cheng. In truth, she too was curious to know who this skeletal elder brother truly was. The group exchanged glances, while Qianshan Shui, Qian Chonglang, and the law magic master fixated intently on Jiang Cheng's teeth, their eyes filled with anticipation, waiting for him to speak. However, Jiang Cheng merely followed behind Zhang Mengmeng in silence, saying nothing. Noticing Jiang Cheng's silence and Zhang Mengmeng's reticence, the law magic master suddenly spoke up. Have you all noticed something peculiar? This party clearly comprises only 9 members, yet it displays as 10. What? 9 members? No way, this is bizarre. The group hastily opened the party interface, and to their astonishment, it was indeed true. Oh my. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. But there are only 9. My math teacher is still alive, so what is going on? They exchanged bewildered glances, each of them rendered speechless. The second challenge had commenced. Suddenly, a black ice spear materialized in Jiang Cheng's hand, spinning and whistling in his right grasp. His eyes narrowed as he aimed at a distant snow-capped mountain and fired. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed. Clang! Boom! The black ice spear, propelled by immense force, plunged into the mountainside, sending a flurry of snow cascading down. Countless snowflakes fluttered to the ground, following the descent of the spear. Then, Jiang Cheng's hand transformed, conjuring a chain that connected to the scythe formed from the black ice spear. Clang! Jiang Cheng's entire body was swiftly lifted into the air, propelled by the inertia of the chain, soaring above the 39 snow wolves on the snowy expanse. As he ascended to a height of 30 meters, the chain rapidly disassembled, morphing into a formidable black ice hammer. He brought it crashing down upon the 39 snow wolves who gazed up in awe. The hammer struck one of the snow wolves with tremendous force, shattering its skull. The subsequent impact drove the snowflakes, merely 0.2 centimeters thick, straight into the ground. Boom! A deafening roar resonated in the ears of everyone present. Even the ground seemed to tremble momentarily. The hidden attribute of the mighty hammer was activated, descending from the heavens with an added damage bonus. The greater the height from which it fell, the more formidable the enhancement, ignoring defenses and accompanied by an armor-breaking effect. A strike from 30 meters above, with a staggering 300 increase in attack power, fell directly upon the target. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of howls echoed. Snowflakes danced through the air as 12 snowfield wolves were sent flying. 45,732. 45,732. 45,732. The 12 snowfield wolves, each with a health of 40,000, were instantaneously obliterated, their bodies propelled into the sky amidst the swirling snow. The second level proved relatively simple, allowing for a free playstyle that showcased one's professional advantages. In Jiang Cheng's hands, the hammer transformed into a spear, piercing the abdomen of a snowfield wolf before gesturing towards Qian Chonglang. Qian Chonglang. Suexiawu. Ma Xingbing. Fama. Yunxiang. 36 D Dazuashui. With the might of your hammer, effortlessly slaying 12 wolves. Do we truly still need to assist you? Humph. Qian Shangsu's gaze sharpened, pondering whether silence and concealment of her strength would suffice. Little Lang. It appears that the monsters in this dungeon cannot elicit his true capabilities. They pose no challenge for him. Once we exit the dungeon, follow him closely. Should he leave the city, inform me immediately. Cousin, what are you planning? Qian Chonglang felt a chill at the smile gracing her lips. To compel him to reveal his full strength. Wouldn't that jeopardize our relationship? Qian Chonglang inquired with considerable concern. No need to worry, I won't disclose anything. Oh. So, cousin, are you preparing to engage others for assistance? Qian Chonglang was somewhat perplexed. The skeletal overlord is exceedingly formidable. Ordinary skilled players cannot even brush against his might and are invariably outmatched. Qian Shangsu smirked. It's all right. I'll seek out Hell's Path and the Yellow Springs. Chapter 170. The Underworld of Huangquan. The Underworld of Huangquan? The leader of the Huangquan group? Can he really come? Qian Chonglang smirked. Huangquan, one of the 12 divine beings, was once a legendary figure in mythology, the first to receive a guild establishment decree and thus founded the reincarnation 6 paths. For a considerable period, it dominated the guild rankings, unparalleled and unmatched. However, everything changed with the emergence of the Holy Temple, which assembled the 7 top experts of the time, challenging him to a duel for the title of the foremost guild. After the defeat of the reincarnation 6 paths, the other 6 paths gradually faded into obscurity due to their advancing age, leaving only Huangquan, who remained active within the game. He is revered as the foremost summoner and was a master in real-time strategy games. The Warcraft team he established once achieved an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships in the WCG 1v1 and 2v2 events for Huaxia. Upon entering the realm of myth, he opted for the necromancer class, which played to his strengths, and he wielded the summoner profession with an uncanny prowess, revitalizing his career. His self-created techniques, such as synchronous summoning, advanced summoning, positional summoning, the Sea of Skeletons, dual spirits of heaven and earth, and crowd control strategies became coveted skills for aspiring summoners. Consequently, he emerged as an idol for countless summoners within the game, his ID being Huangquan. His fan group was affectionately named the Huang Group, and he was endearingly referred to by his fans as the leader of the Huang Group, making him the most approachable of the 12 divine beings. Nonetheless, Qian Chonglang harbored doubts, believing that with the terrifying attack power of the skeletal overlord, Huang Qiwen's summoning techniques would likely be overwhelmed. Whether he comes or not is of no concern. You should focus on honing your skills in preparation for this impending internal conflict. Qian Shanxue shot him a disdainful glance. Upon hearing her words, Qian Chonglang's expression faltered. Each of the 12 divine beings had a disciple, and this was no coincidence. It was not merely a matter of preference. Some had taken on disciples long ago, while others selected theirs during the last sword testing competition in the realm of myth. For instance, Shui Xiaowu and Ingo Xianyu were chosen as disciples by the sword god and the ice artifact of the human realm due to their outstanding performances in the competition. Despite the 12 divine beings' absence, the game company aimed to establish a clear hierarchy among the 12 divine beings. However, the dynamics of their victories and defeats made it challenging to evaluate their strengths, even for the game's intelligence system, with the exception of Xia Dongli. Thus, the 12 proposed an agreement. Each would select a contestant from the sword testing competition to become their disciple. 6 months later, in the newly launched Great Wasteland game, their Prot GS would compete to determine the ranking among the 12 divine beings. This competition held significant implications for their standings, naturally instilling a sense of tension among them. Yet, Qian Chonglang felt resigned to being at the bottom, harboring no expectations and long since having surrendered to despair. The cousin, albeit slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Come on, I knew you weren't taking this seriously. You ranked 12th in the last sword competition, and have you not learned your lesson yet?" With a firm grip on his ear, Qian Shanxue continued, "It matters little if you bring shame upon yourself. I can bear that burden too. However, I implore you not to bring disgrace upon him." With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Cheng, who was currently engaged in battle with the Snowfield Mad Wolf. Chapter 171. Do you really not want me anymore? With a resounding crash, snowflakes exploded as 3 savage wolves of the snowfield were sent flying, slain by Jiang Cheng's might. Shui Xiaowu and Yun Xiang, standing nearby, felt the tremors from the mighty hammer, their expressions shifting slightly. The power wielded by this skeletal giant was undoubtedly formidable. Shui Xiaowu discreetly curled her lips. The hammer required immense strength, demanding no less than 200 points to wield effectively. Although it possessed the characteristic of transforming standard attacks into area damage, its requirements were exceedingly harsh. Moreover, the attack speed would plummet by 200, and the wielder could not defend, necessitating a two-handed grip, which significantly disrupted the rhythm of battle. Yet, this colossal hammer in the hands of the black skeleton was being utilized with astonishing finesse. She had just witnessed the black skeleton, brandishing a massive blade, cleave towards one of the savage wolves. In the blink of an eye, the blade transformed into a hammer, delivering a devastating blow to the creature. Coincidentally, this occurred just as the other 2 savage wolves lunged at him, resulting in all 3 being struck by the hammer's area damage, triggering a flying effect. This extraordinary weapon seemed to render him untouchable, as long as he could continuously shift its form. Such an absurd weapon was utterly beyond her comprehension. She was eager to discover what else this weapon could morph into. Thus far, she had seen it transform into a bow, a great sword, a spear, a hammer, and a chain scythe. What more could it possibly become? Onward to the 3rd stage. The spear pierced through the abdomen of the final savage wolf, slaying it as Jiang Cheng sheathed the weapon and swiftly advanced toward the next challenge. With the heavenly assault armor upgraded to level 3, his damage increased by an additional 30, marking a significant enhancement compared to before. Now, even without triggering a critical hit, he could inflict over 800 damage. In the case of maximum damage, it could reach an astonishing 20,839, surpassing the previous 15,900 by 4,000 points. However, he found it peculiar that since entering the dungeon, his plunder effect had not activated, leaving him rather disheartened. Although the triggering rate for plunder was low, it would have provided him with a delightful surprise. Furthermore, he had not witnessed the resurrection effect of the necromancer's black scripture either. He could not actively resurrect by expending soul power, and upon the demise of dungeon monsters, there was no increase in soul power. His undead legion remained inaccessible. Jiang Cheng speculated that these limitations were imposed by the dungeon itself. It seemed the dungeon was more suited for leveling up, acquiring gemstones, and skill books, rather than fostering the growth of his undead army. As he pondered while walking, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qianshan Shui had approached him. "Do you think I have grown taller?" Suddenly, the voice of Qianshan Shui reached Jiang Cheng's ears, causing him to momentarily pause in his stride through the snow. However, after a brief moment, he took another step, distancing himself slightly from her presence. Regrettably, Qian Shangsu relentlessly pursues her desires. "Do you know that last month, the national team became aware of my accomplishments and wished to invite me back? Do you know what my response was?" Qian Shangsu, engrossed in her own thoughts beside Jiang Cheng, elicited astonishment from those around her. They were perplexed as to why Qian Shangsu would address a mere skeleton. After all, the skeleton seemed entirely indifferent to her presence. "You are one of the 12 deities of the online gaming realm, a prodigious talent revered by countless players. Why concern yourself with a skeleton, a mere task NPC?" Both Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji were taken aback, utterly confounded. "I said, I wish to wait for you, to accompany you. But ever since your disappearance that day, I have waited for half a year." Observing Jiang Cheng continue his silent journey forward, Qian Shangsu could no longer contain herself and cried out to him, "Do you truly not want me anymore?" Chapter 172. Greetings, Brother Skeleton. You seem to be looking rather pale. What does this mean? Could it be that this black skeleton has betrayed the great Qian Shangsu? Upon hearing Qian Shangsu's heart-wrenching cries, the heavenly demon Wing momentarily froze, beginning to hypothesize. What the devil, heavenly demon? What kind of reasoning is this? A skeleton, could it truly betray? Do you find it implausible? The heavenly demon Wing glanced back and forth between the tearful Qian Shangsu and the self-absorbed Jiang Cheng, analyzing. You see, Qian Shangsu's Icebow Archer is also a hidden class, and the adorable deity's Necromancer is likewise a hidden class. Now, it appears that the black skeleton is protecting the adorable deity. It is reasonable to deduce this. It must be that when Qian Shangsu previously transitioned to a hidden class, a bond formed with the black skeleton. However, after the adorable deity began her own transition, the black skeleton started to safeguard her. The heavenly demon Wing asserted confidently. Thus, the truth of the matter is that the black skeleton has forsaken the great Qian Shangsu, falling in love with the adorable deity. Now that they have encountered each other, the great Qian Shangsu recognizes this black skeleton, so truly remarkable, heavenly demon. It is a pity you do not pursue a career as a private investigator. Mo Shunbing sincerely praised, then turned his gaze towards the silent 36D. Hey 36D, you must be one of the 9 priests who shattered records alongside the adorable deity during the Goblin Chase battle, right? What is your take on this matter? 36D replied, I am not certain. I am merely a bystander. 36D hesitated to express an opinion, for they were all esteemed figures, and he dared not speak lightly. Let us go, cousin. He shows no reaction, so it likely isn't him. Seeing that Qian Shangsu's probing yielded no results, Qian Chonglang helped the tearful Qian Shangsu to her feet. No, you are mistaken. His footsteps were erratic. Qian Shangsu rubbed her eyes, rising from the snow, suddenly revealing a faint smile. Erratic footsteps? That is hardly unusual, is it? Qian Chonglang shook his head, wondering if his cousin was overthinking. However, the approaching Fama, slowing down to join them, shook his head. His previous steps were steady. The distance between each was consistent to the millimeter. This may be his habit, but now, take a closer look at the footprints he left in the snow. No need to look. I trust you. Qian Chonglang's expression shifted slightly. So, does this mean he truly is? That cannot be confirmed. It is merely a possibility. After all, it could also be intentional on his part, or he could simply be fatigued, unwilling to maintain such a high-frequency calculation, resulting in these disordered steps. Fama sighed, also uncertain. This left Qian Chonglang dumbfounded. So is he or isn't he? Please provide a definitive answer. Let us proceed with the dungeon. In the midst of their conversation, Qianshan Shui suddenly transformed, returning to the group with a smile, as if the previous heart-wrenching turmoil had never been hers, leaving everyone around her astonished. Xiao Dui Ming, did you attend my master's funeral? She inquired. Oh yes, indeed, I was there. Your master is my idol. In fact, my brother once saved his life, replied a somewhat flustered Xiao Dui Ming, gazing at Qianshan Shui with surprise. I see. It seems you share a profound connection with my master. Qianshan Shui remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Suddenly, she turned her attention to Jiang Cheng, asking, this skeletal elder brother, what troubles you? You appear to be unwell. Chapter 173. The catastrophic sorceress stealing Charlotte's child, Brother Skeleton? Jiang Cheng. Do I even have a visage? With a hint of profundity, he cast a glance at Qianshan Shui walking to his left. His disciple should have discerned something. He was uncertain when he had revealed any vulnerabilities. However, he did not intend to conceal anything deliberately. He merely wished for her not to depend on him excessively, reverting to their former trajectory. Indeed, she had grown taller. By employing a clever trick, she had transformed her straight hair into curls. Curls, as opposed to straight hair, tend to appear more voluminous, thus creating an illusion of added height. She had matured. It was time for her to learn independence. Once they finished the dungeon, perhaps he would find a moment to elucidate matters to her. Sighing softly, Jiang Cheng turned his gaze to the right, where a small, adorable creature lingered. Taking a deep breath, he mused that this particular being seemed to share a deeper connection with him. Never mind. They appeared to be here to tackle the dungeon. In the third stage, a hidden boss would manifest. Little Meng, you will relay my words later. Oh, the little creature nodded obediently, shaking off her thoughts. Vile mortals, you have slain my kin. Assisting the tyrants, you shall pay dearly. You shall all perish. Do you dare to seize my child? Absolutely not. As they stepped into the third level, the volcanic realm, a frantic female voice echoed ominously. What on earth? Why is there a boss in the third stage? It is a hidden boss. Goodness, a dual boss lineup? The group glanced at the time. 5 minutes and 40 seconds remained, and their expressions shifted dramatically as they hurriedly examined the boss's attributes. Catastrophic sorceress stealing Charlotte's child. Level 30 quality. Legendary health points. 3,000,000 attack. 5,050 magic attack. 500, 1,000 defense. 500, 1,000 magic defense. 0, 10 skills. Blizzard. Tornado. Volcanic roar. Talents. Sorceress Master. Magic crit. Catastrophic reflect. Magical restraint. Overview. An enraged catastrophic sorceress. Caution is advised. Brother Skeleton, the mentor of the catastrophic sorceress, is Charlotte? After perusing the attributes of the catastrophic sorceress, Little Ming finally grasped the situation. No wonder the mission indicated that she needed to retrieve Charlotte's child. Why should we assist such a wicked Charlotte in reclaiming her offspring? Reflecting on the sight of Charlotte inebriated at the tavern, Little Ming had initially presumed she was the victim. Now, after hearing Jiang Cheng's account, she found herself sympathizing with the catastrophic sorceress. Jiang Cheng smiled faintly. Fight on. It is a mission with no alternatives. A rather simplistic justification, Little Ming's expression faltered slightly. After defeating the hidden boss, the ultimate adversary would be her. Once she was vanquished, the remainder would be straightforward. My dual passivity is on the verge of awakening, regardless of what transpires. He remains ever mindful of the ultimate objective behind his dungeon runs. Evolution, restoration of self, and liberation from his predicament. These are the true aims. Should he fail to recover swiftly, he risks perpetual entrapment within the game. If the vast wilderness were to vanish like a myth of old, or if the game developers sought to reimagine it once more, what would become of him? Thus, any further discussion holds little significance. Mage of Law, Wings of Celestial Demon. 36D, it is your time to shine. Mage of Law, behold my gestures. Explosive flames, 6th tier connection. A naive little sprite cried out for Jiang Cheng. In the next moment, the weapon in Jiang Cheng's grasp transformed into a staff of black ice, unleashing 3 explosive flames that intertwined and surged toward the calamity demoness. At last, the moment has come for me to strike. The Mage of Law brandished his new staff, his eyes narrowing with focus. Chapter 174. The 7th level explosive flame. Here it comes. Merely a connection of the 6th level. The law demon exhibited a hint of excitement. After all, merely lingering in the background had become quite irksome. Moreover, he was capable of achieving a 7th level connection, rendering the 6th level rather trivial. His gaze sharpened as he began to concentrate. The surrounding environment vividly imprinted in his formidable memory. The explosive flames of Jiang Cheng were meticulously analyzed through his exceptional mental acuity. Subsequently, his right hand wielded the staff, which whistled forth as the explosive flames erupted from Jiang Cheng. Boom, 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 boom. Minus 785. Minus 785. Minus 785. Minus 785. Minus 785. The sound of 5 resounding explosions echoed in the minds of the onlookers. Surrounding the Calamity Sorceress, 5 interconnected explosive flames surged forth, eliciting anguished cries from her. However, he had only managed to link 5. The law demon was immediately confronted with a slap to the face, his expression darkening. It was indeed challenging to locate the mana connection points in Jiang Cheng, and he had overlooked one. Recalling his earlier bravado, the law demon felt utterly embarrassed. No matter. I was merely conducting an experiment. Next, little Meng, enhance my spell. 36D, don't just stand there. Provide mental reinforcement to both me and the law demon. The wings of the celestial demon. Oh, I'm on it. 36D, brimming with excitement, dashed forth from the group. Administering a mental enhancement to Jiang Cheng and the law demon, her staff trembling slightly in her grip. You receive a mental boost from your teammates, increasing your mental power by 150, lasting for 10 minutes. You receive an enhancement effect from the somewhat Navi Little Meng, boosting your attack power and spell attack power by 300 points, lasting for 10 minutes. Your spell attack power now stands at 780. From this point onward, the wings of the celestial demon shall utilize explosive flames first, and law demon, you will connect with his explosive flames, and finally, I will take my turn. Understood. The law demon nodded, seemingly aware of Jiang Cheng's intentions. However, the wings of the celestial demon appeared somewhat bewildered, still reeling from the previous spectacle. Damn, this skeleton turns out to be a mage, capable of mana connections, and such high spell damage. How much did the 3 major connection points enhance the range of the explosive flames? Goodness, what a true powerhouse. Initially, I thought surpassing this hurdle was the limit. If it weren't for my curiosity about them, I might have fled already. After all, the Calamity Sorceress's reflective disaster armor is terrifying, with physical attacks proving ineffective and unable to be levitated. Here, it's just me and the law demon as mages. I feared there would be no chance left. The wings of the celestial demon lamented, astonished that this skeletal powerhouse was indeed a mage. Long swords, bows, great swords, spears, hammers, scythes, and now, a staff. Impressive. This is truly a remarkable individual, a master of all professions. How fortunate would it be to recruit him into our guild? Stop dawdling, unleash your attacks. The law demon frowned as he noticed the wings of the celestial demon still in a daze. The next tier of experts is invariably characterized by a slight deficiency. Even the vice president of the 6th guild is not exempt from this norm. Were it not for the scarcity of partners, the mage of law would have preferred not to collaborate with such individuals. The synergy between skilled players can result in an exhilarating experience, leaving one's spirits considerably elevated after the encounter. In contrast, teaming up with ordinary players lacks the same thrill. They have arrived. To fight alongside these 2 deities feels akin to a dream. I humbly seek your guidance. Unbeknownst to the wing of heavenly demons, it was looked down upon by the mage of law, and in a moment of excitement, it grasped its staff with trembling hands and unleashed a mighty fireball. Boom. The fireball detonated upon striking the disaster sorceress, inflicting a damage of 385. Oh, my apologies, a slip of the hand. The wing of heavenly demons slapped its forehead, cursing internally. Damn it. Having finally teamed up with the greats, how could such a blunder occur? It's utterly embarrassing. With a hand raised at a 75-degree angle and a wind force of level 4, the air began to swirl and condense into a cyclone. Enough chatter. Observe the disaster sorceress's movements. She is about to conjure a tornado. Everyone, take cover. As the mage of law finished speaking, countless volcanic ashes swirled around, beginning to form a whirlwind. The disaster sorceress raised her staff, and the tornado gradually took shape. Huh. Perish, all of you. Good heavens, the range is immense. We're going to be swept away, exclaimed the flustered 36D. Little Meng, abyssal grasp. Understood. Though somewhat flustered, the naive Little Meng acted without hesitation, unleashing the abyssal grasp to seize the ankle of the disaster sorceress. In that instant, silence was triggered, and the cyclone in the air vanished without a trace. The disaster sorceress was momentarily stunned. Damn! How dare you interrupt my spell? You shall pay for this. Wing of heavenly demons, unleash your skill. Boom. An explosive flame erupted beneath the feet of the disaster sorceress. The Mage of Law swiftly recovered from its evasive stance. 3 explosive flames emanated from the spell of the Wing of Heavenly Demons, connecting in a mere 0.2 seconds. 3 transformed into 4, with spell damage increased by 60. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 3 explosive flames from Jiang Cheng were released precisely as the 4 flames from the Mage of Law detonated. The 4 flames were stripped from Jiang Cheng's spell, morphing into his own magic. The damage this time was entirely calculated based on his spell attack power. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, a spell from the Wing of Heavenly Demons was appropriated by the Mage of Law, which then transformed into Jiang Cheng's magic. 1 became 4 became 7, expanding the range from 5 meters to 20 meters, and from 20 meters to 50 meters. The damage had escalated by 100. With Jiang Cheng's spell damage at 780, after the enhancement, it soared to 1560. With the addition of a dark intimidation effect, a further enhancement of 100 was achieved, culminating in a staggering 3,120 points. 7 bursts of fiery flames erupted. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the Calamity Sorceress lost 21,840 points of health. Hiss. Emotion Bing, along with 36D, Blood Xiaowu, Tianmaji Yi, Yunxiang, and others, collectively gasped in astonishment. Such damage is utterly terrifying. By the heavens, was that skill of mine just now? Tianmaji Yi, momentarily questioning his existence, glanced at his staff, bewildered, wondering if he possessed such spell damage. Do not overthink it. This is the spell deprivation by the skeleton boss, transforming our abilities into his own. The damage just dealt was calculated using the spell attack power of the skeleton boss. Goodness, how impressive. It is the first time I've realized spells could be wielded in such a manner. Tianmaji Yi exchanged glances with a few others, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Setting aside the formidable complexity of connecting these 7 spells, the sheer magnitude of this damage is insurmountable. If this were not a boss, but rather a guild, I reckon at least 30 would perish from such an assault. Not necessarily. Guilds possess an abundance of spells, and the connections are far too numerous to pinpoint. Your hypothesis is invalid. Stop dawdling. While she remained silent, hasten to unleash the explosive flames. FAMO cast a sidelong glance at Tianmaji Yi, offering a reminder. Hold on, this damage is still insufficient. Just as Tianmaji Yi was about to cast the explosive flames, a sudden interjection from a naive little sprite left everyone momentarily stunned. This, over 20,000 points of damage, and it's still not enough? Are you aiming for the heavens? Such a terrifying level of damage has shattered their existing understanding. Moreover, there are no mages left, nor the possibility of connecting to other spells. No one else possesses skills that enhance spell attack power. This must surely be the limit, right? Could there still be room for enhancement? Chapter 175, Flickering Steps. Xiao Wu, you can approach her using flickering steps while I interrupt her skills, he suggested. Flickering steps? How did you know I could do that? Xiao Wu replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. Flickering steps. One of the 14 divine techniques created by the Supreme Deity is aptly named. It allows the practitioner to maintain high-speed forward movement while gracefully darting side to side in a rhythmic manner. This technique enables one to evade attacks and skills that cannot be locked onto, all while preserving their forward momentum. Essentially, it is akin to performing a lateral hop while charging towards a ranged opponent, a maneuver previously known as the Z-dash. However, the Supreme Deity has refined it so that it can now be executed while advancing, retreating, or even remaining stationary, all while dodging. It can also be employed in conjunction with techniques like momentum slash and shadow step. Nevertheless, such an intricate display of movement demands exceptional balance and is immensely taxing on one's stamina. It also requires acute mental focus to predict the trajectories of both magical and physical attacks. Even at her peak, maintaining this state for an extended period is quite challenging. Moreover, she had not disclosed her proficiency in this technique to anyone. How could that naive little one possibly know? Just a guess, came the response. A guess? Well, I must say, your guess is remarkably accurate. But, given my current speed, I'm uncertain if I can manage it. Xiao Wu expressed her concerns, feeling somewhat flustered and anxious. She was a person who cared about her image and dreaded making a fool of herself in front of others. Great deity. I am quite adept at flickering steps. Perhaps I should take a turn? Yun Xiang interjected, noticing Xiao Wu's discomfort. Moreover, my gale steps have reached level 20, which increases my speed by 200, surpassing the ghost steps by 50. I can achieve a step every 0. For seconds, it would be a safer option. No, that won't work. Your class is not suited for this. Xiao Wu was quickly dismissed. Oh well, she replied, though she was puzzled as to why Xiao Wu had to be the one. She chose to remain silent and observe. Let us begin. The silence was broken. If it truly becomes too difficult, I can assist you, the naive little one said on behalf of Jiang Cheng. All right then. Xiao Wu decided not to waste any more words. After activating her ghost steps to boost her speed, she surged forward. As she charged ahead, the Calamity Sorceress noticed her presence. With a swift motion, she raised her staff, unleashing a small flame towards Xiao Wu. Boom! To the astonishment of 36D and the others. When the fire erupted at Xiao Wu's feet, she did not attempt to evade. Instead, she maintained her forward velocity, yet miraculously, no damage appeared above her head. The keen-eyed celestial wings discerned that Xiao Wu's form had merely flickered momentarily. Indeed, the words of the master, claiming inability, are merely an expression of humility. The key point is, I foolishly believed him just moments ago. When the master asserts he cannot, it is, of course, a mere pretense. Otherwise, do you truly think so? Only when we declare our limitations does it hold genuine weight. Is this what is referred to as the instant step flash? I had only witnessed it in videos before. This is the first time I have seen it executed in person, and indeed, it is a remarkable skill. I can only wonder how its original inventor conceived of such a technique. It is futile, for the ghost dance can only last a minute. The instant step flash demands an immense expenditure of mental and physical energy, and she cannot sustain it for long. Moreover, she sometimes acts rather foolishly. The mage shook his head. That will suffice, remarked a somewhat awkward little creature. Clang. After several swift movements, Blood Little Dance finally arrived beside the astonished Disaster Witch, unleashing a surge of ghostly energy before delivering a decisive blow. In an instant, a damage of 521 erupted above the Disaster Witch's head. However, she too suffered a recoil of 290 health points, leaving her momentarily stunned. The mage covered his face, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Indeed, this girl, at times, can be rather foolish. Switch blades. Quickly switch blades. Do you wish to endanger yourself? Chapter 176. Has the damage truly increased? What is the principle behind it? I don't have a weapon. After Blood Xiaowu evaded the attack of the Disaster Sorceress. She was left dumbfounded upon hearing the mage's shout. Where is she from? Jiang Cheng relayed a remark to the somewhat clueless Zhang Mengmeng in his heart. He could surmise that Blood Xiaowu would utilize her swift movements, but this was solely due to the high positional requirements of the Ghost Dance Berserker class. Techniques such as Instant Step, Shadow Step, and Momentum Strike were essential skills for them. He did not know Blood Xiaowu personally, but his trust in Xie Changkong led him to believe that she could not be as foolish as she seemed. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by her audacity. The mage touched his forehead, feeling slightly embarrassed. Very well, let her take the potion. Qian Chonglang, your class is Divine Archer. Use your shock arrow to restrain Blood Xiaowu. Understood. The damage should indeed increase. Observing that Blood Xiaowu had already landed 3 strikes, Jiang Cheng prompted Zhang Mengmeng to continue. Demon Wings, Mage, unleash your full power now. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. As the mage unleashed 3 explosive flames, Jiang Cheng also waved his staff, sending forth 3 more fiery blasts. 4,135, 4,135, 4,135. The damage from the 7 explosive flames left everyone in astonishment. The damage this time was clearly 1,000 higher than before. The total damage accumulated to 28,945. An increase of a staggering 7,180. The damage has truly risen? What is the reason behind this? I also wish to know why Blood Xiaowu, a physical class, can increase magical damage while striking the disaster sorceress. Don't be dazed, continue. Oh, as Blood Xiaowu delivered her fourth strike, another round of explosive flames erupted. The crowd noticed that this time the damage had escalated to 31,045. It continues to rise? What on earth? Can anyone enlighten me on this? The others behind were utterly baffled, completely unaware of the underlying principle. However, Jiang Cheng paid little mind to such concerns, with Qian Chonglang assisting in restraining the sorceress. Stunning her just as she was about to unleash her skills, Blood Xiaowu felt significantly more secure. Furthermore, with Blood Xiaowu's ghostly aura reducing the sorceress's dark attribute resistance, Jiang Cheng's damage surged rapidly. When Blood Xiaowu struck for the 9th time, Jiang Cheng's explosive flames dealt a jaw-dropping amount of damage. 5,960. 5,960. 5,960. Goodness. A single skill dealt 41720 damage. This is simply a delight, teaming up with a master to tackle dungeons. It hardly feels like battling a boss. Rather, it resembles a leisurely spring outing, devoid of any tension one would expect from facing a formidable foe. I recall a time when our guild, comprised of 20 level 30 members, faced the disaster sorceress, a scene of utter chaos. Despite our collective efforts, the boss remained unvanquished while we suffered the loss of 19 members. The coordination among the formidable players was a true art form, while our own collaboration was merely functional. Boom. After 1 minute and 48 seconds, we triumphed over the disaster sorceress, seizing the hidden boss and completing the concealed quest. As a reward for defeating the hidden boss, the drop rate for rare items increased to 50%, legendary items to 20%, and mythic items to 2%, along with a 200% experience boost. Goodness, what a windfall. With a 200% experience increase, coupled with the 500% bonus for a first kill, the normal completion yields 600,000 experience points, amounting to an astonishing 4,200,000 experience points. This will undoubtedly propel me directly to level 30. Moreover, with a potential 300% increase in the legendary drop rate, the likelihood of acquiring legendary items could soar to 6%. This time, we are highly likely to obtain a legendary treasure. Chapter 177. The boss's great revelation. The skeletal figure addressed as Big Brother Skeleton. The task has been completed, yet I have not received my reward. A dazed little one stared blankly at Jiang Cheng. Have you seen the child? No. You will receive it once you return to the tavern. Jiang Cheng slightly parted his lips. Oh, is that so? The little one pouted, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Is your brother all right? Jiang Cheng suddenly inquired cautiously. The final boss had lost its challenge. Its health merely doubled. Once everyone grew accustomed to Jiang Cheng's fighting style, the battle required little effort. As long as Blood Xiaowu did not falter, Jiang Cheng merely needed to connect the magical burst of flames. Thus, while battling the boss, he inquired about the matter that weighed most on his mind. My brother. The little one paused, suddenly struck silent. She gazed at Jiang Cheng, who swung his staff, her heart a mix of sorrow and suspicion. Why would Big Brother Skeleton inquire about her brother? Could it be that he knew him? But he was supposed to be artificial intelligence or a game staff member, wasn't he? Who was he truly? He has passed away, the little one said with a tone laden with emotion. Jiang Cheng was momentarily taken aback. My brother was incredibly kind to me. He adored playing games. His greatest admiration was for the Supreme God. His ultimate dream was to become a professional player and, through diligent effort, eventually become a disciple of the Supreme God. He had always strived towards this goal, but 6 months ago, he was diagnosed with late-stage stomach cancer, leaving him with merely 6 months to live, which cruelly stripped him of his dream. During a chance outing, he pushed someone out of the way of an oncoming vehicle, sacrificing himself in the process. Zhang Mengmeng paused, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. After a long moment, she looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, Big Brother Skeleton, do you still wish to hear more? Jiang Cheng stepped closer, nodding in affirmation, his back turned to her as his staff continued its rhythmic motion. Zhang Mengmeng wiped her tears, striving to compose herself before continuing. In truth, if he were to know that the person he saved was his idol, he would surely be overjoyed in the afterlife. The little one's expression once again fell into despondency as she continued. There was a time when I harbored deep resentment towards him, questioning why he would abandon me for the sake of others, leaving me alone in this world. Later, I visited the hospital to see the person my brother had saved from the accident, and upon discovering his identity, I suddenly felt that perhaps this was destiny. Perhaps the heavens wished for him to live on in my brother's stead. But why? Why? Did he also die, and precisely 6 months later? Could this truly be fate? Zhang Mengmeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. In truth, I once harbored a profound aversion towards swimming. Casting a glance at Jiang Cheng's silhouette, she observed his lack of reaction before continuing. Perhaps it is truly fate, had I not been impoverished, nor felt the urge to fulfill my brother's dream of becoming a professional player, I would never have found myself here. Nor would I have had the pleasure of meeting the elder brother Skeleton, or forming such a multitude of friendships. Zhang Mengmeng is undoubtedly a person of remarkable optimism. After articulating her final thoughts, her spirits gradually lifted, earning Jiang Cheng's deep admiration. Boom! The last explosive flame erupted, and the disaster which met her end in a tremendous blast. 7 purple glimmers, mingled with 4 verdant radiances, quietly descended upon the lifeless form of the disaster witch. In an instant, a pink light captivated everyone's attention. Congratulations on slaying the level 40 disaster witch, earning 6 million experience points, 6 million evolution points, and 600 enhancement points. Jiang Cheng suddenly took a step back, addressing the wide-eyed and enchanted little Meng with newfound determination. From now on, you shall be my apprentice. Chapter 178. You have truly grown. Wow. Pink. Look, what splendid equipment. A character named Daxiaming dashed forward with great excitement. There was no helping it. Pink was her favorite color, and this was nothing short of legendary. Among those present, apart from Jiang Cheng and Qianshan Shui, no one could resist the allure. As they all made their way toward the corpse of the disaster witch, Jiang Cheng shook his head, feeling a sense of helplessness at Daxiaming's innocence. What's the matter? Dear skeleton brother? You seem rather dejected, perhaps due to being overlooked? Qianshan Shui's youthful voice suddenly filled his ears. Jiang Cheng, upon hearing this, smiled knowingly and gazed at her, extending his hand towards her. Qianshan Shui was taken aback, tilting her delicate head, a flicker of doubt crossing her features. What do you wish to do? Jiang Cheng beckoned her once more. Qianshan Shui found herself stepping forward involuntarily, taking a deep breath as she stared at him in bewilderment. Jiang Cheng bared his teeth, extending his right hand to pat her head. This time, however, Qianshan Shui did not flinch. Her heart raced, an overwhelming sense of familiarity flooding her being. Before Jiang Cheng could touch her head, Qianshan Shui leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly despite his skeletal frame and the icy chill emanating from him. Though her body froze in an instant, rendering her speechless, she clung to Jiang Cheng's rigid form, unwilling to let go, tears streaming down her cheeks. Jiang Cheng gently ran his fingers through her icy blue hair, smoothing it down as he observed her frostbitten face. He stroked her head, his palm spanning from her crown to just below his throat. You are still 150. It won't change, even if you style your hair differently. After speaking, he slightly pushed away the weeping Qianshan Shui, sighing softly in her ear. Yet, you have truly grown. No, master, I have not. Qianshan Shui struggled to voice her thoughts, but in her anxious state, she realized her body had stiffened, her throat constricted as if choked. She wished to convey to Jiang Cheng that she had not matured. She would forever remain his little follower, destined to be his companion. In her desperation, scalding tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, her face seemingly inscribed with a myriad of unspoken words, complex and aggrieved. Nonetheless, Jiang Cheng remained unmoved, his hands firmly resting on her shoulders as he earnestly declared, I understand what you are thinking. Do not do anything for me, and do not reveal my identity to anyone, especially that madwoman. His tone was sincere, tinged with helplessness. Noticing the tears welling in Qianshan Shui's eyes, Jiang Cheng raised his hand, yet ultimately let it fall. You have said it yourself. You are no longer a child. Do not be willful. Just know that I am still alive. That is sufficient. With that, Jiang Cheng took a step forward, preparing to join Daxiaming to tally their gains. However, along the journey, he could not help but glance back at Qianshan Shui, parting his lips to utter, Xiao Shui. We shall meet again. Yet, Qianshan Shui could not hear his words. She merely stared blankly, acutely aware of her rigid form, tears cascading down her cheeks. Momentarily at a loss for words. Master, why? Why have you become like this? No, this is not what I desire. I will surely assist you. Help you return to reality. Qianshan Shui, having regained her strength, cast a profound gaze at Jiang Cheng. Master, we shall meet again. Ding dong, Qianshan Shui exited the instance. As the others reveled in the joy of their newfound gear, they were suddenly alerted by the notification of Qianshan Shui's departure. Chapter 179, The Legendary Staff. Heart of Catastrophe Snow Sister, how did we manage to break even? Who knows? Perhaps she was abandoned by some heartless scoundrel. Shui Xiaowu seemed to sense something. Casting a profound glance at Jiang Cheng, Jiang Cheng inquired, Did you just acquire a green weapon, Xiaoming? Shaking off his thoughts, he approached Xiaoming, who was brimming with excitement, proudly presenting her staff. Look, brother skeleton. Jiang Cheng accepted the weapon, marveling at Xiaoming's fortune, and promptly examined it. Staff of Catastrophe of Alsly, quality, legendary level, 40 attack, 10, 120 magical attack, 200, 240 constitution, 35 spirit, 55 accuracy, 15 magical damage, 15 magical critical hit probability, 15 magical critical damage, 30 tornado. When casting a regular spell, there is a 10 chance to generate a 3 by 3 meter tornado, inflicting damage equal to 20 of the caster's magical attack, which can trigger a magical critical hit. Blizzard. When casting a regular spell, there is a 10 chance to create a 3 by 3 meter blizzard, inflicting damage equal to 20 of the caster's magical attack, which can trigger a magical critical hit. Volcano. When casting a regular spell, there is a 10 chance to unleash 3 by 3 meter volcanic magma, inflicting damage equal to 20 of the caster's magical attack, which can trigger a magical critical hit. Overview. The Staff of the Catastrophic Sorceress. Imbued with the powers of natural disasters. Truly, the Catastrophic Sorceress lives up to her name, unfortunate enough to have her own weapon dropped. Jiang Cheng's teeth clenched slightly, feeling a sense of melancholy. Indeed, I find her pitiable, not only betrayed by her mentor, but now her weapon has also been lost. Xiaoming expressed her deep sympathy for the Catastrophic Sorceress. Yet, she appeared quite attached to her staff. Jiang Cheng teased, Ah, but you seem rather fond of your staff. Ugh. How rude. Brother Skeleton, how can you mock me? Xiaoming pouted, then extended her palm. Oh right, Brother Skeleton, this is for you. They said you needed this, so they entrusted it to me. Jiang Cheng accepted 2 gemstones, 1 pink and 1 green, feeling a slight stir within. Heart of Catastrophe, quality, legendary overview. When embedded in equipment, grants the Mage Master talent. Catastrophe rune quality, legendary overview. When embedded in armor, grants the magical critical hit talent. Such treasures. Jiang Cheng felt a flicker of joy. The Mage Master talent could enhance his magical damage by 60. The magical critical hit would allow his spells to trigger critical hits, albeit with only a 10 probability. Mastery-type talents are common among players, yet he lacked them, necessitating personal effort to acquire them. Mastery-type talents are passive abilities inherent to every class. Like the archer's mastery of archery, the demon dancer's proficiency in blade techniques, and the swordsman's expertise in swordsmanship, passive talents are categorized into 5 levels. Level 1 signifies initial understanding. Level 2 denotes proficiency. Level 3 represents mastery. Level 4 indicates kingly prowess, and Level 5 epitomizes imperial greatness. Furthermore, there exists a Level 6, the divine, and the highest Level 7, the saintly. However, Jiang Cheng had never encountered such exalted talents even at the pinnacle of the mythical game. These abilities likely reside solely in the realm of legend. The initial understanding grants a 20 increase, proficiency offers 40, mastery provides 60, kingly prowess bestows 80, imperial greatness yields 100, the divine imparts 200, and the saintly grants a staggering 500. These talents undoubtedly represent a monumental enhancement to his offensive capabilities. Regrettably, the means to acquire them are limited to talent tomes and gemstones. To date, he has yet to encounter a talent tome, though he currently possesses some gemstones. At present, his proficient talents include mastery of archery and sorcery. Nevertheless, he remains far from achieving comprehensive mastery across all professions. Moreover, he must further enhance his newly embedded bone. Perhaps it is best to first examine what dual passive talents have awakened this time. Chapter 180, Dark Dawn. Establishing a guild. Congratulations on conquering the disaster witch dungeon and unlocking the passive skill, Wings of Calamity, Dark Dawn. Dark Dawn, quality. Legendary skill type. Passive dark. Normal attacks or spell attacks have a 10 chance to inflict a dark effect, which blinds the target. Each layer of dark effect causes the target to lose 30 meters of visibility, up to a maximum of 10 layers. Dawn. Normal attacks or spell attacks have a 3 chance to inflict a dawn effect, dealing 100 points of damage. When an enemy unit possesses 10 layers of dark effect, the next attack will trigger Dawn's death, inflicting damage equal to the number of dark layers multiplied by 20 of 1's attack power. Is this truly a dual passive? Jiang Cheng mused, feeling the power it possessed. Moreover, this skill suits him perfectly. 10 layers of dark effect can render the enemy blind within a 300-meter radius, which corresponds to the typical visibility range of an average player. As their field of vision diminishes, the opponent is rendered nearly sightless. Furthermore, Dawn's death calculates as 10 layers multiplied by 20 of his attack power. 10 multiplied by 20 equates to 200. With his current attack power at 1819, that translates to a damage value of 3,638. In other words, he can utilize the 10 layers to blind his opponent, and when their vision clears, it will coincide with the activation of Dawn's death. Dark Dawn and Dawn's death. The names of these passives are indeed fitting. Not only that, but the damage from Dawn's death can also be enhanced through evolution levels. Truly, it is a legendary dual passive skill. Jiang Cheng suddenly found himself looking forward to another dual passive skill, Dark Curse. How did you allocate your resources? They made their purchases. One-tailed Danny pouted. Purchased? Jiang Cheng inquired, slightly surprised. Oh yes. They mentioned that they didn't contribute much in the dungeon this time, but the equipment was too enticing. So they had to spend gold coins to acquire it. Well, seeing their expressions, it must have been a great haul, right? Indeed. Qian Shonlang obtained a legendary level garment for his class, though it is only level 40. He is preparing to run more dungeons to level up. One-tailed Danny nodded. Blood Xiaowu also acquired a level 40 legendary great sword, and Sister Yunxiang received another legendary ring, though unfortunately, they are all level 40. After saying this, she approached Jiang Cheng, tugging at his arm, and whispered, Big brother Skeleton, we've earned 872 gold coins this time. Jiang Cheng glanced at her flushed cheeks and smiled knowingly. He pinched her small nose, saying, I didn't realize you were such a little money grubber. One-tailed Dainty pouted as he pinched her nose. I'm not. All right, gold coins will depreciate in value over time, so there is no need to pursue them excessively. It is indeed essential to engage in more instances, as the daily limit is set at 10. This time, the difficulty of the instance has escalated to level 40, resulting in an increase in experience points. I have ascended 2 levels, reaching level 33. After 2 more levels, I will no longer be able to participate in the Goblin Pursuit War. Jiang Cheng pondered, noting that the experience gained from instances is substantial and the time required is minimal. Therefore, one should not squander the daily opportunities. Oh, I understand. However, Brother Skeleton, just now, Mo Shenbing and Tianma Ji mentioned that they have already reached level 30 and are planning to establish a guild. They asked if I would like to join them. Should I agree? Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng shook his head. Although guilds offer numerous advantages, such as having a personal guild shop where one can procure unique decorations and potions unavailable elsewhere, the ability to learn battle formations and guild skills, and the opportunity to conquer cities for prestige and access to the prestige shop, there are also significant restrictions. Once one joins, additional responsibilities and obligations arise, including the necessity to assist others in leveling up, to form parties for boss raids, and to defend the city, thereby relinquishing a degree of personal freedom. Such commitments seem unnecessary, especially since they likely lack a guild establishment token. Oh, I see. The naive little one seemed intrigued by these new gameplay mechanics. But after considering Jiang Cheng's explanation, she dismissed the thought. Jiang Cheng glanced at her and produced a guild establishment token. In truth, it is merely a guild. We can establish our own, and you may invite whomever you wish. Chapter 181. A new champion of the server. Wow, Brother Skeleton. When did you acquire the guild establishment token? The adorable and naive Yi Tiao was filled with surprise as she held the token given by Jiang Cheng. Can I truly invite anyone I wish? Indeed, Jiang Cheng nodded affirmatively. Fantastic. Tiao's voice brimmed with joy. Let us proceed. We must complete the dungeon to establish the guild, and you still need to claim your hidden rewards. Tiao nodded enthusiastically and promptly exited the party. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Tiao from the Ragewind City for successfully clearing the level 40 difficult dungeon of the Disaster Sorceress. Accompanied by her team, FAMO. Storm of Heavy Rain, Cloud Dream, Blood Little Dance, Wings of the Celestial Demon, MO Divine Weapon, 36D Great Water Injection, and Qianshan Shui. Their completion time was 7 minutes and 12 seconds, temporarily ranking first in the entire server, earning an additional 5 times the experience for the first kill and 5 legendary enhancement stones. Only 7 minutes and 12 seconds? What kind of server first is that? The Goblin Pursuit battle requires at least under 3 minutes to claim the top spot, right? 7 minutes and 12 seconds is quite impressive. The previous record was over 15 minutes. You all are simply too ungrateful. But how did they achieve first place? Goodness, are you all daft? Can't you read the world announcement? This is the Disaster Sorceress Dungeon. What? The Disaster Sorceress Dungeon? No way. How is it possible that someone has already conquered the Disaster Sorceress Dungeon? ISNT that a level 30 dungeon? After the world announcement, the reactions among players varied greatly, with many realizing they had misread the information. However, as they belatedly recognized that this was neither the level 20 Goblin Pursuit battle nor the level 25 Goblin Breakout battle, they erupted in astonishment. Wow, 7 minutes and 12 seconds to clear the Disaster Sorceress Dungeon. Is that even possible? What was the previous record again? 18 minutes and 59 seconds. And that's not all. Have you seen the difficulty of the dungeon? Dungeon difficulty? My goodness, level 40 difficult? That is astonishing. Achieving 7 minutes and 12 seconds in a level 40 difficult dungeon. Is this even humanly possible? They're not even human. Did you not see? Qianshan Shui, one of the 12 divine deities, Tiao, the newly promoted deity of levels, alongside other legendary players, and 2 guild bigwigs. But what is this 36D Great Water Injection? Is that a deliberately invited noob? 36D Great Water Injection. Just as 36D Great Water Injection slipped past the mage player, hearing these words left him speechless. I'm not just some random character. I'm merely a bystander. Sighing, he lamented, without strength to match my notoriety, it's easy to be ridiculed. He slapped his forehead, his tone heavy with melancholy. President, I'm back. As Tianma Ji exited the dungeon, he immediately concealed his name and returned to the side of the Mage God Wings. However, the expression on Mage God Wings' face seemed less than pleasant. You still remember to come back? The wing of the Law God coldly fixed its gaze upon him. How does it feel to tackle dungeons with an all-star team? Truly remarkable. The wing of the Demon God exclaimed, slapping his thigh. The finesse, the awareness, the skill, simply divine. You cannot fathom the exhilaration we felt upon entering. However, a hidden quest startled everyone, except for this adorably naive deity who remained remarkably composed. Later, guild leader, what with that expression on your face? The wing of the demon god, realizing the atmosphere had turned awry, quickly glanced at the wing of the law god and was taken aback. Just as the wing of the law god was about to draw a staff to confront him, the wing of the demon god swiftly presented the previously mentioned level 25 purple staff before him. The wing of the law god paused, momentarily taken aback. Disappointed, he sheathed the formidable 39-meter cleaver he had just brandished. What do you mean? Are you trying to bribe me? Do you think I am that kind of person? After uttering this, he accepted the staff back, his expression brightening instantly. While a guild member muttered a curse at his shamelessness, he gleefully caressed his level 25 rare staff. Finally returned to him, delightedly admiring it. The wing of the law god noticed the peculiar gazes of others and promptly cleared his throat, patting the wing of the demon god on the shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Ahem, demon, you performed splendidly this time. With a time of 7 minutes and 12 seconds. You conquered the level 40 difficult dungeon of the Disaster Sorceress. This is worthy of being recorded in history. From now on, our guild of the wing of the law god can truly rise. Let us welcome our vice president back in glory with applause. Bravo. The guild leader is impressive. And so is the vice president. Vice president, what was it like to have such close contact with the divine Qianshan Snow? Did you manage to get the signature of the goddess of dreams? What gear did you acquire this time?" As soon as the wing of the law god spoke, the guild members erupted into excited shrieks. The wing of the demon god shook his head, sighed, and raised his hands to calm them. Ah, everyone is overpraising me. Honestly, what I gained the most this time was insight. I finally realized how vast the chasm is between myself and true deities. This experience made it abundantly clear that we have much to learn. It is far from a time for pride. Of course, I gained even more experience. My level skyrocketed to 31. Moreover, I acquired the most precious treasure of my life. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed, their attention riveted upon the wing of the demon god. Even the wing of the law god focused intently on him. This fellow, did he restore his virtue in just one dungeon run? The players of the guild of the wing of the law god held their breath, eagerly awaiting his response. Subsequently, the wing of the demon emerged leisurely from the inventory. Retrieving a shimmering staff, the wing of the god of magic observed the level 25 purple staff in hand, casting a glance at the level 30 purple staff held by the wing of the demon. Indeed, this was the most treasured acquisition from this dungeon, a level 30 rare purple staff, the Staff of Bordeaux, with a spell attack power reaching an impressive 150, and then, "Hey, guild leader, why are you hitting me? Master, are you there?" After completing the dungeon, Blood Little Dance anxiously messaged her master, Jiang Cheng. However, all she received in return was silence. It was not until 5 minutes later that Jiang Cheng replied with a message. "Did you accomplish the task?" "Of course. With your disciple's intervention. Is there anything that cannot be achieved?" Blood Little Dance replied with a hint of pride. "But I heard from Mo Shinbing that you stood him up? You joined another team?" "Oh, well. Master, please let me explain. You have 1 minute." "Ah, well, you see, Master, in that team, I encountered a peculiar individual, a skeleton, who seemed to be an adorably clueless NPC or something. Yet he appeared to have some ambiguous connection with Qinshan Shui. Are you saying that Qinshan Shui went to Furywind City?" Chapter 182. The Interception Squad of the Sword Emperor. "So, is this the reason you let Mo Shinbing down?" Jiang Cheng's tone was somewhat frosty. He had been attentive to the movements of the 12 divine beings. However, Qinshan Shui's journey to Ragewind City was hardly a significant matter, far overshadowed by concerns for his own reputation. "Master, you don't understand. This skeleton is exceptionally formidable. Have you ever witnessed the falling stars of the earth?" "Naturally. I have seen it. A mere trick of archers, hardly worth mentioning." "I am well aware of that, especially from your esteemed perspective, Master," Shui Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement. "But have you ever seen the falling stars of the earth unleash over 500 arrows simultaneously? Simultaneously shooting 500 arrows. In one of the 4 great main cities. Baihu City, Jiang Cheng abruptly halted his finger over the button to enter the dungeon. "Are you jesting? Master, would I dare to jest with you? It appears Qinshan Shui has made further progress." Jiang Cheng pressed his hand down to signal the other members of his club to prepare, disregarding Shui Xiaowu's excitement. Qinshan Shui was indeed a formidable rival, and though somewhat incredulous, Jiang Cheng felt little surprise at her capabilities. After all, it was more pressing to level up to 30 quickly. Let us proceed into the dungeon. This time, this adorably naive little one is once again leading the team to set a new record, likely to create momentum for herself in preparation for establishing a guild. Xia Dongli had also reached level 30, though his rank had slipped to 10th place. Nevertheless, he had seemingly abandoned the quest for the title of the world's strongest, shifting his focus towards signs of establishing the first guild. Jiang Cheng flipped the rock-slicing sword in his hand and continued, "This is not a good omen. The first guild is a coveted battleground. It should rightfully be inherited by my holy temple. Even the title of being the first to establish a guild cannot be conceded to anyone else. Dungeon records cannot strip away the glory of being the first guild. The one who establishes the first guild next will undoubtedly attract the most attention." Waving his hand, he summoned a butler-like player. "Fuan, have you arranged everything with your contacts?" "Young master, it's all arranged. She cannot reach the Lord's manor." "Good. I have complete confidence in your abilities." Jiang Cheng waved his hand, preparing to enter the dungeon. However, a message from Shui Xiaowu compelled him to reconsider, his expression turning notably grave. "Master, this group Falling Stars of the Earth was not solely unleashed by Qinshan Shui. It was executed in conjunction with that black skeleton I mentioned. Their coordination was exceptional. This black skeleton not only calculated the landing points of all 500 arrows in advance, but also anticipated the movements of 172 desert wolves, determining precisely when they would enter a blood frenzy and charge at us. It was truly remarkable. I must say, Master, this black skeleton is truly formidable. Its weapon can transform into various forms, and it possesses a cloak, wings, and secondary weapons. Moreover, it is adept in a multitude of techniques, such as the 7th tier connection and spell deprivation, all of which it masters with remarkable prowess. When engaging in battle, its maneuvers are exceptionally steady, its predictions strikingly precise, and it can perfectly control the rhythm, accurately gauging the strength of each of us, particularly its own devastating damage. Truly astonishing. After Blood Little Dance relayed an extensive account, Jiang Cheng paid particular attention to the final remark, damage. This black skeleton is a task NPC from the adorable Little Meng, and its current mission will undoubtedly provoke PK. So, Fuan, who is leading the interception team you arranged this time? Young Master, it is Luo Bei Ming from the Northfall Guild, formerly known as the Sword Emperor. Fuan appeared somewhat anxious, unable to comprehend why Jiang Cheng had suddenly called him back, his tone trembling slightly. Ah, so it is he, this Sword Emperor, adopting such a name? Even in death, must one continue to desecrate the deceased? Chapter 183. Quite simple. Charge in the Supreme God Jiang Cheng once utilized 16 IDs, all bearing the surname Jiang, with Bei as a character, followed by an additional name. Among the swordsmen, Jiang Beiming, the Force Swordsman, Jiang Beifeng, the Swift Swordsman, Jiang Beiquan, the Demon Dance Berserker, Jiang Beilon, the Magic Swordsman. Among the mages, Jiang Beiwan, the Elemental Mage, Jiang Beipo, the Ice Spirit Mage, Jiang Beiyan, the Extreme Flame Mage, Jiang Beipo, the Martial Mage. Among the Fist Fighters, Jiang Beichuan, the Martial Arts Master, Jiang Beihuang, the Demon Suppressor. Among the Necromancers, Jiang Beihai, the Necromancer, Jiang Bemo, the Alchemist. Among the Knights, Jiang Beiyu, the Guardian Knight, Jiang Beikong, the Dragon Knight, Jiang Beiquan, the Bone Knight. Among the Assassins, Jiang Bein, the Nightblade. These were all his former IDs, representing 16 distinct professions, and he was undeniably the absolute #1 on the ladder rankings. It is said that he also wielded some alternate accounts, each a notable figure from the mythical era. This Sword Emperor, naming his guild Bei Luo, is evidently targeting him. How petty, he mused, given that the man is already deceased. Jiang Cheng held a profound disdain for the Sword Emperor's juvenile actions, his tone dripping with contempt. The name Bei Luo clearly aimed at the Supreme God. Furthermore, the ID Luo Beiming pointed directly to Jiang Beiming, who had snatched the championship from him during the inaugural sword trial tournament. Should we terminate our collaboration with him? Jiang Cheng raised his hand, indicating otherwise. His character is of no concern to me. Rather, his inability to accept defeat presents substantial utilitarian value. Casting a glance at the anxious Fuan, Jiang Cheng twirled the golden ring in his hand. He instructed her to continue intercepting, forbidding her from approaching the Lord's Manor until my Chong Kong Sword Guild issues the Guild Establishment Decree. Alternatively, she may present the Guild Establishment Decree, if she can. Fuan exhaled deeply, finding some solace in his words. Outside the Lord's Manor of Angry Wind City, Jiang Cheng and the recently rewarded Xiaoming arrived at the Grand Estate. Big Brother Skeleton, I have enhanced the necromantic fusion technique, and it has transformed into a legendary skill. Zhang Mengmeng exclaimed with a hint of pride and excitement. Addressing Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. He was well aware that Zhang Mengmeng's choice of skill was inspired by him. The necromantic fusion technique is a rare skill that can reach level 20. The higher the level, the less mental energy is consumed in the fusion process. Moreover, the attributes of the resulting undead would increase exponentially, with a higher likelihood of summoning exceptional skeletons. Yet, one wonders, what will it become upon transformation? What has it transformed into? Jiang Cheng inquired with a touch of curiosity. Its name is the necromantic demon fusion technique, giggled Zhang Mengmeng. It sounds quite impressive. You should have only used a single skill enhancement scroll, no need to hold back. Transform the necromantic summoning technique as well. However, the necromancy requires 3 components, and I, Zhang Mengmeng, hesitated. No need to worry, Jiang Cheng suddenly said, placing his hand on her delicate shoulder. You must remember that your life is equally important. I am uncertain whether I would cease to exist if you were to perish, so it is imperative that you safeguard yourself and strive to grow stronger. Zhang Mengmeng was taken aback. It was her first time hearing Jiang Cheng express such sentiments, leaving her both astonished and somewhat flustered. Is that truly the case? If I were to die, would my skeletal elder brother also meet the same fate? I do not know, but the risk is too great. So you must always ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mengmeng nodded vigorously. Yes, skeletal elder brother, I will certainly do that. I will enhance my necromancy immediately. There's no rush. First, we must establish a guild. All right, I will follow your lead. Zhang Mengmeng obediently nodded and made her way toward the Lord's mansion. However, she found it peculiar that the ordinarily sparse Lord's mansion was unusually crowded today. Numerous players had gathered at the entrance, forming a tight circle with no gaps whatsoever. What should we do? Skeletal elder brother, there are too many people today. A somewhat helpless AI Tiao said. Shall we try another city? Jiang Cheng shook his head. You underestimate the influence of certain individuals. No matter which city you attempt to enter now, you will find it impossible. With a cold snort, Jiang Cheng added. This is not typical congestion. It will be deemed as malicious obstruction. What then shall we do? AI Tiao inquired, feeling quite helpless. Quite simply, Jiang Cheng's eyes narrowed. We shall force our way through. Chapter 184. Do not panic, however. There were numerous individuals present. A timid voice, belonging to a young girl, uttered these words. The Lord's mansion was encircled by 18 rings of players, with an initial estimate suggesting there were at least 300 participants. How long would it take to eliminate them one by one? Moreover, she was uncertain if she could even prevail against them. They were likely in a team formation. If she confronted them, it would be a single challenge against an entire squad. Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened as he observed the few individuals atop the steps leading to the Lord's gate, contemplating deeply. Luo Baiming, Luo Beichuan, Luo Beihai, and Luo Beikua? It appeared they were all familiar faces. Am I to challenge 10 of them alone? The young girl felt a bit overwhelmed. The last time she had faced 6 individuals at the tavern, she had still been shaken by the experience. Asking her to confront 10 was indeed a considerable burden. Especially after hearing Jiang Cheng's earlier remarks, her trepidation only intensified. Yet, Jiang Cheng's tone was resolute, and she had no choice but to muster her courage. Captain, I am ready, she declared. Luo Beichuan's thoughts stirred, prompting him to warn Luo Baiming beside him. It seemed this newly ascended level deity possessed a fair amount of confidence. Luo Baiming smirked disdainfully. Captain, it would be wise to exercise caution. I have an unsettling feeling that something ominous will occur once she approaches. It's uncanny. Even the former level deity, Xia Dongli, did not command my respect. What is she, after all? Luo Baiming expressed his contempt once more. The young girl had merely accelerated her level due to the presence of a skeletal NPC. A player relying solely on NPCs could hardly hope to breach my Beluo guild of 360 members. Inside the city, challenges activated, and NPCs were barred from entry. Thus, the young girl was doomed. Luo Baiming, clutching a slender sword, coldly fixed his gaze upon her figure. Yet, truth be told, this young girl was perhaps one of the most captivating beauties I have ever encountered, rivaling even the notorious sorceress. Could it be that, Captain, you? I have encountered countless women. What have I not experienced? Indeed, Captain, you are a figure from the mythic era, once the foremost of the 7 great wonders. The legendary Sword Emperor. What woman have you not seen? Luo Beichuan let out a hearty laugh, finding the young girl as challenged to be a foolhardy endeavor. I doubt she could even surpass the first round against Xiao Wu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the Lord's mansion, 10 beams of light suddenly illuminated the scene, leaving only the silhouette of the young girl, which rendered Luo Beichuan utterly speechless. Upon witnessing the young girl dispatching Xiao Wu's entire team, Luo Beichuan felt an urge to leap into action and assist. Do not panic, it was merely luck. Luo Baiming observed the second team advancing, confidently stating, This little 6 is one I personally trained, and among my 36 disciples, he ranks among the more formidable. However, before he could finish his thought, 10 beams of light illuminated the surroundings, leaving only one little adorable creature standing. The willow leaf sword in Luo Baiming's hand trembled imperceptibly. Although being challenged within the city does not result in the loss of equipment, it does entail a drop in levels. These individuals were the elite squad he painstakingly assembled over 3 days. Each one was approximately level 25, and now, losing 20 of them was a significant blow. Captain, how about I team up with Little 7? Suggested Luo Beichuan, eager to take action. No need, replied Luo Baiming. Little 7 is the one I trust the most among you. He leads his team well. Suddenly, 10 more beams of light flashed, and once again, one little adorable creature took a step forward. Luo Baiming's pupils contracted. You should team up with Little 8. Chapter 185. My heart is bleeding. How could this seemingly naive little one effortlessly eliminate foes in an instant? It was beyond comprehension for Luo Baiming, who glanced at the willow leaf sword in his hand, unable to believe the rapidity of the events unfolding. Nevertheless, he was convinced that with Luo Beichuan joining Xiaoba's team, this naive little one would ultimately reach an impasse. Raising his gaze, Luo Baiming cast a glance at the naive little one, and his face twitched in disbelief. Wasn't he supposed to assist Xiaoba? With a resounding slap, he struck Luo Beichuan on the head. Observing Luo Beichuan's aggrieved expression only fueled Luo Baiming's ire. Here was Luo Beichuan, who had been instructed to team up with Xiaoba, yet he stood there in a daze. An intense urge to strike him down with the sword surged within Luo Baiming. These individuals were part of his elite team, and now they faced a significant setback. How many times would he have to undertake dungeons to make up for this loss? It was crucial to understand that the number of dungeon attempts was exceedingly precious. Moreover, without elite leadership, traversing the dungeons would not be an easy feat. They could not afford the luxury of recklessly engaging in goblin pursuit battles as the naive little one did. This setback not only resulted in the loss of time, energy, potions, and dungeon attempts, but also jeopardized their level advantages. The early levels provided a crucial edge, easily allowing others to surpass them. Each additional level could mean acquiring more skills, equipping superior gear, and enhancing attributes, thereby significantly increasing damage output. Furthermore, as guilds would soon proliferate like mushrooms after rain, those with a multitude of high-level players would undoubtedly command a considerable advantage. And now, his team had perished once again. Xiaoba had already made her way to the resurrection point. I missed my chance. Luo Beichuan found himself at a loss for words. Compelled to join Team 13 as a precautionary measure. Luo Baiming. To the resurrection point? How could this be? Was it possible for her to become even swifter in her slaughter? Did she truly need to be so cautious about joining Team 13? Although they were deemed to have maliciously blocked the path and could not refuse any challenges, could this naive little one truly traverse from Team 9 to Team 13 in mere seconds? As it turned out, she indeed could. Whoosh! Before Luo Beichuan could finish his thought, he vanished from Luo Baiming's sight. Luo Baiming. The grip on his sword trembled violently. How could this be possible? To traverse from Team 9 to Team 13 in under 7 seconds. Was it feasible for her to eliminate 10 foes with a single skill? Bang! Luo Baiming struck the doorframe beside him with his sword, his expression contorting in pain. Goodness, his face hurt terribly. The impact was deafening. However, with Luo Beichuan's addition, they had finally avoided the scenario of being instantaneously annihilated. A sliver of solace returned to Luo Baiming. Beichuan had stabilized the situation. Luo Baiming stood by, filled with uncontainable delight. Captain, this seemingly simple little creature is far more complex than it appears. I understand. Luo Baiming's expression darkened significantly. But after a brief moment, he found a sliver of solace. Yet, what difference does it make? No matter how intricate it is, with Beichuan present, her demise is inevitable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of 10 beams of light resonated in his ears. Upon hearing this sound, Luo Baiming's countenance twisted in distress. He quickly turned his gaze forward. As expected, his gravest fears had come to fruition. This time, even his most esteemed disciple could not withstand the onslaught, merely managing to endure an additional 8 seconds compared to the other teams. Gazing at the friend interface, the message from Luo Beichuan at the resurrection point sent a chill through Luo Baiming's heart. Captain, that skeleton can enter the challenge interface. After reading this message, and noting that his side had already lost a total of 9 teams, Luo Baiming could no longer contain himself. Step aside. Do not sacrifice yourselves any further. His heart was bleeding. Blast it. The losses to his guild, Beiluo, would amount to no less than tens of millions. The depletion of dungeon attempts, potions, time, and energy was staggering. The advantage in levels was lost, and his influence before the Holy Temple would significantly diminish. He should have taken matters into his own hands earlier. This could not continue. He must personally lead his 9 most esteemed disciples to confront this seemingly simple little creature. It is merely an NPC skeleton. No matter how formidable its attack power, what of it? He is the sword sovereign, once the foremost among the 7 extraordinary figures. Ever since being defeated in the first sword trial by the supreme deity in a mere 8 seconds, the years of silence have taught him many divine techniques of the supreme deity. Although some techniques could not be utilized due to attribute limitations, there remain shadow steps, forceful flashes, instantaneous movements, and combat techniques. Dealing with an NPC that possesses formidable attack power yet lacks divine skills should be a trivial task, should it not? Chapter 186. Is this skeleton indestructible? In the Northern Sea, as I prepare to confront that NPC, you are tasked with vanquishing a certain character, a little adorable. Luo Biming commanded while advancing towards her, fully aware of a little adorable's character profile, which posed no significant challenge. With strategic positioning and careful evasion of her abyssal grasp, the remaining foe was merely a scythe skeleton. This scythe skeleton's movement speed was sluggish and could easily be ignored. The priority was to eliminate a little adorable. Should she fail to combine her attacks and rely solely on her ordinary skeletons for kiting, you could sustain yourselves with health potions while dealing with her minions. The necromancer's ability to summon the undead merely increased their numbers, with negligible enhancement to other attributes. Given your collective offensive power, a single skill would suffice to eliminate them. As he descended the steps, the system's prompt echoed. Prompt: Player Luo Biming, you have been deemed as maliciously obstructing the path and cannot refuse any player's challenge. Prompt: You have received a challenge from player A Little Adorable, entering the duel arena. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 silhouettes vanished before the gates of the Lord's Manor. Upon reappearing, although still before the grand entrance of the manor, only a Little Adorable's figure remained in sight. Abyssal Grasp. Without hesitation, a Little Adorable raised her staff, summoning 36 Abyssal Grasp spells. Within the confines of the duel, all skills were refreshed, thus she spared no effort in unleashing her abilities. The numerous Abyssal Grasp manifestations erupted from the cobblestones, attempting to ensnare the 10 challengers. Dodge. 9 of them, indeed his most esteemed disciples, adeptly avoided being ensnared by the Abyssal Grasp through anticipatory movements. Closing in rapidly, they aimed to prevent her from summoning any further minions, eliminate her directly. At Luo Biming's command, he leaped high into the air, descending with a swift strike towards a Little Adorable, his gaze fixed intently upon her. In his mind lingered a question. Where was that skeleton NPC mentioned by Luo Beichuan? Why had he yet to see it? This Luo Biming appeared to be a formidable opponent. I shall contend with him. The 9 individuals must also possess considerable experience. I shall refrain from dispatching them instantly. The recently transformed summoned spirit would serve as a perfect test against them. I shall position them in a long line, obstructing their advance, while I remain behind. Casting ordinary spells, Jiang Cheng communicated briefly with a Little Adorable and then dashed forth to meet Luo Biming. Oh, as a Little Adorable raised her staff. The moment the 9 approached within 7 paces, her gaze sharpened, and she began to chant incantations. Boom, boom, boom. 36 blood-red skeletons erupted from the cobblestones, forming a straight line to block the 9 challengers. Seizing the opportunity while Luo Biming was distracted, Jiang Cheng had already utilized 3 skill enhancement scrolls to elevate her necromancy from a basic skill to a legendary one. Upon the transformation of the necromancy into the summoning of malevolent spirits, all attributes experienced an astounding 8-fold increase. The health points escalated from an initial count of 100 to a formidable 800. The attack power surged from a mere 5 to an impressive 40. Defense also amplified, rising from 3 to 24. Even the movement speed improved drastically, changing from 2 seconds per step to a mere 1 second. The skeletal form, once a pale white, now radiated a sanguine hue. The bone dagger in hand metamorphosed into a blood-tinted scimitar, exuding an air of extraordinary prowess. The 9 observers momentarily paused at the sight of this line of crimson skeletons. Was it not said that necromancy merely augmented numbers? Why did these skeletons differ from the white ones summoned by the necromancer? However, recalling their captain's previous admonition, they dismissed their doubts, attributing it to a unique effect of the necromancer. After all, they reasoned, how could a mere handful of skeletons with 100 health points pose a threat? The alteration in color seemed inconsequential. What could their attributes possibly reach? As melee fighters with formidable physical attacks, they were confident that a single skill would dismantle these skeletons in an instant. Leap strike, cross slash, 114, 109, 172. Not dead. What is happening? The group exchanged puzzled glances. It must be that their health had doubled. Nearly 200 health points, they thought. Let us continue the assault. Chapter 187. How is this possible? 75, 45, 75. How could it be? Such meager damage from a basic attack? Having exhausted their skills, they were left with no choice but to resort to ordinary strikes. The damage inflicted was disconcerting to them. They were aware that skills provided a boost to attack power, resulting in heightened damage. Yet, was a standard attack truly this ineffective? Was the skeleton's defense so formidable? 321. 311. Goodness, how could this seemingly simple creature deal such high damage with ordinary magical attacks? I can't endure this. Luo Beiyuan downed a health potion and temporarily retreated. At level 26, with merely over 900 health points, he was nearly obliterated by those two basic magical strikes. Who could withstand this? I shall take the brunt. My magical defense is high. 297. Critical hit. 598. By heaven, I can't hold on. Just as Luo Beikong shifted his position to take Luo Beiyuan's place, the arrival of two magical projectiles left him with a mere 13 health points, nearly causing him to drop his weapon as he hastily retreated. Unfortunately, the moment he stepped back, a blood-red curved blade had already descended upon him. 13. The damage was not excessive, but it was precisely sufficient. Everything is for the best. Whoosh. In a state of astonishment, Luo Beikong transformed into light and vanished, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Necromantic empowerment. The creature showed no mercy. It cast an enhancement spell on the bloodied skeleton engaged in combat with Luo Beikwa. Instantly, the skeleton's attack power surged by 300 points. It swung down upon the unsuspecting Luo Beikwa. 225. Startled, Luo Beikwa quickly stepped back. However, he was met with a basic magical projectile from the creature. Critical hit. 599. Luo Beikwa, who had only 900 health points initially, believed he had around 700 remaining after the previous skirmish and thought he could withstand it without using a potion. Consequently, he was decisively eliminated by the empowered skeleton and the critical strike from the creature. The others were left in utter bewilderment. Damn, this woman is rather sinister. No matter how much they struck the skeleton, it wouldn't fall, and its magical attacks were far too high to endure. Retreat quickly and evade her magical projectiles. They all took a step back, distancing themselves from the bloodied skeleton's attack range. Following that, they executed a leap strike to temporarily escape the creature's magical assault. They turned in shock to observe a row of blood-red skeletons before the creature. What the hell? Weren't they supposed to have only 100 health points? How did it suddenly double? Fine, even if it doubled to 200 health, after enduring so many strikes, it should have perished by now. Why hasn't he died yet? Moreover, the spell attack from the adorable little creature seems excessively formidable. What extravagant equipment is it adorned with? Captain, we cannot withstand this. The leader, Luo Beimeng, who was engaged in combat with Jiang Cheng, was momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that 9 individuals could not subdue a single cute creature? It seemed implausible. However, before he could regain his composure, a blinding flash of blade light suddenly illuminated his vision. A secondary divine technique. Blade light slash. As a jolt surged through Luo Beimeng's mind, he instinctively shut his eyes and perked up his ears. With a swift movement of the willow leaf sword, he executed a 3-segment slash, swiftly retreating beyond Jiang Cheng's attack range. Clang. Upon completing the 3-segment slash and reopening his eyes, he found that a black ice blade had collided with his willow leaf sword, producing a resounding metallic clash. Luo Beimeng twisted the hilt of his sword and executed a crosswise slash in response. Yet in the next moment, he lost sight of the black skeleton. Following that, another blinding flash of blade light ignited before his eyes. How could this be? Shadow Blade Slash. Chapter 188. Why not say it earlier? The level 25 Force Swordsman possesses merely 10 skills, of which 5 are active: Gale Step, Leap Slash, Triple Slash, Cross Slash, and Protective True Chi. The 4 passive skills include Blood Sword, which initially boosts attack power by 30 points and increases by 3 points with each level, Sword Mastery. Enhancing sword weapon and skill attack power by 40, Blood Slash, which triggers a tearing effect on normal attacks, dealing an additional 20 damage to enemies affected by the tearing state, and Blood Step, which increases damage by 3 for every 10 of health lost while reducing movement speed by 10. The Force Swordsman is a physical attack class, primarily relying on normal attacks in the early stages, and later focusing on explosive power and skills that can stun enemies over a wide area, earning the affection of billions of players. However, the Force Swordsman truly struggles in the early game. Take the level 28 Luo Biming, for instance, who faces Jiang Cheng's Shadow Blade Slash. He can only evade using his triple slash and the space dodge triggered by protective True Chi. Yet, his skills fail to land a hit on Jiang Cheng, leaving him completely at the mercy of Jiang Cheng's rhythm. Thus, he cannot fathom why an NPC possesses such a formidable skill. Why, knowing that the opponent has such a divine technique, did Xie Chongkong not mention it sooner? Why not say it earlier? Luo Biming's mind is overwhelmed with these questions, leaving him utterly speechless. He too possesses the Shadow Step, but his initial overconfidence has led him to a disadvantage. Now, he cannot escape Jiang Cheng's relentless assault. Self-preservation is his only option. What infuriates him further is that his Shadow Step proves utterly ineffective before Jiang Cheng. Each time he attempts to move, a black ice blade materializes before him, leaving him in a state of utter frustration. Boom. The black ice in Jiang Cheng's hand triggers the Frost Disaster effect. The 300 attack power of the Frost Disaster detonates at Luo Biming's feet. With all his skills on cooldown, he can only watch helplessly as a massive number appears above his head. 5,748. Instant kill. In a moment of shock, Luo Biming's health is swiftly depleted, vanishing into light before the astonished gaze of the remaining 3. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Cheng transforms his weapon into a staff, unleashing explosive flames upon the trio. 1,208. 1,208. Critical hit. 2,488. 3 beams of blinding white light illuminate the scene, and then the surroundings begin to shift. Jiang Cheng and a character named One-Tailed Cute are transported back to the entrance of the Lord's Mansion. The remaining 200 players stare at One-Tailed Cute, momentarily unsure of what to do. Why did their leader, accompanied by 9 esteemed disciples, also fall? Is this One-Tailed Cute truly that formidable? After all, their leader is the Sword Emperor. Is One-Tailed Cute not merely a novice player? Return everything to me. You are no match for him. Assemble at the active points. I underestimated him earlier. Let us gather and ambush him once he emerges. Luo Biming sent messages to everyone individually, and soon the players from the Beiluo Guild before the naive Xiaoming dispersed with a thunderous sound. Fear flickered in their eyes. A master, at any moment, commands respect, especially a master capable of defeating the Sword Emperor. Although the current Sword Emperor is significantly weaker than the 12 true gods, he still ranks among the elite. A naive Xiaoming, who can vanquish such top-tier masters, deserves their reverence. Xiaoming, have you decided on a name for the guild? Chapter 189, Su Lianyam. This. A naive little girl tugged at the hem of her robe, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, she had not yet contemplated what name to choose. Big brother Skeleton, what do you think we should name it? Suddenly, she directed the question at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead, equally at a loss. After all, he too struggled with naming. Otherwise, he would not have altered only one character across the 16 professional IDs he possessed. This is something you must decide for yourself. You must understand that they may return at any moment, and when that time comes, you will need to venture forth once more. How troublesome. It's all right. Whatever name you choose is fine. A name is not truly important. Oh, then I shall choose whatever I like. Big brother Skeleton, you mustn't scold me. The little girl pouted, preparing to head towards the Lord's Manor. Jiang Cheng observed her charming silhouette, choosing not to say much more. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, they were warmly ushered in by the guards. At that moment, the Lord, however, was in the conference hall, attending to a noblewoman. Upon hearing their footsteps, she turned her head. Without uttering a word, she merely offered a kind smile to the naive little girl. In response, the girl naturally returned the gesture with a warm smile of her own. However, Jiang Cheng, standing behind her, cautioned the little girl. Do not look into her eyes. The little girl, bewildered, inquired why. What is wrong with her eyes? Is she a bad woman? I think this sister seems quite nice. Establish the guild, and disregard anything she says. Jiang Cheng reiterated. His caution was not unwarranted. This woman possessed the credentials that warranted such vigilance. Sulianya. a world-class hypnotist and renowned psychology professor. From a young age, she was hailed as a prodigious genius, fluent in 18 languages. At 18, she served as the chief confessor in the most infamous prison in the United States, Greta. Within 3 years, through the hypnosis of criminals, she assisted the police in solving 172 serial murder cases. Su Lianya herself boasted exceptional qualities. Her beauty, physique, and poise were all beyond compare. At the age of 22, after resigning from Greta, she returned to her homeland and entered the mythical game, where she was recruited by the Sanctuary and became one of its 12 vice presidents. It appeared that the greatest test lay ahead. Jiang Cheng felt a stir in his heart. Every endeavor Su Lianya undertook after joining the Sanctuary garnered significant attention. She successfully swayed 5 vice presidents of the cycle of reincarnation to serve as elders within the Sanctuary, instantly dismantling the once mighty cycle of reincarnation. After the Sanctuary ascended to prominence, she continued to integrate the then 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guilds into the Sanctuary, solidifying its unparalleled supremacy. At that time, the Sanctuary boasted a total of 10 million guild members, with 7 of the 12 vice presidents being the current 12 deities. The combined strength of the top 10 guilds at that time could not rival the colossal entity that was the Sanctuary. The temple's formidable reputation is undeniably linked to the woman before me. It is no exaggeration to assert that this woman is worth 1 million soldiers. Every seemingly casual gesture she makes carries profound significance. Without her presence, a naive and innocent character like Aikiao Daxiaming would likely have been exploited, still helping to sell pancakes. The fact that Su Lianya was able to acquire an exceedingly prestigious noble status within just 3 days of the game's launch speaks volumes about her exceptional nature. Oh, City Lord, I am here to establish a guild, and here are 1,000 gold coins along with the guild token. Aikiao Daxiaming struggled to suppress her urge to bond with Su Lianya as she articulated these words. However, Jiang Cheng found it odd that Su Lianya remained silent and motionless. Was she truly willing to forego stopping Xiaoming from forming a guild? Jiang Cheng deemed it improbable, given the city lord Hao Heir's rather displeased expression. Apologies, madam, but I have just been promoted to the Grand General of the state. Today marks my inauguration, and I shall not attend to any matters. Please leave. Aikiao Daxiaming was taken aback, having finally managed to gain entry only to encounter such an obstacle. Oh dear, skeleton big brother, we truly are unfortunate, she lamented. Feeling disheartened and ready to exit, completely oblivious to the underlying intricacies of the situation. Yet, just as she took 2 steps away, Jiang Cheng pulled her back. With his teeth slightly bared, he cast a penetrating glance at Su Lianya, leaning against the official's desk, and inquired, "Might I ask who the new city lord is?" Chapter 190. The establishment of the first guild. The temple's actions clearly indicated a desire to prevent Itiao Dui, Xiao Meng from establishing a guild. Jiang Cheng's temperament was such that he rarely lost his temper. However, the temple's repeated obstructions ignited his frustration. "I apologize, but from this moment forth, I shall be the new lord of the city." Su Lianya elegantly raised her jade hand, signaling Hao Heir to rise. Although Hao Heir was set to assume the role of Grand General of the Wei Kingdom, a position significantly superior to that of Su Lianya, it was peculiar to Itiao Dui Xiao Meng that Hao Heir immediately stood up and respectfully retreated, yielding the throne to Su Lianya. Su Lianya gracefully took her seat upon the Lord's throne, delicately holding a glass of red wine. "Welcome, dear sister, to my Lord's residence for the establishment of your guild. May I inquire what name you wish to bestow upon it?" "Let it be Mengdong Tianxia." Itiao Dui Xiao Meng summoned her courage to declare this name. However, feeling a sudden trepidation of Jiang Cheng's potential disapproval, she shrank back slightly and cast a furtive glance at the skeletal figure beside her. Noticing Jiang Cheng supporting his skull with a look of utter indifference, Itiao Dui Xiao Meng felt a wave of panic wash over her. "Ah, the skeletal brother is evidently displeased with the name I chose. What should I do? Can I change it? But what name would be better? Alas, such turmoil." She touched her face, lost in her own confusion. "Are you certain?" Upon hearing Itiao Dui Xiao Meng's chosen name, Su Lianya's hand trembled slightly around her wine glass. She then cast a vague glance behind her. "Very well. We shall proceed with this name. I will handle all the necessary formalities for you and waive the fee of 200 gold coins." Before Itiao Dui Xiao Meng could finish her words, Su Lianya finalized all arrangements. Subsequently, She presented a document before Etiao Dy Xiao Meng with great enthusiasm. Just sign here, dear sister. Etiao Dy Xiao Meng was slightly taken aback and found herself increasingly perplexed. It seemed that the skeletal brother had shown a degree of apprehension towards this sister, yet she appeared to be quite amiable towards her. Without hesitation, Etiao Dy Xiao Meng affixed her signature. In an instant, the world announcement was activated. World announcement. Congratulations to Etiao Dy Xiao Meng for successfully establishing the guild Ming Dong Tianxia. World announcement. Congratulations to Etiao Dy Xiao Meng for becoming the first player to establish a guild, receiving a level 1 territory, Luoyuan City. World announcement. Congratulations to Etiao Dy Xiao Meng for becoming the inaugural player to establish a guild. The guild leaderboard is now open. World announcement. Ming Dong Tianxia ascends to the top of the guild leaderboard, rewarded with a legendary skill enhancement scroll 1, legendary enhancement stones 5, and a legendary ring. The Ring of Kings, along with a contribution of 100,000 to the guild. World announcement. Mo World will commence a siege battle in 10 days. Successfully capturing the territory of Luoyuan City will enable the guild to maintain control over the land. Failure will result in dissolution. All right, sister, the formalities are complete. Oh, thank you so much, sister. A somewhat astonished Ai Tiao smiled broadly as she shook hands with Su Lianya. Even after Su Lianya departed, Ai Tiao's face remained adorned with a joyful smile. Jiang Cheng observed Su Lianya's graceful silhouette, pondering whether the sanctuary was forsaking its reputation in favor of seizing people instead. Chapter 191. The membership fee, 10 gold per person. Big brother Skeleton, what are you saying? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's murmurs, the naive little Meng was somewhat bewildered. What do you think of Su Lianya? So that elder sister's name is Su Lianya? She is quite nice. The little Meng said cheerfully. Despite being the city lord, she bore no semblance of arrogance. Not only did she assist me in waiving 200 gold coins, but she also took care of all the formalities. Could it be that Big Brother Skeleton has some misunderstanding about her? Noticing the anxious expression on little Meng's face, Jiang Cheng rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh. When did you come to regard her as your sister? When? I don't know. I just feel she is a very good person. Jiang Cheng shook his head, helplessly revealing the truth to her, probing step by step. Just now, when you were blocked at the city lord's residence, were you not infuriated? Little Meng nodded. Upon hearing Lord Hao Air's refusal, stating that no business would be conducted today, tell me, what was your immediate and genuine reaction? Jiang Cheng moved little Meng's body, facing her, looking earnestly into her eyes, awaiting her response. I wanted to stab him. Little Meng furrowed her brow, speaking her heartfelt truth, her gesture adorably animated. But what does this have to do with Sister Su Lianya? Little Meng remained quite puzzled. Before Su Lianya succeeded as city lord, what do you think her status was? Little Meng raised her little head. Pouting in contemplation for a moment, she must have been a princess? Or perhaps a lady of nobility? She truly is very beautiful. Jiang Cheng slapped his forehead, feeling that she was beyond saving. Nevertheless, he persisted in his efforts, continuing, when she smiled at you, did you not feel a sense of being flattered? I did. That was her setting a trap for you. Jiang Cheng said earnestly. A person of noble status smiling at an ordinary individual typically leaves that ordinary person feeling flattered. At such a moment, if there is another individual of comparable status who treats you poorly, creating a stark contrast, it will only amplify the ordinary person's fondness for her. If, at that juncture, she resolves your most pressing issue, you will indelibly mark her in your heart with gratitude, thus labeling her as a good person. This label may accompany you throughout your life, until she reveals her true intentions. Moreover, the strength she displays will ensure that when you encounter problems, she will be the first person who comes to your mind. Oh, Big Brother Skeleton, are you saying that Sister Su Lianya is being intentional? She wishes to approach me deliberately? Little Meng raised her little head, finally grasping some of the matters. But then again, it doesn't quite add up. If she wanted to get close to me, why not just add me as a friend? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Cheng finally felt a sense of relief. This was indeed her remarkable insight. An overtly strong sense of purpose tends to awaken vigilance in others, and she desired for you to seek her out. So, is that how it is? Yet could it truly be so? I have no pressing matters that require her attention. Jiang Cheng shook her head. In 10 days, the siege would occur, and should it fail, the guild would disband. Do you genuinely believe success is within reach? Well, it should be possible, right? A certain Na-ve spirit spoke with uncertainty. Although, at that very moment, there were already tens of thousands of applications for membership, she primarily lacked confidence in herself. In each guild siege, there are two opportunities. If the first attempt fails, to whom would you turn? Su Lian. The Na-ve spirit blurted out. But as soon as the two syllables escaped her lips, she was suddenly struck by realization. Is that so? Although somewhat simple-minded, she was not foolish enough to overlook this. Jiang Cheng's words had illuminated her understanding. Nevertheless, she remained puzzled about the true intentions of this Su Lianya. In truth, even if I were to articulate further, deep down, don't you subconsciously harbor the notion that perhaps, just perhaps, a glimmer of hope remains that Su Lianya is not a malevolent entity? Jiang Cheng fixed her gaze upon her earnestly. Yes, it does seem that way. The Na-ve spirit nodded with trepidation, patting her chest, as if still haunted by the thought. It appears this siege will be far from smooth. Jiang Cheng retracted her icy demeanor, shaking her wrist thoughtfully. Oh. What should we do? The Na-ve spirit was flustered and at a loss. Jiang Cheng gently patted her head. Who can predict the events 10 days hence? Begin by gathering members. However, do set an entry fee of 10 gold pieces per person. The Na-ve spirit. Group number 7086858182 Chapter 192. Is the guild full? 10 gold coins? That's an exorbitant amount. A rather naive little nearly fainted at the mention of such a sum. Despite being a semi-experienced player, she could discern from the expressions of other players in the tavern that 10 gold coins represented a fortune for the average player. The costs of repairing equipment, purchasing potions, acquiring supplies, and learning skills all demanded gold. Even formidable guild leaders like Mo Shunbing cringed at the thought of parting with 100 gold coins when Zhang Mengmeng requested it. This highlights the dire financial straits of ordinary players. Moreover, at the current exchange rate, 10 gold coins amounted to a staggering 800,000 RMB, enough to buy an apartment in a city of the lowest tier. With such a steep entry fee for the guild, who would dare to join? Little. Do you know what the most challenging aspect of a guild is? What is it? The curious Little inquired. Eliminating traitors. Jiang Cheng, alongside the naive Little, stood outside the city, observing the diverse array of players passing by. He continued, every guild harbors traitors, which is an unavoidable reality. The larger the guild, the more traitors it tends to attract, infiltrating nearly every faction, especially for the first guild established in this realm, Mengdong Tianxia. Jiang Cheng's expression subtly shifted as he mentioned the guild's name. Traitors are the most destabilizing force within a guild. Many guilds, despite having no inherent issues, ultimately collapse due to treachery. With only one individual, we cannot shift our focus to the guild, making it impossible to eradicate the presence of traitors. Therefore, it would be wise to collect a bit more cash up front, so that if a traitor does emerge and disrupt stability, we can expel them directly, minimizing our losses. Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's words, the naive Little was taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. Skeleton big brother, why do I feel like you are quite adept at this? Jiang Cheng replied, I am indeed experienced. In his earlier endeavor of founding the MDN Guild, which stood in opposition to the Holy Temple, he employed similar tactics, attracting a significant number of members. Furthermore, there has never been a shortage of wealthy individuals in this world. If the first guild established across the server sets its admission fee too low, it might deter affluent players from joining. But would anyone genuinely be foolish enough to pay 10 gold coins to join? Observing the thumbs-up emojis sent by players like Qian Chonglang and Yunxiang, alongside an avalanche of messages berating her for being money-crazed and questioning her motives for establishing a guild, the naive Little began to doubt whether Mengdong Tianxia had already met its demise before it even began. Yes, and it will soon be full, Jiang Cheng stated calmly, noticing the skepticism on the Little's face. In fact, I was actually considering setting the entry fee at 100 gold coins. A naive Little. 10 gold coins. Is utterly obsessed with money? Is it truly that remarkable to be the first to establish a guild? 10 gold coins. I would only receive a mere 15 silver coins even if I sold all my equipment. Are they attempting to bankrupt me just to join a guild? How audacious can this naive Little be? I foresee the downfall of this first guild. Having painstakingly secured an absolute advantage, they now impose such stringent conditions for membership? Do they possess any common sense? Let us disperse. Treating players as gullible fools is absurd. Even if someone is wealthy and foolish, they would hardly fall into such a money-grabbing guild, thinking themselves a sanctum. Truly, after this naive little established the membership criteria, a wave of skepticism and vitriol ensued. Yet, irrespective of the players' insults and doubts, within half a minute, the membership quota of 1,000 for the level 1 guild was filled, following the establishment of membership requirements. Approvals from this naive little were no longer necessary. Thus, upon witnessing the guild funds soaring to 10,000 gold coins and the burgeoning membership, this naive little was left utterly astonished. Skeleton brother, could you pinch me to ascertain whether I am in a dream? Chapter 193. The money-sucking sorceress, a naive little girl, Zhang Mengmeng, elicited a smile from Jiang Cheng, who chose not to pinch her cheeks, but instead gently ruffled her hair. All right, if you wish to discern whether this is but a dream, you might inquire with the newly joined members. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Yet, as she observed the incessant stream of messages flooding the guild's chat channel, Zhang Mengmeng felt somewhat at a loss for words. You Xiaoqing, where's the president? We need the president to say a few words. Jiefu Jiezao, the president is a deity, far too busy to concern themselves with us. Dejintan, indeed. By the way, president, when will you take us to level up? Long, stop dreaming. The president is a colossal figure, elusive as a dragon. My very purpose in joining this guild was merely to glimpse what such a great personage looks like. As for leveling up, I must ask, do you all lack funds to enter Meng Dong Tianxia? Duan Xiaoyan you exactly. I am already level 26. Leveling is merely a process. Engaging with the president is the true path to success. Wei would do Quang. No need to elaborate. It is evident that the person above is a girl. I suggest you abandon such thoughts. The president is the best in the world, holding the first records in 2 major dungeons, an unattainable existence. Now, as the first to establish a guild, do not harbor such delusions. Rather, pursue me. I am easier to charm. Beiwei to D, by the way, where are you all? Is anyone available to level up together? Which main city are you in? Alas, without a guild territory, I cannot return to the guild. What a hassle. When will the president conquer Luoyan City? You Xiaoqing, is anyone in the Luoyan wilds? I've been robbed of the boss. Who will assist me in eliminating those scoundrels? President, where are you? Help. As a flurry of inquiries bombarded her, Zhang Mengmeng felt overwhelmed. Suddenly, she realized that establishing a guild might not be such a splendid idea after all. Zhang Mengmeng, ignore them for now. Hand over the reinforcement stones to me. Utilize your skill enhancement scrolls, don your King's ring, and let us scout Luoyan City while simultaneously developing our skeleton team for the siege. Furthermore, it is time to hone your skills. The arena will unlock at level 40 and the ladder rankings at level 50. It is imperative to level up swiftly and engage in practical combat. But, will they leave the guild? Zhang Mengmeng expressed her deep concern. Jiang Cheng shook his head. Joining a guild is akin to entering a marriage. The more one invests, the more one learns to cherish it. In truth, even if they were to depart, we would suffer no loss. I prefer to refresh the roster with new members, allowing us to earn a little more. Zhang Mengmeng. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Zhang Mengmeng felt increasingly that this skeletal big brother was becoming quite the schemer. She had thought herself sufficiently money-minded, only to find, in comparison to the skeletal big brother, she was but a firefly to the bright moon. Particularly striking was the natural tone with which the skeletal big brother spoke of these money-absorbing matters. Had he possessed a face, she mused, he would likely have expressed such sentiments with unflinching composure. All right, I understand now. A charmingly naive character, a tiny cute, responded obediently and promptly closed the guild chat channel. The other players were left in a state of bewilderment as they witnessed the Melodious World Guild reach its full capacity in less than half a minute. Full. What does that even mean? The Melodious World Guild is at capacity. Goodness, how ruthless. Has someone truly spent 10 gold coins just to join a guild? What can one possibly do after joining? I simply cannot comprehend. It is utterly baffling. My word, how could such a guild attract members? The name Melodious World hardly aligns with the dignity of a true gentleman. The current generation has indeed gone mad. Even a guild dedicated to cuteness has found its followers, utterly reshaping my understanding of this world. Players were not the only ones chattering. The forums of the Great Wilderness were inundated with posts about Melodious World, pushing various game strategies down the list and seizing the forefront. Topics included the follies of great wilderness players, a chronicle of a tiny cute's financial exploits, a retrospective on legendary figures, the rise of a tiny cute, and a detailed account of a tiny cute's achievements, the world's #1, second on the weapon rankings, first record holder of the Goblin Chase event, and first record holder of the difficult Disaster Witch Challenge, the money-siphoning sorceress. In a single night, a tiny cute became a household name, even ascending to the pinnacle of the wealth rankings. As a result, she earned a title recognized by all players, the money-siphoning sorceress. Chapter 194, The Growing Ring of Kings. Jiang Cheng. Impressive. Adorable god. It took less than 25 seconds to fill the slots. Just as I was about to gather some coins to join, there were no spots left. What a pity. Chi Tun Tian Xia. Adorable god. You promised to reserve a spot for me. How inconsiderate. My gold coins have nowhere to go. Yun Xiang. Little Meng, I intended to apologize, as I am the fixed vice president of the Fist Town and cannot join your guild. However, it seems that my presence is no longer necessary. FAMO, Bao Yu, congratulations on reaching full membership in the guild. And Xiang Yulan, congratulations, adorable god, for topping the rich list. If you ever find yourself short on funds, may I borrow some? Also, when I establish my guild, could we form an alliance? Du Ba Tian Xia, congratulations, adorable god, on founding the first guild. If you need assistance for the city siege in 10 days' time, feel free to reach out to me. A stream of messages poured in from friends, each one answered in turn by the delightful little Meng. After she finished replying, she realized they had already departed from Rage Wind City and ventured into the wilds of Cloud City. What should she enhance? Perched atop her skeletal steed, with her arms wrapped around Jiang Cheng's waist, the delightful little Meng began to ponder. She casually took out a resplendent golden phoenix-shaped ring to inspect. Ring of Kings, quality, legendary level, 5,05000, critical damage, 50 spell critical damage, 30 attack, 30-50 spell attack, 30-50 King's aura. Normal attacks or spell attacks deal an additional 1/2 times attack damage. King's Soul, for each monster or player defeated, absorb 1 point of soul power experience, which can be used to level up the Ring of Kings. Note, will drop upon death, exclusive to the top-ranking guild leader. Oh my, this Ring of Kings is extraordinarily powerful, and it's a growing type, adorned with a magnificent fire phoenix. How beautiful. The phoenix shape is determined by the system based on gender. If male, it becomes a dragon shape, and if female, it remains a phoenix. However, one should heed the final line. If you cannot maintain the top rank in the guild leaderboard, your ring will be nurtured by another. Jiang Cheng, while guiding the skeletal steed, doused the delightful little Meng with a dose of cold reality. The delightful little Meng was momentarily at a loss for words. Is there really such a setting? But it's all right. Even if just for a moment, she could wear it, giggling at the thought. As she admired the golden phoenix ring before her, she felt a surge of joy and was eager to put it on. Yet, just as she was about to wear it, she hesitated. How does one put on this ring? How to wear it? Isn't this common knowledge? Jiang Cheng paused briefly, flicked the reins to halt the skeletal steed, and, taking her delicate hand, he accepted the ring from her and helped her put it on. Isn't that how one wears a ring, silly girl? Oh, so that's how it is. Thank you, skeleton big brother, hee. The naive little Meng retracted her hand, gazing at the king's ring adorning her ring finger. A delicate blush graced her charming face, and her heart brimmed with joy. It turns out that even the astute and omnipotent skeleton big brother can have his moments of folly. What could it possibly mean for him to place it on my ring finger? Staring blankly at the ring in her hand, Meng's heart swelled with a profound sense of happiness. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, galloping through the icy city, finally came to a realization. However, he never anticipated that he had been deceived by this adorably naive girl. Indeed, the impression of her in his mind had solidified. Thus, he truly did not expect this innocent little one to harbor such sentiments. With an amused smile, Jiang Cheng shook his head, yet his gaze drifted towards the snow-laden forest ahead. Meanwhile, 500 meters behind them, a knight player halted his steed, stealthily observing Jiang Cheng and the naive little Meng. Captain, they've stopped in the snowy forest. You all need to hurry. The knight player messaged the approaching Luo Biming. Good job, 18. This time, we have devised a detailed battle plan. We must eliminate that black skeleton. Chapter 195, Troll Transformation. Hand of the Divine Wind 30,000 meters beyond the snowfield forest. Luo Biming, leading a contingent of 500, trudged forward through the snow, rubbing his hands together against the biting cold. His expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. A certain character, known as Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng, possessed a skeletal steed of unparalleled speed, eluding them before the city gates. Now, they were left to trail behind, choking on dust, which filled him with immense displeasure. Why? Why did this one character seize all the good fortune? The world's foremost warrior. Second on the weapon leaderboard. The highest record for the Goblin Pursuit battle across the entire server. The top achievement in the difficult mode of the Disaster Witch. The first player to establish a guild. The wealthiest player in the game. And to top it off, a black skeletal bodyguard capable of taking on 10 foes single-handedly. His equipment was lavish. And now he possessed such a swift steed? The speed of that skeletal horse was beyond their reach, rendering all 500 of them incapable of catching up. This compelled him to dig into his own pockets, reluctantly spending 200 gold coins to purchase a steed from Ragewind City, barely enabling him to keep pace with Yi Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. This character was utterly devoid of humanity. Gazing at the willow leaf sword in his hand, Luo Biming felt an overwhelming urge to strike out. However, recalling the preparations they had made for this endeavor, he restrained himself with great effort. H1. Are you certain that the skeletal creature will connect with its magical abilities? Indeed, Master. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu were both slain by its explosive fire spells. However, just before his demise, Xiao Lu cast an ice blade spell that seemed to inflict considerable damage. I suspect the black skeleton's magical defense is rather low. This time, we have brought an entire team of mages, with spell attack values soaring to 180. It is doomed. I see, Luo Biming mused, resting his chin on his hand. Deep in thought, after a long silence, he finally spoke, with the ability to wield shadowy blades and magical connections, coupled with such high damage. An ordinary person would indeed struggle against you. However, Luo Biming produced 3 puppet scrolls, a sinister smile crossing his face. With a troll puppet boasting 100,000 health points and magical immunity to absorb damage at the forefront, blocking vision, can my contingent of 500 mages not bring you down? Unless you possess the invincible wizardry, the magic annihilation tornado? Puppet scrolls were exceedingly rare, obtainable only through hidden quests, typically utilized during siege battles. These 3 scrolls had been painstakingly acquired from various lords, worth their weight in gold. Currently, it was estimated that only these 3 existed in the entire server. Luo Biming was confident that with these 3 siege troll puppets absorbing damage at the front, the black skeleton would undoubtedly be unable to breach their defenses and would face certain death. Ahead lay the snowfield forest, where the ice bears predominantly ranged around level 40, boasting high defense and substantial health. Nearing the level 50 narrative zone, the Demon Castle. Caution was paramount. Jiang Cheng halted his BMW and explained to a small, adorable creature. Yes, I understand, replied the small creature, as it dismounted from its skeletal mount and retrieved its staff to coordinate with Jiang Cheng. Over the span of 2 hours, Jiang Cheng instructed the small creature on positioning and seizing opportunities, successfully clearing the monsters in the snowy forest. Congratulations on defeating the snowy troll, earning 400 experience points and 400 evolution points. By defeating monsters beyond their level, they received an additional 140 experience points and 140 evolution points. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is now 34. Within these 2 hours, they had slain over 5,000 wild creatures, accumulating more than 2.7 million experience points and evolution points, thus achieving a level increase. With the level enhancement, their attributes rose by 100 points each in health and mana, along with a 10-point increase in attack and a 5-point increase in defense. Additionally, they acquired 35 points of strength and a skill of gigantification. Quality: Elite level, 1 skill type. Active skill overview. Consumes 300 mana. Upon use, within 10 minutes, the user's form enlarges tenfold, increasing strength by 100 points. Defense by 100 points, and magic defense by 100 points. Cooldown period, 1 day. This skill was quite impressive, prompting Jiang Cheng to invest in its development. He promptly expended 500 evolution points to elevate it to level 10. Subsequently, he spent 1 silver coin, 100 evolution points, and 10 000 enhancement points to evolve into troll form. Troll form, quality, rare level, 1 skill type, active skill overview, consumes 700 mana upon use within 30 minutes. The user's form transforms into that of a troll, increasing in size 20-fold, strength by 300 points, defense by 200 points, and magic defense by 200 points. Cooldown period, 1 day. Shockwave. After transforming into a troll, there is a 15% chance with normal attacks to create a shockwave, reducing the movement speed of enemies within a 3 by 3 meter radius by 30. Pleased with the outcome, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. He then allocated his remaining 300 enhancement points entirely to strengthen his hand bone. Perhaps luck was on his side. After 9 enhancements, he unexpectedly created 2 sockets. Moreover, the hand bone's attack was boosted by 200 points, elevating his total attack to 2,054. Simultaneously, the 300 enhancement points manifested a legendary level talent, Divine Wind's Hand. Divine Wind's Hand quality, legendary agility, 100 attack speed, 130 overview. Normal attacks have a 1 chance to generate a Divine Wind Shadow, which performs 3 normal attacks, each dealing 5 of the damage of the previous attack. Although the 3 successive damages were minimal, they could trigger passive effects. After embedding the Heart of Disaster and the Disaster Rune into the hand bone, Jiang Cheng acquired the Master of Spells and Spell Critical Talents. He pondered for a moment, realizing there were no enhancement points left to increase. In the midst of a snowy landscape, Jiang Cheng turned to his companion, the adorable Xiaoming, and said, "The monsters have been vanquished. Look at your face, it's all red from the cold. You must be hungry as well. Let us find a place to rest for a while." "Yes, Big Brother Skeleton is truly kind. Let us kindle a fire beneath that snow-laden fir tree," Xiaoming replied. Jiang Cheng nodded in agreement. The two of them made their way to a fir tree blanketed in white snow. They cleared a patch in the snow, retrieved some firewood from their inventory, and soon a warm bonfire crackled to life. Taking advantage of their respite, Jiang Cheng seized the opportunity to impart some battle wisdom to Xiaoming. "You have grasped the concept of synchronous summoning, though it still feels rather unfamiliar. With practice, you will improve. Remember this vital principle: do not charge into battle recklessly. Observe your foes carefully, their size, speed, and movement patterns, to identify their vulnerabilities. Before engaging, use a basic magic orb to gauge damage, always aiming for the head, abdomen, or heart, the critical points of the monster." As Jiang Cheng spoke, he noticed Xiaoming resting her red cheeks on her hands, listening intently. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. Finding a diligent apprentice, even if somewhat lacking in innate talent, was indeed a blessing. The surrounding wild creatures, while less rewarding in experience compared to dungeons, were plentiful, and the sheer volume of loot and gold they yielded far surpassed that of the dungeons. "Once we seize Luoyan City, you can bring some trusted guild members here to level up and gather equipment." "Oh, I understand," Xiaoming exclaimed, stuffing a piece of beef into her mouth and nodding obediently. "I have resurrected 82 troll skeletons. Drink some magical potion to assimilate with them." Jiang Cheng presented the 82 towering troll skeletons, each 3 meters tall, to Xiaoming. The size of the skeletons resurrected by the necromancer's black scripture depended entirely on the original creatures. The snowfield trolls, standing over 10 meters tall, resulted in resurrected skeletons exceeding 8 meters. However, aside from their high defense and substantial health, they lacked any particularly remarkable abilities or skills. They were merely suitable as a robust template for a meat shield, falling short of being a main skeleton. "Oh, Big Brother Skeleton, please wait a moment," Xiaoming interjected, producing a legendary skill enhancement scroll to apply to her necromantic fusion technique. In an instant, golden light danced across the skill interface, heralding the transformation of her technique into a legendary skill, the true necromantic fusion. Chapter 196. I underestimated my opponent. Phantom integration technique. Quality: legendary skill type. Active Phantom. Consumes 1,000 mana points to combine the 36 summoned spirits from the spirit summoning technique into a Phantom General, who will obey orders for a duration of 60 minutes with a cooldown of 90 minutes. True integration. Consumes 1,800 mana points to perform true integration on any undead, with the fusion effect based on the undead's own attributes. Wow, the Phantom General must be formidable. A trace of delight flickered across the delicate face of Xiaoming. However, I shall first integrate with the skeleton big brother. Wait a moment. Jiang Cheng suddenly interjected, tossing 82 giant troll skeletons into the necromantic codex. Someone is coming, approximately 400 of them. Jiang Cheng pulled Zhang Mengmeng behind the snowy mountain, seeking refuge. Skeleton big brother, aren't you usually unafraid of anything? Zhang Mengmeng questioned, puzzled by Jiang Cheng's caution. The majority of those coming are mages, Jiang Cheng continued. Xiao Meng, you must remember that in this world, mage and archer groups possess the strongest collective attack power and explosive potential. If you lack exceedingly high magical and physical defenses, do not confront them head-on. He was not particularly afraid of these individuals. Rather, he feared for Xiao Meng's safety. If she were to be targeted, she likely would not withstand the onslaught. Skeleton big brother, how do you know they are all mages? Xiao Meng asked, astonished. Through the gaps in her snow jacket, she observed that amidst the heavy snowfall, these figures remained at a considerable distance. Aside from some indistinct silhouettes, she could discern nothing. How had the skeleton big brother perceived this? Quite simply, by observing their movement speed, Jiang Cheng explained to Xiao Meng. Each profession has its own armor proficiency: heavy, light, plate, and cloth armor. Only mages utilize cloth armor among all professions. Armor possesses weight, influencing movement, attack, and casting speed. Moreover, in this snowy terrain, stepping on the snow produces varying sounds. Listen closely. After hearing Jiang Cheng's explanation, Xiao Meng mimicked him, straining to listen, leaning her little head closer to her snow jacket. Unfortunately, despite the snow accumulating on her head, she could not discern the subtle differences in footfalls. Did you hear it? When someone clad in heavy armor steps on the snow, the sound is particularly heavy and sinks deeper. In contrast, those in cloth armor move much more lightly, their steps higher in the snow, allowing for greater speed. I heard it. Xiao Meng shrank her head back, rendered speechless. This detail was excessively minute. She could not perceive anything. She could only admit that the skeleton big brother was truly remarkable. Such minute details can be discerned and utilized, leaving one feeling inadequate in comparison to the sharpness of perception exhibited by Jiang Cheng. I am aware that you did not catch this, but fear not. You could discern it through the luminous points emanating from the opposite side. Jiang Cheng continued, explaining that the glow of a staff differs from that of other weapons. Have you noticed that regardless of the staff's level, the tip is adorned with a gem? I must admit I did not perceive that. Caught off guard by Jiang Cheng's unrelenting revelation, the little one, Xiao Meng, nodded with embarrassment. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity crossed her delicate face. All weapons. And yet the luminous points possess their own significance? What is the principle behind this? What sets them apart? Eager to comprehend, she hastily shook Jiang Cheng's arm, impatiently inquiring, "That skeleton big brother, what distinguishes this staff from other weapons?" "Indeed, there is a distinction," Jiang Cheng elaborated. "The gem itself does not emit light. However, under sunlight, it refracts like a prism, dispersing the white light that penetrates the crystal through refraction, reflection, and total internal reflection into its constituent colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and so forth. The refractive index of the gem is exceedingly high, and its dispersion properties are remarkable, reflecting a myriad of colorful points and lines, distinctly different from the flat luminescence of other weapons. Observe their groups. Do they not consistently exhibit numerous dot-like flashes while walking? Upon hearing this, Xiao Meng squinted her large eyes and gazed intently into the distance. To her astonishment, she indeed saw many dot-like flashes shimmering. Unconsciously, her admiration for Jiang Cheng grew. Simultaneously, she felt elated to possess such a remarkable figure as Jiang Cheng in her life, who had imparted so much knowledge to her. An acquaintance, Luo Baiming, Jiang Cheng remarked with a knowing smile, revealing that this time he led over 500 players, a significant increase in momentum compared to before, forming a mage group likely intending to overwhelm him with their spells. What shall we do? There are so many of them. We must flee at once. Xiao Meng exclaimed, her heart racing with urgency upon realizing the might of the mage group. However, Jiang Cheng shook his head, recalling his recent transformation into a troll, and reassured her, "Wait here. I shall return shortly." "Skeleton big brother, I will. Please be cautious. and if it becomes too perilous, do retreat. De Xiaoming did not insist on accompanying him, but instead dutifully concealed herself behind the snowy garment, casting a strengthening spell upon Jiang Cheng. As she watched Jiang Cheng's silhouette fade into the distance, her tiny fists clenched tightly, prepared to unleash her ghostly general at any moment. Black Skeleton. Upon witnessing a dark figure striding towards him from afar, Luo Baiming raised his blade, its edge pointed menacingly at Jiang Cheng. Just now, I underestimated you. Do you dare to engage us in another contest? Chapter 197. Beichuan, why did you not speak earlier? Within a 50-meter radius, I advise everyone to refrain from reckless actions. This skeleton is cunning and may attempt to flee, commanded Luo Baiming to his subordinates behind him. What I desire is a swift annihilation. If we can concentrate our firepower and eliminate him in one fell swoop, it would save my precious scrolls. He had no intention of engaging Jiang Cheng in a one-on-one duel. His remark about wanting a rematch was merely a ploy to lure him in for a decisive strike. Furthermore, he aspired for his Beiluo guild to be affiliated with the temple's branch in the future. Saving those 3 irreplaceable scrolls would undoubtedly enhance his stature before the temple's president. After finishing his statement, Luo Baiming's tone turned icy. I advise those among you who understand spell sniping not to flaunt your skills in my presence. The majority of this mage group were not his allies. Most belonged to the temple's elite team, the Law Cloud group, populated with formidable experts. Luo Baiming feared their impulsiveness, that in a fit of showmanship, they might recklessly bombard Jiang Cheng, leading to disastrous consequences. True to their elite status, the Law Cloud group did not commence their preparations until Jiang Cheng ventured within a 60-meter range. However, they refrained from employing spell sniping to initiate an attack. Then, with a thunderous roar, a black ice staff was swung from beyond the 60-meter mark. 3 explosive flames connected, forming a 30-meter wide inferno that erupted above the heads of the Law Cloud group. The explosion had a release range of 50 meters and was a non-targeted area skill, rendering spell sniping ineffective. Yet, as Jiang Cheng linked the flames into a 30-meter radius, the center point remained at 50 meters, but the edge extended to 15 meters. At a distance of 60 meters, a 5-meter radius engulfed the Law Cloud group. In an instant, a vast expanse of flames enveloped the elite mages. Jiang Cheng's spell attack power stood at 633, which, after the enhancement from becoming a spellmaster, surged by 60 to 1012. Coupled with the additional 50 from the explosive flames connection, the damage dealt was a staggering 1518, 1518. 1518. Critical hit. 3036. In that fleeting moment, the 11 mages caught within the 5-meter radius were instantly reduced to mere light. Everyone was taken aback. What the? Over 3,000 damage from a critical hit? Such high damage? With a 3rd-tier connection, it can cover a 30-meter radius of explosive flames? Who is this divine being? Is he a junior of the spell saint? Who said not to snipe? His 30-meter explosive flames mean we cannot even reach him. We are merely being toyed with. The remaining 490 mages of the Law Cloud group gasped in astonishment, casting dubious glances at Luo Baiming. At that moment, Luo Baiming's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that this black skeleton could, with merely 3 small explosive flames, create a 30-meter radius. Beichuan, why did you not say anything sooner? Say what earlier? Replied Luo Beichuan, feigning innocence. Why did you not mention earlier that his magical connection could extend to a range of 30 meters? Luo Baiming's expression twitched violently. The reason for my regrettable action is simply that you failed to inform me in advance. Luo Beichuan. You didn't even bother to inquire. Luo Beichuan, feeling utterly helpless, noticed the murderous glares directed at him from everyone present. He wished to defend himself, yet ultimately, after enduring a mental barrage of 118,888 punches from Luo Baiming, he let out a long sigh and resolutely swallowed his grievances. There was no choice. The master had spoken. This burden, he had to bear. Advance, concentrate fire, unleash magical sniping, eliminate him. Luo Baiming raised his willow leaf blade, no longer daring to restrict the performance of the magic cloud group. However, what transpired next was something they had never anticipated. Chapter 198. He possesses a skill for enlargement. Why did you not mention it sooner? This black skeleton, rather than retreating, charged directly towards them. This skeleton seeks its own demise. Frontline, ice spirit mages, unleash the storm and obliterate it. As it approached within a 50-meter radius, the 135 ice spirit mages at the forefront simultaneously raised their staffs. A vast blizzard materialized above Jiang Cheng, descending upon him in an instant. Wind, snow, falling. Countless hailstones plummeted from the heavens. The blizzard, a level 25 area skill of the ice spirit mages, could unleash 3 waves of snowfall within a 5 by 5 meter radius in just 2 seconds. Each wave inflicted 150 of spell attack damage. In an instant, the path Jiang Cheng traversed became enveloped in a myriad of ice and snow, displaying a staggering 405 points of damage overhead. However, as the blizzard commenced, Jiang Cheng had swiftly transformed his staff into spell resistance armor, coalescing around him. The assault armor morphed into celestial assault armor, enhancing his spell resistance by 30 to a total of 130 points. In conjunction with his innate 51 points of spell defense, his total reached an impressive 181 points. Consequently, when the blizzard struck overhead, the resultant damage left everyone astonished. 11, 9, 7, 3. The 405 points of damage stacked so densely that they were nearly indistinguishable. Nevertheless, a single hailstorm inflicted merely 2,172 points of damage upon the black skeleton, only about half of its total life force. What the hell? Who claimed he possessed no spell defense? To hell with it. Is this not spell defense? With my 192 points of spell attack, I hit the maximum cap and only dealt 11 points of damage. Enough already. I triggered a critical hit and still only inflicted 9 points of damage. It is utterly merciless. Who the hell said he could be killed in 1 round? Step forward. With such high spell defense, we cannot harm him. Once he approaches, with his spell attack power, he could annihilate dozens of us in an instant. What are we even doing? The frontline mages exchanged glances, filled with doubt and a desire to retreat. Leveling up was no easy feat, and death could result in the loss of equipment. The temple merely tasked them with supporting Luo Biming, without any imperative to slay the black skeleton. Thus, they were reluctant to perish needlessly. With such a high attack power and extensive range, a single skill would surely wipe out a significant number of them. The blizzard was their trump card, capable of inflicting damage 3 times in one go, yet it had a lengthy cooldown of 30 seconds. Without the blizzard, their sole reliance on Ice Blade's 100 spell attack yielded paltry damage. Luo Biming, stubborn as ever, was unwilling to relinquish his puppets. They had no intention of sacrificing themselves. Yet, Luo Biming saw matters differently and continued the assault. Observe closely, his weapons have vanished, replaced by armor adorning his form. It appears that one can only possess either weaponry or armor. His prowess in close combat is formidable, employing the shadowy blade technique, seemingly intent on approaching us to ensnare us all. Such a notion is rather simplistic. Let us unleash another barrage and obliterate him. If we manage to eliminate him, I shall reward each of you with 10 gold coins upon our return. Once these words escaped Biming's lips, a spark ignited in everyone's eyes as they glanced at the spell-resistant armor draped over Jiang Cheng, realizing the truth of his words. Coupled with the allure of gold, this band of individuals ceased their retreat, raising their staffs in unison. The air was filled with the sound of countless projectiles slicing through the atmosphere as yet another wave of ice blades soared towards Jiang Cheng. This time, the black skeleton was even closer, a mere 40 meters away. This meant that all 491 mages present could unleash their attacks upon him. Death. In an instant, ice blade spells, fireballs, and explosive flames descended upon Jiang Cheng. Yet, he remained unfazed, continuing his advance. Just before the spell struck his form, he transformed. In an instant, Jiang Cheng's skeletal frame surged with power, expanding as he progressed. The spell-resistant armor also augmented in size, ultimately bursting apart. Countless bone fragments scattered in all directions, gradually converging in Jiang Cheng's grasp. As his form expanded to a staggering 34 meters, the bone dust solidified in his hands into a 10-meter black ice staff, accompanied by a whirling sound. With a gentle sweep from left to right, he unleashed a devastating force. Boom, boom, boom. In that fleeting moment, a chorus of anguished cries erupted as 72 mages were instantly annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive flames, encompassing a 30-meter radius, wreaked havoc once more, claiming another 64 mages in an instant. Meanwhile, the damage inflicted by the spell clouds upon Jiang Cheng was merely -1. -1. -1. Even after a barrage of over 400 spells struck him, he only lost a little over 490 health points. Beichuan. He possesses a growth ability. Why did you not mention it sooner? Chapter 199. Damn it. Underestimating again. Boom. 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 Ah. 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 The air was filled with the deafening roar of explosive flames, intermingled with the anguished cries of fallen comrades. Luo Beichuan stood at the rear of the formation, utterly bewildered. He cast a glance at the darkly brooding Luo Bimeng. Am I to bear the brunt of this blame as well? Damn it. Why didn't you mention it earlier? He can enlarge himself, and you were unaware. How was I to know? Do you truly regard me as a scapegoat? Beichuan, return and submit your resignation, Luo Bimeng commanded, producing a scroll from his hand and swiftly moving forward, leaving Luo Beichuan in a state of utter disarray. Indeed, I am merely a quintessential scapegoat, am I not? Why must I bear all the injuries? A profound sorrow enveloped Luo Beichuan. The bond with his mentor was severed, his career lay in ruins, and in that moment, he perceived the futility of life. Thus, he resolved to no longer conspire with them. Casting a glance at the still battling Fa group, he lowered his head and resolutely turned to leave. He had made up his mind to become a good. Step back. There are explosive flames ahead. Boom. 3026. Luo Beichuan's health was instantly depleted. He collapsed to the ground in a daze, and then he vanished in a flash of light. In his final moments, he shouted, "Why didn't you say it sooner?" Boom. The explosive flames erupted, interrupting Luo Bimeng, who was poised to unleash a siege golem. A clear chime resonated as his protective energy was shattered. Kong Jin flashed. Luo Bimeng swiftly turned, employing a 3-stage slash to escape the radius of the explosive flames. When he turned back to look, the Fa group had been utterly annihilated. On the snow-covered ground lay a multitude of skeletons in various hues. Scattered across the earth were dozens of brilliant lights. All the equipment and materials dropped upon the demise of the Fa group. Damn it, I underestimated them again. That cursed skeleton approached the Fa group, not for close combat, but to obliterate them. Luo Bimeng's expression darkened as he observed the barrage of insults popping up in his friend notifications, filling him with irritation. Once again, he had faced defeat, and this time, it was with the burden of 500 members from the Fa group. Damn it, what a disgrace. I can't even show my face at the sanctuary now. Luo Bimeng activated Windstep and sprinted through the snow. Glancing at the 3 golem scrolls in his hand, he felt a flicker of comfort. These 3 scrolls were worth a fortune. If sold now, he could scrape by in the game and certainly gather enough funds to establish another guild. Ding! An arrow suddenly descended from the sky, interrupting his thoughts. Luo Bimeng smirked, dismissing it with disdain. He horizontally positioned the hilt of his sword and sliced the incoming arrow in half. Ding! Ding! 2 more arrows came flying towards him, and Luo Bimeng swiftly retreated a step, once again cleaving them down. With a scoff, he thought, do they truly believe they can slay me with mere predictive projectiles? Casting a glance at the ground, he observed 3 arrows shattered into 6 pieces, and a disdainful smile graced Luo Bimeng's lips. After all, he was once the sword monarch, the foremost among the 7 wonders. To be vanquished by 3 arrows launched at staggered intervals would be nothing short of a laughingstock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More arrows? Before he could finish his thought, 3 more arrows descended from the heavens. As he gazed upon the orderly fall of these arrows, anger ignited within Luo Bimeng. Projectiles lack the formidable force of direct shots and are easily deflected. Although this time 3 arrows were launched simultaneously, a typical player might flounder in panic. But he was the former sword monarch. How could he possibly be struck down? Realizing that this black skeleton was merely toying with him, Luo Bimeng resolved to cease this charade. He thrust his willow leaf sword forward, activating one of the 14 divine techniques, momentum slash. Clang! A soft sound resonated as Luo Bimeng leveraged the force to swiftly retreat 10 meters from his original position. In that fleeting moment of stillness, he wore a look of disdain, quickly pivoting to launch his own assault. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock. Damn it! He had underestimated his opponent again. Chapter 200, a legendary delivery whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In midair, A dark cloud of arrows rained down. A total of 136 arrows surged towards his direction in a dense formation, enveloping an area of 10 square meters. The heavens fell, and the earth shattered. How could a mere skeleton conjure such a calamity? And on such a grand scale? Luo Baiming's pupils constricted as he stared incredulously at the scene before him. A wave of helplessness surged within him. Previously, he could have relied on his divine skill to evade by leveraging momentum, or utilized his leaps and slashes to escape. But now, there was nowhere to hide. Luo Baiming could only acknowledge the precision of this black skeleton's calculations. It had anticipated all his maneuvers in advance, exhausting all his displacement skills. Such a skeleton, its heart is truly sinister. With no option for retreat, Luo Baiming fixed his gaze and summoned the utmost strength he possessed to deflect the arrows. Clang. Forced blade retraction. Clang. Cross slash. Clang. Battle technique activation. Clang. Ordinary attack. Clang. Dragon Shadow Spear kill. 13 arrows fell under the strain of his utmost efforts, leaving the area momentarily devoid of threats. Luo Baiming's heart surged with elation. He had never expected that in the face of death, his strongest abilities would be unleashed. If he could just deflect this final arrow, his vicinity would be secure. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. He could see nothing. What was happening? It was not yet night. Why was it so dark? The last arrow. Although he could not see, Luo Baiming relied on his formidable instincts to calculate the trajectory of the final arrow. It was aimed directly at his left forearm. Clang. He made contact. The sound of his sword reverberated with the impact. Simultaneously, his vision abruptly returned. Daylight. Joy coursed through Luo Baiming's heart as his pulse quickened. He had survived this onslaught. The black skeleton was utterly powerless against him now. He could return alive. Minus 7,552. A colossal damage notification erupted above him. Clang. You have received Dawn damage, triggering Dawn's kill. A critical hit has been activated, resulting in 7,552 points of damage. As he watched his form gradually dissolve, Luo Baiming stood in stunned silence. Such a skill existed. Why had no one mentioned it before? Whoosh. A flash of white light surged past, and Luo Baiming's body vanished into the snow. Subsequently, a willow leaf-shaped longsword and 3 scrolls materialized above the arrows. A broadsword appeared, lifting the 2 items, which fell into Jiang Cheng's hands. Willow leaf sword, rarity, rare level, 25 attack, 100110 strength, 25 agility, 32 special effect. Normal attacks inflict an additional 30 points of armor penetration. Siege Puppet Scroll, rarity, legendary overview. Upon use, summons a siege troll puppet that lasts for 30 minutes. The siege troll puppet possesses 100,000 health, an attack power of 1000,1000, physical defense of 500,500, and grants spell immunity along with a city-breaking talent. It seems that Luo Baiming is indeed unfortunate, having his weapon shattered. A siege puppet scroll? 3 of them. What treasures? Jiang Cheng, holding the 3 scrolls, felt a surge of excitement. The siege puppet, towering at 100 meters, can obscure vision, preventing ranged classes from targeting players behind it. Furthermore, its spell immunity is utterly lethal to mage squads. Not only that, players can even control it from within. The city-breaking talent, which grants a 500 damage bonus against structures, makes these 3 scrolls invaluable. With these scrolls in the upcoming siege of Luoyang City 10 days hence, the odds of victory would significantly increase. Jiang Cheng suddenly found himself rather fond of Luo Baiming. Delivering legends over 1,000 miles, he is indeed a good person. The fortunes of the world, it seems, have a promising future. Chapter 201. The Beastmaster's Giant Shield Knight. As he put away the scroll, Jiang Cheng waved at the adorable little Meng in the distance. With a hint of nostalgia, the little one emerged from her snow-white attire and hurriedly collected the equipment scattered on the ground. Joyfully, she adorned herself with 3 exquisite level 25 purple items, instantly enhancing her attributes significantly. Her spell attack surged to an astonishing 780, her health reached 2,400, her defense climbed to 115, and her magical defense soared to 180. It is noteworthy that she was a mage, boasting health and magical defense surpassing that of knights of the same level. Indeed, these individuals were like fortune bringers. Little Meng. This is a medicinal soul stone, a token for transitioning to a crafting profession. Currently, we are consuming a considerable amount of magical potions, with the large potions barely replenishing 500 points of magical energy, which is utterly insufficient. You could transition to an apothecary and learn to create potions. After all, we have an abundance of gold. But I only have 200 gold coins left, the little Meng replied, somewhat bewildered. Don't worry. If you run out of gold, you can withdraw from the guild's funds, Jiang Cheng said nonchalantly. In truth, he had little gold himself. With a balance of merely 121 gold, 38 silver, and 98 copper. However, withdrawing guild funds required possession of territory. He gently patted her shoulder. I understand. I will assist you in conquering the territory. I am not suggesting you withdraw funds just yet. For now, let us merge my skeletons. Then we can scout Luoyan City and perhaps set up a stall to sell some equipment. Oh, all right. The little Meng nodded obediently and began the process of merging the skeletons for Jiang Cheng. First, let us create an absolute meat shield. I have a plan. Jiang Cheng pondered for a moment. What is your current maximum limit for simultaneous merging? It is now 36, she replied. 36? Have you leveled up your merging skill? Jiang Cheng said, astonished, feeling a slight warmth in his heart. Perhaps the little Meng was not one to express her feelings openly or was simply shy about it. But her actions consistently revolved around him. All right, let's use one Rebirth Knight skeleton as the primary template, along with a monk skeleton possessing rebound capabilities, an assassin skeleton for counterattack, a retaliatory armored snow wolf skeleton, the blood prison mad demon guardian, and 30 troll skeletons, merging them in the direction of defense. Upon hearing that the little Meng had transformed her necromancy merging skill to legendary level, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of excitement. Although merging still relied on luck, the increased number of skeletons significantly heightened the probability of producing exceptional skeletons. Initially, only 6 could be merged at once, but now, merging 36 skeletons together, who could predict the outcome? Suddenly, Jiang Cheng felt a wave of anticipation. In his past life, he bore a grudge against the temple and even established the Demon Hall Guild to oppose them. Although it ultimately failed due to insufficient players, the animosity remained. He never imagined that upon being reborn into the game world, he would still find himself at odds with the temple. Yet, he was fully aware of the implications. With the overwhelming dominance of the temple, even if he were to remain content as a mere skeleton, should he inadvertently obstruct their path one day, the blades of the temple would inevitably descend upon him. Initially, he had no intentions of establishing a guild or contending for supremacy. His sole objective was to continuously evolve and transcend his skeletal identity. However, now that the guild has been founded and enmity with the temple has arisen, it is only fitting that becomes the true foremost guild. Even if this guild bears a somewhat embarrassing name, given his current strength, facing the colossal entity of the temple, which boasts a score of 108, 12 divine vice presidents, and a player base exceeding 10 million, renders any comparison futile. His power remains woefully inadequate. He had just conducted an experiment. Without resorting to transformation, relying solely on magical defenses proved insufficient against the full onslaught of the mage battalion. Presently, with 500 members, should the numbers swell to 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000, his ability to withstand such forces would be severely challenged. It has become imperative to integrate a formidable, evolving shield for protection. Is it ready, dear big brother skeleton? A somewhat feeble voice inquired. Is it done? Jiang Cheng gazed at the towering figure before him, a 30-meter-tall knight clad in heavy armor, wielding a massive silver shield and mounted upon a fearsome beast. And a thought stirred within him. A Beastmaster Shield Knight? Chapter 202. This is the territory where we ignite the world. Surrender the gold coins if you are wise. Beast Guardian Knight. Quality. Legendary level. 3 health points. 12,000 mana points. 3,000 attack. 0 defense. 250 to 350 magic defense. 250 to 350 skills. Guardian, shield defense, divine armor, synchronization, enlargement. Taunt. Talents. Rebound, regeneration, meditation, reflection, counter armor, master of horsemanship, thorny aura. Overview. Affiliated with the Wings of Calamity. The skills Guardian and Shield defense enhance abilities, but reduce movement speed by 300, while increasing magic and physical defense by 100. Synchronization allows for the synchronization of mount health, and divine armor grants invincibility for 3 seconds. Enlargement increases strength, defense, and magic defense by 100 each. Regeneration and meditation restore health and mana. Rebound reflects 20 of damage. Thorny Aura rebounds 10 of physical attacks in a specified area. Reflection returns 15 of all damage, and counter armor reflects 15 of physical damage. Master of Horsemanship boosts movement speed by 60. Jiang Cheng glanced at the mount of the Beast Guardian Knight. Snowfield Bear Demon quality. Rare level. 1 health. 12. 000 strength. 200 defense. 100 to 300 movement speed. 155 seismic strike. Slams the ground to inflict a 40 slow on all enemy units within a 5 by 5 meter radius for 5 seconds. Overview. Affiliated with the Beast Guardian Knight. Once all skills of the Guardian Knight are activated, health can reach 24,000 with 800 physical and magical defenses, reflecting 60 of physical damage. It's incredible. The merging of Blood Abyss Mad Demon and the Guardian is worthwhile. Although a Blood Abyss Hand and Corrosive Halo were sacrificed, the resulting effect is truly splendid. Let us evolve. Jiang Cheng spent 250,000 evolution points to upgrade it to level 30. Just as he was about to break through the evolution, he discovered, to transcend to the legendary level requires 1,000 enhancement points and 10 gold coins. He currently possesses 6,200,000 evolution points and sufficient gold, yet has no enhancement points left. Nonetheless, the attributes of the Guardian Knight surge dramatically. Beast Golden Shield Knight, quality, legendary level, 30 health points, 40,000 mana points, 15,000 attack, 0 defense, 650 to 750 magic defense, 650 to 750 skills, Guardian, Shield Defense, Divine Armor, Synchronization, Enlargement, Taunt, Talents, Rebound, Regeneration, Meditation, Reflection, Counter Armor, Master of Horsemanship, Thorny Aura, Durability Aura. Overview. Affiliated with the Wings of Calamity. Observing the transformation of the Beast Guardian Knight into the Beast Golden Shield Knight, with attributes significantly enhanced and an additional aura that increases movement and attack speed by 12 within a range, Jiang Cheng felt a surge of joy in his heart. This attribute far surpasses that of the Blood Abyss Frenzied Demon Guardian. Subsequently, his absolute bulwark shall be this Golden Shield Knight, which can be cultivated with great care. As for the absolute output, absolute support, absolute control, and absolute healer, he believes a prudent combination is still necessary. Currently, the options for synthesizing skeletal minions are exceedingly scarce, yielding insufficient variety to achieve his desired outcomes. Let us traverse this snowy expanse, and we shall reach the borders of Luoyun City. Jiang Cheng mounted his skeletal steed, casting his cloak with a flourish, leading along a bewildered little companion. His weapon transformed into the black ice lance, poised against the right flank of his horse, charging towards a snowfield demon bear huddled beside the boundary marker. The black ice lance became a fleeting shadow, instantly piercing the skull of the snowfield demon bear, sending forth a spray of crimson. At present, Jiang Cheng boasts a total attack of 2054, augmented by the 726 from his soul power, culminating in an impressive 2,780. Armor penetration reduced the bear's 100 points of armor by 50. Critical hits doubled the damage, adding an additional 0.8 times for critical damage, achieving a total of 3.8 times. The 30 attack power boost from the Heavenly Strike armor elevated it to 4.1 times. The lance further increased horse attack damage by 40, coupled with a 50 boost in charging speed, resulting in a remarkable 5 times. The Darkness Dread further doubled the total damage to 27,300. The Wind Shadow technique triggered, inflicting 8,390. The Divine Wind Hand and Divine Wind Shadow activated, dealing 1365, 1,365, 1,365. The Ice Calamity effect was unleashed, inflicting 8,390. The Snowfield Demon Bear, with a mere 4,000 life points, was not only slain instantaneously but also subjected to the subsequent effects of the Shadow, Divine Wind, and Ice Calamity. Upon slaying the Snowfield Demon Bear, he earned 400 experience evolution points, and due to the tear-breaking kill, an additional 120 evolution points. A night player, Moonlit Grace, who had ventured into the Snowfield Forest, witnessed Jiang Cheng's astounding feat of slaying the snowfield demon bear and the terrifying damage figures, causing him to lose his composure. He hastily returned to the borders of Luoyun City to report to his leader. "Boss, a formidable black skeleton has arrived. We must flee. And do not stray from the path." Whoosh! A flash of light swept by. Before the night player could elucidate the situation to his leader, Jiang Cheng, accompanied by the bewildered little companion, had already galloped in. The leader of the night players, the humble emperor, was instantly captivated, exclaiming, "What an exquisite beauty! And a mount as well? She must be quite affluent." With a swift motion, he sent Moonlit Grace aside, and the humble emperor, accompanied by 18 players of various classes, encircled them. "This monument is mine. This tree is mine. Should you pass this way, leave behind gold. Fair lady, this is our domain. The realm of enchanting whimsy. Do you know who our leader is? That money-grubbing demon. The unrivaled champion, the little companion." The humble emperor chuckled softly. "If you do not wish to offend the foremost guild in the entire server, you would do well to surrender your gold promptly." Chapter 203. A Chicken's Affection Brother. It cannot be. The humble emperor's words had barely escaped his lips when Yu Shaoqing rushed over. He was acutely aware of the grotesque power harbored by the skeleton before him. Should their leader continue down this reckless path, they would all meet their demise. "Step aside." With a swift motion, he sent Yu Shaoqing stumbling back. Observing the bewildered expression of the little one, the humble emperor's patience began to wane. "Bring forth the warriors." As soon as he uttered this command, 3 players wielding a staff, a colossal sword, and a great knife stepped forward. Behold, Shiman Longting, a level 12 archmage with an astonishing magical attack of 38 points, a true king. He has clashed with the Sage of Magic, emerging victorious by a hair's breadth. The little one, however, merely stifled a giggle, which ignited a profound sense of humiliation within the humble emperor. "Little door, you shall go?" "Oh." Little door, upon hearing this, hefted the great knife, ready to strike, but was restrained by the swordsman beside him. "I did not instruct you to kill, merely to demonstrate." "Oh." After acknowledging the command, Little door picked a flower from the ground, placing it in his mouth, and tilted his head, declaring, "Indeed, I am the level 11 king of blades. The vice president of the esteemed guild, Mo Dong Tian Xia. I have once taken on apprentices such as the sword god Xie Chong Kong, Hell's Dao Huang Quan, the sage of magic Lan Xingyue, the fist sect Zhun Shanha, the ice weapon of Mei Thorn, the silver snow war god Zhao Bian, and the undying phoenix Meng Chongqing. I ask you, are you afraid? Are you afraid? Are you scared? Hurry and fork over your coins." As he spoke, the humble emperor extended his palm, trembling beneath the steed of the little one. "But I have no money," the little one chuckled innocently, raising his hands in feigned helplessness. "No money? How can that be? You ride such a fine steed and wear such splendid armor. How could you be without funds?" The humble emperor seethed, realizing his intimidation tactics were insufficient. "Bring forth the swordsman." At his command, the swordsman rushed forward, stammering, Oh, I am a level 9 great sword. Swordmaster, the legendary supreme deity, it's me, and my father." Poof! The little one spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly toppling from his mount, while Jiang Cheng could barely contain his laughter, nearly thrusting his weapon in jest. He had never anticipated encountering such a comedic character. Truly, the world is filled with wonders. What was most astonishing was that all these peculiar individuals were part of their guild. How could one be destitute enough to resort to robbery, yet afford a 10 gold coin membership fee? Quite remarkable. Are you frightened now? Allow me to enlighten you. Our Mo Dong Shiba Jinka consists of individuals of great renown, undefeated across the land, leaving all who gaze upon us trembling. The humble emperor, witnessing the little one's continued indifference and laughter, grew increasingly dissatisfied. With a clang, he unsheathed a colossal sword, his expression turning menacing as he plunged it into the ground before the skeletal steed. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, he bowed deeply. "Fair maiden, do spare a few coins. The performance fee is rather steep, as you can see. You all still intend to perform?" A somewhat astonished little creature observed the scene. This group not only possessed a playful spirit, but also displayed theatrical prowess. "Oh, do you look down upon us? Allow me to inform you that we are esteemed figures in Hengyan," the humble emperor proclaimed, rising swiftly from the ground, and beckoned the 3 individuals behind him. "Showcase your talents." Understood. The swordmaster, Shiman Longting, and the little creature immediately comprehended and commenced their performance before Jiang Cheng and his companion. One chicken loves the cute. One chicken loves the cute. One chicken loves the cute. Jiang Cheng. A little creature. Chapter 204. The counter-rebellion of the world. It is said that you are members of the unrivaled guild. Yet why do you find yourselves in such dire straits? Resorting to robbery? A character named Dull Little Meng dismounted and, filled with curiosity, inquired of the humble emperor. Ah, well, could you perhaps ask your skeleton to lower the blade? The humble emperor hesitated slightly as he regarded the 9 blood-red curved blades surrounding him. Yet in the next moment, the skeletal minion summoned by Dull Little Meng drew the knife even closer to his neck. I said. The humble emperor felt the chill of the blade against his throat, a sharp sting coursing through him, as he beheld his subordinates encircled by 36 bloodthirsty skeletons. Cold sweat broke out upon his brow. Raising his hands in surrender, he wept and exclaimed, "The story is thus, ever since Pangu opened the heavens." Cough. In truth, we are merely actors, and I believe you can see that we are quite adept at the game. With a gesture of resignation, the humble emperor noted Dull Little Meng's solemn nod and continued, "We, the 18 swordsmen of Luoyan City, though not top-tier players, are at least a first-rate force. However, ever since we joined the guild rebellion of the world, there has emerged a guild that specifically targets us, mercilessly slaying us time and again. A guild that specifically hunts you?" Dull Little Meng frowned. Although her skeletal elder brother had advised her to disregard guild matters for the time being, as the guild leader, she could not simply turn a blind eye to such occurrences. They do not target us specifically, but whenever they see a member of Rebellion of the World, they attack. The humble emperor lamented, his expression one of profound sorrow as he wept bitterly. We have been relentlessly hunted by this guild, time and again, until we were reduced to level 1, stripped of all our equipment and wealth, yet they still do not relent. Miss, it seems your complexion is not quite right. Did I say something wrong? The humble emperor noticed Dull Little Meng's troubled expression and was immediately alarmed. They had barely escaped the clutches of the counter-rebellion, only to encounter another formidable foe, a female tyrant. Truly, their misfortune knew no bounds. What is the name of that guild? Dull Little Meng inquired. Rebellion of the World. The humble emperor's countenance darkened further as he spoke. This wretched guild is deliberately targeting us. Unfortunately, our members in Rebellion of the World are far too dispersed to unite, and the guild leader is utterly negligent. We simply cannot compete against them. Alas, were it not for the 10 gold coins I paid upon joining, I would have already been driven to resign. The humble emperor's tone was one of utter resignation. Brother Skeleton, Dull Little Meng said, he does not appear to be lying. She approached Jiang Cheng, her face filled with inquiry. As Jiang Cheng had taken to standing quite close to her, she gradually grew accustomed to this manner of conversation. Although it often left her feeling slightly ticklish, it brought her great joy within. He is indeed not lying. However, the so-called anti-Mo world must have originated from someone's hand. Who could it be? This is a tactic she frequently employs. Jiang Cheng shook his wrist, pondering in silence. Who could it possibly be? Why would they resort to such actions? Our guild has not wronged them. This is utterly unreasonable. Jiang Cheng shook his head and inquired about the number of individuals in this anti-Mo world. Oh, a naive little Mo turned around and cast a surprised glance at the humble emperor. How many people are there in this anti-Mo world? How many indeed? They boast over 400 members in the anti-Mo world, quite audacious. The humble emperor seethed with indignation. However, just as he finished speaking, more than 20 players suddenly emerged from the surroundings, advancing towards them ominously. TSK, you truly possess the ability to hide, even retreating to the city boundary? What? Do you intend to summon your guild leader from Ragewind City to eliminate us? Boss, I believe they might think that a character like the naive little Mo would come to their aid against us. Haha. Chapter 205. I am also one of the enthusiasts of the world, damn it. It's you again. The humble emperor's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that the opponents from the anti-enthusiasts had tracked him down. Beautiful lady, I won't rob you any longer. You ought to flee swiftly. Those from the anti-enthusiasts won't trouble anyone who isn't a member of the enthusiasts, and I do not wish to implicate you. I am aware of your formidable prowess. Summoning over 30 skeletons is no small feat, but the anti-enthusiasts are even more formidable, relying solely on these skeletons. You cannot prevail, let us depart. Having spoken, The humble emperor gestured to his companions. Brothers, having hidden for so long, we've barely gained a level, which is of little consequence. Thus, let us engage in one final battle for the enthusiasts, and then we shall disband. All right. Well said, boss, exclaimed King and the sword master, as they gathered with Shimin Longting and others in a small alcove, resolutely facing the members of the anti-enthusiasts. Interestingly, this time the members of the anti-enthusiasts did not immediately strike them down. The leader, Long, appeared to be confirming something with his subordinates. This female mage seemed exceptionally powerful. Capable of summoning 36 skeletons, she was surely not to be underestimated. Could it be that they had indeed recruited a formidable ally? After all, necromancers also summon skeletons. Thinking too much, Long sneered. It's impossible for that formidable ally to have arrived. I heard that Luo Biming has been pursuing her with a team of mages. She has likely been driven back to the novice village in Ragewind City by now. How could she possibly be here? Boss, what about this mage? Her equipment appears to be impressive. If we could obtain the staff she wields, we'd strike gold. Humph, since we've encountered her, we must eliminate her together, otherwise she'll be a thorn in our side. Boom, boom, boom. As the two conversed, 3 explosive flames suddenly erupted. In the astonished gazes of the humble emperor and his companions, they sent 20 members of the anti-enthusiasts back to the resurrection point. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the realization struck. What the hell? 1 explosive flame dealt over 3,000 damage? What kind of absurdity is this? My explosive flame only deals around 30 damage. Shimin Longting exclaimed, turning to Jiang Cheng with a look of disbelief. This is 100 times more powerful. Impressive. Incredible. 1 explosive flame annihilated 20 players. Truly invincible. Oh, great one. Please carry me to victory. Upon Shimin Longting's shout, the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically, their eyes darting between Jiang Cheng and the formidable ally. Although they had known this striking beauty was strong, this was beyond comprehension. Even her skeletons dealt such tremendous damage. Thank heavens they hadn't succeeded in their robbery earlier. Otherwise, they would have been buried under a mound of earth by now. Carry you? No way. The humble emperor swatted at Shimin Longting, urging him to promptly apologize to the Great One. Although Shimin Longting felt somewhat wronged, he still apologized to Jiang Cheng and Etiao Dai Xiaomeng like everyone else. I sincerely apologize for my earlier ignorance in recognizing such a prominent figure. I humbly request your forgiveness, esteemed one. There's no need for concern. Your talents are truly impressive, and I have already forgiven you, Etiao Dai Xiaomeng replied nonchalantly, instantly winning the favor of all present. A true luminary, not only possessing extraordinary looks and remarkable strength, but also exhibiting such an approachable demeanor, left us all in awe. The humble emperor expressed his genuine admiration. However, may I inquire why you chose to assist us? You could have easily walked away. Yet now you have offended the anti-Mo alliance, which may complicate your future. Etiao Dai Xiaomeng shook his head and said, well, it's because I am also a member of the Mo movement. Chapter 206. Who is this black skeleton? Are you also a member of the enthusiasm realm? Several individuals gazed at the character Dai Xiaomeng with incredulous expressions. With such equipment, such prowess, and such charm, they wondered who among them, besides the president, could possibly rival this individual. However, after a brief moment, the humble emperor shook his head. Surely, you jest. Since joining, I have reviewed the profiles of all members, and apart from the president, there is no one of your caliber in our enthusiasm realm. Could it be that you are our president? Indeed, I am. Dai Xiaomeng affirmed with a nod, not denying the claim, as it was not a matter requiring concealment. At this declaration, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The crowd regarded Dai Xiaomeng anew with curious glances, their minds rife with uncertainty. The humble emperor scrutinized Dai Xiaomeng once more, then chuckled. Haha, our esteemed guest must be teasing us. You truly have caught the spirit of our banter. What we mentioned earlier about the son of the supreme deity and the master of the 12 divine beings was merely jest. I suspect you are a professional gamer, given your abilities. However, I advise you to depart swiftly. Why? Dai Xiaomeng, bewildered by their disbelief and the suggestion to leave, was taken aback. The anti-enthusiasm realm is no trifling matter. As a professional player, your livelihood hinges upon the game. Provoking the anti-enthusiasm realm could spell trouble for you, and your club may face unnecessary complications. Thus, I urge you to leave. This situation will be resolved by the president. With that, he opened the guild chat channel of Enthusiasm Realm and sent a message within. Humble Emperor, has anyone managed to contact the president? When will the president finally appear? Indulgence, what's wrong? Why are you seeking the president? Humble Emperor, it's a long story. I was reduced to level 1. Are you aware of the Anti-Enthusiasm Realm? Yama, Anti-Enthusiasm Realm? What the heck? Which city are you in? Humble Emperor, in Luoyan City. Do you have them over there? Yama, yes, I'm in Shuiying City. However, our Shuiying club took them down. Haha, brother, you are truly unfortunate, reduced to level 1. I think you should withdraw from the guild for your own safety. Humble Emperor, impressive. But unfortunately, we only have 18 members, while they boast 400. We stand no chance. Currently, our guild has no territory, making teleportation impossible, and we cannot reach the president. Alas, indulgence, the president has activated message filtering, so we cannot receive any communications. We feel like we are being neglected. I regret joining Enthusiasm Realm. Fortunately, I have not encountered the Anti-Enthusiasm Realm here. Otherwise, I would have left immediately. I also believe you should withdraw for your own safety. Being reduced to level 1 is quite harsh. The Humble Emperor, it's fine to leave the guild. I was just saved by a girl, and for now, I am not in any danger. However, this girl is too kind-hearted and always wants to help. But considering there are 400 people in the opposing faction, she is not a guild leader or anything of that sort. What can she do alone? Indulgence, impressive. You are quite fortunate. As the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. If you encounter such a player, you might as well marry her. What else could you wish for? Forget about contacting the guild leader. He has likely given up on us. The Humble Emperor. I was just joking. That girl is a professional player, and as you all know, professional players are highly esteemed nowadays. I hardly feel worthy of her. I think I should still attempt to reach out to the guild leader. Upon finishing his words, he closed the guild channel and prepared to add the player named a Tiny Cute as a friend. Unfortunately, the response he received indicated that she had activated the Do Not Disturb mode. It seems they do not trust me. A Tiny Cute was momentarily at a loss for words after hearing what the Humble Emperor said. She inquired about where the members of the opposing faction usually level up. Jiang Cheng's expression tightened slightly. One cannot always remain passive. The opposing faction was constantly laying traps for them. Although Jiang Cheng suffered no losses, he was nonetheless quite displeased. Since the opposing faction intended to reduce their guild members to level 1, Jiang Cheng would not hold back. A Tiny Cute nodded in agreement. Though she was not a competent guild leader, she could not bear to see her guild members treated in such a manner. These individuals were indeed overstepping their bounds. However, Big Brother Skeleton, could I also join the battle this time? Do you wish to PK? My necromancer fusion technique has undergone a transformation, and now it has merged into a Wraith General. I want to experiment with what the Wraith General is truly like. Certainly, Jiang Cheng nodded. With the Beastmaster Gold Shield Knight present, it would be feasible. Moreover, I wish to test the effectiveness of an absolute tank as well. Wonderful. You are the best. Big Brother Skeleton, a Tiny Cute exclaimed, linking her arm with Jiang Cheng's, her face radiant with excitement. Take me to find them. Without further ado, a Tiny Cute commanded her skeleton to wield a sword and lead the way. Big shot. Are you seeking your own demise? They have over 400 people leveling up outside Luoyan City. We are barely managing to avoid them. Running toward them now is tantamount to seeking death. How do you expect to handle over 400 people on your own? Even with our help, it would be futile. Stop the chatter, lead the way. At the resurrection point in Luoyan City, what on earth just happened? Long was bewildered, staring at his level drop from 26 to 25, feelings of anger swelling within him. I have no idea. I just saw a flash of fire, and then we were all gone. Let's see who killed us. Was it the Wings of Calamity? What on earth? Could it be an NPC? It seems that the Black Skeleton is not to be underestimated. I have sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. However, dear leader, should we not report this? Report? Long nodded, acknowledging the necessity of a report. Yet how could one admit to being vanquished by a mere skeleton? Well, that is indeed a predicament. Perhaps we could claim to have been defeated by an adorable little creature instead. What? You assert that you were bested by an adorable little creature? In the heart of Luoyan City, the president of the Anti-Meng Association, currently in a meeting with Su Lianya, changed countenance upon receiving Long's message. What is the matter? Vice President Ghost, your expression appears rather grim. Su Lianya, wearing a subtle smile, leaned against a yellow pearwood table, quietly observing him. Upon hearing her words, Ghost cast a glance at Su Lianya, his heart racing and mouth dry. "Oh, it's nothing, just a minor incident with my subordinates. They absurdly claim they were defeated by an adorable little creature." "Haha, President Su, does this not strike you as utterly ridiculous?" Gulp. "Has she arrived?" Just as Su Lianya, who had been leaning on the table, suddenly stood up. Her expression shifted slightly. Could it be that Luo Baiming is ultimately no match for her? Who exactly is this formidable black skeleton? Chapter 207. We are surrounded by a single individual, Luo Baiming, once the sword sovereign and the foremost among the 7 extraordinary figures. Had triumphed over countless professional experts to secure the honor of being the runner-up in the second sword trial competition. Although he had retreated for a time thereafter, it was a period of profound cultivation. Perhaps due to his advancing years, he paled in comparison to the sword god, Xie Changkong. Nonetheless, this venerable figure far surpassed the 12 legends. How could a mere NPC possess such formidable strength? Su Lianya, puzzled, sent a message to Xie Changkong inquiring about the intelligence regarding this ominous black skeleton. Old Xie, did Luo Baiming lose again? What transpired? Lost. The entire army was annihilated. Really? Annihilated? Xie Changkong's response was succinct, yet the implications caused Su Lianya's expression to shift slightly. With a 500-member fine group and 3 legendary scrolls at stake, how could they have lost? I too wish to know, but alas, he has vanished. Vanished? Ashamed to show his face? With the power of the Holy Hall, we could locate him, yet it seems unnecessary. Such a waste of space is incapable of achieving anything substantial. And what do you intend to use to constrain the black skeleton? Su Lianya's countenance darkened slightly as she glanced at the bewildered ghost beside her. A flicker of disdain crossing her mind. The anti-Ming Tianxia was merely a pawn she had set upon the board. These individuals were not worthy of significant consideration. Now that the Fine group had been utterly defeated, this group had lost its value. She initially intended to depart, yet she hesitated to await Xie Changkong's response. He is not you. Individual strength cannot alter the course of events. There is no need for such concern. The demon hall established by the Buddha entering the devil is the finest example. One can only hope, Su Lianya scoffed, saying little more. Yet a sense of insecurity lingered in her heart. Perhaps it was best to consult with Xiao Xinji. The drop rate for the guild establishment order was indeed exceedingly low. It had been quite some time since Yi Tiao Dy Xiaoming established Mengdong Tianxia, yet the Holy Hall had failed to procure a single guild establishment order. This time, she had devised a plan targeting Yi Tiao Dy Xiaoming, which was crucial for her standing within the Holy Hall. Should she fail, her influence within the Holy Hall could diminish significantly. Therefore, in the upcoming siege battle 10 days hence, she must not allow Yi Tiao Dy Xiaoming to emerge victorious. She was eager to see if she could provoke that madwoman, the Sage of Law, to make an appearance. Su President, are you all right? Noticing Su Lianya's ill demeanor, the ghost grew anxious, fearing that his earlier gaffe had angered her. Su Lianya was one of the 12 vice presidents of the Holy Hall, an absolute titan in the realm of online gaming. Although she was merely a casual player, she had been personally recruited by the president of the Holy Hall, and no one dared to underestimate her. Nothing. I have matters to attend to. With a sidelong glance at him, Su Lianya departed without so much as a farewell. Please take care. Please take care. Despite Su Lianya's brusque demeanor, the ghost maintained a respectful smile as he escorted her out the door. Little Qi, where are you? Leveling in your wasteland. What happened, boss? Xiao Long is dead. He claims it was a silly little Meng who killed him. Could you please verify? A silly little Meng? How is that even possible? I'm on my way. Wait, boss, it seems we are surrounded. Surrounded? The ghost's expression changed dramatically as he sprang from his chair. In Luoyin City, aside from the 12th-ranked Yan Wuxian Guild, there are no other major factions. And Yan Wuxian has no enmity with us. It makes no sense for them to target us. Could it be jealousy over our connection with the sanctuary? The ghost's expression shifted again, and he hurriedly sent a message. How many of them are there? One person? Upon hearing this, the ghost was momentarily stunned. But as realization dawned on him, he nearly lost his composure, ready to leap through the neural network to eliminate the source of the absurdity. One person warrants such alarm? One person can encircle their 400-member leveling team? This is an international joke. That little Qi is becoming increasingly outrageous. He must have been sent to investigate the people of Meng Dong Tianxia, hindering his leveling. Thus, he concocted a flimsy excuse to placate himself. He resolved to supervise their efforts personally. Meanwhile, the 4 vice presidents of Fanmeng Tianxia observed the scene before them, bemused. Xiaomei, what did she just say? One person is surrounding us. Haha, that's the best joke I've ever heard. Suddenly, the sound of cracking stones echoed around the ore wasteland. Moments later, 36 skeletal figures wielding blood-red, curved blades surged towards their 400-strong team. They're here. Everyone, get ready. The 4 spirits wore expressions of reckless amusement, carelessly waving their hands, prepared to dispatch the skeletons with ease. Yet, in the next moment, an imposing 8-meter-tall golden shield skeleton knight materialized before the 36 blood-bladed skeletons, startling everyone. What on earth? A boss just spawned? Brothers, forget about that necromancer. Focus on the boss. The knight squad drew aggro, the swordsmen advanced to deal damage, and the archers prepared for a volley. An 8-meter behemoth, brandishing a golden shield and seated upon a magical bear mount, exuded an impressive aura. Such a boss was sure to yield valuable loot. In the vast wilderness, with a multitude of players, even teams like theirs rarely encountered a boss, often facing competition for kills. Yet, before them stood a boss that clearly was no ordinary foe. Could they not feel exhilarated? In an instant, 18 guardian knights charged forward, followed closely by 72 might swordsmen, while 115 divine archers had already drawn their bows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first 115 arrows sliced through the air, striking the golden shield knight's shield. Boom, boom. The air was thick with the sound of countless arrows striking against the golden shield, producing a cacophony reminiscent of rain pelting a stainless steel basin, while numerous damage indicators erupted overhead. The crowd was instantly filled with exuberance. As long as damage was inflicted, the battle could continue. However, their elation quickly turned to disbelief as they beheld the damage numbers hovering above the Beastmaster Shield Knight. 400 individuals stood frozen, aghast. To their astonishment, every figure represented a forced deduction of health. Chapter 208. The Resurgence of the Counter-Strike. Is this truly a level 25 wilderness? Qi displayed a bewildered expression, questioning whether his eyes were deceiving him. Indeed, it was the level 25 mineral wasteland. Yet, why had such a boss emerged? What on earth is -1? How could a level 25 boss possess such formidable defenses? The group exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. It was then that someone suggested utilizing a reconnaissance spell, prompting them to act in unison. Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight, level 30 quality, legendary health 40. 000 overview. Belonging to the Wings of Calamity. What is this? This is not a boss. It is someone else's pet. Could it be? Vice President, a pet with 40. 000 health. Such high defense? Surely this is a jest. It must have been summoned by that female mage. She is undoubtedly a hidden class. A concealed summoner. This is utterly outrageous. And to think it is of legendary quality. How on earth shall we contend with this? A palpable awkwardness enveloped the group. Their attacks could not breach its defenses. How could they even engage in combat? Moreover, this knight on its steed could regenerate health. What a farce. If we strike at his mount, I suspect it operates like the world boss, the Cloud Master. We will likely need to defeat the mount before inflicting any damage. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Wang's mind as he pondered this dilemma. Instantly, everyone fixated upon the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight's steed, their eyes gleaming with determination. Let us test this. Archers should unleash armor-piercing arrows, followed by the Berserker, Priest, and Dark Archer. Those capable of stacking armor reduction, let us endeavor to eliminate it swiftly. Oh, what should I do? Dear Skeletal Brother, it appears they have uncovered the Golden Shield Knight's vulnerability. Perhaps I should merge with the Phantom Ghost General? No need for that. Jiang Cheng, overhearing their discourse, remained unfazed and simply commanded the Golden Shield Knight to employ its synchronization skill. Indeed, the mount lacked defenses, though its health had evolved alongside the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight, reaching 40,000 points. However, without defenses, it was susceptible to being overwhelmed by concentrated fire from 400 players. Yet, the knight's synchronization skill harbored a hidden characteristic. It enabled the mount to share its master's passive talents. The most formidable of these talents were the counter-strike abilities. The damage from counter-strikes is terrifying. When reflected back upon oneself, it disregards defenses and evasion. With a 60 counter-strike rate, should the damage values prove excessive, the magical bear mount may perish. However, if this group fails to manage their damage meticulously, they risk obliterating themselves. Moreover, even without its mount, the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight remains an indomitable warrior. At worst, Jiang Cheng could resurrect another boss for the knight to ride. He faced no real loss. At this moment, Jiang Cheng found himself eagerly anticipating their inability to control their damage, leading to their own demise. The participants from the Counter-Strike Alliance were indeed cooperating with him. As all armor reduction effects accumulated upon the magical bear mount, the tension escalated. The armor of the magic bear mount plummeted to 180 points. With a 10-point armor penetration, damage was intensified by 10. Subsequently, for every 50 points, damage increased by another 10. Once the magic bear mount suffered an armor penetration of 180 points, the inflicted damage surged by 40. Upon witnessing the damage figures soaring above their heads, a wave of exhilaration washed over everyone. Increase your output. All archers who have mastered the 7-star arrow skill, unleash your arrows and slay its mount. The 7-star arrow is a hallmark skill of the Divine Archer. Available at level 25, characterized by its ability to release 7 arrows in a single volley. Although the cooldown period is extensive, the damage inflicted is remarkable. The first arrow possesses an attack power of only 60 of the archer's total attack strength. The second arrow boasts 80 attack power. With each successive arrow, the attack power escalates by an additional 20, culminating in the 7th arrow, which reaches an impressive 140. Coupled with the magic bear mount's armor penetration of 180 points, the damage became catastrophic. In an instant, 805 arrows and 10 colossal swords rained down. At that very moment, Jiang Cheng commanded the Golden Shield Knights to execute a synchronized skill. The damage figures cascaded: 99, 120, 180, 240, 320, 440, 671. A deluge of damage numbers erupted above the magic bear mount, and it was instantly vanquished. Simultaneously, the 60 rebound effect of the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight was triggered. 59, 72, 108, 144, 192, 264, 402. In a heartbeat, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the multitude of divine archers who had just unleashed the 7-star arrow were obliterated by the recoil. A cacophony of screams erupted in unison. Within the ranks of the Anti-Mo Alliance, 115 radiant beams of white light suddenly illuminated the area, leaving a vast expanse of emptiness. At that moment, the air descended into an absolute silence. Chapter 209. A flurry of actions as swift as a tiger, turning back to witness the demise of 115 Shi. Mei. Wang. Long. What the hell just happened? How would I know? Why are all our archers dead? Reporting to the boss, it seems this mount possesses a recoil ability, and our archers were all killed by the backlash. Upon hearing this, everyone stood in stunned silence. The atmosphere was permeated with the mocking laughter of a great goose, echoing incessantly in everyone's ears. The expressions of Qi, Mei, Wang, and Long were exceedingly grim. So, who commanded the attack on that mount? Not me. Not me. Not me either. It was me, but I swear just now. It was actually my cousin who logged into my account. Long raised his hands in a gesture of innocence. Qi, Mei, Wang. I absolutely do not believe you. What era are we in? In the age of the Great Wilderness, one can only bind a single account. Such a scenario is utterly impossible. Damn your cousin. Ha ha ha. Goodness, I can't take it anymore. I'm nearly dying from their laughter. The humble emperor and his companions, hiding behind a large rock, were laughing uncontrollably, their video recording disrupted by their mirth. Goodness, this is the first time I've witnessed such divine operation. It's utterly hilarious. A flurry of actions as swift as a tiger, turning back to witness the demise of 115. Ha! I'm in stitches. Swordman, did you capture the video? I got it, recorded. Hurry, send it to my account. I want to post it on the forum and make this group from Anti-Mo World go viral. The humble emperor grasped the swordman's hand with excitement, utterly exhilarated. 1 minute later, a post with an eye-catching title was published in the forum's live channel. Anti-Mo World. On the importance of divine operations, the forum features a live streaming module. The gaming company optimized this module excellently for prominent game streamers. Not only can they stream live, but they can also record videos and publish them in the live channel for all players to view in real time. This post, due to the presence of the words Anti-Mo World, left the humble emperor entirely unconcerned about traffic. Mo Movement World was the first guild established in the entire server, inherently generating topics and traffic. Conversely, Anti-Mo World emerged as a new force specifically targeting Mo Movement World, rising in various cities. The title of this live stream was not particularly eye-catching. Initially, it garnered little attention, as the most popular topic recently remained the money-grubbing witch and her Mo Movement World guild. However, when some players, having nothing better to do, stumbled upon Anti-Mo World, they inevitably cast a glance. Originally, players were indifferent, assuming someone merely sought to leverage Anti-Mo World for a bit of traffic. However, upon clicking the video, they were instantly taken aback. Could this truly be the legendary tale of 1 versus 400? Was the onset this explosive? Indeed, astonishing. Who is this female mage? So strikingly beautiful. 1 against 400 players. How impressive. The video opened with a scene of a dauntless little mage facing off against 400 players, leaving countless viewers in awe. Such spectacles are exceedingly rare. Although the vast wilderness boasts 12 righteous deities and several god-tier players, teamwork remains paramount. The strength of a single individual is, after all, quite limited. Moreover, this is the early stage of the game, devoid of significant skills or equipment. Even the 12 righteous deities would hesitate to claim they could face 400 foes single-handedly. Thus, to witness a 1 versus 400 scenario, or even a 1 versus 100, is indeed exhilarating. Regardless of the battle's outcome, the courage exhibited by this dauntless little mage is worthy of admiration. As the video progressed, the spirits of mischief mocked the dauntless little mage for her overestimation of her abilities. Yet, when she summoned 36 blood-red skeletons to charge at the 400, the crowd was left in utter shock. Summoning 36 skeletons with a single gesture? This girl must possess remarkable prowess. Surely, she is no ordinary player. The title of the livestream hints at divine maneuvering, suggesting that she might be a legendary figure showcasing her prowess against 400 foes. I find that unlikely. Lowly summoned creatures like skeletons are hardly of use. With just a skill from each of the 400 players, she would be defeated. The video continued, and at that moment, Jiang Cheng emerged from behind the dauntless little mage. With a flourish of his cloak and a rise of the hand of black flame, a black hexagram suddenly illuminated before the 36 skeletons. As the towering 8-meter Beastmaster Knight emerged from the magic circle, gasps of astonishment erupted from the viewers. Where did that black skeleton come from? It's magnificent. What weapon is that? It looks incredibly impressive, far superior to my own. I would pay a fortune to acquire the same black ice sword. Me too. Me too. I don't care about the attributes. I just want the design. It's too cool. Are you not captivated by the shield-bearing skeleton knight? The barrage of comments finally redirected the audience's focus. With such towering stature, a golden shield, and a fearsome bear mount, it was evident that this summoned creature was extraordinary. Yet, should one not be misled by appearances? Perhaps it is merely a paper tiger, outwardly imposing but lacking substance? Indeed, that notion holds some merit. Just because it appears impressive does not guarantee its strength. The crowd voiced their skepticism. However, when the video displayed a flurry of -1 damage notifications, they, like the opposing players, were rendered speechless. What kind of defense is this? It must exceed 500 points. Incredible. This summoned creature is truly remarkable. As a dark archer, I have summoned a level 28 armored wolf, which boasts merely 70 points of defense. It is astonishing. This has left the opposing team, Fanming Tianxia, utterly dumbfounded, and their expressions are quite amusing. I suspect they must be experiencing some discomfort, judging by the laughter. The barrage of comments is filled with references to their distress. Relying solely on defense is futile. After all, they can simply flee. Is this truly what one might call a godly maneuver? It lacks substance. Indeed, possessing a formidable tank companion is not particularly impressive. Come on, streamer, is this what you deem a godly operation? Where is the so-called extraordinary skill? Is Fanming Tianxia truly foolish enough to rush into danger? As the video unfolds, a chorus of skepticism arises, with many questioning the authenticity of the content. Just as they are about to turn off the video to seek other streams, the genuine display of extraordinary skill finally emerges. Chapter 210. Is she our president? A dull little cutie? In the video, a commanding shout from the 4 vice presidents of the Anti-Mo Alliance altered their strategy, deciding to target the mounts of the Beast Shield Knights. This decision was met with thunderous applause from the thousands of viewers. It seemed that the Anti-Mo Alliance was not lacking in cunning, recognizing the necessity of eliminating the mounts first. In the Legends of Yore, there existed a world boss, the 1,000-level Lord Tong Yun, who rode a mount known as the Howling Beast. His tactic was to slay the mount first, otherwise he would suffer unavoidable damage. The Anti-Mo Alliance displayed remarkable prowess. Observing their operations, many players in the comments lavished praise upon them. However, in the next moment, as the Anti-Mo Alliance executed a remarkable maneuver and shot down the mount, their own 115 archers met with utter annihilation. The spectators were left as bewildered as the Anti-Mo Alliance themselves, exclaiming in disbelief, "What just transpired? Why did the mount perish?" Yet a multitude of archers fell as well. It was a recoil effect. Indeed, a divine maneuver. That mount possessed a recoil talent, which instantly dispatched the archers. Laughter erupted. One could only wonder about the psychological aftermath for the Anti-Mo Alliance. Bowing before the master, one might ponder if this was the long-lost supreme skill of self-destruction. Thank you. I have been thoroughly entertained. The Anti-Mo Alliance proved their mettle, unafraid to challenge the Mo movement, even to the point of causing their own demise. The video concluded amidst a chorus of laughter in the comments. All players who had witnessed the video were left unsatisfied. What? It's over? I'm still craving more. What happens next? Did the Anti-Mo Alliance collectively fall into confusion? I demand a continuation. Hurry up. The author was inundated with requests for updates. What happened next? Did that girl leverage the Anti-Mo Alliance's godly tactics for her own redemption? Indeed, I yearn to see the subsequent events, the bewildered expressions of the Anti-Mo Alliance, and how it all culminated. Update swiftly, or I shall send you a blade. Do you see my 40-meter long sword? Update promptly, or I shall unleash its might. In an instant, the humble emperor was bombarded with countless demands for updates, alongside a generous outpouring of copper coin tips. A simple video had propelled the emperor's coin balance from an astonishing 1 copper to 4 silver and 89 copper. Moreover, it continued to rise. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps he could collaborate with the dull little cutie to exclusively film her videos for profit. Coming, do not rush. I am recording. Once they finish, I shall release it. No need to hurry. After dispatching a message, he integrated himself into the filming crew. At that moment, all the sword-wielding players of the Anti-Mo Alliance halted, retreating in shock. The magic bear mount had fallen, inflicting a staggering loss of over 200,000 health points. Survival was impossible. Yet, the Anti-Mo Alliance had also suffered significant casualties, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Moreover, what rendered them utterly speechless was the fact that after the demise of the bear mount, that detestable black skeleton, right before everyone's eyes, summoned yet another gigantic troll skeleton, bending low to serve as a mount for the Beastmaster's Golden Shield Knight. This skeleton was utterly shameless. It was an affront beyond measure. Goodness, let us first eliminate that female mage. Without her master, no matter how formidable the creatures may be, they would be of no use. All 115 divine archers lost a level. Many also lost their equipment, although they managed to retrieve it. Yet, the losses remained profoundly severe. The crowd felt a sense of helplessness and reluctance to continue the slaughter. However, how could the malevolent spirits allow a simple little one to escape unscathed after suffering such humiliation? They steeled themselves to avenge their fallen comrades by taking down that female mage. Pay no heed to the Golden Shield skeleton. Their priority was to eliminate her skeleton. For in this battle, each fallen foe would reward them with a silver coin. Instantly, the remaining 200 players felt a surge of motivation, their eyes lighting up with the promise of rewards. Their retreat came to an abrupt halt as they surged towards the 36 blood-colored skeletons. Boom, boom, boom. The sorcerer's explosive flames, ice blades, and magical missiles rained down upon the 36 bloodblade skeletons. However, just as the crowd anticipated that these skeletons would be obliterated into a fine powder by their relentless barrage of spells, a little one, with focused eyes, raised the blood-raven staff in her hand. The 36 blood-colored skeletons disintegrated and shattered in an instant, transformed into countless crimson bone fragments, which, under her guidance, coalesced in midair, converging forward. Countless blood-red bone particles rapidly condensed before the Beastmaster's golden shield knight, the spectral demon general, a figure resembling a specter emerging from the depths of the underworld, wielding a colossal black scythe that glimmered with a profound luminescence. In the very moment of its colossal form's assembly, it forcefully stomped its right foot forward. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground erupted, sending a spray of muddy grass and soil into the air. Then, with a swift motion, the spectral demon general's figure vanished amidst the chaos. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, a sudden black light flared brightly. Spectral shadow slash. Thud, 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 thud. The 32 foremost swordsmen felt a tightening in their throats, and then a grotesque line of blood erupted from their necks, splattering the ground. 1,172. 1,172. 1,172. The 32 swordsmen clutched their throats, vanishing into light, instantly obliterated. A chill swept through the crowd. What the hell? Another one. This damage is utterly absurd. Swordsmen can be taken down in an instant. What sorcery is this? Skeletons confused together? Fusion of skeletons? To my knowledge, only necromancers possess the ability to fuse skeletons. Necromancers. Currently, it appears that there is only one. This is not good. She is a silly little darling. Upon hearing this, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The beloved leader has arrived. How could this be? Did not the boss mention that this silly little darling was being pursued by the Beluo Guild, accompanied by a group of 500 mages? How did she end up here? If this silly little darling could arrive, it likely means the mage group has suffered a defeat. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The four figures of the Chime Wangliang were suddenly pale with fear. They had heard of the infamous name of Luo Beiming, rumored to be an esteemed elder with exceptional skills. Even the 12 legends were no match for this individual, showcasing his formidable prowess. Moreover, he commands a legion of 500 mages. Even the elite team of the Sacred Hall could not triumph over a silly little darling under Luo Beiming's leadership. What chance did their third-rate team stand? Retreat. We must flee immediately. Do not linger in battle. Do not collect loot. Preserving our strength is paramount. At the command of Chime Wangliang, the remaining hundreds of players reacted swiftly. With a jolt of realization, they began to hastily withdraw. What is happening? She is a silly little darling? Hiding behind the rocks, Yueshi Qing and the others were rendered speechless upon hearing this. It cannot be. How could she possibly be our leader, a silly little darling? Absolutely impossible. Our leader is so aloof. How could she come here to assist us in defeating the opponents from the anti-Meng Tianxia Guild? The humble emperor wore a face of disbelief, convinced that the anti-Meng Tianxia Guild had made a mistake. However, the sword master tugged at his sleeve, stammering. LLL leader, can you use the reconnaissance spell to check on that YU enough? I can see for myself. The humble emperor nearly lost his composure at the sword master's words. He swatted the sword master away, interrupting him, and directed a level 10 reconnaissance spell towards the Yuming Guijiang. Yuming Guijiang quality, legendary health points, 31. 000 level, 34 attack power, 300 to 600 defense, 100 to 300 magical defense, 200 to 400 skills, silent kill, phantom slash, annihilation, black 7 kills. Talents, stealth, piercing, blade edge, arc flash. Overview. Belongs to a silly little darling. The humble emperor, having learned the level 10 reconnaissance skill, was able to clearly see the attributes. Yet, it was precisely this clarity that left him utterly dumbfounded. A silly little darling belongs to her. Chapter 211. Slaughter them to level 1. So, what she said was indeed true. She is truly our president? The humble emperor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is a disaster. We actually robbed our own president. The faces of Yu Shaoqing and the others were as sorrowful as if they had lost 10 mothers, utterly dismal. Unexpectedly, Long, that little fool, had guessed correctly. This stunning beauty is, in fact, the president of our guild, mending the world. Damn it. How could I not recognize my own president? Boss, what should we do? When the president returns, will she kill us? Shimin Longting recalled their boastful remarks about the little fool, and he was instantly engulfed in shame. Damn it, what an embarrassment. Boss, what now? Just thinking about how he claimed to be the master of the 12 divine spirits made him feel an urge to end it all. What a disgrace. Will the president think we are too embarrassing and expel us from mending the world? Upon realizing that the beautiful woman pursuing them was their guild president, the group began to feel anxious about their future. Boss, hurry and delete the video. If the president finds out you posted her battle footage online, she will surely wreak havoc on you. Oh, I'll delete it right away. The humble emperor slapped his forehead and rushed to the forum to erase the video. Initially, he had the idea of collaborating with the little fool because they perceived her merely as a professional player. Now that he knows she is the legendary little fool, collaboration is out of the question. She is the top player on the server's wealth list, a true affluent lady. Would she even glance at his meager earnings? Thinking back to when he asked the president where she was in the guild chat, the humble emperor felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the wall. How embarrassing. The president was right before him, and he had the audacity to inquire about her whereabouts in the guild. That moment must have been incredibly awkward. Perhaps the president has already labeled them as a bunch of fools in her mind. Boss, should we still film? The swordsman stuttered. Film? Are you out of your mind? Do you want to die? If the president finds out, you'll be finished. Quickly stop recording and delete the video. The humble emperor slapped the swordsman on the head, his tone filled with agitation. Now, they were all trembling with fear. Terrified that the little fool would settle the score later, they dared not continue filming. Someone suggested fleeing, but they couldn't bear to abandon such an impressive president. They could only wait anxiously for the little fool to finish and see how she would deal with them. On the other side, seeing that the opposition had fled, Jiang Cheng was no longer polite. With a subtle wave of his right hand, 56 black magical arrays suddenly lit up. His necromancy had a summoning range of 300 meters. Thus, when he summoned all 56 skeletons and placed them before the spirits and monsters, the scene was set for a fierce confrontation. They have finally comprehended the meaning behind the words of the adorable little Meng, who had previously exclaimed, "You are all surrounded by me." Indeed, they were truly encircled by a single individual. 1,000 arrows. The shadow of arrows descends from the heavens. At the moment the blood raven appeared, it unleashed 2 skills simultaneously, confronting the remaining 200 players of the anti-Meng world. The first wave of arrows from the 1,000 arrows surged forth. 208 arrows, akin to countless pebbles, abruptly fell upon the calm surface of a lake. Uft, 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 uft. Ah, 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 ah. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted simultaneously, and 112 brilliant white lights illuminated the scene. The second wave of arrows trembled. The 75 players scattered in every direction were instantly pierced by the arrows. The third wave trembled. Realizing the peril, 108 fleeing players were struck down by the final wave of errant arrows, resulting in 46 casualties. Following the 1,000 arrows came the shadow of arrows. In an instant, arrows rained down from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows of the shadow of arrows possessed tracking capabilities. Thus, no matter how the 18 players attempted to flee, they could not escape the fate of being pierced by arrows, disappearing in a flash of light. The remaining 44 players were now utterly terrified, desperately fleeing as if wishing for 2 more legs to aid their escape. However, Jiang Cheng's team was comprised of numerous archers. Coupled with Jiang Cheng's explosive fire raining down from behind, they ultimately succumbed to their fate of death within half a minute, collapsing to the ground, vanishing in light. Consequently, all 400 players of Anti-Meng were annihilated by Jiang Cheng, without exception. The humble emperor and others, hidden behind the boulder, were left in utter astonishment. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a chicken egg. Little Meng, gather your equipment and potions, see if there's anything valuable, and ask them to come over to inquire about the resurrection point in Luoyan City. We shall continue our slaughter. Oh, the adorable little Meng obediently nodded and beckoned to the few individuals behind the boulder. Hey, hurry over here. It seems the president is calling us. Shiman Longting, snapping out of his astonishment, called out to the humble emperor. The humble emperor, too, regained his composure from the shock. With a resounding clap, he struck each one on the head to awaken them, scolding, "Haven't you heard the president calling for us? Why aren't you rushing over?" Oh, we're coming." The 18 members, faces adorned with forced smiles, waved at the adorable little Meng and then, with trepidation, made their way over. What if the president is calling us over just to have the black skeleton smash us with an explosive fire? A few felt a twinge of anxiety, their palms growing sweaty as they ran. The formidable black skeleton effortlessly dispatched a multitude of its kind, instilling an indescribable terror. Should it choose to eliminate us, I suspect a mere explosive flame would suffice. Yet, I urge you to cast aside your doubts. The humble emperor, with a confident strike, declared his intentions. President, do you have any commands? A few individuals arrived at the recent battleground, still grappling with disbelief. A solitary yet adorable figure had indeed annihilated over 400 members of the opposing faction single-handedly. However, now they dared not harbor any skepticism. The evidence lay before them. Who would dare to dispute it? Moreover, the pressing concern now was how this singular figure would choose to handle them. An air of trepidation enveloped them. "Oh, I wish to know the location of the resurrection point in Luoyan City," one inquired. "I know, President. Allow me to lead you," the humble emperor eagerly volunteered. "Very well. Let us hasten our departure and ensure they do not escape. All right, brothers, follow the president and let us vanquish that detestable lot." The president's confidence ignited fervor among the group. They realized her intentions and felt a surge of excitement. Curse it, we were once the ones who cried out in defeat. But now, with the president's guidance, we shall turn the tide and retaliate against those scoundrels. They cursed as they forged ahead towards the resurrection point in Luoyan City. Yet, the adorable figure unexpectedly noted that the humble emperor and his companions seemed to harbor a profound fear of Jiang Cheng. Whenever they drew closer to him, they would hastily retreat. "What troubles you? Do you fear the great skeleton?" No, not at all, President, you jest." They hastily denied, casting a fearful glance at Jiang Cheng, shuddering in trepidation. "How could we not be afraid? He is undoubtedly a ruthless individual, a skeleton. With a mere flick of his hand, he conjures a legion of skeletons, each more formidable than the last." While the adorable figure perhaps had grown accustomed to Jiang Cheng's overwhelming power, feeling little shock, her companions, encountering such a scene for the first time, could not suppress their fear. "I cannot manage such composure. You there, halt. I possess a silver coin. Tell me where the leveling group of the opposing faction trains, and it is yours." Just as the adorable figure and her companions had not ventured far, they were approached by the elusive president of the opposing faction, a specter. Unable to contact the elusive spirits, he produced a silver coin, boldly obstructing the humble emperor and his companions, inquiring about their path. Chapter 212, Brother Skeleton. "Who are you really?" President, this fellow is so arrogant. Should we not eliminate him?" The humble emperor inquired quietly beside the adorable little Mo. "Why kill him? Wouldn't it be faster to slay him when we reach the resurrection point?" The adorable little Mo glanced back at the specter trailing behind them, continuing their steady march toward the resurrection point. That makes a lot of sense." The humble emperor's eyes sparkled with realization. The president indeed possessed a perspective entirely distinct from theirs. Perhaps this is what it means to be a true expert. "Brother Skeleton, won't he become suspicious?" the adorable little Mo asked Jiang Cheng. "Do not overthink it. Someone foolish enough to inquire the enemy's route would hardly harbor doubts," Jiang Cheng replied. Brother Skeleton's reasoning is quite sound." The adorable little Mo pouted contemplatively, realizing the truth in his words. "But if we rush over now, won't they have already fled? It matters not if they escape. Their leader remains here. We can encircle and eliminate him, prompting his members to come to his rescue." The adorable little Mo was taken aback. "Brother Skeleton, you are quite ruthless." Zhang Mengmeng's long eyelashes fluttered as she pondered, sensing that Jiang Cheng, perhaps, had engaged in such deeds too often, for he spoke of it so nonchalantly. Yet, she found herself oddly drawn to this feeling. "Brother Skeleton, did you know their leader would come?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "Do not think too much. I am not that omniscient. This merely indicates that he is unfortunate." It seems he truly is rather unlucky," the adorable little Mo remarked. And then another question arose. But if there were no leader, would we not be unable to confront the Chimei Wangliang? "Not necessarily," Jiang Cheng responded, his skeletal hand gently swaying. Following the world announcement, Luoyan City has become a focal point for many. With the chaotic mix of players, it should be teeming with activity. Moreover, with the counter-rebellion of the world making such a splash in Luoyan City, it is nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. You've seen their group. They lack any true experts. This guild likely aims to ride the coattails of the Mingdong Tianxia for recognition. If you search the forums, you will surely find numerous posts about them. Thus, tracking their movements is quite manageable. A simple bounty in Luoyun City's chat channel will suffice. We are not short on funds. The adorable little MO felt somewhat bewildered. But if we do not encounter their leader Spectre, wouldn't our journey to the resurrection point be pointless? Jiang Cheng smiled and shook his head. How could it be meaningless? My visit to the resurrection point is merely to await their return. But you said they wouldn't be at the resurrection point? The adorable little MO remained confused. However, Jiang Cheng spoke earnestly. Little MO, you must understand. You are now the leader of a guild. Some matters do not require your direct involvement. They could never remain at the resurrection point awaiting us. However, I could leave the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight and the Blood Crow there, allowing you Xiaoqing and the others to keep watch. After finishing his words, Jiang Cheng cast a glance at the humble emperor and the others, knowing that with our skeletal steed, they could never outrun us. Nevertheless, this has indeed simplified matters. Jiang Cheng then looked at the ghost, who was chatting proudly with Yu Xiaoqing and the others. Wow, I thought, after hearing the analysis from the skeletal elder brother, I increasingly feel foolish. A naive little one pouted, gazing at Jiang Cheng with surprise. Skeletal elder brother, how come you know everything? To me, you are the embodiment of omnipotence and omniscience. I truly admire you. Jiang Cheng shook his head, stating, admiring me serves no purpose. What you need is to become me, or, perhaps, to surpass me. Actually, I do not wish to surpass the skeletal elder brother. I merely want to understand. Who exactly are you? Chapter 213. Have I been deceived by them? Zhang Mengmeng had always harbored doubts about Jiang Cheng's true identity. Mysterious and formidable, his mere presence seemed to sweep away all opposition. Whether it was his utilization of divine techniques within the game or his extraordinary comprehension of its intricacies, coupled with his meticulous control over every detail and his composed demeanor in the face of any adversary, she found herself utterly captivated. To this day, he had never lost a single match against any opponent, rendering him a mythical figure in her eyes. At times, she pondered whether even the 12 divine beings would find themselves outmatched before him. Her desire to uncover Jiang Cheng's past and to delve into the depths of his psyche was palpable. Yet, she was acutely aware that all of this stemmed from the enigmatic skeleton big brother. She dreaded the thought of what might transpire should she inquire, fearing it might create a rift between them. However, as Jiang Cheng's power continued to grow and more information about him surfaced, her curiosity about his identity intensified. She couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled someone she knew, though she found it hard to believe, deeming it improbable. Who am I? Jiang Cheng paused momentarily. The honors of his past suddenly came flooding back to him. He was hailed as the pinnacle of the online gaming world, a figure forever perched atop the metaphorical pyramid. He had single-handedly vanquished 7 extraordinary opponents, earning the title of the supreme deity standing upon the clouds, revered in the legend of the 12 divine beings. A master of all 16 professions, he held the top rank in the ladder for each, known as the Ladder Demon King. In the realm of myth, he was a 3-time champion of the sword trial competition, an undisputed sovereign in professional gaming. He elevated online gaming to new heights, ushering in an era of universal participation while founding 14 divine techniques, thereby establishing the age of divine skills. With his singular prowess, he compelled gaming companies to alter their rules. He was once the holder of 175 world records and was universally recognized as the most successful and illustrious figure in the history of online gaming. He was the most beloved and sought-after mentor in the realm of myth, a deity admired by countless female players. He was the sole contender brave enough to confront the sanctuary directly, although that was merely with his secondary account. Of course, he bore many more titles, but they mattered little now. Regardless of past glories, they remained in the past. What truly mattered was the present. You only need to know that I am your guardian now. Jiang Cheng faded into the shadow of the adorably naive Mengmeng, choosing silence. Yes, I understand. Skeleton Big Brother is the best. Though her curiosity lingered, she dared not press further. She feared losing Jiang Cheng, not out of any interest in personal gain, but for reasons far more profound. Yet, she mused, Skeleton Big Brother, what exactly is this peculiar step I am taking? Along the journey, she had been diligently practicing the mysterious steps Jiang Cheng had imparted to her. Her steps fluctuated between rapid and slow, occasionally requiring lateral hops while maintaining an elegant posture, which left her feeling quite awkward. Although Yu Shaoqing and the others refrained from commenting, it was merely due to her status as their leader, instilling a sense of caution in them. Zhang Mengmeng suspected they were likely laughing heartily within. However, what intrigued her was the peculiar effectiveness of this method of movement. The variations in speed and direction seemed to adhere to a unique pattern, shrouded in mystery, hinting at an extraordinary technique. The combination of the shadow step and instant step flicker was the latest experiment of Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng spoke slowly, explaining that the shadow step represented the zenith of vision, movement, awareness, and predictive ability. It involved anticipating the opponent's trajectory based on their thought processes and physical inertia, calculating their movements in advance to exploit their visual blind spots, rendering the opponent oblivious. Conversely, the instant step flicker epitomized the pinnacle of speed and movement, utilizing rapid dual position shifts to evade skills and attacks. Previously, it was employed to seize drops from defeated monsters without time constraints. Is this a synthesis of the shadow step and instant step flicker? A tiny spark of astonishment ignited within her heart. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy at receiving guidance from a master like Skeleton Brother, though she remained unaware of his true identity. His skill level surpassed even that of formidable mages, having never faced defeat. Thus, she had no reason to doubt Jiang Cheng's capabilities. As for being a subject of experimentation, she harbored no aversion. After all, few had such an opportunity. Jiang Cheng elucidated that there were numerous similarities between the shadow step and instant step flicker. The shadow step primarily focused on progressive speed variations, while the instant step flicker emphasized lateral movements. The purpose of the shadow step was to manipulate the opponent's visual blind spots, causing them to lose sight and become disoriented, thus losing skill lock-on. This was the essence of the virtual. The instant step flicker, however, was about skillfully avoiding incoming attacks without compromising forward momentum. This was the essence of the real. When confronting opponents of equal caliber, these techniques held limited efficacy, as one would inevitably mirror the other's capabilities, making it challenging to predict movements. Strategies could shift at any moment, disrupting the rhythm of battle. However, if one could merge the two techniques, simultaneously evading skills while disappearing from view, Jiang Cheng's gaze sharpened. Yet, do not aim too high at this moment. Focus on mastering your steps first. This is merely an experiment, and its success is uncertain. Moreover, even if you perfect the technique, it may prove futile if your foundational skills are lacking. Alright, don't worry, Skeleton Brother. I will certainly put in the effort. She replied with a playful giggle, tucking her head slightly. But Skeleton Brother, your tone just now resembled that of a teacher. Have you perhaps trained disciples in the past? Disciples? Yes, I have taught before. Jiang Cheng nodded, and involuntarily, the image of a petite figure with flowing ice blue hair resurfaced in his mind. He wondered where that little girl had gone and what she was currently doing. What about them? How are they faring now? A certain adorable little creature's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief. Unfortunately, Jiang Cheng did not directly answer her query. In truth, you are now my disciple. Really? The little one exclaimed in delight, turning her head eagerly. Do I need to pay tuition? Should I perform a rite of apprenticeship? Tuition? Jiang Cheng recalled her earlier words. Someone has already taken care of that for you. Someone has already paid for me. When did that happen? The little one looked bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Jiang Cheng's cryptic remarks. You will find out in due time, Jiang Cheng replied with a smile, gently patting her head. Do not overthink it. Your primary focus should be on learning. It would be best if you could stand on your own. Oh, all right. Zhang Mengmeng pouted, feeling an unsettling itch in her heart, as if something was gnawing at her. Wait, where exactly are you taking me? Isn't this a resurrection point? The ghost, while walking, suddenly sensed something amiss and his expression shifted. He couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps he had been deceived by them. Chapter 214. The terrifying damage of the King's Ring. The resurrection point in Luoyan City is situated in a quaint little village within the wilderness, established to prevent overcrowding among players in the city, thereby avoiding the predicament of being unable to exit. This small settlement is known as Ginkgo Village. At this moment, Jiang Cheng and his companions have arrived at the outskirts of the village. Numerous players have recognized Phantom, the illustrious leader of the anti-Meng Tianxia Guild. After all, his name is prominently displayed above his head, and his recent flamboyance makes it difficult for anyone to overlook him. However, Phantom's expression shifted dramatically. He disregarded the players who attempted to greet him and prepared to step into the resurrection point. Phantom, your guild members are all inside. Are you so eager to see them? The humble emperor obstructed Phantom's path, preventing his entry into the resurrection point. What is the meaning of this? The resurrection point is an absolute safe zone. Once inside, one cannot be attacked. Is this how you treat a guild leader? Do you still want your silver coins? Stand aside. Phantom glared at the group with fury, attempting to intimidate them with his words. Do you know who I am? I am the leader of Anti-Meng Tianxia. Are you aware of what that entails? Luoyun City is now under my dominion. Opposing me is tantamount to courting death. Oh, such bravado from Anti-Meng Tianxia. I wonder if you can stand against us, Mengdong Tianxia? The humble emperor grinned wickedly, still refusing to yield. What? You belong to Mengdong Tianxia? Phantom was momentarily taken aback. Am I asking for directions from my enemies? Have I foolishly allowed them to lead me to the resurrection point? What kind of absurdity is this? It's inconceivable. If you truly were Mengdong Tianxia, why did you not attack earlier when you had the chance? Phantom's disbelief was palpable. He could not fathom anyone being so foolish as to forego a perfect opportunity for ambush, only to lure him to the resurrection point. However, upon seeing the humble emperor and his companions reveal their IDs and guild names, he had no choice but to accept the reality. What kind of operation is this? Phantom felt a sense of confusion, yet as he processed the situation, he was devoid of panic. Instead, he broke into a cold smile. Haha, what a stroke of luck. It seems like I have stumbled upon you without any effort at all. A self-satisfied grin spread across his face. You must be the members of Mengdong Tianxia from Luoyun City? Ever since you escaped last time, I have expended considerable resources in search of you, yet found nothing. And now, you have come to meet your demise? How amusing. I am well aware of your intentions to ensnare me within the resurrection point and slay me back to level 1. But have you not considered that since you were last reduced to level 1 by the specters, not much time has passed? Your equipment has been lost, and your levels have scarcely improved, have they? Do you really believe you can best me? Upon the ghost's utterance, it cast a glance at the seemingly naive Jiang, remarking that among all, only your esteemed leader invokes a modicum of apprehension within me. Surely, you cannot be suggesting that she is indeed your leader, Jiang? Do you truly believe I would be swayed by a mere sorceress masquerading as your esteemed leader? Do you presume I would be so easily fooled? Suddenly, a small magical sphere detonated upon the ghost's head. Jiang's spellcasting prowess had soared to an impressive 780, further amplified by the king's ring, which augmented her standard magical attacks by 2 times. In an instant, 2 terrifying damage figures erupted above the ghost's head, -700 and -840. The computation for the king's ring's 2 times damage does not imply a simple multiplication of the damage by 2 rather. It inflicts an additional damage value equivalent to 2 times the original damage. Thus, when those 2 dreadful damage figures appeared, all present were left in a state of astonishment. Chapter 215 Boss, what were you saying about that sorceress? My heavens, what kind of damage is this? 840 from a single spell? Who is this sorceress? Is she truly that formidable? A mere standard spell attack can inflict double damage? She just obliterated the president of the Anti-Mo Club in an instant? It must be due to her weapon, surely a legendary one. How else could such damage be possible? Damn, I'm still wielding a plain weapon. Comparing oneself to others is utterly disheartening. Legendary weapons? Where do such mythical arms come from? Isn't the highest ranked weapon the level 25 legendary bow of Jiang Cheng? Perhaps the weapon leaderboard hasn't been updated yet. But anyone who makes the list must be a formidable player. Yet, I remain in the dark as to who it could be. Players at the resurrection point, initially eager to venture out and continue leveling up, found themselves intrigued by this unexpected spectacle. They halted their progress, fervently speculating about the identity of this mysterious little sorceress. Meanwhile, a ghost at the resurrection point was utterly bewildered. What on earth? Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? How could that sorceress kill me with a single spell? Is the damage truly that terrifying? Who is she? Surely, this must be a figment of my imagination. However, upon noticing his level had plummeted from 28 to 27, he suddenly realized it was no illusion. He hastily messaged his companions. Where on earth have you all gone? Your boss has been taken down. Hurry back to Ginkgo village and protect me. Where are you? For crying out loud, what am I even feeding you for? After venting his frustrations without receiving any response, the ghost felt a wave of despair wash over him. Although the resurrection point was a safe zone, remaining there indefinitely would prevent him from progressing. If he couldn't venture out, what was the point of leveling up? What was the purpose of acquiring equipment or playing the game? Boss, stop shouting. We have already arrived. Startled by the sudden voice beside him, the ghost jolted in surprise. Upon seeing the familiar faces of his companions, he was momentarily dumbfounded. Slap. The ghost struck Chi across the head in exasperation, demanding, "What on earth happened to you all?" "Well, it's a long story, boss. On our way, we encountered a boss known as Blood Calamity, who brought over 5,000 demon soldiers to assault Ginkgo village and promptly sent us back here." Chi, of course, refrained from mentioning their annihilation at the hands of the little sorceress. After all, being wiped out by a single sorceress with 400 members was utterly humiliating, and revealing such a defeat would undoubtedly invite scorn from their guild leader. Whether they would continue to be valued by him or receive their wages was now uncertain. However, the encounter with Blood Calamity was indeed true. He had not lied about that. After their recent defeat, they had no thoughts of seeking revenge and instead prepared to flee, acknowledging the insurmountable gap in power that rendered resistance futile. However, no sooner had their group of 400 departed than they were swiftly confronted by a battalion of over 500 malevolent sorcerers. "Chief, we must flee at once. I fear the target of this monstrous siege is Ginkgo village. If we delay, it will be too late. Flee. Am I not aware of the necessity to escape? Did you not hear my previous words? I was vanquished in an instant, and now I am surrounded. Do you comprehend that?" "What? The chief was defeated? Who possesses the audacity to challenge our leader so brazenly? Move. Xiaomei, Xiaowang, Xiaowan. Assemble the team and fight our way out. We must restore our leader's honor." Upon hearing Chi's command, the specter finally nodded in approval. At last, a semblance of conscience. "Now, hurry forth and eliminate that wretched sorceress." With that, the specter pushed past a few individuals and strode forward with confidence. "Stand aside. The reversal of fate is on a mission. Clear the way." The specter pushed aside other players at the resurrection point, striding forth despite their furious glares. Yet, Chi, Mei, Wang, and Luan halted abruptly, their hands trembling as they called out to the specter. "Chief, did you just mention a sorceress? Is she clad in a striking crimson robe, wielding a blood-red staff?" Indeed, the specter stepped out of the resurrection point, declaring, "It is she, the sorceress, utterly oblivious to her limitations, attempting to lure me to the resurrection point to reduce me to level 1. How deluded. I lead 400 from the reversal of fate, and this mere sorceress dares to confront me? What are you waiting for? Come forth and vanquish her." However, before the specter could finish speaking, they were instantaneously obliterated by a spell, returning them to the resurrection point. Meanwhile, Chi, Mei, Wang, and Luan, along with the 400 they commanded, trembled involuntarily at the sight of the red-clad figure, their hands gripping their weapons, quaking in fear. Chapter 216. "I am ready, boss. Hurry back." It was too late. The words that Chi had shouted caught in his throat. He could only watch helplessly as their leader transformed into light and soared away from Silver Ginkgo village, retreating behind them. For a moment, they were left in a state of disbelief. Was this sorceress truly so arrogant? Did her beauty grant her the liberty to act with impunity? Yet, it must be acknowledged that the fate of the Ghost Guild leader was indeed tragic. This pathetic Ghost Guild leader has finally tasted defeat, trapped and killed at the resurrection point. What an embarrassment. It was futile. Now that the anti-Meng Tianxia had returned in full force, could one individual possibly contend with 400? It was a pity to witness someone daring enough to challenge the anti-Meng Tianxia and even brave enough to slay a ghost. But alas, their numbers were insufficient. Ultimately, they would meet their demise at the hands of this vile group. The onlooking players nodded in agreement, lamenting for a character named Aitai Xiaomeng. After all, in their perception, unless one were a super god, it was impossible to engage in a 1 versus 400 confrontation. As for the humble emperor and his companions, they were conveniently disregarded. How formidable could a group armed with level 5 basic weapons truly be? "Xiaomeng, let them record a video and post it on the forum." Aitai Xiaomeng was about to take action when Jiang Cheng suddenly spoke beside her. Why? Aitai Xiaomeng, perplexed, lowered her staff. "Do you wish to become the true leader of the first guild?" Jiang Cheng inquired. No, Tai Xiaoming initially intended to express her desire to simply live alongside her skeletal elder brother, but as the words escaped her lips, she halted. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of the phoenix ring adorning her right ring finger and paused, lost in thought. Elder brother Skeleton, what must I do to become the first guild leader? Tai Xiaoming's tone shifted to one of solemnity, her small fist raised, her expression resolute. Then, be as high profile as possible, Jiang Cheng replied, revealing a slight grin. The leader of the first guild would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless onlookers. Every decision you make could influence the fates of many. Your choices must command the unconditional obedience of all. Every action of yours will be scrutinized, and from this moment on, you may find that you possess no secrets. You must learn to adapt to this reality. However, contemplate this carefully. Once you make this decision, there is no turning back. This does not imply that by merely agreeing, you will become the first guild leader. Once the bow is drawn, there is no returning the arrow. Henceforth, your life will be altered because of today. Are you ready? Without a hint of hesitation, Tai Xiaoming nodded firmly. However, Jiang Cheng shook his head and solemnly continued. Your opponents may include the foremost guild in the realm. The Holy Temple, the second, the Swordway Dynasty, the third, the Unyielding Imperial Flag, the fourth, the Frozen World, the fifth, the Lingyan Pavilion, the sixth, the Wings of the Mage, the seventh, the Fist that Shakes the Mountains and Rivers, the eighth, the Jade Tower, and the 20th, the Overlord of the Realm. In essence, you will be confronting all the guilds across the server. You might very well face the skepticism, ridicule, scorn, malicious slander, and an array of unspeakably vile tactics from billions of players. You will find yourself in constant peril, even during mundane activities such as eating, sleeping, or drinking, as you must remain vigilant against potential assassins. At the very least, you need to command 1,000,000 players, bearing the weight of their responsibilities, striving to secure their welfare, and establishing conditions for domination. You must lead them in battles against billions, capturing cities, seizing territories, dismantling all factions, quelling any dissent, and ultimately achieving supremacy in this vast wilderness. You must contemplate this carefully. Jiang Cheng cast a glance around at the players. Weakness will not yield great accomplishments. To become a competent first guild leader, you must strive in this direction, cultivating a rational demeanor in all matters, executing tasks with ruthlessness, making decisive actions in the face of challenges, and adopting a domineering character. Taking this step could lead you to irreparable ruin, or perhaps to the creation of a legend. Tai Xiaoming nodded gravely. I understand, Brother Skeleton. You will assist me, won't you? Jiang Cheng affirmed with a nod. I will always stand behind you. Instantly, Tai Xiaoming felt a tremor of emotion. Jiang Cheng's words were simple, devoid of ornate language, and he did not promise to protect her for a lifetime. Yet, that brief statement enveloped Tai Xiaoming in an unprecedented warmth. Brother Skeleton, I am prepared. All right, take this bold first step. Reveal your title. Chapter 217. She is not the sorcerer's saint, but what are you all still doing? Why haven't you taken her down yet? The specter, upon being resurrected, burst forth amidst a multitude of mocking gazes. Pointing at the group of phantoms, it berated, What good are you? A bunch of useless fools, standing around idly? Are you telling me that 400 of you cannot defeat a single sorceress? Upon hearing the specter's words, Chai's hand trembled violently. Boss, we truly cannot contend with this sorceress. Cannot contend? What do you mean cannot contend? The specter was bewildered. With 400 people, you cannot handle one sorceress? Each of you could unleash a skill, and she would perish. Surely even the mightiest would kneel before her. Boss, in truth, she did not kneel. We knelt. Realizing the dire situation, Chai and his companions dared not conceal the truth any longer, hastily recounting the incident where they were obliterated by a single, adorable creature. What? You were annihilated by her alone? The specter's expression changed dramatically, and its tone grew severe. Instantly, the surrounding players heard this and began to voice their skepticism. One person can wipe out 400? What kind of joke is this? Has the anti-Meng Tian Xia lost its mind? At the initial stages, with only a few skills available, the disparities among players were minimal. Even if one donned the finest gear, how could they possibly eliminate 400 individuals without a devastating area of effect skill? Indeed, are you mocking me? This cannot be true. As the analyses echoed around him, the specter itself began to doubt. even with the best equipment. It was implausible that she could instantly obliterate all 400 of you. Surely, you could sacrifice a few to withstand her and then take her down? Well, boss, we initially thought the same, but then what? The specter's gaze sharpened. Then we were annihilated. Chai lamented, his expression one of despair. Annihilated? A sorceress capable of wiping out a team of 400 players? Though they had not formed a guild and lacked enhancements, they should not be so inept. Nonsense. I refuse to believe it. Does she think she is the Sorcerer Saint? Even the Sorcerer Saint cannot be that formidable. Is she cheating? The Spectre remained skeptical. After all, such occurrences were unfathomable. Without witnessing it firsthand, not just he, but none of the surrounding players believed it. Boss, she may not be the Sorcerer Saint, but she is. What is she? The Spectre interjected fiercely, glaring at Chai as if ready to strangle him if he did not provide clarity. Good heavens. The #1 in the world. The leader of the top-ranked guild, with a record of completing the Goblin Chase in 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Holding the highest record for the difficult dungeon of the Disaster Witch, a dual record holder, first in the level rankings, first in the wealth rankings, second in the weapon rankings. Capable of enlisting Qianshan Shui and the 4 legendary figures of the adorable creature? Goodness. A super deity. Today, I unexpectedly encountered a real-life person. Quickly, go and ask for an autograph. Before Chi could finish speaking, a sudden uproar erupted at the resurrection point. In an instant, the entire Ginkgo village was filled with countless screams as they surged towards a certain adorable character. The ghost and others were momentarily taken aback, swept away by the crowd, left in a state of bewilderment. WH. What on earth? She is that adorable character? Was it truly a case of speaking of the devil? The ghost found it hard to believe, as this seemed too coincidental. Moreover, hadn't Su Lianya mentioned that the adorable character was being pursued by 500 Law Cloud groups, led by Luo Baiming? How could she possibly be in Luoyan City? However, upon witnessing Ginkgo Village illuminated by a cascade of golden light and the title of the world's greatest above the adorable character's head, he found himself compelled to believe. Chapter 218. Are you truly prepared? Have you confronted the main opponent? A chill enveloped the ghost as he recalled his earlier remarks, dismissing the female mage as an imposter. A twinge of embarrassment washed over him. What had begun as mere banter had unexpectedly manifested into reality. Before him stood none other than a whimsical, yet formidable figure. Must fate play such an intricate game? Or perhaps he was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme. Nevertheless, could one individual truly annihilate a well-coordinated team of 400, each member boasting diverse skills? He remained skeptical. Despite the illustrious reputation of this whimsical figure, known as a playful little cutie, her lack of substantial achievements left much to be desired. Unless she personally demonstrated her prowess by obliterating a team of 400, his belief would remain unshaken. This was precisely why Jiang Cheng had enlisted the humble emperor to record a video. Under his guidance, a playful little cutie had triumphed over Xia Dongli, ascending to the new ranks of the divine. Although not officially recognized, her fame was undeniable. Coupled with her position as the head of the premier guild, her notoriety was assured. Yet, beneath her renown lay a void of tangible victories, rendering her fame somewhat hollow. Thus, Jiang Cheng resolved to empower a playful little cutie for a decisive confrontation. She was now armed with formidable damage potential. At his insistence, she expended all her gold to acquire new skills: Necromantic Frenzy, Death's Embrace, Necromantic Armor, and Hand of Corruption. The Necromantic Frenzy, available at level 10, could augment the Undead's attack speed by 80, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Death's Embrace, a level 20 skill, summoned a colossal skeletal hand to inflict 500 weapon spell damage on a single adversary, triggering all weapon effects, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Necromantic Armor, obtainable at level 25, fortified the Undead with an additional 100 points of physical and magical defense, boasting a 10-minute cooldown. Lastly, Hand of Corruption, accessible at level 30, summoned a devastating hand from the heavens to unleash 300 spell damage within a 30-meter radius, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. This skill was a hallmark of the necromancer's prowess, capable of decimating foes in conjunction with Abyssal Grasp. Though the cooldown was considerable, its utility was unparalleled. Jiang Cheng urged her to elevate it to level 2, granting her 350 spell damage. Meanwhile, the already advanced Necromantic Armor and Necromantic Frenzy would further bolster her summoned minion strength. Enhanced to level 15, necromantic armor would increase the Undead's dual defense by 250 points, while a level 10 necromantic frenzy would augment their attack speed by 180. As for Death's Embrace, Jiang Cheng permitted only a single level upgrade. The other skills are remarkably potent, although they require a considerable expenditure of gold and experience. They undoubtedly represent a qualitative leap in the strength of the adorable little character. With the techniques and insights imparted to her, coupled with her equipment and skill levels that vastly surpass those of her peers, the situation is intriguing. Meanwhile, the 400-member anti-fan group has perished twice, resulting in a loss of 2 levels. Indeed, a 1 versus 400 scenario is not entirely implausible. Observing the throngs of players approaching, Jiang Cheng refrained from intervening. At this moment, he yearned to witness how the adorable little character would choose to respond to these enthusiastic players. Was she truly prepared for this challenge? Chapter 219. The Dilemma of a Simple and Adorable Soul. Great One. May I inquire how you attained such a level? Did you perhaps employ some form of cheat? Adorable deity, do you have a boyfriend? With such striking looks, did you establish the guild based on your allure? Esteemed one, when will the guild be upgraded? Might you consider lowering the requirements? They say your purpose in founding the guild was to amass wealth. Is that true? Do not obstruct me. I wish to approach the Great One. Who are you? Do not impede my meeting with the deity. When a simple and adorable soul donned the title of the world's greatest, Yinxing village erupted in excitement. Players surged forth, startling Jiang Cheng and her companions. The 18 of them quickly formed a line, attempting to block the throng. Yet, the fervent players paid no heed, and in their agitation, they pushed several of the group aside, racing toward the simple and adorable soul. Uncertain of how to respond to this onslaught, the simple and adorable soul found herself at a loss. In the past, Jiang Cheng had always intervened on her behalf. However, Jiang Cheng remained silent and inactive, leaving her to confront the situation alone. An overwhelming pressure enveloped her, particularly as the players hurled words laden with provocation and hostility. This was the negative consequence of her newfound prominence, a reality she was now acutely aware of. Had it been in the past, she might have chosen to retreat, leaving the dilemma for Jiang Cheng to resolve. Yet, his silence illuminated a crucial truth. Should she withdraw once more, the repercussions might be more than she could bear. As the skeletal elder had previously advised, she must endeavor to adapt, endure, and transform, striving toward this new direction. Gazing at the throng of players, Zhang Mengmeng's eyes sharpened, transforming into blades of steel. Her trembling hands suddenly rose, and she began to chant incantations. With a thunderous sound, the earth erupted. 36 blood-red skeletons emerged from the soil. Then, as the simple and adorable soul raised her crimson staff once more, it swiftly disassembled, merging into a formidable ghostly general. As if summoned from the depths of the Underworld, wielding a massive black scythe, it glimmered with an eerie sheen. As its colossal form coalesced, it advanced with a thunderous step. With a resounding boom, the ground before the simple and adorable soul erupted with a spray of mud and grass, mingling with the earth. Suddenly, the spectral general's figure vanished before the astonished players. In that moment of collective bewilderment, a flash of black light ignited. Spectral shadows flash. With a clang, the ground of Yinxing village was cleaved, a deep chasm splitting open. The frantic movements of all players came to an abrupt halt as they cast bewildered glances at the ghostly general, perplexed by its intent. What does this mean? Is it threatening us? I apologize, but today my grievances lie solely with the realm of the adorable. I implore you not to interfere. Should there be any inquiries, please wait until I have resolved this matter. In the face of the crowd's confusion, a charmingly naive figure spoke with a resonant and powerful voice to provide an explanation. Once she finished, her heart abruptly ceased its rhythm, her eyelashes fluttered, and her lips quivered. Even her hand, grasping the staff, was entirely drenched. Despite the overwhelming anxiety rendering her mind a blank slate, a barely perceptible smile graced her face. Ultimately, she had found the courage to express herself. You have taken the first step towards transformation. Well done. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng grasped her hand from behind, offering her a measure of encouragement. A warm sensation enveloped Zhang Mengmeng's heart, and as Jiang Cheng's icy fingers clasped her own, the tremors of her delicate frame gradually subsided. Chapter 220. Until silence prevails, the dilemma of whether to continue concealing oneself or to strive for transformation, was answered by a character named Dai Xiaoming. Given Dai Xiaoming's disposition, taking this step was a formidable challenge, testing her psychological fortitude to the utmost. Jiang Cheng could discern that her entire frame trembled as she uttered those words, clearly indicative of intense internal struggle and hesitation. Nevertheless, she ultimately succeeded. However, the players present were incensed. Evidently, Dai Xiaoming's actions were difficult for them to accept. Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? It is a privilege for us to admire you. What does being the best in the world even mean? Does it grant you the liberty to act as you please? It is merely a matter of rank. The authorities have yet to acknowledge your status as a deity of levels. Are you not being overly arrogant? Threatening us with lines drawn in the sand. Do you fancy yourself among the 12 divine gods? Even they do not exhibit such hubris. I will cross this line today, what of it? Are you even bold enough to eliminate me? A throng of players, gathered before the fissure, erupted into a cacophony of disdain, expressing their profound discontent with Dai Xiaoming's conduct. She possessed no noteworthy achievements, nor did she reveal any formidable power lurking behind her. In comparison to the other 12 divine gods, she merely boasted the title of being the highest level and the first to establish a guild, devoid of any accomplishments that could instill fear. None of the players present were swayed. Conversely, those opposed to her reveled in the spectacle, chuckling with glee. For them, the more raucous Dai Xiaoming became, the better. Ideally, she would sever ties with this group of players, thereby diverting her attention away from them. Moreover, with thousands in attendance, it was conceivable that the fervent players might vanquish Dai Xiaoming, which would be even more delightful. I have no such intention. The tone could not waver. The announcement had been made, and further explanation was unnecessary. The remainder would be revealed through my actions. Jiang Cheng interrupted Dai Xiaoming's attempt at clarification and then released her hand. Stepping back from her, the black ice longsword in his grasp transformed into a black ice staff, which he raised with a flourish. Boom, boom, boom. A vast expanse of explosive flames erupted amidst the players. In an instant, the few players who had previously voiced their dissent, along with others within a 30-meter radius, were obliterated by the inferno. Swish, 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 swish. A staggering 172 players were instantaneously reduced to nothingness, leaving behind merely 3 skeletons of varying hues. The arena was plunged into a profound silence, with expressions of shock etched upon every face. This was swiftly followed by a cacophony of exclamations. Damn, this is astounding. She truly dares to let her subordinates act. Has she lost her mind? Does she believe herself invincible? There are thousands here. My girlfriend has perished. In a moment of madness, the infamous character, a foolish little cute, unleashed chaos upon the realm, intent on becoming the pariah of the entire server. Boom, boom, boom. The response was yet again 3 blazing fireballs. This time, a fresh cadre of players, along with an additional 173 souls, were obliterated in an instant, disintegrating into light. In their place, 2 skeletons remained. It was utter insanity. The president of the guild, once adored by many, had descended into madness, brazenly slaughtering players. Boom, boom, boom. Another trio of explosive flames erupted, this time consuming the player who had just spoken, along with 145 others nearby, all emitting a collective scream as they vanished into light. Yet, Jiang Cheng's hand showed no signs of relenting. Whenever someone dared to utter a word that cast a foolish little cute in a negative light, his relentless fireballs would come crashing down without mercy. He was determined to silence any dissenting voice, leaving no room for opposition. Chapter 221. Is it necessary to be so dogged? The players present gazed in astonishment at the multitude of dazzling lights. The moment someone uttered a word, 3 explosive flames would unhesitatingly descend upon them. The terrifying damage left them all shaken to the core, rendering them utterly defenseless. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Of course, it was not just them. Even the naive little Meng and the humble emperor were equally startled by Jiang Cheng's crude and straightforward tactics. Each was taken aback, filled with astonishment. Yet, the naive little Meng understood that this was merely a demonstration from her skeletal elder brother. This was a lesson she had to learn and endure. Having made such a decision, she must bear all the consequences that ensue. The ramifications of her actions could very well lead to her disgrace. However, she would not harbor any regrets. She was merely perplexed as to why these individuals dared not resist. If they had the capability, why not annihilate us? Boom, boom, boom. Once again, 3 explosive flames erupted amidst the crowd. This time, not only did 2 skeletal figures remain, but the ground was also littered with flickering white, blue, and exceedingly rare purple lights. Someone had exploded their gear. In the past, this group would have rushed in to collect the spoils, but peculiarly, they did not. The scene descended into absolute silence. No one dared to utter a word. Despite the stark imbalance in numbers between the 2 factions, not a single soul dared to take action. Remember, the president's duty is to issue commands, while the members' duty is to obey them. Jiang Cheng held the hand of the naive little Meng, casting a sweeping glance over the fearful crowd. The enemy's obligation was to submit or face death. It was that simple. Now, you may reiterate your previous demands to them. Oh, the naive little Meng nodded earnestly, then raised her staff, preparing to step forward. In an instant, the players across the way shuddered, instinctively retreating a step. Before she could utter a word, the group, startled, began to disperse. I have no business here. I shall take my leave. I too must go. I just cooked a fish at home, and it should be ready now. My girlfriend needs a final touch. I must assist her. Apologies, naive Meng, but I have children to attend to at home. I must withdraw. The naive little Meng was left speechless. Witnessing their palpable fear, she felt genuinely bewildered. In the face of extreme terror, the instinct to resist diminishes, while the instinct to fear amplifies, ultimately extinguishing even the desperate urge for survival. Each person contemplated the futility of collective rebellion. Should they sacrifice themselves, only for others to reap the benefits? Would that not be an inequitable demise? Why must they always bear the cost, allowing strangers to benefit? Human nature is inherently selfish. Amidst individuals, there exists a profound unfamiliarity, rendering the establishment of trust a formidable challenge. In moments of fervor, one may gather to revel, yet true unity remains elusive. Otherwise, the necessity of guilds would not arise. Jiang Cheng gently patted her fragrant shoulder and elucidated. Indeed, they have resisted, but with each of my assaults, I have systematically nipped their insurrections in the bud. After several instances, they recognized that to stand out would be to invite demise, and thus, no one dared to rise again. Sometimes, a person who can manipulate the hearts of others proves to be far more formidable than one who masters 14 divine techniques. Should you encounter such a scenario again, simply remember, whoever stands out shall perish. Oh, I understand now, the naive little Meng replied, nodding earnestly, feeling as though she had gleaned much wisdom. The skeleton elder brother never failed to astonish her, glancing at the phoenix ring in her hand. Her confidence in becoming the first president grew ever more resolute. I am now prepared to engage in a fair duel with those from the anti-Meng Tianxia faction. I shall record the video and share it on the forum, ensuring that all are aware of the consequences of offending Meng Dong Tianxia. I hope for no interruptions. A hint of chill crept into her voice as she twirled the phoenix ring in her hand, her eyes narrowing, despite her tone still betraying a hint of youthfulness. The earlier spectacle had instilled in no one the audacity to voice dissent. Consequently, as she concluded her statement, a multitude of players spontaneously parted to clear a path before her, revealing the specters and others who were poised to retreat. The specter, bewildered, exchanged glances with his companions, while the others wore expressions of perplexity under the gaze of thousands, including that of the little Meng. The specter even shot a disdainful glance at the crowd, thinking, why are you all so pathetic? Though leveling up is arduous, you are thousands in number. Why succumb so easily to a mere black skeleton? Must you be so cowardly? Chapter 222. As long as you refrain from deploying the black skeleton, we shall send forth our champions. Ghost, where do you think you're running? Accept the judgment of the divine being immediately. Indeed, it is you, wretched scoundrel, who has caused me to lose a level. Where do you dare to flee? In the resurrection point, witnessing Ghost attempting to escape in another direction, the players who had just fallen at the hands of Jiang Cheng were incensed. Though they could not contend with Jiang Cheng, did they not possess the resolve to confront you? If not for Ghost and his band creating this rebellion against the world, how could they have possibly lost a level? Moreover, after witnessing Jiang Cheng's terrifying prowess, they no longer doubted his ability to vanquish 400 opponents single-handedly. Damn it! There is no escaping now. What shall we do? Having glimpsed Jiang Cheng's formidable damage, Ghost finally comprehended how his subordinates met their demise. Despite his own lackluster abilities, he could still perceive the truth. This black skeleton is no ordinary foe. To unleash 3 explosive flames in an instant and connect them over 30 meters is a feat not easily accomplished. Furthermore, with damage exceeding 3,000 points, a single strike could obliterate over 100 players. Their rebellion against the world, numbering 400, would likely be insufficient to withstand even 3 seconds of his onslaught. Shouldn't we be devising a plan? Do you wish to be reduced to level 1? With a resounding slap to Liang's head, Ghost unleashed a torrent of curses. Feeling the murderous glares surrounding him, Ghost wished he could burrow into the ground. Observing the stance of the Na'vi Little Meng, it was evident he sought to establish dominance and intimidate other players daring enough to oppose the rebellion. If they did not hasten to devise an escape, they would find themselves trapped here, rendering their plight akin to being slaughtered down to level 1. Boss, I have a plan. Do you recall how we were killed and returned to the resurrection point? How did we perish? Ghost asked, bewildered. Blood Demon Commander, that boss has led an assault on Ginkgo Village. You mean to say, while the boss lays siege, we can slip away amidst the chaos? No, boss. The monsters attacking the city will undoubtedly prioritize slaying the players outside first, while we remain within the resurrection point. I believe we can lure that Na'vi Little Meng to the outskirts. Once she falls to the hands of the Blood Demon Commander's minions, we shall make our escape. Ghost's eyes lit up, finding the scheme plausible. However, a tinge of apprehension lingered within. Could this black skeleton truly be formidable enough to match them? Boss, have you lost your senses? This black skeleton is merely an NPC. How much health could it possibly possess? The Blood Demon Commander commands 5,000 minions. Indeed, boss, I have utilized reconnaissance on this boss. It is a level 50 behemoth. Can you fathom how anyone could possibly contend with a level 50 boss now? You're right. I have been overthinking. Ghost realized his folly, understanding that it was indeed foolish to consider that anyone could overcome a level 50 boss, especially one commanding such a multitude of soldiers. Ghost, your mother has passed. Do you dare to emerge for a duel? Hasten forth, for today I shall host a solo performance of the Swana, dedicated to bidding you farewell. The humble emperor and his companions clamored behind a certain naive little one, incessantly demanding that the phantoms emerge to meet their demise, hoping to redeem their past disgrace. Yet, the audacity of the phantoms shattered their illusions. Do not even think about it. We certainly shall not emerge. I intend to stay here today. What can you do about it? If you have the courage, come to the resurrection point and slay me. The phantom brazenly proclaimed, inciting a chorus of curses in response. How dare you? Is this how you shamelessly operate in the realm of anti-rebellion? When you slaughtered us before, were you not the loudest in your taunts, calling us cowards? Now that you find yourselves in a similar position, how do you justify this? Hey, boss, do not insult them so. I believe even the turtles would find it beneath them. Ha. The humble emperor and his companions continued to hurl insults and mockery from outside. Alas, they underestimated the extent of the phantom's shamelessness. Though they were berated and could not hold their heads high, they remained silent, lurking at the resurrection point, unwilling to emerge. The humble emperor found himself at a loss. The rules dictated that if one were sufficiently shameless, it was indeed impossible to reduce them to level 1. Previously, they had been too impulsive, tricked into revealing themselves, or they would not have fallen to level 1. What shall we do, President? This wretched group is far too shameless. They refuse to come out. No worries. I will have Big Brother Skeleton release his minions, and we shall wait here. Those who volunteer to remain will be rewarded with gold and experience to level up. The naive little one said nonchalantly. But before they could respond, the phantoms suddenly spoke. In truth, it is not impossible for us to emerge, provided you agree to one condition. What condition? The naive little one inquired. As long as you refrain from employing the black skeleton, we shall certainly send someone forth. Moreover, the location of the decisive battle will be chosen by us. What say you? Who would willingly face their doom? The phantoms were not so foolish. Their aim was merely to lure the naive little one outside. Of course, when venturing out, they had to ensure their safety, preventing the black skeleton from making a move, lest they be overwhelmed by its devastating fiery onslaught. Very well. The naive little one was not one to be overly sentimental. As long as they were willing to emerge, that sufficed. Initially harboring little hope, The phantoms were taken aback when the naive little one acquiesced, feeling a sense of relief. Without the black skeleton, the presence of only the naive little one's spectral general would not pose a significant threat. This was tantamount to courting death. Perhaps they could seize the opportunity to eliminate the naive little one and achieve fame in battle. It has begun. It has begun. As the two sides prepared for conflict, all onlookers cleared the way, their hearts racing with anticipation. Could the renowned naive little one truly prevail against 400 adversaries, all while refraining from summoning that terrifying black skeleton? Everyone was filled with a sense of doubt. After all, a seemingly unimpressive performance from a novice could not help but raise their suspicions. The two parties arrived at the outskirts of the village, each taking their positions on opposite sides. Before any engagement commenced, an atmosphere of wariness enveloped them. The humble emperor and his companions activated their live-streaming mode, broadcasting the monumental 1 versus 400 battle on the forum's live channel. They aimed to showcase the renowned reputation of the leader of the Ming Dong Tianxia Guild to all players. On the other side, the formidable blood slaughter commander, adorned with a general's hat and clad in feathered armor, was being carried on a palanquin by a group of soldiers wielding long swords. Beside the palanquin, his scouts were reporting the situation. Though the commander's expression appeared rather grim, the scouts informed him that over 3,000 rangers were stationed in Ginkgo village, making the endeavor to seize the village likely quite challenging. Do not panic, the blood slaughter commander nonchalantly waved his hand. As long as there are no blood skeletons, we shall prevail. Chapter 223. I shall lead the charge. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, 3,000 rangers is no trivial number. Each possesses remarkable abilities, and if not approached with caution, there is a significant risk of disaster. In the Kingdom of Skeletons, those wayward players are designated as rangers. To them, these rangers are akin to beasts, mercilessly slaughtering their brethren and sparing not even the remnants of their existence, including the bones left behind after death. Such barbaric practices of murder and desecration are utterly appalling. Remarkably, this group of rangers also engages in mutual slaughter, capable of generating chaos over a mere vial of magical potion. Even more astonishing, within the Kingdom of Skeletons, when skeletons perish in conflict, their souls are drawn to the bone rebirth pool, awaiting resurrection. However, when slain by rangers, their souls dissipate. Furthermore, upon death, they inexplicably drop items that do not belong to them. For instance, a skeleton archer may inexplicably drop a spear upon demise, or a robust male skeleton might leave behind a delicate gown. Such occurrences instill profound fear among them. In truth, they harbor a deep aversion to the existence of rangers. Smaller skirmishes may be manageable, yet facing 3,000 rangers poses a daunting challenge. While victory may seem probable, the losses would undoubtedly be substantial. If avoidance is possible, they would gladly choose it. Never mind, the Blood Fiend commander waved his hand dismissively. As long as there are no blood skeletons. This phrase again. What is it about the blood skeleton that troubles you? Have you fallen victim to their curse? The confusion among several vice commanders of the Demon Fiend army deepened. Ever since the Blood Fiend commander had allied himself with the Demon Fiend Lord at the castle, he has incessantly muttered about a blood skeleton. He warns that upon encountering a blood skeleton, one must not hesitate or linger, but turn and flee immediately or risk their life. They remain baffled by the Blood Fiend commander's inexplicable fear of the blood skeleton. His actions and demeanor have become increasingly peculiar. Previously, the Blood Fiend commander held archers in high esteem, often visiting the archer camp to examine the development of specialized arrows in hopes of cultivating new archer units. However, since aligning with the Demon Fiend Lord, who personally assigned him to command the Demon Fiend archers, the Blood Fiend commander has vehemently declined the position, leaving them perplexed. They cannot fathom what has so profoundly affected the Blood Fiend commander. Reporting to the commander, during this reconnaissance, there was no sign of a blood skeleton. But there was a black skeleton clad in a dark cloak and wielding a black staff, seemingly quite extraordinary. A cloak? The Blood Fiend commander's hand instinctively reached for the Blood Fiend's sword at his waist, nearly drawing it in anticipation of an attack. However, upon realizing that the figure before him was not an archer, he reluctantly withdrew his hand. In a tone laced with skepticism, he inquired, "Are you certain it was not a blood-red cloak?" Reporting to the commander, I observed clearly, it was not a blood-colored cloak. The formidable voice of the demon scout resonated. providing a sense of reassurance to the Blood Demon Commander. It should not be him. The Blood Demon Commander exhaled a sigh of relief. Very well, let us depart. As long as it is not the Blood Skeleton, all is well. He drew forth the Blood Demon sword from his waist and rose from the palanquin, pointing the blade towards Ginkgo village. However, upon observing the pallor of the other skeletons, he harbored doubts regarding the success of this venture. He was acutely aware that, in comparison to himself, his subordinates appeared somewhat feeble in the presence of the 3,000 wandering heroes. Hence, to bolster the morale of his troops, he resolved to make a decisive choice. The rear guard would become the vanguard, and he would be elevated to the forefront. This time, he would lead the charge. Subordinates, heed my command. The four bearers of the palanquin immediately responded in unison, swiftly lifting the Blood Demon Commander to the front lines as the myriad of demon soldiers parted ways. 3,000 wandering heroes are but a trifling matter. Let them witness the might of their commander. Chapter 224, Bounty Mission, Dragon-Slaying Magic Ring. Upon uttering these words, the morale of the demon army surged significantly. The leader personally taking action assured a swift victory. His subordinates here extend their best wishes for a triumphant campaign. The esteemed leader, who regards his trusted allies as kin, has chosen to confront 3,000 rangers himself in a commendable effort to minimize troop casualties. A true embodiment of leadership. The four deputy commanders displayed subtle expressions of delight, greatly impressed by the Bloodslaughter leader's decision to engage directly. Although many rangers operate as disorganized factions, lacking cohesive formations in battle, they wield a plethora of arcane arts and skills. A barrage from them could easily overwhelm forces of lesser strength. However, the Bloodslaughter leader stands apart. His bone and blood limits, as well as his physical resilience, far exceed theirs. The ranger's offensive capabilities are unlikely to inflict significant harm upon him. Should the Bloodslaughter leader personally shield his troops from danger, their security would be substantially enhanced. Initially, I suspected that the leader's actions were merely a fade to eliminate dissent within the ranks, yet it appears I was mistaken. Indeed, the leader exemplifies true command, demonstrating his commitment to safeguarding his subordinates by taking the front lines himself. This brings us great shame. The four deputy commanders gazed upon the Bloodslaughter leader at the forefront of their formation, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment while simultaneously harboring immense admiration. Report, leader. Enemy forces detected ahead. Approximately 400 rangers and a black skeleton, announced a messenger. Excellent, the Bloodslaughter leader responded, casting an appreciative glance towards the soldier. With a flourish of his cape and the Bloodslaughter sword in hand, he leaped from his palanquin. Surround Ginkgo village at once. Let not a single villager escape. As the leader's orders resonated, he advanced with purposeful strides towards Ginkgo village. His silhouette loomed large, appearing majestic in the eyes of all the skeletons within the demon army. They felt that there was little inspiration to be found in the demon army, merely the fortune of following a remarkable leader. Yet, for reasons unknown, the four deputy commanders, observing the Bloodslaughter leader's retreating figure, were struck by a poignant sense of melancholy, reminiscent of a hero embarking on a perilous journey from which he may never return. Surely, it must be a mere illusion. The Bloodslaughter leader is so formidable. How could he possibly meet his demise? The deputy commanders shook their heads, then issued their commands. All troops, heed my orders. The left flank shall encircle the south, while the right flank secures the north. We shall not allow a single fly to escape from Ginkgo village. Understood. As the words fell, the air reverberated with the sound of countless heavy footsteps throughout Ginkgo village. Village chief, trouble is upon us. A frantic player burst into the chief's modest dwelling, breathless with urgency. According to reports from temporary workers, the Bloodslaughter leader of the Skeleton Kingdom leads 500 demon soldiers to attack Ginkgo village. We are completely surrounded. Hearing this dire news, the village chief, who had been discussing recruitment strategies with several village officials, was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. His hand, grasping the cane, trembled violently. I harbor no enmity towards the Black Mirror Empire nor the Skeleton Kingdom. What does that imply? Village chief, let us not dwell on such matters. We must hasten to Luoyan City and seek reinforcements. Indeed, the demon lord of the Skeleton Kingdom commands a formidable army, ranking among the top 10 lords within that realm. The forces he dispatches are beyond the capabilities of our Silver Ginkgo village to withstand. Several village officials displayed expressions of urgency, placing their hopes squarely on Luoyun City. It is futile, however. The village chief raised his hand in dismissal, sighing deeply. The distance between Silver Ginkgo village and Luoyun City is considerable, and I have recently heard rumors that a guild named Meng intends to besiege the city. The lord of the city has already consolidated the military strength from the surrounding 36 villages back to the city. We cannot hope to borrow troops. Upon uttering these words, a look of realization washed over his aged face. I comprehend now. The Skeleton Kingdom seeks to exploit the Lord's withdrawal of troops to seize the villages surrounding Luoyun City. It is over. Silver Ginkgo village is doomed. The chief stumbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, his countenance despondent. This time, Silver Ginkgo village truly faces annihilation. As these words left his lips, everyone's expression shifted in horror. A palpable atmosphere of sorrow and despair enveloped the air. Village chief, we could mobilize those self-proclaimed players, urging them to defend us against the demon army. A villager suggested suddenly, causing the countenances of all to soften momentarily. Yet, moments later, the village chief's voice resonated with disdain. Mobilize them? Humph. What distinguishes this group of players from a band of ruffians? Despite his sorrow, the chief harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the player community. For these individuals are hardly human. Though they feign friendliness, offering assistance and working diligently, they clandestinely engage in petty thievery. He vividly recalled an incident when he urgently needed to relieve himself during the night. Upon finishing his business, he discovered that the toilet paper had been pilfered. To his horror, he noticed someone had been perched atop the restroom roof, watching him the entire time. Ultimately, that individual merely wanted to inquire whether he required assistance. The fright caused him to fall directly into the latrine pit. In the ensuing days, his authority within the village gradually eroded, rendering him a figure of ridicule, a source of laughter for decades. All of this was the doing of those players. These wretched players severely disrupted his nocturnal peace, significantly diminishing his quality of life. Nevertheless, the village chief stroked his goat-like beard, pondering for a moment. Enlisting the players to resist the demon army could indeed be a viable strategy. But what inducement could entice them? This is a desperate undertaking. One cannot expect success without substantial rewards. Contemplating this, a glint of determination flashed across his aged visage. Xiaolan, go to the village entrance and issue a bounty quest. State that those who assist in defending the village, achieving a place among the top 10 contributors, shall be taught the true art of blacksmithing. Furthermore, the first place shall be rewarded with a dragon-slaying ring. Hiss! Upon hearing these words, the individuals present collectively inhaled sharply. Even the seasoned player found his pupils constricting in disbelief as he gazed at the village chief. Chief, is the dragon-slaying ring not merely a legend? Could it truly exist? One person inquired, bewildered. Yet, there were those amongst them who appeared already aware of this fable, their faces blanching with terror. Chief, it cannot be used. The dragon-slaying ring is the divine artifact of the dragon slayer Lo-Selfi from a millennium ago. Infused with the blood of a dragon, the ring harbors its formidable power, which no ordinary person can wield. Indeed, Chief, this sacred ring possesses unimaginable might. While anyone can adorn it, prolonged contact with the bearer will lead to madness, and it must never be allowed to resurface. The well-informed individuals hurriedly interjected, but regrettably, the chief remained resolute. Have you not considered? If the village is destroyed, the dragon-slaying ring will fall into the hands of the Skeleton King, and at that point, the entire world will be plunged into chaos. Can you bear the weight of such culpability? This proclamation left the others momentarily speechless. The chief's assertion rang true. The more malevolent the wearer of the dragon-slaying ring, the greater its power. Should the Skeleton King don it, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Rather than allowing it to fall into his grasp, it would be wiser to entrust it to these players. It must be this way, but there is no need to treat the dragon-slaying ring as a bounty, is there? If the dragon-slaying ring is not regarded as a bounty, then what do you have to offer as a reward? Do not forget the terror that has gripped you in recent days, the chief proclaimed with conviction. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Indeed, for every villager, each day had turned them into reluctant celebrities, constantly besieged by players inquiring if they required assistance. This incessant attention had become tiresome. The crux of the matter was that after receiving help from these individuals, they were still obliged to offer something in return. Failure to do so would invoke the wrath of the deities, leaving them thoroughly disgruntled. It could be said that since the arrival of these insufferable players, they had been ensnared in a relentless plight. Sighing in resignation, the group hoped that the one who would inherit this ring would be a valiant warrior, imbued with a sense of justice. Chapter 225. The Abyss. The Fallen Hand. Very well. The live broadcast has commenced. The humble emperor begins recording the session, closely following a character known as Jiang. However, he does not immediately direct the camera towards Jiang. Instead, he focuses on the specter of the Anti-Meng Alliance and the team of 400 it commands. It is well known that Mengdong Tianxiao was the first guild to be established across the entire server. The emergence of such a guild sent ripples throughout the gaming community. Many may be curious about the individual behind the rapid establishment of Mengdong Tianxiao, who managed to overshadow venerable guilds such as the Holy Temple, the Sword Dao Dynasty, and the unyielding Royal Flag. What manner of person could command such respect? She is known by many titles: the supreme level of the realm, the wealthiest woman in the world, the best guild leader, and the record holder for dual dungeon completions at levels 20 and 30, as well as second place on the weapon leaderboard, among others. While you may be familiar with these accolades, what remains shrouded in mystery is the identity and appearance of this formidable individual. Are you not intrigued? As the humble emperor captures the essence of the Anti-Meng Alliance, he tantalizes the forum players with suspense, only to be met with a barrage of skepticism. Author, why did you delete your last video? What happened to the conclusion? Stop with this nonsense. It's clearly fabricated. A deity like Jiang has never shown her face. How could you possibly capture her? Quit your rambling. We demand to see the conclusion from earlier. Are you implying that the one fixated on the word specter is Jiang? What a scam. How could the author even have access to such a godlike figure? Are you perhaps Qian Shengsu? Stop waving this grand banner of deceit and hand over the conclusion. Indeed, you fraud. Enough with your tricks. I am a member of Mengdong Tianxia. Our leader never speaks to us. Even when we are slain by members of the Anti-Meng Alliance, she remains utterly indifferent. How could you have possibly captured her? At this moment, the humble emperor's live stream boasts over 3,000 viewers, yet paradoxically, 3,001 express disbelief. After all, the humble emperor lacks renown, and it is difficult for anyone to accept that he could capture a figure of Jiang's caliber. Furthermore, the testimony of a Mengdong Tianxiao member only amplifies their skepticism. Nevertheless, observing the comments scrolling across the live stream, the humble emperor remains unfazed. He knows that once he shifts the camera towards Jiang, the audience will erupt with excitement. Thus, he continues, from this moment forth, she shall unveil her enigmatic facade and present her most formidable self to you all. Very well. I believe you can now see that before me stand two teams. One is the 400-strong force of the Anti-Meng Alliance, while the other is our esteemed guild leader, Jiang. After speaking, he swiftly turned the camera to capture the adorable character, known as One-Tailed Cute, who was currently holding a staff. With an excited tone, he announced the moment. As the camera shifted, the viewers in the live stream erupted upon seeing One-Tailed Cute adorned with that unparalleled title. No way, it's real? They exclaimed. That was indeed a limited edition title, the only supreme shining level title in the entire server, the #1 in the world. Rumor has it that it conceals attributes that elevate one to a higher tier, truly invincible. It must be her. Such a title cannot be fabricated. So, this is what One-Tailed Cute looks like. Absolutely stunning. Her beauty is simply out of this world. I adore her. Is this really One-Tailed Cute? I always thought he was a cross-dresser, but to my surprise, she is a genuine beauty. The streamer actually managed to capture her on camera. Impressive indeed. The chat room instantaneously filled with countless comments, all praising the streamer's prowess. Indeed, you read that correctly. She is the unrivaled leader of Mo movement, holding the highest level, the most wealth, and the most powerful guild in the realm, One-Tailed Cute. Are you not thrilled? Are you not elated to witness that dazzling golden title of the #1 in the world? This is the only supreme shining level title in the entire server. This breathtaking beauty, with an enchanting visage and a devilishly alluring figure, clad in luxurious gear, is none other than our esteemed leader of Mo movement. Are you captivated? Are you envious? Join Mo movement quickly. Oh, I digress. You cannot join right now. Today, I solemnly announce that Mo movement is officially declaring war on anti-Mo movement. and our leader will spearhead this first battle. Do you see it? The opposing side has 400 members, while our leader stands alone. Indeed, a monumental showdown of 1 versus 400 is about to unfold. I advise those from anti-Mo movement to promptly abandon your pathetic guild. You cannot contend with Mo movement. The humble emperor spoke with fervor, even a hint of pride, causing the players in the live stream to shudder in excitement. I see, so the streamer is from Mo movement. No wonder they are so formidable. Wow. Senior brother, you are incredibly fortunate. How did you meet the leader? Is she really going to take on 400 alone? Such audacity. This is the essence of a true guild leader. 1 versus 400. Truly remarkable. Sigh. I suddenly regret not joining Mo movement. However, it's of little consequence, as I lack the gold. In the chat, the previous insults transformed into mutual confessions and lamentations. Many viewers began rallying their friends, urging them to halt their level-ups and witness this epic battle. The number of viewers surged from 3,565 to 7,852 in an instant, and it continued to rise. Yet, among them were still many skeptics, given the stark numerical disparity. Few would believe that a mere adorable creature could single-handedly confront 400 foes and triumph in battle. Yet, regardless of their skepticism, the clash between the two sides had commenced. Boss, the specter leading the adorable creature is formidable. I will have the knight engage, while the rest of us swiftly eliminate it. All right, let us begin. With a sudden command from Jiang Cheng, the referee, the great battle was set in motion. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. As soon as Jiang Cheng's words fell, the forces of the opposing faction launched their onslaught. The sound of arrows slicing through the air and the roar of spells erupting in an instant. 7-star barrage, blizzard, ice blade, explosive flames. In a heartbeat, a myriad of spells intertwined with arrows surged toward the adorable creature. Yet, the creature remained seemingly motionless, as if in a stupor, leaving all spectators bewildered. But in the next moment, 2 spells were suddenly conjured forth from the adorable creature's hands simultaneously. The necromancer's technique of simultaneous summoning was skillfully employed in casting spells. This technique allowed for the recitation of another spell's incantation while automatically releasing the first skill. Then, just as the automatic mode completed its execution, the creature switched to manual mode to synchronize the release with the previous skill. Sky Abyss, Fallen Hand, Abyssal Grasp. In an instant, an expansive abyss manifested in both the sky and the ground, unfurling like a black hole. Subsequently, before the astonished gazes of the crowd, a colossal black hand descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the archer ranks of the opposing faction. Bang! 2,600. 3,166. 2,600. 3,166. The ground shook violently, and a flurry of crimson numbers erupted alongside the players' anguished cries. Instantly, within a 30-meter radius, 112 archers were obliterated. The debut of Sky Abyss, Fallen Hand achieved a staggering record of 112 kills, leaving everyone in shock. Meanwhile, the Abyssal Grasp ensnared the remaining 3 archers and 33 mages, silencing them as damage values of 80, 96, 80, 96 appeared above their heads. The terrifying hidden attributes of the Ring of Kings were now laid bare before all. Not only did ordinary spell attacks inflict an additional 1.2 times damage, but spell skills also dealt extra 1.2 times damage. The Abyssal Grasp inflicted damage every 0.5 seconds, rendering its victims unable to use skills or potions during the silence. Thus, after 3 seconds, the 3 archers and 33 mages suffered a total damage of 1056, sealing their fate, with the few priests present utterly incapable of offering salvation. Chapter 226, A Special Fate, however. The entire premise hinges upon the notion that only after the adorable little creature survives beneath 115 shooting stars and 33 spells can it truly exert its potential. At this moment, the adorable little creature finds itself ensnared in an absolute crisis. 115 shooting stars amount to 805 arrows, not to mention the additional 33 skills, such as blizzards. It is inconceivable that the adorable little creature, with merely 2,400 health points, could withstand such an onslaught. Even a formidable mount with 40,000 health would be annihilated in an instant by these 115 shooting stars. Consequently, No one entertains the notion that the adorable little creature could evade such a multitude of skills. Yet, to their astonishment, the adorable little creature did not immediately opt for defense. Instead, it consumed a large health potion in advance. Just as the onlookers presumed that the adorable little creature would succumb to the barrage of spells and arrows, it suddenly executed an unusual series of steps, dashing backwards with remarkable speed after a series of lateral teleports. The combination of shadow step and blink revealed its latent prowess. Although its execution was clumsy and the speed was lacking, it enabled the creature to evade some of the arrows and spells, dodging a portion of the incoming skills in that fleeting moment. Nevertheless, a significant number of arrows and spells still remained. Suddenly, a towering figure materialized before it. A radiant arc appeared, the Spectral General. With a defense of 300 and a magical defense of 400, the Spectral General barely managed to withstand the onslaught, as the damage inflicted was a mere 31, 15, 11. Instantly, a multitude of damage values erupted above the Spectral General's head, obscuring clear visibility. Yet even so, its health had merely diminished by 2/3. At that moment, the remaining 3 shooting stars, 20 blizzards, and 13 explosive flames rained down upon the adorable little creature, igniting flames. Frost and arrows. 3, 15, 27, 35, 45, 72. In an instant, the creature's 2,400 health points plummeted to a mere 12, startling everyone present. However, due to the fact that the adorable little creature had consumed the large health potion prior to taking damage, the moment its health dropped, a 0.5-second recovery window activated, restoring 200 points of health, bringing it to 212. Thus, all the ranged damage inflicted upon the adorable little creature concluded. Meanwhile, all ranged units on the opposing side, save for the priest, had been eradicated. In astonishment, the onlookers exclaimed, "How did it survive? This defies logic. It must be cheating. How is this possible?" That health potion was remarkably effective. The timing was impeccable. I believe the key factor was that Spectral General. The positioning of the blink was astoundingly clever, absorbing the majority of the damage. What kind of skill is this, with hands descending from the heavens and emerging from the ground? It's simply extraordinary. It feels as though the screen is filled with hands. Have you noticed? Her footwork seems rather peculiar, as she skillfully evades a multitude of attacks, astonishingly impressive. Truly, the Great One lives up to her reputation. I can scarcely believe my eyes. It is evident that she is worthy of her illustrious title. Today, I have finally comprehended the ancient adage, "A name of great renown bears no falsehood." With such prowess, she is surely on the brink of achieving legendary status. In the live stream, the Resurrection Point in Ginkgo Village and the opposing faction against the Cute World were left in awe by the astonishing display from a player named Adorable Little Meng, eliciting gasps of admiration. Meanwhile, in the World Chat channel, members of Cute World began to flood the screen with their fervent support. Have you seen this, against the Cute World? This is the consequence of opposing us. Let us see who dares to challenge Cute World again. They proclaimed, "Cute World is phenomenal. Long live our leader." The announcement ignited a wave of enthusiasm among other members. Each message in the World channel required a fee of 1 gold coin. However, those who had access to Cute World were not short on funds. And soon the channel was overflowing with messages. "Cute World is phenomenal. Long live our leader." As this chorus emerged, countless bewildered players flocked to the World channel, inquiring about the sudden commotion. Is something monumental occurring? Why are the members of Cute World suddenly boasting? I know you're impressive, and so is the leader. But this unprovoked bragging seems rather pointless, doesn't it? What boasting? Just tune in to the live stream. Our leader is currently engaged in a 1 versus 400 battle. You'll see for yourself. 1 versus 400? What a far-fetched claim. How can it be that Adorable Little Meng is so formidable? Indeed, Adorable Little Meng is exceptional, single-handedly causing chaos among 400 members of Against the Cute World, leaving them in despair. Allow me to clarify. I am merely an anonymous little cat and not a member of Cute World. Despite the skepticism, many people eagerly flocked to the humble live stream of the Great Emperor, ready to witness the spectacle. Wow, the title of the world's best truly belongs to her. Hello everyone, I'm new here. Can someone enlighten me on what has transpired? Don't ask, don't say. Everything is unsaid, just watch for yourself. Indeed, one must see for themselves. In the footage, Against the Cute World, devoid of ranged units, stood no chance against adorable little Meng, who wielded the power of the ghostly general and an array of enhanced skills. Adorable little Meng was mercilessly dominating the battlefield, leaving new players utterly astonished. Incredible! I never imagined you were such a formidable, adorable little Meng. This journey has been worthwhile. I've witnessed something extraordinary. Streamer, when will Cute World advance to level 2? I want to reserve a spot. Me too. Count me in. It is not feasible. I must gather funds. 10 gold coins is no trifling sum. I have made up my mind. From now on, I shall be a devoted member of the spirit of Mo Dong Tian Xia. With such a president, I feel immensely fortunate. I am off to raise the money. In the live broadcast room, over 1 million viewers surged in instantly, igniting the atmosphere with fervor. Countless comments and gifts inundated the screen. A character known as Jiang was swiftly elevated to prominence, standing shoulder to shoulder with the 12 legends. However, whether this acclaim is merely superficial remains to be confirmed against the 12 legends. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Jiang finished off the last member opposing Mo Dong Tian Xia, a series of footsteps echoed ominously from the ground of Ginkgo village. Everyone was taken aback, turning their gazes toward the distance. There, a dark mass of armored skeletons formed a line, completely encircling Ginkgo village. A menacing skeleton clad in Yinling armor, wielding the blood-slaughter sword, was hastening towards them. Jiang Cheng felt a sudden surge of determination as he approached Jiang. Continue to pressure them. Assert your authority. I shall handle the rest. With that, he swiftly advanced, activating the swift shadow of the tempest. The black ice reconnaissance eye focused intently, scrutinizing the approaching blood-slaughter commander. Upon reviewing the commander's information, a knowing smile graced Jiang Cheng's lips. So it is him. Last time at the Black Slaughter Castle, the Blood Slaughter Commander had abandoned the Black Slaughter Commander and fled alone. Later, when Jiang Cheng personally ventured to the Blood Slaughter Castle, he had caught wind of the impending danger and made a hasty retreat. Clearly, the Blood Slaughter Commander holds a profound fear of him. Yet now, he has come to confront him directly? Jiang Cheng's teeth clenched slightly. It must be a unique twist of fate. Chapter 227, World Announcement. Protecting Ginkgo Village. What in the world? A monster siege? We are doomed. With so many soldiers? All at least level 40. How can we manage? Gazing at the endless line of skeletal armies in the distance, everyone silently acknowledged that it was the end. Although the resurrection point is deemed a safe zone for players, it transforms into a hellish nightmare during a monster siege. The monsters harbor no interest in conversing about life. The moment the blade descends, it signifies annihilation. Moreover, it is a perpetual death, one that cannot be halted. They might be slaughtered down to level 1. All equipment lost. It's over, we are finished. All the levels we gained over the past 4 days are in vain. All the gear we fought for wasted. Initially, I believed witnessing this battle would justify my death. But now I realize my understanding of death was profoundly superficial. I truly do not wish to die. Who the hell wants to die? Wait, aren't there guards in the village? Where are they? Countless eyes turned toward the village entrance, only to find no guards present, not even a shadow. Instantly, despair engulfed the multitude. Even if there were guards, they would be of little use. The village's defenders number only around 1,000, all at level 30. Utterly ineffective in the face of such warfare. Yet, at least they could provide some deterrence. Why else would the siege occur at this precise moment? World Announcement. An S-rank hidden quest has been issued. Protect Ginkgo Village. Location, Ginkgo Village, Luoyun City. All players are urged to swiftly head to Luoyun City to accept the quest. Players who successfully aid Ginkgo Village in defending their settlement will receive substantial rewards. As soon as this announcement was made, the atmosphere erupted with commotion. In White Tiger City, Xie Kong had just emerged from a dungeon. Now at level 32, he had completed all instances for levels 20, 25, and 30, and was ranked 1,425th. However, his expression was far from joyful. It was not the rank of 1452 that embarrassed him, but rather the bewildering record of the goblin chase battle that troubled his mind. Holding the flame blade in his hand, Xie Kong fell into a contemplative silence. The others, witnessing his demeanor, refrained from speaking, patiently awaiting his words. After a long pause, Xie Kong finally inquired of his steward, Fuan. Has the official team provided any video evidence of how that fool Jiang managed to clear the goblin chase battle? Master, The officials have not released any data, only stating that the dungeon record is authentic and beyond question. Xie Kong furrowed his brow. A record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. How could that be accomplished? The 10 elite members of the Chong Kong sword team he had brought were meticulously selected. In truth, every deity has their own team. Except for the few who lack the financial means to establish one. Like Qinshan Shui, all other deities possess their own teams, and often more than one. Every profession has its own unique roles and responsibilities, much like his 4 distinct teams, each with its designated tasks. The Chong Kong armed group assists him in hunting bosses, acquiring gear, and various other endeavors. The Chong Kong logistics team helps manage the trivial affairs within the guild, including server-wide procurement of potions and materials, as well as task collection. The Chong Kong execution team is tasked with handling more significant matters and executing special missions. Finally, the Chong Kong sword team stands as his elite group, responsible for accompanying him in dungeons, player killing, and leveling up. Despite its name, the sword team does not consist solely of swordsmen. Among the 36 top-tier experts, there are various professions represented, including even a hidden class. With such a team, along with the strategies contributed by Qi Xiaobai and others, Xie Kong initially felt confident that surpassing the record of 4 minutes and 12 seconds would be an attainable feat. However, after the first attempt, he discovered that their time had only improved by a mere 6 minutes compared to the record set by the God of Records. At that moment, he speculated that it might be a matter of levels, considering that a character named Di Xiaoming had already reached level 32 upon entering the Goblin Chase. Yet, after his entire team achieved level 31, learned new skills, and upgraded their equipment, their subsequent dungeon run resulted in a time of only 8 minutes and 31 seconds. This left him perplexed. How had Di Xiaoming managed to complete it in just 4 minutes and 12 seconds? At that juncture, a skilled player accompanying him through the dungeon, Yuliang Xingkong, stepped forward. "Captain, I believe it may be our unfamiliarity with the strategy that is hindering us." "Indeed, Captain, I too feel that with increased proficiency, surpassing Di Xiaoming's team will be within our grasp," another top expert, Qin Yuming Sha, concurred. However, Xie Kong shook his head. It was not a matter of proficiency, but rather their output that was lacking. "Output too low? Captain, in terms of output, I doubt any team in the entire server can rival the Chong Kong sword team. Though our equipment may not yet be at its optimal configuration, we are still among the top 3 in the server, and no one surpasses our efficiency in dungeon progression. With the Chong Kong armed group at their side, they need not worry about equipment. As soon as levels are attained, the best available gear for that level is delivered to them." Therefore, when Xie Kong mentioned their insufficient output, Xing Yuming Sha felt indignant. "Huh," Xie Kong scoffed. "The gear you are using is standard issue, the best being purple. The truly exceptional equipment is concentrated among solo players and the leaders of major guilds. Take, for instance, Di Xiaoming. She likely possesses no fewer than 5 rare items." Xie Kong shook his head in resignation. "Unless we can find the Law Saint to emerge from seclusion, or persuade Di Xiaoming to lend her prowess, it appears we will be unable to break her record. It must be said that this adorable little creature indeed possesses remarkable qualities. If Su Lianya could successfully recruit her into our sanctuary as the 13th vice president, it would undoubtedly be a fortunate development." Xie Kong dismissed Qin Yuming Sha and the lunar starry sky, turning to Fuin and inquiring, "Fuin, during my time navigating the instance, have any significant events transpired in the Great Wilderness?" "Significant events?" Fuin nodded in response. "Young master, I have heard that President Su has sought the assistance of the Law Saint." "What?" Xie Kong raised his eyelids slightly, a flicker of astonishment evident in his gaze. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly adopted a self-deprecating tone. "It seems she still doubts my capabilities. Nevertheless, they are close friends. Perhaps they can indeed persuade that lunatic, Lan Xingyue, to emerge." Rubbing his temples, he continued, "From your expression, it appears there may be other noteworthy occurrences. Well, it may not be particularly significant, but the recent actions of Mengdong Tiantang have been somewhat ostentatious." "Ostentatious?" Xie Kong scoffed with disdain. "With a personality and strength like that of this adorable little creature, anything she undertakes is merely an inflated facade, a mere tactic to generate buzz." Chapter 228. It appears they have already engaged young master. "This is truly not the case," Fuin said incredulously. President Su has recently launched the Anti-Mo Alliance, which has a team of 400 members in Luoyang City. Yet, all these individuals were annihilated by a single Mo. An entire team of 400 taken down by one Mo? Jiang Cheng inquired, though her tone belied any astonishment. With the presence of the black skeleton NPC by her side, such an outcome was hardly surprising. It hardly constituted a significant event. Well, Fuan, has the armed group made any progress in obtaining the establishment order recently? None, young master. The establishment order is exceedingly difficult to acquire. The armed group has met with misfortune in the blood prison, yielding no results. However, I feel I may not have conveyed the previous matter clearly. What matter? Jiang Cheng's impatience was palpable. Fuan, sensing his master's rising irritation, felt compelled to elucidate further. Failure to provide timely information could result in dire consequences for him. It concerns the Mo she did not rely on. Suddenly, a world announcement erupted. Yinqing Village has triggered an S-grade hidden quest. Protect Yinqing Village. Players are urged to swiftly proceed to Yinqing Village to assist in its defense. Those who safeguard the village will receive generous rewards. Before Fuan could finish, the world announcement stunned everyone into silence. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. S-grade hidden quests were exceedingly rare, and with participation open to all, the rewards this time would likely surpass everyone's expectations. Fuan, do you have any informants arranged in Luoyang City? He was in Baihu City, too far removed from Luoyang City to consider participating. Nevertheless, he needed precise intelligence. Young master, there are several informants in Luoyang City, but none in Yinqing Village. None. Jiang Cheng's brow furrowed. Fuan, this is rather. Please remain calm, young master. While there are no informants from our sanctum in Yinqing Village, we can simply open the live streaming platform on the forum and locate a 1 versus 400 live broadcast. A live broadcast of the Anti-Mo Alliance versus 400 members of the Mo Alliance? Jiang Cheng's frown deepened as she followed the suggestion. Opening the forum's live streaming channel and confirming the existence of the broadcast with Fuan, the elite members of the Chongkong Sword Group, equally perplexed, began to access the streaming platform, seeking the room to watch. This is Yinqing Village? Indeed, young master. The live platform allowed local players to communicate directly, enabling seamless interaction as they watched. At that moment, Yinqing Village was in utter chaos. Over 3,000 players had accepted the hidden quest, donning their finest equipment and preparing meticulously for the impending onslaught of the demonic legion. However, those observing the live stream held little hope for their success. The opposing force is overwhelmingly powerful, with over 5,000 demon soldiers, a dark mass, all above level 40. Each possesses a staggering health of 4,000 and formidable physical and magical defenses exceeding 120. For the players in Ginkgo Village, who are predominantly level 23 with barely over 100 in attack power, these demon soldiers are simply insurmountable foes. It is futile to continue. The disparity in strength is far too great for any contest. If the players here were all level 40 and possessed a rare weapon, perhaps they could withstand the onslaught for a few hours. Alas, I cannot engage, otherwise I would surely send this pack of rascals fleeing in terror. Surely, the one upstairs must be dreaming. Come. I shall impart my 2 years of honed techniques for proper dreaming. I do see a glimmer of hope. After all, with a certain adorable little one leading the charge, it might be possible to hold out for a few minutes while awaiting player reinforcement. Are you perhaps overthinking this? That adorable little one is no deity. Did you not see her nearly fall against the 400-member Anti-Mo faction? In the live streaming room, most players were not optimistic about this village defense. However, Jiang Cheng astutely discerned a crucial detail. Fuan, was that adorable little one truly engaged in the decisive battle against the Anti-Mo faction in Ginkgo Village? Indeed, young master. And this time, she single-handedly obliterated the 400-member Anti-Mo faction. Fuan finally exhaled, relieved to have revealed this matter. Individual prowess. This time, Jiang Cheng could not maintain his composure, his tone tinged with astonishment. No assistance from the black skeleton? The black skeleton did not participate. It was entirely the adorable little one's skill that allowed her to triumph over the 400 members of the Anti-Mo faction. Jiang Cheng's expression shifted, and he requested the captured video to confirm for himself. Certainly, Fuan nodded, understanding Jiang Cheng's caution. Meanwhile, the top-tier experts, such as Yueshing Kong and Qingwen Mingsha, were somewhat taken aback. Upon hearing Fuin's revelation, their initial reaction was disbelief. Given their current strength, they would not dare claim they could face 400 opponents alone. What merit does that adorable little one possess? Yet, in that moment, they had no means to verify the truth, only to suppress their questions and await Fuin's video after the live stream ended. Despite watching the live broadcast, they felt an insatiable itch, an overwhelming desire to know whether that adorable little one truly transformed from a novice into a formidable champion capable of facing 400 foes. To achieve such prowess, she must have received guidance from an expert. Unfortunately, encountering such a formidable challenge immediately thereafter could only be deemed a stroke of bad luck. Jiang Cheng's tone bore a hint of schadenfreude. The rapid growth of that adorable little one astonished him, leaving him deeply curious about the forces behind her. Wait, where is that black skeleton? Such a significant event could not possibly occur without the presence of the black skeleton beside the naive little Meng. In the vast wilderness of the game, the streaming technology has evolved to a remarkably advanced state, allowing for panoramic views during broadcasts. Yet, despite Jiang Cheng's attempts to switch between various camera angles, he still failed to locate Jiang Cheng, leaving him momentarily perplexed. On the hillside at the village entrance, what was he doing? The monsters were besieging the city, and why was the black skeleton not protecting the naive little Meng? Standing on that hillside, what was the purpose? Waiting for the boss. This revelation left everyone utterly confounded. The level 50 boss, Blood Fiend Commander, yet his actions seemed to bear little significance. Even he could hardly contend with such a foe. Did the young master also lack faith in the black skeleton? It was not a matter of skepticism, but rather the undeniable truth. We have gathered intelligence on the black skeleton. With his strength, he might stand a chance against a level 30 or 40 boss, but facing a level 50 boss, I believe that a tactical retreat is the wisest course of action. Jiang Cheng reasoned that with his strength, if he and the naive little Meng took advantage of the chaos to break free, there would be great potential for success, while confronting the threat head-on would be exceedingly unwise. Yet, it appeared they had already engaged in combat. Chapter 229. Indeed, a familiar scent. The Supreme Commander stands majestic. The Supreme Commander is unparalleled across the world. Over 5,000 members of the demon army brandish their weapons, chanting resounding slogans to rally for the Bloodslaughter Commander. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in Ginkgo village was rife with skepticism. How could a mere skeleton confront a boss? What was that foolish little creature thinking? Did it believe that this black skeleton had become divine? Had it lost its sanity? The boss possessed an attack power of 800 and wielded the grotesque skill known as the Bloodslaughter Hand. This black skeleton would be obliterated in an instant. The players expressed their doubts, yet their voices could not sway Jiang Cheng's resolve. Halt! Standing atop the hillside, Jiang Cheng released 3 arrows towards the Bloodslaughter Commander. Whoosh! 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 The arrows embedded themselves deeply into the gray earth where the Bloodslaughter Commander had been poised to step, sinking over 5 inches into the ground. The arrow fletchings trembled incessantly, emitting a low buzzing sound. The Bloodslaughter Commander shuddered, abruptly halting his advance, retracting his right foot, and gazing up at Jiang Cheng atop the hill. An aura of chill enveloped him, shrouded in a veil of dark energy that emanated an ominous presence. His eye sockets glowed with a fierce white light, encased in swirling black flames, hinting at an extraordinary nature. The cloak draped across his back, a blend of black and white, fluttered in the gentle breeze, revealing enigmatic patterns that added to the mystery. What particularly unsettled the Bloodslaughter Commander was the peculiar sense of familiarity that this black skeleton evoked within him, sending a shiver down his spine. Nonetheless, he dismissed it, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Moreover, he had to advance. Failure to do so would jeopardize his standing before the Demon Lord. How dare a mere lowly skeleton attempt to intimidate him? As a fellow undead, he understood Jiang Cheng's words. When Jiang Cheng commanded him to halt, he felt a profound insult. A lowly skeleton dared to demand his stop. Did it consider itself akin to a blood skeleton? Lowly skeleton? Jiang Cheng chuckled to himself, then focused intently as the eye of faith from the black ice vision activated. Instantly, a piercing gaze akin to a blade seemed to penetrate the very soul of the Bloodslaughter Commander, causing him to tremble. -20. -230. The Bloodslaughter Commander possessed formidable magical defenses, so the increase in spell attack power from the Eye of Faith was minimal, yielding only a mere 20 points of damage. However, Jiang Cheng's innate ice attribute damage from his 4 talents triggered, swiftly reducing his health by 230 points. The Eye of Faith also carried the effect of diminishing the opponent's attack speed by 10. Yet, such damage and deceleration posed little threat to the Bloodslaughter commander. He merely felt that this scene was oddly familiar. During the last assault on his Bloodshell castle by the Blood Skull, he deliberately concealed himself atop the fortress, clandestinely observing the tactics employed by the Blood Skull. He discerned that his favored maneuver involved the simultaneous release of 3 arrows, interconnected by chain scythes. Subsequently, he would swiftly approach his adversary using the chain scythes, transforming them into a long blade, delivering a single, devastating strike that annihilated a considerable area in an instant. The supreme leader of Bloodshell gazed at the 3 arrows embedded in the ground, rendered speechless. He harbored grave suspicions that in the next moment, these 3 arrows would metamorphose into a blood-red scythe, poised to slice through him. Following that, he would undoubtedly be besieged by bloodletting crows, desolation archers, and the manic blood prison guardians, all inflicting a myriad of adverse conditions upon him. Ultimately, he would be ensnared by the hands of the blood prison. And indeed, this was precisely the case. Upon the completion of the Faithful Eyes release in Jiang Cheng, there was no further ado. The 3 arrows on the ground transmuted into a black ice scythe. With a delicate chime, the chain scythe was abruptly thrust upwards by Jiang Cheng. A resonant clang echoed as the blade cleaved through the air, displacing soil and sending debris scattering. In the moment that flames surged within the supreme leader of Bloodshell's gaze, a streak of black light sliced through. Subsequently, a torrent of information surged forth. You have been struck by the chilling effect, armor reduced by 50 points, lasting for 3 seconds. 21,197. Ice elemental damage. 230. Secondary weapon cutting effect triggered. 120. Jiang Cheng's total attack power now reached 2780, compounded by various enhancements. Upon landing a critical hit, the damage would quintuple, further augmented by the Dark Dread, resulting in a 10-fold increase. Despite the supreme leader of Bloodshell boasting an impressive defense of 750, the damage inflicted upon him sent waves of shock through all onlookers. Furthermore, that strike triggered the residual effect of Gale Shadow Break. 6,057. The residual effect subsequently activated Ice Calamity. Boom. A vast expanse of frost erupted beneath the supreme leader of Bloodshell. 6,352. Buzz. The black ice chain scythe emitted a mournful wail. The damage from the Ice Calamity effect triggered the Ice Resonance effect. Tearing damage erupted. 1,109. 1,109. You are subjected to a slowing effect, movement speed reduced by 30. You are afflicted by a confusion effect, becoming disoriented for 3 seconds, unable to distinguish friend from foe. The Ice Calamity's damage also triggered the effect of darkness. You are affected by the darkness effect, losing visibility for 30 meters. In an instant, the supreme leader of Bloodshell found himself burdened with 7 or 8 negative states. Various damages manifesting above him. Particularly, the confusion effect rendered him unable to discern friend from foe. Yet, with no enemies in sight, he could only flail his sword wildly in place, hacking at the ground while emitting a series of anguished roars. The scene became exceedingly awkward, leaving the Demon Shah army and all players utterly speechless. What was this boss doing? Swinging his weapon aimlessly? Perhaps he suddenly felt like an orphan, pondering the meaning of life? Who could say? Is this truly the long-lost swordsmanship secret, the reckless sword technique? While countless individuals stood speechless, perplexed, Jiang Cheng remained undeterred, unleashing a series of blood crows, devastating archers, and dark fiend soul commanders in rapid succession. Shattering arrow, armor-piercing arrow, shadow arrow assault, annihilation arrow, 3 arrows of distinct hues, accompanied by 18 lethal projectiles, swiftly soared towards him. Thud, 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 thud. The bewildered blood fiend commander was pierced by 21 arrows. 1 2,136. 2,136. 2,136. You have been affected by the armor-piercing effect, reducing your defense by 50 points. You have experienced the shockwave effect, resulting in a stun for 0.5 seconds every second for 3 seconds. You have been struck by the annihilation arrow, which will explode after 1 second. with a range of 3 by 3 meters. You have fallen victim to the Blood Crow's Blood Siphon effect, diminishing your attack and defense by 6. As the Blood Fiend commander began to recover from the state of confusion, he found himself afflicted with over 10 negative statuses, his skeletal visage contorting into a grimace. At last, he recognized his adversary. It was none other than that cursed blood skeleton, the one who had annihilated the Black Fiend castle, instilling fear in his very being. Why is this blood skeleton here? Brother, you evolved. At least give me a heads up. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged within the Blood Fiend commander's mind. Yet before he could react, 3 arrows from Jiang Cheng struck his head, chest, and abdomen. 23,176. 23,176. 23,176. This time, the simultaneous strike of 3 arrows triggered nearly all possible effects Jiang Cheng could unleash. In an instant, a new wave of negative statuses emerged. Heavy strike stun. You are stunned for 0.2 seconds, suffering 126 points of damage. Frostbite triggered, resulting in a slowing and freezing effect. You are affected by the frostbite effect, with your attack and movement speed reduced by 30. Every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds, you will be frozen, lasting for 3 seconds. Blizzard effect. Afterimage effect. 3 strikes triggered by the Divine Wind technique. In the next moment, 3 strikes activated both the blizzard and frostbite effects. Chaos, freezing, tearing, slowing. Following yet another round of 3 seconds of confusion, the Blood Fiend commander finally ceased his disgraceful sword flailing. His entire being had turned a sickly shade of green. Just as he recovered from the state of confusion, the flames in his eye sockets flickered. Madness. Indeed, it bears a familiar scent. Devil Fiend army, hear my command. Retreat 50,000 meters, and never enter Ginkgo village again. Whoosh. Blood escape in a flash. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, he stormed forth, accompanied by over 5,000 Devil Fiend soldiers, intent on slaughtering the village. The formidable Blood Tyrant, instilling dread in all players, fled in a disheveled manner right before everyone's eyes. And escaped. Chapter 230. Why don't you just take me away? This is quite unscientific. It is exceedingly unscientific. When the formidable level 50 boss, Blood Fiend commander, vanished before countless players using his blood escape, a wave of existential doubt washed over everyone, who collectively exclaimed, "This is absurd." Moreover, the chilling words left by the Blood Fiend commander before his departure sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Retreat 50,000 meters, and never enter Ginkgo village in this lifetime. The implications of this statement were vast. What could have instigated such a reaction from the Blood Fiend commander? What terror must he have experienced to utter such a decree? The sheer fear it conveyed was palpable. They were not the Blood Fiend commander and could not fathom his state of mind at that moment. They could only draw inferences from the recent battle. To repel a level 50 boss in a mere 10 seconds, was that not defying the heavens? Did you witness the damage inflicted by the Black Skeleton? Over 23,000 with a single arrow. It was utterly astonishing. Not to mention, each of its attacks seemed to trigger various negative statuses. That was truly remarkable. I suspect the boss was overwhelmed by these afflictions, leading to his hasty retreat. Frankly, it was my first realization that a boss could be so cowardly. My goodness, the Blood Fiend commander was as timid as a frightened pup. Alas, this meant the S-tier hidden rewards were lost. The top 3 positions gone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was immediately taken aback, recalling that there were indeed rewards for defending Ginkgo village. Furthermore, it was an S-tier hidden quest, with rewards for the top 10 participants. The Black Skeleton had monopolized the top 10 positions. It was simply outrageous. However, after witnessing the swift repulsion of the level 50 boss, no one dared to express any dissatisfaction with the Black Skeleton. After all, it was a being that even the Blood Fiend commander feared. Could they possibly compare? Whoosh. A flash of crimson light. The Blood Fiend commander was suddenly interrupted from his blood escape by a stunning arrow, causing him to reappear 800 meters away from the Demon Fiend army. Instantly, exclamations erupted from the crowd. My goodness, that boss hasn't fled. He merely retreated strategically. We still have a chance to secure rewards. As the Blood Fiend commander materialized in the distance, joy swept through the crowd, and they eagerly turned their gazes towards him. This time, the Blood Fiend commander had only managed to escape 30 meters. However, Amidst the cheers of others, he could not afford to concern himself with such trivialities. Escaping the range of that demon's attacks was of utmost importance. Thus, while the crowd jubilantly anticipated the Blood Fiend Commander's return, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his health bar diminishing once more, and his figure vanished from sight anew. The crowd was left speechless. I once believed you to be a formidable warrior, yet it appears you are merely a cowardly dog. A wolf traverses 1,000 miles to feast, whereas a dog crawls the same distance only to consume filth. The Bloodslaughter Commander does not deceive me. With a swift sound, I anticipated the commander to vanish 5,000 meters away, yet once again, he revealed his presence a mere 750 meters from the demon slaughter army. This time, he was frozen by the chilling frost every half-second, interrupting his blood escape and leaving him immobilized. When he finally regained his composure, it was evident that he had weakened considerably. Instantly, a glimmer of hope arose among the players, praying he would rise again to rally his forces. However, in the next moment, the Bloodslaughter Commander hesitated not at all. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood and activated his blood escape once more. Yet again, he was interrupted, reappearing 700 meters away. Disappointment washed over the crowd. With a flurry of movements within 3 seconds, the Bloodslaughter Commander showcased a breathtaking display before all, as he spewed blood and executed his blood escape rhythmically towards the demon slaughter army. It was so mesmerizing that one could not help but feel compelled to join in a breakdance. The demon slaughter army stood in astonishment as they beheld the commander, who disregarded his own vitality to execute 8 consecutive blood escapes. Such prowess left them feeling inadequate. The commander's indomitable will to survive was astonishing. His might was a source of embarrassment for them. As the bloodied hue of his bones turned pale, the Bloodslaughter Commander drew forth the admiration of the crowd, with many raising their thumbs in respect. Truly, the commander is a paragon for us all. But what in the world are you doing? Can you not see that I am on the brink of death? Hurry and assist me in retreating. The Bloodslaughter Commander was on the verge of despair, raising his paper-white hand to vehemently scold several vice-commanders. Yet, the vice-commanders remained unperturbed. Do not panic, Commander. The Black Skeleton has not pursued us. He likely fears advancing alone. Moreover, the reinforcements from the Rangers are still quite far away. Thus, we have ample time to retreat. After speaking, the vice-commanders felt the tremors beneath their feet and noticed a dark swarm of figures in the distance. Realizing the Rangers' reinforcements had mobilized, they promptly issued commands for all the demon slaughter army to withdraw immediately. The rear guard became the vanguard, retreating 5,000 meters back to the demon slaughter castle. In an instant, dust swirled as over 5,000 demon slaughter soldiers began their orderly retreat. The Bloodslaughter Commander, witnessing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the vice-commanders were indeed correct. The Black Skeleton is but one. He would not dare to venture alone. Perhaps he intends to await the Rangers' reinforcements before launching a concerted assault. It seems that I have narrowly escaped with my life. The Bloodslaughter Commander, breathless, lowered his head, awaiting the arrival of the demon army's palanquin to escort him back to the demon castle. However, what perplexed him was the prolonged wait. The footsteps grew fainter. Yet the demon army did not come to retrieve him. Confused, he raised his head, only to find no trace of the demon army surrounding him. The Bloodslaughter Commander's expression stiffened in disbelief. What the hell? Wasn't it promised that there would be ample time for retreat? Why aren't you taking me away, Duke? A distant voice suddenly called out from one of his subordinates. After our failure to seize the village, we must report back, and it would be best for you to shoulder the blame for this defeat. I trust you understand. The subordinate's words echoed ominously in the air. The Bloodslaughter Commander retorted, I understand your mother. Am I not still salvageable? He gazed towards the dark figures approaching across the plain, despair washing over him. I, Bloodslaughter, have led armies for centuries, earning countless accolades for the Skeleton King, enduring countless battles, slaying tens of thousands, and mastering 7 distinct military units. To think that today, after merely a minor defeat, I find myself in such a dire predicament is profoundly tragic. With a howl directed at the heavens, he turned and cast one last glance at Jiang Cheng atop the hill, their eyes locking across the 800 meters that separated them. Suddenly, a fierce determination ignited within the Bloodslaughter Commander as he resolved to make an astonishing decision. Chapter 231. The most powerful close combat output in the realm of blood and valor, The Bloodslaughter commander knelt heavily upon the ashen earth, sending countless blades of grass flying. His eyes, ablaze with crimson flames, gazed steadfastly towards the southeast. Subsequently, he performed the ritual of 3 kneels and 9 kowtows. With a resounding clang, the Bloodslaughter sword was unsheathed. After the solemn rites, the commander gripped the sharp blade, and before the horrified eyes of countless onlookers, he began to sever the bones of his own arm. To the king, I offer my sacrifice. To the sovereign, I sever my soul, and to the throne, I bestow my bones. I, of the bloodline, extinguish my existence for 3 centuries, never to reincarnate henceforth. With a thunderous crash, as his declaration echoed in the air, the commander shattered his cherished sword into 7 fragments, which fell beneath the blazing sun, gleaming with a blinding radiance. Memories cascaded upon the shards of the sword, each piece a testament to his journey. The Bloodslaughter commander chuckled at his own folly. Then his body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, disintegrating before the astonished crowd. Only a scattering of crimson bone dust remained at the site. The unexpected actions of the Bloodslaughter commander left all in disbelief, shrouded in profound astonishment. An inexplicable sense of sorrow washed over the spectators. This game, so strikingly authentic, even a mere boss possessed such grandeur? Could it be true that a boss would choose to end its own life? Players murmured amongst themselves. Jiang Cheng sighed, shaking his head as if he had grasped the essence of the commander's final gaze. That look was not directed at himself, but rather at the Shadow Soul commander. It seemed he had recognized the subordinate, Bloodslaughter. Despite frequent retreats, the Bloodslaughter remained fiercely loyal to the Skeleton King. This was merely a minor defeat, albeit a devastating one, leading to a profound sense of desolation within him. He understood he could never return to the Skeleton Kingdom. Yet he refused to become a mere servant to Jiang Cheng, as Bloodslaughter had. Thus, he chose self-immolation. Even in death, he sought to evade the fate of being remade in the bone rebirth pool, repeating this tragic cycle. Jiang Cheng held a measure of respect for him, admiring his resolve to choose death over servitude. In honor of the Bloodslaughter commander's choice, Jiang Cheng resolved to resurrect him. With a flourish of his staff, regardless of whether the commander would be tormented in the depths of hell, he expended 5,000 soul power to revive him on the spot. This action left the multitude in utter shock. What? He can resurrect a boss? How unfair. A simple NPC like him has such power. What are we even playing for? This is outrageous. If only I could have such a skeleton by my side. A wave of envy swept over a certain player, who couldn't help but wonder about the nature of their relationship. Countless players were left speechless, lamenting the bizarre happenings in Jiang Cheng. Yet they could not help but admire the sheer fortune of a certain naive and adorable character. In secret, however, they resorted to reporting the situation. Alas, no matter how many peculiar methods they employed to lodge their complaints, the response they received remained a mere 4 words. All is normal. Jiang Cheng paid little heed to their antics. Instead, after reclaiming the Bloodfiend Archdemon's dark scripture, he began to examine its attributes. Bloodfiend Archdemon, in blood quality, legendary level, 1 health points, 6,000 mana points, 6,000 attack power, 100,200 defense power, 100,200 spell defense power, 100,200 skills, Bloodfiend Phantom Hand. 8 gates of Bloodfiend. Talents: Blood Escape, Blood Burst, Blood-Colored Setting Sun, Blood-Colored Fatality, Blood Shadow, Fury Slash, Blood Clone. Upon reviewing the attributes of the Bloodfiend Archdemon, Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. The strongest melee damage dealer of the Demon King's squad had been decisively chosen. Chapter 232. The emotions are quite complex. Bloodfiend's Spectral Grasp. Consuming 500 health points allows one to seize an enemy from a distance of 500 meters, bringing them into close proximity. The cooldown period is 1 minute. 8 gates of Bloodfiend. Sacrificing 50 of one's health activates the first gate for a duration of 10 minutes, enhancing attack power by 100. During this time, ordinary attacks inflict a layer of Bloodfiend effect on enemies. Upon accumulating 10 layers, the second gate opens, increasing attack power by 200. The third gate requires 30 layers for activation, boosting attack power by 300, and this pattern continues, with a cooldown of 90 minutes. Blood Escape. Each time health decreases by 10, the Blood Escape effect is triggered. The range of Blood Escape is 10 by 10 meters, and when actively used, the range expands tenfold. Blood Surge. When health drops to 30, there is a 19 chance with each attack to inflict a Blood Fiend effect. After accumulating 10 layers, this results in 300 attack damage. Crimson Dusk. When health is below 50, attack power increases by 30. Below 30, it increases by 50, and below 10, it surges by 100. Crimson Fatality. When health is below 30, critical hit rate rises by 30, with a 20 chance to deal triple damage, a 10 chance for quadruple damage, and a 1 chance for quintuple damage. Blood Shadow. When health is below 30, dodge rate increases by 30. Furious Slash. Each attack inflicts an additional 25 damage to enemies within a 2x2 range, while passively enhancing 1's attack power by 10. Blood Clone. When health falls below 10, each attack summons a Blood Shadow clone that inflicts damage on the enemy, dealing 50 of the last inflicted damage. The skills of the Blood Fiend Overlord include 1 rare and 1 legendary level. Among the talents are 6 rare levels and 1 legendary dual passive, Blood Escape. Such skills and talents are undeniably formidable. Furthermore, the lower the health, the greater the explosive power. This character is undoubtedly worth nurturing as a melee damage dealer. Additionally, the Blood Fiend's Spectral Grasp allows one to extract monsters from a horde for combat. If surrounded, one can utilize Blood Escape to evade or during a boss fight. Strike a few times and then retreat using Blood Escape. Truly, the Blood Fiend Overlord is remarkable. Jiang City expended 650,000 evolution points to elevate it to level 30. The resurrected skeleton from the Undead Black Cannon cannot surpass the level of its master. Upon reaching level 30, the resurrected skeleton must utilize reinforcement points to further evolve its quality. However, lacking reinforcement points, it can only be elevated to level 30. Soul Grasping Blood Fiend. Blood, quality, legendary level, 30 health, 21,000 mana, 21,000 attack power, 300, 600 defense power, 300, 400 magical defense power, 300, 400 skills, Blood Fiend's Spectral Grasp, 8 gates of Blood Fiend, life and death conversion. Talents: Blood Escape, Blood Surge, Crimson Dusk, Crimson Fatality, Blood Shadow, Furious Slash, Blood Clone. Overview: belongs to the Wings of Catastrophe. After the upgrade, the increase in attack power was rather minimal, yet a new skill, Life and Death Transformation, was acquired. This skill consumes 2,000 magic points to convert them into 1,000 life points, with a cooldown period of 1 minute. It serves as a healing ability, providing Blood Fiend with enhanced sustainability, and in dire situations, it can even be life-saving, albeit with a somewhat lengthy cooldown. Grateful for the bestowed gift, the evolved Blood Fiend knelt before Jiang Cheng, expressing profound gratitude. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly and inquired about his current mood. Unlike the Beastmaster Golden Shield Knight, Blood Fiend, along with Blood Crow and Black Fiend, possesses wisdom. However, after their resurrection, Black Fiend and Blood Crow lost their previous memories. Yet, upon observing the resurrected Blood Fiend, Jiang Cheng keenly noted the absence of the sword at his waist. Remarkably, Blood Fiend retained his original name even after his evolution, which starkly contrasted with the 3 bosses, Black Fiend, Blood Crow, and Blood Prison Demon Guard. Thus, he contemplated testing whether Blood Fiend still harbored memories from his past life. If so, could it assist in his quest to annihilate the Skeleton Kingdom? His emotions were rather intricate. Blood furrowed his brow, casting a complex glance at Jiang Cheng. Indeed, memories lingered. Jiang Cheng felt a stir within. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. It appeared that Blood Fiend, as a leader, possessed unique traits or perhaps harbored lingering obsessions from his former life. "Are you able to wield weapons?" Jiang Cheng inquired, handing a level 5 white quality curved dagger to Blood. Responding humbly, Blood accepted the rusted water dagger and respectfully expressed his gratitude for the gift. Jiang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to comment. It was evident that Blood Fiend was not particularly pleased with this curved dagger, especially considering he had previously wielded a sword of higher quality. Yet now, he was left with a mere rusted level 5 dagger, a situation that was difficult to articulate. This, of course, was Jiang Cheng's intention. Only through dissatisfaction with their current state could he stimulate their ambition. "Blood Fiend, I have a plan that requires your assistance." "My lord, please speak." "I, Blood Fiend, will not hesitate to face any peril." Jiang Cheng nodded in satisfaction. "You should be aware of my recent conquests. having destroyed 2 castles of the Skeleton Kingdom. In Blood reluctantly acknowledged this. How could I not know? Those were all, indeed, mine. However, this was merely the beginning. His ultimate goal was the annihilation of the entire Skeleton Kingdom. What? The entire Skeleton Kingdom? A chill coursed through Ian Blood as he suddenly perceived the black skeleton before him as a devil. He understood what Jiang Cheng expected of him. Forgive me, but I find it difficult to comply with your command. My decision to take my own life stems from a desire to avoid the stigma of treason. I hope, Your Majesty, you can understand my resolve. Yin Xue resolutely declined, his words laden with righteousness. Jiang Cheng was not taken aback. Yin Xue's reaction was anticipated. All I require is for you to delineate the entirety of the Skeleton Kingdom's castles, the distribution of its forces, and the specific types of troops within each castle, along with the commandable forces of each leader. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Jiang Cheng, too, is not omniscient. His sources of information stem from internal testing and extensive research during the era of myths. However, during the internal testing phase, his game level did not ascend as rapidly as it has now. By the end of the internal test, he had merely attained level 50. There remain many regions unexplored, tasks unaccomplished, and bosses unchallenged. The Skeleton Kingdom is not akin to wilderness. It serves as a narrative dungeon, with troop mobilization among the castles. A single misstep could lead to an alliance of castles, and even he would find himself without a burial place. The assaults on Blood Fiend Castle and Black Fiend Castle were the results of thorough examination and deep contemplation on his part. As the levels of the wild monsters and bosses within the castles rise, he must approach the upcoming siege with utmost caution. My sovereign, even if it means my death once more, I shall never betray the Skeleton King. Yin Xue declared with unwavering determination, a glimmer of fearless resolve illuminating his cheekbones. If you consent, I can bestow upon you a level 10 ordinary sword. Impossible. A level 15 elite sword. Impossible. A level 20 rare sword. No. It is impossible. A level 25 rare grade sword. I shall consider it. A level 30 legendary sword. It is a deal. Chapter 233. Will rewards be distributed? At present, there are no legendary swords of level 30 available, but you may take this elite sword of the same level for the time being. Jiang Cheng produced a sharp mercury sword of level 30 from behind and tossed it to Shueisha. He then inquired whether the simple-minded Zhang Mengmeng had brought paper and pen. For some inexplicable reason, a feeling of being ensnared by the master washed over him. Gazing at the mercury sword in his possession, Yin Xue felt deceived. If the master had possessed this elite sword long ago, why had it not been bestowed upon him sooner? This was clearly a trap. Goodness, the master's cunning runs deep. Unable to withstand it, he had no choice but to obediently begin drawing. Was this siege planned by your Skeleton Kingdom long in advance, or was it a spur-of-the-moment decision? After Yin Xue completed his drawing, Jiang Cheng took the blueprint, examining it while posing his question. Upon hearing this, Yin Xue fell silent. He had already betrayed once, and as a person of integrity, he had drawn the troop distribution map for Jiang Cheng. However, he felt he could not betray the Skeleton King again, for such an act would weigh heavily on his conscience. My master, I will not betray the Skeleton King again. It is absolutely impossible. You shall not extract any further information regarding the Skeleton Kingdom from me. Yin Xue firmly rejected Jiang Cheng with unwavering resolve. Nevertheless, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed and abruptly shifted his line of questioning. Shueisha, you were a sword wielder, were you not? Yin Xue nodded. Although he was uncertain of Jiang Cheng's ulterior motives, he believed he could not be deceived again. In that case, you are aware that swords differ not only in quality, but also in attributes. Weapons possess attribute discrepancies, such as metal, wood, water, fire, ice, flame, earth, light, dark, poison, wind, thunder, and so forth. Shueisha, if a skeleton suited for the sharp metal attribute wields an earth attribute sword, would that not be somewhat inappropriate? Jiang Cheng's words hung in the air as he gazed at him calmly. Suddenly, Yin Xue shuddered. The skeleton suited for the sharp metal attribute was none other than himself. All his talents were centered around Shueisha, whose characteristics allowed him to inflict tearing and bleeding effects. The sharp metal attribute inherently included armor-piercing, tearing, and bleeding. In contrast, the earth attribute was associated with enhanced physique and defense. It was common knowledge which weapon would best suit a skeleton with explosive capabilities. To place such a skeleton in possession of a defensive sword was as ludicrous as a mage engaging in close combat with an enemy. Was it merely inappropriate? No, it was exceedingly unsuitable. My master, this siege was a sudden decision by the Demon Lord, intending to seize 36 villages while the forces of Luoyun City are vulnerable, surrounding the city amidst the chaos. Alas, he had been ensnared once more. Little did he expect that his master would possess such cunning. He had promised a level 30 legendary weapon, yet had not specified the nature of its attributes. The master was truly mischievous. So it seems that one cannot solely rely on the system. If the Skeleton Kingdom were to seize Luoyun City prematurely, I would be confronted not merely by the tens of thousands of soldiers within. Moreover, even if Luoyun City were to fall, the Skeleton Kingdom would remain an enduring threat. Jiang Cheng shook his hand and pondered for a moment, instructing the blood-soaked blood fiend commander to follow closely behind him. He arrived at the village's entrance, where he met with the character known as One Little Cute. The opposing faction, Anti-Fun World, has now been rendered silent and under the watchful eyes of so many. They can only quietly await their demise. At the moment Jiang Cheng subdued the blood fiend commander, One Little Cute had already executed 2 rounds of combat. Not only did the other players find it somewhat unbearable to witness, but One Little Cute herself was beginning to feel a pang of guilt. However, Jiang Cheng did not call for a halt, and she dared not stop either. To achieve great things, one must possess a hardened heart. There is no room for compassion when confronting an enemy. Jiang Cheng whispered in her ear, to instill fear in others and ensure their unwavering obedience to your commands. You must first establish your authority in their hearts. Every word you utter and every decision you make must be steadfastly upheld. There can be no faltering. With a determined grit of her teeth, One Little Cute resolved not to show mercy any longer. She consumed several large mana potions and continued to strike with her staff against Anti-Fun World. At that moment, the village chief of Ginkgo Village suddenly emerged from the village, accompanied by a throng of people. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the chief. Here they come. Are they about to distribute rewards? Chapter 234, Strengthening Techniques. The Blacksmith's Manual. What do you think the village defense reward will be? An S-rank hidden quest? I reckon the minimum will be legendary equipment, right? Legendary? I believe your imagination is rather limited. At best, it may be merely a tale. Hiss. Upon uttering these words, a collective gasp resonated among the crowd. For even legendary level items were exceedingly rare, let alone elite ones. Damn, the only blue item I possess is a single ring, which I painstakingly acquired from another's stall. What does legendary gear even look like? I have never laid eyes upon anything rare, save for a fleeting glance at the weapon leaderboard. For 4 days now, I have yet to catch even a glimpse of the rare. Jealousy rends my very being. May the supreme deity in the heavens bless me. I would gladly sacrifice 5 centimeters of my height for a level 25 rare weapon. Goodness, what a bold soul. I would sacrifice 5 centimeters of my stature in exchange for a rare skill book. I implore the celestial deity to recognize my sincerity. Brave warrior, did you save Ginkgo Village? The village chief approached Jiang Cheng amidst the gaze of countless players, eagerly grasping his hand. Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. Hiss. The chief's excitement waned, and his trembling hands steadied. Warrior, follow me. Awkwardly shaking his frostbitten hands, the chief led Jiang Cheng into his humble abode. Bang! The door was mercilessly shut. This left the eager players, desperate to uncover the nature of the reward, in a state of restless anticipation, their eyes bloodshot with curiosity. What a mystery! Could it be a legendary skill book? Perhaps a divine artifact? Who knows what lies behind that closed door? Ah, how I yearn to know the reward. It's utterly infuriating. As others continued to speculate with anxious fervor, the village chief, trembling, produced 2 bound books and a mysterious black box, presenting them to Jiang Cheng. In truth, the chief was reluctant to bestow the rewards upon Jiang Cheng, for in his estimation, the latter was not necessarily superior to the demon-slaying army. However, he had no choice. Having issued the bounty, failing to deliver the reward as promised would incur the wrath of the divine. Yet, this skeleton does not appear to be a benevolent one. He found himself regretting this decision. Perhaps this black skeleton would evolve into a being more formidable than even the Skeleton King. Jiang Cheng accepted the 2 books and the box, his heart fluttering with anticipation. What could the reward for an S-rank hidden quest be? Upon opening the first book, he was utterly taken aback. The Blacksmith's Manual of the Village Chief, Quality, Ordinary Overview. Upon use, it allows one to bypass the class transition quest and become a secondary profession equipment craftsman. Learning conditions. None. What a valuable item. Perhaps this grade seems unremarkable, yet it grants him the opportunity to transition into a secondary profession. The apothecary stone that previously dropped from the Law Cloud team clearly indicated that he could not utilize it. However, upon opening this secret manual, he found himself immersed in learning without the need to undertake tedious job transition tasks. It is worth noting that while the difficulty of transitioning to a secondary occupation is not particularly high, it is exceedingly cumbersome, often consuming about a week of time. Typically, those who transition to secondary occupations are either lifestyle players supported by guilds or affluent players with ample time to spare. Someone like Jiang Cheng clearly lacks the luxury to engage in such tasks. Thus, this forging manual proved to be immensely beneficial to him. System notification. Congratulations on your transition to blacksmith. You have acquired basic forging technique. Basic forging technique. Proficiency. 310,000. Overview. Upon usage, it allows the forging of specified equipment using blueprints and materials, with a 1 chance of creating special equipment with no usage restrictions. Current forgeable level. Level 20 forging requirements. Level 20 mystic iron. Level 20 blueprint. For him, this forging technique holds limited utility. Apart from the ability to forge unidentified equipment, which upon identification can possess various added attributes, its practical use is minimal. However, that 1 chance of producing special equipment with no restrictions is of paramount importance to him. Next, he examined what was available. Body enhancement technique. Quality. Legendary overview. Upon learning, it adds a new skill, body enhancement technique, to the guild. Each level of enhancement increases the life limit by 100 points, up to a maximum of level 20. Learning requirement. Guild leader. This additional skill for the guild is significant. Jiang Cheng's mind raced as he considered the guild's inherent skills. At level 1, the guild possesses only rebirth and meditation, which serve to enhance life and mana recovery rates. Level 2 introduces strong attack, increasing attack power by 20 points per level, and strong magic, boosting spell attack power by 10 points per level. Level 3 includes strengthening, which increases strength by 5 points per level, and wisdom, which augments spirit by 5 points per level. Level 4 offers agility, enhancing agility by 5 points per level, and resilience, increasing endurance by 5 points per level. Level 5 presents fitness, raising constitution by 5 points per level, and defense, enhancing defense by 5 points per level. Level 6 grants precision, increasing accuracy by 1 point per level, and evasion, enhancing evasion by 1 point per level. Levels beyond 7 focus on attribute enhancements such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, flame, wind, thunder, light, dark, and poison. The guild can reach a maximum level of 10, almost strengthening every attribute conceivable. Yet it lacks an increase in life limit. This body enhancement technique is undoubtedly crucial for the guild. For its members, acquiring a skill that increases life limits essentially equates to gaining an additional half-life, presenting a considerable advantage. However, he is unable to learn it himself and must assign it to the adorable little assistant. Fortunately, he opened the final black box. Chapter 235. Has the divine artifact emerged? What is happening? Wasn't it said that monsters were attacking the city? Where are the monsters? Outside the village. Tens of thousands of players who had traveled great distances to reach Ginkgo village were utterly bewildered by the peaceful scene before them. Aside from a girl clad in a crimson robe, relentlessly eliminating a group of players, the others wore expressions of excitement, whispering among themselves. Where was the palpable tension of a monster siege? More importantly, where were the monsters? Brother Duba, what do you think? Inquired the celestial prodigy of the Heavenly Show Guild. Addressing his companion, Duba Tiantian. He and Duba Tiantian, along with Anxiang Yulan and Chituan Tiantian, had previously scouted in Luoyan City. Thus, they were among the earliest players to arrive at Ginkgo village. I'm not quite sure, but I have an acquaintance here. I'll go ask, Duba Tiantian chuckled softly, making his way towards a character named Daxiaming. Yulan, what is your perspective? I'm uncertain as well, but I have an acquaintance here, so I'll inquire. Anxiang Yulan mimicked Duba Tiantian's tone, following him. Celestial prodigy. Don't ask me. I have an acquaintance too. I'll go ask. Chituan Tian and Anshan Yulan then approached Daxiaming. Seriously, do you all have acquaintances? Am I the only one who doesn't? Celestial Prodigy exclaimed in disbelief. However, after contemplating, he realized with frustration that he truly had none. I must see who your acquaintance is, who holds such significance, he resolved, following Chituan Tian. Meanwhile, the other players hastily flocked towards the villagers, inquiring about the unfolding events. Upon receiving their answers, they were left agape, as if struck dumb. What? You repelled a level 50 boss in 10 seconds? Over 5,000 demon soldiers were frightened away by a mere black skeleton? Are you jesting with me? How is that possible? Are you all mad? Or am I? If you choose not to believe, that's your prerogative, but the rewards are being tallied. Do you think we would deceive you for our gain? Indeed. Must you all act as if you've never witnessed anything remarkable? Repelling a level 50 boss in 10 seconds. Surely that's not so extraordinary? Ah, but it is indeed quite remarkable. However, is such exaggeration necessary? They're just finalizing the rewards in the village chief's cottage. We will know soon enough. Is it true or not? All the players who had come to assist were filled with skepticism, gravitating towards the village chief's cottage. Naturally, among the tens of thousands of players, some could not wait and, disregarding the crowd, rushed towards the cottage. Make way. Do you know who we are? We are from the Batian Guild, ranked 21st on the server's guild leaderboard. Make way. Batian forcefully pushed through numerous players, leading a group towards the village chief's cottage. I am eager to see who possesses such extraordinary prowess to repel an army of 5,000 demonic fiends single-handedly. President, I believe this is utter nonsense. These individuals must be lost in a dream. Even with your formidable strength, such a feat currently remains unattainable. As a few of them cursed and grumbled, they made their way to the village chief's humble abode, intent on forcefully breaching the door. A ring? Jiang Cheng gazed at the black ring, quietly resting within the box, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. The ring emanated a faint aura of darkness, crowned with the fierce visage of a demonic dragon. Its crimson eyes glared at him, its maw agape, as if to assert its dominance. Indeed, Jiang Cheng felt a tremendous draconic pressure reverberating through his very soul, as though it sought to shatter his essence and seize control of his corporeal form. Moreover, the ring possessed a peculiar enchantment, ensnaring Jiang Cheng's gaze, rendering him unable to tear his eyes away from the dragon's piercing stare. In mere moments, the black flames within Jiang Cheng's eyes began to transition to a vivid crimson. This transformation left the village chief, who had been quietly observing, utterly astounded. Is he on the verge of being corrupted? According to legend, the stronger the inner demonic thoughts, the faster one succumbs. Yet, this pertains to the wearer. This black skeleton has yet to don the ring. How can such an immense dark aura emanate from it? The village chief was so frightened that he nearly lost his senses and hurriedly attempted to reclaim the Dragon Slayer ring. However, in the next instant, a resounding dragon roar erupted. The entire Ginkgo village trembled. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the village chief's dwelling into splinters, sending countless fragments of wood scattering in all directions. The village chief, along with Batian and others who had just reached for the door, was instantly hurled into the air by a violent force. Soaring to an altitude of 200 meters, they became a flurry of parabolas, descending into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. As the cacophony of explosions resonated simultaneously, Batian was forcefully slammed to the ground, his health obliterated in an instant, dissipating into light. Within a 100-meter radius, dust soared and smoke billowed. Countless players who arrived later stared wide-eyed at the epicenter of the chaos, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. What in the world has transpired? Such a tremendous commotion. Chapter 236. When will the demon dragon make its appearance, and what events shall unfold? Has the reward been obliterated? That tyrant seems to have perished. Ha ha, serves him right. The village head appears to have also met his demise. Upon uttering these words, the previously gleeful laughter abruptly ceased, plunging the entirety of Ginkgo village into an eerie silence. All gazes were fixated upon the former village head's dwelling, breaths held in a collective pause. Simultaneously, a tremor of unease coursed through their hearts, as if a formidable beast of legend were poised to erupt from the earth. At that moment, the village head's cabin, though the smoke had dissipated, was shrouded in an ominous black mist. This malevolent vapor exuded an aura of wickedness, possessing a certain sorcery. A mere prolonged glance would involuntarily conjure ghastly images in one's mind, accompanied by an insatiable urge for violence. Players caught unawares by the encroaching black mist found themselves rapidly corroded before the astonished eyes of onlookers. Before they could emit a single cry of despair, their flesh melted away as if wax under flame, pooling upon the ground, leaving behind only stark white bones. Good heavens! We must flee. That black mist is lethal. Witnessing this harrowing scene, the crowd was instantly shaken. They screamed and fled in terror from the vicinity of the village head's cabin, moving as if they possessed four legs. Once they had distanced themselves by 300 meters from the ominous mist, a sense of cautious relief washed over them, their hearts still racing with trepidation. By heavens! That was terrifying. Playing a game nearly gave me a heart attack. Indeed, this game is far too realistic. Just as the players regained their composure and fled, another dragon's roar resonated from within the enveloping black mist. The onlookers squinted, discerning two crimson glimmers shifting within the haze, reminiscent of the eyes of some primeval beast. Ever restless, within the black fog, something appeared to writhe ominously. System notification: exclusive quest for the Dragon Slayer's ring initiated. Subdue the soul of the demon dragon. Within the black fog, Jiang Cheng received the system notification. The fiery crimson in his eyes gradually morphed back to a mix of black and white. Yield, and become a slave to the ring of darkness. Surrender, and dwell with me. The power of the demon dragon has remained unrivaled for millennia. Following the system prompt, 3 additional voices echoed within Jiang Cheng's very soul. Subsequently, an unending stream of entreaties arose, urging him not to resist and to submit to the demon dragon. However, Jiang Cheng remained undeterred, the flames in his eyes narrowing slightly. The ring spirit? At this declaration, the atmosphere fell silent for a brief moment, the incessant entreaties coming to an abrupt halt. Then, from the ground, now enshrouded in black mist, the Dragon Slayer's ring suddenly expelled 3 ethereal azure souls. A remarkable specter. Can you truly discern our identities? Father, it matters not. No matter how extraordinary a specter may be, it cannot subdue the dragon. It is merely an additional soul to accompany us. His soul flame is exceptional. Even without the enchanted ring, it has already awakened the dragon's will. Perhaps. No, there is no perhaps. When you inherited the Dragon Slayer's ring, I too sensed your uniqueness. Might we refrain from discussing such matters in the presence of new acquaintances? It would suffice to converse in private. The 3 spectral beings hovered in the air, appearing to have known each other for quite some time. Yet, the words exchanged were laden with despair and lamentation. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng, indifferent to their discourse, shook his hand bones and gazed at the ice calamity in his grasp. Lowering his head to inquire, to what extent will my strength be amplified? The reason for his question stemmed from the realization that he was enveloped in dark energy, with his power, spirit, speed, attack, and defense all ascending rapidly. Yet, he remained uncertain as to the ultimate magnitude of this enhancement. It is futile, Spectre. You currently dwell within a secret realm. The dark, suspended energy of this realm will temporarily unleash all your potential, placing you at your zenith. Alas, even at your peak. How could a Spectre compare to a dragon that has lived for millennia? Spectre, relinquish hope. I once held great confidence, believing that upon reaching my peak, the dragon would surely be no match for me. But then, upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng's thoughts stirred. Are you suggesting that the dark energy will elevate me to my strongest state? Before the 3 spirits could respond, Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, activating the heavenly assault armor, transforming his weapon into a chilling spear. When will the dragon make its appearance? Chapter 237. Instant kill of the 12 swords. These words momentarily stunned the 3 ethereal beings. It was their first encounter with a living entity that did not inquire about the means of escape, but rather about the timing of the dragon's emergence. The little undead appeared to possess great confidence. Alas, throughout the millennia, many have harbored such confidence, yet ultimately succumbed to death. Only the 3 of us remain. Their predicament stemmed from the incessant vexations of the father and son duo. A soul with a disheveled appearance disdainfully remarked to the other 2 spirits, "Begone." The father and son retorted in unison. However, after a brief commotion, they resumed their counsel. "Little undead, why not abandon your quest and join us? It would spare you some agony." A roar of dragon essence erupted, startling the trio to the brink of dissipating. The three spirits fell silent, hastily retreating into the dragon-slaying magic ring, trembling within its confines. Yet, their gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene outside. How terrifying! This dragon must have absorbed the soul of its previous host and grown stronger. Does that mean we shall never escape? If we cannot escape, then so be it. We have grown accustomed to this fate. I am merely curious. This skeleton seems somewhat different, does it not? What is different? Tell me, how long can this skeleton withstand the onslaught? Minutes? Even if a wraith were to be amplified 100-fold, it remains merely a wraith. Could it possibly contend with a dragon? Minutes would be an overestimation. I wager it would last less than 3 seconds. The three spirits critiqued Jiang Cheng from within the confines of the ring. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng discovered that as his strength burgeoned, his skeletal frame began to manifest traces of blood. Following this, veins, sinews, flesh, and skin emerged, when his entire being was enshrouded in flesh. And the final strands of hair sprouted forth. A long-lost fervor surged within him. The black ice spear whirled and howled in his grasp, conjuring a vortex of dark energy. With a sudden thrust, the spear's shaft collided with the ground. Boom! The earth erupted, scattering countless clods of dirt, as the spear embedded itself deeply into the ground. Standing resolutely beside Jiang Cheng, he exhaled deeply, caressing his newly formed flesh, momentarily lost in reverie. Never did he anticipate the day would come when he would regain a semblance of a normal body. He cautiously moved his limbs, though he understood it to be transient. Jiang Cheng could not suppress his elation. To be human, if given the choice, who would willingly become a chilling skeleton? His fingers unfurled slightly as he slowly clenched his fist, the power within causing his fingers to crackle. Pressing his fist against his heart, Jiang Cheng felt a long-forgotten heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. That was the heartbeat of humanity. The rhythm was steady and harmonious, a sensation he had not experienced in ages. Yet, alas, it was all but an illusion. With his right hand grasping the ebony spear resting on the ground, Jiang Cheng positioned it before him. His eyes narrowed, and with a sudden stomp of his right foot, the ground erupted into a plume of dark mud. In an instant, he soared into the air, twirling the spear in a spiraling motion within his grip. The icy tip, imbued with a whirling energy, was thrust towards the dark mist 30 meters ahead. Whoosh! The spear, propelled by a fierce rotational force, plunged into the shroud of darkness. A sound resonated, akin to metal piercing flesh, accompanied by a piercing scream echoing from the obscured mist. Roar! Spiraling spear energy. Strength against armor. 111,358. A vibrant bloom of blood erupted within the black fog. Clang! A chain materialized out of thin air, connecting to Jiang Cheng's right hand. With a mighty swing, Jiang Cheng ascended into the air. Simultaneously, a colossal shadow swept past him, stirring a whirlwind of razor-sharp winds. In that fleeting moment, the chain morphed into a Han sword. And as the demonic dragon brushed by, 12 sword shadows sliced through the air. One of the 14 divine techniques, the instant kill 12 swords. Thud, 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 thud. 111, 1358. 111, 1359. 111, 1959. 111, 1119. 111, 1952. 111, 1153. The swords retracted. A second later, 12 blossoms of blood erupted forth. Concurrently, the densely packed damage values accumulated and surged from the height of 300 meters. The three spirits witnessing Jiang Cheng's battle were instantly jolted. What kind of divine technique is this? Chapter 238, 8-Step Collapse Force. Alas, shameless wretch, dared to wound this dragon. The demonic dragon let out a mournful roar, its claws striking fiercely against the black mist. Boom! The ground erupted, sending countless shards of stone and mud flying into the air. Whoosh! The dragon retracted its massive wings, its form vanishing instantaneously within the swirling darkness. The wind howled. A colossal shadow surged towards Jiang Cheng, the surrounding black mist swirling in its wake, continuously torn asunder. The dragon's intent was clear, to utilize its immense bulk to obliterate Jiang Cheng in a direct collision. Yet, Jiang Cheng remained unfazed. Instead, he closed his eyes. attuning himself to the currents of wind around him. Clink! A subtle sound rang out as the tip of his sword nudged forward, gently pressing against the dragon's forehead just as it was about to collide with him. Seizing the momentum, he executed a flash strike. Jiang Cheng propelled himself sideways, retreating swiftly to the left, his hand transforming the sword into a pair of black ice gauntlets, which encased his fists. With each fleeting moment of retreat, his gauntlets made contact with the dragon's advancing form, delivering a series of devastating blows. Dragon head, neck, back, body, abdomen, legs, claws, tail. Bang, 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 bang. 8 thunderous impacts resonated as his fist struck various parts of the dragon's colossal frame. Withdrawing his right fist, the gauntlet morphed into a black ice spear, its tip plunging forcefully into the ground behind him. Clang, 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 boom. The spear scraped against the earth, dislodging a multitude of stones, followed by a resounding explosion that nullified the retreating momentum. Jiang Cheng's figure suddenly came to a halt. Boom, 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 boom. 111, 1953, 211, 1235, 311, 5623, 461, 5237, 595, 1624, 723, 1587, 956, 1623, 1731, 3238. One of the 14 divine techniques, the 8-step collapse force. 8 explosive sounds erupted as they detonated across the dragon's head, neck, back, body, abdomen, legs, claws, and tail. A howl erupted from the demonic dragon, which, amidst its forward charge, was seized by excruciating pain, causing its body to falter momentarily. In midair, it let out a wretched cry before losing control of its form, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, unable to withstand the weight of the dragon's massive body, which instantly cracked open, sending a multitude of earth and debris cascading into the air like rain. You find. The dragon's voice faltered as it coughed forth a mouthful of blood, its body cloaked in a shroud of shattered stone and dirt. The 8-step collapse force, executed with collapsing fists, struck instantaneously at the opponent's head, shoulders, back, hands, tail, hips, knees, and feet. 8 powerful strikes detonated in sequence at intervals of 0.12 seconds, capable of inflicting up to 7 stacked heavy injury statuses upon the adversary in an instant. The damage inflicted escalated with each strike. The demon dragon endured the 8 steps of Jiang Cheng's collapse, inflicting a staggering damage of 51 million. Its health plummeted by 2/3 in an instant, leaving the 3-ringed spirits utterly dumbfounded. My heavens, what kind of divine skill is this? Is it possible that the demon dragon, which has roamed for 3,000 years, could be vanquished by this undead in merely 3 seconds? Is he truly an undead being? 12 blades per second? 8 punches to severely injure the shadow demon dragon? How did he accomplish this? He is simply a once-in-a-millennium genius. Is he not an undead? Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the 7 Abyss Celestial? I believe he is far more powerful than the demon dragon. What 7 Abyss Celestial? I contend he is the reincarnation of the god of destruction. 7 Abyss Celestial, god of destruction. 7 Abyss Celestial, god of destruction. Enough with the noise. The demon dragon is not yet deceased. Who will triumph or falter remains undetermined. Perhaps this undead is already at the end of its tether. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sounds of wind echoed, 12 afterimages appeared in the air. Jiang Cheng's figure rapidly approached the prone demon dragon. Before it could react, the Han sword descended from above, striking fiercely at the dragon's head. Instantaneous, 12 blades. A vast array of sword shadows transformed into overlapping fan-shaped formations above the demon dragon's head. In an instant, countless damage notifications emerged. Puff, 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 puff. 311, 1135. 311, 1135. 311, 1135. 311, 1135. Due to the severe injuries sustained by the demon dragon, Jiang Cheng's every blade dealt an astonishing 3 million damage. Moreover, he could unleash 12 blades in a single second. Possessing the frenzied escape technique, he did not require repositioning. He struck directly with the simplest and swiftest method. delivering blows to the demon dragon with lightning speed. In that moment, the area surrounding the demon dragon, shrouded in black mist, was filled with a multitude of black sword shadows. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's life force dwindled to a mere thread. Roar! The demon dragon finally awakened from the shadow of death, making a desperate struggle. It opened its massive jaws, gathering countless flames within, and unleashed a ferocious breath towards Jiang Cheng. Alas, the demon dragon still had a trick up its sleeve. Its fiery breath could annihilate even the mightiest archangels. This is disastrous. Chapter 239, Slaying the Shadow Dragon. Whoosh. The frenzied escape technique. A surge of black light illuminated the surroundings. In the fleeting moment of confusion experienced by the three spirits, Jiang Cheng's figure had vanished within the flames. When he reappeared, he was already positioned atop the dragon's massive head. Die! The dragon, upon realizing this, erupted in a fit of rage, its entire body rising as it unfurled its wings, colliding its massive head against Jiang Cheng's form. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the three spirits, Jiang Cheng was pinned down by the dragon, and together, they soared straight up to an altitude of 3,000 meters. Just as the three spirits cried out in despair, 12 shadowy figures suddenly materialized in the sky. Clang, 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 clang. The dragon let out a mournful wail. Its colossal form spun as it plummeted downwards, accompanied by a howling wind. Boom! The dragon descended like a gigantic projectile, crashing violently into the ground, producing a thunderous roar. Every player in Ginkgo village felt the tremor emanating from the earth. The ground instantaneously fractured, unleashing a myriad of stones and dirt into the air. At that very moment, as the dragon's body struck the ground, Jiang Cheng's Han sword transformed into a formidable black ice hammer, descending from above to strike the barely alive dragon with immense force. Bang! Crack! The black ice hammer slammed directly onto the dragon's skull, bursting forth a cascade of blood, shattering its cranium. 611-5358. Congratulations on slaying the soul of the Shadow Dragon, earning 15 million evolution points and 15,000 enhancement points. System notification: successfully subdued the dragon, gained the dragon's will and submission, and the dragon-slaying ring has purged its malevolent aura, transforming into the dragon-slaying God Ring. As the system's announcement echoed, the dragon's massive body lay still upon the debris-strewn ground, devoid of any signs of life. The three spirits were left in disbelief. The Shadow Dragon, has it truly perished? The formidable Shadow Dragon that had roamed for 3 millennia was vanquished by a single blow? Father, was the dragon previously injured? Why was it so feeble? Indeed, wasn't he the dragon supposed to be stronger? Why does it feel like it crumbled like paper before this undead? If that's the case, I feel I could also slay it. Shut up. Do you really consider yourself significant? It's not that the dragon was weak. Rather, this undead is exceptionally powerful. For reasons unknown, I can't shake the feeling that this undead hasn't even exerted its full strength. Hiss. At this remark, the father-son duo of spirits inhaled sharply. It wasn't he without reason. They both shared that same sentiment. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. What exactly is the origin of this undead? It is simply too formidable. For reasons unknown, I suddenly feel a twinge of pity for the Shadow Dragon. The three spirits trembled in the ring's space, unable to suppress their speculations. As the system prompt faded, the surrounding dark aura began to contract, continuously flowing into the magic ring. The bloody dragon, sprawled upon the ground, was gradually enveloped by the dark essence, being drawn into the depths of the ring. The magic ring levitated in midair, absorbing the dark energy while trembling incessantly. 10 seconds later, the dragon's form vanished within the shadows. 20 seconds later, as the last wisp of dark energy surged into the ring, a chime echoed. The magic ring ceased its quivering and fell to the ground. The black band began to shed its darkness, emanating a radiant golden glow. In an instant, the dark mist dissipated, and the sun's rays poured down from the heavens, illuminating Jiang Cheng's form. Subsequently, it swiftly decomposed his flesh, evaporating him into a skeleton enveloped in dark flames. Skeletal Big Brother, a voice called out, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped Jiang Cheng's icy form as a small, adorable creature bumped into him, causing him to stagger slightly backward. A faint, Sweet fragrance wafted through his nostrils. Whoa, I thought Skeletal Big Brother was going to abandon Lemon, that you didn't want Lemming anymore. As the small creature held him tightly, trembling slightly, warmth spread through Jiang Cheng's heart. The dark aura had a corrosive effect on the flesh. Although he was unaware at the time due to his demonic state, he recognized the sinister nature of this dark essence. From the perspective of players stationed 500 meters away, he could sense their terror, fear, and reverence. Such dark energy was evidently beyond their daring reach. Yet, upon emerging from the shadows, the first being he saw was the small creature, and she was the only one. The nearest players, like the humble emperor, were still 300 meters away, followed by others like Dark Fragrance and Ghost Orchid at around 400 meters, all trembling and gazing at him with fearful eyes. With a deep sigh, Jiang Cheng patted the small creature's shoulder, reassuring her, "Do not worry, my duty is to protect you. As long as you are alive, I cannot perish. Yes, you must promise me that before I die, you will take care of yourself and avoid such reckless risks next time." Undeterred by the strange gazes from those around them, the small creature refused to release her hold on Jiang Cheng. He smiled softly, stroking her back to calm her nerves. "All right, silly girl. I haven't picked up my ring yet. I went to great lengths to subdue it. We must not allow anyone else to claim it. They wouldn't dare." Humph. The small creature shot a defiant glance at the surrounding players. Then, in a huff, she released Jiang Cheng's embrace, and, before he could react, dashed towards the rubble pit to retrieve the Dragon Slayer ring, returning triumphantly. Chapter 240. Here we go again, alas. The hue of that ring appears to be orange. My goodness, an epic ring, truly terrifying. It was only after Jiang Cheng, accompanied by the adorable and naive Xiaming and the humble emperor, departed that the scene erupted into a stir. "So what? Do you dare to seize it?" Zhao Hua Tianxiu inquired of Zhao Hua Shinxiu beside him. "Seize it? President, please refrain from such jesting. If I heard correctly, within that swirling black mist, there lurked a dragon." Zhao Hua Shinxiu stood upon the bloodied rubble, gazing into the vast pit before him, shivering. The sounds emanating from the black mist, I surmise, must be the black skeleton engaging the dragon, yet, once the mist dissipated, the dragon vanished. Zhao Hua Tianxiu nodded. That dragon was likely slain by the black skeleton. The large pool of blood on the ground suggested that the dragon was at least 100 meters long. 100-meter dragon, vanquished with a single shot, truly invincible. Brother Du Ba, given your rapport with Xiaming, have you extracted any intelligence? Du Ba Tianxia shook his head, thinking too much. Now that Xiaming has established a guild, we may soon become rivals. She would never divulge her secrets to me. Your words imply that among guilds, only interests remain constant. There are no eternal foes. It seems the incentives you provide are insufficient. Enough of this fruitless debate. All we need to know is to avoid provoking Meng Dong Tianxia for now. Du Ba Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. You lot, always playing coy, what is the point? Beixiang, arriving from the resurrection point, vented his frustrations. In my view, that black skeleton is nothing special. Why do we establish guilds? The very essence of a guild lies in numbers. As long as I can muster enough people, no one is beyond defeat. If 401T suffice, I'll rally 500. If 500 fails, then I'll gather 1,000. Beixiang looked at his lost levels, feeling disgruntled. He believed this entire predicament stemmed from the black skeleton's actions, and thus he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Beixiang, ever the audacious one, I wish you swift success. Du Ba Tianxia scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Humph, I shall take your words to heart. Once I seize that ring, you shall have the pleasure of witnessing it. Beixiang was well aware of their condescension, but chose silence, leading his followers away instead. This fool is courting disaster again. If numbers were truly effective, what need would there be for the 12 divine beings? Du Ba Tianxia regarded Beixiang's retreating figure with contempt. Some individuals blindly trust in the strength of numbers. One cannot fault them for that, remarked Zhao Hua Tianxiu with a smirk. Enough about that fool. Pray tell how you came to know Xiaming. I am quite curious. Big brother skeleton, what transpired within that black mist? A naive little creature sat atop the skeletal steed, nestled within Jiang Cheng's cloak. Her curiosity piqued as she spoke. It's nothing. Just a dragon that seeks to usurp my body. Ah, there's actually a dragon amidst the black mist? The little creature trembled with excitement. In Chinese culture, dragons symbolize the highest authority, and are considered untouchable. Even in the West, where dragons are often seen as embodiments of evil, their power is undeniably formidable. Although Jiang Cheng was exceptionally strong, how could he remain unscathed in the presence of a dragon? This dragon is so wicked, daring to seize the body of my skeletal elder brother. If I encounter it, I shall strip it of its tendons and skin. Humph. The little creature indignantly defended Jiang Cheng. At that moment, the dragon, quietly awaiting its restoration within the dragon-slaying ring, shuddered in fright upon hearing her words. Jiang Cheng smiled knowingly. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall let you spar with it. Wow, really? Skeletal elder brother, you are so kind to me. Why are you so good to me? I don't even know how to repay you. I do not require repayment. Jiang Cheng replied with a gentle smile as he continued to guide the skeletal steed towards Luoyun City. Countless players cast curious glances at them. Yet both Jiang Cheng and the little creature remained unperturbed. But I still feel a bit guilty. You are too good to me. If I don't repay you, I won't be able to eat or sleep. No, I must repay you. The little creature's personality was indeed a bit stubborn. Throughout the journey, Jiang Cheng found himself at a loss for words as she continued to dwell on the matter. Despite having previously ignored her, she brought it up again. Intrigued, Jiang Cheng wondered why she was so determined to repay him. All right, how do you wish to repay me? Really? Upon hearing Jiang Cheng's agreement, the little creature was overjoyed. Then, skeletal elder brother, extend your hand. I need to steer the horse. I can't free my hands. Jiang Cheng shrugged in exasperation, producing a series of clicking sounds. Then just stop for a moment. The little creature tugged at Jiang Cheng's cloak, her demeanor almost endearing. Reluctantly, Jiang Cheng halted, turning to extend his hand towards her. In an instant, the little creature swiftly adorned his skeletal finger with a resplendent golden ring. There, I have repaid you. Now I can sleep and eat in peace. Gazing at the ring resting upon his bony finger, the little creature's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, her exquisite face lighting up with excitement. Here we go again. Observing the rapidly shrinking dragon-slaying ring, now snugly fitted on his ring finger, Jiang Cheng could only shrug in bemusement. He had initially thought that when she picked up the ring, she intended to keep it for herself. Thus, Jiang Cheng said nothing and simply considered it a gift for her. Unexpectedly, this naive little one attempted to trick him again. Although he had an inkling while reaching out, he chose not to expose her. It seems you are not as foolish as you appear, Jiang Cheng remarked, playfully pinching her small nose. Hee hee, the little one pouted. When have I ever been foolish? It is you, skeleton big brother, who is the slow-witted one, humph. Jiang Cheng chuckled softly, producing a tome on strengthening techniques and handing it to her. Learn this, and then we shall purchase some battle formation scrolls from the guild shop. The battle formation scrolls from the level 1 guild shop could temporarily augment the attack and defense of all guild members by 10. These scrolls were limited in daily availability, and it was wise to procure them early and stockpile. He also suggested learning the rebirth meditation. But, skeleton big brother, it seems we have run out of gold coins, the naive little one said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Out of gold coins. Jiang Cheng paused momentarily, feeling a bit awkward, but then glanced back at the slowly advancing figures of the humble emperor and others. No worries, you still have plenty of equipment, right? We can set up a stall in the city soon. Also, summon the humble emperor over. We need to discuss the matter of the 91 cut from the live broadcast. The naive little one responded. A 91 cut? Might that be a bit too harsh? Chapter 241. Practicing strengthening techniques. What do you think is the relationship between the president and the skeletal overlord? It's obvious. They are a couple. Haven't you seen them embracing each other? However, this skeletal love. As Yu Shaoqing walked, a peculiar smile crept onto her lips, and her expression turned somewhat strange. You wouldn't understand, would you? Love is never constrained by numbers or races, remarked Shimen Longting with a knowing smile. It seems you possess considerable insight, brother Shimen. Since numbers are no issue, when might I join in on the activities between you and Jiao Jiao? Yu Shaoqing playfully patted his shoulder, wearing a somewhat lewd grin. If you fancy her, I'd gladly yield her to you. You're not Jiao Jiao's boyfriend? How can you possibly engage in such things? Jin Daosher looked at the two with disdain. Old Jin, you know nothing. To me, girls are like seafood. I, Shimen Long Nicholas Haimouting, carry the scent of the sea wherever I go. Why sacrifice an entire ocean for a single abalone? Despicable scoundrel. The humble emperor looked at Shimen Longting with contempt. Such good fortune, yet you don't include me. Humph, with your pathetic skills. It's better you don't even try to seek out suffering, Shimin Longting scoffed. But speaking of which, how much did you earn from your recent livestream? We're counting on your gold to level up. Don't even mention it. It's not much, just 1,500 gold. Hiss. 1,500 gold. We're rich. Indeed, live streaming is immensely profitable. Why bother with games or acting? I've made up my mind. I'll start streaming tomorrow. Shimin Longting's eyes lit up, his breath quickening with excitement. I've even thought of a name for the live stream. My daily adventures of farming with the president. Get lost. The humble emperor swatted at him. This money was earned thanks to the president, and it was the members of the guild who made it popular. You think you can earn 5 copper by streaming? Moreover, this money needs to be distributed by the president. Then I can rest easy. The president is so generous. He will surely split it evenly with us. 50-50 means 750 gold for each of us. Old you, what is the current gold exchange rate? It's about 1 to 60,000 now. It has dropped significantly. Yu Shaoqing expressed a hint of regret. Goodness. 60,000. Converted into RMB, that amounts to 45 million. Why bother with minor rolls? Shimin Longting exclaimed excitedly, and the others joined in his jubilant cheer. Yet, the humble emperor viewed it differently. Don't celebrate too soon. Have you forgotten how you entered the realm of Mo Dong Tianxia? How did we enter Mo Dong Tianxia? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of what he meant. Wasn't he at just 10 gold? Wasn't he that the case, old boss? I call you foolish, yet you continue to act dim-witted. The humble emperor wore an expression of exasperation, as if lamenting the folly of his companions. Have you all forgotten the moniker of our president? Upon hearing this, several individuals finally grasped the significance. Their president was renowned as the money-sucking sorceress, charging a fee of 10 gold coins to join, which had drawn the ire of many. Yet, she remained unfazed, her demeanor unflinching, which only underscored the validity of her title. The question lingered. How much of the 1,500 gold would they actually receive? I believe that although the president is dubbed the money-sucking sorceress, she wouldn't be excessively unreasonable. A 64% share seems about right, one suggested. I would argue for 73, as we must afford the money-sucking sorceress some semblance of respect, another countered. No. I posit it should be 82. Interjected the humble emperor, interrupting the discourse with conviction. 82. Surely not. I find it hard to believe our president is of such a disposition. Moonlight Qing expressed her skepticism. Shimin Longting shared the sentiment. I too believe that while she is called the money-sucking sorceress, she possesses a kind heart. When we previously robbed her, she did not retaliate, indicating she is merely misunderstood. It cannot be 82. Enough of this. The president has summoned me, and I shall discover the truth upon my return, declared the humble emperor, hastening towards Yi Tiao Dui Xiaomeng. Upon his return, his demeanor suggested a profound sense of disillusionment, piquing the curiosity of his peers. What is it, boss? Could it truly be 82? They inquired. Their eyes filled with anticipation. The humble emperor rubbed his forehead and sighed. Well, I can only say, she truly lives up to her title as the money-sucking sorceress. Wow, big brother Skeleton, you earned so much in just one live stream? Yi Tiao Dui Xiaomeng exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the surplus of over 1,300 gold coins. That's because you have popularity. An ordinary person wouldn't enjoy such fortune. Jiang Cheng remarked with a smile. Oh, Yi Tiao Dui Xiaomeng responded, enlightenment dawning upon her as she opened the guild interface. Mo Dong Tianxia, level 140. 053 100 000. Members 1,000 territory. None learnable skills. Regeneration, meditation, strength training. Guild contribution 110 000. Guild shop, level 1. Guild rankings. First. Guild funds 10 000 gold coins. Guild map, none. Guild warehouse, rusty saber, rusty chain, cross. Your contribution points 22 000. Costing 1 contribution point and 1 silver coin. Strength training was successfully learned. Costing 3 contribution points and 3 silver coins. Strength training was successfully learned. Costing 12 contribution points and 12 silver coins. Wow, how exorbitant. Yi Tiao Dui Xiaomeng lamented, observing that her endeavor to learn strength training had consumed 200 gold coins and 20 000 contribution points. To reach level 20, The full mastery of strength training would require 200 gold coins and 20,000 contribution points. In the future, there are still numerous skills to acquire. Yet she feels that she simply does not possess sufficient funds for such learning. Furthermore, the consumption of contribution points exceeds her expectations. How does one obtain contribution points? Dear skeleton brother, contribution points can be earned through completing tasks, defeating guild bosses, donating resources, and signing in. As the guild leader, you benefit from a 20 contribution point bonus from your members. Oh, with the 20 bonus from all members, I only have over 20,000 points. Does that mean ordinary members have merely a little over 1,000? Indeed, they cannot fully learn a skill under such circumstances. Each individual has a daily limit on the contribution points they can earn. For ordinary members at level 1, the limit is 1,000. At level 2, it is 2,000. And at level 3, 3,000, and so forth. Jiang Cheng replied, the attributes added by the guild are indeed powerful, and naturally, there will be limitations. This is quite normal. After explaining, he gazed at the ring in his hand. Dragon Slayer ring, quality, epic level, 41, 165. 385 4 million, strength, 50 agility, 50 spirit, 50 critical damage, 20 attack power, 130, 150 spell attack power, 130, 150 Dragon Slayer, inflicts 500 damage to dragon-type creatures. Divine power, increases all attributes by 0. 3 times in dark power. Black suspense, consumes 1,000 points of black suspense energy to double all attributes for 10 minutes. With a cooldown time of 6 hours. Black suspense energy, 135, 685. No wonder no additional attributes were added. It turns out he lacked the requisite level. Chapter 242, The Chaotic Blood Slash. This ring is remarkably powerful and possesses growth potential, comparable to the King's ring of the adorable little one. However, in contrast to the King's ring, its attributes are far more formidable. It can amplify all attributes up to 3 times, delivering an extraordinary burst of power. With an attack and spell attack of 130,150, it reaches the level of a rare weapon of the 30th tier. Moreover, with an additional 50 points in strength and agility, it effectively enhances attack and spell attack power by an astounding 200 points. The 500 damage bonus against Dragonkin is also a significant weapon. It is noteworthy that many bosses in the vast wilderness are associated with Dragonkin, underscoring the strength of this dragon-slaying trait. It seems I must expedite my leveling up. Jiang Cheng mused. Their levels had stagnated somewhat. After a hard-fought battle against a demon dragon, they received no experience points, which left him feeling rather displeased. Currently, the adorable little one was still at level 34, and it was likely that she would soon be caught up by the likes of the madman Xia Dongli. Without the title of the world's #1 belonging to the adorable little one, entering the city in the future might necessitate a bloody fight. In the vast wilderness, the 108 cities are filled with hidden talents, far more terrifying than the wilds. Given his current strength, it would be impossible to storm in. Thus, leveling up is of the utmost urgency. However, before that, it is essential to enhance his skills. Xiao Meng, it's your turn to ride. I'll upgrade my skills. But, I don't know how. The adorable little one was somewhat bewildered, having never ridden a horse before. Yet, without hesitation, Jiang Cheng lifted her onto the front. Still feeling shy, the adorable little one soon realized the horse had already begun to gallop. Ah! A shriek escaped her lips, drawing the attention and intrigue of countless players. Wow, has the girl become so bold now? Riding with a skeleton, indeed. I feel utterly obsolete. With prowess in combat, one can slay enemies atop a steed. With grace, one can be mounted by a horse. Such girls are rare. Can the nation even produce them? I find myself enviously contemplating the black skeleton. I often feel out of place due to my lack of eccentricity. I once believed that through my efforts, I could catch up to you all. Now it appears that I have lost. The BMW, the girl. The affluent skeleton, reminiscent of the time I was cast aside by my girlfriend. I must go defeat an 82-level boss to alleviate my distress. Listening to the sounds around her, the adorable little one nearly faced social demise. It was all too embarrassing. However, her mortification was quickly dispelled by the wild bucking of the skeletal steed. Under her control, the skeletal horse behaved like a runaway stallion, darting about wildly. Several times it nearly collided with players, provoking a chorus of curses from those nearby. Riding requires an understanding of how to utilize one's center of gravity in harmony with the horse's weight, as well as familiarity with the patterns of the horse's shifting balance and the ability to coordinate adeptly. Mastery of the communication language, the use of reins and saddle, and the application of pressure to the horse's flanks to convey commands are essential. In the backdrop, Jiang Cheng held the hand of the naive and endearing Zhang Mengmeng, guiding her patiently on how to communicate with the skeletal steed. Under Jiang Cheng's deft tutelage, the skeletal horse's fury subsided. Zhang Mengmeng attentively absorbed his instructions, engaging in dialogue with the skeletal steed. Gradually, she began to discern a subtle technique. This inaugural experience of horseback riding allowed her to appreciate both the elegance and joy it offered, all the while marveling at Jiang Cheng's vast knowledge, as if she had unlocked the gateway to a new realm. Yet, with Jiang Cheng behind her, as she settled her mind, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng on horseback commenced the integration of his passive skills, expending 100,000 evolution points, 200 enhancement points, and 2 gold coins to successfully merge the skills of lifesteal and heavy strike. The lifesteal and heavy strike underwent a breakthrough in evolution, culminating in the rare level skill, primordial blood slash. Chapter 243, Explosive Flame Breakthrough Evolution. Hellfire Wall. After diligently mastering the body fortification technique, the naive and adorable Zhang Mengmeng generously bestowed all his amassed gold coins upon him. Consequently, his gold coin balance surged to a commendable total of 142 pieces, ensuring he was not lacking in wealth. Moreover, with 21 million evolution points and 14,800 enhancement points at his disposal, he decided to invest 550,000 evolution points, 500 enhancement points, and 55 gold coins to elevate the Primordial Blood Slash to level 10. Primordial Blood Slash. Quality, Rare Level, 10 Skill Type, Passive Overview. Ordinary attacks inflict damage, granting a 16 lifesteal effect. Upon executing a normal attack, there is a 16 chance to deal a critical strike, stunning the opponent for 0.5 seconds and inflicting an additional 16 of attack power and damage. When a critical strike is achieved, the lifesteal effect is doubled. With a lifesteal effect of 16 and the capacity to stun during critical strikes, coupled with the double lifesteal, his survival was greatly fortified. As for the skills of Leap Slash, Troll Transformation, Frenzied Escape, and Gale Shadow Break, a fusion breakthrough evolution was proposed, requiring 4 million evolution points, 4,000 enhancement points, and 400 gold coins. However, Jiang Cheng declined the fusion request. It was not due to a lack of evolution points or reluctance to spend. Rather, he recognized that these 4 skills possessed temporal value. Utilizing them separately would yield superior results, while merging them might elevate them to legendary status. It would ultimately restrict his versatility. The Explosive Flame Breakthrough Evolution required 10,000 evolution points, 100 enhancement points, and 1 silver coin. He proceeded with the evolution. Congratulations, the Explosive Flame Breakthrough Evolution was successful, and he acquired the Explosive Flame Wall. Jiang Cheng subsequently expended 54,000 evolution points, 5 for 100 enhancement points, and 5 gold and 4 silver coins to upgrade the Explosive Flame Wall to level 10, thus triggering another breakthrough. This next evolution necessitated 100,000 evolution points, 1,000 enhancement points, and 10 gold coins. He opted for the evolution. Congratulations. The Explosive Flame Wall successfully underwent a breakthrough evolution, transforming into the legendary Hellfire Wall. Hellfire Wall. Quality, Legendary Level, 1 Skill Type, Active Overview. Consumes 200 mana points to unleash explosive flames within a 5 meter area, dealing 200 spell damage. Following the explosion, a Hellfire Wall is established within the same area, inflicting 50 spell damage every 0.5 seconds. The Hellfire ignores 30 of the target's spell defense and lasts for 10 seconds. A formidable new skill had arrived. Jiang Cheng gazed with satisfaction at the skill description. The Hellfire Wall not only dealt a staggering 200 spell damage upon initial impact, but also laid down a wall of fire on the ground. This wall would deliver continuous spell damage over a span of 10 seconds, disregarding 30 of the opponent's defenses. Given his spell damage capacity, It was estimated that it could incinerate approximately 26,000 health points from the adversary over its duration. Moreover, with his magical prowess, he could unleash a barrage of hellfire walls at a rate of 3 per second, spanning an impressive range of 30 meters. Within a mere 10 seconds, he could meticulously lay down a firewall extending over 300 meters. It was truly terrifying. The only drawback, however, was the exorbitant consumption of mana. With his current mana pool of 4,050, casting just 20 would deplete his reserves entirely. The most potent magic potion could only replenish a mere 1,000 points of mana, with a recovery rate of 200 points every half second, which was utterly insufficient to keep pace with his expenditure. He pondered whether he could acquire guild skills. It stood to reason that since he could level up and there was a leveling system in place, he should be considered a player. Yet, it appeared he had no means to access the guild interface. This was quite frustrating. He sighed, realizing he still lacked the necessary strength. By the way, dear skeletal brother, do you happen to have a name? Chapter 244. Is your guild leader's boyfriend really that impressive? Always calling you Skeleton Big Brother. How peculiar. Yet, I don't even know the name of Skeleton Big Brother. A naive little girl, riding a horse, curiously inquired upon arriving at the gates of Luoyang City. A name? Who would lack one? However, this particular name is shrouded in taboo. Jiang Cheng could only speculate on the little girl's reaction after hearing this. My surname is Jiang. And my name? Hurry. The city lord's mansion in Luoyang City is under siege by the Array Emperor battling the undying divine phoenix. Before Jiang Cheng could finish his sentence, a commotion erupted at the city gates, followed by a surge of people rushing towards Luoyang City. Why was the Array Emperor in Luoyang City instead of Xuanwu City? It was anyone's guess. The undying divine phoenix had also arrived, and they were engaged in battle, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, one could only witness such a spectacle in the professional league. Goodness! How did the Array Emperor and the undying divine phoenix end up clashing? Regardless, this was the 12 divine beings battle, a rare chance to glean combat techniques. What a remarkable opportunity. The throng of people, accompanied by screams, swept the naive little girl into the city. Even Jiang Cheng was nearly swept away by the crowd. Had it not been for his innate talent of the black ice bone, which could freeze surrounding life, he too would have been caught in the tide. Nevertheless, despite this, he and the little girl became separated. Skeleton Big Brother. The little girl was engulfed in the crowd, momentarily panicking. Even her desperate cries were drowned out by the surrounding clamor. What on earth is happening? Yu Shaoqing and others arrived at the city gates, staring in astonishment at the frenzied players. Are you truly unaware? The Array Emperor and the undying divine phoenix are battling in Luoyang City. You must be living under a rock. A priest player disdainfully glanced at Yu Shaoqing. However, upon noticing the emblem of the prestigious Guild Mingdong Tiantong above Yu Shaoqing's head, his expression shifted. Hey, brother, you're actually from Mingdong Tiantong? Impressive. I never imagined I would encounter a player from the #1 guild in the world. Your guild leader is remarkable. 1 versus 400. Simply invincible. Yu Shaoqing nodded proudly at the remark. Of course, our guild leader is a legendary figure, and I was fortunate to join. But how did the Array Emperor end up clashing with the undying divine phoenix? Curiosity piqued. Yu Shaoqing and the others pressed for answers. Well, I initially didn't want to share, but since you're from Mingdong Tiantong, I suppose I must oblige. The priest said mysteriously. Seeing the eager expressions of the humble emperor and his companions awaiting his words, he felt a surge of pride. Actually, the battle between the Array Emperor and the undying divine phoenix is closely related to your guild leader. Related to our guild leader? Yu Shaoqing and the others leaned in closer, intrigued. Indeed, I heard it was a wager between the two. Whoever wins gets to pursue your guild leader. Pursuing our president? I believe you are overthinking it. After all, our president is already taken. The humble emperor wore a look of disdain. Taken? The priest player appeared bewildered, surprised at how swiftly this had happened. Wasn't it said that she was an 18-year-old goddess? How could she have found someone so soon? What a world yet. Does it even matter? Consider that these are 2 esteemed deities. Would you dare to reject the advances of a divine being? Well, that might indeed be the case, replied the humble emperor. Just because they are deities does not necessarily mean they surpass our president's boyfriend. Yu Shaoqing and the others nodded in agreement, evidently resonating with this perspective. Is your president's boyfriend truly that exceptional? Is he more remarkable than the 12 deities? Chapter 245. The battle of the sovereign versus the undying phoenix. In truth, it is indeed quite impressive, the humble emperor declared with a proud countenance. Humph, as if that were the truth. Who does not know that the 12 divine beings are the pinnacle figures of the online gaming realm? In the vast wilderness, they are the most elite individuals, unmatched by any other. The priest held a deep skepticism towards the pride displayed by the group. Aside from the late Great One, no one surpasses the 12 divine beings. Let us not pretend that your guild leader's boyfriend is the supreme god, or that he has faced off against the 12 divine beings and emerged victorious over one of them, shall we? The group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, Jiang Cheng was not the supreme god. Moreover, Jiang Cheng was indeed more formidable than the 12 divine beings. Their assumptions about his prowess were merely conjectures. Although Jiang Cheng boasted high damage, he had yet to engage the 12 divine beings in battle, leaving them uncertain if he was genuinely superior. Speculation without practical experience is nothing short of folly. It could only be said that their bravado had grown excessive. Oomph, I knew you were merely boasting. Now, what do you have to say? Well, let us consult the principal party. The group found themselves in an awkward silence, uncertain of how to respond. Upon spotting Jiang Cheng still at the city gate, their spirits lifted. They hastily approached him, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. Skeleton boss, why aren't you entering with the guild leader? Jiang Cheng shook his head, explaining that he had intended to enter before they called out to him. Let us go? Skeleton boss, let us squeeze in together. The climactic battle of the 12 divine beings is a rare opportunity to learn. Despite their lingering trepidation towards Jiang Cheng, they were no longer overly concerned. Jiang Cheng refrained from commenting. After all, the gestures he made were beyond their comprehension. Moreover, he lacked the enthusiasm to converse with a throng of men. Nodding slightly, he transformed his black ice into armor, donning it for protection against accidental collisions. It is essential to note that his status was somewhat unique, allowing him to engage in combat within the city. Make way, make way. We are from the Guild Awakening the World. To all esteemed brothers, kindly show us some courtesy. The humble emperor addressed the jostling crowd ahead. The #1 guild in the realm, Awakening the World? Goodness indeed. Please, you go ahead. Upon seeing the insignia atop the humble emperor and his companions, the crowd of players displayed a flicker of reverence. After the adorable little Meng single-handedly vanquished 400 members of the opposing guild with absolute prowess, the reputation of Awakening the World transformed dramatically. Once regarded as a notorious money-grabbing guild that everyone despised, it had now become one that commanded respect, with players eager to join. It had turned into a coveted prize in the eyes of countless gamers. Particularly alluring was the guild's admission requirement, which only called for gold coins, devoid of any skill prerequisites. This was undeniably enticing for the vast majority of non-technical players. Upon encountering the humble emperor and his companions, the multitude of players swiftly cleared a path for their entry. Astonishingly, the influence of the mighty Awakening seemed immense. The humble emperor and his entourage were momentarily taken aback by the scene unfolding before them. What had begun as a mere offhand remark had unexpectedly proven to be remarkably effective. Instantly, a swell of pride surged within them, as they felt that the most prudent decision of their lives had been to join Mighty Awakening. Comrade, add me as a friend. Be sure to notify me when the guild levels up. Indeed, brother, reserve a spot for me. Bring me along during the upgrade. As countless players stepped aside, they inundated the humble emperor and his companions with friend requests. The group, not wanting to appear dismissive, waved their hands in gratitude. After all, such an opportunity to bask in glory was unprecedented in their lives. They must seize the moment to flaunt it. Brother, count me in. Take me with you. The previously mentioned priest, witnessing this spectacle, was suddenly filled with the desire to hitch a ride on their coattails. He hurriedly approached Yu Shaoqing and the others, donning a broad smile. Without the chance of squeezing in alone, he recognized this fortuitous opportunity and resolved to take advantage of it while he could. Seeing this, the humble emperor could only nod in resignation, knowing that having someone privy to insider information nearby would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than their bewildered expressions. Brother, where will they duel? Once Yu Shaoqing and her companions made their way into the city, they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. At the life and death arena. My friend, every city boasts such a venue, designed for players to engage in friendly duels when they have nothing better to do. It can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, making it an ideal setting for grand displays. They must be preparing for their showdown there. The priest interjected, by the way, who is your guild leader's boyfriend? Could you possibly introduce us? Upon hearing this, the group exchanged peculiar glances, cautiously pointing toward Jiang Cheng ahead. That would be him. What? The priest exclaimed, astonished. Are you referring to the one who struck fear into the blood fiend commander with 6 arrows and a blade, compelling the retreat of 5,000 demon soldiers? The priest's gaze fell upon Jiang Cheng's silhouette, causing him to tremble. The humble emperor's livestream had provided a panoramic view of the event. Jiang Cheng's gallant demeanor had been witnessed by countless viewers. At that moment, he had dispatched a formidable level 50 boss with just 6 arrows and a blade, instilling such terror that the enemy fled in panic, even declaring a retreat of 50,000 meters, vowing never to set foot in Ginkgo village again. This signified that, in the eyes of that level 50 boss, Jiang Cheng was a godlike figure. The boyfriend of a seemingly innocent character turned out to be this formidable individual otherwise. Just look at the dragon ring on the hand of that skeletal overlord, and then at the phoenix ring worn by our guild leader. Contemplate the implications. Goodness, dragon and phoenix rings. Truly remarkable, this transcends racial boundaries. The priest continued to speak, but suddenly halted, sensing that should he continue, he might unwittingly resurrect a point of contention. Though he had silenced his lips, deep within, he pondered whether this individual could truly compare to the indomitable phoenix of immortality and the emperor of a race. Meng Chongqing, the phoenix of immortality, revered as the foremost of priests, was dubbed the unkillable, having only faced defeat twice since his emergence. On the other hand, Nian Songxing, the emperor of a race and the preeminent magic swordsman, was also hailed as an impenetrable bastion, having once declared that no one could slay him within his formations. In truth, the emperor of arrays had never been reported to suffer defeat while ensconced within his own array. Could he truly measure up? Thus, the saga commenced. The stage was set. Chapter 246. You can see for yourself what she looks like. When Jiang Cheng and Yu Shaoqing arrived at the life and death platform, the array emperor and the undying divine phoenix had already taken their positions, one on each side. The crowd below was already overflowing. A sea of heads rendered it impossible to spot a single figure of the petite mo. However, the humble emperor had a small friend he could reach out to. The skeleton boss asked me to tell you that she is fine, the humble emperor conveyed to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he turned his gaze towards the life and death platform. The array emperor, known for his profound understanding of formations within the entire server, held many titles, including the Absolute Fortress, the man who touched the realm of the divine, the Walking Arbiter, and the leader of the FFF League. The title Walking Arbiter referred to his proclivity for meddling in others' affairs. According to his fans, he had intervened in a staggering 17,816 disputes throughout the game. Even Jiang Cheng's disciple, known as the God of Records, remarked that he could never surpass that record. The array emperor seemed to be a man perpetually entangled in trouble. Whether he was leveling up, purchasing potions, completing quests, or battling bosses, every step he took in the game inevitably led him into disputes. And whenever such conflicts arose, he could not resist stepping in to mediate. Like a wandering arbiter, he endeavored to resolve various predicaments for others. However, his mediation often yielded less than favorable outcomes. Statistics from his fans indicated that, among couples he intervened with, a staggering 80 ended up breaking up. This unfortunate trend also contributed to his nickname, the leader of the FFF League. Due to his in-game ID, which translates to caring for all, others jokingly referred to him as the caretaker of the populace. Nevertheless, his understanding of area skills and formations was undeniably unparalleled. Although Jiang Cheng prided himself on being a versatile master, he would not dare claim superiority in the realm of formations, as the array emperor dedicated himself entirely to this discipline. His greatest strength lay in his ability to observe an opponent's attributes and accurately calculate the probability of triggering a formation. The activation effects and probabilities of formations are inherently random. While they may fluctuate based on the opponent's attributes, such probabilities remain unpredictable. The array emperor could foresee when an opponent would trigger a formation's effect with an astonishing accuracy of 90, right as they stepped into his trap. Luck is an elusive concept, often referred to as the realm of the divine, a domain that cannot be seen or touched, nor can it be controlled by human hands. Many believe that a coin toss presents a 50 chance for either side. However, when fortune is not on your side, you may find yourself tossing the coin 10 times and landing on the same side each time. The Array Emperor, with his ability to calculate probabilities, earned the admiration of players who dubbed him the man who touched the realm of the divine. The undying divine phoenix, Meng Chongqing, was also known as the invincible cockroach, a paragon of resilience and the foremost priest in the game. He possesses a widely circulated motto, "I may lose, but I shall not perish." This phrase encapsulates the essence of his gaming journey. The cleric class is diverse, encompassing various builds such as the tanky healer, pure support, and damage-oriented healer, among others. The tanky healer focuses on vitality, boasting high health and robust defense, with the primary strategy of serving as both a healer and a formidable shield. The pure support build is the simplest, revolving around acquiring various enhancement skills to provide assistance to teammates. This archetype is the most commonly played and often lacks depth. Conversely, the damage-oriented healer leans towards offensive capabilities, utilizing skills primarily designed to counteract malevolence, demonstrating significant effectiveness against summoners. Typically, those who adopt this build do so to tackle bosses and delve into dungeons, finding themselves ill-equipped for player-versus-player combat, where they can only contend with summoners. It is worth noting that the cleric class is not inherently designed for PvP engagements. However, Meng Chongqing is distinct. He employs a passive build. The cleric has few passives, and they are triggered solely upon being attacked. For instance, the Holy Shield grants a 20 chance to restore 1 of health when struck at level 20, while Divine Grace similarly enhances health recovery speed upon being attacked. The Light Guardian offers a 20 chance to increase health cap by 1 when hit. These limited passives, combined with the regenerative skills of Life Rebirth and Thunderstrike, amount to only 6 passives available to a cleric at level 100. Yet, Meng Chongqing has masterfully exploited these abilities, transforming himself into an invulnerable melee cleric. His technique is not convoluted. It revolves around passively absorbing damage, triggering various passives, and actively restoring health, rendering him nearly immortal. Indeed, in one-on-one encounters, no opponent has succeeded in vanquishing him. His only 2 deaths occurred in a 1 versus 4 against a remarkable player and a 1 versus 10 against elite competitors. Even Jiang Cheng, in their past encounters, failed to defeat him. Though that was in bygone days, the present remains uncertain. Each individual possesses distinct characteristics, yet Jiang Cheng opines that a duel between the two would lack excitement. A healer and a support engaging in combat resembles a contest between a practitioner of the Golden Bell Shield and one of the Iron Cloth technique. Meng Chongqing only needs to position himself outside the formation of Nian Sanxing to maintain an undefeated stance. Jiang Cheng believes it is prudent to spice things up a bit. Old Meng, with so many spectators, aren't you feeling thrilled? The Formation Master, wielding a radiant level 30 glow sword, remarked to Meng Chongqing. Meng Chongqing merely scoffed, thrilled? They're here merely to watch the spectacle. If you spend your days observing others, have you ever considered that one day you might find yourself the subject of their amusement? This indeed rings true. I have long grown accustomed to both watching and being watched. The Formation Master retrieved a piece of yellow cloth, beginning to polish his glow sword, his tone imbued with a hint of resignation. I truly did not wish to participate in this showcase unless absolutely necessary. Meng Chongqing twirled the staff in his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. The task assigned by that enchanting Su Lianya was one we could not avoid. What does she know about the game? A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on the face of the Array Monarch. Both of us are defensive types. What is the point of engaging in such a mindless confrontation? I reckon the hundreds of thousands of spectators present would soon grow weary of it. Meng Chongqing nodded and pondered for a moment. How about this? I will enter your formation, and if I cannot withstand for 60 seconds, I shall concede defeat. The Array Monarch's eyes brightened at his words, and he slapped his thigh. This is a splendid idea. Ever since I became this damned 12 divine spirits, no one has dared to enter my formation. I truly despise this title. However, what on earth does Su Lianya intend to achieve? Creating such a commotion and stipulating that the victor must pursue a certain Dai Xiaomeng? To be frank, I have no idea what this Dai Xiaomeng looks like. What if she is even less attractive than you, and I win? Wouldn't that be a significant loss for me? Upon hearing the Array Monarch's shameless remarks, Meng Chongqing was left speechless. However, when he noticed someone suddenly approaching from the audience. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. As for what she looks like, can't you just take a look for yourself? Chapter 247. Consider it a challenge. As the words of the arena master hung in the air, a sudden chorus of shrieks erupted from the crowd below. My heavens! The grand spectacle has arrived. The one and only, the adorable and innocent Tiao Dai Xiao Meng has graced us with her presence. What brings her here? Is it her discontent with Wu Wu Kai and Guan Song Sheng using her as a wager? This is truly unparalleled. Could she be intending to take on two opponents single-handedly? It appears we are on the brink of witnessing a legendary clash among the three titans of the online gaming realm. Such a monumental event cannot be solely mine to relish. I must capture this on video. Beneath the life and death stage, countless players screamed in astonishment, with many already recording the unfolding drama. The forums were instantly inundated with a plethora of posts, dominating the entire gaming community. Stunned, the arena master and the undying phoenix duel for the right to confess to Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. The main character has arrived. Shock. The president of the world's premier guild, Tiao Dai Xiao Meng, takes the stage, displeased at being treated as a pawn, to single-handedly challenge the two divine beings. Decisive battle in Luo Yun City. The goddess faces off against the undying phoenix and the arena master. The spectacle has begun. Hurry in. Yet, such matters were of no concern to Nian Songsheng, who was merely captivated by the beauty of Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. As one of the 12 divine beings, he was accustomed to the advances of many admirers, having encountered countless beauties. Nevertheless, the charm of Tiao Dai Xiao Meng left him momentarily spellbound. Her figure and features were undeniably exquisite, but such attributes are typical among beauties, who invariably exceed the norms of allure. What truly set Tiao Dai Xiao Meng apart was her aura, pure yet tinged with a delightful naivety. Her adorable visage seemed to radiate a glow, her skin so radiant it appeared to glisten. Moreover, her accolades were numerous: the highest rank in the realm, president of the foremost guild, the wealthiest player, and the first to reach level 30, among others. How could Tiao Dai Xiao Meng possess such a captivating presence? Indeed, she was irresistibly charming, far surpassing the older Su Lianya. Old Meng, come forth and face your fate. Meng Chongqing interjected. I recall you lamenting your misfortune not long ago, wearing a reluctant expression. When did I ever say such a thing? Old Meng, are you attempting to vie for my attention? Remember, you are a man with a child. Begone, I am not so shameless. Meng Chongqing cast a disdainful glance at him before turning his attention to the approaching Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. The life and death stage was vast, adorned with a circular Taiji emblem, stretching 300 meters in length. Thanks to the player's awareness, only the arena master and the undying phoenix occupied the stage. However, traversing such a grand space required time, even for Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. Meng Chongqing pondered her motive for ascending the platform. Could it truly be, as the audience speculated, that she aimed to challenge him and Nian Songsheng? Yet, unlike Meng Chongqing, Nian Songsheng had already dashed towards Tiao Dai Xiao Meng, eager to curry favor. My lady, I know you must be captivated by my dashing good looks, coming forth to request my autograph. Here, do not hesitate, take it and cherish it well. Upon finishing his words, Nian Songsheng handed a signed piece of paper to the slightly taken aback Tiao Dai Xiao Meng. It was the first time Tiao Dai Xiao Meng encountered such unabashed audacity, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, beneath the life and death platform, a multitude of spectators erupted in raucous cheers, rendering her speechless. Was it truly the case that the Emperor of the Zhun had personally signed it? This must be unprecedented. Indeed, beauty is justice. The Emperor of Zhun is shameless, yet I cannot help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be if I were in Tiao Dai Xiao Meng's place. What are you daydreaming about? Tiao Dai Xiao Meng is the president of the world's foremost guild. Who do you think you are? Am I not allowed to speak? Oh no. The manager is smitten. Is this the rhythm of a direct confession? Goddess, please accept it. This is the first time the Emperor of Zhun has taken the initiative to sign for someone else. Accept it quickly. This is akin to a love letter, isn't it? Alas, why am I devoid of such fortune? This is infuriating. The audience, witnessing the scene, erupted in various expressions of envy and jealousy. Simultaneously, countless spectators began to urge Tiao Dai Xiao Meng to promptly accept the emperor's signature. Yet, Tiao Dai Xiao Meng clearly did not share this sentiment. She had no need for his signature. No need. The Emperor of Zhun was momentarily taken aback by such a direct rejection. However, true to his shameless nature, he swiftly adjusted his mindset. Listening to the clamor from the crowd, a glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Adopting a strategy of retreating to advance, he said, "Hey, miss, you're making this rather difficult for me. At least grant me some face. Why not accept it for now, and you can discard it later?" Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming shook her head, her expression radiating refusal. This left the Emperor feeling rather awkward, but just as he prepared to retract the offer, a chilling bony hand emerged behind Yiqiao Dai Xiaoming and accepted his signature. "No worries, consider it a challenge." Chapter 248. You all go together, What is that skeleton doing here? Upon the appearance of Jiang Cheng, the Array Emperor was momentarily taken aback. A skeleton suddenly emerged, exuding an icy aura, extending a hand towards him in a startling manner. Had it not been for the Array Emperor's exceptional composure, he might have instinctively drawn his sword in defense. What does this mean? Observing Jiang Cheng holding his signature, both the Array Emperor and the audience below were left in a state of bewilderment. Being slapped in the face by a Na'vi little creature was already quite embarrassing, yet now a black skeleton had intruded unexpectedly. What a bizarre turn of events. The skeletal figure inquired, "Is this a challenge you are issuing to him?" The Na'vi little creature's interpretation only deepened the Array Emperor's confusion. What? Am I issuing a challenge to a skeleton? When did his entrance become so trivial? The Array Emperor was perplexed, utterly failing to grasp the implications. Despite his reluctance towards the consequences of being termed a righteous deity, was it truly necessary for him, as the esteemed Array Emperor, to personally issue a challenge to a skeleton? What nonsense is this? The Array Emperor challenging a black skeleton? What is the significance of such a creature, with a face so formidable? Indeed, a mere skeleton demanding a challenge from the Array Emperor is absurd. What madness has possessed this Na'vi little creature? Perhaps she believes the skeleton she summoned is invincible. Haha. Is this meant to induce laughter upon the streets? The players below, upon hearing the Na'vi little creature's words, also found it hard to believe, questioning her sanity. Among the hundreds of thousands present, while some had witnessed her 1 versus 400 live stream, the majority had not. Even those who had watched were predominantly focused on her, with very few paying attention to Jiang Cheng at that time. This segment of the audience would have liked to assert Jiang Cheng's prowess, but alas, no one believed them, and they chose to remain silent. Moreover, they felt Jiang Cheng was courting disaster by provoking the Array Emperor, one of the 12 righteous deities, a top-tier figure in the online gaming world, undeniably one of the 12 supreme overlords. "I see you wish to challenge me?" The Array Emperor signaled for silence with a wave of his hand, and the crowd fell silent in an instant. "If it is indeed you who seeks to challenge me, I can oblige. Frankly, I have always been quite audacious, yet upon encountering you today, I might make an exception and be even more shameless. To be honest, I have not mentored newcomers in quite some time. I have grown weary of dealing with that bunch of rascals." The Array Emperor sheathed his glowing sword, gesturing for Jiang Cheng to proceed. However, his actions implied that Jiang Cheng was not worthy of his challenge. Furthermore, his tone while addressing the Na'vi little creature was akin to that of a mentor guiding a junior, inciting frustration among those present, including Yu Shaoqing. Damn it. While I knew the Array Emperor had no shame, I never realized he could be this shameless. President, take him down. Take down what? What are you all thinking? Just go all out. Leave the rest to miracles, for this is the Array Emperor. Regardless of your strength, you cannot possibly surpass the might of the Array Monarch. Can you? The earlier remarks made by the priest player left Yu Shaoqing and her companions utterly speechless. Just as they were about to retort, an unforeseen turn of events transpired on the battlefield. Meng Changqing approached the adorable Dai Xiaoming, attempting to mediate. "Dear President Daimei, do not heed his nonsensical prattle. He is merely a scoundrel, utterly shameless. If you wish to engage in a friendly spar with him, I can certainly facilitate that for you. After all, there are no distinctions between novices and veterans. The game comes second, while friendship reigns supreme. Haha." Meng Changqing was aware that the Array Monarch was likely incensed by Dai Xiaoming's disregard, which prompted this intervention. However, Su Lianya had previously advised against provoking Dai Xiaoming. Thus he felt compelled to step in. As for the ominous black skeleton, it would be best to disregard it. Despite its fearsome appearance, it remains merely a summoned creature. As members of the 12 true gods, They had yet to encounter a precedent for accepting a skeletal challenge. I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to challenge you. My previous interpretation may have been slightly misconstrued. In fact, the skeleton elder merely suggested that the two of you should face off together. Chapter 249. If you lose, join our guild together? Upon uttering these words, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that the seemingly innocuous character, the naive little one, would speak with such audacity. To suggest that both divine beings engage in a contest with her? I nearly burst into laughter. Could it be that this naive little one had become so inflated with pride? It was astonishing that she would challenge two formidable deities to a duel. A ripple of derisive laughter cascaded from the audience. The Alliance monarch was renowned as an impenetrable fortress, especially when paired with the formidable duo, one being the strongest healer and the other the most powerful support. Together, who could possibly overcome them? Observing the impressive gear of the naive little one, I recalled her previous livestream, where it was evident that with the Ring of Kings, her damage output was considerable. Perhaps she truly stood a chance of breaking through after all. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd, Meng Chongqing shook his head. Although he was now married and had a family, having mellowed his temperament, the words of the naive little one still irked him. Nevertheless, compared to the Alliance monarch, he maintained a more composed demeanor. The naive guild leader had taken her jest too far, despite both being vice presidents of the sanctuary. There had never been a precedent for teaming up against a newcomer. As one of the 12 divine beings, pride was an inherent trait, and it was not customary to accept challenges lightly. This reluctance stemmed not only from annoyance, but also from the realization that a victory would yield little benefit, merely perceived as a matter of course by others. Conversely, a loss would be unbearable, though he believed that losing to a naive little one was inconceivable. Enough of the chatter, let us see what you've got. I've heard your damage output is impressive, and your gear is commendable. Let us put it to the test. The Alliance monarch interjected, his patience wearing thin as he felt his dignity was being severely tested, especially in front of such a large audience. Are you sure about this, guild leader? Meng Chongqing responded, exasperated with Nian Songxing. Their intention in coming here was not to engage in such a display. Did not Su Lianya, that old woman, proclaim her desire to stage a showcase to redirect players' attention back to the sanctuary? Defeating the naive little one would be the ultimate spectacle. Did he not think so? The Alliance monarch sent a private message to Meng Chongqing. What nonsense. A victory would only lead to accusations of bullying the weak, while a loss would be far worse. Do you find this amusing? What are you contemplating? Are you truly so uncertain of your own strength? Is defeat even a possibility for us? The Alliance monarch wore an expression of discontent. Enough of the talk. You wouldn't understand the feeling of rejection. I've taken on countless grievances for Songxing, and today I shall stand up for myself. I will teach her a lesson. Will you join me? Meng Chongqing hesitated for a moment. Are you still a man? So indecisive, can your wife endure this? Curse you. Fine. I'll go with you. Meng Chongqing, provoked, flashed a look of irritation before muttering, let me consult that old woman. Nian Songxing remained silent. A minute later, as the anticipation in the air thickened, Meng Chongqing finally donned a new expression. The charming president. While engaging in a friendly contest is certainly acceptable, it must come with some stakes. What are the stakes, you ask? Should the charming president face defeat? I would hope you would contemplate joining my esteemed sanctuary, which is willing to offer the position of the 13th vice president. Have we already resorted to schemes so swiftly? Jiang Cheng chuckled lightly, sensing that Su Lianya held considerable confidence in the prowess of the erased sovereign and the immortal phoenix. In truth, the duel between Meng Chongqing and Nian Songxing bore no relevance to him. His primary intention in this matter was merely to prevent the sanctuary from gaining any undue momentum. This duel, ostensibly a challenge between two prominent deities, was, in fact, a maneuver by the sanctuary to suppress the recent fervor surrounding the Rising World. Indeed, the Rising World has garnered an excessive amount of attention lately. Regardless of the disparaging remarks emanating from the audience, Jiang Cheng addressed a little sprite, saying, Little Meng, assure them that, of course, it cannot be a one-sided affair. Inform them that if they lose, they too must agree to join my Rising World. Ah, will they really agree? The little sprite inquired, somewhat taken aback. Fear not, they will acquiesce. Chapter 250. The agreement takes effect. The battle commences. I can agree to your terms, but I have a condition of my own. A trace of helplessness flickered across the face of the adorable little character. The swift compliance caught both the Array Emperor and Meng Changqing by surprise. Such confidence, devoid of hesitation. Was it possible that the adorable little character had harbored intentions to enter the sanctuary all along? What is your condition? After a moment of contemplation, the adorable little character lightly tapped her staff and declared, "If you lose, I want you, and you, to join my guild, Dreaming World." In an instant, excitement erupted among the crowd. The guild leader is so formidable. What a bold move to recruit two deities. The members, including Jiang Cheng, were ecstatic, cheering with fervor. To directly name two divine beings and entice them to betray the sanctuary was an audacious act indeed. However, the pessimistic priest dampened their spirits. What are you all thinking? Regardless of whether the Array Emperor agrees, you must first win. It seems we have no chance of entering Dreaming World. The stringent requirements for entering the sanctuary were notorious. And now that they had finally found a guild that only required gold for admission, it was all jeopardized by their leader's impulsive decision. The priest's frustration was palpable, and he was not alone in his sentiments. Others shared the same doubts, questioning whether the adorable little character had lost her senses. What does the sanctuary represent? How could Dreaming World possibly compare? Would the Array Emperor consent to such terms? What are you thinking? It matters not whether they agree. Do you truly believe that the adorable little character can defeat the Array Emperor and the Undying Phoenix together? Indeed, that combination, in a one-on-one or 2-versus-2 scenario, is practically insurmountable. With the Array Emperor's enhancements and the support of the Undying Phoenix, their health pools would likely exceed 3,000. Precisely. With elevated health and the Undying Phoenix providing backup, the Array Emperor could easily shift from defense to offense. Do not be misled into thinking the Array Emperor is merely a support character. He once triumphed over the former Sword Emperor using a powerful ice and fire technique in the sword trial competition. If the adorable little character believed she could exploit their lack of offensive capabilities, one could only conclude that her calculations were destined to fail. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, the adorable little character's friend interface lit up with numerous messages. Qian Chonglang, adorable deity, hurry down. I'm watching the live stream. Those two are not ordinary figures. Their alliance is formidable. Yin Xiang, little Meng, why did you challenge the Array Emperor? He is not merely a defensive player. You cannot win. If you lose, Dreaming World will be finished, and you worked so hard to establish it. Do not make such rash decisions. FAMO, Storm of Rain, adorable deity, the Array Emperor's ice and fire-breaking array can easily ensnare opponents, controlling them to their demise. Do not fall for his tricks. Wanli Han Shuang, Qian Shan Shui, if he takes the stage. As I gazed at the myriad of messages, apart from Qian Shan Shui, there was scarcely anyone who held a favorable view of her. Yet, the little Na'vi one bore no resentment. Rather, she felt a profound sense of gratitude. However, alongside this sentiment, a tinge of apprehension lingered. These were truly elite figures, not novices like herself, among the 12 true gods. No one was to be underestimated. Even she, a mere novice, was acutely aware of their formidable prowess. The synergy of two such individuals would undoubtedly yield results far exceeding mere addition, perhaps equating to 3, 5, or even 10. Could the skeletal elder truly prevail against their combined might? Alas, this was a decision made by the skeletal elder, one beyond her capacity to alter. Let us discuss the rules. The regulations of the life and death arena permit the use of potions, but disallow any other items. The arena spans a radius of 300 meters. Should one step outside its confines, it is deemed a forfeit. Moreover, death incurs no loss of levels or items. Victory or defeat yields no rewards. Meng Changqing raised a hand to silence the crowd and commenced an explanation of the rules to the little Na'vi Yuan. However, one could submit stakes to the NPC at the training arena. Since the Na'vi president had already agreed, it was time to formalize the agreement. I, Meng Changqing, known as Nian Songxing, willingly enter into the following agreement with Tiao Dai Xiaoming. Should our side lose in this round of combat, I shall voluntarily join the ranks of Mengdong Tianxia. I, Tiao Dai Xiaoming, consent to enter into the following agreement with Meng Changqing, known as Nian Songxing. Should our side lose in this round of combat, I shall voluntarily join the Sacred Hall. The agreement took effect, and the battle commenced. Chapter 251. This skeleton is a master goodness. Are we truly embarking on this? Incredible. The stakes are monumental. This can be regarded as the decisive battle between the foremost guild of the present age and the venerable first guild, the Sanctuary. This confrontation has the potential to alter the current landscape of the great wilderness guilds. Either the Sanctuary will ascend, or the radiance of the world will dwindle. As the battle commenced, the air was charged with fervor. After all, the stakes were exceedingly high. On one side stood the illustrious top guild, and on the other, the legendary duo of divine beings. This was no mere sparring match. This conflict promised to reshape the future of the great wilderness. Should the radiance of the world falter, the great wilderness would once again succumb to the rule of the Sanctuary. If both the Array Sovereign and the Undying Phoenix were to falter, the Sanctuary would suffer a grievous loss of two paramount champions. Moreover, these two figures were indispensable to their team. Such a blow would be utterly catastrophic for the Sanctuary. Hence, the audience could hardly contain their excitement. Enough chatter, it's about to begin. As the countdown appeared above the heads of the Radiance of the World and the Array Sovereign, everyone held their breath. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Old Meng, watch my health. I'm charging in. The Array Sovereign's eyes sharpened as he exchanged a glance with Meng Changqing, and his aura shifted dramatically. Previously, the Array Sovereign had exuded a carefree demeanor, seemingly indifferent to his role. Yet now, he radiated a focused intensity, every fiber of his being flawless. His gaze filled with lethal intent, as if he had transformed entirely. Truly, the divine beings are deserving of their title, with such a mindset and seriousness. He eclipses all others. Regardless of the opponent, to show no mercy is the utmost form of respect. Many spectators were inspired by the Array Sovereign's formidable presence, quietly cheering him on. Fear not, no soldier of mine shall fall. Meng Changqing also shed his casual demeanor, adopting a serious posture. At the very moment the battle commenced, 3 enhancement spells were instantaneously cast above the Array Sovereign's head. Synchronized casting, a technique reminiscent of synchronized summoning. A top-tier master can achieve dual spells in a second like the Radiance of the World, while Meng Changqing can conjure 3 spells in that same fleeting moment. Holy Blessing, Blessing of Water, Mental Fortification. Following the casting of these 3 spells, a magical shield enveloped the Array Sovereign, significantly enhancing his health regeneration and mental fortitude. His total magical attack reached an impressive 320 points. Clang. Simultaneously, without the Array Sovereign invoking any spells, he merely unsheathed his sword, and a circle of blue ripples emerged beneath his feet. This was the unique footwork of the magic swordsman, the enchanted step. It increased his movement speed by 120, accompanied by an additional 32 points of mental power. With a resounding thud, the Array Sovereign advanced a step forward, closing the distance to the Radiance of the World to a mere 29 steps. His gaze sharpened as the luminous sword in his hand vanished. In the next instant, a torrent of crimson flames erupted like a torrential downpour from his hands, tracing a linear trajectory towards a small, adorable creature. Strangely, there were no discernible signs of incantation. It was as though no spell had been cast at all. This was the Mage Knight's level 30 skill, the Sword of Exploding Flames. With a casting range of 50 meters, it detonated within a 10 by 10 meter radius, inflicting a staggering 350 spell damage, while also laying a path of explosive flames that dealt 150 damage to any enemies that traversed it. Boom. Observing the crimson flames surging forth, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but smile. One must admit, the Sword of Exploding Flames bore a striking resemblance to his own Hellfire Wall. However, the Sword of Exploding Flames was merely a level 30 skill, usable only once every 30 seconds, and paled in comparison to his Hellfire Wall. The flames in Jiang Cheng's eyes flickered intensely, and the black ice in his grasp shattered explosively, transforming into a cloud of bone dust that scattered widely. Swiftly, the bone dust reassembled, coalescing into a black ice staff in his hands. With a slight tilt and a gentle wave from left to right, he conjured his Hellfire Wall. Boom. A massive blue fireball blossomed within the fiery sphere of the Sword of Exploding Flames. At the moment of collision between the 2 fireballs, the explosive flames of the Hellfire Wall intertwined with the Sword of Exploding Flames at 3 points. Spell deprivation. With a thunderous roar, the Hellfire Wall erupted, sending flames cascading in all directions and showering the ground with a carpet of blue fire. The area within 10 meters was instantly engulfed in roaring blue flames, which Jiang Cheng and the small creature trod upon, causing them to sway incessantly. Yet, to the astonishment of all, not a single shred of damage emerged above the heads of Jiang Cheng and the small creature. What sorcery is this? Am I lagging? How could a level 30 ultimate skill fail to inflict damage? Does he possess some invincibility skill? But wait, how could a necromancer possess an invincibility skill? This is absurd. The audience below, bewildered, struggled to comprehend the scene, but the emperor of the arena on stage had a change of expression. Can he truly deprive my spells? This skeleton is a formidable opponent. Lao Meng, the winds of movement, at a right angle of 35 degrees. Within a distance of 15 meters. With every step, a gust. With every step, a drop of blood. Chapter 252. With each step, a wave of disruption, he remained perpetually composed. As Qian Chonglang and the sorcerer Famo accompanied Qian Shan Shui to the Phoenix Cry Wilderness. She gently spoke after watching the live broadcast. What composure! My dear cousin, it seems that the formidable figure, who has embraced both Buddha and demon, is hardly a calm individual, Qian Chonglang queried, somewhat perplexed. Nothing much. The Array Emperor, that shameless fellow, is likely to suffer a humiliating defeat. You should swiftly add him to your blacklist and re-add him once this tumult passes, she advised. Qian Chonglang remained speechless, while Famo echoed his silence. My dear cousin, though the Array Emperor may be audacious and ostentatious, does he truly lack the fortitude to endure a loss? Your words are rather alarming. Qian Shan Shui adjusted the frost-laden object in her hand and chuckled lightly. That is because you have yet to witness his defeats. Upon speaking, she appeared to recall something dreadful, shuddering slightly. The Array Emperor once lost to Xie Changkong by a hair's breadth, and only then did he agree to become one of the 12 vice presidents of the Holy Temple. What does that have to do with placing him on the blacklist? May I finish my thoughts? Qian Shan Shui shot him a glare. Please continue. My dear cousin, Qian Chongling retreated slightly. Are you aware of his young disciple, the king of boxing, Annihilation? Both Qian Chonglang and Famo nodded. The 12 legends are interconnected. Given Qian Chonglang's amiable nature, he maintained a decent rapport with the king of boxing, leaving him even more bewildered. Is he not now known as Wu Ye? Do you know why he changed his name? Aren't you two quite close, often going out for drinks? Has he not mentioned it to you? Not at all, dear cousin. Could there be some hidden story behind this? Qian Shan Shui nodded thoughtfully. The name Wu Ye holds profound significance. You know the notorious troublemaker, the housekeeper? He has a peculiar quirk. Whenever he is in a foul mood, he takes pleasure in bullying the weak. I am aware of that. I have heard tales of the Array Emperor, who either meddles in affairs or is on the path to do so. Aside from that, his sole pleasure in life lies in tormenting the weak. Qian Chonglang recounted the gossip surrounding the Array Emperor with enthusiasm. So, what does Wu Ye truly signify? When the housekeeper faced defeat, it coincided with the time he took on this disciple. During that month of loss, his spirits were exceedingly low, and he sought to vent his frustrations on the weak. Coincidentally, he had just acquired a new disciple, so every night. My dear cousin, you need not elaborate. I comprehend. No sooner had Qian Chonglang uttered this than he shivered, promptly adding Nian Songxing to his blacklist. He even urged Famo to do the same, lest his own well-being be jeopardized. Famo remained silent. After both had added the Array Emperor to their blacklist, they resumed watching the live broadcast. My dear cousin, does this imply that the Skeleton Lord is destined to triumph? Qian Shan Shui nodded in affirmation, choosing not to elaborate further. The law mage remained contemplative. Yet, unlike Qian Shan Shui, he harbored a rather pessimistic view of the impending battle, akin to Qian Chonglang's opinion on Jiang Cheng. He sensed that Qian Shan Shui was overly confident, and he could not fathom the source of such assurance. Solely relying on spell deprivation would not suffice to defeat the Array Emperor. As the Array Emperor's words lingered in the air, a gust of wind manifested beneath him, creating a path that extended straight to Jiang Cheng. This pathway measured 15 meters in length, augmenting his movement speed by an astonishing 50%. His pace now reached a remarkable half a second per step. With such velocity, he could effortlessly employ the technique of instant step to evade Jiang Cheng's skills. Although Jiang Cheng wielded a magic connection deprivation spell, the law mage understood that the cooldown for such an incantation was likely as lengthy as that of his blazing sword. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the Array Emperor contemplated this, he was suddenly jolted by 3 resounding explosions. In an instant, a colossal blue fireball, spanning 30 meters, erupted before him. The Array Emperor was taken aback. This was inconceivable. Such a formidable skill could be unleashed 3 times within a second. Moreover, this black skeleton could conjure a 30-meter wall of fire. He had sensed that the 3 Hellfire walls possessed as many as 9 magic connection points. To achieve a perfect sequence and interconnection of these 9 points required an extraordinary understanding of spells, bordering on the grotesquely abnormal. Such a vast area of effect. Executed instantaneously, his instant step was rendered futile. The Array Emperor's earlier disdain dissipated, replaced by a newfound caution. In a moment of collective astonishment, he boldly advanced toward the Hellfire wall instead of retreating, taking a decisive step forward. Beneath his feet, countless spell runes ignited with brilliance. The Frost Array. Boom. The resounding explosion of the Hellfire wall echoed, just as onlookers anticipated that the Array Emperor would be engulfed by the flames. They beheld over 1,321 runes beneath his feet forcefully shattering the Hellfire wall, forming a circular ice array spanning 10 meters in diameter. He too possessed the ability of spell deprivation, and he executed it with the intent to dismantle his opponent's magic. Boom. The Hellfire wall erupted, and the ice array radiated. Countless blue frozen flames ignited fiercely at Jiang Cheng's feet. Boom. With a flick of his staff, as the icy flames appeared beneath him, an explosive burst of fire resounded. The Hellfire wall, laid upon the frozen flames, instantly extinguished them. Magic countered. The inherent conflict between ice and fire attributes meant that upon collision, when the opposing connection points were identified, one could utilize a greater magical attack power to nullify the opponent's skill. Jiang Cheng's magical attack power stood at 633, surpassing the Array Emperor's by a significant margin. In the next moment, numerous firewalls emerged atop the Array Emperor's ice array, blocking his path. Clang! A radiant light illuminated above the Array Emperor's head as he stepped forward once more. The Wind Shadow Array. A chilling gale surged forth from the frozen array beneath his feet, unleashing an icy aura that swiftly spread, shattering the infernal fire wall of Jiang Cheng once again. Magical forces countered. Wind can both fuel and extinguish fire. The audience below was fervent with excitement, perceiving the Array Emperor as a valiant warrior charging into the flames to vanquish demons. Regardless of the arduous path ahead, he seemed destined to carve his way through thorns, breaking through obstacles with each step, resolutely advancing towards the nefarious Dark Overlord. They believed that the Array Emperor would surely slay the fearsome black skeleton. Boom, boom, boom. The Earthly Array. Conceal the flames. Boom, boom, boom. The Fiery Array. Spell deprivation. Jiang Cheng and the Array Emperor, one wielding a Hellfire wall, the other dismantling it with array techniques, appeared to engage in a fierce contest of magical prowess upon the stage of life and death. The spectators were utterly enthralled, though. They did not fully grasp the underlying principles, even though I could not fathom why they had battled for so long without inflicting any damage. The spectacle felt undeniably magnificent. In the face of this scene, a tongue twister suddenly came to mind. The bench did not wish for the carrying pole to be tied to it, yet the carrying pole insisted on being bound there. With each step, the Array Emperor unleashed arrays and shattered spells, proving himself worthy of the title. The black skeleton seemed to rely solely on the fire wall, and it appeared destined for defeat. The Abyssal Array was summoned, and the Array Emperor's formations stacked upon one another. Upon this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. Rumors in the gaming community proclaimed that once the Array Emperor initiated his arrays, he was invincible. Whoosh. Frost Array, Wind Shadow Array, Earthly Array, Fiery Array, Abyssal Array. All 5 powerful arrays available at level 30 were summoned by the Array Emperor. The Abyssal hands grasped, the Frost Array froze, the Earthly Array petrified. The Fiery Array shattered the ice, and the Wind Shadow Array stirred the ice and fire. When the final Abyssal Array flickered beneath the Array Emperor's feet, his stage of invincibility was established. The ice and fire shattering array flowed forth, as Jiang Cheng's form was drawn into the array by the hands of the abyss. Both the Array Emperor and the undying Divine Phoenix bore triumphant smiles. There was no doubt, victory was assured. Unfortunately, they remained unaware that Jiang Cheng's true strength lay not in spells, but in close combat. Jiang Cheng's intention in allowing the Array Emperor to initiate the array was to continuously build momentum for the event. Merely boasting a record of a single cute little character defeating 400 opponents would not sustain such fervor for long. However, if he could shatter the invincible myth of the Array Emperor within his array, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire gaming community. Chapter 253. The myth of invincibility unraveled. The black skeleton stood immovable as a mountain, effortlessly countering the 6 formidable spells of the Array Sovereign without so much as a scratch, remaining steadfast throughout the confrontation without shifting an inch. Behind it lingered a charmingly naive presence, whose demeanor suggested an unwavering belief that the Array Sovereign could not harm such an innocent being, a confidence that was truly touching. Within the White Tiger Tavern of White Tiger City, 3 vice presidents were equally engrossed in the duel taking place in Luoyang City. This sentiment was articulated by Jiang Cheng, whose tone expressed a mix of nostalgia and newfound seriousness. While others may have perceived the Array Sovereign as an unstoppable force pressing forward, they seemed to overlook a critical detail. The Array Sovereign was exerting his utmost strength in this battle. In stark contrast, the black skeleton had relied solely on a single skill throughout the entire encounter. To compel the Array Sovereign to deploy his full power with merely one skill speaks volumes about the black skeleton's formidable capabilities. Changkong. From the intelligence gathered by our sanctuary, this black skeleton possesses more than just this one skill, does it not? Inquired the Silver Snow War God Zhao Bian, his tone grave and his expression unusually solemn. The sanctuary's data was incomplete, but from what I could ascertain, his active skills were limited. Yet his passive effects were remarkably diverse. Xie Kong accepted the sheepskin scroll handed over by Zhao Bian and examined it closely. Freezing, slowing, deceleration, tearing, heavy strike, cutting, blood-sucking. And, from the Sword Sovereign's insights, it could be inferred that he likely possessed a blinding passive effect as well. Passive effects might not seem significant. For experts, they represent unpredictable variables that can disrupt the rhythm of battle and lead to self-sabotage. Zhao Bian expressed his skepticism, asserting that unless he could wield the divine domain like the Array Sovereign, he would have to wait for the number of passive skills to reach a critical mass to secure victory through sheer volume. What we must deliberate now is whether the considerable cost of eliminating this thorn is justified. The previously silent weapon of mankind, the amaze spike, nodded in agreement after hearing this, acknowledging that the full extent of the black skeleton's power remained unknown, thus necessitating a cautious approach to this decision. Zhao Bian concurred, clearly endorsing the amaze spike's perspective. However, he suddenly recalled something. Xiaomei, you share a close bond with Qinshan Shui? Did she divulge any information when she and that innocent being entered the instance last time? Don't mention it. Ever since that return, her mood has soured. And she even sought out the lost saint, which is unprecedented. He sighed. It seems we must rely on the Array Sovereign to draw out the black skeleton's complete power. Zhao Bian spoke with a tinge of regret. The Array Sovereign should be capable of that, right? His words carried a hint of uncertainty. Rest assured, even if he cannot extract the black skeleton's full strength, this duel is not destined for defeat. Let us not forget that old Meng is still in the wings. The amaze spike remarked. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Bian and Xie Changkong nodded in deep agreement. Alas, the skeleton deity has been ensnared within the 5-layered formation of the Formation Monarch. This is disastrous. Defeat is inevitable. What is the guild leader doing, remaining utterly motionless? She could have interrupted the pull of the abyssal formation, couldn't she? Beneath the stage, Yu Shaoqing and Shimen Longting, along with others, gazed anxiously as Jiang Cheng was drawn into the array. Their concern was particularly heightened by the apparent indifference of the adorable little creature. Why does the guild leader refrain from intervening? It is utterly perplexing. If we lose, the entire realm of cute dynamics will be absorbed into the sacred hall, and those of us, like petty players, will undoubtedly be purged. It's over, it's truly over. The Formation Monarch rises, invincible, and the skeleton deity is doomed. The guild leader's inaction is simply baffling. What is she thinking? Even if the guild leader were to act, it would be futile. The abyssal formation is a passively enhancing skill, not an active spell. Its most formidable aspect is its immunity to silence. This encapsulates the essence of formation strategies. A priest scoffed, initially impressed by the skeleton's prowess in engaging the Formation Monarch in such a fierce contest, only to be dismayed by its failure at the critical moment. It was evident that the skeleton could have evaded capture just now. Perhaps he had done so intentionally. As the priest concluded his statement, a raspy voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Intentionally? Who would deliberately venture into the formation monarch's layered array to seek their own demise? What a joke. The priest was poised to retort, but upon turning to the speaker, he was taken aback. Why you? The priest stuttered, clearly unable to believe his eyes, his body trembling slightly. Do not make a scene. I am merely here to observe and will leave promptly after. The priest, forcing himself to regain composure, replied, Divine One. Did you say it was intentional? Why? You shall find out soon enough. As the man finished speaking, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted throughout the venue. That was the Void Flash. Surely not. A mere skeleton executing the Void Flash? I suspect it must be a skill effect. The Void Flash requires a shield effect, which he clearly lacked moments ago. It cannot be the Void Flash. Regardless of the audience's exclamations, the formation monarch had already been thrown off his rhythm. He had calculated the trigger coordinates and timing of the ice formation, as well as the location of the first abyssal hand. With these factors combined, as long as Jiang Cheng was pulled to the designated spot, he would be instantly frozen. However, he did not anticipate that Jiang Cheng would utilize the Void Flash. The initial freezing effect of the ice formation was rendered ineffective. He could not comprehend why Jiang Cheng did not use the divine skill, the Void Flash, upon the appearance of the abyssal hand, instead allowing himself to be drawn into the formation first. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the next freezing and petrification would not occur at the location of the black skeleton. Clang! A sharp sound of a sword echoed, as a brilliant light suddenly pierced his vision, blinding him momentarily. The blade's gleam sliced through the air. A mere skeleton might wield flashes of light, but to wield a blade as well? Zhang Huang was momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, his actions were swift. He brandished his luminous sword, positioning it defensively before him. This was a parry, one of the skills available to swordsmen, which could be learned at level 20. It allowed the wielder to deflect an opponent's weapon, mitigating 35 of the incoming damage. He successfully blocked it. With his eyes firmly shut, Zhang Huang felt the rush of air from the luminous sword and experienced a flicker of joy in his heart. However, he was acutely aware that the skeleton's damage was formidable. With his amassed health of 2,200, it was uncertain whether he could withstand the blow. His confidence lay solely in the undying phoenix. Everything rested upon Lao Meng. Clang! The moment the black ice sword collided with the luminous sword, a sound echoed, and suddenly, 3 golden rays of light manifested above Zhang Huang's head. Strengthened physique, divine light, blessing of life. His maximum health surged by 1,000, with the divine light cascading down upon him. 5,727. 230. Clang. 921. 211. Despite the 35 damage reduction, a terrifying number still appeared above Zhang Huang's head. 5,727. In an instant, Zhang Huang was obliterated, his health completely depleted. Yet, at that very moment, to the astonishment of all present, an unbelievable sight unfolded. Zhang Huang miraculously revived as his health reached 0. This damage was otherworldly. But how did Zhang Huang not perish? It was the divine skill of the undying phoenix, the divine light resurrection. My heavens, I finally witnessed the divine light resurrection today. It is simply remarkable. What is the divine light resurrection? Priests do not possess this skill, do they? Could it be learned at level 100? The priest standing beside Yu Shaoqing exchanged inquisitive glances with the man next to them. This is a divine technique employed by priests utilizing divine light. The man, without hesitation, began to elucidate in detail. In truth, when a player dies, there exists a data delay, referred to as death time. At the precise moment the system determines death, a delay of 0.1 seconds occurs. If a priest can accurately time their healing to coincide with this moment, they can revive a player whose health has reached 0. Naturally, being too early or too late is not permissible. The healing must occur precisely at the moment of health depletion. This skill is known as the divine light resurrection of the priest. 0.1 seconds, and it must align perfectly with the instant health is emptied. It cannot be fast or slow. Thus, one must anticipate when the opponent will strike, when the damage will fall. How could anyone possibly achieve this? In fact, Lao Meng Chongqing executed it flawlessly. Moreover, did you notice that Zhang Huang never chanted a spell, nor made any gestures while casting? This is a mage's technique. spellcasting without motion. There are many techniques in the vast wilderness. Apart from that one individual, most true gods likely have not mastered them all. With the undying phoenix present, it seems Zhen Huang is destined to remain unscathed. The priest revealed a gaze of reverence, his face alight with excitement. The question remained, what other tricks did this skeleton possess? With a clang, the sword wing transformed into a piercing strike. The blade was forcibly retracted, followed by a decisive slash. Within a mere 0.3 seconds, Jiang Cheng executed 3 strikes. The arena reverberated with the sound of 3 weapons clashing. Yet, the undying divine phoenix lived up to its name. 3 lethal blows were swiftly countered. One was evaded by the Array Sovereign utilizing a swift maneuver, while the last 2 were forcibly drawn back by the sacred light and the blessing of life. Such instantaneous healing techniques were nothing short of a bug-level existence. A rush of wind echoed as the chilling aura of the ice formation was suddenly propelled towards Jiang Cheng by the wind shadow array. Jiang Cheng sidestepped to the right, then advanced once more. His next position would not be frozen. However, just as he prepared to take that step, the Array Sovereign unexpectedly unleashed a linear freezing sword from his right, compelling Jiang Cheng to move to the left. The coordinates of the left array had already been calculated by the Array Sovereign, ensuring a petrifying trigger. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that Jiang Cheng, instead of stepping left, suddenly retreated. In a moment of astonishment from all, a massive hand emerged from the abyss array on the ground, pulling Jiang Cheng to the right of the Array Sovereign, perfectly evading the freezing sword. Clang! The blade glimmered. A blinding radiance erupted as the black ice blade descended. The black flame ice sealing slash was unleashed. Ding ding ding. 12 black ice pillars swiftly materialized on the ground, forming a wall of ice. Subsequently, as the Array Sovereign looked on in disbelief, preparing to extinguish the black flame ice sealing slash with the flame array, he found his ground-based flame array nullified. Without the flame array to counteract the ice sealing slash, the Array Sovereign could only watch helplessly as 4 ice pillars ensnared him. Then, with a thunderous roar, boom, 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 the 4 ice pillars detonated, reducing the Array Sovereign's health to 0 4 times, and not even the undying divine phoenix could save him. In an instant, the Array Sovereign transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the arena. The 4 great arrays on the ground also dissipated simultaneously. This so-called invincible Array Sovereign, with the assistance of the legendary undying divine phoenix, was ultimately countered to the extreme by Jiang Cheng using his abyss array. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. The array was shattered. The myth of invincibility had finally fallen. Chapter 254, Meng Changqing's decision, the so-called invincible formation, accompanied by the immortal divine phoenix that embodies the notion of healing without death, was shattered by a lone skeleton amidst a 2 versus 1 confrontation, breaking through 5 layers of formations. The absolute bastion of the great wilderness, the Formation Emperor, renowned for his invincibility within the realm, was slain within his own array. Even as the Formation Emperor dissipated into light, the onlookers remained in a state of bewilderment. The Formation Emperor is dead? How did he perish? I could scarcely comprehend it. Wasn't the skeleton defeated? Why? Did the Formation Emperor flee? What appeared to unfold over an extended period actually transpired in a mere 20 seconds. To kill the Formation Emperor at such astonishing speed, and within his own fully activated formations, left them utterly astounded. Wasn't it said that he was invincible? Wasn't the immortal divine phoenix supposed to be a paragon of resilience? Surely this must be a fallacy. Can anyone elucidate how he met his demise? The priest beside Yu Shaoqing looked utterly befuddled. In contrast, those surrounding Yu Shaoqing wore expressions of sheer joy, their faces lit up with excitement. Although they too were somewhat bewildered, it did not prevent them from exclaiming in awe. Incredible! The skeleton master faced 2 opponents, dismantling the Formation Emperor's ice and fire array within 20 seconds. Truly remarkable. I told you so. The skeleton master indeed surpasses the 12 divine beings. Haha. Our realm shall now boast 2 legendary figures. The prowess of the skeleton master means that we now have 4 deities within our domain. Are you not envious? Listening to their banter, the priest found himself silenced, unable to counter their jests, his face betraying profound envy. In that moment, any rebuttal felt futile. The black skeleton, in a display of absolute might, unequivocally proved his superiority over the 12 divine beings. He possesses the strength to become the boyfriend of a certain adorable little creature. Whoever dares to refute this will face dire consequences. He accepted this truth wholeheartedly, willingly allowing himself to be humbled. Yet, he remained perplexed about how the Formation Emperor had met his end. The priest suddenly recalled something, and, with a flash of inspiration, realized that a deity was still present nearby. Surely, this divine being could discern the nuances of the situation. However, when he turned to look, he found no trace of the deity. Alas, the great god of the Underworld had stealthily slipped away while he was distracted. How frustrating. His first intimate encounter with a legendary divine being had ended so carelessly. In a fit of regret, the priest lamented not having requested an autograph from the great god of the Underworld. Meanwhile, within the White Tiger Tavern, Zhao Bian, who was engrossed in watching the duel, grew increasingly agitated upon witnessing the Formation Emperor's downfall. Enraged beyond measure, he struck the discussion table with a resounding thud, seeking to vent his inner turmoil. The Formation Emperor, overly complacent, had fallen victim to a skeleton who astutely utilized his abyssal array to evade the icy blade. As Xie Changkong continued to speak, he found himself at a loss for words. He suddenly realized that this duel had been a misstep from the very beginning. Even if the Array Emperor did not underestimate his opponent, he likely would not prevail against the Black Skeleton. The Ma Spike seemed to anticipate what Xie Changkong was about to articulate, thus taking the initiative to express the thought. Although the Black Skeleton might not be able to calculate the probability of triggering the Array Emperor's formation, it could perfectly predict the Emperor's intentions. By analyzing the Array Emperor's movements, it could deduce the triggering points of his formation, flawlessly evading all of the Emperor's strikes, countering each move with precision. In truth, the moment the Array Emperor used the Abyssal Hand to draw the Black Skeleton into the array, he had already lost. The Ma Spike's expression shifted slightly. Throughout this confrontation, the Array Emperor had been led by the nose by the Black Skeleton, effectively orchestrating his own demise, leaving no other solution. The ability to instantaneously unravel the Array Emperor's intentions and to have already calculated the next move at the moment of attack is something that, within the vast wilderness, is likely unparalleled. Zhao Bian nodded in agreement, initially believing that the collaboration between Old Meng and the housekeeper would be insurmountable. Yet they still faced defeat. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was that the Array Emperor's loss was utterly humiliating, resembling nothing short of a farce. The once invincible Array Emperor was vanquished by his own formation, utilizing his array against him. Xie Changkong lamented that the myth of invincibility had been shattered by the burgeoning power of the world, and notably, this occurred even with Old Meng's collaboration. The ensuing uproar would likely resonate for at least half a year. We have lost. From the very outset of this duel, we were doomed to failure. Changkong, the vast wilderness ahead will transform into a stage for this burgeoning world, and such developments will never be tolerated by the housekeeper. Zhao Bian's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a look with Xie Changkong. In their mutual glance, they perceived the reflection of fear. Execute it, the three declared in unison. Goodness, so this is how the Array Emperor's formation can be breached? The Skeleton Master had imparted yet another lesson. After watching the live broadcast, Qian Chonglang was overcome with excitement, contemplating that perhaps by mimicking Jiang Cheng's strategy, he too could defeat the Array Emperor. Smack! Qian Shanxue brought her palm down, exclaiming, I know what you're thinking. Do not entertain such fanciful notions. Do not presume that just anyone can breach an array. The crux of this battle lay in the skill that ultimately extinguished the flame array. What do you mean, cousin? Was it not the skeleton deity's abyssal hand that evaded the frozen sword, securing victory? Qian Chonglang questioned, perplexed. At that moment, FAMO interjected with an explanation. In truth, evading that frozen sword was inconsequential. As long as the Array Emperor held 5 formations at his disposal, he could swiftly turn the tide of battle. To vanquish the Array Emperor, one must dismantle his array's synergy, employing spells to negate and obliterate one of his formations. How could that be possible? The formation consists of 12 connection points. To destroy the array, one must connect all 12 points. A feat that has not been accomplished since the inception of the mythic game. Qian Chonglang expressed his disbelief. You are mistaken. Have you not realized? The ice skill employed by the skeletal overlord precisely manifests as 12 ice pillars, which conveniently correspond to 12 connection points. The Mage of Law expressed with a hint of nostalgia. I understand your point. The 12 points of the formation are scattered chaotically, compounded by the presence of 4 additional formations, culminating in a total of 60 mana connection points. Indeed, 60 mana connection points, some of which may overlap. If you were to utilize your own spells to establish connections, would it not result in several formations? Jiang Cheng remarked in bewilderment. Moreover, discerning which points correspond to which formation amidst those 60 would be quite challenging, let alone connecting them. The Mage of Law shook his head, stating, while others may falter. Have you forgotten how the Skeletal Overlord orchestrated Sister Shui and his own arrows during the Disaster Witch dungeon? What you fail to notice is that the Formation Sovereign's every step was likely a deliberate maneuver guided by the Skeletal Overlord. With the Skeletal Overlord's intervention, the 5 major formations were not entirely superimposed. There remained a step of distance between them. It is this very distance that enabled the Skeletal Overlord to discern the 12 connection points of the Fire Formation. From the outset, the Formation Sovereign was ensnared by the Skeletal Overlord, ultimately being led by the nose. One could say, the Formation Sovereign's defeat is wholly justified. The Mage of Law gazed contemplatively at the desolate forest, lamenting his own misjudgment, and continued, the Skeletal Overlord's strategic mind is truly formidable. I find myself lacking in comparison. Xiao Yu, enough of this. Do you truly intend to elucidate every detail to this fool? He would not comprehend it anyway. Hurry and seek your master, Qian Shui interjected, pulling the Mage of Law away, leaving Qian Cheng to ponder the conversation. By the time Qian Cheng regained his senses, the two had distanced themselves considerably. Hey, what do you mean by saying I wouldn't understand? At the very least, I am acutely aware that the Skeletal Overlord is unparalleled. Is that not so? He called out as he chased after Qian Shui. Atop the life and death platform, Jiang Cheng gestured in inquiry toward Meng Changqing. Proceed. You are the legendary deity who can stand toe-to-toe with anyone. Do not cower. Idle, do not heed this fool's nonsense. This skeletal being is so formidable that even 2 against 1 would spell defeat. It's futile to continue. Surrender now. Goodness, are you truly a fan of Xiaoqiang? How could you advise him to concede? Our Xiaoqiang has never backed down since his debut, and especially not in front of such a crowd. Does he not care for his reputation? Observing Jiang Cheng's gestures and the raucous cheers from the audience, Meng Changqing could only respond with an awkward smile. Subsequently, he made a decision that left everyone astonished. Chapter 255. The Shattering of Dual Myths. Players in uproar. There was no need for pretense. I respect you, and I am acutely aware that I am not your match. Prolonging this duel would only serve to humiliate myself further. Meng Changqing lowered his staff and bowed to Jiang Cheng. What? Xiao Chang actually conceded voluntarily? This is unprecedented. Tomorrow, the headlines will surely be filled with news of Xiao Chang's surrender. Xiao Chang has always been the last bastion of stubbornness among priests. How could he yield? The entire community of priests will likely erupt. I don't see the necessity. He could still fight, after all. Alas, this is utterly unsatisfying. Xiao Chang has never conceded before. This is indeed a first, isn't it? Could it be that even he feels powerless against this skeleton? An uproar ensued among the spectators. Since being elevated to the status of one of the 12 divine gods, Meng Changqing had never conceded a match. Furthermore, this act contradicted his personal motto, I may lose, but I will never perish. This motto encapsulates his indomitable spirit and is a testament to his resilience. The essence of this phrase is not one of resignation, but rather an acknowledgement of the priest's inherent inadequacies in PvP. It symbolizes not only Meng Changqing's last stand, but also the last stand of all priest players in the vast wilderness. Priests have always struggled in PvP, and in the hearts of every priest, as long as they are not dead, they have not truly lost. Meng Changqing's motto resonates not only with himself, but also with the millions of priest players across the realm. The priest class, as a support role, is often overlooked. They struggle with leveling, PvP, and even slaying bosses. Ultimately, this profession does not attract many players. Most players yearn to shine brightly in the game, to stand at the forefront while battling monsters, leveling up, taking down bosses, and engaging in PvP, becoming the focal point of their teams. The priest class stands in stark contrast to the aspirations of most players. Thus, for many players who choose the priest vocation, it is largely due to Meng Changqing's declaration, I may lose, but I will never perish. The immortal phoenix, Meng Chongqing, symbolizes their faith and serves as their spiritual leader. Yet today, this very myth of invincibility has crumbled before a mere skeleton, as he concedes. His surrender equates to a crushing blow to the faith of all priest players, a profound significance that cannot be overstated. Xiao Chong, how could you concede? Why? Why would you give in? The reason I chose to play a priest is because of you. Did you not once proclaim that priests can endure until the very last moment, but must never concede? Liars. They are all liars. If you can concede, what is left for us to play for? I refuse to accept this. I categorically reject it. How can you concede? You must continue to fight. The priests in the crowd began to stir, the atmosphere growing increasingly chaotic. They simply could not accept Meng Chongqing's voluntary concession. Regrettably, Meng Chongqing and the naive little Meng have vanished from the life and death platform, rendering their indignation utterly futile. However, the assembly of priests was not prepared to let Meng Chongqing off the hook. They began to disperse from the platform, driven by a collective resolve to seek out his presence. Witnessing the fervent priests, the other players of various professions were struck with astonishment. Meng Chongqing's influence was akin to that of Qianshan Shui, both being spiritual leaders of their respective classes. His concession effectively shattered the immortal myth of the priests. It is difficult to blame him, for the opponent was overwhelmingly formidable. Perhaps he too felt the grip of despair. The emergence of the black skeleton heralded the collapse of two legends. Was this to thrust him into the eye of the storm? Was it over? Would moved by the world supplant the sanctuary and truly ascend to the pinnacle of guilds? I suddenly regretted not having spent those 10 gold coins. Was it too late for me to join now? I would gather the funds immediately. Following the uproar caused by the priests, a fierce discussion erupted among the spectators. Meanwhile, little Meng and the humble emperor arrived at the Luoyun restaurant, securing a private room in anticipation of Meng Chongqing and the Array Emperor's arrival. The defection of two major deities to moved by the world warranted a sense of ceremony. Hosting a meal to express sincerity was indispensable. Yet, seated at the table, little Meng felt a twinge of concern. Brother Skeleton, do you think they will genuinely stay with moved by the world? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Of course not. Then accepting them is futile. Little Meng's spirits plummeted. After much effort to recruit two deities, it would be of little use if their intentions were insincere. The weight of such figures in the minds of many players is substantial. A mere utterance from them could sway countless individuals. If their allegiance was feigned, would they not eventually entice her guild members away? The possibility loomed large. Do not worry about that. My intention in recruiting them was never to ensure their genuine loyalty. Rather, I aim to exploit their residual value while they are part of moved by the world. Little Meng, henceforth, all matters of leading teams for leveling, boss battles, sieges, and PvP will be entrusted to them. Little Meng regarded Jiang Cheng with surprise, silently acknowledging that, indeed, when it comes to manipulation, Brother Skeleton excelled above all. But what if they were unwilling? Fear not, I shall handle that. Jiang Cheng replied confidently. However, Little Meng, brace yourself. The days ahead will truly test your mettle. He added solemnly, every action carries a price, and one must bear the consequences of their boldness. The repercussions of our high-profile endeavors are only just beginning. Previously, you did not exhibit any desire for dominion over the world. They may not have paid you much heed, but now, every step you take must be measured. Indeed, I am aware, dear skeleton brother, I shall not disappoint you. A naive little creature can also perceive the gravity in Jiang Cheng's tone. She understands well the adage that the tallest trees attract the fiercest winds. Yet, she firmly believes that Jiang Cheng will resolve everything flawlessly. President Naive, I have come to pledge my allegiance. Just as the two had descended from the life and death arena, Meng Chongqing approached with a gloomy expression alongside the formation monarch, entering a private room that Naive had specifically prepared for them. Naive nodded, indicating for them to take their seats. Following Jiang Cheng's instructions, they conferred with Yu Xiangqing and others, suggesting that two of their members temporarily withdraw from the guild, allowing the formation monarch and the undying divine phoenix to join. Indeed, President Naive's words were as good as her actions, garnering admiration. Observing how a mere utterance from Naive compelled her members to willingly depart from the guild, Meng Chongqing could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Such prestige is not easily acquired. On the surface, Naive resembled an innocent student from a prestigious institution or the neighborly girl next door. Yet Meng Changqing was astounded to discover that this seemingly delicate figure possessed such formidable influence. Lord Meng, you are too modest, Naive replied with a slightly awkward smile. She was still somewhat unaccustomed to Meng Changqing's manner of speaking to her. After all, just days prior, she had been an ordinary player among billions, and these revered beings seemed like unattainable giants in her eyes. Once, she had never dared to imagine that she would one day be in such close proximity to two prominent deities, let alone consider incorporating them into her guild. It felt like a dream. Glancing subtly at Jiang Cheng beside her, Naive lamented that his expression remained unchanged, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. This momentum had entirely become a bridal gown for Naive. The formation monarch, while listlessly helping himself to dishes from the table, initiated a private message to Meng Changqing. It is an unavoidable circumstance. When one is outmatched, what can be done? Perhaps you might retaliate? Meng Changqing grimaced. It's not that I care about this. What angers me most is that when I lost and sought someone to confide in, I discovered that everyone had blocked me. Old Meng, do you think I am truly that terrifying? Meng Changqing replied. Just tell me what you intend to do. He glanced at the formation monarch with a hint of trepidation. Nothing troublesome. I merely wish to stir things up. Joining the Mo movement is not out of the question, but I believe we cannot concede so easily. We must create a ruckus, a true commotion, to extract every ounce of value we can generate for the sanctuary within the Mo movement.